My classmate's CEO mom fell in love with me at first sight. Not only did she pin me against the wall and kiss me forcefully late at night, but she also made me kick my foot into her stomach. Strangely, I didn't feel repulsed at all. Instead, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yesterday was my good buddy Yang Xia's birthday. Though she is a girl, her style and way of speaking are even more masculine than mine. When I met her mom at Yang Xia's house, I was stunned because her mom looked exactly like the girl I'd been dreaming about for years. And when her mom, Yang Shui, saw me, it was as if she'd been struck by lightning. After we stared at each other for a long time, she hurried back to her room and didn't come out again. As soon as I got to school today, Yang Xia confronted me. Lin Dong, what was up with you last night? The way you looked at my mom, you were practically drooling. Embarrassed, I quickly waved my hands. Bro, don't get the wrong idea. I just thought your mom looked a lot like a friend of mine. That's all there was to it. You better not have any weird ideas about my mom, or I won't let you off easy. What are you talking about, Yang Xia? No matter how much of a jerk I am, I wouldn't set my sights on your mom. Hearing this, Yang Xia's murderous glare softened a bit. That's more like it. After school, you're coming home with me again. Going to your place again? I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. So strange, why do I get so nervous whenever Yang Xia's mom is mentioned? Yeah, my mom said you look a lot like an old friend of hers, and she wants to meet you. Lin Dong joked. Your dad wouldn't happen to be an old flame of my mom's, would he? No way, right? Your mom is such a big shot CEO, and my dad's just a small grocery store owner. What kind of connection could they possibly have had? Possible or not, I don't know. Just come home with me after school, alright? Anyway, buddy, I'm heading back to the dorm. See ya. Yang Xia flicked her short hair and strode off with a wave. Watching her walk away, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yang Xia's mom really did look strikingly similar to the girl in my dreams, almost like her younger self. And whenever I saw her, my heart would inexplicably race. In all my years, this was the first time I'd ever had such a reaction. If it was just because Yang Xia's mom was beautiful, even then, this strange feeling shouldn't have happened. It was as if I'd suddenly reunited with someone I'd been longing for countless years. The afternoon class was quite a struggle. Even though I'm usually diligent in my studies, I found myself zoning out several times. Finally, school was over. Let's go, Lin Dong, come home with me. What was up with you this afternoon? Why were you so distracted in class? It's nothing, nothing. Seeing the puzzled look in Yang Xia's eyes, I brushed it off with a casual laugh. By the way, Lin Dong, I was wondering, could you be my mom's son from before? Yang Xia's wild imagination made me lose my composure instantly. Stop guessing blindly, how could that be possible? But then again, you two don't look alike at all. If you were really mother and daughter, you should look more similar. Yang Xia was Yang Shui's adopted daughter. Her mother Yang Shui had never been married and remained single to this day. I nodded absent-mindedly, Yang Shui's figure constantly surfacing in my mind. Before long, I followed Yang Xia to her home. My mom isn't back yet, come play games with me in my room. I nodded and followed Yang Xia straight to her room. Yang Xia, could your room possibly be any messier? What's wrong with a little mess? I'm a real man, you know. Although her mom constantly criticized her for not acting like a girl, she remained stubborn and never listened. She always left her things scattered around, but since Yang Shui was usually busy, she only occasionally helped tidy up. We had just sat down and turned on the computer when the front door sounded. My mom's here, no more gaming for us, let's go out. In an instant, my heart started pounding wildly again. Following Yang Xia out of her room, I immediately spotted Yang Shui, who had just entered the house. Auntie, hello, I greeted her politely, struggling to suppress the discomfort of my racing heart. Hello, Lin Dong. Yang Shui greeted me with a calm expression and a slight nod when she saw me. Xiao Xia, go back to your room. Mom has something to discuss with Xiao Dong. By the way, I ordered takeout today, so we won't be cooking. Okay, Mom. Yang Xia nodded obediently and then turned to go back to her room. After seeing her daughter close the door, Yang Shui turned to look at me. Follow me. She then led me into the study. Xiao Dong, have a seat. Thank you, Auntie. Looking at Yang Shui, whose eyes flickered slightly, I could tell that she was also quite unsettled inside. After we sat down, Yang Shui skillfully began brewing tea, her movements graceful and fluid, like flowing clouds in water. I watched her silently without speaking. Once the kettle boiled, she finished brewing the tea, poured it, and placed a cup in front of me. Xiao Dong, you remind me of an old friend of mine. As she spoke, she opened the bookcase, took out a small wooden box that was still locked, and after unlocking it, retrieved a small photo frame, which she then handed to me. Take a look. I took the photo frame and was stunned at first glance. This is a photo of me. Apart from the different clothes, the face and figure were completely identical. I looked up and happened to meet Yang Shui's gaze fixed intently on me, her eyes seemingly carrying an indescribable hint of sorrow and longing. Auntie, the person in this photo. He was a very close friend of mine, Yang Shui nodded, still staring at me unblinkingly, making me feel somewhat embarrassed. An 18-year-old young man being stared at so intently by a mature and beautiful aunt felt rather strange, especially since she was my buddy's mom. By the way, Xiaodong, what's your father's name? My dad is named Lin Can. Lin Can. Yang Shui pondered for a moment, then slightly shook her head. Among the people she knew, there was no one named Lin Can. Auntie, what's the name of the person in this photo? I said, handing the photo frame to Yang Shui. He's also named Lin Dong. What a coincidence, not only does the person in the photo look exactly like me, but even the name is the same. 18 years ago, this friend of mine was also 18. When I saw you for the first time yesterday, for a moment, I truly thought he had come back. Was he your boyfriend, Auntie? Seeing the sorrow and longing in Yang Shui's eyes, it wasn't hard for me to guess their relationship. Yes. She looked up at me again, her eyes revealing a faint trace of disappointment. The two of you look so incredibly alike. But he had a small blue mole on his right arm. They say moles are the marks of the soul. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be startled again. No way, could things really be such a coincidence? Su Yang rolled up his sleeve, revealing a small blue mole on his right arm. This small mole, as his parents had told him, had been with him since birth. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang in surprise, then immediately noticed the small mole. She jumped to her feet and reached out to grasp his arm. Yes. That's exactly where it is. Even the size, shape, and color of the small blue mole were exactly the same. You. Yang Shui clung tightly to Su Yang's arm, her entire body trembling slightly. Why? Why are there two people in the world who look so much alike? Is it the deceased lover returning to find me? Su Yang, are you really back? Unconsciously. Yang Shui's eyes welled up with tears, and crystal clear tears began to fall. Auntie. Being held so closely by her, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. This was Yang Xia's mother. If she were to discover this intimate scene, she would definitely lose her temper. Ring ring. At that moment, Yang Shui's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone, her expression slightly embarrassed, and quickly let go of Su Yang's arm. Ms. Yang, your takeout has arrived. Please open the door to collect your meal. Alright, please wait a moment. Saying that, Yang Shui quickly walked out of the study. So far, Su Yang hadn't mentioned the recurring dream he'd had since childhood. He was thinking of waiting for Ms. Yang to finish what she wanted to say before speaking himself. Although there was no direct evidence to prove anything. But Su Yang couldn't shake the feeling that there was something extraordinary between him and Yang Shui. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence exist in the world? He had a vague suspicion in his heart. And this suspicion grew stronger with each interaction he had with Yang Shui. It even made him increasingly excited. Squeak! Yang Shui opened the door and came back, holding 2 takeout boxes in her hands. Su Yang, Auntie didn't cook today. Let's just eat together, okay? Yang Shui walked over, placed the meal boxes on the table in front of Su Yang, her voice sounding slightly unusual. It seemed. Her voice had softened slightly compared to before. Sure, thank you, Auntie. Su Yang watched Yang Shui sit down in the chair across from him and elegantly open the lunchbox. And there was a strange expression on her face. Chapter 3, Auntie, you look so beautiful when you smile. Su Yang, why are you looking at Auntie like that? Yang Shui lifted her head, noticing Su Yang's slightly dazed expression, and couldn't help but smile. The strings of her heart, dormant for 18 years, seemed to be plucked suddenly. Such a familiar gaze. So much like the Su Yang from 18 years ago. The boy before her. Perhaps heaven had taken pity on her years of longing and had arranged for him to return to find her? Could he be her lover from 18 years ago? Yang Shui dared not be certain. But the frozen world within her heart suddenly felt a gentle spring breeze. The ice and snow gradually melted away, and everything began to show a faint hint of green. Auntie. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Auntie, you look so beautiful when you smile. He spoke the truest feelings of his heart. From their first meeting yesterday to their conversation today, this was the first time Yang Shui had smiled. In Su Yang's eyes, she was truly beautiful and captivating. Really? Yang Shui didn't get angry. Instead, her smile grew even wider. She stared intently at Su Yang, her eyes even betraying a hint of subtle intensity. Yes, Auntie. You look absolutely stunning when you smile. As Yang Shui's beautiful smile spread, Su Yang's heartbeat quickened, and he even felt a slight discomfort. Su Yang, are you and Yang Xia just good friends? Su Yang had been about to talk about his dream, but Yang Shui beat into it. Yes, Auntie, we're just good friends. Since we first entered university, we've been on the same wavelength. Calling them good friends was indeed accurate. Yang Xia's tomboyish personality made it hard to even tell she was a girl. Are you sure there's no romantic feelings between you? It's okay, Su Yang, just tell Auntie the truth. If there's something between you two, Auntie will definitely support you. Yang Shui smiled at Su Yang, but her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. No, Auntie, Yang Xia and I are really just good friends. There's nothing else. Actually, I've always seen him as a guy. Oh. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, pointing to the boxed meal in front of Su Yang. Su Yang, don't just stare at Auntie. Eat your meal. Oh, right, eat. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly and quickly opened the lunchbox, picking up the chopsticks. Auntie, actually, I've seen you before. He took a bite of rice and glanced shyly at the mature and beautiful Yang Shui. Eating with such a mature beauty was truly making him happier with every bite. Oh? Tell me about it. Yang Shui raised her eyes to look at Su Yang, her smile growing even broader. She couldn't help but study him closely for a moment. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that the young man before her might just be the lover she had been longing for over the past 18 years. His voice, the way he walked, even the way he looked at her. All of it gave her an overwhelming sense of familiarity. If he hadn't returned, how could he be so similar? Even the small mole on his arm was exactly the same. In a daze, Yang Shui felt as though she had returned to 18 years ago. Su Yang. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her lover's cheek. In an instant, Su Yang felt as though he had been electrocuted. That warm, soft hand gently caressed his face. The eyes filled with joy contained an indescribable love. Su Yang was so startled he dared not speak, fearing that speaking would shatter this strange atmosphere. A moment later. Su Yang, say something. Yang Shui quickly realized her indiscretion and quickly withdrew her hand, flipping a strand of hair from her forehead. That beautiful face turned pink in an instant. Su Yang quickly calmed his heart, which had nearly leaped out of his chest. He had thought there might be another move, but it ended so quickly. Auntie, actually. I know you might not believe me, but I promise everything I'm saying is true. Su Yang, don't keep Auntie in suspense. Just tell me already. Yang Shui was amused by Su Yang's words. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks and looked at the boy across from her with interest. At that moment, having regained her composure, she looked at Su Yang with a hint of a lover-esque gaze in her eyes. Alright, it's like this. Ever since I can remember, I've often dreamed of a young, beautiful girl, around 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a white dress with black dots, and her appearance could be said to be exactly like Auntie's. Su Yang blushed slightly as he stared at Yang Shui's charming face and began to speak. A white dress with black dots. Yang Shui, startled, immediately stood up, turned around, and opened the bookshelf behind her. She quickly pulled out an album. Rustling. She flipped through the pages quickly, as if desperately searching for something. A moment later, she found a photo in the album and turned around to hand it to Su Yang. That's it. Su Yang looked at the photo in Yang Shui's hand and was completely stunned. The girl in his dream looked exactly like the one in the photo. The dress she was wearing, the sandals on her feet, the bow in her hair, everything was exactly the same. Auntie, is this you when you were young? Yes. The girl in my dream looked exactly like this, exactly the same. Really? Looking at Su Yang's expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but freeze in place. In an instant, her mind raced with thoughts. Yes, it's true. Su Yang nodded, glancing down at Yang Shui's hands, which were clutching his arm tightly in excitement. The two were very close. A mature, subtle fragrance wafted toward Su Yang's nostrils, momentarily leaving him dazed. Could she really be what he had suspected? Was she really his lover from a previous life? Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? How else could he feel such a sense of familiarity upon seeing her? And the inexplicable racing of his heart, the trembling of his soul. It's as if I've suddenly seen the lover I've been longing for all this time. Chapter 4, The Beloved Who Never Comes. Is there anything else? After a moment, Yang Shui forced herself to regain her composure and quietly adjusted her emotions. She turned around and sat back down in her chair, picking up her chopsticks and slowly continuing to eat. But her heart was far from calm. She was well aware that the young man before her was only 18 years old, the same age as her own daughter. Yet the information they were exchanging seemed to be revealing a truth. That truth was, the boy in front of her was very likely her former lover, Yang Shui, reincarnated and returned to find her. Actually, I've had many dreams, but the only one I remember clearly is the one with Auntie. The rest I can't recall for now. Su Yang pondered for a moment. His mind was in a jumble, and he couldn't think of anything else for the time being. Now both of them had the same suspicion in their hearts, but neither dared to speak it aloud. Yang Shui thought he was her daughter's classmate and a good friend. Su Yang thought she was the mother of his classmate. Oh, never mind. If you remember later, please tell Auntie, okay? Auntie is really interested in your dreams. Maybe we were very good friends in a past life. Yang Shui stared intently into Su Yang's eyes and smiled gently. But the spring breeze stirring in her heart could no longer be contained. The look she gave Su Yang also carried a hint of an indescribable emotion. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed like the boy she had once deeply loved. She had kept him hidden in her heart for 18 years. She never expected him to suddenly appear before her, Yang Shui. How could she not be excited? How could she not be overjoyed? Even if he was just an 18-year-old boy, it couldn't stop the fiery passion burning within her. Alright, Auntie. Su Yang looked at Yang Shue's eyes fixed on him, feeling his face grow hot. This aunt's gaze were so captivating. She stared at Su Yang without any hesitation, even with a hint of indescribable dominance. Come on, Su Yang, this is Auntie's WeChat. Add me, and we'll be good friends from now on, right? Yang Shui forced herself to suppress her excitement and opened her WeChat QR code. Yeah, we're friends. Beep. With a crisp sound, Su Yang saw Yang Shue's WeChat username. The beloved who never comes. In an instant, a pang of sadness welled up in Su Yang's heart. The beautiful woman before him must be his former lover, right? Now I've been reincarnated and returned. I never expected to meet you again? Since he had no first-hand memories, all of this was merely Su Yang's speculation. Su Yang, today, let's not mention any of this to Xiaoxia for now, okay? I'm worried the child might overthink it. Alright, Auntie. Su Yang nodded. Even if Yang Shui didn't say anything, he wouldn't dare to tell the truth. The photos in her little box, Yang Xia must not have seen them either. Let us just consider what we talked about earlier as our little secret between the two of us, okay? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly, her eyes sparkling with a gaze that could melt anyone's heart. Alright, Auntie. Looking into her eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. He could clearly sense that her attitude toward him had truly changed from before. Though she hadn't said anything explicitly, Su Yang could sense an indescribable warmth. Then, tell everyone else that you're the child of a good friend of mine, okay? Including Xiaxia. Alright. Feeling Yang Shui's slightly heated gaze on him, Su Yang's head quickly grew dizzy. If Auntie contacts you in the future, will you respond? Of course I will. Su Yang didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. Alright. Yang Shui looked at the face she hadn't seen in so long, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was already certain. The boy before her was the reincarnation of her former lover. Though such a thing might sound absurd, the evidence before her eyes left her no room for doubt. She and her former lover, Su Yang, had been childhood sweethearts and had both been admitted to Jiangcheng University. One day, while they were out shopping, a runaway dump truck suddenly barreled toward them. In the nick of time, Su Yang pushed Yang Shui out of the way. However, he was unable to dodge in time and was dragged under the wheels. Right before Yang Shui's eyes. This tragic incident occurred, one that would haunt her for the rest of her life. From that day onward, Yang Shui closed her heart to the world and never accepted another man, all the way until now. But last night, she suddenly saw Su Yang appear before her again, alive and well, leaving her utterly distraught. She didn't sleep well at all last night. Today, after talking with Su Yang, the heart that had been frozen for 18 years suddenly felt a gentle breeze, the ice began to melt, and everything began to come back to life. Before long, the two of them finished their boxed lunch in an atmosphere that was slightly odd. Su Yang, have some more tea. I'll go check on Xia. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, her eyes brimming with an indescribable mix of laughter and tenderness. Alright. Auntie. Looking at Yang Shui's rosy complexion, Su Yang's excitement had not subsided for a moment. He could clearly sense that Yang Shui's attitude toward him was no longer that of an ordinary friend. Because the look in her eyes held joy, affection, and even a hint of ambiguity, and a touch of dominance that he couldn't resist. As she spoke, Yang Shui stood up, walked over to Su Yang's side, and gently tapped his shoulder. Then she left the study. Yang Xia's room. She had already finished her boxed lunch and was wearing headphones, fully engrossed in playing a game. Click. The door opened, and her mother walked in. Mom. Yang Xia moved her fingers, and the screen switched to the desktop. Silly girl, as long as you've finished your homework, you can play games all you want. Mom isn't restricting you. Yang Shui said, then sat down on the chair beside her. Mom, did you finish talking to Su Yang? Yes, we're done. Yang Shui smiled and gently stroked her daughter's short hair. If my daughter let her hair grow longer and tied it up in braids, she'd be absolutely beautiful. No, Mom. I still feel more comfortable this way. But if you keep it like this, you might miss out on the boys who like you. Yang Shui smiled at her daughter, as if waiting for an answer. Chapter 5, No, I have to talk to him clearly. What? Mom, what did you say? Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. She looked up at her mother, her eyes wide with surprise. Mom, you mean? Su Yang is a really good kid. He's the son of one of my good friends. Mom, haha. Yang Xia suddenly recalled her guesses from when she was chatting with Su Yang and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Silly girl, what are you laughing at? Mom, you wouldn't really have any connection with Su Yang's dad, would you? Ha ha. You silly girl, just because I'm friends with his dad doesn't mean we can't be friends. We're talking about you, don't change the subject. Alright, of course it's fine. By the way, what were you talking about me? Yang Xia suppressed her laughter and turned to look at her mom. Still playing dumb with Mom. You've never brought any boys home before, and Su Yang is the first one. Do you really think Mom is blind? Yang Shui smiled and gently stroked her daughter's short hair, sighing softly. This silly girl has never acted like a girl since she was little. Oh, Mom. You've got it all wrong. I've never brought a boy home before, but I've also never brought a girl home either. Su Yang and I are just friends. We've never had any romantic feelings for each other. Mom. Did Su Yang tell you he likes me? No. That is impossible. I have to talk to him clearly. Yang Xia said, jumping to her feet. Are you kidding me? If you keep talking nonsense like this, our friendship is over. Come back. Yang Shui reached out and grabbed her daughter's arm. This silly girl. Mom was just trying to talk to you. Why get so worked up? Silly girl, sit down. Mom was saying that Su Yang is a pretty decent young man, and he is also the son of my good friend. No. Mom, I really don't have any feelings for him, I swear, please spare me. Really? I'd give my life for it. Yang Xia nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Alright, Mom understands. Yang Shui stroked her daughter's hair and sighed in relief. So? That's good. Mom, if you really think Su Yang is a good guy, you could adopt him as your godson. That way, I'd have an older brother too. Go on. Stop teasing me. Alright, go play. Mom's leaving. Oh, by the way, Xia, Su Yang will be staying at our house from now on. After all, he's the son of my best friend. Sure, Mom, no problem. Ha ha. Then the two of us can play games together. Alright, video games. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile and shake her head before leaving her daughter's room. Su Yang, from now on, you'll stay here with Auntie, right? You can go to school and come home with Xia, okay? Yang Shui returned to the study and sat back down in the chair opposite Su Yang. The look in her eyes carried a hint of unwavering determination. Auntie, is that okay? Looking into Yang Shui's fiery eyes, Su Yang felt his mind drifting away, his whole body burning as if he were being roasted. Take out the word can't. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Shui stood up, walked over to Su Yang, and placed her hand on his shoulder. Aren't you Auntie's good friend? Of course we're good friends. Su Yang gave a nervous laugh and shook his head quickly. Just kidding. Setting aside his past life's connection with Yang Shui, even if he were just facing such a mature and beautiful older sister, he would have agreed without hesitation. Alright, then stay here. There is plenty of room at home. You can stay in the spare bedroom next to mine. Alright, Auntie. Su Yang nodded, with not a single trace of hesitation. However, he was slightly concerned about how he would get along with Yang Xia, his new roommate. He had clearly promised her he wouldn't dwell on Yang Shui. But now things were completely out of his control. Come on, Su Yang, let's go with Auntie to take a look at your room. Seeing that Su Yang had agreed, Yang Shui couldn't help but pat his shoulder, her eyes brimming with unspeakable joy. Alright. Su Yang nodded and followed Yang Shui into the adjacent guest bedroom. This room was originally prepared for Yang Xia, but the little girl didn't like the layout. It's perfect from now on, this room will be yours. Thank you, Auntie. Looking at the fully furnished room, Su Yang nodded slightly. He was well aware of Yang Shui's feelings for him. Perhaps she had already begun to see him as her former lover. Actually, Su Yang no longer wanted to call her Auntie anymore. Former lovers reuniting, even if there's an 18-year age gap, shouldn't still be calling each other Auntie. It's just that Su Yang's feelings weren't as intense as Yang Shui's. Because Su Yang only had some dreams, he didn't have the deep affection Yang Shui remembered from their childhood, nor did he have her 18 years of longing. Su Yang, from now on, when we're alone, please don't call me Auntie anymore. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Shui placed her hand on the outside of Su Yang's arm, her eyes fixed on him. Her eyes betrayed a hint of unspoken passion, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. She grew increasingly convinced that the 18-year-old boy before her was indeed her former lover. Then, when it's just the two of us, I'll call you sister, okay? Sure. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, who looked exactly the same as he had 18 years ago, and her eyes unconsciously betrayed an indescribable affection. But time had passed, and now she was 36 years old, while the man before her was still an 18-year-old boy. And he was still as handsome as ever. This caused the heart of a woman who had been frozen for 18 years to erupt like a volcano. If it weren't for the extraordinary self-discipline she had cultivated over the years, she might have already thrown herself into Su Yang's arms. That was 18 years of agonizing longing. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get a pair of Xia's slippers and pajamas. Tomorrow. I'll buy you new ones. Saying this, Yang Shui gently touched her slightly flushed cheeks and stepped out of Su Yang's room. Xia's pajamas. Su Yang thought about it and realized he was right. This guy's clothes were all men's, so his pajamas must be men's too. Alright, I'll just make do for now. I'll just bring my own stuff from the dorm later. Chapter 6, I treated you like a brother, but you wanted to be. Su Yang, Xia's pajamas are a bit short on you. See if you can make do with them for today. I'll buy you a new pair tomorrow. A moment later, Yang Shui brought over a set of men's pajamas and held them up to Su Yang. It's fine, sis. I can make do. I have my own pajamas, I can go get them from the dorm tomorrow. Smelling the alluring scent emanating from Yang Shue's body, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. He had never been this close to a member of the opposite sex before. And she was a mature, beautiful older sister. And she was looking at him with such deep affection. Don't bother getting it. I'll buy you a new one. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, her voice soft but tinged with a hint of refusal. It was as if Su Yang was a precious treasure she had just found again, and she wanted to give him everything she had, and he absolutely couldn't refuse. Alright, sister. Feeling Yang Shui's passionate gaze, Su Yang couldn't bring himself to refuse anything. Go take a shower. There's a bathroom outside, and there's also one in my room. You can shower wherever you like. As she spoke, Yang Shui patted Su Yang's arm, her eyes suddenly flashing with a hint of shyness. In 18 years, this was the first time she had been this close to a boy. Though she knew in her heart that this boy was the lover who had been haunting her dreams. But even if she hadn't changed, he was different from before. After all, Su Yang had no memories of the past, only some dreams about her. In his eyes. Perhaps she was just an older sister trying to flirt with him. Yang Shui understood these truths, but she couldn't bring herself to think about them anymore. 18 years of longing had left her unable to think about such things. Even if she were to flirt with him, so what? Even if it's an older woman pursuing a younger man, so what? He was clearly the person she loved the most. At worst, it would just be like falling in love with him all over again. Alright, thank you, sister. Su Yang, don't thank your sister, okay? Your sister finally met you. As she spoke, Yang Shui placed the nightgown in Su Yang's hands, and her eyes seemed to be reddening. Su Yang nodded silently, feeling quite moved inside. Looking at this mature and beautiful older sister who was so kind to him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. But Yang Xiao's words kept echoing in his mind. And this was in her own home. Although he understood that the woman before him was likely his former lover from a past life, he still hesitated to act impulsively. What if Yang Xia suddenly showed up? That could really complicate things in the future. I consider you a brother. You bastard, you want to be my dad? Go take a shower. We got plenty of time. Your older sister will take good care of you in the future. Don't refuse me. Yang Shui finished speaking, her face flushing red, then she blushed and turned to leave Su Yang's room. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Who would refuse such an offer? Such a kind older sister. Even if you don't make the first move, I'll find a way to get close to you. Which boy could resist the temptation of a mature, beautiful older sister? Holding the pajamas, Su Yang stepped out of the room, intending to head to the bathroom outside for a shower. Bro, you're going to take a shower? Let me go first. I can't hold it anymore. Just as he stepped out of the door, he saw Yang Xia rushing out of the room, holding her stomach, also holding a nightgown. Alright, you go first. The smell from the bathroom is too much. You go first. Bro, there's another bathroom in my mom's room. You can use that one too. Click. Yang Xia finished speaking and had already run into the bathroom outside, then closed the door. Clatter, clatter, drip. With a series of strange noises, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seemed he had no choice but to go to Yang Shui's room to take a shower. Knock knock knock. Su Yang arrived at her door and knocked gently twice. Just a moment. Yang Shui's gentle voice soon came from inside. A moment later. The door opened, and Yang Shui stepped out. She had changed out of her work attire into a nightgown, and her long hair, which had been tied up, now fell loosely around her shoulders. A warm, homey atmosphere filled the room, causing Su Yang's gaze to momentarily wander. Su Yang, do you want to take a shower? Come in. Glancing at the lit bathroom light outside, Yang Shui nodded gently and tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. Stepping into the bedroom, the room was filled with the alluring scent of her perfume. The room was tidy and cozy. Come on, Su Yang, go take a shower first. Leave the clothes you're wearing here, and I'll wash them for you. Looking into Yang Shui's loving eyes, Su Yang nodded. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully savored the unusual care Yang Shui was showing him. Actually, this older sister had a very strong presence. Even when she spoke the gentlest words, she exuded an aura that made it impossible to refuse her. Just as he was about to enter the bathroom, Yang Shui placed her hand on his back and gently stroked it twice. Go ahead. Alright, sister. Saying that, Su Yang entered the bathroom and closed the door. Phew. Su Yang patted his racing heart, trying to calm himself down. Then he took off his clothes and started showering. Boys shower quickly from head to toe, it only took him about 10 minutes. When Su Yang put on Yang Xiao's pajamas, he noticed they were indeed a bit too short. Well, it'll do for one day. Su Yang, come here, let me blow dry your hair for you. Yang Shui held the hairdryer in her hand, watching Su Yang with interest, and pointed to the chair in front of the vanity table. He smiled and nodded, then sat down silently on the chair. He let Yang Shui blow dry his hair closely. Huff. The noise of the hairdryer mixed with Yang Shui's delicate fragrance, quickly arousing Su Yang once again. He glanced at the door, which was closed. So he reached out and wrapped his arms around Yang Shue's waist. With a soft gasp, she stiffened slightly before turning off the hairdryer in her hand. She wrapped her arms around Su Yang's head and pulled him into her embrace. She then pressed her face against his hair, carefully feeling his warmth. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire world had fallen silent. Only the sound of rapid breathing, echoing in her ears. Chapter 7. This is clearly the relationship between a father-in-law and his daughter-in-law. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Shuai suddenly took a step back, then shoved the hairdryer into Su Yang's hand and quickly walked into the bathroom. Dong dong. With a few crisp knocks on the door, Yang Xia burst in. Damn it, Su Yang, you're taking longer than a woman. I'm already done, and you haven't even finished yet. Come on, let's go play a game. Yang Xia glanced toward the bathroom and reached out to pull Su Yang's arm. Alright, let's go. I'll play games with you. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly admire Yang Shue's quick thinking. If she hadn't reacted so quickly. If Yang Xia had walked in just then, that would have been a disaster. Ha ha ha. My pajamas are on you, making you look like you're wearing 7/8 pants. Yang Xia tugged on Su Yang's arm, and the two of them walked into her room together. Shorts are so much better, they're cooler. Come sit down. Bro, I'm curious. What do you think? What's the relationship between your dad and my mom? Yang Xia asked curiously while playing a game. Cough cough cough. Don't get any ideas in your head. They're just good friends, what else could they be? Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. This is clearly the relationship between a father-in-law and his daughter-in-law. You little brat, oh wait, you little brat, what are you thinking? Ha ha. Anyway, I don't believe it. If it weren't for the fact that you don't look like my mom, I would have called you brother. Forget calling me brother. Just call me uncle, that sounds more appropriate. Get lost. Calling me uncle is more appropriate. Damn it, Su Yang, you don't really have feelings for my mom, do you? What are you talking about? Your mom and my dad, they're good friends. You're right. I guess I was overthinking it. But it feels like my mom cares a lot about you. So I thought their relationship must be unusual. So what if it's unusual? Who can't have a good friend or something? Yeah, you're right. Yang Xia nodded while playing a game. I got headshot. Come on, you take over for a bit. Yang Xia got up reluctantly and let Su Yang sit down at the computer. By the way, Su Yang, you don't have any feelings for me, do you? My mom asked me something yesterday that really scared me. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Su Yang couldn't help but jump in surprise. What the heck is going on? By family hierarchy, you should at least call me uncle. How could I possibly have any feelings for you? What are you thinking? Ha ha. I knew it. We're best friends. How could we have such messy thoughts? By the way, Iron, I think that girl in the next class is pretty cute. Holy crap. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, turning to look at Yang Xia. Are you kidding me? This kid actually likes little girls? You mean the one with the braids? Yeah. What do you think? She's a bit skinny, but I think she's so cute. What? You like her? Su Yang remembered clearly that Yang Xia, this kid, had whistled at the little girl at least twice. The little girl was pretty shy and timid, she was so scared she ran away trembling. Yeah, don't you like girls like that? That innocent look, I just want to protect her. But, if you like her too, we can compete. Yang Xia shrugged indifferently and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Holy crap! Su Yang risked bursting a blood vessel in his chest, forcing himself not to laugh. Protecting a little girl? That's a man's job. You're just a tomboy. What makes you think you can bring her happiness? No, I'll let you have it. Uncle 1T compete with you. You really 1T fight for it? Ha ha. Alright, then I'll start pursuing her tomorrow. Just don't envy Uncle then. No way. I'm starting tomorrow. By the way, Su Yang, when you start chasing a girl, what should you do? Should you send flowers? Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder and paused the game with a flick of his hand. Holy crap. You're serious? Of course. I'm this handsome. Don't I deserve to chase girls? You deserve it, of course. But you have to create opportunities to meet her first, right? Like on the street, in the cafeteria, or in the library. Then what? Then you strike up a conversation, be funny and gentlemanly, you know? Don't just go up and whistle at her. You've scared her away twice already. Oh, I see. Yang Xia suddenly slapped his head, looking deeply regretful. It's okay, just apologize to her later. Besides, with your looks, if you're a bit more gentlemanly, you'll definitely win her over. Really? Yang Xia couldn't help but smile, even getting a little excited. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. But? Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, sizing him up from head to toe, his expression a bit awkward. What's the but? Come on, relax. I've got this under control. Yang Xia, seeing Su Yang's expression, naturally knew exactly what he was worried about. Haven't you ever heard this saying? You've always thought you liked men, but that's because you haven't met the woman you truly love yet. Su Yang couldn't help but nod. That actually sounded kind of reasonable. See? Look at me, do I look like a woman? Slap. Yang Xia said, patting his chest. It's true, completely ordinary. From the outside, it's really hard to tell she's a girl. Back then, the two of them had become friends through fighting. It was during their first semester of freshman year. Su Yang had no idea that Yang Xia was actually a girl. That day, he watched as Yang Xia ran toward the women's restroom, so he immediately called out to her. He thought she was a peeping Tom. The two of them almost came to blows. Yang Xia was so angry she almost stripped naked in public, but in the end she pulled out her ID and showed it to Su Yang. Su Yang was so embarrassed at the time. However, from that day onward, the two became the best of friends. Squeak! The two were chatting happily when Yang Shui walked in with a smile on her face. She was still combing her freshly blow-dried long hair with a comb. You two, what are you talking about? You seem to be having such a good time. Chapter 8, Mom, why don't you take Su Yang as your adopted son? Mom, we were just talking about school. By the way, Mom, tomorrow Su Yang and I are going to the library to study. Yang Xia said, glancing at Su Yang and winking. Lying to Mom, right? At least the brother has to cover for him. Tomorrow, Mom plans to take Su Yang to buy a few clothes. Before Su Yang could speak, Yang Shui had already revealed her plans. Oh, is that so? Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. That's good, that's good. At least this kid won't be competing with me. What if that little girl falls for Su Yang? Then Yang Xia would be the one to lose out. It's okay, Mom. You two go ahead and shop. I'll go to the library by myself. I've realized that studying is way more interesting than playing games. Silly girl. Watching her daughter's mysterious expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Come on, admit it. Did you fall for some boy? No way. How could I possibly like a boy? Mom, I've always liked studying, okay? Besides, if I really liked a boy, I'd just go after Su Yang and be done with it. You. Yang Shui was so amused she couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to slap Yang Xia. This silly girl, how could you say such a thing? What do you mean take Su Yang? Su Yang isn't someone you can just take for yourself. Silly girl, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for a girl, would you? I'm telling you, Mom wouldn't approve. No. Mom, I'm a girl myself. Why would I like another girl? Yang Xia said, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. Auntie, Yang Xia has indeed been studying harder lately. She listens so attentively now. Su Yang, seeing this, quickly tried to smooth things over. On one side was his lover, on the other his friend. This mess had to be sorted out properly. Oh, really? Alright. Then go to the library and study hard. If you really like that boy, don't hide it from your mom. You're already a college student now, Mom won't stop you from dating. Okay, I understand, Mom. Yang Xia quickly nodded. Whatever Mom says, she'll just listen. What boy? Yang Xia really wasn't interested at all. A good little girl is so much cuter. Alright, you guys can play games, but don't stay up too late, okay? I have to go to the office early tomorrow and can only take Su Yang shopping for clothes at noon. Su Yang, why don't you go to the office with Auntie tomorrow? I asked Xia Xia to go before, but she didn't want to. Sure, Auntie, no problem. Su Yang nodded eagerly, of course he was more than happy to. What is there to do at your place? It's so boring. Xia Xia couldn't help but twitch her lips, looking completely uninterested. Oh. Mom wants to nurture you. The group is so big, don't you want to help Mom? Yang Shui gently stroked Yang Xia's hair with a hint of indulgence, sighing softly. By the way, Mom, why don't you take Su Yang as your godson? Seriously, his ambition is way stronger than mine. Plus, you'd at least have another child to take care of you, right? Anyway, Su Yang and I are best friends. I can call him older brother in the future, right? Cough cough cough. Silly girl, stop fooling around. Yang Xia's words made Su Yang and Yang Shui burst out laughing. What on earth are you talking about, you silly girl? Su Yang is the son of my good friend. He's no different from my own. Why would you want to adopt him as your godson? You silly girl. Enough, it's getting late. We can't sleep in tomorrow. Even if we're going to the library to study, we should leave early. Yang Shui looked at the two of them, then stood up and prepared to leave. Alright, I'll head back to rest first. Tomorrow I'll go to the company with Auntie. We can't sleep in. You should rest early too. Alright, I'll rest early too. I need to get to the library early tomorrow. Yang Xia said, then winked at Su Yang with a smile. This matter, she only trusted Su Yang, she didn't even dare to tell her own mother. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's playful expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He then followed Yang Shui out of Yang Xia's room. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. Since she wants to pursue that girl, let her go. This world needs a little tolerance, doesn't it? Go back and rest. At the door, Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, her eyes flickering slightly. She really wanted to give him another heartfelt hug and say goodnight. But she glanced back at Yang Xia's door and suppressed the urge in her heart. Alright, you should also get some rest early. Su Yan looked at Yang Shui, who was hesitating to speak, and naturally understood her feelings. But at that moment, it wasn't the right time or place to express anything. So he could only nod slightly and pick up his phone, giving it a gentle shake. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then turned and entered her own room. Su Yang took off his shoes and leaned back against the headboard. He then picked up his phone and tapped on Yang Shui's profile picture. It was a majestic iceberg, giving off a chilling vibe at first glance. An ice queen? She was the CEO of a large company, so she must possess extraordinary abilities. She's been single all these years. She must be the legendary ice queen. The lover who never comes. It seems her heart has been frozen for many years. Suddenly, Yang Shui's profile picture changed. The original icy image suddenly transformed into a lush green meadow. The meadow was filled with flowers, grass, and butterflies fluttering gracefully. It looked full of vitality and refreshingly beautiful. Ding! It was Yang Shui sending a message to Su Yang. Su Yang, I'm not really in the mood to sleep yet. Can you chat with me for a while? Sure, sister. I'll come over and keep you company. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and playfully teased her. If he could go over, she would have dragged him in right away. She wouldn't have put up a fight at all. Alright, if you dare, then come over blushing. Alright, wait for me. Joking around requires the full routine, so Su Yang stood up, opened the door, and walked out. However, he headed toward the restroom outside. No, I was just joking with you, sister scared. Su Yang looked at his phone and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Scared now? Ha ha ha. This older sister is actually quite interesting. Just a moment ago, when she was drying her hair in her room, the feeling of her head nestled in her arms was so nice. It felt like I was back in my childhood. Chapter 9, How close is a personal secretary, really? However, Yang Shui had worried for nothing Su Yang wouldn't really go. When Su Yang returned from the bathroom, he lay back down on the bed. Sister, why didn't you open the door for me? Teeth showing. What? You weren't really waiting outside my door, were you? Scared. Yang Shui couldn't help but jump in surprise. Could Su Yang really be coming over? However, after a moment's thought, she felt he must really want to come over. In truth, she also wanted him to come over. But right now, it wasn't the best time. If Yang Xia happened to see them, that would be really bad. After replying to Su Yang, she quietly got out of bed. She listened at her door for a moment, then gently opened the door a crack. Where was he? Great. He tricked her again. Yang Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. How familiar this scene was. 18 years ago, the two of them had once stayed at Su Yang's home together. They had chatted via text messages and something very similar had happened. Back then, Su Yang had intentionally scared Yang Shui half to death. Now, history was repeating itself, and she had once again been tricked by him. A moment later, Yang Shui smiled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Yang, do you know? 18 years ago, I went to your house to play. That night was just like this. Yang Shui smiled through her tears, letting the tears blur her vision. Sister, I really wanted to go back. Yes, I know. Rest well. Tomorrow, come with me to the company. From now on, you'll be my part-time personal assistant smiling. This. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He really had no idea what a personal assistant entailed. How close does that mean? Follow her everywhere she goes? Eating and sleeping, would he have to be by her side all the time? Thinking about it, it did sound kind of interesting. Sure, sister hug. The next morning, Su Yang had just sat up in bed when he heard someone rush out the front door. Was it his sister leaving? That didn't seem right. Those hurried footsteps must be Yang Xia. She always walked with such energy. Su Yang, still in his pajamas, yawned and walked out of the room. He hadn't been able to sleep all night from excitement, so he woke up a bit late. Good morning, Su Yang. Yang Shui came out of the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of milk, and placed them on the dining table. Good morning, Auntie. Did Yang Xia leave? Looking at the radiant Yang Shui, Su Yang felt as though a bright light had suddenly illuminated his vision. Her delicate, fair complexion, her alluring figure, her loose, sheer nightgown, and her long hair cascading down her back, she was truly captivating. Yes, Yang Xia has already left. Go wash up quickly. The bathroom is outside, and I've prepared your toothbrush and toothbrush cup for you. Yang Shui noticed Su Yang staring blankly and couldn't help but blush slightly. In a daze, the love she had left behind 18 years ago seemed to be reignited. Alright, sister. Sure enough, Yang Xia had left. To pick up a girl, this guy really goes all out. Back when she was younger, she had never even gone to school on weekends. Since this guy had left, there was no need to call Aunt Yang Shui. After tidying up, Su Yang went to the dining room. Yang Shui was sitting there quietly, waiting for him. Sister. Come here, Su Yang, eat. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly, her eyes brimming with an indescribable sweetness. Su Yang was the sun in her world, and now, her spring had finally returned. As she spoke, she picked up the chopsticks and handed them to Su Yang. And she took the opportunity to gently stroke his hand. She was well aware that Su Yang was only 18, but in her heart, she truly saw him as her lover. 18 is 18. As long as he doesn't reject her, Yang Shui will stay by his side forever. Even if he did, she would still treat him well for the rest of her life. Thank you, sister. You're so kind to me. Since waking up this morning, Su Yang had been feeling quite excited. Though not as intense as last night, he has been in a daze ever since. Does your brother like it? Looking at Su Yang's handsome and incredibly familiar face, Yang Shui's excitement was actually far greater than Su Yang's. However, the self-control she had cultivated over the years made her appear calm on the surface. Of course he does. You're so beautiful and so kind. Don't you mind that your sister is older? No, I don't. Su Yang thought about it. It seemed like throughout his entire adolescence and up until now, he had never developed feelings for any other girl. The main reason was that Yang Shui from his dreams had occupied his entire adolescence. One could say she was the very image of Su Yang's ideal girlfriend. Now that he had suddenly encountered her, how could he not like her? Although the Yang Shui in his dreams was only 18, he seemed to prefer her more mature and alluring appearance. Then, why? Yang Shui ate her breakfast while watching Su Yang with interest. You've been in my dreams for so many years. Actually, I've always liked you, whether you're older or younger, I like you. Yang Shui suddenly felt as though her throat was blocked. An indescribable emotion welled up inside her. I waited for Su Yang for 18 years, but he had loved the version of himself in his dreams since he could remember. Though he has no memories of the past, he has never forgotten me, Yang Shui, from the depths of his soul. He has been reincarnated. He even retained his appearance from his previous life, down to the small mole on his arm. He must want me to recognize him right away, right? He has mysteriously become best friends with my daughter Xia, which must also be heaven's way of helping us reunite, right? Sister. Seeing Yang Shui's reddened eyes and the tears rolling down her cheeks, Su Yang couldn't help but reach out and wipe them away with a tissue. After letting him wipe away her tears, Yang Shui gently took Su Yang's hand and placed it slowly on her own cheek, gently caressing it. Her beloved had truly returned. She really wanted to hug him and cry her heart out. Su Yang, hold me. As Yang Shui's soft, trembling voice echoed, Su Yang stood up, walked around the table, and embraced her tightly. Oh. After waiting for him all these years, she's really suffered. Whoa. Yang Shui couldn't hold back any longer. She clung tightly to Su Yang's waist and burst into tears. Chapter 10, Will you listen to your older sister? Su Yang didn't know how to comfort her either, so he just held her patiently. He gently patted her back from time to time. After all these years of longing, she truly needed to let it all out with a good cry. However, before long, Yang Shui stopped crying. Su Yang, I still have some work to do today. Let us stop crying for now. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang almost couldn't help but laugh. I was just getting into it. Why did you stop so suddenly? Do you know, little brother? Actually, while I was crying, I suddenly felt like laughing really hard. I never expected you to come back and find me. Actually, I'm really happy right now. Never mind. I cried too much before. From now on, big sister will only laugh happily. As she spoke, she released Su Yang's embrace and reached out to touch his face. Lifting her tear-streaked face, she looked intently at her long-lost lover. She hadn't changed at all. She was exactly as she remembered him from deep within her heart. In a daze, it felt like everything that had happened was just a dream, as if those tragedies had never occurred. The boy she loved most was right before her eyes, in her arms. It felt as though he had never been lost at all. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't control her excitement and reached out her arms to hug Su Yang's waist even tighter. She buried her head in his chest. Don't worry, sister. Since I've come back, I'll definitely take good care of you. Su Yang held Yang Shui tightly, his heart filled with emotion. Their reunion was like a fairy tale. Though he still hadn't regained his past memories, everything before him made him unable to doubt it. The mature and beautiful woman in his arms was his childhood sweetheart from his previous life. I'll take good care of you too. Just don't ever say I'm old or annoying. That's definitely impossible. If love is meant to last, does it matter if she's 18 or not? With such a beautiful and mature lover, Su Yang was overjoyed. How could he possibly find her old or annoying? Alright, then you're mine from now on. Hurry up and finish eating, change your clothes, and come with me. Yang Shui wiped away her tears, her face radiating an indescribable joy. She then gently patted Su Yang on the shoulder, urging him to finish his meal. Alright. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Being alone was fine, and besides, he wasn't the type to be unfaithful. A lifetime with one beautiful woman is enough. He had dreamed of her since childhood, and now he had met her again. In a past life, they were the closest of lovers. He believed that their feelings for each other would surely reach a new level in the future. After everything was packed, Yang Shui took Su Yang and left the house. Can you drive? Yes, I can, sister. That's great. From now on, when we're together, you'll be in charge of driving, okay? You have to take good care of your sister. Yang Shui smiled and took out a set of car keys from her small bag, handing them to Su Yang. What kind of car do you like? I'll have someone bring it over for you. Sister, I'm still in school, so I don't really have many opportunities to drive. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Being with his older sister felt really nice. How did I suddenly get this feeling of being spoiled? Not only had he moved into her big house, but she was even buying him a car. How about this? Let us get one, and you can use it to go to school with Xia Xia in the future. That's fine, but why didn't you buy a car for Yang Xia before? She's complained to me about it a few times. Su Yang said, glancing at Yang Shui, who was dressed in a professional outfit. That energy and vitality, she really is radiant. She is truly a sight to behold. If they weren't related, such a mature and beautiful older sister would only exist in Su Yang's dreams. Really? This silly child, I didn't buy her a car just because I care about her, you know? She's always rushing around like that, not a bit steady. I'm worried she won't drive safely. Su Yang, now that you're here, I can finally rest easy. Alright, let's decide this then. Today, you tell your sister what kind of car you want. Before Su Yang could respond, Yang Shui had already made the decision. Perhaps it was the experiences of the past few years that had made her aura so much stronger than when she was younger. Alright. Feeling Yang Shui's unwavering resolve, Su Yang nodded. Su Yang, will you listen to your older sister from now on? Let me take good care of you. We've been apart for too long, and all I want now is for you to be happy every day. The two got into the car. Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, staring deeply into Su Yang's eyes. Her tender eyes were filled with an indescribable affection. Yet amidst that affection, there was an undeniable aura of authority that left no room for refusal. Looking into her eyes filled with deep affection, Su Yang couldn't help but feel moved. After being apart for so many years, her desire to pamper him was indeed very strong. So intense that she didn't even want him to refuse. As the engine hummed softly, Su Yang drove toward the company with Yang Shui. Is this car easy to drive? If you like it, you can drive this one. No. A student driving a BMW X7 is too flashy. I don't like it. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment before shaking his head. Sis, are you kidding me? Yang Xia has wanted a car for ages, and you've never bought her one. Now I come and take your car, how is she supposed to feel? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, couldn't help but smile, and nodded slightly. He was right. Although he was her boyfriend, she was still a student after all, so maybe she should just buy a more modest car. Sister, what kind of car does Yang Xia like? Her? She likes SUVs. She really likes the domestically produced Tank 300. Oh, actually, this girl's standards aren't that high. Alright, let's go with that one. I really like it too. Su Yang thought about it and decided this was the best solution. At least Yang Xia won't think too much of it. After all, Yang Xia is like his own daughter, after all. It's only right to consider her feelings. Su Yang, you're still the same as always thinking too much about others. If you hadn't pushed me so hard that day, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble either. Boom! Su Yang suddenly felt a loud roar in his head. He quickly slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. A blurry memory slowly began to take shape. It felt like a dream, yet also like something he had experienced firsthand. A dump truck screeched to a halt. At the last possible moment, Su Yang suddenly pushed Yang Shui out of the way. Then, the screen went black. Chapter 11, that title sounds so meaningful. What's wrong, Su Yang? Startled, Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, who was holding his head with both hands and keeping his eyes tightly closed, and hurriedly asked. Huff. After a moment, Su Yang shook his head and slowly came to his senses. The scene in his mind was now crystal clear. Su Yang, are you okay? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with concern and reached out to grab his arm. I'm fine. Su Yang turned to look at Yang Shui, and a strange, long-lost sense of familiarity welled up within him. If before it was merely theoretical understanding, now there was an additional hint of familiarity that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Su Yang. As if sensing the change in Su Yang's gaze, Yang Shui's eyes suddenly turned red. Could he have remembered something? Xiao Shui? He saw it clearly as he pushed Yang Shui away. He shouted, Xiao Shui, be careful. It seems that in his previous life, he had called her Xiao Shui. In an instant, tears the size of beans streamed down Yang Shui's eyes. 18 long years. Finally, she heard the familiar name Xiao Shui again. Whoa. Yang Shui reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt, leaned her head on Su Yang's shoulder, and burst into uncontrollable sobs. It really was him. There's no mistake about it. The lover she had been longing for over 18 years had finally come to find her. He had finally returned to her side. Come on, Xia Shui, let's stop crying. Let's cry no more today. You still have a few meetings to attend. Su Yang rubbed his moist eyes and gently patted Yang Shui's back. The delicate beauty in his arms, she's really suffered these past years. The clearer the memories became, the more heartbroken he felt. Su Yang brother. Su Yang heard Yang Shui's soft, shy voice and couldn't help but pause. Did she used to call me that? It sounded so heartfelt. Especially now that she had grown into a mature older sister, 18 years his senior. When she called him that now, it made his heart race. Don't cry, Shui. Okay? From now on, we'll always smile happily together. Actually, Su Yang had recovered very little of his memories, just a few seconds of footage. It would be more accurate to say that these were the final memories from his previous life. Yang Shui sat up straight and wiped away her tears with a tissue. Roar! With a burst of acceleration, the car continued on its way. Under Yang Shui's instructions, Su Yang quickly drove the car to her workplace. Yang Shui Fashion Group. That name, interesting. Su Yang, I'll go upstairs for the meeting first. It's already time. After you park the car, please come straight to the top floor office and wait for me, okay? Yang Shui had already composed herself and touched up her light makeup. As soon as she arrived at the group's building, her powerful aura seemed to radiate outward. Even when she spoke with a smile, Su Yang felt a subtle sense of pressure. Alright, go ahead and get to work. Xiao Shui. Call me sister. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile, turning her head to glance at Su Yang with a smile that held a hint of irresistible charm. When there are other people around, keep calling me auntie, okay? Be a good boy. Alright, sister is going up first. Yang Shui blushed and laughed as she finished speaking, then turned and opened the car door to leave. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He had thought she would start calling him brother from now on, but it turned out she still called him little brother. But this feeling seems to be missing something. Calling her aunt in public and sister in private. It feels a bit like a secret lover, doesn't it? Alright. Calling you sister is fine, calling you aunt is fine too either way, you're the woman I've loved most in this life and the next. Actually, Su Yang knows very well that this is just a temporary arrangement. He and Yang Xia are friends, calling her mom or sister in front of her would be inappropriate. But calling her sister in front of strangers is no big deal. After parking the car, Su Yang walked into the Yang Shui building. Fortunately, Yang Shui had already informed the front desk in advance, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter at all. After taking the elevator to the top floor, Su Yang couldn't help but stare in astonishment. This company is so wealthy. As soon as he stepped through the main door, he was stunned by the luxurious and exquisite interior decoration. Sir, who are you here to see? Before he could take a closer look, he was stopped by a young woman sitting at the front desk. Hello, my name is Su Yang. Yang Shui. Yang Zong asked me to wait for her in her office. Oh, so you're Mr. Su Yang. Ms. Yang already mentioned you. Please follow me. The front desk girl stood up with a smile and escorted Su Yang inside. After walking down the corridor for over 20 meters and turning a corner, they arrived at Yang Shui's executive office. Mr. Su, please go in. If you need anything, feel free to come to the front desk. Alright, thank you. Su Yang nodded and entered Yang Shui's office. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. It felt familiar. No doubt about it, this was definitely Yang Shui's scent. The office was spacious. There was a large desk, a big fish tank, large potted plants, and a huge bookshelf in the back. Click. The front desk girl walked in, holding a glass of water. Mr. Su, would you like some water? Thank you. Su Yang smiled and nodded. It seems like Yang Shui's staff are all quite considerate. He walked over to Yang Shui's bookshelf and began browsing through the books inside. There were books on psychology, finance, business. Any fashion magazines or model photo albums? Yes, this one looks good. Su Yang casually pulled out a modeling photo album and sat down on the sofa. Frog fun. Models have such great bodies. Time ticked away. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Yang Xia. Su Yang, hee. I finally saw that cute girl at the library blushing. This guy. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Immediately after, Yang Xia sent him another photo. Not far away, sitting at a table a few seats away, the slender, well-behaved girl was bent over her book. It was clearly a photo Yang Xia had taken surreptitiously. Su Yang, give me some advice. I need help urgently. What the heck? What should I do? What should I do now? After seeing her, I suddenly felt a bit nervous. Oh my god. Chapter 12, this soft rice, you can't even refuse it. What are you nervous about? Where's your manly spirit? Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips, provoking her. I never thought about chasing her before. Damn it, now that I want to chase her, I'm suddenly filled with doubt. Come on, Su Yang, give me some advice, please. Call me uncle. Damn it, you're taking advantage of me. Fine, I'll call you uncle. A real man can bend and stretch. That's more like it, good boy. Alright, uncle will give you some advice. From the photo you just posted, you can see there's an empty spot next to her. Just walk over and sit down. Don't say anything, just sit there for a while. Then what? We can't just sit there. What should I say? Did you bring snacks today? Slip her a pack quietly. Make sure it's sincere, okay? Got it, then what? Make sure she takes it sincerely. If she doesn't, just say it was because you whistled and scared her before, and apologize to her. If she takes it, keep hanging out with her, chat slowly, and then ask for her WeChat. Got it, okay? Actually, Su Yang had no experience with flirting, he was just improvising on the spot. Anyway, the first step in flirting is to be brave and go for it. As for the idea of feeding her to test the waters, it was just a spontaneous thought. Whether it works or not depends on Yang Xia's actual results. If it works, it's because his idea was good. If it doesn't, it's because Yang Xia's execution was lacking. After giving Yang Xia some advice, Su Yang continued to admire the models and their clothes. These are all top quality fabrics. Every thread and strand is probably worth more than all the clothes he's wearing. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Click. Su Yang had only reviewed the model portfolio twice when the office door suddenly opened. It was Yang Shui returning. Su Yang, are you hungry? Yang Shui, who had been looking cold and serious, immediately broke into a genuine smile upon seeing Su Yang. Not too bad, but seeing Shui made me not so hungry anymore. You're so annoying. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly upon hearing this. She then put down the folder she was holding, quickly walked over to Su Yang, and sat down beside him. Then she leaned her head against his shoulder. Good boy, call me sister and let me hear it. Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Su Yang's face with one hand while wrapping the other around his waist. What's wrong, sister? You seem a bit tired. Yes. Last night, I couldn't sleep at all, and it's all because of you, my good little brother. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Actually, he hadn't slept well either last night. Just a wall away was the woman who had once been his closest lover, and now she had become even more mature and beautiful. As an 18-year-old young man full of vigor, how could he possibly sleep soundly? By the way, little brother, did you remember something when you drove over this morning? Your sister was so excited earlier that she didn't have time to ask you. Yang Shui kept stroking Su Yang's face, examining it carefully, as if admiring a piece of art she cherished deeply. When you mentioned that I suddenly pushed you, some images flashed through my mind. A dump truck was speeding toward us, I shouted, and then I pushed you out of the way. Allowing Yang Shui to stroke his face, Su Yang gently embraced her in his arms. That's right. It was exactly like that. Why didn't you run away yourself, you silly brother? For you, it was all worth it. Su Yang stared into Yang Shui's eyes for a moment before speaking softly. Who knows what I was thinking at the time? Anyway, I can't remember now. But he knew that Yang Shui held a very special place in his heart. Ah! Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh, burying her head in Su Yang's embrace. Silly little brother, no matter how your sister treats you in the future, you must always listen to her, okay? Let your sister spoil you for the rest of your life. Sister, I'm still young. I can't just live off you, can I? Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. It seems like I can't avoid eating this soft rice after all. If he didn't eat it, his sister's heart would surely be sad. Good little brother, you're the one I love most in the world. I'll definitely take care of you for the rest of my life. If you dare disobey me, I'll tickle you. Saying this, Yang Shui smiled and reached her hand toward Su Yang's waist. This. Alright. Since it's the soft rice of the one I love most, even if it's as soft as can be, it's still absolutely delicious. Wait a moment, little brother. I need to make a call. After sitting up from Su Yang's embrace, Yang Shui tidied her hair slightly and sat down in the large swivel chair behind her desk. Hello, Mr. Liu, send me a tank 300 over here. Oh, okay, no problem this afternoon. Soon, Yang Shui ended the call. Su Yang, the new car will be delivered by mid-afternoon. You can just drive it away then. Happy? Su Yang didn't say a word, he just nodded silently. Are you not happy? No, of course I'm happy. It's just that Su Yang felt a bit uneasy. Actually, his family situation was quite ordinary. His father barely makes ends meet by running a small tobacco shop, which is indeed a bit of a struggle. Now, out of the blue, he's been given a gift by a wealthy woman. He really feels a bit uneasy. Although this beautiful and elegant wealthy woman is his former lover from a previous life, he still feels a bit odd about it. Good boy, don't overthink it, okay? You're the person I love most in this world. If I don't love you, who else would I love? Be a good boy. Yang Shui noticed that Su Yang seemed a bit quiet, so she stood up and sat down beside him again. Actually, I've already decided. From now on, I'll take better care of you. Such a large corporation with so many matters to handle, could you bear to let your sister work so hard all the time? From now on, you'll go to school, and the rest of the time you'll be with your sister, learning how to handle the company's affairs, okay? Yang Shui spoke gently while unable to resist touching Su Yang's cheek again. Peck. As she spoke, she leaned in and kissed him. Chapter 13, From now on, I'll treat her like my own daughter. Dong dong dong. Just as Yang Shui was about to kiss Su Yang's lips, the office door was knocked on. Come in. She quickly stood up and tidied herself up a bit, instantly regaining her cold and authoritative demeanor. As the door opened, a young, beautiful girl entered, holding several meal boxes. Ms. Yang, your lunch is here. Shall I place it on the coffee table? The girl who entered the room seemed slightly nervous under Yang Shui's imposing presence. After placing the meal box on the coffee table, she smiled and nodded before quickly leaving. Xiao Xue, come sit down. Su Yang smiled at Yang Shui and waved her over, deliberately calling her Xiao Xue. Good boy. Moments later, she regained her shy expression. She walked over with a smile, wrapped her arms around Su Yang's head. She gently stroked his hair as she did so. Sister, are you always this serious at work? Yes. Actually, I think you look the most beautiful when you smile. Su Yang gently wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's waist, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent emanating from her body. Sister, please smile more often in the future, okay? I think your subordinates are a bit afraid of you. Do you know, little brother? All these years, without you, your older sister has been so miserable. I turned all my longing into effort, studying hard and working hard, and after all these years, this is how it turned out. Actually, the only thing that hasn't changed is my feelings for you. I often think of you so much it hurts. At least you're finally back. I'm so happy. Yang Shui said, hugging Su Yang tighter and tighter. So tightly that Su Yang felt a bit suffocated. Sister, don't you know your own strength? Holding me like this for so long will really suffocate me. But my dear little brother is right. Since you're back, I'll try to change myself. I'll try to smile and speak kindly to others, and make sure I smile every day. Little brother, do you think your sister is right? Brother, say something. Yang Shui lowered her head to look at Su Yang, finally relaxing her tightly wrapped arms. Phew. Su Yang exhaled softly, his face flushing slightly. He had been held so tightly that he couldn't speak at all. Put. From now on, I'll listen to my little brother. Let's try to change things up a bit. Yang Shui leaned down and kissed Su Yang's forehead, her voice growing extremely gentle. Your smile is truly very, very beautiful, and the happier you are, the more beautiful you'll be. Yang Shui did indeed come across as too stern and domineering in front of others. Of course. As a high-ranking executive, developing such an aura was quite normal. Does my little brother think his sister is beautiful no matter what? Peck peck peck. Yang Shui spoke gently, lowering her head to kiss Su Yang's cheeks a few more times. And she was getting closer and closer to his lips. Su Yang could clearly tell that this sister didn't have much experience with kissing. However, he didn't have much experience either. He had only studied such scenes in romantic movies. Of course, you're the most beautiful in my eyes. Joking aside, his beloved was naturally the most beautiful to him. Then, sister will ask you one last question. You and Xiaoxia really don't have any romantic feelings for each other, do you? Cough cough cough. Sister, if I say there is, would you be willing to give me up? Su Yang couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He and Yang Xia were truly just good friends. Even if they were face to face in the bathroom, they wouldn't even glance at each other. The way she walked, talked, dressed, she was definitely a boy. After spending so much time with her, he had even forgotten that she was a girl. Of course I wouldn't give you up. You're mine. Don't worry, sister. Before she could finish, Yang Shui covered her mouth with her small lips. A moment later, she blushed and let go of Su Yang. Good boy, let us eat first. After we finish, I'll take you to look at some clothes. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to pick up a pair of chopsticks and handing them to Yang Shui. The blush on her cheeks was as beautiful as the morning sunset, absolutely stunning. She looked as shy as a little girl. It was clear that she had very little experience in this area. By the way, little brother, how was Xia Xia at school today? Did she contact you? I checked in with her this morning. She did go to the library to study. Su Yang said, picking up his phone to take a look. On weekends, Yang Xia rarely goes to school. When she does, it's usually to find Su Yang to play ball or something. But this kid has been there for half a day today. He's pretty patient, isn't he? Holy crap. By now, he hasn't sent a single message. Could she have already hooked up with that girl? Is that even possible? That shy, reserved girl does seem pretty well behaved. I never thought Yang Xia would fall for her. Never mind, let us not mention it to Yang Shui for now. I'll ask her. Maybe she was too focused on her studies and forgot the time? No way. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle softly. A mother knows her daughter best. Having watched her grow up, Yang Xia knew exactly what Yang Xia was like. Good boy, you have a different responsibility now, do you understand? Xiaoxia isn't just your good friend, she is also your, you know what I mean? Of course I know. It's just that he is my good son, oh, no, wait, my good daughter, right? Yes, even though she is the daughter my sister adopted, I've always treated her like my own flesh and blood. It's just that this child isn't very ambitious and has too much of a playful nature. Actually, it's my fault for being too busy and not having much time to discipline her. Yang Shui said, her mood slightly dampened. Sister, don't worry. I'll also treat her like my own, cough cough. Su Yang's original intention was simple, he wouldn't treat Xiaxia as an outsider either. But the words that came out sounded awkward no matter how he said them. Little brother. If that incident hadn't happened back then, maybe our child would be in their teens by now. It's okay, sister. We'll have our own someday. Chapter 14, Why didn't you report the progress to uncle? As the two chatted, Su Yang sent Yang Xiao a WeChat message. Bro, what are you up to? Why aren't you updating uncle on the progress? Come here, little brother, open your mouth. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly, picked up a piece of tender fish meat, and fed it to him. Then she watched him eat it carefully. Ding dong. A moment later. Yang Xiao's message came back. He blushing. What the hell? What's going on? Did that kid actually hit on her? What are you laughing at? Spill the beans. This well-behaved little girl is named Xiao Pingping. We're chatting in the little forest. Okay, I have to go now. We're about to go out for dinner. Wow. They're all going to the little forest? That's a great place for some fun. Oh my god. I never would have guessed. Alright, hurry up and go. What a guy with a heart of stone. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Never mind, let her be. I bet that little girl doesn't even know her true nature yet. When she finds out, that's when this guy will be in for a world of trouble. Yang Shui ate by herself, occasionally feeding Su Yang a bite. Her face was filled with an indescribable mix of shyness and joy. I wonder what she's thinking. Sometimes she couldn't help but laugh, and her cheeks grew even redder. She looked just like a young girl in love. Before she knew it, a sumptuous lunch was finished in no time. Come on, little brother. I'll take you to see the clothes at our company first. If you don't like them, we'll go somewhere else. Yang Shui said, reaching out to pinch Su Yang's cheek and pat his sturdy chest. Don't forget, when there are people around, call me auntie. She couldn't help but giggle softly. Okay, auntie. How could he possibly forget? Anyway, it doesn't matter what you call me. As for when the two of them need to make their relationship public, we'll just deal with that when the time comes. Su Yang followed Yang Shui out of the office. In an instant, her aura changed again. It became the same as before, cold, serious, keep your distance. Sis, your expression. Seeing no one around, Su Yang quietly reminded her. Yang Shui had developed this habit over the years, and it was indeed difficult to change it overnight. Yang Shui nodded slightly and responded softly. However, she didn't know how to change it either. Not long after, the two arrived at the Yangshui clothing mall on the first floor, where all the clothing was produced by the group. Men, women, and children of all ages, every season, every style. As soon as Yang Shui entered the mall, the manager came over immediately, smiling broadly, cautious yet enthusiastic. She wondered how the manager had found out that Yang Shui was coming. It's okay, Lu Feng. Go ahead and get back to work. I'll just look around on my own. Yang Shui glanced at the mall manager, nodded slightly, and let a barely perceptible smile flicker across her face. Alright, Ms. Yang. If you need anything, just let me know. As she spoke, the mall manager couldn't help but scratch her head and quickly turned to leave. Yang Zong seems a bit off today. Earlier, she seemed to have smiled, and it looked genuine. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. And her voice didn't sound as cold as usual either. How strange. Su Yang, come over here. This is the men's section. Take whatever you like. Okay, thank you, auntie. The mall was pretty crowded, and it seemed like people really liked Yang Shui clothing. How about this top? It's nice. Alright, let's take it. Su Yang, what about these pants? Not bad. Alright, I'll take those too. The two chatted and looked around, with the salesperson following closely behind, constantly packing items. Whatever Su Yang nodded at, they packed it up. Auntie, that's enough. Now, from head to toe, inside and out, including pajamas, everything was fully stocked. There were even several different styles of pajamas. Is that all? Okay. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly and nodded slightly. Being spoiled by a lover feels so great. All these clothes must have cost a fortune. Anyway, he couldn't afford it. Hurry up. You guys, help Yang Zong take the clothes to the car. Out of nowhere, the mall manager had appeared again. He was directing several sales clerks, carrying large bags of clothes, ready to help Yang Shui take them out. Alright, let's go. Yang Shui glanced around, then nodded faintly, her eyes betraying a hint of kindness. Before long, all the bags and packages were loaded into Yang Shui's BMW X7. The entire trunk was completely filled. Sister, you're so kind to me. I don't even know what I can give you in return. Good boy, you'll have plenty to give me in the future. Yang Shui looked up and down at Su Yang, growing more and more fond of him. That handsome face, that muscular body. Ding ding ding. The two were chatting softly when Yang Shui's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Liu, you said, the car has arrived. Great, thank you so much. I'll arrange for the finance department to settle the payment as soon as possible. Oh, it was the car ordered for lunch that had arrived. Brother, let us go back to the office. The car keys have already been delivered to the office. So fast? Su Yan looked around and saw a brand new Tank 300 parked near the company entrance. Black Crosser. That must be it. Seeing Su Yang's happy expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but flash a smile. She rarely smiled in public. But seeing the person she loved so much happy, she couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. Come on, little brother. Once you get the keys, you can take it out for a spin, but be careful, okay? Okay, I got it, big sister. The two spoke softly and soon returned to the office. The car keys were on Yang Shui's desk. Good boy. Before Su Yang could pick up the keys, Yang Shui reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. From now on, whenever I give you something, please accept it properly, okay? Don't feel any burden. The more you refuse, the sadder your sister will be. Actually, even if it's your sister, it's all yours, understand? My good little brother. Yang Shui said, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's neck. Those rosy lips also came closer. Chapter 15, this kid is making pretty good progress. Good boy, go take a spin around? Yang Shui blushed and let go of Su Yang, licking her slightly numb lips before placing the car keys in his hand. Her eyes flickered, and her face flushed red. Alright, sister, I'll go for a spin. Su Yang grabbed the keys, smacked his lips, savoring the fragrance lingering on Yang Shui's lips, his face glowing with an indescribable smile. Sister's taste is just so good. As he spoke, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Little brother, you can just come straight home later. I'll handle a few more things and be back soon. Got it, sis. I'm off. Hearing Yang Shui's seemingly cryptic instructions, Su Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly. After waiting 18 years for his older sister, her inner energy was finally bursting out. She seemed even more anxious than he was, always wanting to pat him or take the opportunity to give him a kiss. Stepping out of the Yang Shui clothing group building, Su Yang pressed the car key. Sure enough, it was that black time traveler. Roar! With a loud roar, the car quickly sped onto the main road. Not bad. Every man might have a dream of off-roading, and now Su Yang had the chance to make that dream a reality. Ding dong! After driving on the road for a short while, Su Yang's phone buzzed. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was a WeChat message from Yang Xia. He pulled over to the side of the road and opened the message. Su Yang, we've finished eating and are back at the library studying together. Today I even held her hand blushing. Oh my goodness. This kid is moving pretty fast, isn't he? As long as the details haven't been exposed yet, everything seems to be going smoothly. Let me show you our photo together. You'll be so jealous. A moment later, Yang Xiaojin sent a photo of herself with that girl, Xiao Pingping. Their heads were close together, the young girl looking shy with her face flushed. It seems like this little girl has indeed been charmed by Yang Xia. Ha ha ha. What do you think, old buddy? Isn't this little girl so well behaved? A girl this well behaved is truly the cream of the crop. Exactly. She's really something. Congratulations, my friend. Ha ha ha. After half a day of effort, Yang Xia had gone from striking up a conversation to holding the girl's hand. This achievement is indeed impressive. By the way, bro, Auntie bought us a Tank 300. Want to give it a try? Really? Where's the car excited? Of course, Uncle is driving it around right now, haha. Should I call Uncle to pick you up? Don't come over here. I was planning to take my little girl to the movies. Now that I've just held her hand, I need to strike while the iron is hot. Wow. You've only been holding hands for half a day and you're already not satisfied? Do you want to kiss her little mouth too? Don't be in such a hurry. Why compete with Uncle? Su Yang couldn't help but smile and sent her another message. Alright, if you need Uncle to pick you up, just send me a message anytime. Alright. You really get me. By the way, don't tell my mom about this, please. Pfft, what is wrong with trusting your old buddy? Su Yang grimaced slightly. This matter should just be left to take its natural course for now. Even if Yang Shui found out, it wouldn't change her preferences in this area overnight. It might even backfire. Huh, you think I'm cool, huh? Alright, let's not talk anymore. We're discussing life here. Alright. Talking about life? That sounds interesting. I just hope you two don't get too deep into it. Su Yang smiled and tossed his phone aside. Let's keep driving. About an hour later, Su Yang drove straight into Yang Shui's residential complex. As soon as he arrived at the building, he saw her BMW X7 already parked there. Sis, you're back so soon? After parking the car, Su Yang walked over to Yang Shue's car and took a look inside. The clothes he had bought for her were still in the trunk. He then took out his phone and called Yang Shui. Sister, are you home? Yes, my dear brother. I just got home. Where are you now? I'm downstairs. Let's go down together to get the clothes? Coming right away. Upon hearing that Su Yang had already arrived downstairs, Yang Shui's heart began to race uncontrollably. During the hour he had been gone, she had felt a bit lonely. A moment later, Yang Shui quickly stepped out of the elevator. Brother. Seeing Su Yang with a smile on his face, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. If they weren't outside, she would have happily thrown herself into his arms. The two of them made 5 or 6 trips before finally bringing all the items they had bought for Su Yang back home. Yang Shui took each item out one by one and helped him organize them into the wardrobe. Watching her busy figure, Su Yang couldn't help but wrap his arms around her waist. Good boy. With a soft, sweet tremble in her voice, Yang Shui turned around. With her eyes half closed, she stretched out her arms and hugged Su Yang tightly around the waist. Her cheeks turned a delicate pink. She greedily inhaled the youthful scent emanating from Su Yang's body, her breathing growing rapid. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Pulling him down forcefully, she pressed her red lips against his. Moments later, the two of them kissed passionately. Good boy, this lifetime, please don't ever leave your sister again, okay? 18 years of waiting, it's changed me completely. Do you know, little brother? When you went out for a drive this afternoon, I didn't see you for a moment, and my heart felt empty. Yang Shui hugged Su Yang's head, staring at him intently. As if he might vanish at any moment. But I have to go to school during the day from Monday to Friday. I can only come back after school. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. His sister's fuse was really short. Has she lost even this much self-control? Just an hour apart, and already feeling so empty? Well, my sister needs to learn to control herself, but my little brother is just too cute. Yang Shui flicked her loose strands of hair off her forehead and gently touched her still burning cheeks. By the way, little brother, isn't Xia Xia about to arrive? In an instant, Yang Shui's flushed face turned pale. Earlier, she had been so caught up in their intimacy that she had completely forgotten about everything else. But now she suddenly remembered. Yang Shui jumped up in fright. In her daughter's eyes, Su Yang was her friend's child. How could the two of them end up together? Good boy, hurry up. No. Good brother, hurry up. We absolutely can't let Xia find out about us. Chapter 16, Uncle has arrived, come over quickly. Okay, sister. However, Su Yang didn't want to reveal Yang Xia's flirting, so he nodded in agreement with Yang Shui's suggestion. Brother, go take a shower quickly. I'm worried you still have my perfume on you. Okay, sister, I'll go right away. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, then went to his room to grab his pajamas and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. By the time Su Yang finished showering and came out, Yang Shui had already tidied up and entered the bathroom in her room. Phew! That feels so good. Su Yang sat down on the sofa in the living room and casually checked his phone. Oh my! Before he knew it, it was already 7 o'clock. Yang Xia, that little guy, is really well behaved. He cooperated pretty well today. If you had come back earlier, Uncle wouldn't have had any happiness left. Not long after, the sound of a hairdryer came from Yang Shui's room. She sure did wash her hair quickly today. Actually, it was just that the intimate moment lasted a little longer. Is that really worth all the fuss? Yang Shui emerged from the bedroom. She was wearing a loose pink nightgown, with her long, fluffy hair cascading down her back. Her fair, delicate face had returned to normal. Brother, why did you change your clothes? Are you going out? Su Yang had already changed into a new set of workout clothes, holding the car keys in his hand, ready to go out and pick up Yang Xia. Yes, sister, I'm going to pick up Yang Xia. She had just sent a message saying the movie was about to end and asked Su Yang to pick them up at the cinema entrance. As good brothers, he had to go pick them up. Of course. But the most important reason was because of his good relationship with her mother. Now this silly girl is actually studying so hard? How could sister not believe it? Yang Shui walked over, reached out to tidy Su Yang's collar, and then ran her fingers through his hair. Then, she couldn't resist touching his cheek again. Maybe she's reading a novel in the library. Don't worry, sister. I'll go pick her up right now. Alright, go ahead, little brother. Drive carefully on the way. Let's just order takeout today, it's a bit late to cook now. Let's just order takeout. You've been working hard, sister. Don't cook. Su Yang smiled and winked at Yang Shui before turning and leaving the house. Be careful. She smiled and nodded, unable to help blushing again. Following the location Yang Xia sent to Su Yang, he quickly drove to the roadside in front of the cinema. Sure enough, not far from the entrance, Yang Xia was holding a girl's hand, and the two were chatting happily. Iron, look at the road. The black tank 300 is here. Uncle has arrived. Hurry over. Su Yang glanced at the affectionate couple and sent Yang Xia a WeChat message with a smile. A moment later, Yang Xia saw Su Yang's car approaching and, still holding the girl's hand, came over. Come on, Ping Ping, get in first. Oh, Ping Ping, this is my best friend, Su Yang. As soon as they arrived, Yang Xia hurriedly opened the door and helped Xiao Ping Ping get in. Hello, Su Yang. The girl's voice was soft and gentle, very pleasant to the ear. She indeed looked exceptionally well behaved and obedient. Hello. Su Yang smiled and nodded, taking a closer look at the girl. She was quite pretty, though a bit on the thin side. Buddy, let's drop Ping Ping off at school first, then we'll head home. Alright, no problem, let us go. Su Yang glanced at the two in the backseat through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yang Xia, that guy, was indeed pretty bold. He had already wrapped his arm around the young girl's waist. And the little girl was shyly snuggling into her arms. But Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Everyone was dressed fairly lightly, and Xiao Ping Ping was snuggled up against Yang Xia's chest. Didn't she feel anything odd about that? I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Could she really be that ordinary? It's a bit unbelievable. Su Yang drove slowly, giving the two of them plenty of time to be together. Not long after, the car came to a stop at the entrance of Zhengcheng University. So fast. The two snapped out of their daze. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the school. It was like they were flying. The girl got out of the car, shyly waved goodbye to Yang Xia, and also politely waved to Su Yang. Phew, that was so refreshing. Watching the girl's figure disappear into the school grounds, Yang Xia couldn't help but shout out loud, then comfortably lay back on the back seat. How about it, buddy? Was today amazing? Ha ha ha. Absolutely amazing. How about it, buddy? Is this girl good? The more I talk to her, the more I think she's a real catch. You probably don't understand these things. She's so young and already a gem? Plus, she's so skinny and petite, but she does look pretty obedient. Young is better. You don't understand. Young girls are more malleable, haha. Let's go home. The two chatted happily as they hurried home. But there was something really embarrassing that happened today. Ugh, I feel so gross. Yang Xia was happy for a moment, but then his mood suddenly dropped. What's wrong, buddy? Did that girl find out your secret? No, she didn't. And I didn't want to tell her yet. But have you considered that there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through? What if your secret gets back to Xiao Ping Ping? Su Yang smiled faintly. As her close friend, he was still quite concerned about her. I'll definitely tell her eventually, but our relationship isn't deep enough yet. Building that kind of connection takes time. But today, when we went to the restroom together, I forced myself to go into the men's restroom. Oh my god, my eyes. It was so disgusting I couldn't stand it. Ha ha ha. This time, Su Yang couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Why didn't you go into the women's restroom with Xiao Ping Ping? It would have been so romantic for you two to go in together. Holy crap. I haven't told her yet. Chapter 17, Secret Plan. By the way, old buddy, Xiao Ping Ping has an older sister named Xiao Wan Er. What do you think? Interested? Anyway, you don't have a girlfriend right now, so let's each take one. That's perfect. Cough cough cough. Su Yang was driving and nearly jumped out of his seat at Yang Xia's words. No. I don't like girls who are too young. Holy crap. Her sister is 25, that's not young at all, she is 7 years older than you. Really, I saw her sister's photo today. She's the kind of girl who's well behaved. You'll definitely like her. Let's just decide this for now. We'll make plans later to go out together. Yang Xia didn't pay much attention to Su Yang's words. They'd been friends for so long she knew he didn't have a girlfriend. Su Yang didn't say anything either. After all, it was better not to talk about such things. Talking too much might make him overthink it, and it really didn't make much sense anyway. By the way, buddy, can you give me some advice? Go ahead. Tomorrow's Sunday. I want to invite my girlfriend Ping Ping over to my place. She said she is a great cook. Holy crap. Su Yang couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. This guy is in such a hurry. He is bringing the girl home tomorrow? Just bring her over. Let me and Auntie try your Ping Ping's cooking too. No. You know Mom doesn't approve of me liking girls. But you're my brother, you have to help me. Yang Xia sat up abruptly and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Bro, do you have any way to get my mom out of the house tomorrow? What? I'm serious. If my mom is home, I dare not let Xiao Ping Ping come over. For the sake of our brotherhood, please help me out. Holy crap. How am I supposed to help you? Will your aunt listen to me? I've got 2 movie tickets for tomorrow afternoon. They're yours. Yang Xia thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 movie tickets, and waved them in his hand. Brother, you're encouraging me to do something wrong. Su Yang held back a smile and said with a serious expression. What mistake? My mom bought you new clothes. You should at least take her to the movies, right? You want me to invite your mom to watch a romantic movie? Aren't you worried about me? Su Yang took the movie tickets from Yang Xia's hand and glanced at them. Holy crap! What are you thinking? My mom is your dad's best friend. Besides, it's normal for a younger person to treat an elder to a movie. But what if Auntie doesn't want to go? Su Yang waved the movie tickets, looking helpless. But deep down, he was over the moon. There was no need to think about it. Yang Shui would definitely go, and she'd be more than happy to. That's where you come in. My mom hasn't dated anyone in years. If she watches a romantic movie, maybe she'll want to start dating again. Ha! Why doesn't Auntie want to date? She is so pretty. Su Yang pretended not to know, feigning surprise. I heard she dated someone when she was young, but I don't know what happened. To be honest, I actually hope my mom can find me a dad. She has been through a lot on her own. Yang Xia said, unable to help but sigh. Oh. Alright, I'll think of something. Su Yang sighed as well, stuffing the movie tickets into his pocket. The distance from school to home was still quite close. Before long, the two of them drove back home. You silly girl, you studied so hard today? Come here, let mom take a look. Yang Shui saw the two of them return home and walked over with a smile. Cough cough cough. Yes, mom. I came across a problem I couldn't solve today, so I looked up a lot of materials. That's why I came back late. Yang Xia blushed and smiled, winking at Su Yang. Good girl, that's great. Keep it up and work hard like this in the future. You're such a good girl. Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Yang Xia's short hair. Yeah, that's right. I had to drag her back from the library. Auntie, Yang Xia is really working hard now. Su Yang also laughed and joked alongside. Alright, both of you are good children. Come on, Auntie bought some delicious treats today. Make sure to eat well and stay healthy. Eat up. Su Yang couldn't help but pause, instantly understanding. It seemed that Yang Shui wasn't just concerned about her daughter's health, she seemed even more concerned about Su Yang's health. But, with his sturdy build, did he really need such a big tonic? After finishing a sumptuous dinner, Su Yang was pulled into Yang Xia's room by her. Bro, can you figure out a way to get my mom to leave the house sooner? I'm worried there won't be enough time to even cook a proper meal. Holy crap! Su Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. You want to rush into marriage? Why the hurry? Stop joking around. Please help me, old buddy. I'm begging you. This is about my future happiness. Call me uncle. Holy crap! Why have you been making me call you uncle lately? Alright, uncle, uncle, uncle. Is that good enough? Ha ha ha. Hearing someone call me uncle gives me this indescribable sense of maturity. It feels great. Alright, I'll go talk to Auntie then. But if it doesn't work out, don't blame your brother, okay? Just do your best. I believe in you. It should be fine. Thanks, buddy. High five. Yang Xia said, happily slapping Su Yang on the shoulder. Alright, I'll give it a try. Wait for my news. Su Yang said, picking up his phone and giving it a shake. Then he walked out of Yang Xia's room. Knock knock. With a soft knock on the door, Yang Shui opened the door for Su Yang. Before he could greet her, she pulled him inside. Soon, he found himself holding a beautiful woman as soft and fragrant as silk. Good boy, were you and Xia playing games again? Yeah, for a while. Su Yang gently embraced Yang Shui, greedily inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body. By the way, little brother, I brought you a few books from the office. They're all about the basics of the fashion industry. Take some time to read them carefully. After all, you're my good little brother. Your sister wants to nurture you properly. Sigh, I used to make Xia study, but she just wouldn't learn. It's really giving me a headache. Yang Shui said, releasing Su Yang's embrace, and turned to pick up a few books from the bedside table. Chapter 18, Little Brother, I'm not tired yet. What should I do? Good little brother, you wouldn't want your sister to work too hard, would you? Just take a look when you have time. Your sister knows this isn't related to your computer science major, but as long as you put in the effort, learning anything isn't too difficult. As Su Yang took the books, Yang Shui gently rested her head on his shoulder. Cutting and sewing techniques, clothing design, fashion design from beginner to expert. Su Yang flipped through the book casually and felt a bit overwhelmed. This is really like learning a completely different field. It's okay, little brother. Just take a look. Having a basic understanding is enough. Put. Yang Shui stared intently at Su Yang, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned in for a kiss. Haven't you had enough kisses this afternoon, big sister? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, wrapping his arms tightly around Yang Shui in his arms. How could that be enough? My brother is so handsome and adorable. And besides, I've been waiting for 18 years. She kept rubbing Su Yang's face, her voice soft and gentle. Sister, why don't we go to your office tomorrow? Oh? What do you have in mind, little brother? Yang Shui heard this, and her eyes suddenly lit up, her face turning shy. Su Yang's words must have reminded her of something, probably something that made her feel shy. Sister, look at these books. I can't understand a single word. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest, and different fields are like different mountains. I want to go to your office with you so you can explain the basics to me. That way, I'll learn faster, right? If you don't have time, you could arrange for one of your subordinates to explain it to me. He held the few books in his hands, tapping them lightly, his eyes brimming with obvious anticipation. In truth, he also really wanted to spend some time alone with Yang Shui. If they were to go to a hotel and book a room, the two of them going together to study and research, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. No problem, of course your sister will explain it to you. How could I possibly feel at ease letting someone else do it? Yang Shui gently patted Su Yang's chest and agreed without any hesitation. In truth, she was also extremely happy inside. In the office, she could be alone with Su Yang. She could talk about anything she wanted, kiss him whenever she felt like it, and even. Alright, let's settle it then? Yes, it's settled, my little brother. We'll go after breakfast tomorrow. I'll tell Xia Xia that there's an urgent meeting at the company, and you can come with me. Yang Shui pondered for a moment and came up with a reason to go out with Su Yang. Alright, you're so smart, big sister. Of course. Quick, reward your sister. Yang Shui blushed shyly and pointed to her pink cheeks. Alright. Su Yang didn't hesitate and leaned down to kiss her cheek. But she turned her head. He ended up kissing her lips instead. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This sister is really quite interesting, she even knows such a little trick. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the living room outside. The two of them jumped in surprise and quickly separated. However, they soon realized it was Yang Xia going to the bathroom outside. From the clatter, clatter, beep sounds, it was clear that this was definitely her style. Pop. Alright, sister, let's get some rest early today. We'll go out early tomorrow. If you do well in the morning, I'll treat you to a movie in the afternoon, okay? Su Yang gently hugged Yang Shui and gave her a quick peck on the lips. Seeing her eager expression, he felt a bit guilty not to kiss her. Really? Of course. Don't you want to watch a movie with your little brother? Of course I want to. Then it's settled, right? Yang Shui happily reached out and wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, her face turning pink with joy. Despite being 36 years old, she felt like a young girl with budding feelings. Alright, it's settled. I'm going to rest now, sister. Remember to think of me tonight. Su Yang smiled and winked at Yang Shui before gently opening the door and stepping out. Back in her own room, Su Yang took off her shoes and leaned against the bedhead. Then she took out her phone, intending to tell Yang Xia about her conversation with her mother. Ding dong. As soon as Su Yang unlocked his screen, a message came in. Wow. It was Yang Shui. Good boy, I'm not tired yet. What should we do? Ugh. Su Yang checked the time, it was already past 10 p.m. If he were in the dormitory, it would already be lights out. Should I come over and chat with you for a while? Su Yang patted his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. I'd love to blushing, but I'm worried Xia Xia will find out. Well, why don't you come to my room, and you can go back once you're tired laughing. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, then started teasing Yang Shui. But that's the same thing. If only there was a door between our two rooms. Blushing, Yang Shui stared at the snow-white wall in front of her, already imagining a small door in her mind. In the dead of night, she opened the little door and sneaked inside. And she ended up in Su Yang's room. Then, she pushed Su Yang down. Sister was right. Why don't we hire a construction crew tomorrow to knock down this wall and install a door? No. That would make too much noise. What should we do then? Maybe we should go to a hotel and get a room. Su Yang suppressed a smile and continued joking with Yang Shui. 18 years of longing had made Yang Shui want to cling to Su Yang. Especially at night when everything was quiet, people felt lonely. At that moment, Yang Shui felt particularly restless. The person she loved most was right next door, but she couldn't embrace him. The pain in her heart felt like 100 claws scratching at her soul. Now, I'd love to, but Xia Xia, that little girl, would definitely find out. Yang Shui cared deeply for her daughter and found it extremely difficult to take such a reckless step. Then, why don't I talk to her? I'll tell her I like you, is that okay? No. Good boy, let's take it slow, okay? After all, I've waited 18 years. Seeing the message Su Yang sent, Yang Shui couldn't help but jump in surprise. She couldn't be so reckless. Her daughter would never accept it. This good friend of mine. How did he suddenly turn into a dad? Chapter 19, I'm still a young man. Alright, I'll listen to my sister. Su Yang was well aware that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Even if he were to go confront Yang Xia about their relationship right now, he wouldn't know where to begin. Knock, knock, knock. The two were engrossed in their conversation when Su Yang's door was knocked on. From the urgent sound, it was clear that Yang Xia had arrived. Come in. Su Yang replied, quickly closing the WeChat interface and turning off his phone screen. Squeak! As the door opened, Yang Xia slipped in with a smile, casually taking off her slippers and sitting down on the edge of Su Yang's bed. Buddy, how is it going? She looked at Su Yang excitedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Call me uncle, and I'll tell you. Su Yang looked at his friend in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit off. He knew he'd have to change his mindset little by little. She wasn't just his buddy, but also his daughter. Damn it! Is this never going to end? Slap! Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh in frustration, reaching out and slapping Su Yang's thigh. What the hell? How dare you hit your uncle? Su Yang reached out to push her onto the bed, but he quickly changed his mind. This isn't just pure brotherly friendship anymore. Hurry up, tell your brother, have you handled it yet? Ugh. Su Yang rubbed his thigh, which was still throbbing from Yang Xiao's punch, feeling frustrated. As an elder, he felt too embarrassed to get physical with this bratty girl. This is really frustrating. Not going to say anything, huh? Go to sleep. Su Yang said, lowering his body, about to crawl into the blankets. Alright, I'll shout. Uncle, is that better? Yang Xia sighed helplessly, scratched his head, and reached out to pull Su Yang's blanket off. Stop messing around, I'm not wearing pants. Su Yang jumped in surprise and quickly grabbed the blanket. Earlier, he had been chatting animatedly with Yang Shui, and his mind was still a bit distracted. If he pulled back the blanket, he'd be in a real pickle. But we're all guys here, it's not like we've never seen anything like this before. Hurry up, uncle has already called out. It's time to talk now, right? Yang Xia was just pretending to lift the blanket, he didn't really intend to do it. Upon hearing Su Yang say he wasn't wearing pants, he immediately let go of the blanket. Don't worry, with uncle here, how could we possibly fail? After breakfast tomorrow, I'll go to the company meeting with auntie. But it's a coincidence auntie actually has something to do tomorrow. Damn it! What a waste! Calling him uncle was pointless. When is my mom coming back? At least after lunch, right? I told her I'd take her to the movies, but she said she'd think about it, she might not go. Don't give up, bro. You have to make sure my mom goes to the movies. Please, man. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. If she arrives too early, then her affair with Xiu Pingping might be exposed. Alright, I'll try my best. Don't just try. You have to help your brother make it happen, got it? Damn it. That's my aunt, not my girlfriend. How can I guarantee I'll handle it properly? For a moment, Yang Xia couldn't help but stumble over his words. Yeah, he had been so caught up in his own thoughts that he hadn't considered all of this. Look at these movie tickets. This is a couple's theater. You want me to take my aunt to a couple's theater to watch a movie? Didn't you think about how my aunt would see me? Or are you really trying to give your brother a chance to pursue your aunt? Su Yang suppressed a laugh and looked at Yang Xia with a straight face. If this kid really had that intention, that would be absolutely perfect. Holy crap! Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but scratch his head. Right. She had originally bought the movie tickets to watch with Xiu Pingping, and had even specifically chosen a couple's theater. But auntie said if I study hard, she'll consider taking me to see a movie. What? What book? Here. Su Yang smiled and pointed to a few books on the bedside table, sighing softly. These are all fashion industry stuff. I don't understand them either. Oh, so these are the books. My mom also asked me to read them before, but I couldn't get into them at all. But you can give them a try. It seems like my mom really thinks highly of you. Brother, really, give them a try. Yang Xia said, scratching his head unconsciously, his expression thoughtful. But if auntie really takes me to the couple's theater to watch a movie, you won't think too much of it, right? I've seen it before, the couple's seats are really close together. Su Yan looked at Yang Xia with a serious expression, looking a bit uncomfortable. Hey! It's okay, I trust you, bro. I don't believe you'd do anything to your dad's friend. Cough cough cough. Su Yang nearly choked on his words. Damn it! This kid only knows this much fake information. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't dare do anything to auntie. But I'm scared, bro. What the hell are you afraid of? Why can't I be scared? I'm just a young guy. What if auntie takes a liking to me? I'd be in big trouble. Ha ha ha. Holy crap. Stop daydreaming. My mom has had so many suitors over the years, they deform a line all the way to Paris. I think you should just give up. Alright, let's just say that's settled. You better study hard, okay? Ha ha ha. Yang Xia laughed heartily, patted Su Yang on the shoulder, and then hummed a tune as he left. Xia, why aren't you resting so late? What were you doing in Su Yang's room? Yang Shui heard Yang Xia leaving Su Yang's room and pushed open the bedroom door to come out. Mom, I was just talking about school with Su Yang. I'll go to bed now. I have to get to the library early tomorrow. Oh, good girl, go to bed quickly. Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh to herself. From the way they were talking just now, it definitely wasn't about studying. This silly girl is such a headache. Good boy, what were you talking about with that girl Xia just now? Hug. Yang Shui was a bit uneasy, so after returning to her room, she immediately sent a message to Su Yang. Chapter 20, 18 is the perfect age. Oh, we were just talking about games. Su Yang had naturally overheard their earlier conversation outside, but Yang Shui clearly didn't believe him, otherwise she wouldn't have asked him. I told you so. How could that girl suddenly become so studious? I don't believe it. By the way, little brother, she is going to the library tomorrow. Could she really have fallen for some guy? Sigh, she doesn't even act like a girl now. I really don't know what kind of boy would like her. Well, I'm not really sure either. I'll ask her later. Su Yang didn't want to reveal Yang Xia's secret just yet, so he could only pretend not to know. Anyway, stopping her now wouldn't make any difference. Besides making her unhappy, there's no other benefit. Not even as friends. Alright, fine. Go to bed early, little brother. No sleeping in tomorrow, understand? Your sister will take you to the office early. And I'll definitely give you some good guidance, but you have to listen to me properly, okay? Blushing. Don't worry, sister. I'll study hard. Hug. Looking at Yang Shui's cryptic message, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The feeling of flirting with an older sister was absolutely exhilarating. You're such a good little brother. Let us go to sleep quickly, kiss. Alright, good night, sister kiss. The next morning, Su Yang was awakened by the sounds of splash, splash, drip, coming from the bathroom outside. No need to guess, it must be the work of the Yang Xia brothers. They had already made that noise once last night, and now again so early in the morning. They must have eaten something bad outside last night. Su Yang shook his head in exasperation and got out of bed. He still had to go to the company with Yang Shui today. Just thinking about it made him excited. Knock knock knock. Su Yang was getting dressed when Yang Shui knocked on the door and came in. Good boy. Looking at Su Yang's muscular build, Yang Shui's pretty face turned bright pink. It's time to eat, little brother. You should hurry up and clean up. But this was after all at home, so she only glanced at him twice before blushing and turning away. Su Yang watched Yang Shui's alluring figure and couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. He was so looking forward to today's study session at the office. Not long after, Su Yang had finished washing up and getting ready. The three of them sat together and began eating the breakfast Yang Shui had prepared early that morning. Don't let her position as a CEO fool you, she's actually quite skilled in the kitchen. Xia, mom has to go to the office for a meeting today. There's something urgent, so I won't be able to rest. When you have time, could you please tidy up your room? Yang Shui looked at her daughter, who was eating greedily, and couldn't help but smile as she said. Okay, mom, I'll do it. Don't worry. Xia nodded with a smile, then quietly kicked Su Yang under the table, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Alright, I'll check when I get back. Don't worry, mom, I'll make sure everything is neat and tidy. Su Yang, why don't you bring your books and come with me to the office? I'll tell you about the basics of the fashion industry when I have time. You must study hard, okay? Don't let auntie down. Yang Shui turned her head back to Su Yang, her eyes flickering slightly, before speaking in a serious tone. Yes, I understand, auntie. I'll definitely study hard. If I don't understand anything, I'll ask you. Su Yang nodded quickly, agreeing enthusiastically. He looked just like a well-behaved child. Good boy, so obedient. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile and quietly tapped Su Yang's foot under the table. Su Yang's heart began to race wildly. What's going on here? First Yang Xia kicked me, and now you're touching me. Amen, this is actually pretty interesting. Mom, I'm going to the library. Oh, by the way, where's the car keys? Yang Xia finished eating, wiped her mouth casually, and was about to leave. Oh. Su Yang smiled, pulled out the keys to the Tank 300 from his pocket, and handed them to Yang Xia. Silly girl, drive carefully. Your mom is worried about you. Don't worry, mom. I've driven your car out for a spin many times before. Ha ha. I'm off. Yang Xia snatched the car keys from Su Yang's hand and happily hurried out the front door. Click. With the sound of the door closing, only the two of them were left inside the house. Good boy, so, should we go to the office together? Yang Shui, seeing her daughter leave, suddenly gained the courage to speak up. Even the way she looked at Su Yang had a hint of aggression. The two of them went to the company office, nothing more than to avoid Yang Xia. Now that the girl had left, did that mean they didn't have to go to the office anymore? After all, discussing academic issues, basic knowledge of the fashion industry together would naturally feel more appropriate at home. Let's just go to the office. Yang Xia might come back if she doesn't know what's going on, and you told her to clean the room, didn't you? Upon hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but pause. Yang Xia is definitely coming back this morning. And she'll bring Xiu Pingping along too. If the two of them don't leave the house, we won't be able to get anything done. Then let's listen to our younger brother. Let's eat quickly. Yang Shui said, giving Su Yang a wink, her eyes clearly betraying a hint of flirtation. She then reached out and wiped Su Yang's face with her hand. Alright, let's eat quickly. Before long, the two had finished their breakfast. Yang Shui quickly bustled around for a few minutes and soon had the dishes washed and put away. Sister, you're so efficient at housework. Thinking about living with you for the rest of my life makes me so happy. Have you decided to spend the rest of your life with your sister? Yang Shui untied her apron and hung it up, then shyly walked over to Su Yang. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his waist. Of course. Sister, I've waited 18 years for you. I've remembered you since I was a child. For me, it's worth spending 2 lifetimes with you. Su Yang reached out and pulled Yang Shui's head into his embrace, unable to suppress a wave of emotion. A few years older is no big deal. 18 years older, that's just perfect. Sister will definitely take good care of you. In my previous life, I didn't have the chance, but in this life, you must not refuse. Even though I'm much older than you, I'm definitely more understanding and better at taking care of you than a young girl. Chapter 21, I have no interest in young girls. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with emotion, her eyes brimming with unspeakable passion. But there was still a hint of worry lurking beneath the surface. She knew she was much older than Su Yang and also knew that he didn't have many memories from his past. Though her feelings for Su Yang were as fiery as gunpowder, she couldn't help but worry about their future. After all, Su Yang was only 18, still a young and inexperienced teenager. I know, sister. I have no interest in little girls at all. Don't worry about anything. From the moment I saw you, I've already made up my mind. Su Yang could clearly sense her worry from Yang Shui's words. He could also sense the intense passion she was trying to suppress. You're such a good boy. Come here, let your sister give you a kiss. Yang Shui's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing Su Yang's words. Even her voice trembled slightly. She reached out happily, wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, and tilted her lips upward. Peck. Alright, good boy. Let's go. Your sister will tell you all about it. Hurry up and get the book. Yang Shui happily licked her lips and patted Su Yang's chest. Okay, sister. Su Yang shook his slightly dazed head and hurried to the bedroom to fetch the book. This stunning older sister, her allure was simply overwhelming. Whenever he was with her, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The two quickly went downstairs. Su Yang got into Yang Shui's BMW X7 and drove out of the residential area toward the company. Yang Shui leaned back in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Su Yang. Who knows what she was thinking, but her face had already turned pink. Little brother, I suddenly remembered something. Oh? What is it, sister? Su Yang couldn't resist reaching out to grab Yang Shui's arm, then gently pulled it toward him, holding her small hand. Warm, soft, and smooth. Massaging it felt amazing. Little brother, since you and Xia Xia are both studying computer science, and our group headquarters has a network department, why don't you consider taking a position there to gain some management experience? Plus, the IT department is an internal service department, so it has some connections with all the other departments. If you work there for a while, you'll gradually get to know everyone. Yang Shui said, then turned her hand and took Su Yang's hand in hers. Rather than having her small hand massaged, she preferred massaging Su Yang's large hand. Those slightly rough hands felt better the more she squeezed them. But sister, I don't have much time to come over during the week. Sometimes I don't have class in the afternoon, so I could come over then. It's okay, little brother. Just come by and get familiar with the place. By the time you're a junior or senior, you'll have plenty of time. Then you can come more often. Plus, you'll need to attend some training sessions in other departments in the future. Yang Shui said, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. In the coming years, Su Yang might have to work harder. Although he was her man, if she couldn't bear to let him endure some hardships, how could she possibly nurture him into a capable person? Alright, sister, I'll definitely work hard. Su Yang nodded, feeling much better inside. Even if he could have the easiest life, he wouldn't feel satisfied. Yang Shui had worked so hard for all these years, enduring the pain of separation and the hardships of entrepreneurship. He was only 18 years old. Even if Yang Shui loved him, he didn't want to be a lazy, dependent young man. After all, he was a man. One must strive, one must make sacrifices for the woman he loves. I believe. Do you know, little brother, that 18 years ago, your college entrance exam scores were among the top 3 at Zhongcheng University? I've heard Xia Xia mention you many times before. I even thought you were this girl's boyfriend for a while. Yang Shui said, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. She never expected that the first time she met Su Yang, her heart would be in such a turmoil. If her daughter hadn't been there, she might have actually thrown her arms around Su Yang. She had been thinking about it for 18 whole years. She never imagined he would suddenly appear before her eyes. In an instant, she was completely thrown off balance, so much so that she felt dizzy and on the verge of fainting. It's all thanks to Xia Xia. If it weren't for her, we might have just passed each other by. That would have been such a tragedy. Yes, little brother. Sister is so happy. Yang Shui said, unable to resist reaching out to wipe her teary eyes. Ding dong. As they approached the Yangshuo clothing building, Su Yang's phone buzzed, indicating a new WeChat message. However, Su Yang didn't plan to check it right away. He suspected it was probably a message from Yang Xia, the young man. A moment later, the car came to a stop at the entrance of the building. Sis, you go ahead. I'll park the car and be right over. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then opened the door and got out. In an instant, her powerful aura as a CEO returned. Su Yang glanced at her captivating figure before driving the car to the parking lot. After parking the car, Su Yang opened his phone. Sure enough, it was indeed a message from Yang Xia. Bro, have you and my mom already left the house? So in a hurry? Su Yang couldn't help but smile, then replied to her message. Yeah, we've already arrived at the office. You can take your Xiu Ping Ping home to be together. Don't worry, old buddy. We won't go back until we finish watching the movie. That's great, buddy. I'll definitely have Ping Ping invite her sister out later. The two of us hanging out with the two sisters, that'll be so much fun blushing. We'll talk about that later. I need to go upstairs to study. Otherwise, your mom won't let me go to the movies with you. Su Yan looked at Yang Xia's message and couldn't help but feel speechless. A 25-year-old girl? How could she compare to his older sister Yang Shui? There's no comparison at all. Alright, buddy, no need for thanks. Let's leave it at that. Alright, bye. After replying to the message, Su Yang picked up the book lying on the backseat and headed toward Yang Shui's office. Come on, little brother, sit here. As soon as Su Yang entered the office, he saw Yang Shui already sitting at the tea table, having prepared the tea. Sister, are we going to have tea while I give you a lesson? Su Yang smiled and sat down directly across from Yang Shui. This sister is so kind. Not only does she give lessons, but she also brews tea. Chapter 22, From Lecturing to the Sofa. Little brother, have some tea first. I'll give you a brief overview of some basic concepts in the fashion industry. Yang Shui said, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Su Yang. Thank you, sister. The fashion industry refers to businesses and industries related to clothing design, manufacturing, and sales. Actually, this industry is very large and encompasses a wide range of fields. For example, it can include men's clothing, women's clothing, children's clothing, sportswear, underwear, hats, shoes, accessories, and so on. Yang Shui picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and then picked up a basic knowledge book. Then, based on her understanding of the industry, she began to explain it in detail, focusing on key points. She explained everything very carefully and with great patience. Sister, what areas does Yang Shui clothing primarily focus on? Our group company has been in operation for over a decade. Initially, we focused on children's clothing, but later expanded to menswear, women's wear, footwear, and accessories. Remember when I took you to look at clothes earlier? All the clothes and shoes we have are produced by our group. Oh, that's really quite comprehensive. Su Yang couldn't help but be secretly amazed, filled with admiration he couldn't put into words. It seems like Yang Shui has really worked so hard over the years. Yes, brother, do you know why our group is named Yang Shui Apparel? As she spoke, a nostalgic expression flashed across Yang Shui's face. Could it be to commemorate our lost love? Actually, when Su Yang first saw the name, he had naturally assumed that was the meaning. He and Yang Shui each took a character from their names to form the company's name. Yes, I'm sure you've already figured that out. Yang Shui spoke, picking up the teapot to pour Su Yang another cup. The night before I met you, I actually dreamed about you. I even cried for a while after waking up. I never expected that by evening, you would suddenly appear by my sister's side. As Yang Shui spoke, she forgot about her lesson. Her eyes even began to well up with tears. Alright, sister. Since I'm here, let's not dwell on the past anymore. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's devoted expression and couldn't help but feel moved. He quickly pulled out a tissue and reached out to wipe her eyes. Sister is happy to tears. Maybe it's because I've thought about you for so long. Then you suddenly came to my side, and my heart hasn't been able to calm down since. I didn't sleep well last night either. Ha ha. Yang Shui said, unable to suppress a yawn. Sister, what should we do? We have to go to work tomorrow, and you haven't had a proper rest for 2 days. Su Yang felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed like her sister really cared about her. It's okay, little brother. I'm sure it'll be better in a few days. Yang Shui said, unconsciously taking Su Yang's hand. She gently rubbed it. Why don't you rest on the sofa for a while? There's no rush with the lecture. I'll make time to look at it later. I called you to the office today just because I wanted to spend some time alone with you. Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh softly upon hearing this. And the pressure of her hands grew slightly stronger. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. Alright, let's go rest for a bit. I don't think you've slept well either, have you? Yang Shui said, standing up first. She took Su Yang's hand and walked toward the sofa. I guess I didn't sleep well either. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and followed Yang Shui over. The books were all left scattered on the coffee table. Whether to read or not, it didn't matter now. Do you want to watch any TV shows or movies? Yang Shui's office had a large color TV, mainly used by her subordinates to report work to her. Let us just sit here and chat for a while. Everyone's on their phones these days, fewer people watch TV anymore. Alright, my good little brother. Oh, wait a moment. I have a blanket here. Let me get it for you. Yang Shui used to use it to cover herself when she rested in the office. The weather isn't too hot yet, but if you fall asleep, you might catch a cold. As she spoke, Yang Shui walked over to the cabinet behind the large desk, took out a red blanket. Then she came over to Su Yang and sat down next to him. Come here, sister. Lean against me, and I'll hold you while you sleep, Su Yang said, reaching out to pull Yang Shui into his arms. She took off her shoes, placed her legs on the sofa, leaned back, and lay down in Su Yang's arms. Su Yang unfolded the blanket and covered Yang Shui with it. Good boy. Sister feels so at ease now. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so sleepy. Yang Shui lay comfortably in Su Yang's arms, stretched lazily, then smiled and closed her eyes. But their hands remained gently intertwined. Go ahead and sleep for a while. With such a beauty in his arms, it felt like holding a piece of soft, fragrant jade. As for being sleepy, Su Yang had felt a bit sleepy at first, but now, naturally, the more he slept, the less sleepy he felt. Being in my brother's arms is so comfortable, my mind feels especially calm now. Yang Shui murmured softly. She was indeed a bit sleepy. After all, she hadn't had a good night's rest for 2 nights in a row. And she didn't fall asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. She had to get up early in the morning to make breakfast for Su Yang and Yang Xia. To say she wasn't tired would be impossible. Go to sleep, my little Shui. Su Yang freed one hand and gently patted her, just like soothing a child to sleep. Good little brother. Actually, 18 years ago, I always called you brother. But, the moment I saw you again, a strong desire to protect you for the rest of my life suddenly arose in my heart. Because in your sister's eyes, you were so young, so handsome, so adorable. It was as if you were an angel sent by heaven to guide me in this world. So that's why you only want to call me little brother? As for the name, Su Yang didn't mind. After all, between lovers, as long as both parties are comfortable with it, what's in a name? Sister, younger sister, auntie, little dumpling, all are acceptable. Well, that's not entirely true. Calling you brother every now and then is also fine, as long as my dear little brother likes it, Yang Shui said, her face turning even redder. After all, she was already 36 years old, and when she uttered the word older brother, she still felt a bit odd about it. Chapter 23, If you've got the guts, go ahead. I don't believe you. The two continued chatting slowly. Although Su Yang's hand occasionally misbehaved, seeing that Yang Shui was truly tired, he forced himself to suppress his restless heart. Sister, you smell so good. Su Yang gently lifted Yang Shui's hair and placed it under his nose, inhaling deeply. He soon reached her forehead and gave it a gentle peck. Then her cheeks. Then, he kissed her red lips. Why no response? Su Yang couldn't help but pause, realizing that Yang Shui had already fallen asleep. Alright. Then I'll just let her sleep for a while. She really is tired. I won't disturb her then. After all, there's plenty of time in the future. As for cheering for love, we can talk about that later. Su Yang gently adjusted the way he was holding Yang Shui and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes. Before he knew it, Su Yang had also fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang felt Yang Shui suddenly stir in his arms, waking him up. Brother! Suddenly, Yang Shui let out a sweet, syrupy voice, shifted her body slightly, and then wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist. Brother, I just had a dream. It was clear that Yang Shui was still immersed in her dream. Her face was adorned with a smile, and she was smacking her lips. It seemed as though she had eaten something delicious in her dream. Little Snow, why don't you tell your brother about your dream? Yang Shui rubbed her eyes and quickly came to her senses. However, her fair, delicate face quickly turned bright red. No. I won't say anymore. Yang Shui clung tightly to Su Yang's waist, burying her head in his embrace. It was obvious. She must have dreamed of something extremely embarrassing that she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. Good boy, I'll go to the restroom. Saying this, Yang Shui turned around and sat down, put on her shoes, and hurried out of the office. Anyway, there was no one in the office today, so she didn't need to worry too much about her appearance. Even the glass door at the entrance to the hallway was locked from the inside. Plus, it was Sunday, so the entire company was closed. There were only 2 security guards downstairs watching the parking lot. Even if the 2 of them shouted themselves hoarse inside, no one would hear them. Su Yang checked his phone and saw it was already past 11 o'clock. It seems like he slept for quite a while. His legs were numb from being pressed down by Yang Shui. Crack! He stood up and stretched his body, his arms and legs cracking with each movement. Although his arms and legs were still a bit numb, he felt much more alert. I wonder what Yang Xia is up to at home. Should I scare her a little? Hey, what's up? How's it going? Su-yang smiled and quickly typed out a WeChat message and sent it. A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. This morning, Ping Ping and I cleaned the room together. Now Ping Ping is cooking lunch at my place laughing. After we finish eating, we'll do something even more fun together, flirtatious. Oh my. Su-yang looked at Yang Xia's message and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What can you two do together to have more fun? For a moment, Su-yang's mind immediately conjured up a scene. But just a moment later, he forcefully pushed the image out of his mind. The thing is, this was simply beyond conventional understanding. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Hey, buddy, you've got to keep my mom from coming back, okay? Don't let her come back, please, hands clasped together. Don't worry, buddy. We've been chatting all morning, and Auntie even complimented me on how quickly I'm learning. Su-yang suppressed a laugh and casually brushed off Yang Xia with a lie. Anyway, Yang Shui definitely wouldn't want to go back now. It was almost noon, the two of them had to eat something together, right? After eating, they should at least go to the couple's theater to watch a movie together, right? Does it matter what movie we watch? Of course not. What matters is who you're watching it with. Alright. You two go watch a movie this afternoon, but make sure to come back after 5 p.m. But the movie ends at 4 p.m. What will we do after that? That's easy. We can go shopping at the mall. Actually, my mom rarely goes shopping at the mall. If you accompany her, she might just go. Oh no. I learned so much today, I'm so tired. I just want to find a place to rest for a while. Then you can go out for a big meal, rest at the movie theater after eating, and then go shopping afterward. Why not just find a hotel and book a room? After we finish the movie, we can just stay there and not go back laughing. Put. You're just daydreaming. If mom is willing to go with you, then go ahead. I promise I won't object. Yang Xia looked at Xiu Pingping busy in the kitchen, her face filled with an indescribable smile. As for what Su Yang said about getting a room, she didn't take it seriously at all. In her eyes, her mom was basically a cold fish. How could she possibly stay in a hotel room with someone else? Let alone with Su Yang. You said it. I'm not going back, haha. Fine, go ahead if you dare. I don't believe you. Holy crap. Su Yang was about to say something else when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. It must be Yang Shui coming back. He quickly closed WeChat and put his phone back in his pocket. Good boy. After Yang Shui returned, she extended her arms toward Su Yang. Let's go out to eat. I'm hungry. Sure, let's go. I'm a bit hungry too. The two of them spoke, hugging each other tightly. Peck. A few minutes later, the two left the office. Brother, do you want to eat Western food or Chinese food? Chinese food, I'm not used to Western food. Alright, there's a good Chinese restaurant at the south end of Sports Street, and they have private rooms for couples. Want to give it a try? Yang Shui said as she pulled out her phone to make a reservation. Sure, let us book a private room. Su Yang couldn't help but perk up. Dining with his sister, a couple's private room was the best option. Now that the two of them were essentially rekindling their past relationship, truly dating. It's just that this romance is being conducted in secret, and that's definitely not ideal. Chapter 24, this is called maturity, do you understand? Under Yang Shui's direction, Su Yang drove the car quickly to the Chinese restaurant. We're together. Su Yang looked up at the name and couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. The name is so fitting. Sis, this restaurant's name is so great. Yes, little brother. A friend mentioned it to me by chance. I've actually never been here either, really. Yang Shui said, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. Sister. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Sister, don't overthink it. I really didn't care whether you've been here before or not. I just thought the literal meaning of the name was nice. From spending the past 2 days with Yang Shui, it was clear that she had very little experience with even kissing. The likelihood of her coming to such a romantic restaurant with another man was extremely low. We're together. Well, actually, sister has already decided. No matter if you like it or not, sister will take good care of you for the rest of your life. Yang Shui leaned against the passenger seat, staring intently at Su Yang, her face flushed pink. The young man before her was the lover she had been longing for day and night. Sometimes she even felt heartbroken with longing. Even in her dreams, she had dreamed countless times that he had come back to life. But upon waking, she could only wash her face with tears. Now, he has truly crossed over from another life to find her. How could she possibly let him go? Even though he is only 18 now, she would do anything to hold onto him tightly. How could I possibly reject such a mature and beautiful older sister? If we were of age, I'd marry you right away. Really? Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words, and the smile in her eyes grew even brighter. Of course. Su Yang said, parking the car in the parking lot in front of the restaurant. Let us go, little brother. Our private room is on the second floor. The two of them exited the parking lot and headed straight toward the main entrance of the restaurant. By the way, I wonder how Xia is having lunch today. Should we invite her to join us? As they walked, Yang Shui suddenly thought of her daughter. She wondered if she was at school or at home, feeling a little worried. It's okay, sister. Xia told me she is eating at the cafeteria today. Besides, we're going to a couple-s restaurant. Aren't you worried she'll overthink it? Su Yang saw Yang Shui reaching for her phone to call and instinctively reached out to hold her arm. That guy is currently flirting with Xiao Pingping. As her mother, you shouldn't interrupt them. Alright, then let us just ignore that silly girl for now. I wonder what she has been doing at school so often these past few days. She has never been like this before. Don't worry, sister. If she really likes a guy, wouldn't you support her? Su Yang gently held Yang Shui's hand as they entered the restaurant. Of course I'll support her, but I just feel something's off. Look, you've been with Xia for so long, why hasn't she shown any interest in you? Besides, your brother is so handsome and muscular. Yang Shui said, glancing at Su Yang with a slight blush. We're just friends. Maybe she prefers more delicate guys? Oh, now that you mention it, that does seem possible. Actually, what worries me most is that she might end up with a girl. A mother knows her daughter best. Yang Shui's guess was spot on. This girl has never acted like a girl since she was little. Sigh. Alright, sister, let's not worry too much about it now. There's no use getting worked up over something like this. Let's just observe her slowly over time, okay? By the way, our private room is called Love at First Sight. Let us find it. The two of them chatted as they walked up the stairs to the second floor. There it is, I see it. The two of them spoke as they arrived at the private room Yang Shui had reserved in advance. Wow! The layout of this room is so romantic. The walls inside are actually pink. The dining table is small, with a candlestick on it, allowing you to sit face to face or all on one side. The ceiling is adorned with colorful balloons, and a string of colored lights hangs along the walls. Good boy, what would you like to eat? After the two entered the private room, Yang Shui no longer mentioned Yang Xia. Now this was their little world, and other matters could wait. Talking too much would definitely ruin the mood. Let's go with the Love at First Sight set menu. This restaurant is pretty interesting. I'll scan the QR code to order. Su Yang scanned the QR code on the menu, and an ordering interface appeared. Good boy, let your older sister order. Be a good boy. As soon as Su Yang opened the interface, Yang Shui grabbed it and pressed it down. Without saying a word, she quickly made the order. Su Yang just smiled slightly, not really paying much attention. His woman was the CEO, there was plenty of money anyway. Good boy, let's sit over here, okay? I want to be closer to you. Originally, Su Yang was sitting across from Yang Shui, but upon hearing her words, he stood up and sat down on the chair next to her. Then, Yang Shui leaned gently into his arms. Brother, do you remember? 18 years ago, the two of us used to go to the spicy hot pot restaurant near the school gate, and we'd sit next to each other. I still remember it clearly to this day. You were just as handsome and young back then. I used to call you Big Brother every day, and you called me Shui. Yang Shui sighed softly and hugged Su Yang's arm even tighter. 18 years have flown by, and you're still the same. But I've gotten so much older. Before she could finish, Su Yang leaned in and kissed her, covering her lips with his own. What's so old about that? This is called maturity, don't you understand? Such a mature and beautiful older sister is the dream of every man. That's exactly what Su Yang was thinking. Yang Shui's current state was exactly what he desired most. Mature and graceful, considerate and caring, never playing petty games with men. She's exactly his ideal choice. Knock knock knock. Before their kiss had even ended, there was a soft knock on the door. Come in. The two of them jumped in surprise and quickly separated. Just when things were getting interesting. To be interrupted like that was really frustrating. Please add this to your bookshelf and hurry up with the updates. Please add to bookmarks, hurry up with the update. Chapter 25, Little brother, don't just stare at your sister eat. Excuse me, the Love at First Sight set meal you ordered is ready. It was the waiter pushing the food cart to deliver the meal. To avoid disturbing the couple's meal, the waiter brought all the dishes at once. After placing all the dishes on the table, the waiter politely left quickly. Good boy, let us eat. Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes flickering slightly. After 18 years, the scene from her dreams had finally become a reality. This was the first time she had ever eaten with her lover in such an atmosphere. Reaching out, Yang Shui's small hand gently touched Su Yang's cheek and then lightly pinched it. So youthful and elastic. It was enough to make one feel a bit overwhelmed with excitement. Why did I sleep so soundly this morning? The things that happened in her dream. If only I could experience it with him in real life, how happy that would be. Little brother, don't just stare at your sister eat your food. Yang Shui noticed that Su Yang kept glancing at her face, causing her heart to race. Though she didn't know what might happen, her heart was filled with anticipation. Oh, are you going to eat your sister? Su Yang couldn't help but smile and playfully teased Yang Shui. That's what you said. Don't just look, you can eat it. Yang Shui burst into laughter instantly, putting down her chopsticks. She wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, pulled him toward her, and had him lie down on her lap. Then she leaned down and kissed him. All right. My sister said it's okay to eat, so it's okay to eat. But you should let sister eat you first. In such an intimate setting, Yang Shui's boldness grew noticeably. Not only did she actively kiss Su Yang's lips, but her little hands were also getting a bit unruly. Gulp! A rumbling sound suddenly came from Su Yang's stomach, indicating that his body was starting to protest. Though the sight was tempting, it couldn't actually fill his stomach. Yang Shui heard the sound and couldn't help but laugh. She then released Su Yang's lips and helped him to his feet. Phew! Su Yang sat up straight, letting out a long breath and shaking his head. This sister's kissing skills are getting more and more skilled. He was so dizzy from the kiss. What's wrong, little brother? If you're hungry, eat quickly. Do you want your sister to feed you? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang in front of her, her heart racing. Not only was she, but her thoughts were also chaotic. There was an irresistible urge to touch him. Don't you know how charming you are? You're not only exceptionally beautiful, but also exceptionally alluring. You almost kissed me unconscious. Su Yang took a deep breath and couldn't help but shout inwardly, that's so good. Good little brother, is your sister really as good as you say? Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel even more excited. Before meeting Su Yang, she had never felt this excited before. 18 years of ups and downs had long since made her calm and composed in the face of any situation. But when it came to Su Yang, she simply couldn't stay calm. Of course. Don't you know how beautiful you are? Su Yang smiled, picked up a piece of fruit, and fed it directly into Yang Shui's mouth. Of course I knew I was beautiful when I was young, but now I'm older. She happily ate the fruit Su Yang handed her while playfully pinching his cheeks. But I heard from Yang Xia that the guys chasing you are lining up all the way to Paris. I feel so jealous just hearing about it. Don't listen to that silly girl. It's all nonsense. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, her face turning even redder. Back then, there were indeed 3, 5, 7, 8 people chasing me, but don't worry, little brother. I didn't pay any of them any mind. My heart belongs only to you. How could there be room for anyone else? Yang Shui said, gently wrapping her arms around Su Yang's neck. Actually, I left you long ago. Why keep dwelling on it? Ah, it's all because my younger brother is so charming, isn't it? Cough cough cough. Su Yang almost spit it out. Me? Charming? Can a grown man even use the word charming? If you're talking about my sister being beautiful and charming, with a graceful figure and a mature aura, that's more like it. A sweaty, stinky man could be charming? My sister was telling the truth. 18 years ago, I was already very attached to you. Now, you seem even more adorable and charming in my eyes. Yang Shui said, gently patting Su Yang's sturdy chest. You pushed me away with all your strength to save my sister's life. How could I ever forget you? Not just 18 years, but even 3 lifetimes. I don't want to forget you either. Yang Shui grew more emotional as she spoke, eventually pressing her warm, flushed face against Su Yang's chest. She listened quietly to his strong, steady heartbeat. Sister, let's eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh softly to himself, then gently patted Yang Shui's back. What a devoted and loving woman she is. All right, little brother. After we finish eating, aren't we going to the movies? Since you left last time, I haven't been to the cinema in years. Yang Shui blushed and smiled shyly, then sat up straight and tidied her long hair. Even as she was fixing her hair, those shy yet captivating eyes remained fixed on Su Yang. As if she looked away for a moment, Su Yang would disappear. Then let's go to the movies. It doesn't matter what we watch, I just want to spend a little more time with my sister. You're such a good boy. Which cinema does my little brother want to go to? Shall I book tickets now? Yang Shui said, picking up her phone to start booking tickets. No need, sister. I've already taken care of it. The 2 p.m. showing. Don't worry, you'll love it. Su Yang gently stroked her small hand, stopping her from continuing. Let us eat first. We'll go over after we finish. Yang Shui checked the time and quickly picked up her chopsticks. Time flies so fast. It feels like we've only been here for a few minutes, but it's already been an hour. Chapter 26, How fast is this kid progressing? Ha! Yang Shui finished her lunch and couldn't help but yawn. Sis, you haven't been sleeping well at night lately? Are you still not feeling better? Su Yang also finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, and turned to look at her with a concerned expression. I'm fine, little brother. I took a nap this morning and feel much better now. I'll try to go to bed early tonight. Yang Shui blushed and rubbed her eyes, then stood up. Good boy, wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom. We'll go to the cinema together when I come back. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled Su Yang's head into her embrace, kissed him twice, then left the private room with a joyful, seductive sway of her hips. Su Yang licked his lips, watching Yang Shue's retreating figure, his heart pounding wildly. This older sister is really something else. There's no need to think about how to flirt with her, she'll unexpectedly draw you in. Most importantly, she is so mature and alluring, it's easy to get completely swept up in her charm. I wonder what kind of guerrilla tactics she'll use in the dark, dingy movie theater. Advance when the enemy advances, retreat when the enemy retreats? Ding dong! Su Yang was happily daydreaming about the magic of the cinema when his phone suddenly buzzed softly. He pulled it out to see that it was a message from Yang Xia. Bro, what's the situation over there? Are you guys ready to go to the movies? Ha ha ha. It seems like this kid has been keeping a close eye on their movements. I was just worried that his mom might suddenly come home and catch him off guard, which would be a disaster. We just finished eating. Auntie had a great time. She's in the bathroom now, and we'll head to the cinema soon. Su Yang didn't lie to Yang Xia, he told her the truth. Auntie was indeed very happy. She kept hugging and kissing him, how could she not be happy? Great. You're the man. Then I can rest easy. Ping Ping is also in the restroom. We'll rest for a bit later, maybe watch a movie or something. Ha! Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. Watch a movie? Western or Asian? Will it be censored? No. This kid is progressing so fast. He's even faster than Uncle here. But you can't go too fast. You know that's easy to get caught doing, right? Oh well, let her be. Anyway, I don't have any experience in this area, so it's pointless to worry about her. Alright, then Auntie and I will head to the movie theater soon. If we get tired, we'll just book a room together. If she's willing, we won't go back tonight laughing. Su Yang smiled and sent the message. That was indeed his true inner thoughts. If he went home, Yang Shui would probably still have trouble sleeping. Since she could rest well in his arms, why not get a room? Even if he just held her, she'd sleep well, wouldn't she? Pfft, if you're so brave, just book it. Let Uncle see what you've got. Yang Xia naturally didn't believe him. She just thought Su Yang was intentionally teasing her, just fantasizing a bit. As close friends, she didn't mind such jokes. Ha ha. You said it. After the movie, I'll ask Auntie. If she is willing, we'll book a double room together. If not, we'll just go home. Holy crap. Don't come back after the movie. I told you to take her shopping, please, old buddy. No, bro, Auntie is looking at me strangely. I feel like something is off. I'm worried that if we spend too much time together, I'll get bullied laughing. Cut it out, you're just making excuses. If my mom really likes you, I'll definitely go for it. Stop talking nonsense, remember what I said. Ping Ping is coming over, that's it. Yang Xiao was completely preoccupied with how to win over Xiu Ping Ping and didn't give much thought to his conversation with Su Yang. Besides, she knew her mom was a cold fish, so she didn't take Su Yang's jokes seriously. Plus, there was the connection with his father. So she believed that what Su Yang said was definitely just a joke. Alright. Su Yang smiled, turned off the screen, and put his phone away. Believe it or not. Anyway, Yang Shui and I are already deeply in love now. If you happen to find out one day, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. I'll definitely prepare some name-changing fee for you. Don't worry. I won't let you change your name for free. Tap tap tap. The sound of crisp, familiar high heels echoed through the room, and Su Yang knew Yang Shui was back. So he stood up and prepared to leave with her. Let us go, little brother. Yang Shui opened the door to the private room just as Su Yang walked over. Her delicate, handsome face was fair and radiated a tempting pink hue. Her eyes flickered slightly, gazing at Su Yang with a smile that seemed to tease. Let's go, sister. It's getting late. As soon as they stepped out the door, Yang Shui wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm and interlaced her fingers with his. They looked just like a couple deeply in love. After leaving the restaurant, the two drove off. Sister, why don't you rest a bit more in the seat? I'm worried the movie theater might be too noisy, and you might not be able to rest properly. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Sister, I came to the movie theater to watch a movie with my brother. I'll just stay awake. But I'm worried you won't rest well, and then you won't sleep well tonight either. How will you go to work tomorrow? Su Yang actually felt quite sorry for Yang Shui. Such a large corporation, with so many important matters requiring her personal attention, not only is she busy, but the pressure must also be considerable. If she doesn't rest well, she'll definitely be exhausted. It's okay, little brother. Why don't you sneak over and cuddle me while I sleep? Yang Shui blushed and playfully pinched Su Yang's cheek. Sure. This happiness came too suddenly. In an instant, Su Yang's heart began to race. If he really held her and slept with her, would she really be able to rest well? Wouldn't she sleep even worse? Chapter 27, The Couple's Private Booth at the Youth Cinema. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang's excited expression and couldn't help but blush and pinch his waist playfully. She had only been joking around with him earlier. If it were for real, she was more than willing, but she was afraid Yang Xia would find out, and that wouldn't be very pleasant. The image of a mother who had always kept herself pure and virtuous would be completely ruined. She wouldn't even be able to hold her head up in front of her daughter anymore. That would be a complete mess. Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, grabbing Yang Shue's small hand. Soft and warm. I just can't get enough of it. At 1:55 p.m., the two arrived at the cinema. Youth cinema. They parked the car and hurried inside with light steps. Sis, wait here for a moment. I'll go buy some drinks. Upon reaching the entrance to the couple's VIP lounge, Su Yang hurried over to buy drinks. After all, it's 2 hours. Chatting and kissing would inevitably make them thirsty, so drinks were a must-have. Other snacks weren't necessary, since the two had just finished eating. Let's go, sister. Saying that, Su Yang pulled out the movie tickets from his pocket and went through the ticket gate with Yang Shui. The movie had already started. Su Yang and Yang Shui took advantage of the dim light from the screen to make their way to the back row, finally finding their seats in the corner by the wall. The couple's theater was specially designed with seats for couples. The two could sit very close together, and it was easy to hold each other. Good boy, the seat you picked is really nice. After sitting down, Yang Shui took advantage of the dark surroundings and wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist. Yeah, sister, it's quiet here, perfect for you to rest. Anyway, it was Yang Xia who chose this spot, so now Su Yang and his mother were the ones benefiting. But he definitely couldn't say it was Yang Xia's movie ticket, otherwise it might cause a series of problems. The movie's sound was still quite loud, so the two had to lean close to whisper. They spoke in turns, feeling each other's warm breath. Good boy, when did you buy these movie tickets? Oh, I bought them yesterday when I was out driving the Tank 300. Why, sister? Don't you like them? Anyway, he couldn't betray his buddy, so he just made something up. Going for a drive, you could end up anywhere. Buying 2 movie tickets is perfectly normal. I like them. I never thought my little brother was so romantic. I haven't been to the movies in years. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist, rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and didn't even look at the movie screen. Sister, since you haven't seen a movie in so many years, why don't we watch for a while? I can't concentrate. Yang Shui gave a soft laugh and hugged him even tighter. All right. His lips twitched slightly, his left arm wrapped around her waist, and his right hand gently patted her back. It was as if he were trying to lull a cute little baby to sleep. All right, little Shui, then sleep a little longer. It's so comfortable in my brother's arms. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel sleepy again. Hearing Su Yang call her Shui, Yang Shui couldn't help but gently scratch his waist. That nickname was so familiar, but it had been so long since she had heard it. Now that Su Yang called her that again, she felt a bit dazed inside. It even made her feel as though her body and mind were melting away. All right, let's sleep a little longer. Su Yang shifted his position to make Yang Shui more comfortable. Actually, I used to stay up late all the time too, but I'd never felt this exhausted before. Could it be that something is wrong with your body? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little concerned upon hearing this. Perhaps she had pushed herself too hard in the past, causing some issues with her health? No, I feel great all over, especially in my little brother's arms. I couldn't be more comfortable. Maybe it's because you've been so tense all these years, but after meeting your little brother, you finally relaxed, and now you're feeling tired. You know, little brother, I feel like I'm floating right now, it's so comfortable, but I still feel a bit sleepy. Ha ha. Yang Shui said, unable to resist yawning again. Then don't work so hard in the future, okay? Let us just rest a little more. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a slight ache in his heart. All these years, Yang Shui has really had it tough. Actually, being busy at work isn't a big deal. It's the mental strain that takes the toll. Now that my dear little brother is here, I don't know what's happened, but my mind and body have completely relaxed. All I want to do now is hold you, and sleep soundly. I'm going to make up for all the sleep I've missed over the past 18 years. Then, after we finish watching the movie, let's get a room and keep holding each other while we sleep? Su Yang said, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yang Shui heard his words and fell silent for a moment. It was clear she was considering Su Yang's suggestion. Good boy, your heart is beating so fast. Tell your sister honestly, are you thinking about something naughty? Being held by such a beautiful and adorable sister, it's only natural to think about something naughty. But we're in a movie theater, so it's just daydreaming at most. Su Yang chuckled lightly, showing no trace of embarrassment. When you're with your closest lover, what can't you say? Besides, those little naughty thoughts, oh, no, I should say those lovely thoughts, aren't they just a matter of time? So my little brother was thinking of booking a room? Then, doesn't your sister like it? Of course I like it, but since my little brother is already mine, I'm not in such a hurry. Yang Shui answered bluntly, revealing her true feelings. Su Yang couldn't help but smile upon hearing her words. So the older sister had agreed after all, she just wasn't in such a hurry. Haste makes waste? Good things come to those who wait? Actually, my main purpose was just to let my sister sleep a little longer. You see, once we get home, I won't dare to hug my sister anymore. Regarding his close friend's request, Su Yang was determined to fulfill it properly. Chapter 28. This is just too happy. Good boy, we can't go back too late either. I wonder if Xiaoxia, that little brat, is home yet. After all, she had raised her daughter for over a decade, so Yang Shui naturally worried about her. Why don't we watch the movie and then drive to the riverbank? The view is open, and there aren't many people there. We'll stay until 6 p.m. and then go back, okay? Clearly, Yang Shui wanted to, but she remained rational. She was worried that once they checked into a hotel room, she might lose control and end up staying the night. But if that happened, there would be a lot of complications afterward. Mainly because Xiaoxia hadn't figured out how to explain it yet. Alright, sister. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in relief. Whether or not to go to a hotel wasn't the most urgent matter at the moment. The most critical thing now was to help Yang Xia keep her mother occupied. She couldn't go back before 5 p.m. What if that show Ping Ping hasn't left yet? Yang Xia would be so embarrassed. Good little brother, don't be in such a hurry, okay? Let your sister rest for 2 days to recover her strength, then the two of us. Don't you dare back out then, or I'll show you how I'll devour you. Yang Shui whispered softly into Su Yang's ear with a shy smile. She truly felt her whole body was weak and achy, still feeling exhausted. After so many years of constant tension, her body suddenly relaxed, leaving her feeling completely drained. Plus, she hadn't slept properly for the past 2 nights. So, all she wanted now was to hold Su Yang tightly, think of nothing else, and simply catch up on her sleep. Alright, sister. Over the next few days, I'll be your pillow. I hope you recover quickly. Su Yang couldn't help but nod. Given the current situation, it wasn't appropriate to be too aggressive. Yang Shui had been so tense for so many years now that she finally relaxed. She really needed to catch up on her sleep. It's better for her health. As for the little fantasy he had in mind, maybe he'd end up surrendering first. Then I'll sleep a little longer, good little brother. You're so kind. I really like you. Yang Shui lay comfortably in Su Yang's arms, her voice soft and murmuring, as if she were about to fall asleep. Su Yang didn't say anything else, just held her gently. Sure enough. Not long after. From her even breathing, it was clear that Yang Shui had fallen asleep again in his arms. Su Yang remained in the same position, daring not to move a muscle. Until the movie ended. The drinks they had bought remained untouched, and he really needed to use the restroom. The movie ended, and the lights came on. Everyone began to leave one by one. Pop. Seeing that everyone else had almost left, Yang Shui still showed no signs of waking up. Su Yang leaned down and gently kissed her slightly curved lips. Sister, wake up. The movie's over. Ugh. Yang Shui opened her eyes in confusion, and after a moment, she realized what had happened. It ended so quickly. Let's go, honey. Yeah, okay, honey. Hearing Yang Shui's nickname, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his heart race. OMG. Yang Shui actually called him honey. This is just too happy. Pfft, good boy. Upon hearing Su Yang call her wife, Yang Shui finally snapped back to reality. It turned out that she had just had a very vivid dream, where the two of them had just finished the 3 bows and were about to enter the bridal chamber. Then she was awakened by Su Yang. She was about to devour Su Yang, but unfortunately woke up just in time. In the dream, she had been calling Su Yang husband, so when she slipped up, she blurted out husband. I just had a beautiful dream where I almost ate you up. If you had called me a little later, it would have been perfect. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. It was just a false dream after all. Let's wait until my sister rests, then we can do something real. Wouldn't that be more fun? The two of them chatted as they held hands and quickly left the screening room. Anyway, neither of them knew what was being shown today. One person sleeps, another watches them sleep. No one has time for a movie. Brother, didn't you take a nap earlier? No, my sister was so soft and fragrant in my arms I couldn't bear to sleep. The two of them left the cinema, holding hands as they walked toward the car. Is it that comfortable holding your sister like this? Yang Shui couldn't resist pinching Su Yang's cheek, her face beaming with joy. Of course. I don't think there's anything in the world more comfortable than this. Alright then. Let's south go to Lijiang Avenue and take a drive to relax. You've been holding me for so long, your arms must be numb. As she spoke, she reached out to massage his arms. It's okay, sister. I'm fine. It was indeed a bit sore, after all, maintaining the same position for so long was bound to be tiring. Give me the car keys. I'll drive, and you rest for a bit. Alright, no problem. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Yang Shui got into the driver's seat and drove off toward the Riverside Boulevard with Su Yang. Ding dong. On the way, Su Yang's phone buzzed lightly. He opened it to find another message from Yang Xia. Hey, what's going on? Did you guys go shopping yet? Wow. This guy is really keeping tabs on us. Why go to the mall? It's boring. We're on our way to the hotel, haha. Come on, you're trying to fool me? Old buddy, I'm in trouble again. Quick, give me some advice. Hurry up and tell me. I still can't bring myself to reveal my true intentions. I originally planned to tell her, but now I can't bring myself to say it. Yang Xia planned to spend some intimate time with Xiu Pingping first, then tell her the truth. But after the intimacy, hugs, kisses, etc., he couldn't bring himself to say it. What's the rush? Take your time, you've got plenty of time. But we've already kissed. Never mind, Pingping is coming back from the bathroom. Let us talk later. Holy crap. They actually kissed. OMG. That scene is too much to imagine. Su Yang couldn't help but shiver. Never mind, let her be. Anyway, he doesn't have much experience in this area. Please add this to your bookmarks and request updates. Please add to bookmarks and hurry up with the updates. Chapter 29, Why are you so attractive to your older sister? Not long after, the two drove to the Riverside Boulevard. The area was very scenic, and there were several specially designed parking spots along the roadside. Good boy, let's park here. Look at the river over there. The sunlight reflects off it like a mirror. How beautiful. This place really is nice. Su Yang nodded and squinted his eyes at the river's surface illuminated by the sun. Beep, beep. Yang Shui stopped the car and immediately picked up her phone, dialing someone's number. A moment later, the call connected. Mom, are you still working overtime? The voice on the phone was faint but clear. Yang Shui then pressed the speakerphone button. Mom isn't working overtime. I just finished watching a movie with Su Yang. My eyes are all blurry. We're resting in the car for a bit before heading back. What about you? Are you still at school? What would you like to eat tonight? I'll come back and cook for you. Yang Shui spoke to her daughter in a gentle voice. She didn't start asking questions right away. Oh, Mom, I'll eat at school and come back later. You don't need to trouble yourself. It's finally the weekend. Why don't you and Su Yang eat out and come back later? Silly girl, you finally know how to care about your mom. That's good, you're making progress. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile softly upon hearing her daughter's words. Of course I do. Mom works so hard as your daughter, I should learn to care about you. Yang Xia sounded cheerful on the phone, as if she were being sincere yet also a bit dismissive. However, she didn't notice anything unusual. If it weren't for Su Yang knowing what she was up to, he wouldn't have been able to tell she was just going through the motions. Ha ha. Alright, my good girl. Mom will have dinner with Su Yang and then come back. Yang Xia's words truly made her mother happy, so Yang Shui agreed readily. In truth, she also desperately wanted to spend more time alone with Su Yang. Even though they'd been together since morning, it was almost a full day. And most of that time had been spent in his arms. But this desire was growing stronger by the moment. Soon, the two ended their call. Good boy, come with your sister to the back. Such a place suitable for flirting is usually more crowded in the evenings. Since it was still early, there were very few people on the Riverside Boulevard. Yang Shui beckoned to Su Yang with her finger, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable expression. Su Yang was instantly captivated by her gaze. In an instant, he lost his composure. Oh my goodness. This older sister's charm is really too powerful. But it's broad daylight. There weren't many cars, but they were very noticeable. Once the car starts swaying, that would be so easy to spot, wouldn't it? But Su Yang just thought about it for a moment before quickly moving from the front seat to the back seat. If his sister isn't worried, why should he be? Good boy. Sitting in the back seat, Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist. Her eyes sparkled intensely as she stared at him. Why are you so attractive to your older sister? 18 years ago and now, you're both exceptionally attractive to me. And now, your attraction to me has grown even stronger. Sister just wants to cling to you now, to smell, your scent is so good. Yang Shui closed her eyes slightly, burying her face in Su Yang's chest, greedily inhaling the scent emanating from his body. So, is it because I'm younger that you like me more? Su Yang held Yang Shui tightly in his arms, gently inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Are you saying that sister likes younger boys? Actually, that's not the case. Before meeting you, sister had never felt this way about any man before. Whether it's young boys or older men, really, I've never even considered such things. Maybe people who know me think I'm cold and indifferent. Even I used to think that way. But ever since I met my little brother, I realized it was all just suppressed feelings all along. I'm not ex-cold at all, not at all. If it weren't for Xia Xia being here, I might have already. Really, little brother, I like you so much. As she spoke, Yang Shui wriggled her body and reached out to touch Su Yang's face. Then his neck. After all, it was broad daylight, so Yang Shui was just teasing Su Yang. She felt her body hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't the best time. After so many years of tension, suddenly relaxing like this would definitely take a couple of days to recover. Good boy, I've noticed that I can only sleep soundly when I'm in your arms. If I try to sleep alone, I just can't fall asleep for some reason. Look at the past 2 nights I've been thinking about you all the time. I couldn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. Tomorrow, your sister has to go to work. What are we going to do? Yang Shui said, snuggling back into Su Yang's arms and closing her eyes. Why don't we go to a hotel and not come back tonight? Yang Shui reached out to stroke Su Yang's face and couldn't help but smile. Although the suggestion was tempting, she wasn't ready to act on it yet. In Yang Xia's understanding, Su Yang was the son of her mother's best friend. If they stayed out all night, it would be hard to explain. Moreover, it didn't seem appropriate to openly acknowledge their relationship just yet. Then maybe I'll sneak over in the middle of the night, hold you tight until dawn, and then go back. Yang Shui stroked his face without saying a word. It seemed like she was thinking, as if she was starting to feel something. It seemed. As long as we're careful, no one should notice. But the two of them must remain completely silent. At least they couldn't make any strange noises. Otherwise, it would be easy to be discovered. Is that okay, sister? Brother was just thinking about letting sister rest early. I didn't mean anything else. Su Yang couldn't help but give a nervous laugh. Anyway, even he didn't really believe what he was saying. As for whether anything would happen, who could say for sure? He, Su Yang, was an 18-year-old young man with hormones raging. And Yang Shui was also at the prime age of her life. Chapter 30, What is the use of being afraid? Better to suffer now than later. Well, let's just talk about it later. It was clear that Yang Shui was indeed tempted. But such matters always depend on the circumstances, and safety must come first. Alright, got it, sis. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's heart began to race. He didn't know what might happen that night, or who might lose control first. But he felt incredibly excited. The two of them embraced each other closely, gazing at the scenery outside and chatting softly. Before they knew it, the sky began to grow dark. The number of parked cars around them grew steadily, and more people began strolling along the roadside. Ding dong! Su Yang's phone suddenly vibrated lightly, snapping him out of the sweet and warm atmosphere. He quietly pulled out his phone and took a look. It was another message from Yang Xia. Bro, have you and my mom finished dinner yet? It's almost 7 o'clock, and I'm so hungry. Could you bring me something back? Sure. Since one hand was wrapped around Yang Shui and typing with the other was inconvenient, plus he didn't want her to see, Su Yang replied with just one word. Good boy. Oh my, it's almost dark. Let us go home. At that moment, Yang Shui snapped out of her happy embrace and looked outside. It was almost dark. But I haven't eaten yet. Are you hungry? It's okay, little brother. I know there's a restaurant on the way home. Their food is delicious. I'll order 2 dishes to go, and we can take them home to eat, okay? It was getting a bit late, so Yang Shui didn't feel like eating out anymore. She and Su Yang had been out all day, and if they went back too late, it just didn't feel right. Moreover, even now, Yang Shui felt a bit uneasy inside. They finished watching the movie at 4 p.m., and it was already 7 p.m. now. Alright, sister. Let's take it home then. Xiaxia probably ate dinner early, so we'll buy a little extra. You're such a good boy. Let us go. I'll drive. I'm more familiar with that restaurant. As she spoke, Yang Shui reached out and touched Su Yang's face, then got out of the back seat and moved to the front driver's seat. Su Yang then climbed directly from the back to the front. Roar! With the roar of the engine, Yang Shui drove the car quickly toward home. As they passed by a Chinese restaurant, Yang Shui quickly went inside to pack a few dishes. After picking up the food, they hurried back home. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 8 o'clock and the sky had already grown dark. Mom, why are you back so late? Yang Xia heard the door open and came out of her room. She looked at her mother, who had a calm expression, then at Su Yang, who seemed unchanged, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Mom ran into an old acquaintance on the way, so we chatted for a while. What's wrong, silly girl? Miss Mom? Yang Shui looked at her daughter and smiled gently. But deep down, she felt something was off. She never thought she'd learn to lie to her daughter too. But she couldn't tell the truth. She couldn't possibly say, I was walking along the Riverside Boulevard with your uncle Su Yang, holding hands and chatting. Oh, what did Mom buy? It smells so good. I ate a bit early at school, so I'm hungry again. Silly girl, your mom knew you ate early, so I bought extra. Come on, everyone wash your hands and get ready to eat. Yang Shui saw that her daughter hadn't suspected anything, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Old buddy. What is going on? Su Yang and Yang Xia were washing their hands together in the bathroom outside. Seeing that her mood didn't seem particularly high, he couldn't help but ask softly. Let's eat first. I'll tell you later. After washing her hands, Yang Xia went straight to the dining room. Could this guy's true identity have been exposed beforehand? And the outcome wasn't good? Su Yang watched Yang Xia's back and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This kind of thing isn't normal anyway. 2 girls. How could they possibly end up together? When Manhwa created humans, she certainly didn't anticipate such a special variation, did she? After finishing dinner, Yang Xia dragged Su Yang into her room. And she locked the door. Holy crap! As soon as Su Yang entered the room, he immediately sensed a huge change. Her room was spotlessly clean and tidy. Did that show Ping Ping help you clean up? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, that's right. This little girl is really skilled at cleaning and cooking. She's definitely the type of girl who would make a great wife and mother. Yang Xia said, with a clear look of pride in her eyes. Indeed. You make me jealous. Su Yang smiled and casually paid her a compliment. Hey! Envy me? I'm the one who's envious of you. I wish I could be like you, a real man. What's wrong, old buddy? Did something go wrong this afternoon? Seeing Yang Xia's slightly gloomy expression, Su Yang couldn't help but ask with concern. This guy usually takes things in stride, so what's going on now? It went smoothly enough, but when I tried to tell her the truth, I just couldn't bring myself to say it. She probably thinks I'm not serious about her. I'm feeling a bit down about it. That's it? Yeah, my little Ping Ping is upset. What should I do to cheer her up? Yang Xia pulled a chair beside him and gestured for Su Yang to sit down. What else can you do? In my opinion, it's best to just tell her the truth. Maybe she likes you this way. Su Yang thought for a moment and finally voiced his opinion. What good does just comforting her do? The longer you deceive her, the longer the deception lasts. Deceiving a girl's feelings, that's not really right, is it? If the girl can accept it, then the two of you can just go ahead and be together. But if she doesn't like this at all and prefers a real man, then you should just give up and stop wasting your time. Ah. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I was going to tell her today, and we even hugged and kissed for a long time, but in the end, I just couldn't bring myself to say it. Such a good girl is so rare, she's practically a gem. I'm so scared of losing her. What good does being scared do? Better to suffer now than later. I think it's better to just say it sooner. Chapter 31, Why does your body smell like my mom? Ah. I know you're right. This kind of thing needs to be mutual, you can't deceive someone. Otherwise, we'll end up breaking up eventually, and the pain might be even deeper then. Yang Xia scratched his head, his face filled with conflict. It was clear that this guy was genuinely interested in Xiu Pingping. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so concerned. Your feelings for each other are unique, after all. So it's better to be honest sooner rather than later. I'll think about it. Yang Xia remained silent for a long time, knowing there was no good solution. She wasn't Sun Wukong, she couldn't turn into a real man. What else could she do? Sniff sniff. Dude, you smell like my mom. We were watching a movie and sitting so close together. Of course I'm going to smell like your aunt. Besides. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and the adorable image of Yang Shui in his arms flashed through his mind. Especially that soft, fragrant feeling, it was truly wonderful. Keep going, what did you say? Besides. Auntie fell asleep while watching, then leaned against me. What am I supposed to do? I'm so embarrassed. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile, scratching his head awkwardly. Did you touch her or anything? I'm telling you, if you dared to do something like that, our friendship is over. Holy crap. For nearly 2 hours, I didn't dare move a muscle. Su Yang was telling the truth. During the nearly 2 hours he held Yang Shui, he really didn't dare to move, afraid it might disturb her sleep. Really? My mom is a real beauty. Really? Heaven is my witness, I didn't dare to touch her at all. Why don't we call your aunt over so we can confront her face to face? Su Yang patted his chest, looking righteous. Alright. I was just asking out of curiosity. Why are you getting so worked up? I was just joking around with you. Ha ha. I know that, but auntie does smell pretty good. I'm leaving now, buddy. Put. You just sniffed the scent. Even if I gave you 10 times the courage, would you dare? What if I really dare? Su Yang couldn't help but sit back down upon hearing this. Holy crap. Who do you think you're looking down on, buddy? Just because you one do it doesn't mean I one. I'm a real man, damn it. Let me tell you something, Su Yang. My mom really doesn't have much of a good impression of men. If you really mess with her, you might end up getting kicked out. Even if you're her best friend's kid, it probably won't matter. Don't say I didn't warn you. No way. We're screwed, bro. When she was sleeping on my shoulder today, I accidentally hugged her. Oh no, she won't kick me out, will she? Su Yang held back a laugh, pretending to look a little scared. Holy crap. Really? Yeah, I just accidentally did it. I didn't mean to. How long did you hug her? How long? I don't really remember. A few seconds, a few minutes. I don't remember. Su Yang scratched his head and studied Yang Xia's facial expressions carefully. He was actually just trying to figure out where his friend's bottom line was. What if she accepted becoming his girlfriend, then he wouldn't have to sneak around anymore. That would be so awesome. Holy crap. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. When you were hugging her, was she completely asleep? I'm not sure either. But after she moved a couple of times, I realized I was hugging her, so I quickly moved my arm away. This really isn't my fault. I really don't know what happened. Think about it, how could I possibly dare to intentionally hug an ant? Oh. Yang Xia nodded slightly, deep in thought. She must have already fallen asleep and doesn't know about this. Otherwise, she would have kicked you out in a heartbeat. Damn it. Your luck is really good, huh? This is so annoying. Forget it, I don't want to get involved in your business. Ping Ping, what should I do now? After finishing talking about his mother and Su Yang, Yang Xia quickly shifted his focus back to Xiu Ping Ping. This was the real headache. Calm down, calm down. Don't be so dramatic. We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. There's no rush. Alright. I guess that's all we can do. The two chatted for a while longer but didn't get anywhere. After leaving Yang Xia's room, Su Yang went to tidy up and wash up. Once he was done, he went straight to bed and collapsed. After holding Yang Shui all day, he was still a bit sore all over. Sister, have you gone to rest yet? Kiss. It was already past 10 p.m., and it was about time to go to bed. After all, Su Yang and Yang Xia had school tomorrow, and Yang Shui had to go to work. A moment later, her message came back, very quickly. Not yet. What were you and little Xia talking about? You've been chatting for so long. Your older sister has been waiting for you the whole time. What else could we talk about? Just about games, and she is worried about you, asking if I did anything bad to you. Sister has been waiting for me all this time? Does she want me to come over and hug her to sleep? Sister, should I come over now? Su Yang didn't wait for Yang Shui to reply before sending another message. Little brother, wait a moment. Xiaoxia hasn't finished her evening routine yet. She always takes her time getting ready. Yang Shui seemed to sense Su Yang's eagerness, and her face instantly turned red. If he lets him hold her like that, will he be able to sleep? Alright, sister. I'll wait until Xiaoxia finishes getting ready and goes to sleep, then I'll sneak over. Good boy. Xiaoxia asked if you did anything naughty. What did you tell her? Blushing. Yang Shui didn't respond further about when she would go to her room, but instead became curious about their conversation. I said I did it. I told her. Auntie fell asleep while watching a movie, so I hugged her to help her sleep soundly. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and made some adjustments to what he had said earlier. Ah. You really said that? Oh no. You silly brother. It's okay. Xiaoxia didn't take it seriously at all. What? Really? Yang Shui saw the message and couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Chapter 32, My sister can't sleep at all. What should I do? Right, sister. Yang Xia said you're an ice queen and don't care about my affairs. That silly girl, how could she say that about her mother? I just haven't met the right person yet. But, judging by what she said, she probably doesn't believe anything will happen between us. That's probably true, but when I said I'd hug you, she didn't seem upset. Oh. Yang Shui silently pondered for a moment. It seemed like her daughter wasn't the real issue here. Tap tap tap. As the two were talking, the sound of someone walking in slippers suddenly echoed from the living room outside. Thud thud thud. Mom, are you asleep? It turned out to be Yang Xia running to knock on her mother's door. What's wrong, dear? Is there something you want to tell Mom? Yang Shui opened the door, smiled, and let her daughter into the room, sitting her down on the edge of the bed. Oh, nothing much. I just haven't seen you all day and wanted to chat for a while. Silly girl. Seeing Yang Xia hesitating to speak, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel a sudden pang in her heart. Could she be asking about Su Yang hugging me? Well, maybe. I can use this opportunity to probe her feelings. Come here, Mom will chat with you for a while, my silly girl. Yang Shui smiled and gently stroked her daughter's short hair. Mom, I heard Su Yang say you went to the movies with him? Yes, Mom saw that Su Yang is studying pretty hard, so I agreed to go with him. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile slightly, her expression looking extremely natural. But Mom only watched for a few minutes before she got so tired she fell asleep, and she slept straight through until the movie ended. Thanks to Su Yang, I ended up using his shoulder as a pillow. As she spoke, her face flushed slightly. The last part of her sentence was intentionally said for Yang Xia to hear. She just wanted to see how her daughter would react. Oh. Mom, how could you fall asleep, weren't you worried? Yang Xia said, scratching her head unconsciously. Actually, she had noticed that her mother had been acting a bit odd lately. Before, when she spoke, her expressions were always rather indifferent. But in the past 2 days, she had clearly noticed that her mother had been smiling more. And she had actually gone to a couple's movie theater with Su Yang, and he had even held her close while they slept for a long time. Silly girl, what's there to worry about? Are you talking about Su Yang? Ha ha. What's going on in your head? Hey, I wasn't thinking about anything. I heard Su Yang say that he was holding you the whole time while you were sleeping. Yang Xia also played a little trick on her mom, exaggerating what Su Yang had said. She was actually taking the risk of her mom getting angry. Oh? Really? I didn't know that. Yang Shui couldn't help but feign surprise, but there wasn't a trace of anger in her eyes. Ugh. Yang Xia looked at her mother's expression and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Don't let her usual carefree demeanor fool you, she's actually quite perceptive. With just a casual remark, she had already figured out her mother's changing thoughts. So, Mom, aren't you angry? Cough cough cough. He was probably just joking with you. Mom always sleeps so soundly, she didn't notice a thing. Besides, he is still Mama's child. He was just using me as a pillow. Why would I get angry? You silly girl, what are you thinking? In truth, Yang Shui felt a bit awkward inside, but she didn't show it. But from Yang Xia's expression, it was clear that her daughter knew about Su Yang's behavior and didn't seem angry at all. Oh. Yang Xia nodded slightly, still puzzled. But she felt that her mother seemed to have truly changed. In the past, she had always been cold and aloof toward any man who approached her. No wonder everyone called her so cold. But ever since Su Yang came to the house, it had only been 2 days, and her mother seemed to have undergone some mysterious changes. At least her attitude towards Su Yang was different from how she treated other men. But maybe it's because Su Yang is her friend's child, so she's being nice to him? Yang Xia thought it over and over again, but soon became confused again. But the only thing she could be sure of was that her mom's attitude towards Su Yang was indeed very good. Alright, silly girl, go to bed now. You have to get up early for school tomorrow. Yang Shui smiled and ruffled her daughter's hair, urging her to go rest. Okay, Mom, good night. Yang Xia scratched her head and quickly left her mother's room. She then went to wash up and tidy her room. Good little brother, Xia just asked me about watching a movie. Your sister feels a bit embarrassed. Oh, I'm such a bad mom. Even dating has to be done in secret. What's wrong, sister? Did Yang Xia get upset? Su Yang couldn't help but pause. This didn't make sense. No, she is not. It seems like she doesn't mind you hugging me. Could it be that she also wants a man to take care of me? Yeah. I think that's exactly it. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, immediately agreeing with Yang Shui's guess. As they chatted, they didn't notice that it had already reached midnight. Good boy, it's already midnight. Go to sleep quickly. You need to get up early for school tomorrow. Good night, kiss. Sister, didn't you say you wanted me to come to your room and sleep with you? Sister is still a bit worried. Xia probably hasn't fallen asleep yet. Why don't we just sleep like this for now? Sister will try to see if she can fall asleep, kiss. Alright, sister. If you can't sleep, just call me anytime. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's message and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed like his plan to sleep with his sister tonight was likely to fall through. Alright. There's no use rushing things. I'll just wait a little longer. There'll be another chance to lie next to my sister and hold her while we sleep. Su Yang turned the WeChat notification sound to maximum volume and placed his phone beside his pillow. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He soon drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how long it had been. Ding dong. A loud WeChat message notification jolted Su Yang awake. Su Yang rolled over and grabbed his phone. Dear little brother, your sister hasn't been able to sleep. What should we do? We have to go to work tomorrow, and your sister is getting a bit anxious. In an instant, Su Yang was wide awake. Chapter 33, A Midnight Date. Can't sleep? Just call me. Seriously. Looking at the message Yang Shui sent, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his heart racing. The older sister's meaning was way too obvious. My silly little Shui, did you leave the door open for your older brother? I'm coming in now, blushing. Moments later, her reply came through. Sister's door isn't locked. Come over, good little brother. Be careful, okay? Don't wake up Xia. Sister is scared. Okay, don't worry, sister. Su Yang silenced his phone and got out of bed. After putting on his shoes, he tiptoed over and quietly opened the door. The living room was quiet and pitch black, with only the router on the TV cabinet flickering with a faint blue light. Yang Xia's room was farther away, so as long as he was careful, she definitely wouldn't hear him. Soon, Su Yang made his way to Yang Shui's door. He turned the doorknob extremely carefully, keeping the sound to an absolute minimum. Then he pushed the door open very carefully. The door opened, and Su Yang quietly entered Yang Shui's room. It was pitch black inside. At that moment, Yang Shui was nervously staring at the door. She had already spotted a dark figure slowly entering. What was once a deeply in love couple now seemed like they were having an affair. She was both nervous and excited, able to hear her own heartbeat clearly. The door was gently closed, then locked softly. Everything was going smoothly. Su Yang turned around slowly, widened her eyes, and moved toward the bed. Brother. Yang Shui whispered softly, serving as a guide for Su Yang. Good. I've found the bed. Su Yang turned around and sat on the bed, preparing to take off his shoes. Good boy. Yang Shui called out softly, her small hand reaching up to touch his back directly. Take off your shoes and climb into bed. A moment later, Yang Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Little brother, I'm a little scared. Put your hand here and feel it. My heart is beating so fast. Su Yang felt for a moment, and it did seem to be true, it was beating rapidly. However, the sensation wasn't very pronounced. After all, she wasn't exactly a lightweight. It's okay, sister. I'll just hold you while you sleep. I'm worried you won't rest well, and it might affect your work tomorrow. Is that okay? Su Yang gently embraced Yang Shui, running his fingers through her hair and inhaling its fragrance. Good boy, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that Yang Xia will discover what's between us. What if she finds out? That would be so embarrassing. She buried her head in his chest and gently hugged his waist. That sense of absolute safety and relaxation returned instantly. But now, the only thing she was worried about was being discovered by Yang Xia. It'll be fine. I'll sneak back when it's almost dawn. Don't worry, little sister. Go to sleep. Su Yang gently patted her back and spoke softly to comfort her. All right. Then I'll go to sleep, okay? It's so comfortable in my little brother's arms. Yang Shui slowly calmed down, suppressing the restlessness in her heart, and her consciousness gradually grew fuzzy. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Peck. Su Yang gently kissed Yang Shui's lips and quietly adjusted the pillow. He propped it up slightly higher, so that holding her all night wouldn't be too tiring. Holding the soft and fragrant Yang Shui in his arms was indeed a significant challenge for Su Yang. After all, it wasn't broad daylight, nor were they in a movie theater, or even by the riverside. It was pitch black night. And they were in the bedroom, on the big bed. Stay calm, stay calm. His beloved beauty had to go to work tomorrow, and Yang Xia was just across the hall. Amat ba, amen, alleluia, arigato, mayan jiang. Su Yang kept reciting prayers in his mind, trying not to think too much. Slowly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Su Yang drifted off into a deep sleep. Clatter, clatter, beep. After an unknown amount of time, a distinct sound that could be clearly heard in the bedroom rang out again from outside. It startled Su Yang awake. Whoa! Su Yang gently picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was already 6 a.m. Yang Shui was still snuggled up in his arms, breathing evenly. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to Yang Xiao's movements, as she hadn't been woken up by the noise. Time to get out of here. While Yang Xiao was busy, now was the perfect time to leave. Su Yang thought this through and immediately gently placed Yang Shui's arm down before carefully rolling over and getting out of bed. The subsequent series of actions were executed flawlessly by Su Yang. Soon, he slipped into his own bedroom. He planned to sleep a little longer. Sniff, sniff. His entire body was filled with Yang Shui's delicate fragrance. It was simply intoxicating. The first day of an affair, oh no, the first day of a secret bedtime rendezvous, perfectly successful. Like this. Maybe from now on, I can sleep every day holding the arms of the woman I love most, Yang Shui. Oh my. This is absolutely amazing. Ding ding ding. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang was woken up by the alarm on his phone. He jumped out of bed with a quick movement, then got out of bed and walked briskly and cheerfully toward the bathroom to get ready for the day. Good morning, Auntie. At that moment, Yang Shui was carrying a freshly prepared breakfast out of the kitchen. Good morning, Su Yang. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. Yang Shui smiled at Su Yang, her voice gentle and kind. Her handsome face glowed with a radiant, pearly white light. Her spirits seemed much better than before. All right, Auntie, the food smells delicious. Seeing that Yang Xia hadn't come out yet, Su Yang boldly winked at Yang Shui and blew her a kiss. Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle, glancing at Yang Xiao's bedroom door before puckering her lips and blowing a kiss toward Su Yang. That night, she indeed slept very soundly, feeling that her energy was much better now. Earlier, when she looked in the mirror, she noticed that her skin seemed to have improved significantly. Girl, wake up, it's time to eat. Yang Shui put down the breakfast in her hands and called out toward Yang Xiao's room. Got it, Mom, I'm getting dressed. Yang Xia replied and rolled over to get up. Chapter 34, If you really don't want to call me Dad, calling me Uncle is fine too. Su Yang, see if you have any free days during the week. If you don't have anything planned, come by Auntie's company for a visit. The three of them ate breakfast together. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang and said with a smile. Sure, Auntie. I'll check my schedule and try to go there as soon as possible. Su Yang didn't ask her why she was sending him there. After all, it was his girlfriend who asked him, so it couldn't be anything bad. You're such a good boy. Auntie wants you to start working in the IT department first. Just go there and learn the ropes when you have time. Do you understand what I mean? Oh, okay, Auntie, I understand. Su Yang suddenly remembered that Yang Shui had mentioned this to him before. He should go to the company and make an appearance when he had time, at least to get familiar with the place. This huge conglomerate was built up by Yang Shui bit by bit. As her boyfriend, he should at least help out a little, right? Even if it's just living off someone else, at least it's with some dignity, right? Xia, what about you? Still don't want to go? Then Yang Shui turned to Yang Xia, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. This was the child she had raised from childhood naturally. She hoped her child could start getting involved in company matters sooner and learn more by following her lead. Though not her biological daughter, the bond formed from raising her since childhood was no different from that of a biological child. Mom, I'm only a freshman in college. There is plenty of time. Waiting until my junior or senior year wouldn't be too late, right? Yang Xia was more of a free spirit. When she got home, she'd play games whenever she had free time and didn't even bother to clean her own room. So naturally, she didn't pay much attention to her mother's arrangements. Plus, she has been obsessed with Xiao Pingping lately, with her mind filled with how to win over this girl, so she has even less interest in taking on a role at the company. Anyway, her mom doesn't need her money, so why bother? Sigh. Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh to herself and didn't say anything else. After finishing breakfast, Yang Shui returned to her room to start getting ready. Let us go. It was almost 7:30, so they had to hurry to school. Su Yang grabbed the car keys and left the house quickly with Yang Xia. Bro, you seem in a good mood today. What's up? Did Xiao Pingping stop being mad at you? Su Yang drove the car and glanced at Yang Xia in the passenger seat. The young man was chatting on WeChat while occasionally smiling. Ha ha ha. That's right. I chatted with her all the way until almost 1 a.m. yesterday, and we were even thinking about introducing her sister to you. By the way, Xiao Pingping has already sent your photo to her sister. Cough cough cough. Holy crap. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment and shook his head quickly. What the heck is going on? You're trying to set us up. I already have a girlfriend, you know. And last night, we even slept together all night long. Bro, you wouldn't happen to like men, would you? Ha ha ha. If you really do, I'd actually support you. Yang Xia widened his eyes, wearing an odd smile, and kept looking up and down at Su Yang. Oh my god. Ha, old buddy, stop messing around. If I liked men, I'd be the first to take you down. No, no. I'm a man, but I like women. Stay away from me, ha ha ha. Yang Xia quickly waved his hands, laughing so hard he covered his stomach. Bro, I know you're a normal guy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hugged my mom while watching a movie. Holy crap. I just accidentally hugged her once, okay? Don't spread rumors. If Auntie hears this, she might kick me so hard I'll fly across the room. Just hugged her while watching a movie? Pfft, that is nothing. The best part was at night. A 180-degree embrace, it was absolutely amazing. Even now, I can still seem to smell Yang Shui's fragrance, and her even breathing sounds like it's still echoing in my ears. Pfft, you just enjoy your fantasy. I asked my mom yesterday. She said she used you as a pillow while watching the movie, and she wasn't even a bit upset. I'm just curious. Why is my mom so nice to you? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help scratching his head, his eyes filled with obvious confusion. That is simple, it's because I'm young and handsome, of course. Clap clap clap. Su Yang laughed, patting his muscular chest and arrogantly running his fingers through his short hair. Holy crap. Dude, don't get ahead of yourself. My mom wouldn't be interested in a little puppy like you. She's had her share of handsome guys chasing after her in the past. Really? There were actually good-looking guys who chased after Auntie before? Su Yang couldn't help but be startled, feeling a pang of jealousy. Yang Shui was the woman he had already claimed as his wife in a previous life. Yeah, and not just one. There were successful businessmen, even male celebrities, but none of them mattered. My mom is just not into men. Why would she be interested in them? Oh. Su Yang nodded, feeling a surge of satisfaction. She truly is the woman he loves most. When it comes to other men, just kick them out. Only I, Su Yang, am your one and only true love. So, buddy, even if I agree to let you pursue her, I'll ask you if you dare. Ha ha ha. Holy crap. A real man wouldn't back down from a challenge. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. He never expected Yang Xia to say such a thing. This clearly means he's certain Yang Shui is cold and indifferent. He's certain there's no chance between the two of us? Besides, maybe your dad is her old flame. Ha, you're actually going for it? Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but feel speechless after hearing Yang Xia's words. This is just fake news to fool you, how could you actually believe it? Bro, don't doubt Uncle's courage. When I finally hold Auntie in my arms one day, you better not cry. If you really don't want to call me dad, calling me uncle is fine too. Ha ha ha. Su Yang winked at Yang Xia and burst into laughter. Pfft, you're just bluffing. Uncle will just wait and see. Roar. With the roar of the engine, the car quickly arrived at the school gate. Su Yang pulled out his student ID, made a quick registration, and drove the car straight inside. Chapter 35. Facing Yang Shui's attack, Su Yang naturally didn't resist. With Yang Shui by his side, Su Yang felt his motivation to study growing stronger by the day. She had spent 18 years in deep contemplation, 18 years of hard work, enduring countless hardships. This deeply shook his heart and stimulated his drive to strive forward. Only by studying hard could he possibly help her in the future. The entire morning, Su Yang was actively listening to the lecture, taking notes, and reviewing, showing great effort. In contrast, Yang Xia was dazed all morning, often zoning out during the lectures. At 11:40 a.m., school was dismissed. Bro, I'll head out first. Ping Ping is already waiting for me. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Xia had already dashed out. Damn it! What a heartless woman! At least ask your brother how I'm supposed to eat lunch. Back then, the two of us always went to the cafeteria together. Even after school in the afternoon, we often ate together. They weren't inseparable, but they were pretty close. Now that Yang Xia has shown Ping Ping, Su Yang has naturally been pushed aside. Sister, I just got out of school. Have you had lunch yet? Su Yang had originally planned to go to the cafeteria, but then he changed his mind and immediately sent Yang Shui a message. Anyway, now that she had a car, it wouldn't take long to drive from school to her company. No, sweetie. Do you want to come over? I can have the secretary pack some extra food from the cafeteria. Sure, sister. I'll be right over. Su Yang didn't hesitate for a moment, quickly packed his backpack, and rushed out of the classroom. He ran all the way to the parking lot, got into his Tank 300, and drove away from school. Yang Xia brothers. You have your Xiao Ping Ping, and I have my older sister Yang Shui. Sister, I'm coming. Su Yang couldn't help but think of her soft, fragrant body, causing his heart to race wildly. He sped off. After about 20 minutes, Su Yang drove to the building where Yang Shui Clothing was located. After parking nearby, he hurried into the building. Good boy, where are you? The secretary has already brought us lunch. Your sister is waiting for you. I'll be there soon. As soon as he entered the building, Yang Shui's message came through. She estimated the time and figured Su Yang should be arriving soon as well. 2 minutes later, Su Yang walked into Yang Shui's executive office. You're such a good boy. As soon as Su Yang entered the room, Yang Shui closed the office door. On your first day of school, you rushed over here in such a hurry just to see your sister? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with a touch of tenderness, picking up a tissue to wipe the sweat off his face. Yes, I've been thinking about you so much. Really? Come here. Sister will reward you. Peck. Yang Shui said, leaning in to give Su Yang a kiss. Come on, little brother, hurry up and eat. I've already arranged for someone from HR to come over shortly. Just sign the employment contract. Good boy. From now on, your salary will be paid by the online department. How about 10,000 yuan a month? That should be enough if you save it. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you, okay? After all, Su Yang's employment was essentially a case of drawing a salary without actually working. But since it was arranged by the president, no one would dare to say anything. After all, one should take care of their own family, but the method of providing financial support is quite thoughtful. If the money were simply transferred directly to Su Yang, he might feel resentful. What? Sis, why did you set my salary so high? I don't have that much time to work. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. Though he felt a bit uneasy, he could still accept it. He knew this was Yang Shui's deliberate plan. What did your older sister say before? Has my good little brother forgotten? No matter how much I love you and take care of you, you must listen to me, okay? Besides, it's just a salary. Even if you don't have much time now, you'll have time later. Yang Shui said, standing up and hugging Su Yang's head to her chest. Good little brother, do you still want to sleep with your sister tonight? Of course I do. Alright, then listen to your sister and sign the contract right away, good boy. As she spoke, Yang Shui leaned down and kissed Su Yang on the lips. A moment later. Alright, sister, but I want to go over earlier tonight. Facing Yang Shui's advances, Su Yang naturally wouldn't resist. Such a kind older sister, how could he make her unhappy? Alright, come over after Xia Xia falls asleep, okay? Peck. Okay. Come on, little brother, let's eat. Dong dong dong. Just as they were about to finish eating, the office door was knocked on. Yang Shui quickly stood up and sat across from Su Yang. Come in. With her authoritative voice, the office door was pushed open. A young woman in her mid-20s entered. Ms. Yang, I've brought the contract. Alright, Su Yang, take a look at the contract and sign it. Yang Shui nodded faintly and then looked at Su Yang. Thank you, Aunt Yang. In front of others, one must address Yang Shui as auntie, and Su Yang always remembered this clearly. Mr. Su, please take a look at the contract first. The girl quickly handed the contract to Su Yang, speaking with unusual politeness. This young, good-looking guy must be related to Ms. Yang, since he called her auntie. Su Yang only gave it a quick glance, then directly found the place to sign at the end and signed his name. After all, it was Yang Shui who asked him to sign it. What did the terms matter to him? If it comes down to it, he could always sell himself to his girlfriend. The contract was in duplicate, and he finished signing it quickly. He also handed over his ID card and bank card to the girl to make copies. That's right. You're still my good little brother. You must take better care of Xia, that silly girl, in the future. Why doesn't she have any ambition? Su Yang smiled awkwardly. Xia is now my best friend. How could I dare to tell her what to do? Good little brother. You're now her senior, you know? Please, as your older sister, could you encourage her more from time to time? You're her good friend, your words carry more weight than mine. Alright, sister. I'll try my best to help our daughter more in the future. Su Yan looked at Yang Shue's pretty face and smiled awkwardly. Chapter 36, Good little brother, you're really great. Come here and give me a kiss. That's right, good little brother. Xia is indeed your daughter now. Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and nod in agreement with Su Yang's words. In her eyes, the two of them were so deeply in love. Once Su Yang was old enough, getting married was a certainty. Ding dong ding dong. The two chatted for a while longer before the HR girl brought over Su Yang's ID card, bank card, and a contract. Ms. Yang, the contract has been signed. I'll head back now. Alright, go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. After delivering Su Yang's belongings, the HR girl quickly left Yang Shue's office. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already past 1 p.m. Su Yang felt like he had just accompanied Yang Shui for a quick meal. Before he knew it, it was time to head back to school. Good boy, go back to school early. I'll try to finish work earlier next time, peck. Hugging Su Yang's neck, Yang Shui didn't hesitate to taste his lips, then smiled and patted his shoulder. Okay, sister. If you get back late, I'll take a taxi over to wait for you. Su Yang nodded, turned around, picked up his backpack, and waved goodbye to Yang Shui. Yang Shui watched Su Yang's departing figure, and an inexplicable sense of emptiness filled her heart. Only when he was by her side did she feel completely at ease. During the day it was like this, and at night even more so. Perhaps this was the aftermath of 18 years of relentless longing. Su Yang drove the car at full speed, arriving back at school in just over 20 minutes. Although the round trip took nearly an hour, he felt incredibly relieved. Even if it was just 5 minutes with Yang Shui. All the effort he had put in was nothing compared to that. Upon arriving at the classroom, Su Yang immediately got into study mode. For Yang Shui, for their bright future together, he resolved to work as hard as he did in high school. It wasn't until the bell rang that Yang Xia hurriedly entered the classroom and sat down next to Su Yang. Oh my gosh. Why are you so late? Class has already started. Class is in session. We'll talk after class. Yang Xia gave Su Yang a mischievous smile before quickly putting down her backpack and starting to search for her textbooks. Time ticked away second by second. The entire afternoon, Su Yang was in great spirits. Except for a quick trip to the restroom during class, he spent the rest of the time studying diligently, reviewing and preparing for the next day. Before he knew it, it was time to go home. Hey, can you leave the car here for me? I don't want to go back yet. As soon as the teacher left, Yang Xia started packing her books and getting ready to leave. What's going on? Oh, ha ha ha. Su Yang saw Yang Xia's expression and immediately understood. It seemed like she was having a lively chat with that little girl, Xiao Pingping. But you can't come back too late, okay? Auntie said she wants me to keep an eye on you more often. Got it, kid? Saying this, Su Yang reached into his pocket and handed the car keys to Yang Xia. Don't worry, old buddy. I'm just taking Pingping out for a meal. I'll be back right after we finish. Alright, go ahead. Don't make uncle worry about you. Damn it. Don't worry about me. I don't like guys. I'm outta here, buddy. Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder, grabbed his backpack, and dashed out of the classroom. Right now, her heart was completely focused on Pingping, and she didn't want to stay a moment longer. Has my sister gotten off work yet? I'm already out of school, hug. Su Yang packed his backpack and left the classroom as well. On the way, he sent Yang Shui a WeChat message. No, little brother. Your sister has to attend an emergency meeting. I'll probably be back around 8 p.m. Why don't you and Xiaoxia find somewhere to eat? Sorry. What should I do now? Of course I'll go find my dear older sister. Sister, Xia went to the school cafeteria to eat. She said she's going to the library to study tonight. I'm planning to go to your office and wait for you to come home, hug. Sure, little brother happy. I'll have my secretary send another meal for you. Come over and eat with me. My dear little brother is so good. Big sister is so happy, kisses. Yang Shui saw that Su Yang was actually coming to wait for her, and a warm wave surged through her heart. All these years, no one had ever cared about her like this. Not even her daughter, Yang Xia, had ever been so proactive as to wait for her in the office. Alright, sister, I got it. After sending the message, Su Yang ran all the way to the school gate. There were several taxis waiting for passengers at the school gate. He hailed one and got in, then hurried toward Yang Shui's company. The taxi driver was an excellent driver, and in less than 20 minutes, he dropped Su Yang off at the entrance of the Yang Shui clothing building. When Su Yang arrived at Yang Shui's office, she was still eating dinner. "You came so quickly, little brother?" "Put. It's been half a day since we last saw each other. I missed you so much." She didn't even bother to wipe the oil off her lips and leaned in to kiss Su Yang on the lips. I left the car with Xia Xia. I took a taxi over here." Peck. It wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. Su Yang wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's back and leaned down to kiss her again. A minute later. "This box is your dinner. Be a good boy and eat quickly. I have to go to a meeting after I finish eating. Wait for me to come back and we'll go home together." She was breathing heavily and quickly sat back down in her seat. Su Yang's breath from earlier had made her dizzy for a moment, and her body began to grow weak. "Okay, eat your dinner." Su Yang licked his lips, savoring the faint fragrance lingering on Yang Shui's lips. Then he picked up his own meal box and sat across from her. "Good boy, big sister has to go to a meeting. Wait here for me, okay? I'll let you come over early tonight." After finishing her meal, Yang Shui gave Su Yang a playful wink and whispered shyly, "Okay, big sister." Looking at her slightly seductive expression, Su Yang's heartbeat quickened. Especially when he thought about being able to hold his sister close and sleep with her again that night, his whole body began to feel hot. "Alright, I'm going to the meeting now, Peck," Yang Shui said, puckering her lips to blow Su Yang a kiss, then quickly left the office. Chapter 37, While no one's around, I've got to really tease him. After finishing his meal, Su Yang took out a book on the basics of the fashion industry and began reading it carefully. To help Yang Shui as soon as possible, he decided to spend more time learning about this field. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, it was almost 8 o'clock. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Yang Xia. "Bro, is my mom worried? I think I'll be back around 9 o'clock. Can you explain to her for me?" "No problem. Your mom is currently in a meeting at the office and won't be able to come back for a while. I told her you're studying at the library and will be back later." "Alright, thanks, buddy. I'll send you a photo to take a look." Along with the message, Yang Xia sent Su Yang a photo. Ha! It was a photo of a girl, looking around 25-26 years old, quite attractive. Why does she look familiar? Oh, I remember now. This girl must be Xiu Pingping's older sister. What do you think, buddy? Isn't this girl really pretty and well behaved? She's Xiu Pingping's older sister, Xiu Wanner. Consider it? She is pretty, but compared to Auntie, she's no match. Su Yang smiled and brought up Yang Xia's mother. He was gradually creating the illusion that he was pursuing her mother, so that Yang Xia would unconsciously prepare herself mentally. Of course, my mom is a true beauty, there aren't many who can compare to her. Forget about my mom, it's not going to happen. I'm telling you, don't even bother. I think the kind of girl a man should really go for is someone who's really obedient and caring. That's the kind of girl who's truly special, you know? Yang Xia knew that Su Yang preferred older women, so she felt that Xiu Wanner was particularly suited for him. So she started to persuade him earnestly. Actually, Xiu Pingping also had a good first impression of Su Yang, so she naturally hoped her sister could be with this handsome guy. Thanks, bro. Let us not talk about this for now. I'm in my aunt's office reading a book, waiting for her to come home. What the heck? You went to find my mom after school? Yeah, that's right. Auntie won't be able to leave work until after 8 p.m., and I'm worried about her safety on the way home, so I came over to wait for her. Anyway, such an excuse was easy to make up, and Yang Xia couldn't really say anything else. Hey, buddy, you're not trying to slowly get close to her and win her over, are you? Stop it. I think this is just hilarious. Although I also hope there's a good man who can take care of my mom, but you. I think we should just drop it. Damn it. Why should I give up? Damn it. With our relationship and her relationship with your dad, do you really think she'd go for it? Even though you're pretty handsome, I just don't think it's right. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. No way. I need to find a way to tell her the truth. Otherwise, she might not support the relationship between the two of them. Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. Auntie is back, and we'll be heading home soon. The familiar footsteps could already be heard outside. Su Yang quickly sent the last message and put away his phone. Squeak! With the sound of the door opening, Yang Shui walked in. Good boy, were you waiting impatiently? Look! Su Yang picked up the book in his hand, waved it, and smiled at her. Wow! My little brother is working so hard. I love you so much. Yang Shui said, then walked over and plopped down beside Su Yang. Then she turned around and wrapped her arms around his waist. Your scent is so nice. Let us go home together. I really want you to hold me while I sleep. Okay, let's go. I'll drive. Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Shui on the back, then put his books away in his backpack. I'm really feeling a bit tired. Let's go. Saying that, she stood up, picked up her bag, and left the office with Su Yang. It was already past 8 o'clock. Su Yang drove the car, taking Yang Shui with him, heading home at a leisurely pace. Little brother, what time did you leave this morning? Your sister didn't even know. Yang Shui leaned against the passenger seat, quietly staring at the young boy in front of her. She really couldn't bear to be apart from him anymore. She longed to stay in his warm embrace forever. At 6 a.m., Yang Xia got up to use the restroom and woke me up. Then I quietly went back. Oh. Good boy, from now on, come over earlier to keep your sister company. That way, you can go home earlier, and it'll be safer too. Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Su Yang's cheek. Alright, sister. After Xiao Xia goes to sleep, I'll sneak over. Good boy, I'll arrange the time. Just wait for my message. As she spoke, she stroked Su Yang's muscular chest again. Alright, sister. Su Yang nodded and took Yang Shui's small hand in his. They gently rubbed each other's hands. Before long, the two drove home. Is Xiao Xia still at the library? Yang Shui entered the house, and it was pitch black inside. It was clear that Yang Xia hadn't returned yet. She should be almost there. I'll go check on her. Su Yang checked the time. It was almost 9 p.m., so she should be coming back soon. Saying that, he sent Xia Xia a message. Hey, are you on your way back? Auntie and I are already home. She's getting a bit anxious. A moment later, Yang Xia sent a voice message. I'm almost at the front door. Almost there. Su Yang first converted the voice message to text, then tapped to play the voice message. That little brat. She's been acting up lately. She doesn't like studying and keeps running off to the library. Good little brother, why don't you take the opportunity to ask her about it? She shouldn't hide anything from you, right? Besides, you're practically her father now, aren't you? Come on, good boy. As she spoke, Yang Shui put down her bag and threw herself into Su Yang's arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, puckered her lips, and kissed him. While no one's around, I've got to tease him a little. Chapter 38. If you're going to chase after my mom, then I'll have to mourn for you in advance. Ugh. Su Yang hadn't expected Yang Shui to be so bold. Her kissing became increasingly skilled. However, it only lasted a minute before she panted slightly and ran away laughing. After all, Yang Xia had just sent her a message, and she estimated that she would be home soon. Su Yang smacked his lips, staring at Yang Shui's alluring figure, his mind wandering. Little brother, I'll go get ready for bed first. Bye. She stopped in her tracks, turned around, and gave Su Yang a quick peck on the lips before blushing and entering her bedroom. Ugh. What a little vixen. In an instant, she had him all worked up. Click. Su Yang had just returned to his room and set down his backpack when the front door opened, and Yang Xia came back. Mom, I'm back. She called out to her mother's bedroom and then hurried toward her own room. By the time Su Yang had finished tidying up and changing into his pajamas, Yang Xia pushed open the door and walked in. Oh my god, I'm changing clothes. Su Yang, bare-chested, quickly turned around and put on his shirt. Luckily, he wasn't putting on his pants. Come on, we're all men. Yang Xia completely ignored his evasion and plopped down on the edge of Su Yang's bed. What's up, buddy? You seem so happy tonight? Holy crap. Did you drink? Su Yang put on his clothes and turned around, immediately catching the scent of red wine wafting from her body. Shoo. Yang Xia quickly raised her index finger, signaling him to keep his voice down. I just had a little with Ping Ping. The mood was right, just a little, just one glass. Holy crap. Give me the keys. You're not driving anymore. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Doesn't this kid fear the consequences? No matter how small the cup was, this was still drunk driving. If something happens, my mature and alluring older sister Yang Shui will be so heartbroken. Alright, I won't drink anymore. I'll be more careful from now on. Come on, buddy, don't act like my mom. We're brothers, you know? You have to cover for me, got it? Damn it. I'm not covering for you. If something happens, it'll be too late to regret it. Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. Come sit down, buddy. Let me show you the photo of me and Ping Ping. Yang Xia patted the spot next to him and gestured for Su Yang to sit down. What's this, showing off your love? Su Yang sat next to her and leaned in to look at the photo on her phone. The two of them actually went to that kind of couples restaurant, and they even had a candlelit dinner. No wonder she wanted to drink red wine. They were hugging each other, kissing. There were so many photos of them in various intimate poses, and they took so many selfies. Xiao Ping Ping, the young girl, had a blushing face and was shyly smiling. She was actually quite cute. How about it, buddy? Jealous? Come on, let me show you more photos of Xiao Wanner. These were just sent to me by Ping Ping. They're her sister's casual photos. Saying that, Yang Xia flipped through her phone again and opened Xiao Wanyu's photos. Look at those legs, that long hair, buddy, I'll ask you, isn't she tempting? These photos were of Xiao Wanyu in her pajamas at home, and they were quite daring. Her long hair flowing freely, her nightgown sheer, and those straight, long legs. She was clearly more developed than Xiao Ping Ping. Not bad, this girl is pretty good looking. Ha ha ha. I told you she was good, right? What do you think, buddy? Let us all meet up tomorrow night, you handle her? Stop it. What are you talking about? No way. She's too young. I'm not interested. Su Yang waved his hand, looking completely uninterested. What the hell? Then what kind of girl do you like? Of course, someone like an aunt. Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, winking at her. What the hell? Are you serious, man? Yang Xia seemed to realize that Su Yang wasn't joking with her, and the astonishment in her eyes grew. Exactly, a real man, when you meet someone you like, you have to make an effort to pursue them, otherwise you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Bro, you've chosen the hardest challenge in the world. If you were trying to date Shou Wanner, I'm sure with your looks, you'd have her wrapped around your finger in no time. But if you're going after my mom, I can only mourn for you in advance. Yang Xia shook his head, his eyes filled with pity and regret. Alright, buddy, think it over. If you ever want to go after Shou Wanner, just let me know, and I'll help you. I'm off to take a shower. Yang Xia finished speaking, sighed softly, and shook his head as he left. In truth, she was also quite conflicted inside. She truly wanted her mom to be happy, but she felt that Su Yang and her mom just didn't belong together, and it even felt a bit absurd. But what could she do? Yang Xia didn't plan to interfere. Let things take their natural course. After all, the matter between her and Xiu Pingping was even more of a headache. Now not only does Pingping not know her true background, but her mother definitely wouldn't support them either. Sister, Xia Xia is going to take a shower. Su Yang was lying against the headboard, reading a book while chatting with Yang Shui via WeChat messages. Good boy, wait a little longer. After Xia Xia finishes washing up and goes back to bed, don't be in a hurry, okay? Kiss. Good boy, what were you talking about with Xia Xia just now? I didn't hear clearly. I was scolding her. That little girl isn't studying properly at the library, she's just reading novels. Su Yang felt it wasn't the right time to reveal Yang Xiao's situation, yet he'd better wait a bit longer. Reading novels? What is so interesting about novels? Isn't she reading those explicit novels? Something like that. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Alright, that explanation might work. This little brat, why doesn't she just find a boyfriend? Sigh. Never mind, let her read if she wants to. After all, she's grown up now. Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh softly and shake her head slightly. Her daughter had grown up, but it felt like she didn't like boys at all. What if she ends up marrying a son-in-law one day? Ah, this is really giving me a headache. Chapter 39, Brother, keep your voice down. Don't let Xia hear. Not long after, Su Yang heard Yang Xia come out of the shower and return to her bedroom. This kid must have been drinking today. She probably wouldn't dare go find her mother again, or she'd get a good scolding. Squeak. Su Yang was thinking about when to go to Yang Shui's room when he heard her leaving next door. A moment later. Xia, do you need mom to blow dry your hair? No, mom, you should go rest early. You've been busy all day, it must be tiring. Silly girl, it won't take mom more than a few minutes to blow dry your hair. Yang Shui stood outside her daughter's door, actually just wanting to chat with her daughter. After all, they hadn't seen each other all day. Besides, once they'd finished talking, she could finally go to sleep with peace of mind. Really, mom, I'll blow it dry and go to sleep. I'm so tired. Ha ha. You go back, mom. Ha. Yang Xia said this while yawning, then turned on the hairdryer and started drying her hair herself. The noise from the hairdryer was quite loud, making it impossible for the two to continue their conversation. Yang Shui shook her head slightly and had no choice but to turn around and go back. As soon as she entered her own bedroom. Brother, you. It turned out to be Su Yan lying on her large bed, smiling broadly at her. Click. Yang Shui was so startled that she quickly turned around, closed the door, and locked it. Good little brother, Xiao Xia isn't asleep yet? Sister is so scared. She stood by the bed, her eyes clearly showing her tension. It's okay, sister. Didn't you hear Xia Xia say she'd go to sleep after brushing her hair? Don't worry, come sleep here. Su Yang smiled, grabbed Yang Shui's hand, and pulled her onto the bed. Then, click. The bedroom light turned off. Yang Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms, still feeling uneasy. Be a good girl. It's already past 10 o'clock. Just relax and go to sleep. After speaking, Su Yang directly kissed Yang Shui's lips. You were teasing me earlier, weren't you? Well, now I'll let you taste what it's like to be teased. Good boy, stop teasing me. Sister is tired, I need to rest. Yang Shui was soon kissing her breathlessly. This scared her half to death. So she quickly wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist, buried her head in his chest, and dared not let him kiss her anymore. No. Xiaoxia isn't asleep yet. If she hears this, she'll be so embarrassed as a mother. After all, her relationship with Su Yang hasn't been made public yet. Even if it were public, she couldn't let her hear it. Alright. Su Yang suppressed a smile, smacked his lips, then gently patted her back. Good boy, we'll go out and get a room later. Don't do that kind of thing at home anymore, okay? Okay. Su Yang couldn't help but feel overjoyed, his heart racing wildly once again. Next weekend. That would mean he could take his relationship with his sister to the next level. This is simply too exciting. Shu, little brother, keep your voice down. Don't let Xia hear. Alright, sister, go to sleep. Su Yang changed his position, gently embracing Yang Shui, their bodies perfectly aligned at a 180-degree angle. At first, Yang Shui was quite worried, but as time passed and Xia didn't seem to be coming over, she gradually relaxed. Not long after, Yang Shui drifted off into a deep sleep in Su Yang's arms. After a busy day, she was indeed quite tired. Especially in the arms that made her feel so safe, she fell asleep very quickly. Peck. Su Yang gently kissed Yang Shui and slowly drifted off to sleep as well. When Su Yang woke up, it was already 3 a.m. He glanced at his phone and was about to go back to sleep. At that moment, the delicate beauty in his arms also woke up. Brother, I need to use the restroom. Yang Shui's charming, delicate face was flushed, and her voice was extremely gentle. She rolled over and got out of bed, hurrying to the bathroom. A moment later, Yang Shui returned, holding her stomach, her expression slightly pained. What's wrong, sister? Su Yang couldn't help but startle slightly, quickly getting out of bed, picking her up, and gently placing her back on the bed. I have a stomachache. I think my period is coming. Menstrual cramps? Su Yang wasn't very familiar with such matters. He vaguely recalled hearing that one should drink plenty of water, but wasn't sure if that was true. Yeah, it's about time based on the calendar. Every time it comes, my stomach hurts, and when it's really bad, I can't even stand up straight. Yang Shui snuggled back into Su Yang's arms and spoke softly and gently. Sister, should I go get you some hot water? No, little brother, I'm not thirsty. Don't bother going. I feel better when I'm holding you. Oh, okay, then just hold me tight. Su Yang said, hugging Yang Shui tightly in his arms. The next morning, around 5 a.m., Yang Shui woke up early again. But Su Yang was still sound asleep. Good boy. Hurry back, or Xia will be coming out to use the restroom soon. Kiss. Ugh. Su Yang was awakened by Yang Shui's gentle kiss. Alright, I'll leave immediately. Su Yang said, rubbing his eyes, and quickly sat up. Does your stomach still hurt, sister? Yes, it still hurts a little. Don't worry, little brother. I'm used to this kind of pain. It happens every month. Don't worry. Alright, sister. Make sure to drink plenty of water, or maybe we should go to the hospital for a checkup and have the doctor help adjust your condition. Alright, I understand, little brother. Yang Shui said, blushing and waving her hand, urging Su Yang to leave quickly. Soon, Su Yang quietly left Yang Shui's bedroom and went to the living room. The sky had already begun to lighten. Click. With the sound of a door opening, Yang Xia emerged from her room. Chapter 40, Brother, let me take care of your mom. Old buddy, are you heading to the bathroom? Wait, let me go first, I can't hold it anymore. Yang Xia spotted Su Yang in the living room and hurriedly took a step forward, beating him to the bathroom. A moment later. Plop, plop, drip. Bro, if you're in a hurry, you can go to my mom's room. She is probably already awake. After a loud noise, Yang Xia shouted out to Su Yang from inside. Forget it. I'll just wait a bit longer. Su Yang muttered under his breath and turned back to his own room. Wow. That was close. Lucky I came out a few seconds earlier, otherwise, I might have been caught by that kid. That would have been really hard to explain. I'm not worried about myself, but Yang Shui will probably feel really embarrassed. After entering his own room, Su Yang immediately lay down on the bed and continued his nap. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm on his phone woke Su Yang up on time. Just as he finished washing up and getting ready, Yang Shui had already prepared a heartfelt breakfast. Auntie, I made some brown sugar water for you, have some. Su Yang had read online that red sugar water could alleviate menstrual cramps, so after finishing his morning routine, he went to the kitchen to find some red sugar and made a cup of water for Yang Shui. Oh, thank you. Su Yang is such a good child. Since Yang Xia was also present, Yang Shui and Su Yang naturally continued to address each other by their usual names. Did you see that, Xia? I mentioned my stomach hurt on the way back yesterday, and Su Yang remembered to make me some red sugar water. This child is really thoughtful. Yang Shui took the ginger tea, smiled, and turned to look at Yang Xia. Yes, Su Yang is indeed very thoughtful. Boys like him are the most appealing to girls. Yang Xia gave Su Yang a half smile, then turned to look at her mother. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she felt that something had changed between the two of them, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It was just a faint feeling. First, because Su Yang had said he wanted to pursue her mother, and second, because her mother's attitude towards Su Yang was truly too kind. Over the years, she had never seen her mother treat any man with such kindness and patience. Really? I think Su Yang is indeed quite thoughtful. He even ran all the way from school to the office yesterday to wait for me to leave work together. He said he was worried about me walking home alone at night. This kid really knows how to care about others. Xia, you should learn from Su-yang, okay? I wish you'd be this considerate toward your mom someday. Yang Shui looked at the two of them tenderly, her eyes brimming with an indescribable smile. Oh, I know, Mom. Yang Xia gave a nervous smile and didn't say anything else. Actually, she really wanted to say, why not just let Su-yang take care of Mom from now on? After all, he's the one who wants to pursue you. But she dared not say it, fearing she might get scolded by her mom. But the way her mom had spoken earlier at least indicated that she really had a good impression of Su-yang as a young man. But she didn't think Su-yang could actually win her over. Plus, her mom might just have a good impression of Su-yang as a younger person. There probably isn't any feeling involved. After eating Yang Shui's heartfelt breakfast, he and Yang Xia drove to school together. Bro, what do you think about bringing Xiao Pingping home to meet my mom this weekend? What? Su-yang, who was driving, couldn't help but startle at the suggestion, then turned to look at Yang Xia. This guy must be out of his mind. If you really bring your girlfriend home, your mom won't know what to do. She probably won't explode in your face, but she definitely won't approve of you too. What are you talking about? I'm serious, man. Your mom will definitely not agree. I know that. Can't I just bring her over as a classmate first? At least we can get to know each other a bit. Besides, with Pingping being so sweet and gentle, maybe my mom will end up liking her. Yang Xia spoke seriously, as if he had thought about it for a long time. Oh, so that's what you had in mind. But how far have you two gone? Have you told her about your background? Well, not yet. I plan to find the right opportunity and tell her soon. But I think she might accept it. Oh, really? Su-yang couldn't help but be taken aback. Could there really be such a coincidence? We've watched some movies like that together, and she didn't seem to object. Oh? What kind of movies? Su-yang felt like a curious child, completely clueless about matters of love, yet curious to know more. You know, movies about two girls. Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. I've never experienced that, so how would I know? Su-yang couldn't help but feel a bit confused. However, this kind of movie, he seemed to have seen something like it in Japan. Anyway, judging by Pingping's reaction, maybe she'll actually accept me. Just decide and say it. Don't keep dragging it out. After all, when it comes to feelings, both sides should show their utmost sincerity. Su-yang nodded. He could only go along with her for now and find another opportunity to talk to Yang Shui later. Just make sure not to let things get too tense. This was what worried Su-yang the most. Alright, I'll tell her as soon as possible. Bro, my mom really likes you. But I still don't think you have a chance. Pfft, just wait and see. Don't cry when the time comes, haha. Su-yang didn't feel like explaining anything yet. After all, her thoughts would change gradually. At least one thing was good, this guy wasn't fiercely opposed to her. Maybe that's just how girls are? Pfft, I'll just wait and see you make a fool of yourself. I'm warning you, when you're crying, don't be afraid of me laughing at you, haha. Alright, buddy, I'll just wait and see. Su-yang smiled and didn't say anything else. He stepped on the gas pedal, and the car quickly picked up speed. My little Pingping sent me a message, asking if I've arrived at school yet and if I miss her. Look. Such a cute little girl. Men should date girls like this to have some fun, right? Yang Xia held his phone up in front of Su-yang, showing it off with a smug expression. Su-yang couldn't help but sigh to himself. Don't look so happy now, you might not be so happy for long. Please add this book to your shelves and give it a 5-star review. The author is deeply grateful. Please add this book to your shelves and give it a 5-star review. The author is deeply grateful. Chapter 41, What Are You Afraid of? I'm your man, after all. When the bell rang for the first class of the morning, Su-yang received a WeChat message from Yang Shui. Good boy, my stomach hurts so much I feel so uncomfortable. Sister, it hurts that badly? Is there any brown sugar water at the office? Su-yang saw the message she sent and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. I drank it, but it still hurts badly. It doesn't seem to be helping much. Sister, wait for me. I'll come to be with you. Have you ever taken any pain relievers before? I'll buy some for you on the way. After sending the message, he immediately started packing his backpack. Bro, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Can you please excuse me from the next class? I'm leaving. Su-yang turned to Yang Xia and quickly gave her instructions before slinging his backpack over his shoulders and rushing out of the classroom. As for what Yang Shui said about her stomach hurting, he didn't mention it. After all, the WeChat message was quite ambiguous, and she had only sent the message about her stomachache to Su-yang. Holy crap! What's so urgent? Yang Xia looked in the direction he had rushed off in, shaking his head in confusion. Su-yang rushed out of the classroom and hurried toward the parking lot. Yang Shui's message came through again shortly after. Good boy, stay in class and don't come over. Your sister will endure it a little longer. Be a good boy. Although it had hurt before, this time it felt especially intense. However, Su Yang was currently in class. How could he skip class to come accompany her? Though she didn't want him to skip class, seeing the message made her incredibly happy. The boy she deeply loved, he cared about her just as much, cherished her, and doted on her. Sister, I'm already out. I'll start driving right away. After getting into the car, she sent Yang Shui a voice message, then started the engine and drove off quickly. The lessons he had already reviewed beforehand, so there wasn't much difficulty. He could just review Yang Xia's notes later. It wouldn't matter if he didn't listen in class. Now that his sister was feeling so upset, if he didn't stay with her, he would definitely be very worried. Besides, if he holds her close, maybe it won't hurt as much. Or we could take her to the hospital and have a doctor help adjust her condition. The car was driving very fast, and it only took 20 minutes for Su Yang to arrive at the building of Yang Shui Clothing. Within 2 minutes, he had reached Yang Shui's office. Sis. Seeing Yang Shui sitting at her desk, one hand clutching her stomach and the other holding her phone with a frown, Su Yang couldn't help but call out in concern. Silly brother. Didn't you have a class this morning? You could have come to see your sister after class. Seeing Su Yang enter, the frown on Yang Shui's face softened slightly, and a faint smile appeared. Though her eyes held a hint of reproach, they were mostly filled with sweetness. It's okay, sister. I've already reviewed the material for the next class. It's very simple. Your stomach hurts so much I have to stay with you. Saying this, he walked over to Yang Shui's side. Come here, little brother. Help your sister up. Let's go sit on the sofa. Alright. Su Yang reached out his arms and effortlessly lifted Yang Shui into his embrace. This sister really knows how to put on weight. Though not very heavy, the distribution of her curves was absolutely perfect. Good boy. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, and her fair, delicate face turned pink in an instant. This was the first time he had ever held her like this, and it felt so strong and safe. Leaning against his chest, even her stomach didn't hurt as much anymore. After sitting down on the sofa, Su Yang placed Yang Shui on his lap and continued to hold her gently. Little brother, my stomach doesn't hurt as much anymore. You're so amazing, you even have the power to relieve pain. She snuggled into Su Yang's embrace, her small hands caressing his face, blushing and smiling. Sister, let us wait a bit and go to the hospital to check it out. It's not good if it keeps hurting. I've always just endured it before, but this time it's so painful. Good little brother, thank you for coming to be with me. Peck. Saying this, Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and kissed his cheek. Alright, let's wait a little longer. I'll listen to my little brother and go to the hospital to get checked out and take care of myself. That's my good little Shui. Remember to go to the hospital right away if you ever feel unwell again, okay? I know, good little brother. Did you tell Xia about my stomachache? Yang Shui blushed and nodded slightly, her voice growing extremely gentle. No, I just told her I had an urgent matter to attend to and asked her to take a day off for me. She nodded slightly, and the trace of worry in her eyes vanished. Since that was the case, she didn't need to worry about Xia overthinking things. Come on, sister, let us go to the hospital for a checkup. I just looked it up, and there is a traditional Chinese medicine hospital nearby. Let us have the doctor take a look and give you some proper treatment. After taking a moment to rest, Yang Shui felt the pain had indeed subsided significantly. So Su Yang decided to take her for a checkup. As her man, taking her to the doctor was his responsibility. Alright, good boy. Brother, put me down. Otherwise, my colleagues at work will see. Su Yang had originally planned to simply pick Yang Shui up and carry her down. After all, she was in pain and needed assistance. What are you afraid of? I'm your man, after all. He couldn't help but smile and hug her even tighter. Good boy, please. Kiss. Kiss. Is this okay now, little brother? Your sister doesn't want the colleagues to see yet. Good little brother, be a good boy, okay? Kiss. Kiss. Good brother, please, look, I've kissed you so many times already. As Su Yang carried her toward the door, Yang Shui quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and pleaded softly. While begging, she kept kissing him non-stop. Alright, sister. There was nothing he could do. Since his sister was shy, he shouldn't carry her out like this. So Su Yang gently put Yang Shui down. Wait here for a moment, I'll tidy up and we'll leave. Saying this, she turned around and went to the desk, took out a comb from her bag, and tidied her hair. Then she picked up her small bag and came back to Su Yang's side. Let's go, my good little brother. Yang Shui looked at him tenderly, her eyes brimming with indescribable joy and happiness. All these years, she had never experienced such care when she was vulnerable. It truly made her feel so happy. Please add this book to your shelves and give it a 5-star review. The author is deeply grateful. Please add this book to your shelves and give it a 5-star review. The author is deeply grateful. Chapter 42, Little girl, you haven't found a boyfriend yet, have you? The traditional Chinese medicine hospital Su Yang had looked up wasn't far away, just a minute drive. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally Yang Shue's turn. Young lady, where does it hurt? It was an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor who looked to be nearly 80 years old, with a dignified and scholarly demeanor, and he seemed very energetic. As he took Yang Shue's pulse, he asked with his eyes closed. I have stomach pain, menstrual cramps. After about a minute, the old doctor opened his eyes. Young lady, you haven't started dating yet, have you? Yang Shui couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and glanced at Su Yang beside her. That was her boyfriend, after all. However, she quickly realized the deeper meaning behind the old herbalist's words. Not yet, but what does that have to do with having a boyfriend? Of course it matters. Young lady, do you understand that your yin and yang are out of balance? Once you have a boyfriend, your yin and yang will be in harmony, and your symptoms will disappear. The old herbalist looked at Yang Shui for a moment and nodded slightly. You have the face of someone destined for wealth and success, so I assume you're already quite accomplished in your career. But no matter how busy you are, you must prioritize your health, do you understand? As the saying goes, isolated yin cannot thrive, and isolated yang cannot grow. Young lady, go home and find yourself a suitable partner. This will not only cure your illness but also help your career grow even further. Yang Shui was speechless. This old Chinese medicine practitioner wasn't just skilled in traditional medicine, he was also an expert in fortune-telling. He could tell at a glance that she was successful and destined for wealth. Doctor, could you please tell me, when will I find the right partner? Yang Shui glanced sideways at Su Yang, her eyes betraying a hint of a young girl's excitement. The old herbalist, upon hearing this, looked at Yang Shui's face again, then closed his eyes as if deep in thought for a moment. Young lady, you are a person with a strong destiny. When you were young, you faced a life-threatening crisis, but it was somehow averted. However, it was likely because of this incident that you have never been able to have a proper relationship, is that correct? Ah, yes, that's right. Yang Shui and Su Yang were both stunned. This old Chinese medicine doctor was way too accurate. Doctor, when will I be able to find a partner? Young lady, do you really need to ask me that? Alright, follow this prescription to get the medicine, and come back after you've taken it. The old herbalist smiled and waved his hand, as if he already knew her true situation. Next patient. Thank you so much, doctor. After picking up 3 doses of medicine from the pharmacy according to the old doctor's prescription, Su Yan and Yang Shui left the traditional Chinese medicine hospital together. Brother, that old Chinese medicine doctor is truly amazing. He even knows about fate and can predict it so accurately. On the way back, Yang Shui's face still bore a trace of astonishment. Yeah, there's a fortune-telling shop on the small path behind my hometown, and there's an old gentleman there, his fortune-telling is also very accurate. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, recalling a time when he was a child and had asked an old man to tell his fortune. Oh, did you ask him to predict anything for you? Yang Shui asked with a smile, gently covering her stomach. He did. The old man said. I'll end up marrying someone older than me, and he'll be really wealthy. Ha ha. Su Yang hadn't finished speaking when Yang Shui, sitting in the passenger seat, burst into laughter. This fortune-telling is quite interesting. This was clearly not referring to Su Yang meeting her, Yang Shui. My dad always told me to study hard and be self-reliant when I grow up. I must never become a kept man for a rich woman. Su Yang said this while unable to suppress his laughter. That fortune-teller really was spot on. At 18, he had already encountered a wealthy woman who was exactly 18 years older than him. But this wealthy older woman is actually his lover from his previous life. Does that count as being kept? This shouldn't count, right? Ha, my dear little brother is so cute. Yang Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter, her face turning pink. Good little brother, so are you my older sister's plaything? Cough cough cough. Su Yang glanced at Yang Shui's slightly aggressive gaze and gave a sheepish smile. This big sister is really something. I'm your lover from 2 lifetimes, how could I be your kept man? Silly little brother, you're the lover I've waited 18 years for. In my heart, you're not some pretty boy, and there's no such thing as keeping you around. Keeping a white knight is just something those wealthy women with unfulfilled desires do for fun. There's no real emotion involved. My dear little brother, for the rest of our lives, your older sister will cling to you forever. I'll cling to you until you become my husband, the father of my children. Yang Shui said this, her face quickly turning bright red. Ding! Su Yang's phone received a text message. He picked it up, glanced at it, and couldn't help but freeze. A payment of 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. What's wrong, little brother? The allowance has arrived. Su Yang smiled and shook his head slightly, then handed the phone to Yang Shui. He had only been on the job for 1 day and had already received a month's salary. And he had only signed an employment contract, he didn't even know which floor the IT department was on. This salary, isn't it basically the same as a maintenance fee? Good boy, even though you're my older sister's man, you're still in school, right? Once you have more time in the future, you can earn money to support your older sister, right? Yang Shui glanced at the bank message, then reached out to stroke Su Yang's cheek. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable tenderness. I've told you before, little brother. Just be a good boy and listen to me. After all, even your sister is yours. Why think so much? Sister, I wasn't thinking anything. Su Yang reached out and grabbed Yang Shue's arm. Then he kissed her soft little hand. Am I overthinking this? No, I didn't. Actually, I've been thinking about what that old doctor said earlier. When will I finally become your real boyfriend? Good boy, you've been my boyfriend for 18 years already. Yang Shui blushed deeply upon hearing this. No way? But we've never really been together yet. Chapter 43, alright. As long as you don't regret it later. Good boy, are you, now? Looking at the lover who had haunted her dreams for 18 years, he was still as handsome and charming as he had been 18 years ago. Yang Shui suddenly felt as though all her defenses had been shattered. She had originally planned to rest for 2 days, to be in the best possible state of mind to welcome their first time together. She had even planned to wait until her daughter explicitly supported them before fully committing to Su Yang. But just now, she suddenly felt that all those thoughts had become so fragile. As the old saying goes, when flowers are in bloom, pick them while you can, don't wait until they're gone and you're left with bare branches. 18 years ago, she had never truly been with Su Yang. Now, she was already 36 years old. Why was she still thinking so much? And today, Su Yang didn't even go to class. He rushed over to be with her and even took her to see a doctor. Especially today, the old doctor said. Young lady, go home and find yourself a proper partner. Looking at the handsome Su Yang in front of her, Yang Shui's eyes couldn't help but grow dreamy. Yeah. Looking at her captivating yet slightly dazed eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of disorientation. Without a second thought, he admitted the most genuine thought in his heart. Facing such a mature and alluring older woman, to say he didn't have those thoughts would be pure nonsense. Just holding her and sleeping together, it's actually really uncomfortable, you know? Alright. Just don't regret it, okay? Follow this path straight ahead, and there's a hotel. Yang Shui reached out and gently stroked Su Yang's muscular chest, her eyes fixed intently on his handsome face. It was like a starving beggar who had gone days without food suddenly spotted a fragrant roast chicken. No. I don't regret it. Su Yang's heart began to race wildly, so much so that he had to slow down while driving. Is my sister really serious? Could it really be that I'll be able to see my sister honestly and openly soon? Do I not have to wait for her to fully recover her mental state? Was it really because of what the doctor said? No matter what the reason. Su Yang just felt so happy and excited. Huff. Su Yang forced himself to suppress his excitement, steadied his mind, and stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating forward. Soon, Su Yang spotted a hotel by the roadside. Zhangcheng Hehe Hotel. What a great name. It also seems very fitting. Harmony, yin and yang harmony, that's actually pretty interesting. After parking the car, the two of them walked into the hotel together. Not long after, the two of them entered room 1314 together. Good boy, wait for me. I'll go take a shower first. At that moment, Yang Shui's face was already flushed red, and her body trembled with excitement. This was also her first time doing such a thing. Go ahead, sister. Su Yang nodded and plopped down onto the large bed in the room. The two had booked a large bedroom, and the bed was indeed quite spacious. Picking up her phone, she saw that it was almost noon at 12 o'clock. Alright. Whether to eat or not wasn't urgent, the most important thing was to take care of her first. Ding dong. Holy crap. Su Yang looked up and saw that Yang Xia had sent him a message at this critical moment. Bro, what's the rush? Did you go looking for my mom again? It seems this kid isn't as dumb as he looks. He figured it out. Yeah, bro, auntie said her stomach hurts really bad. I got worried and rushed over to take her to the hospital. Su Yang pondered for a moment before deciding to tell her the truth. Now that he was about to face off with Yang Shui, did he really need to worry about Yang Xia finding out? Plus, she hadn't opposed him pursuing Yang Shui before. She just said she didn't believe he could win her over. What? How is my mom now? Should I go check on her? Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but panic. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but hearing that her mother was in severe abdominal pain made her unable to sit still. It's nothing serious. She's feeling better now. The doctor took a look and said it was just menstrual cramps and prescribed some medication. And the doctor also said. What else did the doctor say? Just tell me already, for heaven's sake. We went to see an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor today. He took her pulse and said directly. Young lady, you should find a partner as soon as possible. This is a case of yin-yang imbalance. Su Yang didn't hide anything and told Yang Xia roughly what the doctor had said about her condition. Oh. Yang Xia fell silent upon hearing this. She knew a little about her mother's situation. As far back as she could remember, she had never seen her mother with any man. It seems the doctor was spot on, and he hit the nail on the head. Su Yang, this old friend. He was being quite attentive, but she wondered what her mother thought of him. You don't need to come over. Uncle will be here with her. I probably won't be able to come back this afternoon either. Could you also help me take a day off? Su-yang glanced toward the bathroom, suppressing his restless feelings, and continued chatting with Yang Xia. Is my mom in that much pain? Does she really need you to stay with her for so long? It's not that serious, but I just want to be with her. Plus, I think Auntie is pretty happy. Su-yang, of course, wouldn't reveal the truth. Such embarrassing matters couldn't be discussed lightly. Especially since the other person was Yang Xia. Holy crap! My mom is really happy? I don't believe it. Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch his head. Was this a mistake? This doesn't make any sense at all. Of course it is. Why don't you ask her when she gets back from work? We're close, why would I lie to you? Splash splash. Su-yang and Yang Xia were chatting, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. In an instant, a stunningly beautiful and alluring scene flashed through Su-yang's mind. Wow! It was truly mesmerizing. Alright, then you go ahead and keep her company. I'll head home early after school. Yang Xia pondered for a moment before abandoning the idea of going to her mom's company to see her. Since his close friend was there, he decided not to go either. Plus, the doctor was right, her mom really should start dating again. But this Su-yang. Why does it feel so chaotic? Chapter 44, Will Yang Xia agree to let you pursue me? Not long after, Yang Shui emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. The enthusiasm on her face had faded significantly, and her eyes betrayed a hint of apology. What's wrong, sister? Feeling her unusual demeanor, Su-yang couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Yang Shui gave an apologetic smile but didn't respond, simply getting back into the large bed and lying down beside Su-yang once more. I'm sorry. Yang Shui snuggled into Su-yang's embrace, speaking in a soft voice. What's wrong, sister? Although Su-yang didn't understand, he had already guessed the situation. It's just not convenient today. What a coincidence. Oh. Su-yang held Yang Shui's delicate, supple body close to him, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. However, since that was the case, might as well take this opportunity to rest a little longer. Ding ding ding. A sudden ringtone interrupted the embrace, waking both Su-yang and Yang Shui from their slumber. It's my phone. Yang Shui quickly came to her senses and reached for her phone. It was the secretary calling. Hello, Mr. Yang, the meeting you scheduled for 4 p.m., should we proceed as planned? Oh, cancel it. Let's reschedule for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. While still on the call, Su-yang turned and embraced Yang Shui. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her delicate, boneless body. Shoo! Yang Shui gently motioned to Su-yang to speak more quietly, then continued the call. Alright, Ms. Yang, will you be returning this afternoon? A client came by saying they wanted to visit you, but they didn't make an appointment. I have an important matter to attend to outside and can't return yet. Please inform them on my behalf. I'll handle it tomorrow when I go to the office. Alright, Mr. Yang. Peck. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shui turned around and kissed Su-yang on the lips. Are you hungry, little brother? We haven't had lunch yet. It's already 4 in the afternoon. It's okay, I'm not that hungry. Su-yang couldn't help but smile and hugged the delicate beauty in his arms tighter. Little brother, has Xia contacted you? About the two of us. Has she already found out? Let me check my phone. Su-yang reached out and picked up his phone from the bedside table to take a look. There were no new messages. She must know I'm pursuing you. Then, Yang Shui couldn't help but freeze. She really had no idea what Su-yang and Yang Xia had discussed. So, will Yang Xia agree to you pursuing me? After all, Su-yang is her daughter's friend. If her friend pursues her, then he'll become her father. Would Yang Xia accept such a change in their relationship? She hasn't explicitly refused. Actually, this girl is quite filial to you. She knows you haven't dated anyone for all these years, understands how difficult it's been for you, and hopes you can find her a father. Su-yang said this while stroking Yang Shui's hair. Did she really say that? That she wants me to find her a dad? Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but brighten up. All these years, she had never even considered finding a partner, so she had never discussed this issue with her daughter. Now that Su-yang was back, she was very worried that her daughter might refuse. Yes, that's exactly what she told me. But she doesn't believe I can get you to fall for her. She said you're an ice queen who isn't interested in either young men or older men. Plus, didn't my sister once say I was your friend's child? She's always kept that in mind. Ha ha ha. So she feels confused and thinks there's little chance of us being together. That's okay. I'll find a way to talk to her later. As long as she doesn't oppose us being together, that's fine. Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh in relief, feeling a sudden sense of ease. Chapter 45, Can you still make a move even if there's an age gap? Not eating lunch, they must be pretty hungry. Especially Su-yang, who, with Yang Shui's help, was even hungrier. The two ordered takeout and had it as both lunch and dinner. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 6 p.m. Good little brother, I don't even want to go home anymore. Yang Shui changed her clothes while shyly glancing at Su Yang, her eyes clearly betraying a lingering desire. Then let's just stay here tonight. I'm sure you'll sleep more soundly. Ding ding ding. Just as she was speaking, Yang Shui's phone rang. Hello? Xia. Mom, haven't you finished work yet? Yes, I'm done. Mom will be right back. What's wrong, sweetie? Oh, I came back from school and noticed you weren't home yet, so I called to check. Nothing's wrong. Sweetie, have you eaten dinner yet? Do you want me to bring you something on my way back? Sure, Mom. I'll take some. Does your stomach still hurt? No, it's better now. My little girl is so good. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, Mom. By the way, is Su Yan still with you? Yes, he is here. We're going home together. See you soon, I'll hang up now. The two chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up. Good boy, hurry up and get dressed. Xia Xia has already gone home. Let's go out again another time, okay? Kiss. Seeing Su Yang reluctant to leave, Yang Shui walked over and reached out to pull him. She couldn't pull Su Yang away. Instead, he pulled her back into his arms. Without saying a word, he leaned in and kissed her again. Good boy. It's getting late. We should go back now. Wait until tonight. Will you go to your sister's room early? Peck. Alright. Let us go back then. Su Yang reluctantly sat up and began changing his clothes. Today was the first time the two of them had stayed overnight together outside their home. Though they hadn't done the most important thing, they had spent most of the day together. This significantly deepened their emotional connection. Before long, the two of them left the hotel together and drove back home. Good boy, big sister is so happy. Call me husband. Su Yang smiled and turned to look at Yang Shui, whose face was slightly flushed. My little husband seems to have plenty of energy. You'd better be careful. Wait a few days, and see how your sister will devour you. They had hoped their relationship would take a significant step forward, but it seemed their plans were thwarted. As a result, the most important thing became the biggest regret of the day. Yang Shui still felt a little annoyed inside. Alright, by the weekend it should be about right? Probably around 4 or 5 days. The hotel wasn't very far from home, and the two arrived at their place shortly afterward. Upon arriving home, Yang Xia was playing video games. Let's go out to eat. Su Yang walked into Yang Xia's room and tapped her on the shoulder. Holy crap! Su Yang, you really spent the whole day with my mom? What's wrong? Is that a problem? Su Yang smiled and plopped down on the chair next to her. Then, my mom didn't kick you out? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang in confusion, unable to resist scratching her head. Are you kidding me? Did my mom really fall for Su Yang? That shouldn't be possible. This is going to be a mess. No, I didn't even go to class to be with her. Why did she make me leave? Actually, she seemed pretty happy. Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder before standing up. Let us go, buddy. The takeout will get cold and taste bad. Saying that, he walked out of the room. After finishing dinner, Yang Xia was called into her room by her mother, Yang Shui. What's wrong, Mom? Dear, take a look at this. Yang Shui said, reaching out to hand her daughter a small box that had been placed on the vanity table. This? Mom, isn't this the small box you kept in the study cabinet? You never let me look inside. Let's open it and take a look. As she spoke, she handed her daughter another small key. This? Yang Xia had known about this little box since she was a child, but her mother had never allowed her to look inside. It had always been locked, and she wasn't even allowed to touch it. What could possibly be inside? Yang Xia was very curious. Soon, the box opened. Yang Xia was also completely stunned. Mom, isn't this Su Yang's photo? As she spoke, she picked up the photo and immediately noticed the date on it. It was from 18 years ago. Oh, right. Mom, isn't this a photo of Su Yang's dad? This looks way too much like him. Yang Xia suddenly realized that her mom had mentioned before that she and Su Yang's dad were good friends. Could this photo be it? No, it's not. Yang Shui shook her head, denying her daughter's guess. But this isn't Su Yang's photo either. 18 years ago, Su Yang was still in his mother's womb. Yang Xia was momentarily speechless. How could there be someone so similar in the world? The person in the photo was Mama's boyfriend from when she was young. What? In an instant, Yang Xia felt like she finally understood. No wonder Mom was so nice to Su Yang. It was because he looked so much like Mom's boyfriend. Actually, on the night of your birthday, Mom saw Su Yang and was completely stunned. I thought it was her ex-boyfriend coming to find me. Yang Shui sat beside her daughter, speaking softly. She wanted to use this as a starting point to gauge her daughter's feelings. If her daughter supported the two of them being together, then she and Su Yang would naturally be overjoyed. If she didn't, At least it would be a start, and at least her daughter would know what her mother was thinking. Even if she didn't support it, she probably wouldn't oppose it too strongly. So, Mom, is it because Su Yang looks like your ex-boyfriend that you like him a little? Yang Xia immediately understood her mother's meaning. It seems like Mom is trying to express her feelings to her. But isn't Su Yang the son of your best friend? Isn't that a generational gap? Is this something she can just go for? Chapter 46. This might be Mom's first time dating. I think Su Yang is a nice young man, and he's very considerate. Yang Shui paused for a moment, then looked into her daughter's eyes and said with a hint of concern. But, isn't Su Yang the son of your best friend? How are you going to explain this to your best friend? This might get complicated, and he is also my good buddy. Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch her head. She felt that what her mom was doing was a bit ridiculous. Even if he looks a lot like your ex-boyfriend, he's not your ex-boyfriend. Mom is already 36, and he's only 18. This is definitely an older woman dating a much younger man. Actually, that is not the issue. Yang Xia was pretty open-minded about age differences. But Su Yang is your best friend's son. Silly girl, Mom doesn't even know Su Yang's dad. I was just joking around before. Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, reaching out to stroke her daughter's head. The three of us in this family, only you, the silly girl, are still in the dark. Oh. Yang Xia couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but she quickly understood. So Mom had feelings for Su Yang from the moment she first saw him. She even made up such a reason. Mom, does Su Yang know you like him? After all, he is still so young. Can he really make you happy? This is pretty concerning. Yang Xia knew that Su Yang was interested in her mother, but he was only 18. If he was just playing around, that could be a huge blow to her mother. Since Yang Xia could remember, this might be the first time his mom had ever dated. And she's chosen a replacement for her ex-boyfriend, and he's so young. It's really hard to say what the future holds. To be honest, Yang Xia was still a bit worried. What worried her most was that her mother might get hurt. He must know, right? I can tell he has been nice to me. Look, he even skipped class today to spend so much time with Mom. Yang Shui said, unconsciously recalling the intimate moments she shared with Su Yang at the hotel. A happy smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Yang Xia looked at her mother's smile and knew she must truly be in love with Su Yang. The main reason was that he looked too much like her mother's ex-boyfriend. Good girl, you'll support Mom, one to you? Yang Shui took her daughter's hand, her eyes brimming with unspoken anticipation. Su Yang and her daughter were the two people she cared about most and loved the most. Therefore, she naturally hoped that her daughter would bless and support her relationship with Su Yang. Although Su Yang is younger, he is quite thoughtful, and he doesn't mind Mama's age at all. He also doesn't place much importance on money or material things. Mom thinks he's a good boy, so I really want to give it a try. Yang Shui looked at her daughter and spoke earnestly. She placed great importance on her daughter's attitude. Well. Yang Xia scratched her head, unsure of what to say. Her mother hadn't dated anyone in all these years, and now she was 36. It was indeed time for her to find a good man to take care of her. Although Su Yang wasn't very old, he was the first young man her mother had ever actively taken an interest in. And it was because he reminded her of her ex-boyfriend. If it weren't for that, my mom might not have developed feelings for him. For my mom, this was truly a rare and precious opportunity to fall for someone. It seems like as her daughter, I really can't help but support her. Mom, your daughter can support you being with Su Yang, but I hope you won't get hurt. After all, Su Yang is still young, and I'm worried he might not be mature enough to take good care of you. Thank you, my dear daughter. Yang Shui was overjoyed to hear her daughter's words of support. Her dear daughter truly supported her. Don't worry, my dear daughter. Your mother has already thought it through. Su Yang is young, but he is a good boy and very obedient. Mom won't be the one to lose out. Yang Shui happily stroked her daughter's head, her fair and delicate face already turning pink. Yang Xia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. So what if he's a good friend? We can just talk about our own things later. Anyway, I don't want to call him uncle, and I definitely don't want to call him dad. What was once a good friend is now a generation apart, and it feels a bit awkward. Mom, I've recently made a good friend, a girl. Can I bring her over to our house to play? After finishing the conversation with her mom about Su Yang, Yang Xia immediately realized this was a great opportunity to introduce Xiu Pingping. Since she is a good friend, of course you can. Mom never restricts her good daughter from making friends. At that moment, Yang Shui was overjoyed and didn't think much of it. And she naturally assumed it was just an ordinary friend, so she agreed without hesitation. Alright, thanks, Mom. Upon hearing this, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel excited. As long as Xiu Pingping comes over, with her sweetness and diligence, Mom will definitely grow to love her. We'll take it one step at a time from there. Mom, I'll go out first. I want to talk to Su Yang for a bit. Alright, go ahead, my dear daughter. But please make sure to speak nicely to Uncle, okay? Yang Shui smiled and nodded, giving a casual reminder. Now, her relationship with Su Yang was also out in the open with her daughter. So from now on, he would be considered her daughter's senior. Since they weren't married yet, it was still appropriate to call him uncle. Okay, I understand, Mom. Yang Xia nodded obediently and then turned around and left her mother's room. Without pausing for a moment, she pushed open Su Yang's door. What the hell? Old buddy. You didn't even knock before coming in? Su Yang had just finished showering and was changing into his pajamas. Seeing Yang Xia burst in, he quickly grabbed a towel to cover himself. I'm used to it. We're all guys, why care so much? Seriously. Fine, I'll turn around, okay? You're acting like a girl. Yang Xia said, quickly turning her back. Su Yang saw this, removed the towel, and quickly put on his pajamas. Although Yang Xia was indeed a close friend, she was still a girl after all. And in the future, she would also have the role of a daughter. So as an elder, one must still maintain a proper image. Chapter 47, You must never disappoint my mother in the future, otherwise, I'll never forgive you. Alright, turn around. After putting on her pajamas, Su Yang hung the bathrobe to the side. Sigh, so fussy. How are you going to take care of my mom in the future? Yang Xia couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his face betraying a hint of irritation. What did you say, buddy? Su Yang froze for a moment, not hearing clearly. Nothing. Yang Xia said, plopping down on the edge of the bed. By the way, old buddy, I talked to my mom, and she agreed to let me bring Xiu Pingping over to our place this weekend. Oh, really? No way? Yang Shui would agree to her daughter liking a girl? Yeah, what's the big deal? I told my mom she's just a good friend, not that we're dating. Oh, I see. That's not a bad idea. That little girl is so sweet and cute, Yang Shui might just really like her. But if she were to become a daughter-in-law, wouldn't that be a bit difficult? Su Yang nodded slightly, showing no clear support or opposition toward Yang Xia's matter. He'd just take it one step at a time. Bro, you've got to support me with Xiu Pingping and me. I know mom can't accept this idea yet, but you have to support me. If you get the chance, try to convince her, okay? Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder, occasionally glancing at him. Alright, I'll try to talk to her. Old buddy. What are you looking at? Don't tell me you suddenly think I'm handsome and have feelings for me, right? But I'm a man. Do you understand what that means? Yang Xia withdrew his gaze and turned his head away. I understand. Uncle understands, of course. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and reached out to pat Yang Xia on the shoulder. Are real men just all talk? Don't you need some concrete proof to back that up? Forget it, I'm telling you, Su Yang, don't expect me to call you uncle in the future. No way. Yang Xia snorted and muttered under his breath. His voice clearly carried a hint of stubbornness. Su Yang couldn't help but pause. What does that mean? From the way she sounded, it seemed like she knew about my relationship with your mother. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, no matter what happens between you and my mom, we're still brothers. Oh, okay, no problem. Su Yang heard this and instantly realized what was going on. It seems like this guy knows about his relationship with her mom. Great. That's perfect. That's more like it. Alright. I'm leaving. Also, you must never let my mom down, or I'll never forgive you. And you have to support me in Xiu Pingping. After saying that, Yang Xia didn't linger any longer and turned around to leave Su Yang's room. Watching Yang Xia's back, Su Yang jumped up from the bed in a flash. Holy crap! This kid actually agreed to his relationship with Yang Shui. As long as he supports us being together, I couldn't care less about Xiu Pingping. In an instant, Su Yang felt an overwhelming urge to rush into Yang Shui's room. Now that my daughter has made her support clear, doesn't that mean we won't have to sneak around anymore? Does that mean we can finally live together openly with Yang Shui? Ding dong! Su Yang was lost in his excited daydreams when his phone buzzed. It was Yang Shui sending her a WeChat message. Good boy, did Yang Xia come looking for you just now? Yes, sister. She said, she doesn't want to call me uncle anymore. Su Yang suppressed his excitement and replied to Yang Shui. Oh, little brother, don't worry about it for now. I'll talk to her slowly later. After all, you used to be friends, and suddenly making her call you uncle might make her feel a bit awkward. Yang Shui had just stepped out of the bathroom, wearing a silk nightgown, and was leaning against the headboard. I know, sister, but right now, I really want to hug you. Since returning from the hotel, Su Yang had grown increasingly eager to spend time with Yang Shui. Now that Yang Xia had explicitly supported the two of them, he felt like he couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to rush over. Good boy, wait until Xia goes back to sleep, then come over, okay? Be a good boy, don't be in a hurry, okay? Yang Shui looked at the message Su Yang sent her, and her whole body couldn't help but feel a bit warm. Images of the two of them together that afternoon flashed through her mind. All she wanted now was to hold him tightly, press herself against him, and never let go. Alright, sister. Yang Shui must have told Yang Xia something else. She probably didn't mention that they had already slept together, otherwise she wouldn't have said to wait until she went to sleep. Alright, since things had started off well, the rest would follow naturally, step by step. I believe that soon, the two of them will be able to live together openly and honestly. Time passed slowly. Yang Xia quickly finished tidying up and returned to her own room. Before she knew it, it was 11 o'clock and she hadn't come out again. Good boy, come over quickly. Blushing, Xia has already gone to rest. Just as Su Yang was growing impatient, Yang Shui sent a message. Alright. Upon receiving the message, Su Yang didn't even have time to reply before he jumped out of bed and quietly slipped over. This time, he was clearly much bolder. Although he was still moving quietly, he no longer felt as tense as before. Soon, he arrived at Yang Shui's room. This time, the room wasn't pitch black. Instead, there was a small bedside lamp left on. The dim light illuminated Yang Shui's mature and delicate face, making her look extremely alluring. Come here. Yang Shui saw Su Yang enter and couldn't resist beckoning him with her finger. Good boy, Xia has agreed for the two of us to be together. Sister is so happy. Call me husband. Chapter 48. Alright, wife, I'll study hard. Husband, kiss. Yang Shui embraced Su Yang's waist, and the earlier sense of worry seemed to vanish almost instantly. Even her voice was louder than before. Honey, can we go to bed early tonight? You must be tired from this afternoon. This much, how could I possibly be tired? Su Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. He was only 18 years old, in the prime of his life. How could he possibly be tired? By the way, honey, I have to go on a business trip for 2 days. I won't be able to accompany you during that time. You have to be a good boy at home, study hard, and wait for your wife to come back and spoil you, okay? What? When are you leaving? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart, unable to hide his disappointment. These days, he and Yang Shui couldn't bear to be apart for even a moment. The flight leaves tomorrow morning. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, little darling. I'll send you a message as soon as I have time, okay? Kiss. Yang Shui reached out and stroked Su Yang's chest, drawing circles. Ah. My dear husband, I don't want to leave you either. If only you had graduated from university by now, I would definitely take you everywhere with me every day. I'd take you everywhere. Alright, my wife, I'll study hard. Su Yang replied softly, not showing any signs of sadness. After all, there was nothing to be done about it. Such a large corporation, Yang Shui was indeed too busy. He had often heard Yang Xia mention that her mother was frequently on business trips. Now that she had only been with her mother for a few days, she had to go on another business trip again. And it would be for several days. Never mind. As her partner, I have to accept this situation. I'll just have to study hard and try to help her out sooner. You're such a good husband. Put. Alright, let us get some rest early. Click. Su Yang reached out and turned off the small bedside lamp. The next morning. Xia, Mom has to go on a business trip today. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. While the three of them were sitting together having breakfast, Yang Shui also told her daughter about her business trip. Oh, I understand, Mom. Alright, after I leave, the two of you must get along well. Xia, you should listen to your uncle Su Yang's advice more often, okay? Both of you study hard so that you can help me after you graduate. Yang Shui smiled at her daughter and then turned to look at Su Yang. One was her obedient daughter, the other her beloved man. Both were the people she cared about most. She truly hoped they would both grow up and succeed soon. Mom. I know. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but feel a little down. Such a good older brother, now he's become an uncle. If he's an uncle now, he might as well be a father in the future. A father of the same age. It's really hard to accept. Sis, Yang Xia and I are good friends. If anything comes up, we'll discuss it together. You can go on your business trip with peace of mind. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, changing the way he addressed Yang Xia's mother for the first time in front of her. Before, he had always called her aunt, but now he had switched to sister. After all, their relationship was now public knowledge to Yang Xia, so the title had to change. Alright, little brother. Yang Shui looked at the two of them, her fair, delicate face flushing slightly. This was the first time the three of them had sat together and officially acknowledged their relationship. However, Yang Xia just kept her head down and ate, feeling a bit off inside, but she didn't show it. Anyway, as long as Mom was happy, she wouldn't say anything either. Old buddy, I'm not calling you uncle. That's too awkward. On the way to school together, Yang Xia stared out the window, her mood seeming a bit off. It's okay. We're just talking about different things. I don't want to lose you as a good friend. Su Yang smiled and nodded generously. Now that he was living with his mother, calling someone uncle was just a formality. Whether it's buddy, uncle, or even dad, what's the big deal? Alright, you said it. By the way, old buddy, I want to bring Xiao Pingping home these days. Don't tell my mom, okay? Mentioning Xiao Pingping immediately changed Yang Xia's expression. A happy smile quickly spread across his face. Bring Xiao Pingping over to stay the night? Su Yang couldn't help but stare, turning to look at Yang Xia. This kid is moving so fast? Could it be that Xiao Pingping already knows her true identity and has willingly agreed? Could such a coincidence really happen? That's exactly what I meant. Yang Xia nodded, as if he had planned it all along. Will Xiao Pingping agree? She knows your true nature now? You just don't understand women. Xiao Pingping is such a rare gem. As long as she likes you, she'll agree to anything you ask. It's just asking her to sleep with you, of course she'll agree. Looking at Yang Xiao's proud expression, Su Yang couldn't help but think of many things. The world of la 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 is truly magical. So that means Xiao Pingping already knows her true nature? But she doesn't know my true identity yet. I'll just tell her when we go to bed tonight. She's so obedient she'll definitely agree. Don't worry. Yang Xia smiled broadly, looking confident and triumphant. Damn it. I was going to introduce her sister to you, but now, never mind. Her sister and Pingping are the same type of girl. Anyway, you don't have a chance now. I'm telling you, you have to treat my mom well. Don't even think about anyone else, no matter how good they are. Don't worry, buddy. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Our tastes in women are just different, bro. I prefer mature, elegant older women, not the so-called good girls you're talking about. You actually call that kind of girl the best? Actually, your mom is the real top-notch in my eyes, do you get it? By the way, let us go out for lunch with Pingping today. I'll introduce you to her properly, and she can call you uncle if she wants. What? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. Is this okay too? You call me your buddy, but you make your girlfriend call me uncle? Oh my. This is actually kind of interesting. Chapter 49, come on, call me dad. Wait for me. As soon as they entered the campus, Su Yang hadn't even driven the car to the parking lot yet, and Yang Xia had already gotten out midway. She ran faster than a rabbit. It turned out that Xiao Pingping was already waiting for her downstairs at the academic building. There was still a little time before class started, so they could spend a few more minutes together. By the time Su Yang parked the car and arrived at the classroom, Yang Xia hadn't arrived yet. It wasn't until the bell rang that she dashed into the classroom like a rabbit. Hey, you can't do this. Studying is important, you can't just focus on flirting and forget about your studies. Pfft, you're not much better than me. I've never skipped class before. The teacher's coming, let's get to class. Su Yang couldn't help but stumble over his words. He was right. Yang Xia was actually right. Let's go, buddy. Pingping will be downstairs soon. We should hurry. After school let out at noon, Yang Xia quickly stood up, packed his books, and couldn't wait to leave. Alright, let's go. Su Yang didn't linger either and quickly packed his backpack. Since he was going to have dinner with his daughter and his daughter-in-law, as the elder, he certainly couldn't refuse them. Plus, Yang Xia had mentioned earlier that he would formally introduce him. Was he planning to tell Xiao Pingping about their father-son relationship? No way. You two aren't even sure if it'll work out yet. We can introduce our relationship later once things are settled. When the two of them arrived downstairs, they saw a slender, fragile little girl standing not far from the front door, waiting quietly. Pingping, let us go. Yang Xia walked up to Xiao Pingping and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Peck. He kissed her little mouth without caring about anyone else around. Su Yang watched the two of them being so intimate and couldn't help but feel a slight chill run down his spine. If he didn't know Yang Xia's true nature, he would never have guessed from her appearance that she was a genuine girl. But Su Yang knew her inside out. Watching the two girls act that way, it just felt a bit odd. Su Yang, hello? After sharing a kiss with Yang Xia, Xiao Pingping blushed slightly and looked at Su Yang, greeting him shyly yet gracefully. Let's go, buddy. Let's go eat. We'll settle the bill later. You're treating today. Yang Xia waved at Su Yang, then wrapped her arm around Xiao Pingping's shoulder and walked toward the parking lot together. I'm going. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This kid. You're taking a girl out to eat, yet you want your uncle to pick up the tab? Never mind. Well, she is his daughter, so he might as well treat her. Before, they were just pure friends, but now they're friends plus a daughter, it's definitely different. So when Su Yang thinks about things, he can't help but see things from the father's perspective. There's a home-style restaurant near the school with pretty good food. Yang Xia and Su Yang had eaten there together twice before. Bro, let me introduce you properly. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Pingping, you've met her before. After the three of them sat down, Yang Xia took Xiao Pingping's hand and introduced her to Su Yang with a smile. Alright, Xiao Pingping, nice to meet you. Take your time and order whatever you like. Su Yang smiled and nodded, pushing the menu toward Xiao Pingping and Yang Xia. Come on, Pingping, order whatever you want. Don't be shy with him. Put. Yang Xia wrapped his arm around Xiao Pingping's shoulder and kissed her again right in front of Su Yang, completely unfazed. I can eat anything, honey. You order for me. Xiao Pingping blushed and leaned into Yang Xia's embrace, even calling him husband. That single word, husband, completely stunned Su Yang. This guy is moving way too fast. In just a few days, he'd managed to get this young girl to call him husband. The way she behaved in front of Yang Xia, so obedient and well behaved, was truly remarkable. No need, today you can choose. Be a good boy. Okay, husband. After hearing Yang Xia's words, Xiao Pingping confidently called over the waiter to start ordering. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Yang Shui. Honey, I just landed and arrived at the hotel. Have you and Xia had lunch yet? Hug, did you go to the school cafeteria? We're at a restaurant outside. There's also Xia's good friend, a girl named Xiao Pingping. After replying to Yang Shui, he picked up his phone and aimed it at Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping. Hey guys, let me take a photo of you two so my sister can see. What, my mom wants to see? Yang Xia saw Su Yang's phone pointed at the two of them and couldn't help but jump in surprise. Yeah, come closer. Pingping, look more natural, don't be shy, and don't get nervous. Anyway, Yang Shui would eventually find out about this. Plus, she had mentioned before that she wanted to bring this girl home to introduce her to her mom. Sending Yang Shui a photo in advance was just a precaution. Alright, no problem. Yang Xia said, letting go of the arm he had been holding around Xiao Pingping. Click, click. Su Yang took several photos of the two of them. He then selected the one that looked most like ordinary friends and sent it to Yang Shui. Alright, I've sent it to my sister. Su Yang smiled and winked at Yang Xia. She felt a little nervous, scratched her head, and quietly held Xiao Pingping's hand again. Honey, why did Su Yang call your mom sister? Isn't he your best friend? Xiao Pingping whispered into Yang Xia's ear, sounding confused. Cough cough. Oh right, I forgot to mention that. He is indeed an older generation than me, but we become close friends, so we just don't bother calling each other uncle. But Pingping can call him uncle. Come on, good girl Pingping, call him uncle so I can hear. Yang Xia said, winking at Su Yang, his eyes clearly brimming with pride. As if to say, look, old buddy, my little Pingping is the sweetest and most obedient. Uncle, hello. I'll just call you uncle from now on. Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, Xiao Pingping obediently stood up and called him uncle with a big smile. Alright, that's fine. Su Yang quickly waved his hands, gesturing for Xiao Pingping to sit down. He really felt a bit embarrassed inside. Being called uncle by a girl his own age suddenly made him feel a bit like an elder. Chapter 50, The messages between me and your mother, are they something you should be reading? Soon, Yang Shui replied to Su Yang. Honey, I can't help but notice that Xia and this young girl seem to have a special connection. Could she be interested in her? Sigh. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. The older sister's observational skills are truly remarkable. He didn't expect her to notice something so quickly. Probably not. It just looks like they're good friends. Alright, I'll keep an eye on them. Honey, go make something to eat and rest for a bit. I miss you so much, kiss. Okay, honey, I miss you too. You two should eat quickly, hug, kiss. Bro, did my mom say anything? A moment later, Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and asked in a low voice, her eyes still showing a hint of worry. He even reached out to take his phone. Oh, she said that Xiao Pingping is such a beautiful girl, and we should hurry up and eat. Seeing Yang Xia's gesture, Su Yang quickly put his phone back in his pocket. Kids, don't peek. This is a private conversation between me and your mom. We call each other husband and wife so intimately. Wouldn't you feel embarrassed if you saw that? That's all you have to say? Yeah, my sister just landed and hasn't eaten yet. What else do you want her to say? Su Yang couldn't help but smile and reached out to pick up the water cup. Oh, I was just asking, haha. Not long after, the food we had ordered earlier was gradually brought to the table. Come on, sweetie, let's eat. Yang Xia turned her head to kiss Xiao Pingping, then gave Su Yang a playful wink, her eyes clearly brimming with pride and excitement. Okay, honey. Come here, let me see your chat with my mom. I want to see what mom really said to Pingping. After finishing dinner and stepping outside, Yang Xia wrapped her arms around Su Yang's shoulders and leaned in to whisper. However, she was half a head shorter than Su Yang, so the way she wrapped her arms around his shoulders was a bit awkward. No, stop it. She really didn't say anything. Su Yang quickly clutched his phone tightly, refusing to let her see it. Chatting so intimately with Yang Shui. If Yang Xia saw that, it would be really embarrassing. Dude, what are you afraid of? You saw it yourself just now. I even kissed Pingping right in front of you. You're a big guy, how can you be more shy than a girl? Hurry up, let me see. Yang Xia was most concerned about how her mother would view Xiao Pingping. She was most worried that her mother wouldn't approve. Are you really going to look? Of course, stop stalling, give it to me. Alright, just wait a moment. Fine, go ahead. If you don't mind the embarrassment, I don't care either. As soon as Su Yang opened his phone, Yang Xia snatched it away. A moment later. Ugh, give it back. Yang Xia didn't look at it for long, just glanced at the last 2 chat messages before handing the phone back to Su Yang. But her expression did grow a bit awkward. First, her mom really didn't want her to like girls. Second, the conversation between her mom and Su Yang was indeed pretty flirty. She hadn't expected their relationship to develop so quickly. It seemed just as intense as hers with Xiao Pingping. After handing the phone back to Su Yang, she walked over to Xiao Pingping and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. And she deliberately hugged her tightly. It seemed like she was showing Su Yang her stance and silently protesting. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's expression and couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Actually, this matter. Your uncle here is pretty open-minded and could support you. But your mother. I can't really say anything about that right now. After leaving the restaurant, the 3 of them got into the car and headed toward the school. Ding ding ding. Su Yang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father calling. Hello? Dad. Yang, summer vacation is almost here, isn't it? Yeah, almost. What's up, Dad? What did you say? The day after tomorrow, I have to go to Jiangcheng. My university classmates are organizing a 20th anniversary reunion. They invited me, and it wouldn't be polite not to go. Su Yang's father was an honest man who had never left his hometown, a small county, since he got married. Now that it's been 20 years since university graduation, he does want to get out and about, just for some relaxation. Oh, then come over for the reunion. What time will you arrive the day after tomorrow? I'll come pick you up. Alright, I'll let you know once I've bought the tickets. Alright, Dad. Su Yang had originally wanted to tell his father about his vacation plans, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He'd wait until his father arrived to discuss it. After returning to school, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping quickly disappeared. Su Yang returned to the classroom alone. There was still some time before the afternoon class, so none of the students had arrived yet. Honey, have you eaten yet? Hugwe already finished eating and just returned to the classroom. A moment later. Yang Shue's message came back. Yes, honey, I've eaten. I'm on my way to the client's office now. We'll talk when I get back. Be good, kiss. Okay, honey. After sending the message, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little down. Yang Shui was working so hard out there. Meanwhile, he wasn't doing much at all. Summer vacation was approaching, and he decided to work hard at the company for a while and learn as much as he could. It wouldn't be too long. Yang Xia returned. What are you thinking about, old buddy? My mom just left on her business trip today. She was pretty sure Su Yang was thinking about her mom. After all, he was calling her mom so affectionately, as if they were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and didn't respond. The guy was right, he was thinking about her mom. Such a mature and alluring woman, he'd want to be with her every day. Of course he'd think about her when they were apart. Besides, we won't be able to see each other until the day after tomorrow. This is so frustrating. Bro, I've been supporting you all along with my mom and you. But you've got to talk some sense into my mom about me and Xiao Pingping, right? For my lifelong happiness, you can't just stand by and do nothing, can you? Yang Xia leaned in and whispered. She was well aware that Su Yang and her mom must have a pretty deep connection. How deep exactly, she didn't dare to ask in detail. But she believed that if Su Yang could talk to her mom, it might work. I know, old buddy. Deep down, I really hope you can be happy. After all, we're not just friends, we're family, right? But whether the persuasion will work, I have no idea. Just do your best. If it doesn't work out, I'll just call you uncle from now on. Chapter 51, once your mom comes back, I'll talk to her about it. Don't worry, I'll definitely have a good talk with your mom. Come on, say uncle first so I can hear you. Su Yang turned to look at Yang Xia and couldn't help teasing her. Uncle, you must really help me out. If mom agrees to me and Pingping being together, then she'll let her call you dad. For her own happiness, Yang Xia didn't hesitate at all and blurted it out. She even painted a rosy picture of the future for Su Yang. Becoming a father at such a young age, how thrilling that would be. Alright, good girl. Alright, I'll talk to your mom when she gets back. Alright, the other students are here. Let's get ready for class. Being called uncle by Yang Xia for the first time with such willingness made Su Yang feel truly delighted inside. From being her buddy to becoming her uncle. This feeling was actually pretty great. The afternoon flew by in the blink of an eye. School was out. As the students gradually left the classroom, Su Yang and Yang Xia also packed up their books and prepared to leave. Buddy, I'll go ahead and wait for you downstairs. Yang Xia wasn't good at tidying her room, but she was the fastest at packing her things after school. Su Yang had only packed half of her things when she darted out of the classroom. This kid. He's more eager to pick up girls than my uncle. After he carried his backpack downstairs, Yang Xia wasn't there. Where are you, buddy? We agreed to wait downstairs, but where is he now? So Su Yang sent Yang Xia a WeChat message. At the parking lot. I'm with Ping Ping by our car. Holy crap. After reading Yang Xia's message, Su Yang suddenly remembered. This guy had mentioned before that he had brought Ping Ping home to stay the night. Never mind, let her be. If they're already spending the night together, that little girl must already know all about her. I never would have thought that such a delicate and cute girl would be into this kind of thing. Ha! That's unbelievable. Su Yang couldn't help but shiver, then hurried toward the parking lot. Good husband, your wife has finished talking with the client. Let us go out for dinner. Smile. Have you and Xiaoxia finished getting ready to go home? Just a few steps later, Yang Shui's message came through. Yeah, we're getting ready to head back. By the way, honey, try to drink as little as possible. Su Yang was still a bit worried about Yang Shui being out alone. Such a beautiful woman, if she drinks too much, that could easily lead to trouble. Even with a secretary accompanying her, it still wasn't reassuring. Don't worry, honey. I never drink when I'm out. Smile. Thanks, honey. You're so sweet. Kiss. Seeing Yang Shui's message, Su Yang finally felt a little more at ease. Good that she doesn't drink. A wife as mature and beautiful as her would indeed be a cause for concern when she's out alone. Su Yang walked while chatting on WeChat and soon arrived at the parking lot. Let us go, buddy, you're taking forever. Hello, uncle. Yang Xia hugged Xiao Pingping, both of them growing impatient. Xiao Pingping, hello. Old buddy, look at Pingping, she's so much more polite than you. Not only did you not call him uncle, you even complained that I was taking too long. Really? Uncle, Yang Xia is just straightforward. Don't be like him. Seeing that Su Yang seemed a bit upset, Xiao Pingping quickly spoke up to smooth things over for Yang Xia. Ha ha. As her uncle, how could I possibly hold a grudge against her? Let's go, let's go. Su Yang smiled and pressed the unlock button, then got into the driver's seat. Roar. With the roar of the engine, the car quickly drove away from the school. Bro, I've already ordered takeout. Let's not go out to eat later, okay? Yang Xia was hugging Xiao Pingping from behind, his hands and feet not exactly behaving themselves. It looked like he wanted to do something with her right there in the car. Cough cough cough. Got it. Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. In front of your uncle, can't you at least try to behave yourself? A quick kiss would have been fine, but don't get so handsy. That's way too much. Besides, uncle isn't short on movies to watch. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was feeling a bit awkward, Yang Shui sent another message. Good husband, don't eat at the cafeteria tonight. There is a nice restaurant not far from our place on the west side. You two can go there to eat. Xia said he wants to play games tonight, so he just ordered takeout. Su Yang was driving and couldn't type, so he replied with a voice message. And he deliberately referred to what the two of them were doing as playing games. As for what the two of you are doing, you two know best. Sure enough, Yang Xia, who was listening to Su Yang and her mom's voice messages, immediately stopped what she was doing. Xiao Pingping, who was beside her, was already so embarrassed that her face was bright red. She simply snuggled into Yang Xia's arms, not moving a muscle. Bro, your mom wants us to go to the restaurant west of our house for dinner. She said she wants to treat us. No, we're not going. I still need to teach Pingping how to play games. We won't go there tonight. Let's go tomorrow. Yeah, let's go tomorrow, okay? Although she was responding to Su Yang, her final question was directed at Xiao Pingping in his arms. Okay, honey. The girl's voice sounded sweet and delicate. It seemed as though she had been teased into a state of excitement by Yang Xia. Alright. I won't go. Su Yang couldn't help but shiver all over. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal, sending the car speeding forward. No. I can't take it anymore. I have to get home quickly. You too. Once you get home, lock the door and do whatever you want. Anyway, uncle won't see or hear a thing. It didn't take long for the car to come to a steady stop in the parking spot downstairs. Before Su Yang could get out of the car, Yang Xia pulled Xiao Pingping out and they both got out. Bro, Pingping and I are going to play games first. Don't forget to pick up the takeout later. Before he could finish, the two of them ran into the elevator. They're really that desperate, aren't they? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Was there really a need to be in such a hurry? My mom and I aren't that in a hurry. Seriously. After putting on his backpack and locking the car, Su Yang finally walked toward the elevator at a leisurely pace. Chapter 52, Good husband, where were you looking just now? Soon, Su Yang returned home. Yang Xia's door was closed, and there were rustling sounds coming from inside. I don't know if the two of them were playing video games or cards. Upon entering his own room, Su Yang placed his backpack aside and picked up his phone. Good husband, we've already arrived at the restaurant with the client. We'll chat after we finish eating and head back to the hotel. Kiss. This was the last message Yang Shui had sent. Looking at the message, his mind was filled with her graceful figure and smooth, delicate skin. Ding dong ding dong. Just as Su Yang was lost in his thoughts, the front door was knocked on. He walked over to see that it was the delivery person. Hey, come out and wash your hands, it's time to eat. Su Yang called out toward Yang Xia's room, emphasizing the words wash your hands deliberately. I don't know if you've touched anything dirty, but it's always better to wash thoroughly. Got it, I'll be done soon. I'm coming out. Yang Xia responded from inside the room, but then there was no further sound, and I had no idea what she was up to. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head, placing the takeout on the dining table without calling them again. Alright. You guys keep playing. Uncle S going to eat first. Damn it. Wait for us. Ping ping, hurry up. Your uncle isn't playing fair, he's already started eating. Su Yang had only taken a couple of bites when Yang Xia came out of the room, flipped him off, and then ran into the bathroom with a smile. Soon, Xiao Pingping also came out of the room, her face flushed. Uncle. Go wash your hands, Pingping. Hurry up and eat. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Actually, he had a decent impression of the little girl, at least she was polite to him. After dinner, Yang Xia dragged Xiao Pingping back into the room. The table was a mess, and she left it all for Su Yang. Ugh. He couldn't help but let out a wail. Damn it. Being someone's dad has its downsides too. Not only did you not call me dad, but I also have to clean up after you. But then he thought of Yang Shue's mature and alluring appearance, and his frustration quickly vanished. Let me think. For my wife's sake, I won't treat you two young ones the same way. After tidying up, it was still early, so Su Yang picked up some books on the clothing industry and began studying. Time passed slowly. Ding dong. The soft ring of his phone interrupted his studies. It was Yang Shui sending a message. Little darling, have you been studying quietly? Do you miss your wife? Kiss. Seeing her message, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a sudden warmth in his heart. Oh my. This older sister is getting better and better at flirting. After longing for him for 18 years, she finally let it all out. It's completely unstoppable. This is just too tempting. Of course. I've been reading books about the fashion industry all this time. For my wife, I have to work hard. Hug. Wife, have you been drinking? Surprised. Su Yang noticed the change in Yang Shue's way of addressing him and couldn't help but think more deeply. Before, she had always called him good little brother and good husband, but now she was calling him little treasure? No, honey, I never drink when I'm out. Kiss. Oh, that's good. I was a little worried about you. Su Yang relaxed upon hearing this. Such a mature and beautiful wife, if she drank too much and someone took advantage of her, that would be a huge loss. Baby, wait a moment. I'll take a shower, and we'll video chat later. Alright, honey, I'll go take a shower too. I forgot earlier. Let us do it together flirtatiously. Su Yang sent the message and couldn't help but smile. A vision of a romantic bath for two flashed through his mind. Wow. The scene was too beautiful to describe. Sure, little darling, come over. Your wife is waiting for you blushing. This is unbelievable. Su Yang looked at Yang Shue's message, his heart racing with excitement. To be honest, I really want to fly to her side right now. After tidying up, Su Yang lay down on his big bed. He had thought about going to Yang Shue's room to sleep, after all, it had her scent. But, after thinking it over, he decided against it. After reading for a while longer, Yang Shue's video call request came through. When he answered, he saw Yang Shue blowing her hair with a hairdryer, smiling sweetly at him. Peck. She also puckered her lips at Su Yang and sent him a kiss from afar. The smile in her eyes clearly exuded a charming allure, and that allure carried an indescribable longing. Due to the loud noise of the hairdryer, Su Yang could only smile and stare at her. He looked at her mature, beautiful face, her black, smooth hair, and her seductive, alluring figure. Not long after, Yang Shui finished drying her hair and turned off the hairdryer. Good husband, what were you looking at just now? I was looking at my wife. Is she beautiful? Of course. No one in the world is as beautiful as my wife. Su Yang scratched his head. In his eyes, Yang Shue's beauty was simply breathtaking. Just looking at her made him feel like he could get lost in her beauty. Really? Ha ha. Seeing Su Yang's lecherous expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. Even the sparkle in her eyes had grown noticeably brighter. Of course. Su Yang stared intently at the screen on his phone, scanning it up and down. The heat in his heart was growing stronger by the second. So, where does your wife look good? Yang Shui blushed and winked at him, moving the phone a little further away. Now he could see most of her body. Your face is absolutely stunning, so fair and delicate. I could just eat you up. What else? Your neck is also really beautiful, What else? Yang Shui deliberately guided Su Yang, her smile growing wider and wider. Even a hint of a big bad wolf wanting to devour a little lamb. What else? I can't see the rest, I can't tell. Su Yang had already figured out Yang Shue's intentions, so he immediately took the bait. If you want your husband to admire your graceful figure, just say so outright. Such a wonderful thing, how could your husband possibly refuse? Chapter 53, Mom, I've been reading all this time. So, does my good husband really want to see? Yang Shui chatted with Su Yan while leaning back against the headboard. She reached out and gently flipped her long hair back. That expression, that posture, to Su Yang, it was an irresistible temptation. I want to see. Of course. I want to see. Su Yang smiled awkwardly, unable to help but widen his eyes. Yang Shui was amused by Su Yang's expression and covered her mouth, giggling shyly. This obedient husband really can't resist teasing. Just a little glance like that, and he is already under her spell. It's quite amusing. Once we get back, I must tease him properly and then devour him whole. Husband, what's Xia doing? She hasn't even sent me a message. I thought she'd forgotten about her old mom. Actually, back then, whenever Yang Shui was away on a business trip, her daughter would always call or send a message to check in. Now, she's been out all day, and her daughter hasn't even sent her a single message. Oh, Xia is probably playing games. She must be feeling at ease because you're with her husband. Don't worry, honey, don't get upset. Xia is still very filial to you. Su Yang dared not reveal what Yang Xia was doing at the moment. Whether she's playing games or not, it's definitely not just that. What else could she be doing? That is hard to say. Honey, why don't you take your phone to Xia's room? I want to scold her a bit. All she does all day is play games. She's so irresponsible. Let's not, honey. I'll just remind her myself. You've been working hard all day. I don't want you to be upset. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a sudden pang of anxiety. No, big sister. Yang Xia must be busy with something. If we just barge in like this, we might see something we shouldn't, and that would be bad. The key is that her secret can't be revealed to you yet. It's okay, little brother. I haven't seen her all day, and I miss her too. Sigh, Mom always worries about her when she leaves, but she doesn't even want Mom around. Su Yang couldn't get out of it now. Now that the mother was missing her daughter, there was no way to refuse. Alright, honey, wait a moment. I'll just go to the restroom. I'll be right back, I really need to go. He quickly came up with an excuse. He had to find a way to quickly notify Yang Xia that her mother was coming to check on her. Honey, take the phone with you. Why put it down? As Su Yang put down his phone and got out of bed, Yang Shui smiled and hurriedly said, I need to go to the bathroom. You stay here, honey. It's smelly, ha ha ha. Su Yang said this, quickly turned off the microphone, and hurried away. Taking the phone to the bathroom was no problem, but that wasn't the point now. After leaving the room, Su Yang hurriedly walked to Yang Xia's room. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent yet faint knocks startled the two people inside the room. What is going on, buddy? Spit it out. Yang Xia's slightly annoyed voice came from inside the room. Your mom is coming to check on you. Hurry up, I'll bring the phone over in a minute. I'm on a video call with your mom right now. Su Yang stood at the door, scratching his head helplessly. Oh no. This. I know. Ping Ping, get up quickly and go stay in my mom's room for a while. Be a good girl and listen. Then, there was a rustling sound coming from the room. A moment later, Xiao Ping Ping emerged from the room and closed the door behind her. She was wearing Yang Shui's nightgown, her expression slightly flustered. Her face was also slightly flushed. Upon seeing Su Yang, she quickly blushed and nodded shyly before hurriedly and cautiously entering Yang Shui's room. Old buddy, I'm going in. Even if Xiao Ping Ping came out, Su Yang wouldn't dare to barge in. Yang Xia could barge into her room, but he couldn't barge into hers. After all, in Su Yang's eyes, Yang Xia was like his own daughter. Come in, for heaven's sake. Yang Xia's voice sounded clearly annoyed. It didn't seem like he was playing a video game. Bro. Why are you so upset? This is your mom calling you. As soon as Su Yang entered the room, he smiled and looked at Yang Xia, who was sitting on the bed, sulking. Stop messing around, old buddy. Where's my mom's phone? You said we were going to video call, right? Yang Xia rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks and calmed down. What were you two doing just now? Is it worth getting so upset over? Pfft, it's just girl stuff. Mind your own business. Wait, how did this become girl's business? Are you admitting you're a girl? Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. I said it wrong. I'm a real man, okay? Just wait. I'll go get my phone. Su Yang said, then quickly slipped out. This guy really has no filter when he talks. You actually think you're a real man? Back in his room, Su Yang picked up the phone on the bed. Yang Shui was still waiting for him. Honey, you're back? Take the phone and go to Xia's place. Let's chat for a bit. I really miss her. Oh, and honey, from now on, when Xia is around, please call me sister. Okay, I got it, wife's sister. Su Yang smiled and replied, then took the phone and walked out of his room. He glanced back at Yang Shui's room. The door was closed. It seems that Xiao Pingping, that little girl, hasn't prepared herself mentally to meet her future mother-in-law yet. Hey, what are you up to? Your mom's here. Su Yang smiled and winked at Yang Xia before handing her the phone. The little guy was smart. He had already picked up his textbook and was reading it with great enthusiasm. Mom, you've been out all day. Why didn't you rest earlier? Yang Xia held a book in one hand and her phone in the other, looking quite composed. Silly girl, your mom just missed you and wanted to chat with you for a bit. Ha! Mom, I've been reading ever since I got back. Look. Saying this, Yang Xia picked up her textbook and waved it around, then stretched her back and yawned. It seemed as though she had really been reading for a long time. Chapter 54, Yang Xia, what's going on here? Silly girl, you really think your mom is that easy to fool? How could you get your face all red from reading a book? Didn't you read another inappropriate novel again? Yang Shui had heard from Su Yang that Yang Xia always went to the library, so she had been suspicious all along. Now, seeing her daughter's flushed face, she immediately thought of that again. Mom, I didn't read that kind of novel. Yang Xia, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Su Yang. Oh no! Could it be that this guy mentioned something to Mom before? Why did Mom use the word again? Then why is your little face so flushed? You silly girl. If you meet a suitable young man, you can talk to him. Mom supports you. Do you understand what I mean? Looking at her daughter's flushed cheeks, Yang Shui couldn't help but mutter to herself. If she hadn't been reading those kinds of novels, she must have done something wrong. This little girl, she really has grown up. Oh. I understand, Mom. Yang Xia scratched her head awkwardly, feeling a pang of frustration. From the way her mom asked, she must have guessed something again. Silly girl, you should learn from your uncle, okay? Look how hard he works. Not only does he study your courses, but he is also learning about the fashion industry. Yang Shui smiled on the surface, but inside she felt a bit helpless. This girl, why can't she just study properly? Sis, Xia actually tries pretty hard. She just doesn't read enough books about the fashion industry. It's okay, sis, don't worry too much. Su Yang sat beside Yang Xia and said with a smile. The three chatted for a short while before ending the video call. Oh my gosh, my little Ping Ping. As soon as the call ended, Yang Xia rushed out of the room and dashed into her mother's room. This kid. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Ah, this kind of preference issue really isn't something you can talk someone out of. After returning to his own room, he and Yang Shui resumed their passionate chat. Good husband, hurry up, take a few close-ups of you seductively. Wife, didn't you already see them during our video call? I showed you my 8-pack abs. That's not the same. Photos can be zoomed in and looked at slowly, okay? Be a good boy. Alright. This older sister is actually quite interesting. As their relationship deepened, she became increasingly bold. Every smile and frown exuded a captivating charm. And she would occasionally tease him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably and his mind to wander. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and tapped her on his well-defined biceps. Then her pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs. Suddenly, a sound came from the next room. Yang Xia, that kid, didn't bring that girl back to his room? That's the big bed my mom and I share. A moment later. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, as if the two people next door were walking out quickly. Ping Ping. What's wrong? Don't do this. Then came Yang Xia's anxious yet deliberately lowered voice. Holy crap. What's going on with these two? Su Yang suddenly sensed something was wrong. Could these two have gotten into a fight over something? He quickly got out of bed, tiptoed to the door, and opened a small crack. The living room was dimly lit, and he couldn't see much. Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping had already entered her room. There were some low voices arguing and struggling inside, but Su Yang couldn't make out what they were saying. A moment later. A slender figure darted out of the room and ran straight to the front door. Click. Under the light from outside the door, Su Yang could see clearly. It was actually Xiao Pingping who had run out. Holy crap. In the middle of the night. Letting such a young girl go out like this isn't safe. Holy crap. Yang Xia, what's going on here? Su Yang hurriedly opened the door and went out, quickly making his way to Yang Xia's room and turning on the light. She was sitting slumped in a chair, looking dejected, with a blank expression on her face. Say something. Yang Xia looked up at Su Yang but didn't say a word. What the hell? She's just a young girl out alone, don't you worry she might get into trouble? Su Yang couldn't help but grow impatient. He had no idea what had happened between the two of them, but no matter what, safety came first. Without giving it another thought, he grabbed his car keys, put on his shoes, and rushed out the door. There's no need to argue like this. Let us talk it out calmly. Really? You two are having a fight, and now I, your uncle, have to clean up your mess. Ping Ping. After going downstairs, Su Yang didn't see Xiao Pingping anywhere. So he quickly called out a few times. But there was no response. Damn it! Su Yang quickly got into the car, started the engine, and stepped on the gas pedal, speeding off. This little girl must have run off in a huff or gone outside the community to hail a taxi. The community was quite large, and after driving for a short distance, Su Yang spotted a slender figure ahead, walking with her head down and occasionally rubbing her eyes. Under the glow of the headlights, he immediately recognized her as Xiao Pingping. Xiao Pingping, it's Su Yang. What happened to the two of you? Su Yang quickly drove up alongside her, rolled down the window, and asked. But Xiao Pingping didn't respond at all. Instead, she walked even faster. Xiao Pingping, are you heading back to school? I can give you a ride. At this time of night, the school was already closed. Even if she went back to school, she might not be able to get in. No need. After hearing Su Yang's words, Xiao Pingping replied briefly and continued walking forward with her head down. Xiao Pingping, the school might already be closed. Is there anything you can't tell me? If you really want to go back to school, I can give you a ride. It's pretty dangerous out here alone. Xiao Pingping heard this and finally stopped, turning her head around. Chapter 55. You could try talking to a guy, it won't hurt to try. Come on, get in. Su Yang waved his hand, speaking in a gentle tone. After all, this young girl was Yang Xia's girlfriend. If the two of them really ended up together, she would be his daughter-in-law. Regardless, he couldn't just let her leave alone. After all, it was late at night, and safety came first. Bang! Xiao Pingping hesitated for a moment before opening the car door and sitting in the passenger seat. I want to go back to school. As she spoke, Xiao Pingping lowered her head, covered her face with both hands, and began to sob. Alright, I'll take you back. Su Yang nodded and started the car, driving slowly out of the area. What on earth was going on with the two of them? The usually gentle and obedient little girl had suddenly become so angry? Could it be? He suddenly thought. Could Yang Xia have exposed his true identity? Could it be that he hasn't been exposed at all until now? Oh no! It must be that. What's wrong, Pingping? Did Yang Xia bully you? You can tell me, and I'll scold her. However, Su Yang wasn't sure about his guess, so he couldn't help but ask again. If it was just a minor disagreement, they could talk it out. She's a girl, sniff. Xiao Pingping held back for a moment before finally crying out. She's lying. I always thought she was a boy. Ah! Su Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly for Yang Xia. If you had just clarified things with the young lady earlier, none of this would have happened. Now it's late at night, and you have to ask your uncle to help you send her home. Really? Oh, I thought you two were so close, I assumed you already knew. Looking at the young girl who kept sniffling, Su Yang shook his head helplessly. This matter, well, there's nothing he can do about it anyway. Xiao Pingping didn't respond, just kept sobbing. Never mind. Let's just take her home first and talk about it later. Yang Xia, you too. Your girlfriend has run off, and you're not even chasing after her? Don't you worry about her safety? Ding ding ding. Just as they were about to arrive at school, Yang Xia called. What's up, buddy? Did you find Pingping? I just left and was looking for her too. Go back home. I've already found her and am taking her back to school. Oh, that's good. How is she now? She should be okay now. Su Yang glanced at Xiao Pingping, who had fallen silent, and said indifferently. Now you care about Xiao Pingping? Why didn't you come out sooner? Oh, thanks, buddy. Tell her I'm sorry. What? You want me to tell her? Forget it. You should save those words for yourself to say later. Alright, that's fine. I understand. Thanks, buddy. Soon, the two ended their call. At that moment, the car arrived at the school gate. After explaining to the security guard for a while, Xiao Pingping finally managed to enter the school. Su Yang checked the time. It was already past 11 p.m. There was still a message from Yang Shui on WeChat that he hadn't had a chance to reply to yet. Honey, I accidentally dozed off for a moment and just saw your message. After editing a message for her, he thought about it and decided to send it anyway. He then got into his car and drove quickly toward home. When Su Yang returned home, he saw that Yang Xia's door was closed and there was no sound coming from inside. A wave of worry washed over him. Damn it! Could that kid have done something stupid? Su Yang sighed in frustration, slipped on his slippers, and hurried over. Knock knock knock, squeak. Su Yang knocked a few times, then turned the handle, and the door opened. The room was pitch black. Yang Xia. After shouting, he reached out and turned on the room light. Holy crap! The kid was lying on the bed, sleeping with his head covered. Alright, go back to sleep. Su Yang muttered under his breath, then turned off the light and prepared to close the door and leave. Bro! As soon as he turned around, Yang Xia called out and pulled back the blanket covering his head. Did you take her back to school? Yeah, I did. I took her to school and made sure she went inside. Su Yang said, reaching out to turn on the main light. Only then did he notice that Yang Xia had already sat up and was leaning against the headboard. Bro, you guys? I heard your voices in the room and thought you'd already told her everything about yourself. Ah. Yang Xia sighed deeply and scratched his head vigorously. I was planning to tell her today when we were about to do that, but who knew she'd freak out so badly after finding out the truth? She didn't even give me a chance to explain. Oh no, it's over. I really like her so much. She's such a sweet little girl. I told you so. You should have told her sooner. Look at you now, you've made both of you unhappy. Su Yang sighed and sat down beside Yang Xia's bed. This guy. If he grew his hair long and wore girls' clothes, he'd actually be pretty good looking. Why does her inner self have to be that of a man's soul? Yeah, I think she is so obedient, she should have agreed. Her obedience might be directed toward the boy she likes, but your inner self is just different. Su Yang scratched his head, feeling utterly helpless. But what can I do? Sigh. Yang Xia, why don't you try finding a boy? Maybe, it might be more interesting. Stop joking around, buddy. If I were interested in boys, you'd have been mine long ago. Cough cough. Stop it. Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This kid, how could he say such things? What are you talking about? I'm going to be your dad someday. You could try asking a boy, it won't hurt her to try. Su Yang scratched his head and reluctantly tried to persuade him. Such a nice girl, not liking boys, that's really awkward. Finding a suitable partner must be pretty tough, right? I'm not interested in boys at all. Why try? For example, if I asked you to find a guy as a boyfriend, would you be willing? Holy crap. Ugh. Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of nausea, almost to the point of vomiting. Chapter 56, You just wait, buddy. I'll get you drunk one day. Bro, that's not fair. Su Yang patted his chest to calm down, then pointed at Yang Xia with a helpless expression. I'm a real man, okay? How could I possibly go after someone just like me? Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit, ugh. Holy crap. Besides, you're different, so your analogy doesn't hold up. I know it's flawed, but my feelings should be similar to yours, right? It's just really hard to accept, and it makes me feel a bit queasy too. Yang Xia spoke while sizing up Su Yang from head to toe. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Sigh. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh to himself. It seemed that this matter was truly beyond persuasion. Just wait, my friend. One day I'll get you drunk, and then, ha. Su Yang gave a mischievous smile, getting up as he spoke. It was getting late, it was time to go back and rest. Damn it. If you dare. I'll tell my mom. I'm really not interested in men, and even if it's you, I'm still not interested. Cough cough cough. Let us go. I can't talk to you anymore. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and waved his hand before leaving. That little bastard, what are you thinking? Uncle, what I meant was to get you drunk, then dress you up in girl's clothes and put a wig on you. Let you see how much more charming you are as a girl. After returning to his own bedroom, he checked his phone but saw that Yang Shui hadn't replied to his message. After all, it was too late, she must have already fallen asleep. So Su Yang put down his phone and soon fell asleep. Ding dong. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, the soft ring of his phone suddenly woke Su Yang. Ugh. Blurrily glancing at his phone, it was already past 4 a.m. It was a message from Yang Shui. Sweetheart, I'm fine. I sent you a message and then fell asleep too. I just woke up and went to the bathroom. I really miss you now, kiss. Su Yang rubbed his eyes and suddenly felt wide awake. I sent you several close-up photos, didn't I? How could you fall asleep so quickly? Yang Shui had asked him to take several close-ups, and she must have studied them carefully for a long time. I bet the more she studied them, the more awake she got, right? Blushing. Yang Shui lay on the hotel bed, happily reading the messages Su Yang had sent her. Last night, she had indeed been looking at his close-ups. And she kept watching until very late. She got tired and dozed off. She slept straight through until 4 a.m. Good husband, I really want to hold you in my arms. Sleeping alone in a hotel is so boring. But summer vacation is almost here, right? Then we can be together every day. Before meeting Yang Shui, Su Yang had planned to go back to his hometown after the break to help his dad with the tobacco shop and give him a break. His father had been working at the store all year round without a single day off. Though it wasn't too busy or tiring, it was just so draining. But now, he suddenly had a mature, beautiful, and alluring girlfriend, so his original plans had to be adjusted. If necessary, he could just tell his father to close the shop and take a break. My wife is waiting. By the way, honey, was the salary the company gave you last time enough? Should I transfer some more to you? No. It's enough, there is plenty left. Su Yang scratched his head and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Big sister wife is the best. Oh, by the way, my dad is coming to Jiangxing tomorrow. He said there's a 20-year class reunion he needs to attend. What? Really? I suddenly feel a bit nervous. How did you plan it? Should we invite him to stay at our place? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang's message and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The thing she had been worrying about recently was unexpectedly coming so soon. After all, she was much older than Su Yang, and even close to his father's age. In this day and age, it's not uncommon for a man to be the same age as his father-in-law, and everyone can accept it. But a daughter-in-law being the same age as her father-in-law was a bit rare. I wonder if Su Yang's father will be able to accept them. Why are you so nervous? My dad is such a nice guy. He has a great temperament, and he is still a handsome old guy, haha. We'll discuss the details once he calls me. We'll figure out the living arrangements later. Don't worry, honey. You're so beautiful and cute. My dad will definitely support us. Actually, Su Yang was also a bit worried. His dad had always taught him to study hard and rely on his own abilities to make a living. He must never rely on others for support. However, Mom is 6 whole years older than Dad. Ever since Su Yang could remember, his parents had always been very close, with his mother always being particularly understanding and caring toward his father. As for Yang Shui, she's just 3 times his age. The disciple surpasses the master, right? It's only natural. In fact, Yang Shui looks quite young, appearing to be around 28 or 29 years old. I'm sure my dad won't mind too much. Alright, honey, let's rest a little longer. I'll try to meet all the clients I need to today and get back early tomorrow, kiss. Let's sleep a little longer. He turned off his phone and placed it on the bedside table, then rolled over and fell asleep again. Clatter, clatter, beep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, a familiar loud noise came from outside the door, waking Su Yang up again. Damn it! This guy is just like a hen that crows at dawn. No need for an alarm clock. Su Yang picked up his phone and saw it was 6 o'clock. Forget it, I'm not going back to sleep. So he rolled over and got up, starting to wash and get ready. Bro, I've decided. I still don't want to give up on Xiao Pingping. I plan to start over with her as friends. On their way to school, Yang Xia seemed to have regained her competitive spirit and was clearly not as upset as she had been the night before. Is that okay? Su Yang couldn't help but pause, turning to look at Yang Xia sitting in the passenger seat. In his mind, he imagined her dressed in women's clothing, and to be honest, she actually looked pretty good. Why not? If we can't be husband and wife, we can still be friends, right? Holy crap! What if she starts dating another guy? 1T, you get jealous? Of course I'd be jealous, but I'd treat her well, at least we'd have some time to think. Yang Xia wasn't willing to give up on the girl he had his eyes on. Chapter 57, Uncle, give me another tip. As soon as they entered the school gates, before the car even reached the parking lot, Yang Xia hurriedly told Su Yang to stop, then dashed away like the wind. This kid. Watching her hurry away, Su Yang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. She doesn't look like a girl at all. After having breakfast at the cafeteria, Su Yang returned directly to the classroom. It wasn't until just before class started that Yang Xia finally slunk into the classroom with her head hanging low. What's wrong, buddy? Seeing her dejected expression, Su Yang couldn't help but ask softly. However, he could guess that the kid had probably gone to see Xiao Pingping, that little girl. As for the outcome, her expression spoke volumes. Yang Xia looked up at the front and didn't say a word. It seemed like her mood was absolutely terrible right now. The entire morning. Yang Xia hadn't said much all morning, and during break, she just lay on her desk, not even leaving the classroom. By the time school let out at noon, she didn't dash out like she usually did. Instead, she slowly packed her backpack. It wasn't until all the students in the classroom had left, leaving only Su Yang behind, that he finally turned his head to look at Su Yang. Uncle, give me another hint. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. This kid actually called him uncle on his own. Not bad. That's how an uncle's good boy should act. Tell uncle about it. Let us see if I can help. Su Yang reached out and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, nodding slightly. She's not only a friend but also like a daughter to him. He really needs to find a way to help her get over this breakup. I went to see Xiao Pingping again this morning. Then what happened? At first she didn't even want to talk to me, but then she kept saying I deceived her and that I'm a bad person. Old buddy, am I really a bad person? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, scratching her head in confusion. She just wanted to date her. How did that make her a bad person? Ding dong. As they were talking, Su Yang's phone received a WeChat message. He opened it to find it was from Yang Shui. Dear husband, have you and Xia gone out to eat yet? I'm having dinner right now. I have a client to meet this afternoon. If everything goes smoothly, I should be done by 4 or 5 p.m. My secretary is already booking a flight for tonight. After glancing at the message, Su Yang looked up at Yang Xia. Of course not. My best friend is so considerate and cute. Stop messing around, buddy. Let's talk seriously. Where the hell am I cute? Yang Xia grabbed a handful of Su Yang's hair, her eyes filled with frustration and annoyance. My old buddy is a good person, of course. We're close, how could I not know you? Sigh. Taking advantage of Yang Xia's sigh, Su Yang quickly replied to Yang Shui's message. Alright, we'll go eat soon. Honey, don't work too hard. Get a good night's sleep at the hotel tonight, and we can head back tomorrow. Hug. He then looked up at Yang Xia. Shou Pingping said, we can be good friends, but the condition is that I have to be a girl. Bro, what do you think she means? She scratched her head in confusion, seeming a bit confused by Shou Pingping's meaning. Her meaning is simple. She's looking for a boyfriend, and as for you, we can be good friends, but it's not the same as before. Su Yang thought about it and figured that was probably what the little girl meant. But she said that I don't look like a girl at all, so she doesn't really want to be friends with me. Bro, come on, take a look at yourself. Do you look like a girl? Su Yang opened the camera app on his phone and held it in front of Yang Xia. But? She scratched her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. Do you really like Shou Pingping? Yes. Are you willing to give up everything for her? Of course I would. Pfft, you're such a suck up, but at least you've got the spirit. Su Yang reached out and ruffled Yang Xia's already messy hair. Alright, uncle will give you some advice. Alright, go ahead. Upon hearing there was a solution, Yang Xia's spirits immediately lifted. Since you're willing to start by being good friends with her, then first treat yourself like a girl. But I am a girl. I use the girls' restroom when I need to. I know that, and I also know you've been to the men's restroom. What I mean is, look at yourself now. Where does that look like a girl? Since you're willing to make an effort for Shou Pingping, you should really work on changing your appearance. Put on a pretty dress, get a wig. As long as you're willing to dress up, you'll definitely be a cute little beauty. Su Yang suppressed a smile and spoke to Yang Xia with a serious expression. And in his mind, he could already picture her after she dressed up. Is that okay? After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia hesitated for a moment. Does she really have to dress like this to become good friends with Shou Pingping? Drop the if. Old buddy, if you had dressed like a girl from the start, maybe I would I meant, maybe you and Shou Pingping would already become friends. Let me think. Yang Xia nodded slightly and stood up. Let's go, buddy. Let's head to the cafeteria for lunch. Su Yang also picked up his backpack and walked toward the cafeteria together. After leaving the classroom building, Yang Shui sent another message. It's okay, honey. I just miss you. Make sure you come to the airport to pick me up, okay? Kiss. Of course I'll pick you up, but you're rushing me too much. Do you understand how much it hurts me? Hug. Then when I get back, just give me a good hug, and I'll feel better. Alright, honey, I'll definitely hold you tight. Su Yang walked while chatting with Yang Shui, occasionally smiling. Holy crap. Who are you talking to? Your smile is so lecherous. Yang Xia walked beside Su Yang and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Go away, you little kid. Don't ask questions. I'm obviously talking to my girlfriend. Holy crap. Can't you just chat with my mom properly? Why do you have to act so lewd? What the hell? You're talking about me? When you were with Shou Pingping, did you ever consider the psychological trauma I went through being the third wheel? Chapter 58. This really feels so embarrassing. There was only one class in the afternoon. As soon as class ended, Yang Xia snatched the car keys from Su Yang's hand and hurriedly left without telling him where she was going. Since it was still early, Su Yang decided to head to the library with his backpack. He studied until 6 o'clock before deciding to head back. Hey, where are you? I'm heading home. Come pick me up. Su Yang stepped out of the library and sent Yang Xia a WeChat message. A moment later. Sorry, buddy, I just got home. Take a taxi back. I need to talk to you about something. What the heck? She actually went home alone without coming to pick up uncle. What a hassle. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head, then walked out of the school gate to hail a taxi. Ring ring. On the way home in the taxi, his father called. Hello? Dad, did you buy the train tickets? Su Yang knew his dad was coming to Jiangxing tomorrow, so he assumed the call was to discuss the itinerary. I've bought them. I'll arrive at Jiangxing railway station at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. The train number is. If you're busy, you don't need to pick me up. I'm pretty familiar with Jiangxing. No problem, Dad. It's Saturday tomorrow, I'll come pick you up. The father and son chatted briefly before hanging up. Not long after, Su Yang arrived home. The house was quiet. Yang Xia's room was locked. This kid. Did he go looking for that Shou Pingping again this afternoon? Has he been rejected again? Knock knock knock. He approached Yang Xia's door, knocked gently a few times, then tried to turn the doorknob. But to his surprise, the door was locked, and he couldn't turn the handle at all. Old buddy, just wait a moment, clatter. Suddenly, a chaotic noise erupted inside the house, as if someone was tidying up something, with some items falling to the ground. A moment later. Alright, buddy, open the door yourself. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's this kid up to? The sound seemed a bit panicked. Could he have been up to something shady earlier? Old buddy, what are you doing with your head covered in broad daylight? Are you sick? When Su Yang entered the room, he found Yang Xia lying on the bed with a blanket over his head. Bro, you're not going to laugh at me, are you? Make fun of you? We're best friends. Why would I make fun of you? Come on, take off the blanket. Holy crap, you're not naked, are you? Yang Xia's words made him even more confused. What's so funny about that? I'm not naked. Let us make a deal, no laughing at me. Alright, I promise I won't laugh. Su Yang sat on the edge of Yang Xia's bed, shaking his head in disbelief. We're not just friends, we're like father and daughter, right? Why would I make fun of you? Alright, deal. Yang Xia muttered under her breath before suddenly pulling back the blanket covering her head. In an instant, Su Yang was speechless. Holy crap! This kid, oh wait, this girl, she's so beautiful. Yang Xia had transformed into a long-haired girl. She was wearing a long red dress. Her cheeks were all red. Am I a girl now? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang's dazed expression and couldn't help but ask. Yes. You look just like one. No. I shouldn't say you look like one, you've always been a beautiful girl. Really, bro, no, wait, sis, I never expected you'd look this beautiful in a girl's outfit? Su Yang scratched his head, genuinely shocked for a moment. You're not making fun of me, are you? Holy crap. Why would I make fun of you? Then, seeing Su Yang's shocked expression, Yang Xia knew he wasn't putting on a show, so she didn't feel as awkward anymore. Click, click. Such a beautiful moment, this had to be captured. Su Yang picked up his phone and started snapping photos of Yang Xia, who had already sat up. Stop messing around, buddy. I'm not messing around, uncle. I'm just happy. After being with you for a year, I never noticed how beautiful you are. Holy crap. You wouldn't be falling for me, would you? I'm telling you. I'm not into guys. Yang Xia said, lifting the blanket off her legs and getting out of bed. Cough, cough, cough. Don't say that. Su Yang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This kid, oh no, this girl, how could she say such things? Even if you're as pretty as you are now, you're still my Su Yang's daughter. Bro, do you think if we do this, Xiao Pingping will become friends with me? Saying this, Yang Xia turned around and sat down at the computer desk, then picked up a cardboard box from the ground and opened it. Inside were all kinds of makeup items for girls. Of course. Absolutely. Old buddy. I think you should change your voice and actions a bit, don't act so masculine. What the hell? Is that really necessary? I'm already doing just fine like this. Yang Xia turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes filled with confusion. She was already wearing girls' clothes and had put on a wig, wasn't that enough? Bro, of course it's necessary. Think about it. Your current outfit is definitely that of a girl, but the core is your speech and behavior, right? Right. What right? That's the truth, isn't it? You're such a pretty little girl, but you walk and talk more like a man than a woman. So tell me, do you think Xiao Pingping would really be your best friend? Would she really become your confidant? Oh. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's eyes grew even more conflicted. Does she really have to become a girl from the inside out? This really feels so embarrassing. What? You don't want to pursue Xiao Pingping anymore? Of course I want to. She's the only one for me in this lifetime. Then why are you still so indecisive? A real man, for the woman he loves, he has to be willing to make some sacrifices, don't you think? Look at me for your mother. I even skipped class, so I have to be there for her too. That's love, don't you get it? Why don't you learn from your uncle? Su Yang suppressed a smile and lectured Yang Xia seriously. Chapter 59, Kids, don't peek, okay? This is uncle's privacy. Come on, come with me. Seeing Yang Xia remain silent, looking hesitant, Su Yang grabbed Yang Xia's arm and dragged him out. Come on, take a few steps so uncle can take a look. Once they reached the living room, Su Yang waved her over, intending to correct her posture slightly. Yang Xia felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head before reluctantly taking a few steps. No, your walking posture is so stiff, you're even more masculine than me. You should learn from your mom. Think about how your mom usually walks. Seeing this, Su Yang immediately called a halt. If she just stood there quietly without speaking or walking, she would definitely be a cute little beauty that everyone would adore. But as soon as she started walking and talking, holy crap! That was absolutely, the head turning rate would be off the charts. My mom. Yang Xia murmured softly, then closed her eyes and recalled her mother's walking posture. Bro, aside from being a bit plain here, your figure is actually pretty good. If you could walk like your mom, you'd definitely get a 200% head turning rate on the street, I swear. Holy crap! I just want to be friends with Pingping, not to impress men. While saying this, he started mimicking his mom's walking style. Though her face bore a look of helplessness and frustration, her eyes sparkled with an unwavering determination. No, it's too stiff. Make it softer, sway your hips side to side a bit more, that's it, keep going. Su Yang spoke while recording Yang Xia imitating his mother's walk with his phone. This guy is something else. For Xiao Pingping, he was willing to go to such lengths. After changing his image, not only will Xiao Pingping see it, but his mother will see it, and so will his classmates and teachers. I wonder what everyone will think of her then. Ding dong. Su Yang was just speaking when Yang Shui sent him a message. Good husband, we just finished the meeting with the client and are now going out to eat. The flight tickets are already booked, arriving at Jiangcheng Airport at 2 a.m. Got it, honey. I'll be waiting for you at the exit. I miss you blushing. Yang Shui had arranged her schedule so tightly, which really touched Su Yang. Just to see him sooner, she had to rush back in the middle of the night. That's really tough. Kiss. Good baby, I miss you too, red lips. Su Yang, don't send it to my mom yet. Seeing Su Yang chatting with someone on his phone, Yang Xia couldn't help but jump in surprise. She immediately thought that Su Yang might tell her mother, but she wasn't fully prepared yet. So she reached out to stop him. But the kid was faster than she expected, snatching the phone out of Su Yang's hands. Then she flipped through the WeChat interface. But here, take it. Kid, shouldn't he be snooping around, okay? This is Uncle S private stuff. Do you understand? Su Yang reached out to take the phone back, unable to suppress a laugh. This little brat. Seeing how flirty I was chatting with your mom, what do you think of that? Seriously. Did I walk like that just now? Did it look a bit like it? However, Yang Xia only felt slightly embarrassed for a moment before quickly composing herself. Anyway, mom would act like this with anyone she's dating. Between boyfriends and girlfriends, flirting is inevitable, it's perfectly normal. Come on, practice some more. You were already getting the hang of it earlier. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and nodded at Yang Xia. This girl really has some talent, she picked it up quickly and imitated it quite well. Yang Xia, adjust your voice a bit too. Don't sound too masculine. Your voice isn't that deep. Actually, Su Yang felt that as long as she slightly tweaked her voice when speaking, it should still sound like a girl's. But I'm used to speaking like this. Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch her head, but she didn't stop practicing in the living room. But you're used to walking like that too. Think about it. How cute and adorable little Ping Ping is. There must be plenty of boys who like her. Even I'm a bit smitten. Holy crap. You're not allowed to have feelings for my little Ping Ping, or I'll tell my mom. Ha ha. Then why don't you try to change yourself? Let me tell you, little Ping Ping is going through a tough time right now, feeling lonely and vulnerable. It's easy for other boys to take advantage of her. If someone else gets to her first, I bet you won't even have a place to cry. Su Yang smiled sweetly at Yang Xia and began to explain things in a simple yet profound manner. The key was that he was talking about exactly what she was most worried about. If Xiao Pingping is taken by someone else first, she'd really cry herself to death. Alright, stop talking. I'll change, okay? Yang Xia couldn't take it anymore and quickly waved her hands, trying to stop Su Yang from continuing. The words he spoke made her feel a sudden sense of urgency. That's more like it. Come on, tighten your throat a bit and try. Cough cough cough. I'll try. Yang Xia soon stopped hesitating and began to try speaking while slightly pinching her throat. While she was practicing speaking in a female voice, Su Yang quickly opened his phone and continued chatting with Yang Shui. Honey, when you get back, your husband has a big surprise for you. A moment later, Yang Shui's message came back. Really? What's the surprise? Hurry up and tell your wife heart emojis. I can't tell you now. We'll talk about it when we meet. I promise you'll be very happy, kisses. Silly husband, you didn't buy me a gift, did you? No. I promise you'll never guess. I'll show you when you get back. Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia, who was pacing back and forth nearby, and couldn't help but smile. If her mom saw how she changed. I wonder what expression she'd have. Just thinking about it was so amusing. So, honey, should we go to the hotel to see it, or watch it at home blushing? Either is fine. If you want to see the gift at the hotel, I'll book a room in advance. Of course, watching at home is also okay. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's message and knew she was definitely thinking something else. Please give me 5 stars. I'm writing this for love. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 60, since you've already misinterpreted it, let us just go with it. Well, let's go to the hotel then. There's a black silk nightgown in the wardrobe. Don't forget to bring it when you pick me up blushing. Got it, honey. I'll remember blushing. Since you've already misunderstood, let's just go with it. Cough cough. Old buddy, how does it sound? Yang Xia practiced quietly for a while, then turned to look at Su Yang, her face still red. Wow. That's interesting. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh my goodness. So Yang Xia's male voice is also suspect of being fake? The way she's speaking now really does sound like a girl. This is simply unbelievable. Come on, say a few more words. Su Yang reached up to scratch his ear, even doubting whether he had heard correctly earlier. Bro, do you think I sound like a girl now? I really can't lose Xiao Pingping. A girl as good as her is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Oh my god. Su Yang jumped to his feet and walked over to Yang Xia. He circled around her, examining her from head to toe. Holy crap! The difference before and after is really quite significant. What are you looking at? Never seen anything like this before? In an instant, Yang Xia's voice changed again. Stop it. Use a girl's voice and listen to uncle. Su Yang quickly waved his hands, signaling Yang Xia to continue speaking in a female voice. Ah. Actually, I know my voice is more neutral. If I deliberately make it deeper, it sounds like a man's voice, but if I tweak it a bit, it sounds like a girl's voice. Right. Let's stick with this from now on. Bro. If you want to win Xiao Pingping's friendship, or even her love, then keep this voice from now on, okay? Su Yang said, unable to resist giving Yang Xia a thumbs up. And Yang Xia's voice from earlier had already been recorded on his phone. Got it, old buddy. Thanks. Remember, no matter where you are, walk and talk just like you did today. That way, you won't give yourself away in front of Xiao Pingping. Got it? Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, who had transformed into a beauty before his eyes, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Got it, old buddy. Don't be afraid if your mom finds out. She'll only be happy for you. Got it? Don't be afraid if your classmates find out either, because you're a girl. No matter what, we're doing this for Xiao Pingping, it's all worth it. Su Yang patted Yang Xia on the shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. This guy. I hope you can find the joy of being a girl in this state soon. And never go back to the way you were. Yes. For Pingping. I won't care what others think. Yang Xia nodded, his eyes filled with stubborn determination. Are you mentally prepared? Yes. I'm mentally prepared. I plan to go find Pingping this weekend. I'll start by being her good friend. Alright. Keep an eye on your words and actions, and don't get physical. Don't give off the impression that you're trying to take advantage of her. If you do that, you'll probably lose even the chance to be friends. Su Yang genuinely hoped she could be consistent inside and out and become a true girl. If she and Xiao Pingping became true best friends, wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? I understand. When you like someone, you have to learn to be patient. I'll take my time and make her truly fall for me. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head and give a sheepish smile. Uncle really hopes you two are just pure best friends. Such a beautiful girl, why insist on being a man? Besides, you don't even have the standard equipment for a man. Alright. Keep it up. Uncle believes in you. Su Yang smiled and nodded, glancing at Yang Xia's ordinary appearance. You could wear that thing here, it can enhance your charm. Holy crap. I can't believe this. Sho, watch your tone. I'm not trying to seduce men. What would I need that much charm for? I've read plenty of books. Don't try to fool me. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Why does everything he says feel off? Bro, if you're thinking that way, since you want Xiao Pingping to confirm you're a real girl, let us start with the details. This is also very important for a girl, right? All girls would care about it, right? Why don't you discuss it with Xiao Pingping together? Oh. Yang Xia listened to Su Yang's words and nodded slightly. It seemed like what he said made some sense. I understand, buddy. I'm hungry. Saying that, Yang Xia turned and walked toward her own room. Whether it was her voice or the way she walked, she was definitely a girl. It seems like this old buddy is really set on this. For Pingping's sake, her determination is truly unwavering. Alright, uncle will order takeout right away. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then picked up his phone to start ordering takeout. Alright. This guy finally acts like a girl. Keep going, buddy, Uncle S got your back. After dinner, Yang Xia went into her room, not sure what she was up to. He didn't call out to Su Yang to play games like usual. Su Yang, after brushing his teeth and washing up, also returned to his bedroom. He chatted with Yang Shui for a few more minutes, set the alarm, and then went to sleep. After all, her flight was scheduled to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport at 2 a.m., so there was no need to stay up all night. Besides, once they met, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Time passed slowly. The alarm clock rang at 1 a.m., waking him up promptly. After quickly getting ready and washing up, he grabbed the small bag he had packed the night before, took the car keys, and hurriedly left the house. Roar! The streets were very quiet at that hour, and the engine's noise was clearly audible as the car sped along. Dear Shui, your brother is about to see you. His mind was filled with Yang Shui's beautiful figure, her mature yet stunning face, and her gentle, irresistible voice. It truly feels like 3 years have passed since we last saw each other. Chapter 61, What gift did you prepare for me? At 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Yan was already waiting at the exit of Yang Shui's flight. Soon, her message came through. Good husband, your wife has landed. Hug. My secretary is with me, so don't call out the wrong name later. Smile. Don't worry, honey. Kiss. Time passed slowly. About 30 minutes later, Yang Shui appeared at the exit, pulling her luggage. Old. Seeing her beautiful figure, Su Yang was so excited he almost called out the wrong name. Next to Lu Shui was her secretary, a poised young woman. Auntie, let me. Su Yang hurried over to Yang Shui, suppressing his excitement, and reached out to take the suitcase from her hands. Alright, thank you, Su Yang. Looking at his youthful and handsome appearance, Lu Shui's face betrayed an indescribable joy. However, with the secretary standing nearby, she had to maintain the composure and authority of a company president. Otherwise, she would have already embraced Su Yang in her arms. Ms. Yang, my boyfriend is here to pick me up. Should I go now? The secretary, seeing the president being picked up by a handsome young man, dared not ask any questions and quickly found an excuse to leave. Regardless of their relationship, as long as the president had someone to pick him up, she didn't need to worry. Alright, Xiao Zhang, goodbye. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to the secretary who was dragging her luggage away. The secretary walked away. Honey, hurry up, let us go. Yang Shui instantly shed her previous authoritative demeanor and transformed into a seductive older sister. As she spoke, she grabbed Su Yang's hand and pulled him toward the parking lot. Wife, slow down. Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh at Yang Shui's expression. Hurry up and tell your wife what gift you prepared for me? Do you want to see it now? At least let's wait until we're in the car. Then, let's go to the hotel and look there. My little darling is getting more and more handsome. Yang Shui turned her head and kept looking up and down at Su Yang. Alright, let us head to the hotel quickly. The same Hee hotel, the same room as before. Do you like it, honey? You're so thoughtful, honey. I'll definitely take a good look at the gift you prepared later. Su Yang suppressed a smile and didn't bother to explain. He wondered what expression she would have when she saw the changes in Yang Xia, that little guy. The two chatted happily all the way there and soon arrived at the parking lot. After placing the luggage in the trunk, they drove off toward the hotel. Not long after, the two entered the Hee hotel and checked into room 1314. Honey, go freshen up. I'll wait for you. Oh, here's the pajamas I prepared for you. Saying this, Su Yang handed the small bag he was holding to Yang Shui. Alright, little darling, wait here nicely. Saying this, she gave him a flirtatious glance and quickly walked into the bathroom. Su Yang changed into the pajamas he had brought, leaned against the headboard, and opened his phone. Then he opened the photo album on his phone. Yang Xia, that little girl. She does have a certain charm, doesn't she? But her previous behavior made it hard to see her as a girl, let alone a pretty one. This girl's behavior is truly unmatched. Splash. The sound of splashing water soon filled the bathroom. Not long after. Huff. It was the sound of a hairdryer. Yang Shui must have finished rinsing off and was now drying her hair. 5 minutes later, the sound of the hairdryer stopped, and she stepped out of the bathroom. Husband. Seeing Su Yang sitting at the bedside staring intently at her, Yang Shui couldn't help but take 2 steps toward the bed and jump onto it. Once she was on the bed, she immediately threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Husband, I want to see the gift. Alright, honey, don't rush. And, this gift, you'll never guess what it is. Su Yang smiled and gently pinched Yang Shui's soft, pink cheeks. This older sister is really quite amusing. As he spoke, Su Yang twisted his body and reached out to grab his phone from the bedside table. Then he opened it and handed it to Yang Shui. Is this a close-up selfie of your husband? Wow. I want to see it. In an instant, Yang Shui didn't know why, but she suddenly thought of that. Her eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. Chapter 62. Alright, buddy, take good care of my mom. This. Yang Shui took the phone and saw the photo on the screen, her eyes immediately filling with surprise. This silly girl finally got it. She's wearing a red dress and a wig, and those shoes on her feet are mine, aren't they? Not bad, they suit her pretty well. Yang Shui flipped through the photos while muttering to herself. Even her walking and talking have changed. I knew it. Her voice didn't sound much like a boy when she was little either. It turns out this silly girl was just pretending all along. Now she's finally acting like a proper girl. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. How about it, honey? Do you like this gift? Su Yang wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's waist, pressed his face against her hair, and asked softly. I love it so much. Honey, how did this little girl suddenly change so much? She must have fallen for some boy, right? Peck. She turned her head and gave Su Yang a light kiss on the cheek, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Well, not exactly. Su Yang thought for a moment, pondering how to explain it to Yang Shui. If he said Yang Xia liked boys, that would definitely lead to more trouble. If she said she liked girls, that would be even more complicated, something Yang Shui couldn't accept at all. How did she suddenly come to this realization? I've tried getting her to wear girls' clothes before, but she wouldn't listen no matter what I said. All these years, she's always acted like a boy. It's driving me crazy. Honey, it's like this. Besides me, she doesn't have many friends now, so she met a girl and wants to be her best friend. What? So? Xia doesn't like that girl, does she? Do you know that, husband? That's exactly what I'm most worried about. The The girl told me she wants to be just ordinary friends with this girl, but the other girl thinks she acts like a boy, so she's really hurt. Su Yang scratched his head and kept the crucial truth hidden. If he were to say now that Yang Xia likes girls, her mood would definitely not be pleasant. Oh. Is she the little girl you had dinner with? She looks pretty petite. Yes, that's the girl. Yang Xia wants to be friends with her, but the other girl thinks she doesn't look like a girl, so she doesn't want to be friends with her. That's why the girl was upset, and then she dressed herself up like this. We've been friends for a year, and I never expected her to look so beautiful when she dresses up. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's photos in women's clothing and smiled. Well, she was so pretty when she was little, with 2 little braids, wearing a little dress, jumping around so cutely. I never expected her to become more and more masculine as she grew older. Sigh. I was so busy back then that I didn't have much time to pay attention to her. I never thought this silly girl would suddenly come to her senses. It's such a relief. Yang Shui happily rubbed her teary eyes and snuggled her head against Su Yang's chest. Husband, thank you for the gifts. Your wife loves them so much. Both gifts today are amazing. Thank you, husband. Once I'm done with this, it should be finished by tomorrow or the day after. I'll definitely reward you properly then. Is that okay, my good husband? Kiss. She put down her phone, raised both hands, and wrapped them around his neck. Sure. Su Yang excitedly scratched his head, his eyes constantly admiring Yang Shui's graceful figure. The soft, fragrant body in his arms. Next time we come to the hotel, it'll be time to have her. Husband, I'm tired. Hold me and let us sleep for a while. Uncle is coming to Zhengcheng this afternoon, and I'm still a bit nervous. Ha ha. As she spoke, Yang Shui curled up and burrowed under the blankets, yawning deeply. Su Yang smiled, glancing at Yang Shui, who already looked tired. He turned his head toward the window. The sky outside had already brightened. Might as well cuddle up with my big sister wife and get some good sleep. After all that fuss earlier, I'm really feeling a bit tired now. Ding ding ding. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when his phone rang. It was Yang Xia calling. Hello? What's up, buddy? Su Yang, where did you go so early in the morning? Holy crap. You sound like you didn't even wake up yet. Yang Xia's voice had turned into that of a young boy again. Oh, I just went to the airport early this morning to pick up your mom. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so we just booked a room. We just took a short nap and you woke us up. Ha ha. As he spoke, Su Yang yawned widely. He turned to look at Yang Shui, who was still sound asleep. The ringtone of the phone and their voices hadn't woken her at all. She hadn't rested at all last night. She must be really tired. Holy crap. Yang Xia was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected that after Su Yang picked up her mom, he actually went to a hotel to check in. However, she couldn't say anything about it, after all, it was her mother's business. Bro, Xiao Ping Ping. Cough cough. I know, I just wanted to ask you for the car keys. I want to go find her and have some fun. Upon hearing Su Yang's reminder, Yang Xia realized her voice had changed back. After all, the power of habit is truly strong. So she quickly adjusted her voice. I need this car today. My dad is coming over in the afternoon, and I need to pick him up. Why don't you go to the company and take your mama's car? That's fine. Yang Xia's voice had already shifted back to a female tone, which sounded much more pleasant to the ear. Alright, buddy, take care of my mom. I'm heading out. Alright, don't worry, bro. You trust me to handle things, right? Alright, go have fun. If your mom sees you like this, she'll be so happy. Alright. Just let my mom know, I'm mentally prepared. I'll send you photos today. Bye. Alright, that is more like it. You're such a good boy for your uncle. Su Yang hung up the phone, looking at Yang Shui sleeping soundly, his heart couldn't help but flutter again. Chapter 63, It's getting late, I need to hurry and pick up my dad. Su Yang checked the time, then opened his phone and ordered takeout. He then got up to wash up. He estimated that Yang Shui would wake up soon. Just as the delivery call came in, Yang Shui also woke up. Honey, you're already up? Yes, honey. Get up and freshen up. I'll go downstairs to get the takeout. I'll be right back. Mwah. Su Yang smiled as he walked up to her, gave her a quick kiss, then waved goodbye and left. Yang Shui quickly turned over and got out of bed, hurrying into the bathroom. A moment later, she emerged with a smile on her face. Beep. With an electronic beep, the door opened, and Su Yang returned with takeout. At that moment, Yang Shui was combing her long hair in front of the mirror. Good husband, come quickly. I have some good news to tell you. Alright, I'm coming, honey. Su Yang smiled and replied, placing the takeout on the table before turning to stand behind Yang Shui. Then he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Peck. Yang Shui turned around, wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck. She leaned in and kissed him. Honey, auntie has left. Really? What are we waiting for? Su Yang said, picking up Yang Shui in his arms and turning to walk out. Honey, I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Alright, honey, let us eat first. Su-young smiled and winked at Yang Shui. A warm and cozy scene instantly flashed through his mind. Breakfast was finished in just 20 minutes. Time ticked by second by second. When the two of them woke up, it was already 1:30 p.m. There was only an hour left until 2:30 p.m. Good husband, we need to get up quickly. Uncle's train at 2:30 p.m. is almost here. Yang Shui scratched Su-yang's chest, her face flushed with shy joy. But her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Alright, let's get up, pack. Su-young tilted his head and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead before sitting up. It was getting late, they needed to hurry and pick up Dad. The two had already agreed that if their classmates' reunion didn't have accommodations arranged, they'd book a room for their dad at this hotel. Besides, it wasn't far from home. As for their relationship, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Shui looked to be around 28 years old, so if Dad asked, they could just say she was 28. That way, Dad should definitely be able to accept it. Su-yang remembers that when his dad and mom were together, he often called her sister. He also said that when looking for a wife, one should find someone older, as they would be more caring. They're only 10 years apart, so my dad probably won't mind. The two quickly finished packing and hurriedly left the room, returning the room key. Roar! With the roar of an engine, the two drove off toward the train station. Honey, let's just go home. I've been back for almost a day and haven't seen Xia Xia yet. I really want to see her in her girl's clothes. Or maybe after we pick up Uncle, you and Uncle can stay in a standard room together? We can chat together, how about that? Let's see. We'll decide later. Su-young nodded slightly upon hearing this, thinking that Yang Shui had a point. After all, it wasn't easy for Dad to come all this way, so he really should spend some time with him and chat. Ding ding ding. As the two were talking, Yang Shui's phone rang. It was Yang Xia calling. Hello? Xia. Mom. Yang Xia's voice was in a female tone, and she sounded clearly nervous. Good girl. You're such a good child. Mom really likes the way you're talking now. Did Su-young tell you everything? Yes, sweetheart, your uncle already told Mom. Mom supports your decision. Mom is especially happy today. Yang Shui listened to her daughter's voice, and her eyes welled up with tears. After all these years, her daughter finally sounded a little more like a girl. That voice, it's definitely a girl's voice. Mom, are you and Su-yang at home? I'm out with friends right now and will probably be back a bit later. It's okay, sweetie. Have fun with your friends. Mom and your uncle are out. We're heading to the train station to pick someone up. We'll be back later. Okay, Mom. The two chatted for a moment before hanging up. What's wrong, honey? Why are your eyes red? Su-young turned to look at Yang Shui and gently squeezed her small hand. Seeing his wife like this, he felt a pang of sympathy. It's nothing, honey. I'm just happy. Our daughter has really changed so much. Yeah, this little girl has indeed changed a lot lately. It seems like I'll have one less buddy in the future, ha. Chapter 64, great. Dad guessed it so accurately. By the time the two of them arrived at the train station exit, it was already 2:30 p.m. Perfect timing. My dad should be coming out soon. Su-yang checked the time and wrapped his arm around Yang Shui's shoulder. Honey, I'm still a bit nervous. The age difference was still something Yang Shui was currently worried about. She was worried that Su-yang's father might take issue with the age difference between her and Su-young. Although she could say she was 28, she was still 10 years older than him. It's okay, honey. Just do as we discussed earlier. Don't worry. Someone as cute and beautiful as you, no one would dislike you. Su-young smiled and patted Yang Shui on the shoulder, comforting her softly. Such a mature and beautiful older sister. Her father would only be happy for him. How could he possibly have any thoughts of stopping the two of them from dating? Time ticked by second by second. My dad is coming. The one in the white t-shirt, pulling a blue suitcase. About 10 minutes later, Su-yang's father appeared in the crowd and started walking toward the exit. Su-young pointed at his father in the crowd and gestured to Yang Shui, describing him. Dad, over here. As soon as his father stepped out of the door, Su-young and Yang Shui hurried forward. Yang. His father turned his head and saw his son approaching, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful young woman. Dad, this is Xiao Shui, my girlfriend. Hello, uncle. Yang Shui didn't dare to be rude and quickly greeted Su-yang's father politely, taking a quick look around. The father and son really did look quite alike. Just as Su-yang had said, his father was a handsome older man, and it seemed he was indeed right. Hello, Xiao Shui. The father took a closer look at Yang Shui, and a look of admiration couldn't help but flash across his eyes. This kid. He's actually found a girlfriend. Why hasn't he mentioned her before? And such a beautiful one at that. But, this girl looks much older than his son. Dad, I booked you a room at the hotel. Why don't you go there and rest for a while? Su-young reached out to take his father's luggage, then walked toward the parking lot together. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the classmates organizing the gathering arranged a hotel for us, with 2 people per room. Maybe I should just stay at the hotel they arranged? It won't cost anything. His father followed alongside Soo-young, speaking softly. Even in front of his son's girlfriend, he didn't want his son to spend extra money. Besides, dating a girlfriend also costs money, doesn't it? It seems I need to give my son more money. These days, if you don't have money when you're dating, people will look down on you. Especially when dating such a beautiful girl, one must be generous. Uncle, which hotel did your classmate arrange? Although her voice wasn't very loud, Yang Shui heard it clearly and asked. If the conditions are average, it's better to stay at the Hee Hotel. Oh, it's called the Hee Hotel. They said the gathering place is right next to the hotel. Soo-young couldn't help but smile. How convenient. Dad, the room I booked for you is also at the Hee Hotel. It's really quite a coincidence. The three chatted as they quickly made their way to the car in the parking lot. The old man looked at the new car, then at his son, and couldn't help but stare in surprise. This must be the car his son borrowed. Soo-young, let me drive. You and Uncle can sit in the back and chat. Sure, okay. Soo-young smiled and nodded, then pulled out the car keys and handed them to Yang Shui. After loading the luggage into the trunk, the three of them got into the car. Soo-young and his father sat in the back. Yang, how much older is that girl than you? As soon as they got in the car, his father quietly asked. At first glance, he felt that the girl was significantly older than his son. What do you think? Soo-young couldn't help but smile slightly, speaking in a very soft voice. His father paused for a moment, then spread his fingers. Wow. Dad's got sharp eyes. Soo-young couldn't help but laugh. Alright, there is no need for me to say anything else. Great. Dad guessed it so accurately. Oh. Dad nodded slightly and didn't say anything else about the age issue. But it seemed like he had something else on his mind, just didn't say it. The two of them chatted quietly in the back seat while Yang Shui drove ahead. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Hee Hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a sign welcoming classmates to their reunion had been placed there at some point. Yang, I'll go register first. Since the classmates have already made arrangements, you can cancel the room you booked. It'll save us some money. It's okay, Dad. I just wanted to chat with you a bit longer. Oh. Alright, I'll go register then. Dad hesitated for a moment, nodded, but a fleeting expression of reluctance flashed across his eyes. This is a 5-star hotel, after all. There are free places to stay, why insist on spending your own money? This kid, he really doesn't know the value of money until he's in charge. Dad's small tobacco shop makes enough to get by, but it can't keep up with the expenses. Soo-young carried his father's luggage and waited in the lobby while his father went to room 201 to check in. It's been 20 years since graduation, and an old classmate has come all this way, so of course we have to arrange proper accommodation. Among the organizers, there were a few who had done quite well for themselves. Before long, his father returned with a smile. Let's go, Dad. I booked a room for you upstairs. Alright, let's go. Dad felt the room key in his pocket and nodded slightly. Since the old classmate had already arranged the rooms, I try to convince my son to cancel his reservation later. After all, every penny saved is a penny earned. Chatting isn't a big deal, we can just find any place to talk. The three of them quickly entered the hotel room. Dad, you must be tired from the long ride. You could have bought a high-speed rail ticket, the regular train is much slower. Soo-young placed his father's luggage aside and sat on the edge of the bed with Yang Shui. It doesn't matter if it's fast or slow, we're not in a hurry. His father couldn't help but smile slightly before sitting down on the other bed. Soo-young, of course, knew very well that his father had always been very frugal and would avoid spending money whenever possible. Dad, why don't you take a shower? You can lie down on the bed and rest for a while. Your classmates' gathering will probably go on until late, right? It's fine, no rush. We'll talk about it later. Dad glanced at Yang Shui beside Soo-young and quickly waved his hand. With his son's girlfriend present, he naturally felt too embarrassed to take a shower. Chapter 65. How can this be called living off someone else? This is called having a capable girlfriend. Soo-young, why don't you stay and chat with Uncle? I'll head back first. Call me anytime if you need anything. Yang Shui saw this and quickly stood up, preparing to leave. With her there, Soo-young's father seemed a bit embarrassed to take a shower. After sitting on the train for so long, he really needed to rest for a while first so he could be more energetic for the class reunion. Oh, that is fine. Dad, you go take a shower first. I'll be right back. Soo-young said, then stood up as well. He had made the same arrangement with Yang Shui earlier. Once his father arrived, he stayed with him, while Yang Shui went home to wait for her daughter to return. The two of them spoke, then left the hotel room. Honey, I've transferred some more money to you. Over the next few days, while Uncle has some free time, take him out to buy some clothes or other gifts. As the two walked out of the hotel entrance, Yang Shui looked at Soo-young with a touch of reluctance. Why are you sending me money again? Soo-young was taken aback and reached for his phone. Sure enough, Yang Shui had transferred 100,000 yuan to him in one go. Honey, why did you transfer so much to me? Su Yang looked up at her and couldn't help scratching his head. This life of being supported by someone else. Even dad is getting a share. Be a good husband. You know you've already called me wife, right? Since that's the case, let's not keep things between us anymore, okay? Good boy. Be a good boy, kiss. Taking advantage of Su Yang's momentary distraction, Yang Shui leaned in and kissed his cheek. Alright, my little darling, I'm going back now. Keep in touch, I'll miss you, kiss. She waved her little hand and walked toward the parking lot. After taking a few steps, she turned around, puckered her lips, and blew him a kiss. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and waved back. This older sister. She was so kind to him and had thought of everything. Watching Yang Shui watch the car drive away until it was out of sight. Su Yang finally turned around and returned to the room he had booked for his father. Yang, let's cancel this room right away. Can't we save some money? Your dad works hard to earn every penny. At that moment, his father was still sitting on the bed, not having gone to take a shower. Seeing his son return, he hurriedly urged him to cancel the room. Dad, this room. Xiao Shui booked it for you. Just stay here comfortably. It's fine. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. After all, it was a good opportunity for the two of them to catch up after so long apart. Even if we save money, it's not worth worrying about one night, is it? Oh. Hearing this, his father couldn't help but nod slightly. Mentioning Yang Shui, he felt there were some things he needed to talk to his son about. Yang, this Shui is 10 years older than you. She is 28 or 29 this year. How could you end up with someone so much older than you? Dad, my mom is also 2 gold bricks older than you. I'm 3.5 gold bricks older. Isn't that even better? Su Yang didn't really think his father would oppose him at most. He felt the age difference was a bit too much. This Shui is indeed very beautiful, but dad just thinks she is too much older than you. My son isn't even 19 yet, and it just feels like he's being taken advantage of. Ha ha ha. His father's words made Su Yang burst into laughter. Dad, isn't Xiao Shui pretty? She is pretty, but she's just a bit too old for you. Dad nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of conflict. If Xiao Shui were only 5 or 6 years older than his son, he wouldn't have any objections. But 10 years older was indeed a significant difference. She has been really good to me, just like how you were to me. She is very caring and thoughtful. Su Yang could tell from his father's expression that while he was a bit conflicted, he wasn't really opposed to them being together. I can see that. And this girl seems very elegant, probably an office worker, right? Oh, right, she works in an office, but she is also very hardworking and quite busy. Su Yang nodded, agreeing with his father's guess. But Yang Shui was far more hardworking and stressed than the average office worker. After all, it's such a large conglomerate, there are so many things to consider. Well, Yang, maybe we should just give up on this house. Shui works so hard, and making money isn't easy. This room costs hundreds of dollars a night. Wouldn't it be better to save some money? I saw there's a sofa in the first floor lobby. The two of us can go there to chat. After hearing Su Yang's words, his father couldn't help but nod slightly. Shui must be working so hard, earning money isn't easy. We should save wherever we can. Dad, Xiao Shui earns quite a bit. It's not a big deal. Just stay here comfortably. It's okay. Su Yang smiled helplessly and waved his hand, telling his father not to worry. How much does Xiao Shui earn in a month? Tens of thousands? She definitely makes that much. Oh, so this girl can earn quite a bit. That's not bad, though she's a lot older than you. His father spoke softly, seeming to weigh something in his mind. She actually earns more than a few thousand a month. What? Over 10,000 a month? No way. What kind of job does she have that pays so much? Yeah, it's definitely over 10,000. She's a high-ranking executive at a company. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. He didn't want to tell his dad the truth about Yang Shui yet. Because his father had always taught him. As a man, one must earn money through one's own abilities and never rely on others. If he were to say that Yang Shui was the CEO of a conglomerate with a net worth of billions, his father would be completely shocked. Oh. Hearing his son's response, his father couldn't help but realize the truth. No wonder he can earn so much, he's a high-ranking executive at the company. In that case, that does seem to suit his son pretty well. If he follows her, he shouldn't have to suffer in the future. Yang Shui. Has she been married before? Actually, it's okay if she has, as long as she's divorced. No, Dad. Xiao Shui hasn't been married. She's always been busy with work and hasn't even dated anyone. Su Yang suppressed a smile and told his father about Yang Shui's marital status. It seems like his dad is impressed by her high income. Really? That is fine. Actually, being 10 years older isn't too much of a difference, it's acceptable. Dad, does that mean I'm just leeching off her? No. How can that be called living off someone? That is called having a capable girlfriend. Please rate this 5 stars. Writing for love. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 66, Women in their 30s. You must exercise more, you know? Dad, about me and Shwe. You support us, right? You little rascal, Dad has never said I'm against it. With such a great girlfriend, of course Dad has to support you. Dad smiled, then stood up and opened the suitcase, preparing to take a shower. She is so beautiful and earns so much. She is just 10 years older than her son, and besides, older women know how to take care of men. Watching the bathroom door close, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. He had always known that his dad would support him in young Shwe. It's just her real age. Let's not mention that in the future. As long as the two of them are in love and happy, that's the best outcome. Honey, I just talked to Dad about us, and he is very supportive. Since his father was supportive, Su Yang immediately shared the good news with Yang Shwe. Moments later, her message came back. That's wonderful, my dear husband. I'm so happy. Hug. After receiving Su Yang's message, Yang Shwe's previous worries vanished instantly. Thus, she could finally relax and truly be with Su Yang. She would continue to love him deeply, just as she had in her previous life. Ding dong. Su Yang was chatting with Yang Shwe when Yang Xia sent a message. It was a few photos. They were of her and Xiao Pingping playing together in the park. From the looks of it, the two seemed to have become good friends. At least in the photos, both of them were smiling happily. When comparing the two of them, Yang Xia was clearly more attractive than Xiao Pingping, and she was also half a head taller than her. Bro, is my mom still with you? If she is, could you show her the photo? I'm already mentally prepared. We're still out having fun. I'll probably be back around 6 or 7 o'clock. Alright, got it, buddy. Have fun. After Su Yang replied to Yang Xia, he forwarded the photo to Yang Shwe. This guy. He's getting more and more like a girl. I really hope she doesn't change back. Even if it means losing this guy, gaining a real daughter would be worth it. At least Yang Shwe's wife is truly very, very happy. My silly girl, it seems she's really turned into a girl. I'm so happy. A moment later, Yang Shwe replied. She never expected that no matter how much she lectured her, her daughter would just do as she pleased. Who would have thought she'd change so suddenly? Wearing girls' clothes, wearing a wig, she's a little beauty. Even if you put her among a group of girls, my daughter would still stand out. Yeah, honey, with this outfit, she is really starting to look like the school beauty queen. Of course. Our daughter has always been a pretty girl, it's just that I haven't really paid much attention to her over the years. It's clear that her transformation is all thanks to you, honey kiss. Well, it's mostly her own choice to change. I just encouraged her a bit. After all, we're good friends, so some words do make a difference. Su Yang replied to the message, scratching his head unconsciously. Yang Shwe currently has no idea about the true reason behind Yang Xia's transformation, she's only seeing the surface. If she found out it was all for the sake of pursuing a girl, she'd definitely be upset. But for now, he couldn't tell her. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Yang Xia. Sigh. Let's wait and see. Thanks, my good husband. Kiss. I'll reward you properly later. I miss you again. Alright, I'll ask Dad later and see how their gathering is arranged. I wonder if it's just a meal and that's it. I don't know if there's anything else tomorrow. If they've been together for too long, I can't just keep waiting. Alright, dear husband, you decide the timing. I'll have the secretary send the car over later. It's okay, honey, no need. I'll just take a taxi back. The two chatted for a while longer before Dad finished showering and came out. Yang, the clothes you're wearing. They all look pretty expensive. Did Xiao Shwe buy them for you? Yeah, Dad. I wouldn't dare spend the living expenses you gave me. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly and scratch his head. Now, every single piece of clothing he wore, from head to toe, was given to him by Yang Shwe. Including the money in his bank account, aside from the few $1,000s his dad gave him for living expenses, the rest was all from her. And she even bought a car for him, though it was supposed to be shared with Yang Xia. But initially, she had wanted to buy it just for him. Looking at it this way, he, Su Yang, was indeed enjoying this life of dependency. But their feelings for each other, that's genuine love. Yang, even though Xiao Shwe can earn money, you shouldn't spend her money carelessly, do you understand? As a man, you need to have your own principles, work hard, and not rely on a woman to support you, understand? The father is quite satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. But his son is still young and must recognize his own worth and never give up on his efforts. Otherwise, their relationship might not last very long. Dad, don't worry. I'm not the type to live off others. I'll definitely work hard. That's good. Actually, after your mother graduated, she also worked to support me through college for several years. Son, for such a good woman, we can't let her down. She knows how to take care of you, but you can't let that go to your head. You must learn to love her in return, do you understand? Another thing is the age difference between the two of you. You must definitely work on your physical fitness now. Cough cough. Do you understand what your father means? Old dad looked at Su Yang, his eyes filled with love. His son is young, no doubt about it, but Xiao Shui is in the prime of her youth. It's always good for him to exercise more. Yeah, I know, Dad. Don't worry. Ha ha. Su Yang naturally understood his father's words. However, Su Yang was still very confident in his own physique. Ring ring. As the two were chatting, an unfamiliar call came in on Su Yang's phone. Chapter 67, When it rains when the mother wants to marry off her daughter, one can only go with the flow. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Su, hello. I'm the secretary of Mr. Yang. I've already sent your car over. Which room are you in? I'll bring the keys up to you. No need, no need. Just wait for me at the hotel entrance. I'll come down right away. Saying that, Su Yang waved to his father and turned to go downstairs. Yang, what did you go out to get? Oh, Xiao Shui just had someone send the car over. I actually don't need it. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile. If you're going back, just take a taxi. There's no need to have someone send the car over specially. This car was also bought for you by Xiao Shui, wasn't it? You little. His father said, unable to help but laugh. Xiao Shui is a girl with a lot of poise and seems very down to earth. She also seems genuinely caring toward her son. She didn't seem like the kind of woman who would just play around. Yeah, I guess so. Su Yang smiled and scratched his head, not explaining further. As for Yang Xia's existence, he naturally wouldn't mention it. After all, she was a daughter of the same age. Otherwise, the age difference would be hard to explain. The father and son lay side by side on the bed, chatting slowly. Before they knew it, it was already 6 p.m. Yang, my classmate messaged in the group chat. Dad has to go to a gathering. I don't know what time it will end yet. After dinner, we'll probably have to go singing or something. Why don't you go accompany Shue? If Dad has some free time, I'll give you a call, okay? Dad looked at his phone, then turned around and got ready to get out of bed. Alright, Dad. I'll head back first. Don't drink too much. Don't worry, Yang. Alright, you go ahead and head back. After leaving the Hehe Hotel, Su Yang drove home. Honey, Dad went to a gathering. I don't know when he'll be back, so I'm heading home first. On the way home, Su Yang called Yang Shui. Anyway, waiting here was just waiting, so it might as well be better to spend some more time with his wife. After all, the two of them had just connected on a deeper level. They were both eager to be together. Alright, honey, come back soon. Why hasn't Xiaoxia come back yet? She just adjusted and is having fun with her friends. She'll probably be back by the evening. Don't worry, honey. After chatting for a few more minutes, they hung up the phone. Now, his relationship with Yang Shui was finally out in the open. Yang Xia should already know how deep their relationship is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be calling each other husband and wife anymore. Even if the two of them were to stay in the same room at night, there shouldn't be any issues. Soon, Su Yang drove home. Husband, kiss. As soon as he entered the house, Yang Shui threw herself into Su Yang's arms. The two then entered the bedroom. What did Uncle say? Yang Shui snuggled into Su Yang's embrace, gently stroking his face, unable to tear herself away. From now on, call him Dad. She blushed and nodded shyly. Since their relationship had already reached this point, it was indeed appropriate to call him Dad. As for the age difference between him and her father, well, that didn't matter at all. Well, what did our dad say? My dad said that Xiao Shui is so beautiful, and she has such a great presence. She's clearly no ordinary girl. I said, yeah, Xiao Shui works as a senior executive at a company and earns over $1 million a year. Ha ha ha. Anyway, Dad is very satisfied with you. As for the 10-year age difference between us, it's not a big deal. Besides, my mom is much older than my dad. Put. Yang Shui blushed slightly after hearing Su Yang's words. She finally felt a lot more at ease. But your wife is 18 years older than you. Wife, even if you're 28 years older than me, I'll marry no one else in this lifetime. Our love is something others can't understand. You've loved me with all your heart for 2 lifetimes, and your image has been etched into my dreams since I was a child. Heaven has destined us to be together. Ugh. As they spoke, the two embraced and kissed passionately. When love runs deep, physical affection is inevitable. As for when Yang Xia would return, the two of them weren't going to worry about that for now. They didn't know how much time had passed. Click. The sound of the front door being opened suddenly echoed through the house. Yang Xia was back. The two of them jumped in surprise, and the foreplay came to an abrupt end. Yang Shui quickly put on her nightgown, tidied her messy long hair, and walked out of the room. My dear daughter. Mom, you're back? Yang Xia felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head and unconsciously shifting her body. This was the first time she had worn women's clothing in front of her mother since she had grown up, dressed like a proper young lady. Her face turned bright red. She was so preoccupied with her own embarrassment that she didn't notice her mother's face was also red. My dear little one, you look so beautiful. Come here, let mom take a good look at you. Yang Shui happily walked up to hug her daughter, gently touching her face and then her wig. The more she looked, the happier she became, and the more she loved it. You can let your hair grow out in the future. Once it's long enough, you won't need the wig anymore. Your hair was so soft when you were little. Yes, okay, mom. Yang Xia replied softly. After spending the whole day playing with Xiu Pingping, she grew increasingly accustomed to speaking in a feminine voice and walking like a girl. Yang Xia. Su Yang stayed in the room until he could straighten his back, then opened the door and walked out. Old buddy. Yang Xia saw Su Yang coming out of her mother's room and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, she soon relaxed. After all, they were husband and wife, so living together was perfectly normal. Though she felt a bit odd inside. But all she could do was accept reality. Whether her old friend became an uncle or a father, that wasn't something she could choose. It's like the sky raining or a mother marrying, you just have to go with the flow. Silly girl, from now on, you should call him uncle. You're a real girl now. Alright, I understand, mom. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a hint of sadness and reluctantly agreed. But mom was right. She really should call him uncle now. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 68, Keep your voice down, don't let your mom hear. Yang Xia, I see you're looking more girly than before. Not bad. Our school's flower, I don't think she's anything special. Su Yang stood aside, watching the mother and daughter with interest. With this outfit, she actually looks pretty convincing. I wonder what expressions the classmates and teachers will have tomorrow when they see her at school. But Yang Xia muttered under her breath, still feeling a bit down. If it weren't for Xiu Pingping, she wouldn't have dressed like this at all. Wearing girls' clothes, speaking in a high-pitched voice, and walking with a swaying gait. It's so awkward. Of course, my precious daughter is already a beautiful girl. With a little dressing up, she'll definitely be the school beauty. Yang Shui smiled at her daughter and continued to praise her, picking up where Su Yang had left off. Mom, I'm hungry. Alright, sweetie, mom will order some dishes right away to celebrate. Old. Su Yang, what would you like to eat? Tell your sister too? Such a big change in her daughter was indeed a cause for celebration. As she spoke, she turned to look at Su Yang, almost blurting out husband out of habit. After all, with her daughter present, she felt too shy to address Su Yang that way in front of her. It's okay, just order whatever Yang Xia likes. I'm fine with anything. Su Yang shook his head and smiled, pointing at Yang Xia. This little girl, all dressed up, looked more like a girl than a girl herself. He even felt a bit embarrassed to call her buddy or bro. Moreover, as he got to know Yang Shui better, he increasingly felt that she was also his own daughter. It was as if the feeling of having a daughter was growing stronger, while the feeling of having a buddy was fading away. Back then, he could sling his arm around her shoulders and not see her as a girl at all, even forgetting that she was a girl. The feeling now is indeed very different from before. Look, your uncle loves you so much. Alright, mom will order a few dishes. Yang Shui said, letting go of her daughter's hand, and turned around with a smile to go to the bedroom to get her phone. Su Yang, come here. Yang Xia and Su Yang waved at him and turned to walk toward their own room. What's going on, Yang Xia? Things are going smoothly, aren't they? Following Yang Xia into the room, Su Yang plopped down into the chair in front of the computer. He then turned the chair to face her and looked her up and down. Holy crap! Why didn't you even call me old buddy? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and randomly scratched his head with her hands. In an instant, his hair was a mess. And her voice had returned to its usual male tone. Shu? Su Yang couldn't help but jump in surprise. This girl can switch between male and female voices so smoothly? Keep your voice down, don't let your mother hear. As he spoke, Su Yang glanced toward the door. Yang Shui saw her daughter's transformation and was overjoyed. If she suddenly heard the voice change back, she would definitely start to suspect something. I can pretend to be a girl in front of others, but there is no need to do that in front of you, right? Damn it. You're my buddy, aren't you? You don't really think I'm a girl, do you? Come on. Look at your eyes. You've been sizing me up since you walked in. Damn it. I'm a man. I'm not interested in men. Yang Xia deliberately lowered his voice and sat down on another chair, feeling frustrated. Alright. From now on, when we're alone, I'll still call you old buddy. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. He was just curious about Yang Xia. His previous outfit made him look nothing like a girl, but now, he looked more like a girl than a girl. The difference was so stark that it was only natural to be curious. That's more like it. From now on, when we're alone, I'll be just like before, but in front of others, I'll act like a girl again. Otherwise, I'll suffocate. Alright, no problem. But don't slip up in front of your mom. Got it, don't worry. Actually, pretending to be a girl is pretty easy. Come on, you're a girl, aren't you? Don't say that. I'm a man. Do you understand? Yang Xia's words left Su Yang speechless. In this day and age, where evidence speaks volumes, if you don't have the standard trappings of a man, then you can't call yourself a man, can you? Alright. Let us not talk about it. Come on, buddy. Let me play a game for a bit. Saying that, Yang Xia stood up and swapped seats with Su Yang, then turned on the computer. His demeanor, movements, and voice all returned to their usual state. It was almost like a man dressed as a woman. Seeing how focused Yang Xia was on the game, Su Yang didn't linger any longer and got up to leave her room. After pretending to be a girl all day, she was indeed quite tired. She might as well play some games to relax. As for whether she could become a real girl, that would depend on future developments. Honey, come here. Su Yang returned to the bedroom and found Yang Shui leaning against the bed, her eyes looking a bit tired and dazed. Good husband, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I really want you to hold me and put me to bed early. Su Yang sat down by the bed and she leaned her soft body against him. Her voice was sweet and soft, extremely gentle. After dinner, let's go to bed early. Feeling the warm, soft, and fragrant body in his arms, greedily inhaling her mature and sweet scent, Su Yang once again found himself lost in a daze. My dear husband has so much energy. Of course. For my wife. I'll definitely work out more in the future. But, hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly. My little darling is so kind to his wife. Husband, I'll rest for a while. Just call me when dinner is ready. Yang Shui said, yawning widely, then curled up and slipped into the blankets. Her small hand was still tugging at Su Yang's arm. Her eyes were already closed, and her cheeks were faintly flushed with shyness. Su Yang also took off his shoes, turned around, and leaned against the bed, letting her hold onto his legs as she fell asleep sweetly. Looking at Yang Shui's mature yet delicate and beautiful face, her flowing long hair. For a moment, Su Yang felt his mind drift away again. Chapter 69, if she entrusts her mother to him, she, Yang Xia, would feel more at ease. Soon, Yang Shui brought the dinner she had ordered from the restaurant. The three of them gathered around the dining table to celebrate Yang Xia's transformation. In front of her mother, she naturally returned to her girlish voice and mannerisms. After dinner, Yang Shui went to wash up and rest early. She had been away on a business trip for several days and was already quite tired. Upon returning, she had also spent so much time with Su Yang, she was indeed quite exhausted. Old buddy, you should also go to bed early. It seems like Shou Pingping has accepted you as a good friend. But you can't let your guard down, and you definitely can't act like you used to. You have to be patient, understand? You need to use genuine feelings to make her fall for you little by little. Then she might not care whether you're a boy or a girl. True love is what matters most. Su Yang patted Yang Xia on the shoulder and said earnestly, don't worry, old buddy. Actually, after I dressed up as a girl, it was much easier to get along with Shou Pingping. At least now I don't have those worries anymore. Plus, we went into the women's restroom together, and that embarrassing situation from last time never happened again. Yang Xia nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Su Yang's words. To make a girl fall in love with another girl, one must be patient. Only by making her feel truly cared for can there be a chance. That's good. Keep up the good work, buddy. I hope you two can be together soon. I'm going to rest now. Bro, you're already living with my mom? Yang Xia scratched his head, looking at Su Yang with a strange expression. Yeah, as men, we have to be brave for the ones we love, right? You saw it yourself after all that effort, your mom accepted me. Alright, I'm going to bed. Your mom is waiting for me. Bye. Su Yang said with a smile before turning and leaving. From now on, when he was at home with Yang Shui, he wouldn't have to sneak around anymore. But, showing off. Yang Xia watched Su Yang's back and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. It seems like this old buddy is really turning into a dad. I never thought that a 36-year-old mom would accept a guy 18 years younger so quickly. Even if he looks just like your first love, he's not the same person, after all. But age doesn't matter anymore. Mom has been single for so long she really does need a man to love and take care of her. Su Yang is a decent guy, at least. If mom entrusts her to him, she'll feel more at ease. Honey, go take a shower quickly. I'll sleep for a while, I'm so tired. Feeling Su Yang enter the room, Yang Shui, who was already lying on the bed, opened her eyes slightly and said softly, Alright, you go ahead and sleep, honey. I'll be right there. A few minutes later, Su Yang happily walked out and stumbled onto the bed. Click. Su Yang reached out and turned off the main light. Before he could extend his arm, Yang Shui wriggled her body like a water snake and burrowed into his embrace. Good baby, hold your wife tight, this way you'll sleep soundly. Wow. This older sister isn't asleep yet. It seems like she really does sleep slowly if you don't hold her. I wonder how she managed to rest during her business trip. She clearly didn't sleep well at all. Alright. Su Yang picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already past 10 p.m. I wonder how Dad's gathering is going. I once heard Mom say that Dad was so handsome back then, and there were several female classmates who liked him. But after he met Mom, he was completely smitten. As my dad put it, my mom was mature, gentle, understanding, and caring. She was completely different from the girls his age. Dad, has the gathering ended yet? Don't drink too much. Soo-young thought about it and felt a bit uneasy, so he sent his dad a message. However, given how much his dad and mom loved each other, he was sure his mom would have reminded him as well. After sending the message, Soo-young put his phone aside. Then he wrapped his arms gently around Yang Shui and inhaled the delicate fragrance of her long hair. This soft, fragrant body felt so good in his arms. Fragrant and incredibly tempting. Time passed slowly, second by second. Slowly, Soo-young also fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ding dong. The soft sound of his phone woke Soo-young. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already 5 a.m. His father had sent him a message. Yang, Dad didn't drink too much. After dinner last night, we went singing and didn't return to the room until 1 a.m. There were 2 other classmates who insisted on chatting with me, and before we knew it, it was this late. We have plans for this morning and plan to revisit our old school. We'll have lunch with our classmates around noon, and then the gathering will be over. Yang, you don't need to come over this morning. I'll contact you after we finish lunch. It seems like Dad's gathering was pretty well organized, with everything already planned out. Before it ends, even if he goes, he won't have much time to chat with Dad. In that case, we'll just wait until they're done. Alright, Dad, I'll wait for your message. Soo-young typed with one hand, struggling a bit to send a message. Then he placed his phone on the bedside table. Yang Shui suddenly moved and hugged Soo-young tightly again. Good husband, I'm sleeping so comfortably. I dreamed of you again. She snuggled closer into Soo-young's embrace, pressing her entire body against him. What did you dream about? My little Shui. Soo-young couldn't help but smile and lean down to kiss her. Husband, I dreamed that we got married, and then you carried me into the bridal chamber. Then what happened? Then, that's it. Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Soo-young's cheek. Chapter 70, if you like it, you can call me uncle. However, since they were at home, Yang Shui didn't dare to get too carried away. If she made even a little noise, Yang Xia might hear. Before they knew it, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Before Yang Shui and Soo-young could get up, Yang Xia hurriedly shouted from outside. Mom, I'm going out to play. I'll eat breakfast outside. Go ahead, sweetie. If anything happens, call Mom or your uncle. Drive safely. Got it, Mom. I'm off. Through the closed door, the mother and daughter exchanged a few words, and Yang Xia hurriedly left the house. She had already made plans with Xiu Pingping yesterday to go shopping at the mall together today, and now she needed to pick her up from school. Good husband, our daughter has left. What happened next? Of course I'm going to eat you up, moi. Now that Yang Xia isn't around, Yang Shui has become bold. Who needs breakfast? Beauty is enough to satisfy. Soo-young, such a handsome and adorable boyfriend. Let us eat first and worry about that later. Time ticked by second by second. By the time the two of them got up and finished getting ready, it was already 11 a.m. Dear husband, I just ordered lunch. Let's eat and then go to the hotel to find Dad. I want to measure him first, then go to the mall downstairs from our company to get him a few sets of clothes. Yang Shui had originally planned to take her dad to the mall to look for clothes, but she decided against it after thinking about it. When she had taken Soo-young there before, he had called her auntie. If she took both of them, that would complicate things. Plus, her relationship with Soo-young as lovers hasn't been made public at the company yet. It seems she'll have to wait a bit longer. Okay, auntie, ha. Soo-young naturally understood Yang Shui's meaning. After all, she is now the group president and is seen as an ice queen by others. Once she gets involved with any man, it will quickly spread like wildfire throughout the company. So it's better to take things slowly and be cautious. But, honey, actually, I think asking you to call me auntie earlier was a bit of a miscalculation. It's better to call me sister in public. At the time, I was mainly considering Yang Xia's feelings. Alright, honey, we'll call you sister in public. Anyway, no one knows yet. Alright, let's call me sister then. But my secretary knows, so I'll explain it later. It shouldn't be a big deal. Alright, sister. But, in private, you can still call me auntie, Peck. Yang Shui looked at Soo-young and couldn't help but blush as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Being with her beloved was truly the happiest moment of her life. Alright, then call me brother so I can hear it. Soo-young couldn't help but laugh. This older sister seemed to know how to have fun. Brother. Yang Shui didn't hesitate at all, calling him brother boldly. Although he was 18 years younger than her, he was, after all, her beloved. Let alone calling him brother, even calling him uncle would be acceptable. It was just a way to add some fun to their relationship. Little darling, do you like your wife calling you brother? Yes, if you like it, you can call me uncle too. Some young girls like to call their boyfriends uncle, but as an older sister at the aunt level, I still prefer to call you little brother, Peck. Yang Shui said, leaning in to give him a kiss. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Calling me little brother is fine, but can we drop the little part? Am I that little? I'm already 18. How about it? My good little brother, Peck. Whatever you like, as long as my sister is happy, what's the harm? The two continued chatting back and forth for a while, and the food they had ordered at the restaurant was brought over. Hurry up and eat, my good brother. Our dad and the others are probably already eating. We should go there sooner. Alright, Auntie. Yang Xia wasn't home, so the two chatted very casually. Even while eating, they could take turns feeding each other. Due to the time constraint, they didn't have much time to enjoy their meal and could only manage a simple lunch. By 12:30 p.m., the two had already finished eating. Dad, how was your lunch? I'll come over with Shui in a bit. Just as Yang Shui was clearing the dishes, Su Yang sent his dad a message. A moment later, her father's message came through. Because some classmates needed to catch an earlier bus home, we had lunch a bit earlier today. We're almost finished now. Alright, Dad. Just finish eating and wait in the room for us. We just finished eating too, so we'll be over soon. Alright, Dad, I'll head back after I finish eating. Auntie, are you done cleaning up? Almost done, almost done. I'll just wash my hands. Yang Shui responded with a nod and quickly finished tidying up. She then hurried out of the kitchen. Good boy, take a look at my outfit. Do you want me to change into a uniform of your choice? Seeing Su Yang staring intently at her, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch his cheeks. Cough, cough, cough. It's okay, Auntie. This red dress looks especially good on you. It's so flattering. Su Yang smiled and hugged Yang Shui tightly. Good baby, let's go. Don't make Dad wait too long. Okay. Let us go, sister. Su Yang smiled and let go of Yang Shui, then they walked out the front door together. Yang Xia drove out in her mother's BMW X7, while Su Yang naturally took the Tank 300. With a quick press of the gas pedal, the car sped out of the neighborhood. Good boy, do you have a photo of our mom? I'd like to see it. Oh, I don't actually have a photo of mom, but I've seen photos of her when she was young. She was so beautiful. Dear husband, your wife wants to see mom's figure so she can help her pick out some clothes. Oh, that's easy. Our dad should have her photos. We'll just take a look when we get there. Chapter 71. Dad, what did that old woman say to you? Yang Shui and Su Yang arrived at their father's room door and were about to enter when they suddenly heard voices coming from inside. It sounded like a woman was talking to their father. Su Kan, look at the life you're living now, just running a small tobacco shop. How are you going to give your wife a good life? What's wrong with a cigarette shop? Don't look down on my little cigarette shop. It's more than enough to support our entire family. Don't underestimate a cigarette shop, the income is still decent. Pfft, ha ha ha. Forget it, Su Kan, look at your clothes from head to toe. Are they worth 200 yuan? Does it matter how much the clothes cost? What matters is being happy, that's true happiness. Go home quickly. My son is coming. What's wrong with your son coming? I'd like to see what kind of good son you have. Su Yang could sense a hint of impatience in his father's voice. And the woman's voice carried a hint of resentment and obvious disdain. So he didn't wait any longer and knocked on his father's door. Knock, knock, knock. Just leave quickly. I don't want others to see and talk behind our backs. Su Yang's father heard the knocking and quickly sat up, once again urging the person to leave in a low voice. Coming, coming. Saying that, Su Yang's father opened the door. He immediately saw his son and daughter-in-law standing at the door. Yang, Shui, you're here. It was clear that Su Yang's father's eyes were darting around, seeming a bit embarrassed. Come in. Wow. This is your son? He's quite handsome. Su Yang turned around and saw an elderly woman who still had some charm left, dressed up in a flashy manner. However, her attire and makeup were a bit excessive. She looked like an old hen. Yang, this is my classmate. Call her Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Sniff, Dad, why does your room smell so musty? It's like the smell of expired cosmetics. Oh? Really? I don't smell anything. Yes, it's really strong. Sniff, it's so gross. Ugh. Su Yang turned left and right, sniffing around, deliberately getting closer to the woman. You? Su Kan, I'm leaving. Think carefully about what I told you. Seeing this, the old hen realized that Su Kan wasn't someone to be underestimated, so she quickly made her exit. But Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. This little brother of hers was truly mischievous. No wonder he's so full of ideas when we're having fun together. Dad, what did that old woman say to you? She doesn't look like a good person. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang's father couldn't help but feel embarrassed and quickly waved his hands. Nothing much, just old classmates chatting casually. This woman had once been one of his suitors. Now that her husband had passed away, she was left with a fortune of over 100 million. Now that she was alone, she had begun to harbor thoughts of rekindling their old romance. However, Su Kan naturally wouldn't tell his son about this. Oh, I see. That woman is dressed so tacky. Compared to my mom, she's worlds apart. Yang Yang is right. Among my female classmates, there is really no one who can compare to your mom. Come on, you two sit down. Sukan gave a nervous laugh and gestured for his son and daughter-in-law to sit down. Dad, Xiao Shui works at a clothing company that produces various types of clothes. She wants to take your measurements and get you a few outfits from the company. Buy me clothes? No need, no need. Dad, no need to buy them. I'm the company manager, getting a few sets one tea cost anything. Yang Shui stood up and called out to her father with a blush. Alright. Upon hearing Yang Shui call him dad, Sukan was so happy he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Now that she had called him dad, they were family, after all. Come on, dad, stand up so I can measure you. Saying this, Yang Shui took out a ruler from the bag she was carrying. Then she walked over to Sukan and began measuring his clothing size. Dad, do you have any recent photos of mom? Let Shui take a look and help her pick out a few new outfits. Yes. We took a few photos at home just the other day. Hold on, let me find them. The father and son chatted while Yang Shui walked over to make a phone call. Yang, take a look at this pajama photo. Is this okay? Su Yang took the phone from his father and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This photo. Mom's face was still flushed. I wonder what kind of situation this photo was taken in. Don't let her age fool you, she's almost 50, but she still has a great figure. In the photo, Mom is wearing a silk nightgown with a shy smile on her face. She's definitely still got it. Alright, it should be fine. Xiao Shui is very professional in this area, she can tell the difference at a glance. Why don't you just not bring me any clothes? Bring your mom a few more pieces instead. What your aunt said earlier was right. Your mom has been with me all these years and hasn't had a good life. Dad looked at Mom's photo, his eyes flashing with a hint of guilt. Dad, it's okay. That woman just said you don't have 200 yuan to your name. Xiao Shui's company is a clothing company, don't worry about it. I'll bring you all some new clothes. Xiao Shui, take a look at Mama's photo. Su Yang took his father's phone, opened his mother's photo, and handed it to her. Wow! Mom was so beautiful. Yang Shui couldn't help but be dazzled by Su Yang's mom's photo. Then she looked up at her father. This old couple really is one handsome and one beautiful. Despite their age, they couldn't hide their natural good looks. Of course. Ha. Hold on, I'll make another call. With these few photos, it should be enough. The dimensions shouldn't be off. Saying this, Yang Shui held her father's phone in one hand and her own phone in the other, and started making another call. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 72, What? Bringing a little girl? Ding ding ding. Just as the three of them were chatting in the room, waiting, suddenly Su Yang's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Hey, are you busy? Su Yang smiled sweetly at his mother, and from the look on her face, he could tell she was at the tobacco shop helping a customer with something. This mother was particularly amusing. Not only did her husband call her sister, but even her son had to follow suit. His father called her sister because she was a few years older than him. As for the son calling her sister, it's because she wants to stay young and beautiful forever. Not busy. Yang, are you with your dad? I'm here. Look. Su Yang said, pressing the camera switch button to turn the camera toward his dad. Don't look at your dad yet. I want to see my own daughter-in-law. Quick, Yang, give the phone to Xiaoshui. What? Big sister, did my dad tell you? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, glancing at his father. There was no doubt about it. His parents had a very close relationship. If one of them knew something, the other would find out soon enough. You silly boy, how could you not report such an important matter promptly? Hurry up. Alright, big sister. Su Yang smiled and scratched his head, then turned to look at Yang Shui sitting beside him. Then he handed her the phone. Hello, Auntie. I'm Shui. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile slightly, reached out to take the phone, and greeted Su Yang's mother politely. Wow! This future mother-in-law is really beautiful. Although she was nearly 50 years old, she didn't look a day older. In fact, she looks younger than my dad. No wonder she lets her son call her big sister. Xiao Shui, hello. Wow, this girl is really beautiful. Big sister, you and Xiao Shui are both stunningly beautiful, the kind that could captivate a nation, haha. Su Yang also leaned over and put his arm around Yang Shui's shoulder. Haha, that ass. You little rascal, you found a girlfriend and didn't tell big sister right away? Are you itching for a beating? Big sister, I was just thinking of giving you a surprise when I come home for summer vacation. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. After all, his relationship with Yang Shui was a bit special, and there was a significant age gap between them, so he hadn't felt the need to tell his mother about it yet. You should VE told us sooner. You silly boy. Shui looks more and more beautiful the more I look at her. Shui, what do you do for a living? How did you meet Yang? Hello, Auntie. I work in the fashion industry at a clothing company. I met Su Yang at a birthday party. Xiao Shui, from now on, you should call me big sister like Yang Yang does. Calling me auntie makes me sound old. Ha ha. Alright, older sister. Mom is straightforward, outgoing, and has a great way with words. She quickly struck up a conversation with Yang Shui, and the more they talked, the happier they became. Dad, how was the class reunion for your 20-year graduation? A lot of people must have changed so much you couldn't recognize them, right? Seeing Yang Shui and my mom chatting so animatedly, and since he couldn't really join in, he sat down next to my dad. Ah, yes, 2 of them have already passed away. But this reunion isn't really that meaningful. The feeling from university days is mostly just memories now. All we talk about is money and status, it's so boring. His father shook his head slightly as he spoke. Throughout the entire gathering, he was the most low-key one there. Running a small tobacco and liquor store in a small county town just wasn't something to boast about. If it weren't for that female classmate persistently asking, he wouldn't have mentioned that he ran a small tobacco shop. And when he did, she mocked him. Oh, but we're all classmates, so there must still be some feelings left, right? There's no such thing as feelings anymore. I guess I was being too naive. Before I came here, I thought everyone would still be the same as we were in college. But now it's completely different. The smell of money is too strong, it's pointless. And there are actually people who take pride in bringing little girls along. It's utterly unbelievable. What? Bringing little girls? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but pause, not quite understanding his father's meaning. What else could they be bringing? It's just that some men have wives but bring their mistresses to social gatherings. Others have divorced their wives and are bringing their new girlfriends. One after another, it's really something. If there's another gathering like this, I'd rather die than go. It's just too boring. His father muttered under his breath, his expression even tinged with a hint of regret. Oh. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. Perhaps after graduating and working for a few years, his classmates would end up the same way. In this vast melting pot of society, how many people can truly stay true to their original selves? Those who can maintain such deep feelings like his parents, perhaps there are fewer and fewer of them, right? He didn't know how much time had passed. Just as Su Yang and his father were chatting, footsteps could be heard outside the door. The door was then knocked on. Su Yang hurried over to open the door, only to find Yang Shui's secretary accompanied by several young women. It was clear at a glance that these girls were employees from the shopping mall downstairs in the company building. Each of them was carrying a large bag of clothes. Yang Shui saw this, explained briefly to Su Yang's mother, and handed her phone to Su Yang. Ms. Yang, the clothes you requested. Alright, just leave the clothes here. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, gesturing for everyone to bring the clothes inside and place them on one of the beds. Soon, Yang Shui's secretary left with the mall staff. Yang, are these clothes that Xiao Shui bought for the 2 of us? This is way too much. Sis, you're the one who loves pretty clothes the most, aren't you? This should keep you both clothed for a while. Su Yang smiled and aimed his phone camera at the pile of clothes on the bed. This is way too much for Xiao Shui to spend. How much do all these clothes cost? Oh, come on, big sister, why are you thinking so much? The clothes are produced by Xiao Shui's company, they're free. You little rascal. Ha ha ha. Su Yang's mother felt a little heartbroken, but she couldn't help but laugh happily. This daughter-in-law, though 10 years older than her son, was truly capable. This Xiao Shui girl is really quite something. When it comes to choosing a partner, it's better to go for someone older who knows how to care for others. Chapter 73, I really don't want to part with my sister. Looking at the pile of clothes, Dad tried on a couple of items. Not only did they look stylish, but they also fit perfectly. Mom is thousands of miles away, she definitely can't try them on. Su Yang then called the delivery service and had the courier come to the hotel to pack everything up and take it away. There were so many clothes Dad definitely couldn't carry them all. My dad's return train ticket was at 5 p.m. After everything was packed and shipped, it was almost time to head to the train station. After checking out of the hotel, Su Yang and Yang Shui accompanied their father to the train station. Just as they stepped out, they encountered the same old hen who had been in his father's room earlier. Su Kan, the matter I mentioned to you earlier, you must give it serious consideration. The person in question truly cares about you. Su Yang's father's face turned awkward, and he didn't respond, just hurried forward. Think about it? Even if you have tens of millions in assets, or even 100 million, I wouldn't be with you. But, looking at that old hen, Su Yang couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. In that state, she actually dares to try to seduce my father? You're not even worth a single toe of my mom's, you know? After the 3 of them got into the car, they didn't even pause for a moment. They stepped on the gas and left the hotel. After dropping his dad off at the station and checking in, Su Yang and Yang Shui returned directly. Honey, the 10,000 yuan you transferred to me hasn't been used yet. Should I transfer it back to you? On the way back, Su Yang was thinking about returning the money to Yang Shui. After all, the money was originally meant to help his father buy something, but it hadn't been used. Sweetheart, my money is your money. Besides, now you're mine too. Why are you talking about money? Be good. Yang Shui smiled and shook her head, reaching out to grab a handful of Su Yang's chest. I wonder how Xia Xia is doing. I should give her a call. She deep been out all day and Han Ti even sent a message. She is really having a wild time. Soon, Yang Shui dialed her daughter's phone. Hello, Mom, what did you say? You silly girl. You've been out all day and didn't even send your mom a message? And you didn't send one to your uncle either. Hey. Mom, I was just having fun with my friends. By the way, Mom, can I bring my friend home for dinner? Of course it's okay. Mom will order dinner right away. Does your friend have any special preferences? Yang Shui was naturally very happy about her daughter's change. So she had no objections to her daughter's request and supported it wholeheartedly. It's okay, Mom, just keep an eye on things. I'll be home soon, we're on our way. Alright, sweetie. Your uncle and I are on our way too. We'll be home soon. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, who was driving, with a gentle expression. Over the past 2 days, she had first met her father and then had a lengthy video call with her mother. Both of them were quite supportive of her relationship with Su Yang. Especially her mom, who was incredibly enthusiastic about it. She was eagerly looking forward to when Su Yang's summer vacation started so they could go home together. Not long after, Su Yang drove over to the neighborhood. As soon as the car stopped, Yang Xia also returned in her mother's car. Mom, this is my friend Xiu Pingping. Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping got out of the car and approached Yang Shui together. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Xiu Pingping seemed to have guessed the relationship between Su Yang and Yang Xia's mother, so she called him uncle without hesitation. After all, the two were standing so close together that they were almost touching. Anyone with a bit of common sense could tell that their relationship was far from ordinary. Good children, welcome to our home. Come on, let's go home. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, forming a favorable impression of the girl. Though she was a bit frail, her temperament was pleasant. She was the kind of girl who was obedient and well-behaved. Being with such a girl would definitely make her daughter Yang Xia more feminine, and there would be no need to worry about her getting into trouble. After everyone returned home, Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping went to her room. As an elder, Su Yang felt a bit awkward about going into the two girls' room. If it had just been Yang Xia before, he would have definitely gone over to chat for a while. As friends, their relationship over the past year had naturally remained quite good. Good boy, summer vacation is almost here. What are your plans? Su Yang followed Yang Shui to the study to prepare some tea. Of course I'll be following my wife to work. I've been hired by the IT department, but I haven't even gone to work yet. Just taking a salary without working, that won't do. That's also an option. You can go to the online department first, get to know everyone, and you don't have to do any menial tasks. Just make sure you're familiar with everyone. When you have free time, try to learn more about the fashion industry. Don't worry, I'll arrange someone to teach you. Yang Shui brewed the tea while gently looking at Su Yang. Her boyfriend, though young, was still half the owner of this group. How could she let him do menial tasks? Alright, I'll follow your arrangements. But doing odd jobs is fine with me. After all, learning starts with the basics, right? Also, if you have to go on a business trip, can you take me with you? I really don't want to be separated from my sister. Su Yang scratched his head with a smile. To be honest, he really didn't want to be separated from Yang Shui. The feeling of being apart for just a day was like being separated for 3 autumns. It was really unpleasant. Sure. I feel the same way. Anyway, our relationship needs to be made public gradually. Actually, my wife has thought about it a lot too. Once our relationship is made public, there will inevitably be some gossip, but my wife doesn't care about that. As long as we truly love each other, what others think doesn't really matter. Yang Shui cares most about Su Yang's parents' opinions, but now both of them have no objections and even support them wholeheartedly. As for her parents, they now live in the suburbs and are both quite elderly. I'll find a time to talk to them about it later. I'm sure they'll support us too. After all, they've been urging her to find a partner and get married for years, even going so far as to ask friends to introduce her to potential suitors. But she had turned them all down. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 74, Old Buddy, let's just be pure friends in private, okay? Soon, the dinner Yang Shui had ordered arrived. Yang Xia, let us go out to eat with Xiu Pingping. Su Yang came to Yang Xia's room and gently knocked on the door. Since Xiu Pingping was there, he didn't dare to push the door open. Got it, uncle. That was Yang Xia's voice, a female voice, calling Su Yang uncle for the first time in front of Xiu Pingping. After responding, the door opened. Looking at the game screen on the computer, it was clear that the girl was teaching Xiao Pingping how to play the game. It seemed she wasn't doing the kind of physical things they used to do. Even so, Su Yang noticed that Xiao Pingping's face was slightly flushed. This girl, she wouldn't be rushing things again, would she? After dinner, Xiao Pingping stayed for only a short while before deciding to return to school. Uncle, can you give me a ride back? Sure. Su Yang didn't expect Xiao Pingping to ask him to send her back. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Pingping, then at Yang Xia. No need to think about it, this girl must have done something inappropriate again. However, he didn't think much of it and grabbed his car keys, preparing to take Xiao Pingping home. After all, he had driven her home before, so maybe she trusted him. Pingping, since you and Xia are good friends, you can stay at Auntie's place. There's still room at home. Yang Shui looked up at Xiao Pingping and said with a smile. But she was a bit confused. Why did this little girl ask Su Yang to take her home? Could this little girl have developed feelings for him? No, thank you, Auntie. I need to go back and wash my clothes and tidy up. It's Monday tomorrow. Oh, okay. Yang Shui nodded and then turned to look at Su Yang. Then go deliver it. Your man wouldn't be interested in a girl like that anyway. Su Yang and Xiao Pingping left the house, got into the car, and headed toward the school. Uncle, could you do me a favor? Halfway there, Xiao Pingping looked at Su Yang shyly. What's wrong, Pingping? Go ahead. It's like this. You know about my past with Yang Xia. I'm well aware of her feelings. But I can't accept being in that kind of relationship with a girl. Do you understand what I mean, Uncle? I understand. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. It seems this little girl has finally understood Yang Xia's intentions, right? Yang Xia's behavior has indeed changed a lot in the past 2 days, and she's also made it clear that she wants to be just ordinary friends with me, so I agreed. But, Xiao Pingping said, her eyes flickering. She seemed to be doubting the accuracy of her own judgment. It's okay, Pingping. You can tell Uncle anything. If Yang Xia has done anything wrong, Uncle can scold her. Since he was addressed as Uncle, Su Yang naturally placed himself in the position of an elder. After all, he was an elder by default. It's just, when she was teaching me how to play a game earlier, she couldn't help but kiss me. Oh, I see. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This kid, he really is just a kid. He's acting way too impatient. Pingping, actually, between girls. I've seen good friends holding hands and hugging on the street, and even kissing. Su Yang said, unable to help but give a sheepish smile. Female friends holding hands and hugging each other is quite common. But two people kissing, he had never seen that before. Maybe Yang Xia thinks you two are close friends, so she didn't think much of it and just kissed you? On the face, right? No, she kissed my lips. As she spoke, Xiao Pingping's face turned red again. Oh, actually, I've seen that on the street before. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Look now, my relationship with Yang Xia's brother has changed, and she acts completely different around me now. Oh. Xiao Pingping heard this and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seems like Yang Xia really might just want to be ordinary friends with her. If that's the case, then it's okay to continue the relationship. Don't worry, Pingping. You don't need to overthink it. This girl really is different from before. Su Yang scratched his head, determined to help Yang Xia continue her charade as a girl, and could only tell a lie. Given Xiao Pingping's current situation, the likelihood of Yang Xia's pursuit of her succeeding was extremely low. Alright, I understand, Uncle. Thank you. Uncle, what about you and Yang Xia's mother? Yes, it's exactly as you guessed. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly and admitted it openly. After all, he was going to marry Yang Shui in the future. If others knew, so be it. Wasn't that a normal thing? Oh. Xiao Pingping nodded slightly and didn't ask any further. But her eyes held a strange expression. This whole older wife, younger husband thing was indeed a bit unusual. At the same time, she felt a bit sorry for her older sister. Xiao Wanyu had seen Su Yang's photo and had fallen for him at first sight. Even now, her sister still couldn't stop thinking about Su Yang. This was truly a pity. Not long after, Su Yang dropped Xiao Pingping off at the school gate. After watching her enter the school gates, he drove back. Uncle, come with me. As soon as Su Yang returned home and greeted Yang Shui and her daughter, he was called into Yang Xiao's room. Su Yang nodded and followed her inside. There was no need to guess this girl must have told Pingping something. Buddy, come sit down. As soon as Su Yang entered Yang Xiao's room, she closed the door behind him. Wow. You know to give your uncle the seat first? Not bad, not bad. My daughter is making progress. Su Yang patted her shoulder and sat down with a light smile. Old buddy, can we just be pure friends in private? I admit you're my mom's man, but can't we still be good friends in private? Yang Xia heard Su Yang's words and couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. However, fearing her mother might hear outside, she spoke in a girly voice. Alright, of course it's no problem. Su Yang smiled and nodded, agreeing without hesitation. This girl was his own daughter, how could he refuse her? Chapter 75. The thing they were worried about finally happened. Bro, if you have anything to ask, just say it quickly. I need to go talk to your mom about something. Su Yang smiled at Yang Xia and waved her hand. Did Xiu Pingping say anything to you? Ah. I knew you'd ask that. Why can't you just hold back a little? You were playing games so nicely, why go bother your own family? I saw her sitting next to me, so cute and obedient, I just couldn't resist. Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had promised himself to hold back, but in the end, he couldn't resist. Maybe kissing her cheek would have been okay, but he didn't expect that in a moment of impulse, he ended up kissing her lips. Girls usually just hold hands or hug each other. Kissing isn't that common, is it? I guess so. Then I won't kiss her anymore. But, is she mad at me? She was angry at first, and really angry, but I explained it to her, so she shouldn't be upset anymore. Send her a message later and ask her. But remember, if you're not at a certain level, don't kiss on the lips, okay? Su Yang patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, feeling a bit helpless. Such a beautiful daughter. Why did you fall for a girl? Why not find someone like me, a little handsome guy? Yeah, I get it, old buddy. Sigh. If only I were a real man like you. I'd definitely be just like you. Me and Xiu Pingping would probably already be living together by now. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. This girl? You seem to know quite a bit. It's okay, buddy. These things are predetermined from birth. There's nothing we can do about it, so you just have to be patient and take your time. If you really feel tired, then you could consider finding a handsome guy. At least you can try to endure the disgust, you might even find it pretty enjoyable. Su Yang suppressed a smile and looked at Yang Xia seriously. Enough, old buddy, stop trying to trick me. If I really wanted to try, you'd be the first one I'd go after. Cough cough cough. Stop messing around, buddy. Alright, I'm going back. Su Yang felt awkward and quickly stood up, waving his hands as he left. That little brat, always making things up. After leaving Yang Xia's room, I entered Yang Shua's bedroom. She had already finished her morning routine and was sitting at her vanity table, drying her hair. Honey, go wash up too. I have something I want to discuss with you later. Upon seeing Su Yang enter, Yang Shui turned off the hairdryer and said, Alright, honey, I'll go right away. Su Yang walked over to her, reached out, and wrapped his arms around her head. Her soft, fragrant hair. Yang Shui put down the hairdryer and naturally wrapped her arms around his waist. A few minutes later, everything was tidied up. Yang Shui was already waiting for him. Honey, that friend of Xia's today, I just felt something was off about him. Oh? What was strange about her? Su Yang scratched his head as if he didn't know, but his mind was already racing, trying to figure out how to explain it to his wife. She's Xiao Xiao's friend. Why does she ask you, her uncle, to send her home? Does she, like you? Cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Then he pulled Yang Shui into his arms. My silly auntie, didn't you hear her call us uncle and aunt? How could she possibly have a crush on me? Yeah, my wife knows all that, but she just doesn't understand why she asked you to send her. Well, she said Yang Xia drives too recklessly, and she's a bit scared to ride in her car. Su Yang couldn't think of a better excuse, so he made one up on the spot. This girl? I really need to have a talk with her. A girl should always act properly and steadily. It's okay, honey. Let me handle it. She listens to me. Alright, my dear husband is always the most resourceful. Yang Shui said, reaching out to touch Su Yang's chest. Ever since you came, Xia Xia has changed so much. She used to drive me crazy. Our daughter is still young, everything will get better. We just need to be patient. I know, my little treasure. As she spoke, Yang Shui tightly embraced Su Yang's waist. The next morning, after Su Yang and Yang Xia finished the breakfast Yang Shui had prepared, they left for school first. Bro, from now on, could you and my mom please keep your voices down? Yang Xia rubbed her slightly darkened eye circles and looked at Su Yang with a hint of frustration. Ha? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, turning to look at Yang Xia. Are you kidding me? This house is way too thin-walled. Last night, Yang Shui had already been deliberately keeping it down, how could this girl still hear it? Damn it. It's just not the same at home as it is in a hotel. What's the matter? Old buddy, could you please talk to my mom? I'm begging you. You're keeping me awake too, you know? Old buddy, I understand. I'll talk to her. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly and quickly agreed. Oh no. The thing they were worried about finally happened. The problem was that such a wonderful thing was just too hard to keep quiet. Buddy, did you notice? When a man and a woman are together, it's really different. It's indescribable. Really, I'm not lying to you. Why don't you consider it too? Su Yang smiled and started lecturing Yang Xia again. Oh, come on. Stop messing around, old buddy. I've seen every movie out there. It's useless. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. There's nothing I can do. Yang Xia waved his hand, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his seat, ready for a quick nap. Chapter 76. Bro, will you pretend to be my boyfriend? Ah. Su Yang turned his head to glance at the handsome Yang Xia and couldn't help but sigh to himself. What a good daughter. It's really a bit of a shame. Old buddy, come with me to the classroom. What? Didn't you used to be busy looking for Xiu Pingping? The car arrived at the spot closest to the academic building. Su Yang intended to park and let Yang Xia get out first, as that was always the case before. But she felt a bit timid. Now is now, and the past is the past. Hurry up and drive, don't dawdle, okay? Ha ha ha. Alright, uncle promises. After all, you're my good girl. Su Yang laughed and drove the car toward the parking lot. Old buddy, when we're at school, can you pretend to be my friend? Ha? Aren't I your friend now? Su Yang couldn't help but pause, turning to look at Yang Xia with a puzzled expression. What does this girl mean? Look at me now. I'm worried the single guys in our class will start paying attention to me. Oh, so that's what you meant. I get it now. Su Yang, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. With Yang Xia's current appearance and style, she was definitely one of the most popular girls in school. Plus, most of the students in her class were boys, more than half of them were single. If they saw Yang Xia suddenly become so beautiful, they'd all go crazy trying to her. If you've set your sights on someone, just go for it. If you like any of them, you can always talk to them. Besides, your mom and I both support you dating. Stop joking around, this kind of thing is disgusting just to think about. We agreed, right? At school, you'll pretend to be my boyfriend. Otherwise, I'll be so annoyed. Wow. You're so confident in your looks? Of course. I know I'm not bad looking, it's just this part, it hasn't developed properly. Cough cough cough. Alright, uncle will reluctantly agree. Su Yang sighed helplessly and agreed. But this matter feels a bit off, doesn't it? After parking the car, the two of them hurried toward the classroom building with their backpacks on. As soon as they entered the classroom and sat down, the entire class erupted in an instant. Holy crap! Who is that girl? Did she get into the wrong classroom? She is so beautiful. She looks just like Yang Xia. That's Yang Xia, right? Holy crap! Yang Xia looks so pretty in girls' clothes. Damn it! Don't tee her from me. She is mine from now on. Stop it, haven't you seen her with Su Yang every day? They're probably together. Forget about it. For a moment, the entire classroom was in an uproar. Mostly the boys, acting extremely excited. Some even grinned and walked up to Yang Xia to take a closer look. Even the girls, seeing Yang Xia's current state, couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. It wasn't until the teacher entered the classroom that everyone finally quieted down. Ever since entering the classroom, Yang Xia had been reading and studying the entire time, not uttering a single word. She was the very picture of an ice queen. When some boys tried to tease her and talk to her, she didn't even acknowledge them. However, during class, when the teacher was asking questions, she happened to call on Yang Xia. Su Yang couldn't help but feel nervous for her. However, Yang Xia remained calm and composed, answering the teacher's question confidently in a girly voice. This left everyone speechless once again. Yang Xia had actually transformed from a tomboy into a stunningly beautiful woman. After class, everyone rushed over in a crowd. Especially the boys, trying to strike up conversations and asking for WeChat contacts. Alright, everyone go back. Yang Xia is my girlfriend, you all can forget about her. Su Yang saw the situation and had no choice but to stand up and explain to everyone. After all, he had promised her earlier that if he didn't step up to help her now, it wouldn't make sense. As he spoke, he reached out and put his arm around Yang Xia's shoulder, subtly indicating their relationship to everyone else. Ah! I'm so unlucky. I should have acted sooner. The boys, seeing this, looked at him with envy and jealousy in their eyes. For a moment, Su Yang even became the target of everyone's attention. In an odd atmosphere, they finally managed to endure until the end of school and quickly packed their things before leaving the classroom. Bro, thanks a lot. We're such good friends. Why are you being so polite? Should we go to the cafeteria or order takeout? Su Yang shook his head helplessly and walked out of the building with Yang Xia. Xiu Pingping is waiting for me downstairs. We plan to eat at the cafeteria together. Are you coming with us, or? I'm not going to be the third wheel. Forget it. I'll just go find your mom. Su Yang knew from Yang Xia's words that she clearly didn't want him to tag along. She was actually a bit worried that Xiu Pingping might take a liking to Su Yang. After all, Su Yang was indeed quite handsome. Plus, she hadn't told Xiu Pingping about Su Yang's relationship with her mom. Alright, buddy. See you later. After saying that, Yang Xia smiled and waved goodbye to Su Yang, then quickened her pace. Xiu Pingping was waiting downstairs, already eager to see her. Su Yang smiled and waved goodbye, watching Yang Xia run off. But thankfully, her posture and movements still looked very much like a girl's, not out of place at all. Honey, I miss you. I want to have lunch with you. Su Yang walked toward the parking lot while sending a WeChat message to Yang Shui. A moment later, her message came back. Sure, my sweetheart. Come over quickly. I'll have my secretary get another meal from the cafeteria Red Lips. Upon receiving Su Yang's message, Yang Shui became excited once again. These days, as the two grew closer, she felt she couldn't live without him anymore. All morning, except when she was handling matters, her mind was filled with memories of the little moments she had shared with Su Yang. Chapter 77, I'll see who dares to bully my daughter. He sped off. Su Yang quickly drove to Yang Shui clothing tower and went straight up to Yang Shui's office. Good husband, kiss. As soon as he entered the office, she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. Come on, honey, let us get ready to eat. I have something to discuss with you. Sure. Su Yang reluctantly let go of Yang Shui's slender waist and went to wash his hands. Go ahead, honey. After sitting down, they picked up their chopsticks and were about to start eating. My mom called me this morning. Before she could finish, Yang Shui took a bite of her dish and paused briefly. Su Yang ate while staring at her delicate face. My mom said she has arranged another match for me and wants me to meet the person. What? Ha ha. Seeing his surprised and worried expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle. Alright, honey, don't worry. I've already told mom about you. You'll be off next week, so let us go back and meet them together? Alright, that's fine. You really scared me just now. So it was about meeting his future in-laws. That was indeed something they should do. Her own parents had already met Yang Shui and were very supportive. Her parents probably wouldn't have any objections either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so relaxed. You know, honey, after I sent your photo to my parents, they didn't believe me at all. I told them I was using my boyfriend's photo to fool them. In your past life, you visited my home, my parents really liked you. Oh. Su Yang nodded slightly. He couldn't remember any of these past events at all. Once I bring you to meet them, they'll be so surprised. They'll never guess that you're the one who came back to find me. Yang Shui said, her voice suddenly choking up. Unconsciously putting down her chopsticks, she reached out to touch his face. It's okay, sister, don't cry. We've been apart for 18 years, aren't we together again now? My wife is happy. Husband, study hard for the exams these days. You don't have to run back and forth so much during lunchtime. After the holiday, we can be together every day, okay? Yang Shui stroked Su Yang's face, her eyes filled with tenderness. Just to accompany her for a lunch, he had to drive all the way here. This truly moved her. Alright, dear. But I've already reviewed most of my lessons. This exam will be no problem. Su Yang smiled and nodded, letting Yang Shui continue to stroke his face. You're the best husband ever. Yang Shui smiled softly, withdrew her small hand, and continued eating. Xia really stole the show today, huh? Oh. Maybe the classmates noticed how much she's changed. Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Su Yang's words. After all, she used to be a tomboy, and now she's suddenly turned into a beauty. It's no wonder she's causing a stir. If she were just average looking, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Yang Xia's new look was rivaling the school flower's beauty. Yeah, all the boys in our class are staring at her like they've lost their minds, huh? And quite a few of them even came over to ask for her WeChat. Really? I didn't expect this girl to be so popular. That's right, Jiangcheng University is about to gain another campus beauty queen. That's not a bad thing. She can pick one from her suitors later. We'll all support her anyway. Yang Shui said with a smile while eating. Su Yang's news truly made her very happy. It seems like my daughter is becoming more and more normal. Finding her a suitable partner in the future would be even better. I'll definitely support her. But this girl is a bit aloof, she doesn't even glance at ordinary boys. Oh. But it's no big deal. After all, our daughter is pretty, so she'll definitely have plenty of suitors in the future. Cough cough. Of course. As he spoke, Su Yang picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and fed it to Yang Shui. But Yang Xia, that girl, insists that I pretend to be her boyfriend at school. What? That little brat. Yang Shui blushed instantly upon hearing this. That brat. Su Yang isn't just your friend. He's also your father. You made him pretend to be your boyfriend? Really? No, it's okay, honey. Xia just didn't want so many people bothering her, so she came up with this plan. Ha ha. Alright, since you're the father, protecting your daughter is indeed your responsibility. If you have to pretend, then pretend. It doesn't really matter. Yang Shui gave Su Yang a playful glare. This father and daughter. Don't worry, honey. With our daughter's looks, she might find a suitable match soon enough. I hope so. As long as our daughter is healthy, it doesn't matter when she starts dating. Yes, let's just leave it to fate. Su Yang smiled and nodded, unable to resist reaching out to stroke Yang Shue's hair. Lunch was eaten fairly quickly. Since the journey was quite long, Su Yang had to hurry back. Before long, the meal was finished. Good husband, I love you. As Su Yang was about to leave, Yang Shui couldn't help but tightly embrace his waist. She rested her head against his chest. Her voice was gentle and filled with passion. See you tonight, Peck. Su Yang hugged Yang Shui tightly, kissed her briefly, then waved goodbye and left her office. He quickly went downstairs, got into his car, and stepped on the gas, speeding toward the school. Su Yang, come over quickly. The small forest over here. Just as he was about to arrive at the school, Yang Xia suddenly sent him a voice message. In an instant, Su Yang roughly figured out the possible reason. That girl must have gone to the small forest with Xiu Pingping again. Wait for me. After sending a voice message, Su Yang slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car's speed shot up instantly. Soon, the car entered the campus. After parking the car, Su Yang sprinted toward the small grove by the artificial lake. I'll see who dares to bully my daughter. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at the edge of the small forest. From a distance, he saw Yang Xia chasing and beating a boy. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 78, Why aren't you beating him up for me? By the time Su Yang arrived, the boy was begging for mercy. I'm sorry, classmate. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Don't ever let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I do. Yang Xia angrily pointed at a boy not far away and shouted without holding back. However, she still maintained a girl-less voice. Standing beside her was Xiu Pingping, holding Yang Xia's arm, looking anxious, and whispering to her. What's wrong, Yang Xia? Su Yang approached her, suppressing a smile as he asked. Why did you take so long? I've been bullied. Yang Xia turned to look at Su Yang, her pretty face betraying an indescribable sense of frustration. Su Yang glanced at the boy in front of them. There was a clear red handprint on his left cheek. Who's bullying who? Who bullied you? I'll take care of them for you. Su Yang couldn't help but glare at the boy in front of him. Since his daughter was angry, he had to stand up for her. It must be this guy in front of him who harassed Yang Xia. Sorry, bro, I was just trying to strike up a conversation with her and ask for her WeChat ID. Look at my face, she hit me. That's nothing. I'll beat you every time I see you from now on. I have a boyfriend. Yang Xia reached out and wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm, then angrily added a few more threats. Let us go, let us go. Su Yang waved at the guy, telling him to leave quickly and stop standing there like an idiot. The guy, seeing this, quickly covered his face and ran away. Why didn't you beat him up for me? Enough. He's already been beaten so badly by you. If I were to hit him again, I'd end up hurting him badly. Su Yang smiled, patted Yang Xia on the shoulder, grabbed her arm, and started walking toward the classroom building. Hurry up and study for the exam. What are you doing in the woods in broad daylight? Really? Who told him to hit on me? Did he touch you? He dared? I'll cut him. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This girl is truly a rose with thorns. Ping, hurry up and catch up. Yang Xia had only taken a few steps before turning around and taking Xiu Pingping's hand with his other hand. And so, the three of them held hands and hurried toward the classroom building. Xiu Pingping occasionally glanced back at Su Yang, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Isn't he Yang Xia's mother's boyfriend? How could Yang Xia say he was her boyfriend? This seems a bit complicated. But she quickly realized that Yang Xia must have said it on purpose, just to use him as a shield. Yang Xia, study hard for the exams these days and don't go running around anymore, okay? Otherwise, I'll tell your mom. Got it, uncle. In front of Xiu Pingping, Yang Xia obediently called Su Yang uncle. Days passed one after another. More than a week passed quickly. Summer vacation began. Su Yang packed up some of his things in the dormitory. After all, he wouldn't be staying there anymore, so there was no point in leaving them behind. His roommates were also packing their things, preparing to leave campus. Bro, are you moving in with Yang Xia? Yeah. Facing his roommate's inquiry, Su Yang nodded awkwardly without offering an explanation. If it were her mother living with her, that would definitely spark another scandal, and it might even spread throughout the entire school in no time. Holy crap! We all thought you two were just friends. You're so cool, bro. You turned your friend into your girlfriend. Seriously. Yang Xia looks absolutely stunning in that outfit. Apparently, she's been voted the second most beautiful girl at Zhengcheng University. What's wrong? Jealous? What were you guys doing earlier, haha? Su Yang laughed it off, packed his things, and bid farewell to his roommates before leaving. Yang Xia, isn't there nothing left in your dorm room? Why aren't you coming down yet? Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory building, Su Yang sent Yang Xia a WeChat message. A moment later. Her phone rang. Uncle, please wait a moment. I'm helping Ping Ping pack her things. She's going to stay at our place. Oh, okay, I understand. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze upon hearing this. This girl? How did she convince Xiao Pingping to move in together again? It's only been a little over a week. Has something changed between the two of them? After waiting downstairs for another half hour, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping finally emerged, dragging a large suitcase behind them. Let us go, uncle. Yang Xia waved her hand, one hand pulling the suitcase and the other holding Xiao Pingping's hand, happily heading toward the parking lot. Su Yang pulled his own suitcase and followed the two of them. Uncle, I'm also starting work in the IT department tomorrow. Ping Ping is going to the finance department. I've already talked it over with Mom. That's great. You're really changing a lot, aren't you? That's good. That's right. Yang Xia flicked her bangs aside and smiled mischievously. Oh, uncle, during the summer vacation. Ping Ping will be staying in your old room, right? Oh, sure, no problem. Oh, so that's how it is. He had thought that Xiao Pingping had been tricked into sharing a bed with Yang Xia. From this perspective, the two are still just ordinary friends. By the time they got home, it was already 11 a.m. Yang Xia, why don't the two of you order takeout at home? I need to go to the company to see your mother. Sure, uncle. Go ahead. Didn't my mom say she needed to talk to you about something? Right, I'll head out right away. Su Yang, upon hearing this, quickly slapped his head, looking as though he had just realized something. Oh no. This girl actually wants to get rid of her uncle. Alright. Uncle, I'm a reasonable person. Su Yang waved goodbye to the two and quickly left the house. Alright. This space is left for you. Do whatever you want with it. Honey, we've packed everything and are back. I'll head to the office to find you Kiss. After getting into the car, Su Yang sent Yang Shui a voice message. He then drove out of the residential area and hurried toward the company. Chapter 79, this girl might be planning to target Xiao Pingping again. Soon after, Yang Shui replied with a short message. Honey, I'm in a meeting right now. Wait for me in the office once you arrive, red lips. After reading the message, he put his phone aside and drove there at a leisurely pace. When he arrived at Yang Shui's office, she hadn't returned yet. However, as soon as he sat down in the office, the secretary brought over a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Mr. Su, this is for you. Thank you, sister. Just call me Su Yang. Seeing the secretary's face slightly tinged with an odd smile, Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. When did I become Mr. Su? You're Mr. Yang's boyfriend, so of course I should call you Mr. Su. Mr. Su, please rest for a moment. Mr. Yang should be back from the meeting soon. The secretary smiled and then politely waved goodbye before leaving. Su Yang took a sip of coffee. It tasted really good. It seems like Yang Shui's wife has already told her secretary about their relationship. In that case, their relationship would likely spread slowly throughout the company. After all, there are no walls that don't let the wind through in this world. After finishing her coffee, Yang Shui returned just in time. Good husband, pack. She put down the documents in her hands and rushed over to Su Yang, wrapping her arms around his neck and giving him a kiss. Did you have to wait long, honey? The meeting today ran a bit longer than usual. It's okay. Work comes first. I was just reading a book. Su Yang smiled, picked up the book from the coffee table, and gave it a shake. Now that summer vacation has arrived, he definitely needs to study hard. Otherwise, how will he help his wife in the future? You're still my little angel. If only our daughter were as well behaved. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist, nestled her head against his chest, and closed her eyes slightly. She looked both at ease and delighted. Yang Xia said she is also going to join the IT department, right? And her good friend Xiao Pingping. Oh right, I think that girl is just there to accompany her friend. Fine, as long as she can behave like a proper girl, I'll be satisfied as her mother. Sometimes you can't expect too much from children. You're right, dear. I'll talk to her slowly over time. Don't worry, dear, kiss. Ding dong ding dong. The two were snuggled up together chatting when the office door was knocked. Yang Shui quickly stood up and tidied her long hair. Come in. As Yang Shui spoke, the secretary entered with lunch in hand. Ms. Yang, Mr. Su, your lunch. Alright, just put it on the coffee table. After placing the lunch, the secretary smiled and nodded before leaving. Wash your hands and let's eat, honey. Alright, sis. Honey, can you come home with me tomorrow morning? My parents want to meet you. What do you think? Now that the two of them were officially living together and one set of parents had already met, meeting Yang Shui's parents was only a matter of time. Sure, honey. What should I prepare as a gift? Su Yang looked at Yang Shui and nodded without hesitation. Although Su Yang was a bit worried that her parents might find him too young, he had to face it bravely. Don't worry, honey. We can just discuss it and buy something simple together. Alright. Su Yang smiled and scratched his head. To be honest, he was a little nervous. However, he wasn't overly worried. Which parents wouldn't want their child to be happy? Yang Shui has finally found a young man she truly loves after all these years. As parents, shouldn't they just bless them? Whether he's a bit older or younger, as long as the two of them are happy and harmonious together, isn't that what matters? It's okay, sweetheart, don't be nervous. My parents will definitely love you when they meet you. Be good. Yang Shui smiled and gently touched Su Yang's cheek, speaking softly. My name is Bu Jianjing. It's not too bad, but the age difference is a bit concerning. As for appearance and family background, Su Yang had never given those things a second thought. Anyway, if you want good looks, I have good looks. If you want family background, well, I don't have that either. The two of them ate and chatted, and before long, they had finished their lunch. I wonder how Xia and her friends managed to eat. That girl always likes to play games whenever she has a break. Don't worry, honey. She has grown up now. I'll go ask her. Su Yang said, then pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yang Xia. Hey, I'm checking in on you for your mom. Did you eat lunch? Don't always think about playing games. A moment later, her message came back. Ping Ping and I are having a feast right now, huh? Come on, let you guys take a look. Soon, Yang Xia sent a photo. It was a seafood feast. And there was a bottle of red wine on the table. This girl, she seems to know how to eat well after all. Wow. This silly girl, she's definitely more adventurous with food now. Alright, then as her mother, I don't have to worry anymore. Yang Shui looked at the photo on Su Yang's phone and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, buddy, then your mom and I won't worry about you too. Enjoy your meal. Mind your manners. Su Yang replied to Yang Xia and reminded her again. Eating seafood, drinking red wine. A few drinks in, and emotions run high. Who knows, maybe she'll lose her head and go after Xiu Ping Ping again. If she scares her away again, it'll be hard to explain, right? I know, I'll be careful. Don't worry. Old buddy, I've noticed you're starting to look more and more like my mom. Seeing Yang Xia's message come back, Su Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. I'm your uncle now. Actually, I'm your dad. Of course I'll care about you just like your mom does. Seriously. Good husband, come here. I want you to hold me and rest for a while. Yang Shui finished tidying up the takeout boxes and chopsticks on the coffee table, took off her shoes, and leaned back on the sofa. Alright, honey, just a moment. Su Yang got up, locked the office door, and came over to sit beside her. He gently extended his arms and cradled her comfortably in his embrace. Chapter 80, Joining the Network Department. Little darling, wake up. I'll call the network department director over shortly to introduce you all. Kiss. They embraced each other and took a short nap. Yang Shui turned over and gently kissed Su Yang. The feeling of being held in her husband's arms was so good. Alright, honey. I just haven't had enough yet. Su Yang hugged Yang Shui tightly and scratched his head awkwardly. I'll let you hold me properly tonight, okay? Sure. Oh, right. Su Yang suddenly remembered Yang Xia's reminder to keep the noise down while they were busy at night. This matter. If she were to mention it to Yang Shui, she would definitely feel stressed. Never mind, better not say anything. After tidying up a bit, Yang Shui sat back in her swivel chair behind her desk. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Honey, the director of the IT department, Li, will be coming over shortly. Have him take you to the IT department to get familiar with things. From now on, you'll be working there for the time being, okay? Sure, no problem. Su Yang nodded slightly, naturally having no objections to his wife's arrangement. After all, he had studied computer science, so starting in the network department was the most reasonable arrangement. A few moments later, a man in his early 30s knocked on the door and walked in. His hair was a bit thinning on top, and he looked slightly nervous. Yang Shui was known as the Ice Queen at the company. Subordinates couldn't help but feel a bit nervous when facing her. Although she had been more expressive and gentler in recent meetings, her long-standing reputation still left a deep impression on everyone. Ms. Yang, you called for me. Shu Chang, come sit down. Yang Shui smiled and waved to Director Li, gesturing for him to sit in the chair across from her. Come over here too, sit here. She then waved to Su Yang, gesturing for him to sit in the other chair across from her. Alright, sis. Su Yang responded and quickly stood up from the sofa, coming over to sit across from Yang Shui. He glanced at the man beside him and guessed that he must be Li Shucheng, the director of the network department. Shucheng, this is my younger brother, Su Yang. Su Yang, this is Li Shucheng, the director of the network department at our company. Under Yang Shui's introduction, the two exchanged polite greetings. Shucheng, I'd like to have my brother work under you in your department for some training. Would you be willing to take him under your wing? Sure, no problem, Yang Zone. Li Shucheng nodded quickly and turned to look at Su Yang. This young man was quite handsome. Since Yang Shui called him her brother, he must be her relative. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Zong held him in high regard. Yang Shui then gave lead director a few more instructions, effectively handing Su Yang over to him for the time being. Brother, go with Shu Chang. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them clearly. I'll be checking later, you know. Got it, sis. Su Yang scratched his scalp with a smile, then stood up and left Yang Shui's office with lead director. Su Yang, you're related to Mr. Yang, aren't you? Yes, Mr. Li. We're very close relatives. Yang Zong is my cousin. As soon as the two stepped out, Director Li Shucheng approached Su Yang and began chatting politely. No. Calling me Director Li is too formal. Just call me Brother Li. Alright, Li Gu. Su Yang didn't hesitate and immediately changed the way he addressed him to Li Gu. It seems your cousin is very close to you. She started nurturing you even before you graduated from university. Yeah, that's right, Li Gu. My cousin is very kind to me. The two chatted as they quickly arrived at the network department on the third floor of Yangshui Clothing Building. Su Yang, why don't we share an office? The IT department has an independent office. What do you think? No. Li Gu, just arrange a spot for me in the open office area. My sister sent me here to learn, so I can't be in your office. Su Yang said, glancing at the open office area outside, then picked up his shoulder bag and stepped out of Li Director's small office. Alright, that's fine. Seeing this, Director Li followed suit. Brother, take a look. Where would you like to sit? How about next to that young lady? As he spoke, he patted Su Yang on the shoulder, pointed to a corner of the office area, and whispered. That young lady just graduated from Jiangcheng University this year. You might have something in common. Plus, you're alumni. Cough. No need, Mr. Li. I'll just sit here. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This Li Gu from the network department was indeed a smooth operator. Upon hearing that he was Yang Zong's younger brother, he went out of his way to accommodate him. In the future, life in the IT department would surely be a breeze from now on. Oh, alright then. Mr. Li smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. It seems like this guy has good taste. That young lady is actually quite pretty. Or maybe he already has a girlfriend. Clap. Everyone, come on, let me introduce our new colleague to the department. Mr. Li surveyed the office area and clapped his hands. As he spoke, the dozen or so people from the network department stood up, curiously looking over this way. Including the young woman who had just started working there. This is our new intern, Su Yang. Come on, everyone, give him a warm round of applause. After a round of polite applause, Su Yang gave a brief self-introduction. As for his sibling relationship with Yang Shui, that was naturally not mentioned. After a brief introduction, everyone went back to their respective tasks. Su Yang, I'll send you some project materials from our department later. Take a look at them first, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Alright, Li Gu, thank you so much. Oh, no need to be so polite, brother. Wang Fei, come here. Take this computer and bring a new one. Help set up the system. As he spoke, Director Li called out to a chubby male colleague. Got it, Mr. Li, I'll take care of it right away. Alright, Su Yang, I'll be heading out now. If you need anything, just let me know. Got it, Mr. Li. After chatting with Su Yang for a few more minutes, Li returned to his office. Chapter 81, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping got drunk. Bro, I've already started working at the network department. Come see your uncle's desk. While Wang Fei was helping him set up his new computer, Su Yang sent Yang Xia a message and then took a photo to send over. By the time the computer was set up, Yang Xia still hadn't replied. This girl, did she drink too much? Or maybe she went out with Xiao Pingping after drinking? Holy crap. It can't be that bad, can it? If she doesn't want to come back, she doesn't have to. Su Yang didn't think much of it. Not long after, Li, the director, sent over the project overview and other materials from the network department. So Su Yang began to read through them. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, it was time to clock out. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was about to send a message to Yang Shui, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yang Xia. Bro, I drank too much at lunch. I slept straight through until now and just saw your message. Oh, I thought you and Xiao Pingping had gotten into another argument. We've all already finished work and you two are still sleeping. Oh my gosh, did you two sleep together again? Su Yang smiled and couldn't help but joke around. After last time's lesson, she probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly again. We did sleep together, but Pingping drank too much and hasn't T woken up yet. Holy crap. You, didn't T take advantage of her, did you? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, immediately imagining all sorts of possibilities. Oh my god, I need to clean up quickly. We'll talk later. Seeing Yang Xia's message come back, Su Yang was completely stunned. This girl. It seems highly likely that she took advantage of Xiao Pingping being drunk to do something she shouldn't have. Never mind. What could two girls possibly do? Anyway, she can't get pregnant. Who cares about them? watching his colleagues pack up and start leaving one by one. Su-young also packed his backpack and picked up his phone to send Yang Shui a message. Honey, shall we go home after work? I miss you, hug. A moment later, Yang Shui's message came back. Come over, my little darling. We'll leave soon, red lips. Let's go. Seeing her reply, Su-young immediately stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left his workstation. Li Ge, I'm leaving. See you later. As he passed by Li Zhongjian's office, Su-young gave him a nod. Alright, brother, see you later. Li director saw him leave and quickly stood up to wave goodbye. Honey, sit down for a moment. I'll finish this document, and then we'll go back. Su-young arrived at Yang Shui's office and found her still busy at her computer. He sat down on the sofa, took out some fashion books, and started reading again. Old buddy, have you and my mom come back yet? Can you come back a little later? Just as he finished reading a page, Yang Xia sent a message. Oh my god, old iron. What are you up to again? You two aren't doing anything weird, are you? I'm just chatting with Ping Ping. We're just two girls, what could we possibly be doing? We're both still feeling a bit dizzy, and I don't want my mom to see us like this. Uncle, please, can you take my mom out for dinner and come back later? This. Su-young looked up at Yang Shui, who was busy working, and she happened to look over as well. Their eyes met. Peck. Yang Shui puckered her lips at Su-young, blushing as she blew him a kiss. Then she went back to reading the documents. Alright, I'll think of something. You all drink some water, it'll help you sober up faster. Got it, buddy. It's mostly Ping Ping who drank too much. She's crying right now. What? Oh no. Su-young looked at the message Yang Xia sent and immediately felt something was wrong. This girl must be lying. If she didn't bully show Ping Ping, why is she crying? Damn it. You didn't really do that to her, did you? No. I wanted to, but I held back because you told me to. At most, I just did it while she was asleep, so she definitely doesn't know. She's crying because of the past. She said she used to love me, but now we're just friends. Then, as they were talking, she started crying. Oh. I see. Well, you two should talk it out. I'll figure out a way to take your mom out to eat. Since that was the case, Su-young had no choice but to agree. If Yang Shui found out about what had happened between the two of them, she wouldn't know what to think. And this situation isn't good either. A girl crying like that, it just doesn't look good. Let's go, honey. I'm done here. While Su-young was reading, Yang Shui had already shut down the computer and stood up from her seat. Come here. Su-young put down the book he was holding and waved at her with a smile. What's up, honey? Yang Shui's eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled as she walked over and sat down beside Su-young. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Su-young followed her lead, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her close. A few minutes later, Yang Shui released his neck, her face flushed pink. Husband, I want. Sure. Su-young nodded excitedly, then glanced around the office. Good girl. Your wife wants to watch a movie with you again. Alright. Let's go now. I'll check the tickets right away. Su-young couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If he could go to the movies, that would be wonderful. It's a win-win situation. But Xiaoxia and her classmates are still at home. I wonder what she's been doing all afternoon. Let's go quickly and come back soon, okay? It'll only take 2 hours, and it shouldn't take too much time. Your husband really wants to watch a movie with his wife too. Our daughter is already grown up. Alright, sweetheart. Yang Shui really wanted to go, but after hearing Su-young say that, she couldn't help but nod her head. Chapter 82, This future son-in-law looks familiar. By the time the two returned home from the cinema, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Sniff sniff. There is still a faint smell of alcohol in the house. It smells like red wine. As soon as she entered the house, Yang Shui faintly detected the scent of red wine, though it was very faint. It's nothing, probably Xia and her classmates had a little too much fun drinking. Su-young smiled, seeming unconcerned. Yang Shui replied softly, not giving it much thought. Mom. You're back. Yang Xia clearly heard the door open and came out of her room, running over to hug her mother with a smile. Silly girl, have you been drinking again? Just a little bit. I'm happy because it's vacation. Yang Xia blushed and scratched her head, then turned to look at Su-young and blinked her eyes. Her eyes betrayed a hint of approval and pride. Alright, have fun. By the way, tomorrow your mother and your uncle are going to visit your grandparents. We won't be taking you this time. Just go with your classmates to find Zheng's secretary before 10 a.m. tomorrow. I've already arranged everything. She'll take the two of you to start work then. Oh, Mom. Are you really sure you want to be with Su-young? Yang Xia leaned close to her mother's ear and whispered. Of course I do. I know my little treasure supports Mom the most, right? Of course I support you. Yang Xia turned to look at Su-young and nodded to herself. You two are living together now. And Mom is so happy, even keeping me awake at night. How could I not support you too? You're such a good kid. By the way, where is your classmate? Oh, she's sleeping in Uncle's old room. She's probably already asleep. Yang Xia glanced at the door to Xiao Pingping's bedroom and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Mom really shouldn't go in to check. The smell of alcohol inside is pretty strong. Alright, sweetie, go back to rest. Don't be late tomorrow. Okay. Got it, Mom. Goodbye, Uncle. You two should also get some rest. Saying that, she turned around and winked at Su Yang, then ran back to her room with a smile. Finally, the tension was eased. Little one, come here. After finishing their evening routine, Yang Shui leaned against the headboard and softly called out to Su Yang, beckoning him with her finger. Shoo! Su Yang couldn't help but smile and point to the next room. If the sound was even a little louder, Xiao Pingping next door would definitely hear it if she wasn't asleep. That wouldn't be good. Yang Shui couldn't help but startle slightly, her face turning bright red as she quickly covered her mouth. Hopefully, she didn't hear that? The next morning, Yang Shui woke up early, kissed Su Yang, and got up to prepare breakfast. Today was a good day. She was going to take her beloved man to meet her parents. Soon after, Su Yang and the others also woke up one after another. Good morning, Uncle and Auntie. Xiao Pingping remained as polite as ever, her little face turning pink as she greeted everyone. She also sneakily glanced at Su Yang several times. Although their voices were very soft, she could hear them clearly. After all, it was late at night, and even the slightest sound could be heard easily. Hello, Pingping. How are you adjusting to the new place to sleep? Did you sleep well last night? Yang Shui smiled and nodded, asking with concern. After all, she was the daughter's classmate, so as an elder, she naturally had to show some concern. Yes, thank you, Auntie. I slept well. Xiao Pingping blushed and smiled shyly, then turned her head to look at Yang Xia beside her. If only she had known there was noise next door, maybe she should have slept with Yang Xia instead. After breakfast, Su Yang and Yang Shui left the house. They were heading to the mall to buy some gifts to take home. After all, this was Su Yang's first time there, so he couldn't go empty-handed. By the time they finished shopping, it was already 10 a.m. After leaving the mall, the two drove Yang Shui's BMW X7 to where Yang Shui's parents were staying. Sweetheart, are you nervous? I'm okay. My wife loves me so much, and I love her so much too. There's really nothing to worry about. Peck. Yang Shui, upon hearing this, couldn't help but pout her lips and send a light kiss. Thinking that way is exactly right. As long as two people truly love each other, nothing else will stand in their way. As parents, we will definitely bless them and support them. At 11 a.m., the two drove to a small courtyard in the suburbs. It was a two-story house that looked quite old. The front door was wide open. Mom, Dad, we're back. Yang Shui got out of the car and called out cheerfully toward the entrance. A moment later, just as Su Yang and she were taking things out of the trunk, an elderly couple walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Shui is back. Where's my dear granddaughter? Is this? Yang Shui's father smiled and walked closer. But the moment he saw Su Yang, he froze in his tracks. This young man. How familiar does he look? Dad, Mom. This is Su Yang. We didn't bring Xia Xia today. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Following Yang Shui's words, Su Yang hurriedly greeted the elderly couple politely. Su Yang. Hello, hello. Come on in. Upon hearing the boy introduce himself as Su Yang, Yang Shui's father's expression couldn't help but grow slightly tense. Why does this name sound so familiar? It felt as though he had seen this boy before. Yang Shui's mother's eyes also betrayed a hint of confusion. Chapter 83, As long as my daughter is happy. Xiao Shui, I feel like I've seen this young man before. After arriving home, Yang Shui's mother pulled her daughter aside for a private chat. Yeah, Mom, didn't I used to date someone named Su Yang? He even came to our house a few times. Oh. After hearing her daughter's words, Yang's mother suddenly recalled something. I feel like your ex-boyfriend and this guy, they look so much alike. That's why I felt like I recognized him. Yeah, Mom, they could be twins. Yang Shui nodded, blushing and smiling. But she didn't mention the concept of reincarnation. She figured her parents probably wouldn't believe her anyway. Oh. So I see. You little thing, I wondered why you suddenly mentioned finding a boyfriend. Turns out you found someone who looks just like you. Mom thinks this young man is quite nice, handsome and well-mannered. It's just that the age difference between the two of you is a bit too much. This young man looks like he is only 20, right? You're more than 10 years older than him. Yang Shui's mother turned her head to look at Su Yang, who was sitting not far away chatting with his wife, her eyes filled with obvious worry. This young man does seem nice, but he's just too young. I wonder if he can really spend the rest of his life with Shui. It's okay, Mom. He has been so good to me, and I like him too. After all these years, my daughter has finally met someone she likes. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang in the distance, her face flushing slightly. Alright. Mom won't stop you, as long as you're happy. But you need to be mentally prepared. What if he doesn't want you one day? Yang Shue's mother, having seen so much in life, had these concerns, which were understandable. After all, he's still so young. What if he's just looking for something new? Mom, don't worry. He is different from other boys. He is sincere about me. We've already discussed it. Once he graduates from college, we'll get married. I've met his parents too, and they're both very supportive of us. Oh, well, that's acceptable. Yang Shue's mother heard this and couldn't help but nod to herself. Looking at the boy, he seemed pretty reliable and steady. I hope he'll truly treat my daughter with sincerity. As soon as Yang Shue's father saw Su Yang, he immediately recalled his daughter's boyfriend from 18 years ago. After all, her daughter's boyfriend had died in a car accident back then, which had been a huge blow to her, so the impression was still quite vivid in his mind. However, so much time had passed that seeing Su Yang only felt vaguely familiar. But when he heard the name Su Yang, it all came back to him. Su Yang, how did you meet our daughter Shui? The man in front of him, Yang Shue's father was certain, was the replacement for his daughter's former boyfriend. They looked similar and had the same name. It was likely that his daughter had seen him and unconsciously mistaken him for the boy from her past. Uncle, we met at a friend's birthday party. It was love at first sight. She said she recognized me, and I also felt like I knew her for some reason, and then we just started dating. In response to Yang Shue's father's questions, Su Yang had told the truth. However, he didn't reveal the full truth. Oh, I see. That is quite a coincidence. Yang's father couldn't help but smile to himself, marveling at the connection between his daughter and this young man. As for the boy's young age, he didn't think much of it. Yang Shui Fashion Group started out as a small tailor shop. Later, through his efforts, it grew into a small clothing company. After his daughter graduated from university, he handed over the clothing company to her. After over a decade of hard work, she had turned it into a well-known clothing group company in the industry. He still has a basic understanding of the group's current situation. It can be said that his daughter is truly a rich woman. She's dating a younger man, isn't that quite normal? Anyway, as long as my daughter is happy, that's all that matters. The elderly couple were both very happy about Su Yang's arrival. Regarding the two of them, although they had some concerns, they still expressed their support in their words. Moreover, their daughter hadn't looked for a partner all these years and was now an old maid. Therefore, the elderly couple naturally wouldn't oppose her choice lightly. As long as their daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. The elderly couple's attitude made Yang Shui and Su Yang very happy. Thus, both sets of parents have met each other, and they both seem very supportive of the two of them. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the two decided to head back in the late afternoon. Little Su, you must come visit often. Little Shui is always so busy she doesn't come by often. Alright, Auntie. If Shui doesn't have time, I'll come visit you on my own. Good, such a good child. After spending half a day together, Mrs. Yang grew increasingly fond of Su Yang's demeanor. The young man was not only handsome but also very articulate, and he seemed very reliable. When he was with Shui, he also showed great consideration. After bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Yang Shui and Su Yang drove off. Since Su Yang had had a few drinks, she was the one driving. Honey, are you not nervous anymore? Ha ha. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's sweet smile and couldn't help but laugh happily. Not nervous anymore. Uncle and Aunt were so kind. I accidentally had a bit too much to drink and feel a bit dizzy now. Still calling them uncle and aunt? Yang Shui smiled and reached out to pinch Su Yang's ear, then gently rubbed it. Oh, our dad and mom. Since Yang Shui had already started calling his parents dad and mom, it was only natural for him to call his in-laws dad and mom as well. Anyway, the two elders had already accepted him. Such a good boy. You're still my little treasure. Seeing no one around, Yang Shui turned the steering wheel and pulled the car over to the side of the road. She reached out and grabbed Su Yang's arm, then pulled him directly into her embrace. Honey, slow down. As he spoke, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and was pulled into Yang Shui's embrace. Peck peck. Little darling, let's go to the hotel with your sister. Okay? Kiss. Okay. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 84. I'm not your mom, I'm your dad. Boom. As soon as the two let go of each other, Yang Shui stomped the gas pedal all the way to the floor. She was truly overjoyed today. Earlier, she had been a bit worried that her parents might cause some trouble, given the significant age difference between the two. But now it was clear that while her parents were concerned, they were still very supportive of the two of them. But Yang Shui fully understood the deep affection between the two, spanning 2 lifetimes. The age difference was no obstacle at all. Thus, there are truly no obstacles between the two of them. As for the opinions of others in the group company, that really doesn't matter. By the time the two left the hotel, it had already grown dark. Ring ring. Yang Shui's phone rang. It was her daughter Yang Xia calling. Honey, come answer it. It's Xia Xia. At that moment, the roads were crowded with vehicles, so safety came first. Hello? Mom, have you guys come back yet? Hearing Yang Xia's voice, Su Yang turned to look at Yang Shui and couldn't help but smile. I'm not your mom, I'm your dad. Oh my god. Uncle, Ping Ping, and I have finished cooking. Have you eaten yet? No, we just finished and are on our way back. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush. Alright, then hurry back. We're waiting for you. Ping Ping's cooking is delicious. Alright, Yang Xia, we'll be home soon. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Xia hung up the phone. Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang and couldn't help but giggle shyly. Before long, the two drove back home. Mom, Uncle. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping were sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding hands and watching TV. Upon seeing Su Yang and the others return, they all hurriedly greeted them. Why haven't you eaten yet? Yang Shui looked at the food on the dining table, which looked pretty good. Pingping said we should wait for the elders to eat together, so we waited for you all to come back. You're all such good children. Yang Shui glanced at the slightly shy Xiao Pingping, then looked at her daughter, and nodded with a smile. Wow! This tastes great. Come on, sis, try some. At that moment, Su Yang had already sneaked over to taste a few bites of the food. To be honest, Xiao Pingping's cooking skills are really quite good. To be honest, Yang Xia has good taste. A girl like Xiao Pingping is definitely a natural when it comes to taking care of men and running a household. She's gentle and obedient, and skilled at household chores. No wonder Yang Xia likes her so much. He has been scheming to get close to her, even going so far as to use his mother's connections to help her secure a summer internship. They call it an internship, but it's really just learning. Having just finished her first year of college, she couldn't do most of the work. She had to be assigned other company employees to mentor her. Not only did she not bring any benefits, but she also increased the company's costs. Alright, come on, everyone wash your hands and let us eat. Yang Shui said, then called everyone to wash their hands and eat. Sure. Girl, did you and Ping Ping make all this? Yang Shui took a bite and gave her a look of approval. This cooking skill is truly impressive. I don't know how to cook. This is all Ping Ping's doing. I just helped her out. Yang Xia smiled awkwardly, turned to look at Xiao Pingping beside her, and scratched her head. This was the perfect girlfriend in her heart. Cooking must be amazing. Oh, Pingping's cooking skills are really impressive. Did you learn all this from your family? Auntie, my family runs a small restaurant. My father is a chef, so I've been exposed to it since I was little. Xiao Pingping blushed and smiled shyly, then looked at Yang Shui as she explained confidently. Mom, will it be okay for Pingping to work at our group after she graduates? We can arrange a good position for her. Of course it's possible. As long as she is diligent and hardworking, our company will definitely need her. I think Pingping is much better than you. Yang Shui smiled, looked at her daughter in front of her, then at Xiao Pingping. Although her daughter had indeed become a daughter and was quite pretty. But deep down, she still felt like a boy. When compared to Xiao Pingping, this feeling became even more pronounced. This little girl was gentle and obedient, but Yang Xia, she seemed to have nothing in common with being gentle or obedient. Hey! Of course, Pingping has always been better than me. Yang Xia just smiled and nodded in agreement. Sis, Yang Xia is actually pretty amazing too. I've heard that she's already been named the second most beautiful girl at Zhengcheng University. Apparently, there are so many boys trying to pursue her. Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Shui's arm, glancing at Yang Xia. This girl was sitting next to Xiao Pingping, and their appearances were indeed quite different. Xiao Pingping could only be described as average-looking, not particularly beautiful. Really? I always said my daughter was exceptionally beautiful from a young age. Of course. Now she's truly made a name for herself. We won't have to worry about her finding a partner in the future. Su Yang said, winking at Yang Xia. Uncle is setting you up, don't be so ungrateful. Think about it, such a beautiful girl, with so many handsome guys liking her, how could your mom possibly think that the girl right in front of her is the one you've been dreaming of? This is truly the case of not seeing the light under the lamp. Chapter 85, Old Buddy, don't mess around, I'm a man. Do you get it? After dinner. While Xiao Pingping and Yang Shui were clearing the dishes, Su Yang went to Yang Xiao's room. Hey, how was work today? Holy crap. Don't even mention it. Yang Xia scratched his head in frustration and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. What's wrong? Did you get into trouble? What trouble could I have gotten into? Old buddy, you know how beautiful girls are always so popular everywhere they go? That's obvious. I'm a total hottie, so being popular is just natural, right? Su Yang looked at Yang Xia and couldn't help but smile. Bro, stop joking around. I'm a man. Do men understand? Men? Ha ha ha. Though the two were arguing, their voices were very soft. If Yang Shui and Xiao Pingping heard them, that would be trouble. Ah. I've been sitting at my desk for hours, and several male colleagues have come over to chat with me and ask for my contact information. Even directly wanted to add me on WeChat. It's so annoying. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with frustration and couldn't help but sigh softly. Bro, about this matter, you should actually talk to your mom about it. She's a super beauty. She's probably been hit on by plenty of men over the years. You could ask her for advice and see how she handles these situations. That makes sense. I'll go talk to my mom later. But didn't you already handle it with her? Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. How can that be the same? Your mom and I were lovers in a past life, do you understand? If you have your eye on some handsome guy, uncle can support you too. But Yang Xia shook her head disdainfully and didn't say a word. Knock knock knock. As the two were talking, there was a faint knock on the door. Yang Xia got up and opened the door. It was Xiao Pingping. Pingping, come in. You're chatting with uncle. Why don't I come in later? No need, no need. We've already finished talking. Uncle, my mom said she needs to see you. Hurry over. Yang Xia grabbed Xiao Pingping's hand and turned to look at Su Yang, winking at him. All right, I'll go first, Xia. Pingping, you two continue chatting. Su Yang immediately caught on, feigning a look of realization, and stood up. As he spoke, he smiled and walked out, helping to close the door behind him. Pingping, sit down. Saying this, Yang Xia pointed to the chair beside her, her eyes brimming with an indescribable smile. Xiao Pingping responded and sat down. Sis, can I talk to you about something? We're good sisters. What's there to discuss? As she spoke, Yang Xia took hold of Xiao Pingping's small hand. Just like close female friends, they held hands naturally. And her expression was perfectly normal, showing no signs of awkwardness. Sis, can I sleep in the same room as you? Sleeping in the boys' room feels a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Pingping looked at Yang Xia, her face flushing slightly. This excuse, of course, was something she had made up on the spot. As for the real reason, she was too embarrassed to say it. After all, she couldn't very well tell someone's daughter that her parents were making strange noises at night, preventing her from sleeping properly. Oh, I see. Yang Xia looked at Xiao Pingping's slightly shy expression and immediately guessed an important thing. Last night. She hadn't heard her mother's voice again, but Pingping was sleeping in the next room. Any little noise would have been audible. She must have heard their noises, right? Oh no. This is actually pretty interesting. Alright, then Pingping, let us share a bed. You've slept there before, and my mattress is really comfortable. Sure, sister. Xiao Pingping blushed and smiled shyly, then nodded. After spending some time together, she had come to truly appreciate Yang Xia's transformation. He no longer acted like he used to, kissing her or touching her at the slightest provocation. It was just the kind of interaction between ordinary female friends, nothing out of the ordinary. As for what happened last night after she got drunk, Yang Xia had done all sorts of things, but she had no idea about that. Alright, I actually wanted to sleep with you from the start, but I was afraid you'd overthink it, so I had you sleep in my uncle's old room. Look, Pingping, I'm truly trying to be good friends with you now. Yang Xia looked at Xiao Pingping seriously, her eyes filled with sincerity. But last night, when Xiao Pingping was unconscious from drunkenness, But that's something that can't be mentioned. I understand, sister. Xiao Pingping's feelings toward Yang Xia were actually quite complicated, from boyfriend to best friend. However, mentally, she had already completed the transition of acceptance. Being good sisters isn't so bad. Plus, this sister had even helped her secure a well-paying internship. Alright. Let us go take a shower together. It's getting late, and we have to work tomorrow. Take a shower together? Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingping couldn't help but blush. In her mind, she imagined the fantasy scene of uncle and auntie taking a couple's bath. Yeah, sister. Oh my. You're not thinking too much again, are you? I was hoping you could scrub my back for me. No, I wasn't thinking anything like that. I was just worried you'd feel self-conscious. Xiao Pingping said, giggling shyly. What? Me feel inferior? Are you kidding me? At least I'm the second most popular girl in school now, okay? Look at my figure. Yang Xia said, standing up and spinning around. Ha ha. I was talking about this part. Her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness. You little brat, just wait until I get you. Ha ha. Yang Xia said, reaching out to grab her. Chapter 86, anyway, just deny it. Now that the two had become good friends, close confidants, Xiao Pingping's guard naturally began to lower. Soon, the two of them were inseparable, bathing and sleeping together. Honey, I think I heard Yang Xia and Pingping, that little girl, staying in the same room. Yeah. I think I heard it too. The sounds of Yang Xia and the others walking and talking outside could naturally be heard inside the room. Two people sharing a bed, how can they get used to that? Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression. Aren't we two also sharing the same bed? Little darling, you're so mischievous. Hearing Su Yang's words, she couldn't help but laugh. We're a couple, how could it be the same? If I slept in the same bed with a female friend, I'd definitely feel uncomfortable. That's true, I'd feel the same way too. Su Yang also smiled lightly in agreement. If she were to sleep in the same bed with a man, and in a daze accidentally mistake him for someone else and do something unspeakable, wouldn't she feel sick when she woke up? Even if you didn't vomit, wouldn't you feel miserable for a long time afterward? I just can't figure it out. Never mind, if we can't figure it out, let's just not think about it. Let the kids do as they please. Su Yang reached out and hugged Yang Shui tightly. As for what Yang Xia had mentioned earlier about the two of them making a bit of noise, he decided not to bring it up. Anyway, he'd just be more careful in the future. If he told Yang Shui, she'd definitely feel embarrassed. Plus, it would affect their quality of life. The next morning, Su Yang was awakened by his phone's alarm. As for the beep, beep, beep sound Yang Xia had sent earlier, it seemed to have disappeared miraculously. They hadn't appeared for the past 2 days. It seemed highly likely that it was due to Xiao Pingping's actions. Perhaps Yang Xia was trying to establish a good image in front of her. Who would have thought that this little girl also had a sound dampening function? By the time Su Yang got up to wash and brush his teeth, Yang Shui had already prepared breakfast. Where are those two girls? Stepping out of the room, there was no sign of Yang Xia or Xiao Pingping in the living room or dining area. They haven't gotten up yet. Yang Shui emerged from the kitchen, gazed tenderly at Su Yang, and playfully puckered her lips before sending him a flying kiss. She then smiled and went to Yang Xia's door. Knock, knock, knock. Wake up, Xia Pingping, it's time for breakfast. I know, Mom, I'm getting up. Soon, Yang Xia's voice could be heard from inside her room. Sister, I remember you were wearing your pajamas last night, right? Yeah, Pingping, I remember I was wearing mine too. Yang Xia scratched her head innocently, her eyes filled with confusion. Then why are we both like this? I don't know either. This is so weird. Wow, Pingping, look at you. I'm so jealous. How about it? Feeling insecure now? The two chatted for a few more minutes, then quickly got out of bed. As for why the two of them were naked, well, they both claimed not to know. But Yang Xia's heart was already filled with joy and excitement. Such sneaky things could only be done while Xiao Pingping was asleep. Just deny it when she wakes up. Anyway, there were no traces or evidence left behind, so Xiao Pingping didn't think much of it. Before long, the four of them gathered around and began to enjoy their delicious breakfast. Xia, did you not rest well last night? Why are you yawning? Seeing her daughter yawn from time to time, Yang Shui couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Two good friends sleeping together must have chatted until midnight, so they must not have slept well. Oh, I was thinking about the tasks my boss assigned me today. I got so engrossed that I fell asleep late. It's okay, Mom. Once I get to the office, I'll ask Uncle to help me figure it out. Yang Xia gave a sheepish smile and quickly lowered her head to eat. The truth of the matter. That is something too embarrassing to mention. No matter how busy you are, you must rest properly, okay? After all, you still have work and studies to do during the day. Yang Shui looked at her daughter and nodded slightly. Then she turned her head to look at Su Yang, her eyes unconsciously betraying a hint of shyness. Actually, the two of them hadn't gone to bed early last night either, they had accidentally stayed up until nearly midnight. Auntie, we'll go to bed earlier from now on. Xiao Pingping saw Yang Xia being scolded, so she quickly came to her rescue. After all, they were good friends, so they had to help each other out. Pingping is such a good girl. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile slightly and didn't say anything else. After breakfast, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping set off first in the Tank 300. After Yang Shui finished cleaning up the dishes, Su Yang waited for her, and the two of them drove off in the BMW X7. Honey, I might have to go on a business trip in a couple of days. Will you go with your sister? Of course. I'm your wife's personal secretary, after all. I need to be by your side not just at night, but during the day too. Su Yang said with a smile while driving. He could clearly feel that Yang Shui's complexion was indeed getting better and better. She was truly radiant. This wife of mine isn't just incredibly beautiful, her complexion is also amazing. I don't want to be apart from her for even a moment. My dear, my wife truly loves you more and more each day. As she spoke, Yang Shui reached out and gave Su Yang a gentle squeeze on the chest. This little rascal. She is full of energy. So irresistible. Will your little secretary be coming along too? Actually, Su Yang only knows how to be a bodyguard, he has no idea how to be a secretary. He also knows nothing about clients or business. Let her go. She handles a lot of things on her own. Don't worry, honey, everything will be fine. Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang, her face radiating in indescribable joy. After all these years, finally, he is here. The feeling of being loved by a man is truly wonderful. Chapter 87. The IT department was mostly men, and they were all so ugly. After arriving at the office, Yang Shui went to the top floor office, while Su Yang headed straight to the network department on the third floor. Upon arriving at the network department, he greeted Lee, the department director, as he passed by his office. Then he headed toward his workstation. Hey, old buddy. After turning a corner and arriving at his workstation, he noticed that Yang Xia's workstation was right next to Su Yang's. Hearing his voice, Yang Xia turned around and waved. Come on, sit down. What's up, buddy? You look so happy. Su Yang put down his backpack, sat down in his swivel chair, and turned toward Yang Xia. Come on. Yang Xia smiled and waved her hand, and the two of them moved closer together. Holy crap, look how happy you are. Did Ping Ping agree to be your girlfriend? Since she became best friends with Shou Ping Ping, she had never been this happy before. This made Su Yang curious. Not exactly. If she didn't agree to be your girlfriend, what's so worth getting so happy about? But she doesn't have to be my girlfriend. We can be something similar. Yang Xia whispered, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile. Oh, what do you mean? In an instant, Su Yang recalled that the two of them had slept in the same room last night. Did she mean that? Holy crap. We both came out of the same room this morning. Didn't you see that? Oh. Sure enough. Yang Xia was indeed happy because of that. What's wrong with sleeping together? You wouldn't dare touch her. What if she wakes up and discovers your ulterior motives? That would be bad. Pfft, that's because you've never slept with her. Cough. Holy crap. You silly girl, we don't talk like that, okay? I'm your uncle. You're your father. Of course I wouldn't sleep with her. Ha ha. Yang Xia, realizing she had said the wrong thing, couldn't help but laugh at her own bold words. Sorry, bro. I just thought of you as a brother, I didn't think that far. Come on, even if I really were your brother, your girlfriend wouldn't let me sleep with her. Su Yang held back a laugh and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. This girl. I'm truly amazed by her. Alright, fine, I'll admit I was wrong. But forget about sleeping with her, she's mine. I know. I won't fight you for her. Cough, you interrupted me, I almost forgot what I was going to say. Yang Xia smiled and reached out to ruffle Su Yang's hair, turning his head into a mess in an instant. What I meant was, Shou Ping Ping sleeps like a log. When we sleep together, I can do whatever I want, and she never even notice. What the hell? You? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. Shou Ping Ping, that girl sleeping with her is like a lamb walking into a wolf's den. And she sleeps so soundly. Don't worry, buddy. I'll make sure she doesn't find out. Su Yang suppressed a smile, nodded slightly, and didn't say anything else. This is kind of interesting. Yang Xia, have you looked at the materials I sent you yesterday? Is there anything you need me to explain? Just as the two had finished chatting, Director Lee walked over. He walked straight over to Yang Xia, smiling warmly with a gentle voice. Lee, the director, was unaware of her true identity. He only knew that she was an intern assigned by Yang Zong's secretary and had not been told that she was his daughter. Moreover, Yang Xia had rarely come to the company, let alone the IT department. Therefore, no one recognized her. No need, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Yang Xia looked up, gave him a casual glance, and spoke in a detached tone. She clearly didn't think much of the director. Oh. Alright, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Lee, the director, looked Yang Xia up and down several times, his throat involuntarily moving slightly. This little girl. She's really tempting. If I could just touch her little hands, kiss her cheeks, that would be so satisfying. Alright, I understand. Yang Xia replied indifferently, not even bothering to look up. Lee, the director, gave a nervous laugh and left. Holy crap. Hey, buddy. Did you see that? Once Li Zongjian had walked away, Yang Xia turned to look at Su Yang, patted his arm, and couldn't help but complain. What did you see? A fly. Bro, you don't realize how handsome you are, do you? Su Yang turned to look at Yang Xia and deliberately scanned him up and down a few times. This professional outfit really does look good on you. Stop messing around, old buddy. I know I'm handsome, but I'm a man. But Su Yang couldn't help but smile, but said nothing. You call yourself a man? You don't even have the essential gear for a man. What kind of man are you talking about? I want to switch departments. Damn it, the IT department is mostly guys, and they're all so ugly. Cough. Except for the old buddy. Alright, you're good at talking. I'll forgive you. Bro, I want to go to the finance department. I want to be in the same department as Ping Ping. Yang Xia scratched his head, looking a bit downcast. You're a computer science major, what do you know about finance? Well, that's why I need to learn it. You're in the IT department, and I'll go to finance. That way, we won't waste our talents. Alright, buddy, I support you. Su Yang smiled and gave Yang Xia a thumbs up. This girl came to the company just to flirt with guys. As for learning, that's just an excuse. I knew you were the best, buddy. Could you please talk to my mom for me? Oh, come on, you're giving me another hard task. Do you think your mom will agree to that? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but scratch his head. This girl, always causing trouble for me. That's why I came to you. I know mom really likes you. You could mention it when you're together and having a good time. When we're happy? Damn it. Why do you have to make me say it so clearly? Alright, I get it. Sigh. You're just good at flirting. Pfft, we're both the same. Chapter 88, should I expose her now? It was 11:30 a.m., not even time to leave work yet. Bro, I'll head out first. Saying that, Yang Xia and Su Yang exchanged greetings and were about to leave. No need to guess this girl must be heading to find Xiu Pingping again. Su Yang shook his head silently and didn't bother to pay any more attention. Soon, it was 12 o'clock. Honey, call Xia Xia over to eat with us. And her good friend too. As Su Yang stood up, Yang Shui's message came through. Got it, honey. But they might have already gone out to eat, so don't worry about them. After sending the message, Su Yan left his desk and hurried to Yang Shui's office. Honey, I have to go to a client's place this afternoon. Want to come with me? During dinner, Yang Shui sat next to Su Yang, very close to him. Sure, honey. How long will you be gone? Oh, it's a client in Jiangcheng, someone I met through business before. Yang Shui smiled gently, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, and fed it to Su Yang. Sweetheart, do you want to go on a business trip with your wife? Going to a hotel for a business trip is fine too. Looking at Yang Shui's seductive gaze, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Really? Upon hearing this, Yang Shui's eyes suddenly flashed with an indescribable heat. Of course. Great. After we finish with the client, let us go to the hotel? Sure. I'll do whatever you say, honey. Su Yang couldn't help but feel overjoyed. By the way, honey, Xia Xia told me she's not interested in staying in the IT department and wants to transfer to the finance department to learn something new. Seeing Yang Shui's radiant expression, Su Yang casually mentioned Yang Xia's request. After all, she was his close friend and his daughter, he had to help her out. Plus, our daughter is currently the second most beautiful girl at Jiangcheng University. There are a lot of guys hitting on her in the IT department, which is making her feel a bit annoyed. The finance department is mostly girls, so maybe learning there would be better for her. Yang Shui nodded slightly upon hearing this. Alright, honey, if you think it's a good idea, let her go to the finance department. After all, she'll need to learn about every department eventually. I'll arrange it later, and she can go over there this afternoon. This silly girl finally acts like a girl now. Yeah. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and lowered his head to continue eating. What a pity. She does look like a girl now. And she's successfully caught the attention of many boys. But she's with Xiu Pingping. And she's even been secretly doing some unspeakable things to her. What should I do? Should I expose her now? Sigh. Never mind. Let's just wait and see. One day, Xiu Pingping will definitely discover her little tricks. After Su Yang and Yang Shui finished lunch, they embraced each other again on the sofa. After all, they were in the office, so they could only hug and kiss. At 2 p.m., Su Yang and Yang Shui left the company and drove to the client's place. Honey, do you remember the intersection of Pingan Road and Sports Avenue? On the way, Yang Shui quietly watched Su Yang driving, occasionally touching him. Sometimes his face, sometimes his chest, sometimes his thigh. That's where you had an accident in your previous life. All these years, I've never dared to go there. Yang Shui stared intently at Su Yang's face, her eyes unconsciously betraying a hint of sadness. The scene from back then was truly horrific. It had left her unable to truly let go all these years. Until she met Su Yang again, everything finally melted away like summer snow. Alright, let's go take a look. The car was driving along Sports Avenue, with Peace Road just ahead. As Yang Shui had mentioned, that was the exact spot where he had met his tragic end in his previous life. Since they were passing by, they had to go take a look. The car soon arrived near the intersection, and Su Yang pulled over to the side of the road. Since he wasn't in a hurry to meet the client in the afternoon, he still had some time. The road here has been completely rebuilt and widened. At the time, that large truck came from the direction of Pingan Road at high speed. We were about to cross the road, but the car couldn't stop in time. Yang Shui and Su Yang got out of the car and walked toward the intersection together. At that time, you were lying right here. Yang Shui stopped, took Su Yang's hand, and pointed to the location of a manhole cover on the road. Oh. Su Yang stared at the manhole cover, and suddenly felt an inexplicable jolt in his mind. A flood of information instantly filled his mind, then coalesced into a clear fragment. He closed his eyes slightly, and the scene quickly transformed into a memory. Only. Su Yang and Yang Shui were holding hands, walking together along the side of the road. At that time, she was only 18, so beautiful. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with a youthful glow. The two chatted and laughed, walking happily forward. The streetlight at the intersection was broken. Just as they were about to cross the street, a dump truck suddenly sped toward them from another road. Then a horrific scene unfolded. Whoosh! Su Yang stood frozen in place for a moment before finally exhaling deeply. It was truly horrific. Honey, did you just think of something? Su Yang nodded slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Honey, the day you wore that light-colored floral dress with a purple bow in your braid, you looked so beautiful. Yes, honey. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, tears welling up in her eyes. It seems her husband really remembered what had happened back then. This time, the awakened memories were clearer and contained more information than before. Chapter 89, Premeditated. Let's go, my love. Looking at Yang Shui with tears in her eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. In his mind, she was 18 years old, but now she was 18 years later. The two images gradually overlapped. Back then, she was young, cute, lively, and beautiful. Now she was mature and alluring, every smile and frown captivating. The once icy beauty had transformed into a woman of endless charm. One could even say she had a hint of unfulfilled desire, a single spark could easily ignite her. Being with her is truly exhilarating and thrilling. Sweetheart, I noticed that when we're in places that left a deep impression on you from a past life, you seem to regain some memories. That makes sense. Upon hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but pause. It does make some sense. Maybe I can ask my wife to take me to the places we're most familiar with in the future. Maybe we could even recover some memories from our past lives. That's great. From now on, I need to think carefully about all the familiar places we used to go to, and then I'll take you there. Sure, honey. Watching Yang Shui's excited and thrilled expression, Su Yang couldn't help but wrap his arms around her slender waist. The two got into the car and continued on their way. Honey, do you remember your parents and family from your past life? Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, looking at Su Yang with concern. In his previous life, he had survived such a horrific car accident. Separated from her and her family by death. I wonder how his original family has been managing all these years. No, not at all. Su Yang drove the car and shook his head slightly. All I can remember now is the part where the accident happened. Nothing else. Oh. Honey, I once visited your previous home, but I don't know where they moved to afterward. It's okay, honey. We'll take it slow. Su Yang turned to look at Yang Shui and gently took her small hand in his. He gently rubbed it. So smooth and tender. Actually, Su Yang didn't feel that strong connection to his past life anymore. Because the memories of his past life were too few and too faint. Even his parents from his previous life he had no recollection of. Alright, honey. Yang Shui nodded excitedly, her mind already filled with memories of their time together in the past. For her, the more memories Su Yang regained, the deeper their feelings for each other would become. At least, for Su Yang, his feelings for Yang Shui would certainly be more profound. After all, the details of their past were so sweet, so unforgettable. Though they lacked the current excitement, they had a far deeper understanding and trust. Su Yang, in his role as Yang Shui's secretary, accompanied her to the client's office, where they spent over an hour communicating and collaborating, successfully completing the task. By the time the two left the client's office, it was already past 4 p.m. Sweetheart, your wife has already booked the hotel. Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, her eyes glowing with a faint light she hadn't noticed before. Then, are we going home tonight? Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just looking at the glow in this older woman's eyes, one could tell that today was destined to be an extremely joyful time. Women of this age are truly so alluring. Well, it depends on how much energy my little darling has left. If you can't keep going, then we'll just have to go home. Saying this, Yang Shui gave Su Yang a playful wink, her eyes sparking with a hint of teasing. How could that be? A man can't say he can't do it. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This older sister. She's so much fun. Why not give it a try and see? Alright. Let us try it then. Who is afraid of who? Ha ha ha. Roar. With a sudden acceleration, the car's speed shot up instantly. Yang Shui seemed to be commemorating something and deliberately booked a room at the He He Hotel again. Honey, wait a moment. I need to grab something. Oh, okay. The two arrived at the hotel's ground floor and quickly parked the car. After getting out, Yang Shui opened the trunk and took out a small suitcase. What's this? Su Yang was puzzled. They weren't going on a business trip today, so why did she bring a suitcase? Our pajamas and such. Yang Shui blushed and smiled, holding the suitcase in one hand and linking her arm through Su Yang's as they hurried toward the hotel entrance. So this older sister had already planned for the two of them to get a room together? I wonder when she put the suitcase in the car. Not bad, not bad. It seems like she had planned this all along. After checking in at the front desk and getting the room key, the two of them went straight up to the room. Honey, let us take a shower. Sure. Yang Shui picked up her phone and checked the time. It was already 7 p.m. You're such a good girl. I'll call Xiaoxia and tell her we're having dinner with a client. If it gets too late, we won't come back. Yang Shui said, unable to help but giggle shyly. All these years, she had rarely told her daughter any lies. Now that she was with Su Yang, she seemed to have told quite a few lies for their happiness. As she spoke, she picked up the phone on the bedside table and dialed her daughter's number. Chapter 90, Returning to Campus, Searching for Past Memories. Alright, Mom. It's too late, just stay at a hotel. Ping Ping and I are adults now, don't worry about us. After hearing her mother's explanation, Yang Xia replied thoughtfully. With her mom and uncle not home, she and Xiao Ping Ping would have more freedom. Are you hungry, honey? No, how could I be hungry when your cooking is so delicious? Alright. Let your wife feed you until you're full. Yang Shui blushed and giggled, then turned over and pounced on him again. Happy days always seem so short. Before they knew it, it was weekend again. Early in the morning, Yang Xia and Xiao Ping Ping left home hand in hand, saying they were going shopping. Honey, after breakfast, shall we go to your school? Oh. What's there to do at school? The two of them were still snuggled up together, not yet out of bed. Yang Shui had originally planned to get up and make breakfast, but since her daughter and her friend had already left early, she didn't feel the need to get up in a hurry. Lying in her husband's arms was the most comfortable place. 18 years ago, we were both studying at Jiangcheng University. Although the school has been renovated and expanded a lot, there are still some traces of the past. If we look carefully, we might just awaken some of your past memories. Oh. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but nod to himself. At university, they must have had many wonderful memories. Like the place where they held hands, the place where they kissed. Before university, was there high school, middle school, and elementary school? But time had passed so quickly, and the city had changed so much that many places no longer bore any traces of the past. Get up, honey. Let us go early and explore around. After all, our relationship took a turn in college. Yang Shui said, her soft little hands gently roaming across Su Yang's chest. Break through our relationship? Su Yang smiled, unable to help but feel a hint of confusion. That's not right. The first time they were together, it was clearly. Was the previous breakthrough just a fleeting moment of loneliness? Right, honey. Before college, we were just holding hands, and we hugged a few times. After we started college, we finally took things to the next level. Oh, did we kiss in college? Did we sleep together? Kissing was pretty much every day, but we hadn't gone that far yet, then you left. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh deeply upon hearing this. After spending so many years with a girlfriend in his previous life, he didn't end up with her? What a pity. Alright, little darling, let's get up quickly. I really want you to recover more of your memories. Tell me, will you love me even more? Yang Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms, her voice soft and shy. Yes, of course. Su Yang paused for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Deep feelings are cultivated and nurtured over time. What people call love at first sight is merely a match in aesthetic preferences and a hormonal attraction. But the kind of deep affection that is impossible to let go of requires time to settle. Alright, honey, time to get up. Su Yang said, then leaned down to give Yang Shui a deep kiss before getting out of bed together. After breakfast, the two of them drove off in their BMW X7, heading toward Jiangcheng University. Good husband, that girl Xia Xia is getting so close to that Xiao Ping Ping. They're best friends. Isn't it normal for them to be close? Well, it's not that big of a deal, but the two of them are together day and night. Do they really have that much to talk about? On the way to school, Yang Shui couldn't help but start nagging about Yang Xia again. Originally, Xiao Ping Ping had been sleeping in the next room, but after just one night, she had moved into Yang Xia's bed. Her bed was only 1.5 meters wide, though it could fit two people, but they were both girls after all. Turning over might accidentally press the other person. How uncomfortable. This was different from her and Su Yang, because they were deeply in love. Even a bed that was only 90 centimeters wide could be comfortable. Xia Xia has never had many friends since she was a child, and even the few friends she had were boys. Now that she has grown up and has female friends, it's no big deal for them to spend more time together, right? Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly, reaching out to hold Yang Shui's wife's small hand. He gently rubbed it. My husband is right. As a mother, I tend to overthink things. Yang Shui blushed slightly and let go of Su Yang's hand, then grabbed his chest a few times. Solid muscles. So tempting. The car drove slowly and steadily, soon arriving at the school gate. After exchanging greetings with the security guard at the gate, Su Yang drove the car directly into the campus. Honey, do you remember the old artificial lake? That area has been filled in and turned into dormitory buildings now. After parking the car, the two got out and started strolling around the campus together. Oh, that's the girls' dormitory building. I used to go there a few times when I dropped off Xia Xia. Following the direction Yang Shui was pointing, Su Yang nodded. He was fairly familiar with that area of the girls' dormitory buildings, though he hadn't been there often. After all, he hadn't dated any girls during his university years. Besides taking Xia Xia, have you ever taken any other girls there? Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes sparkling with teasing. Cough cough cough. Of course not. You're my first girlfriend, and of course, you're destined to be my last. Su Yang smiled and reached out to hold Yang Shui's small hand, gently squeezing it. This older sister sure knows how to joke around. That's more like it. Now that you've met your older sister again in this lifetime, you'll never escape my grasp, hee hee. Yang Shui blushed and smiled shyly, her eyes unconsciously revealing a hint of aggression. In the last life, you were my older sister. In this life, you're still my older sister. I will use the deepest love to make you lose yourself in my warm embrace. Come on, honey, follow me over here. Do you see that big tree? Saying this, Yang Shui took Su Yang's hand and walked toward a large willow tree that must have been at least 50 years old. Chapter 91, Senior, may I get to know you? This big willow tree used to be by the artificial lake, and there was a bench under it. We used to come here often and sit on the bench. Upon reaching the tree, Yang Shui let go of Su Yang's hand and walked around the tree, looking up at it. Su Yang stood quietly under the tree, gently closing his eyes. He felt carefully, as if trying to find a trace of the past in his blank mind. Artificial lake, willow tree, bench, Yang Shui. Su Yang thought silently, and the image of Yang Shui at 18 suddenly appeared in his mind. She wore a light-colored floral dress, her youthful and vibrant face radiating beauty. Suddenly, a cluster of information suddenly appeared out of nowhere in his mind, exploding like a burst of light. A clear scene then emerged. By a clear artificial lake, under a large willow tree, 18-year-old Su Yang and Yang Shui sat together on a bench under the tree, holding hands, shoulders touching. Seeing no one around, Su Yang turned his head and embraced Yang Shui, kissing her lips directly. The taste was sweet and fragrant, lingering on their lips. Brother, you're so mean, someone might be watching. It's okay, Shui. Anyway, you're my wife. Whoever looks will just envy us. Envy to death, but at least they don't have to pay with their lives. This memory wasn't long, mostly just the two of them hugging and kissing, along with sweet words. There's one detail that lingers in the mind. It turns out that Yang Shui's wife's bust size was already quite impressive at 18. Xiao Shui. Su Yang opened his eyes to find Yang Shui standing quietly before him, gazing at him tenderly. Husband, did you remember something? Call me brother. Brother. Good girl, Shui. Su Yang was still lost in his memories, reaching out to embrace Yang Shui in his arms. He tilted his head and kissed her directly. Brother, someone is here. Someone is here. Let us go home, and you can kiss me all you want, okay? After their lips parted, Yang Shui blushed and looked around shyly, then pinched Su Yang's waist. Husband, did you remember something? Yes. I remembered a scene where we were sitting on a bench kissing. You were wearing a white t-shirt on top, a short skirt on the bottom, and pink lace-trimmed underwear. Your long legs were so white. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui fell into deep thought for a moment before suddenly freezing in surprise. He was absolutely right. At least she remembered this outfit very clearly. She just never expected her husband to notice her underwear. How playful of him. Brother. Yang Shui had tried it on a whim, but she never expected him to actually regain some of his memories. Excitedly, she couldn't help but hug Su Yang's waist again. Although there were still occasional students passing by, but at that moment, she couldn't care less about such things. Xiao Shui, I missed you. You were always so beautiful before, and now you're even more beautiful. Big brother loves you so much. Su Yang also embraced Yang Shui tightly, murmuring to himself. The memories of their past love truly deepened his feelings for Yang Shui. After a long time, Su Yang released his tight embrace of Yang Shui. Her fair, delicate face had turned a delicate pink. Her mature, beautiful face was now filled with the shy blush of a young girl. Brother. I need to use the restroom. You, wait here for me. Alright, go ahead, Shui. Watching Yang Shui's shy and delicate demeanor, Su Yang couldn't help but lose himself in thought. How beautiful. After responding, Yang Shui hurriedly walked toward the girls' dormitory. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. This older sister is so cute. Su Yang stood under the willow tree, lost in thought, trying to recall anything else. A gentle breeze blew by. The voices of several girls drifted over. Su Xin, once summer vacation ends and school starts again, you'll definitely be a student here. I'm so jealous of you. The school you apply to isn't bad either. Ha! Upon hearing the surname Su Yang couldn't help but turn his head to look aside. There were 3 girls walking over, chatting and laughing. They were only about 4 or 5 meters away from him. Curiosity got the better of him. Why did one of the girls look familiar? However, Su Yang was certain he didn't know this girl. Hello, classmate. Just as the 3 girls were about to pass by, the girl named Su Xin suddenly turned her head and stared at Su Yang. And she even took the initiative to greet him. Hello? Su Yang nodded, feeling a bit confused as he looked at her. Are you a student at this school? The girl continued to ask, her eyes fixed on Su Yang as if studying him closely. The two girls who had followed her couldn't help but laugh. This guy is pretty handsome. But there's no need to be so forward, is there? Where's our modesty? Yes, I heard you also applied to this school, right? Welcome. Su Yang gave a faint smile, speaking politely. And towards the girl in front of him, he felt a strange, indescribable sensation. Thank you. I applied to this school, but the two of them didn't. Oh. Senior, you look exactly like one of my friends. Really? Su Yang smiled at the girl in front of him, his mind racing with thoughts. Who is this girl? Why does she look so familiar? But there was absolutely no memory of her in his mind. Senior, my name is Su Xin. May I ask who you are? Seeing Su Yang smile, Su Xin's face couldn't help but blush, but she still continued to chat with Su Yang confidently. This guy. Why does he feel so familiar? It felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. And there's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sure, my name is Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and nodded, shaking the small hand Su Xin had extended. Chapter 92, If I end up dating Xia, what will you do? What? You're Su Yang? Su Xin, upon hearing this, instantly widened her eyes. What's wrong, classmate? Is there a problem with my name? Seeing the expression on the girl's face, Su Yang couldn't help but feel surprised. Isn't that a common name? Although it was the same name as his previous life, it wasn't a big deal. After all, there are plenty of people with the same name in this world. No, nothing's wrong. The girl quickly regained her composure, her eyes flickering with an indescribable confusion. Senior, can I add you on WeChat? Seeing the girl's odd expression, Su Yang grew even more confused. What an odd feeling. If it were any other girl hitting on him, he would have refused without hesitation. To be honest, he had no interest in young girls at all. Little girls aren't nearly as exciting or satisfying as older women. She was mature, daring, and caring. But the girl in front of him, Su Yang felt something was off. Not only did she seem familiar, but she also said she recognized him. Plus, her reaction to hearing his name. Su Yang immediately realized that this might have something to do with his past life. So, Su Yang quickly pulled out his phone and opened his WeChat QR code business card. Beep. With a soft beep, the girl scanned the QR code with her phone and sent a friend request. Alright, accepted. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior. Goodbye. Alright, goodbye. The girl looked at Su Yang with a strange expression, gently waving her small hand, ready to take her leave. The two girls beside her laughed and joined in the commotion, leaving together in a cheerful mood. Just a few steps away. Su Xian couldn't help but turn back, as if she had a lot to say. Su Yang just smiled and waved at her. At that moment, Yang Shui had already come out of the girls' dormitory and saw Su Yang and the girls waving goodbye. Honey, were you flirting with those girls just now? They were the ones who approached me. Su Yang reached out and took Yang Shui's small hand, unable to help but smile. Oh. Yang Shui smiled and pinched his cheek. My husband is so handsome it's normal for young girls to hit on him. Don't worry, honey, your wife won't be jealous. Su Yang smiled and nodded, glancing at the figures of the girls who had already walked far away. There's a girl I recognize. Wait, that girl looks a bit like me. Oh? Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but freeze. Her mind immediately wondered if there was any connection between Su Yang and her past life. And she also said I look a lot like one of her friends. When I mentioned my name, Su Yang, she seemed really shocked. Is that so? Could she be connected to your past life? I don't know. Su Yang pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Anyway, he had already added the girl on WeChat, so he could take his time getting to know her later. There was no rush to rush out and prove anything right away. Oh, then we can catch up with her and ask her in detail. Maybe there really is a connection. Yang Shui said, turning her head to look in the direction the girls had left, but they were already out of sight. The girl just got into university this year, she's a year or two younger than me. What could the connection be? I'm sure I've never seen her before. Oh. Let's go, honey. If she really has a connection with me from a past life, we'll definitely meet again. She said she'll be coming to this school when summer vacation ends. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again. Yang Shui nodded slightly, then took Su Yang's hand and left the girls' dormitory area, leaving behind the large willow tree. Honey, we used to go to the library together to read books, but now it's been rebuilt, so there shouldn't be any traces left. Plus, we can't go in during the summer break. The two of them held hands and stopped in front of the new library building. Yang Xia and I also went to the library often last year, but I never felt like I was regaining any memories. Su Yang squeezed Yang Shui's small hand and said softly. Maybe if we go to the library together, we might find some memories? That's possible. Then let's wait until summer vacation starts, and I'll come back with you to try to recapture that feeling from back then, okay? Sure, sister. Call me Auntie. Sure, Auntie. Su Yang wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's slender waist and couldn't help but laugh. Little darling, you've been with Yang Xia for a year, how come you haven't developed any feelings for her? Look at how pretty she is now that she's dressed up. Cough cough cough. Looking at Yang Shui's teasing gaze, Su Yang couldn't help but pinch her ear. This older sister. Always making jokes. If I end up dating Xia Xia, what will you do? That would be a mess. Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly upon hearing this. At first, she had genuinely worried that Su Yang might have feelings for Yang Xia. But her daughter had always been such a tomboy. Although she didn't want her daughter to be like that, her daughter had unknowingly helped her as a mother. Alright. Honey, is there anywhere else we can take your brother to see? Otherwise, let us just go home. Anyway, Xia and Xiaoping aren't here right now. Don't rush, my little treasure. Let us see how your older sister handles you today. After giving Su Yang a sharp reply, she quickly changed the subject. Ah. The school has changed so much. There has been so much renovation it's almost unrecognizable from before. The places we used to go most often were the library and the artificial lake. It's okay, honey, no rush. Let things take their natural course. Chapter 93, What's wrong with my wife today? By the way, honey, you know the neighborhood where I lived in my previous life, right? I know it's the Pingan community on Pingan Road, but that neighborhood has been demolished. Now there's a vegetable market there. Oh. What a pity. Once a neighborhood is demolished, the original traces are mostly gone. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but sigh to himself. The old home was undoubtedly the most familiar place. If he could go back there, perhaps he could recover many memories. But there's nothing we can do. After all, so much time has passed and the city has changed so much. It's okay, honey. Let your wife think about it. We'll definitely remember some places. Yang Shui held his hand and comforted him gently. Su Yang turned his head, and a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. What's wrong, sweetheart? Honey, I'm just curious. We've been together for so many years. But why haven't I awakened any memories since we've been together? Su Yang turned around, his eyes burning as he looked up and down at Yang Shui. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but her eyes light up, but she shook her head. Why haven't I awakened any memories? Honey, do you think there might be a reason? I have no idea. Yang Shui stood there dumbfounded, lost in thought. Let's go, honey. We should head back. Alright, let us go. Soon. The two drove quickly back home. Ring ring. Suddenly, Yang Shui's phone rang. It was Yang Xia calling. Hello? Honey. Mom, my best friend Pingping's mother suddenly fell ill, and I'm currently driving back to our hometown with her. We might not be able to return for 2 or 3 days. What? Make sure you drive safely, okay? Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but freeze. This silly girl. She has never been this far away from her side since she was a child. Okay, Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I'll drive carefully. You and Uncle don't worry. We'll be back soon. Alright, sweetie. If anything happens, call Mom or Uncle right away. Okay, Mom, don't worry. The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. That girl? Yang Xia's call completely disrupted Yang Shui's previous feelings. It also made her feel a little worried. 2 young girls driving so far, it's truly concerning. Don't worry, honey. Xia Xia is actually quite independent and capable. We really shouldn't worry too much. Don't worry, honey. Seeing Yang Shui's slightly worried expression, Su Yang reached out and gently stroked her smooth cheek, offering a soothing word. I understand, honey. It's just that our daughter has never been this far away before, so I'm a bit worried. Be good. Don't worry too much, it'll be fine. Chapter 94, Xiao Shui, are you thinking about the past again? The two returned home by 11 o'clock in the morning. Honey, I've just ordered the meal. It'll be here soon. Come. Su Yang grabbed Yang Shui's small hand, gently pulled her close, and held her in his arms. Xiao Shui, are you thinking about the past again? Yes, it is, big brother. Ring ring. The two were chatting tenderly when Yang Shui's phone rang. It's the lunch I ordered. Alright, Xiao Shui, stay put. I'll go get it. Su Yang got out of bed and quickly rushed out the door. Soon, he opened the door and received the meal. After placing the meal on the dining table, Su Yang quickly rushed into the bedroom. Honey, dinner is ready. Let's eat. Alright, let's eat. I'm really hungry. Su Yang shook his slightly dizzy head and followed Yang Shui out of the bedroom. Without anyone else to disturb them, the two enjoyed a very comfortable lunch at home. Holding hands, legs touching legs, feet brushing feet. You pick a piece of food with your chopsticks for me, and I'll feed you a spoonful of soup. They ate while chatting gently and laughing. Honey, is the food good? Of course the food you ordered is delicious, but no matter how delicious the food is, it can't compare to my little Shui wife. Soon, the two finished their meal. When Su Yang woke up, it was already getting late. Yang Shui was still snuggled up in his arms, curled up like a little kitten, sleeping soundly. He reached out his hand habitually, took out his phone, and flipped through it. Ha! Yang Xia had called several times in a row. There were also 2 messages that had just been sent. Bro, what are you and my mom doing? Why aren't you answering the phone? Hurry up, bro. It's urgent. Quickly, it's a matter of life and death. Holy crap. Looking at Yang Xia's messages, Su Yang couldn't help but shiver. Has that girl gotten into trouble again? He quietly got out of bed to avoid disturbing Yang Shui's rest and went to the living room to call Yang Xia. Hello? What's wrong, Yang Xia? Bro, get my mom on the phone. It's urgent. So urgent? You didn't even tell me? Bro, Ping Ping's mom is seriously ill and needs surgery. The doctor said we need to prepare 500,000 yuan for the surgery. You can't handle this either, can you? Yang Xia's words were filled with urgency. Alright. I understand. Hold on. Holy crap. This is truly a matter of life and death. But Yang Xia is fine. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in relief. He quickly grabbed his phone and walked into the bedroom. Honey. Wake up, wake up. There's an emergency. Su Yang held the phone in one hand and tapped Yang Shui's arm with the other. What's wrong, little darling? Your sister hasn't woken up yet. Cough, cough, cough. Sis, it's Yang Xia on the phone. She's looking for you urgently. Yang Shui's soft and seductive voice made Su Yang feel awkward. Big sister, can you please mind your manners? It's our daughter Xia Xia on the other end of the phone. Chapter 95, Husbands Don't Like Skinny Women. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but groan and scramble to her feet, forgetting the embarrassing thing she had just said. Daughter has an emergency? What's wrong, Xiao Xia? Hurry up and tell mom. Yang Shui said, quickly rubbing her eyes and forehead, trying to snap herself back to reality. Mom, Ping Ping's mother has a serious illness and urgently needs 500,000 yuan for surgery, but her family can't afford that much right now. Mom, I want to lend it to her. Sure, that's fine. Hearing her daughter's anxious voice, Yang Shui agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Mom. It's okay, sweetie. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Saying this, Yang Shui immediately began transferring the money on her phone. Before long, the money was transferred. Alright, sweetie, Mom has already transferred the money to you. The surgery is the priority, we'll discuss the other matters later. Got it, Mom. I'll go pay the fees now. Go ahead, sweetie. Soon, the call between the mother and daughter ended. So Xiao Xia has already called me several times. Yang Shui picked up her phone and saw several missed calls from her daughter Xia Xia. It turned out she had silenced her phone earlier. So after the 2 of them fell asleep, they had no idea that Xiao Xia had called. When the 2 of them woke up again, it was already midnight at 12 o'clock. Honey, I'm hungry. What? Hungry again? Hearing Yang Shui's gentle and sweet voice, Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. You're so mean, honey. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon. Oh, should I cook some dumplings for you? With 2 eggs? Never mind, honey. It's too late now. Let's just consider it dieting. Yang Shui paused for a moment, then shook her head. Dieting? Su Yang couldn't help but pause for a moment before laughing softly. Honey, your figure is better than that of a little girl. You're not fat at all. No way. Good girl, your husband doesn't like skinny women. The next morning, the 2 had just finished breakfast. Honey, I need to go to the office today. The manager of a branch office is coming to Jiangqing to report on work with me. Why don't you stay home and rest a bit more? You must be exhausted, right? No need, honey. I'll go with you to the office. I need to keep studying the stuff from the IT department. Su Yang shook his head without hesitation. Are you kidding me? My body is in such great shape, how could I possibly be exhausted? My little darling is so obedient. All right. Yang Shui heard this and a look of admiration flashed in her eyes. Not long after, the 2 of them got into the car and left home, heading toward the company. Honey, I'll go to the conference room first. You can stay in my office or go to the IT department. I'll call you when I'm done with the meeting, and we'll go out to eat together. Alright, honey, go ahead and get to work. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Shui quickly left with her laptop. Su Yang, carrying his backpack, went straight to the IT department. The learning materials for the network department were all on the computers here, so he had no choice but to come over. The IT department's office area was empty, with no one around. Su Yang went to his workstation, got a cup of water, and sat down. While waiting for the computer to boot up, he sent a WeChat message to Yang Xia. Yang Xia, how's it going? A moment later, Yang Xia replied. We're still waiting at the hospital. Ping Ping's mother is still in the operating room and hasn't come out yet. I'm so tired. Find a long chair and lie down for a bit. This girl, chasing after Xiao Pingping, not only has to suffer but also has to spend money. It's really not easy. Pingping is sleeping on my lap. Never mind. I'll just tough it out a bit longer. Old friend, you've really gone through a lot. For love, any hardship is worth it. You're also working hard to make my mom happy, aren't you? Don't talk nonsense. Me and your mom, we're truly in love. Cough cough cough. This little girl. Always teasing your uncle like that. I know you're truly in love. You used to run back and forth from school to your mom's office every day at noon. Wasn't he that tiring? It's not tiring at all. For your mom, this little bit of effort is nothing. I'm so happy inside. Su Yang replied while smiling happily. Is this even called hard work? Chapter 96, My Beloved Sister from a Past Life. After chatting with Yang Xia for a few minutes, Su Yang continued studying on his computer. Anyway, this girl is just going through a bit of hardship, there's nothing to worry about. Ding dong. After studying for about an hour, his phone received a WeChat message. Ha! It was the young girl named Su Xin who had added him on WeChat yesterday. Hello senior, have a nice weekend blushing. Hello, Su Xin. Have a nice weekend smiling. Su Yang, curious, replied politely. Senior, did you not go home for summer vacation? Are you studying at school? No, I didn't go home. I found a summer internship. Wow, you're so impressive, I really admire you shy. It's nothing, just earning some pocket money. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly and made up an excuse. As for the matter with his wife Yang Shui, he naturally wouldn't casually mention it to a stranger. Oh, so your hometown must be Jiangcheng, right? Is it pretty far away, Shy? My hometown is in Linjiang County, a small county town. It's still pretty far away. Are you from Jiangcheng, Su Xin? Noticing that the girl seemed to be intentionally prying, he couldn't help but nod slightly. This girl was probably chatting with him to find out something as well. Yes, senior, my family is from Jiangcheng. I'll be going to Jiangcheng University after the summer vacation. Congratulations, Su Xin. That's great. Hey. Senior, you look a lot like my older brother. Oh? Is your brother also at Jiangcheng University? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit startled. So that's why she looks like her brother. No wonder she added him on WeChat. But her brother must look a lot like him, right? My brother passed away 18 years ago sobbing. Ha! Su Yang looked at Su Xin's message, and his mind couldn't help but spin. Could there be such a coincidence? Oh, I'm sorry, Su Xin. It's okay, senior. I once looked through an old family photo album and saw a photo of my brother. You two look so much alike. Last night I took it out again and looked at it carefully. Senior, you and my brother are identical. Oh. As the conversation continued, Su Yang couldn't help but get excited. Su Xin, you've never met your older brother, have you? No, my brother left before I was born. Everything I know about my brother is from my mother. Oh. How did your brother leave? Did something happen? Yes, senior. According to my mom, my brother was hit by a dump truck and died on the spot sobbing. Boom. Seeing Su Xin's message, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a loud bang in his head. Could this little girl, Su Xin, be his sister from a previous life? Do you know where the accident happened? Su Yang immediately sent another message in a hurry. The time mentioned earlier matched up. If the location matches as well, then this little girl is very likely his sister from his previous life. I'm not sure where the accident happened. Senior, please wait a moment, I'll ask my mom. A few minutes later, Su Xin's message came through again. Senior, I just asked my mom. It's at the intersection of Pingan Road and Sports Avenue crying. What? Looking at the message Su Xin sent, Su Yang could basically confirm it. This little girl must be his younger sister from his previous life. Oh. So, do I really look that much like your brother? Yes, senior. When I saw you yesterday, I felt we looked really, really alike. Then I went home and looked through some old photos and realized you two look exactly alike. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll take a photo and send it to you to see. Su Xin was also feeling quite excited at that moment. She never imagined she'd meet someone who looked so much like her brother. All these years. Since her brother's departure, her parents had already grown old and gray. They had been gloomy and unhappy every day. From childhood to adulthood, she had rarely seen her parents smile. Her brother's passing had become the greatest sorrow in her parents' hearts. If only she could bring this senior to her parents, perhaps they might find happiness again. A few minutes later, Su Xin sent over an old photo of her brother. Su Yang recognized the photo immediately. It was exactly the same as the one Yang Shui had kept. The location where the photo was taken and the date on the photo were exactly the same. In an instant, Su Yang was completely certain. This little girl, Su Xin, was her younger sister from her previous life. Huff. Su Yang gently tapped her chest, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Xin, your brother really looks just like me, we're identical, smiling. Su Yang thought for a moment and decided not to immediately go and reunite with his family from his previous life. Because even if he ran over there, they might not believe him right away. This matter wasn't urgent. He could take his time talking to Xin and find an opportunity later to visit her home and meet his parents from his previous life. Take it one step at a time, there's no need to rush. Yeah, senior. So, can we be good friends in the future? Blushing. Sure, of course we can, smiling. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly and immediately replied. I never expected. Going back to school, he actually encountered his younger sister from his previous life. Now that I've found her. Then, through her, I'll gradually get in touch with my family from my past life. Hey, smiling face, blushing face. Xin also didn't expect the senior to be so easygoing. Chatting with him felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable. She even felt, deep down, as though she were chatting with her own older brother. Senior, can I chat with you more often in the future? Shy. Because she had her own thoughts, Xin was very proactive in her interactions with Su Yang. Of course you can, Xin. Feel free to reach out anytime, smiling. Then can I also reach out when I have nothing to do? Of course you can. Su Yang couldn't help but smile at the thought of Xian's cute and shy expression. Chapter 97, Are you really that obsessed with your wife? Su Yang and Xin didn't talk for long before the conversation came to an end. But as he looked at their chat history, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had originally planned to visit the place where he had lived in his previous life, but the neighborhood had been demolished. Just as he was wondering how to find his family from his previous life, he unexpectedly encountered his younger sister from his previous life. This is wonderful. Now he needed to think carefully about how to approach them. Time ticked away second by second. Before I knew it, it was already 11 a.m. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Yang Shui. Sweetheart, come to my office. Okay, honey, I'll be right there. After receiving Yang Shui's message, he immediately shut down his computer, grabbed his backpack, and left his workstation. Not long after, he arrived at Yang Shui's office on the top floor. Honey, weren't you supposed to have dinner with the branch manager? The branch she's managing is having some issues, so I told her to go back right away. As she spoke, a fleeting look of disappointment flashed across Yang Shui's eyes. Oh. Noticing her slightly downcast mood, Su Yang tossed his backpack onto the sofa and walked over to her. Xiao Shui, my dear, you seem a little upset. He reached out and embraced her in his arms. It's okay, honey. It's unavoidable. With more branches, there will inevitably be some with poorer performance. Yang Shui spoke, then reached out her arms and tightly embraced Su Yang's waist, snuggling into his embrace. Su Yang lowered his head, and the two kissed passionately. A moment later. Good girl, you're so kind. Seeing you made my mood instantly better. Saying this, Yang Shui took Su Yang's hand and sat down on the sofa together. Honey, let's go home after dinner. Seeing that Su Yang was about to lose control, Yang Shui quickly grabbed his restless hands. After all, this was the office. It was really inconvenient. What if a colleague walked by? Even if they didn't see anything, hearing it would be awkward. Alright. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui, who was flushed red, and scratched his head awkwardly. The two of them tidied up a bit and then left the office together. They got into the car and drove back home. Little darling, I'm so happy to be with you. What do you want to eat? I'll take you there. I want to be with you all the time too. Anything is fine, you decide. Su Yang drove the car, turning his head to look at Yang Shui, whose blush had not yet faded. Are you really that obsessed with your wife? Of course I am. My little darling is so good. After dinner, when we get home, your wife will reward you properly. Yang Shui reached out and grabbed Su Yang's chest, blushing and giggling. Being with him made her feel like she was back to how she felt 18 years ago. Alright, little Shui. Yang Shui chatted with Su Yang while booking a restaurant near their home. Honey, do you remember someone hitting on me yesterday? Of course I remember, honey. What's the matter? The girl who hit on me, her name is Xin. Su Yang said, unable to help but smile. Xin? She has the same last name as you. Yeah, honey. She might just be my younger sister from a past life. As he spoke, Su Yang picked up his phone, opened the chat history with Xin with one hand, and handed it to Yang Shui. What? Your sister? Yang Shui, upon hearing this, couldn't help but her eyes light up. This is just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? As she spoke, she reached out and took Su Yang's phone. Then she began flipping through their chat history. This photo. When she saw the photo Xin had sent, she turned her head in surprise to look at Su Yang. She was all too familiar with this photo. After all, she had one just like it and had been keeping it safely for over 18 years. Su Yang nodded slightly. This was indeed identical to the photo Yang Shui had been keeping all these years. Honey, this girl, it really must be your sister from a past life. And she even mentioned the location of the accident, the intersection of Ping'an Road and Sports Avenue. That's wonderful. Husband, we've found your family from your past life. Yang Shui looked at the chat records between the two, her eyes brimming with excitement. If Su Yang could meet his relatives, perhaps he might regain many of his past memories. Yeah, I never expected to meet my little sister yesterday. I need to think about how to meet my family from my past life. If I hadn't known about it before, I wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that I know, and this little sister said that her parents from her past life still haven't fully let go. Sigh. Putting myself in their shoes, it's truly heartbreaking. Su Yang nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a thoughtful expression. He didn't have any memories of the past, so he didn't feel the same longing or pain as if he were there. But he was well aware of the despair and grief parents feel when they lose a child. Honey, what do you plan to do? My wife has met your parents before, maybe they might remember me. Let me think about it. There's no rush. If I were to go there now, I wonder how much of an impact it would have on my parents from my previous life. What if they're not in good health? If they get too excited after seeing him, something might happen. Alright, honey, we can plan this properly. By the way, your younger sister could be a good starting point. From the way your sister writes, it seems like she is pretty interested in you, who is like her older brother. Cough cough cough. Chapter 98, Aren't I Xia's father now? I'm not just like her brother, I'm her real brother, okay? Su Yang smiled and didn't take Yang Shui's teasing seriously. Little darling, she is indeed your biological younger sister from a previous life, but that's talking about reincarnation. If you were to do a DNA test, you wouldn't be biological siblings. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. Right. After reincarnation, as long as you don't return to the same family, it's indeed very unlikely to have any blood relation. My wife is right, but in my heart, she is my own sister. This kind of thing might be easier for a young girl to accept, so let's start with her next. You're right, honey. I'll fully support you. The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived at the restaurant they had previously reserved. After entering the private room and sitting down, Yang Shui called her daughter. Hello? Mom. Xia, how did Ping Ping's mother's surgery go? Yes, the surgery went smoothly. Ping Ping and I just found a hotel near the hospital and are planning to rest for a while. I'm so tired. Yang Xia's voice betrayed obvious exhaustion. She hadn't slept all night and had been staying awake until now, no wonder she was tired. Alright, sweetie, go get some rest. Do you have enough money? Should I transfer some more? Her daughter had never experienced much hardship in her life and had never traveled far from home alone. So Yang Shui couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. Not for now, Mom. If you need it, I'll ask you later. Ha ha. Mom, I'm going to take a shower. I'm so tired I could die. As she spoke, Yang Xia yawned widely. It seemed like the little girl was indeed very tired. Go ahead, sweetie. Soon, the two ended their call. Over here, Su Yang had already ordered the food. Ding ding dong dong. While the two were eating, Su Yang's phone rang. It was his mother sending a video call request. Wow. Big sister, you look so beautiful. As soon as the video call connected, Su Yang was speechless. Her mother was wearing the new outfit Yang Shui had prepared for her last time. With a new hairstyle, she looked like she had suddenly aged 10 years younger. Ha ha ha. Well, your older sister here is naturally beautiful. I don't need to dress up to look good. Hello, sister? Yang Shui, seeing this, quickly leaned in as well. She politely greeted Su Yang's mother. Little Shui, you're so cute. My daughter-in-law is the prettiest. My son Yang Yang has such good taste in luck, ha. You're the most beautiful one. You and Su Yang look just like siblings. Yang Shui looked at her future mother-in-law and couldn't stop praising her. No kidding, Su Yang's mother must have been an absolute beauty in her youth. Even now, she still has that certain charm and grace. Ha ha ha. My daughter-in-law really knows how to talk. By the way, Xiao Shui, when can you and Yang Yang come back home for a visit? Your sister misses you so much. Sister, we'll go back next week. We'll arrange our current tasks first. Alright, no rush, there's no need to hurry. My daughter-in-law is so beautiful. I just can't get enough of her. Big sister, Xiao Shui and I have been pretty busy lately. Once we're done with our work next week, we'll come back for a visit. Alright, my dear son. The three chatted for a while before ending the call. Little darling, do you want to be a daddy? Yang Shui reached out and grabbed Su Yang's chest, asking shyly. Of course I do. Su Yang was taken aback by her words and turned to look at her. Aren't I already Xia's dad? Yes, honey, Xia should indeed call you dad, but you two were friends before, so she might feel awkward calling you that. Please don't mind, okay? Of course I don't mind. She often calls me uncle now, and she's pretty well behaved. Su Yang smiled and nodded. He really didn't mind what Yang Xia called him. Whether she calls him old buddy, uncle, or dad, it's all fine. Then don't you want a biological child? Of course I do. I really want one. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly. This. Yang Shue's words completely caught him off guard. Ha ha. I knew you wanted to, but you have to study hard. You need to be able to help your wife with some company matters sooner rather than later. Alright. I'll definitely study hard. Chapter 99. Her impression of this senior was extremely good. Not long after, the two returned home. It wasn't until the sky grew dark that Su Yang finally woke up groggily. Yang Shui, lying beside him, was still sound asleep. Her beautiful face was filled with an indescribable smile, and the corners of her lips were still curved upward. He instinctively picked up his phone to check the time. Holy crap! It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Ha! Su Yang then opened WeChat and saw that Su Xian had sent him a message. Hello, senior. Could you tell me where you're working? Maybe we're not too far apart. Blushing. The message had been sent 3 hours earlier. At that time, the two of them were probably just falling asleep from exhaustion. I was busy earlier and didn't see your message. Sorry, Su Xian. I work at Yangshui Clothing in the online department. Smile. Thinking of Su Xian's adorable face, Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly, then sat up and replied to her message. A moment later, Su Xian's message came through. No problem, senior. Hey. Yangshui Clothing? I know that company. It's a very famous clothing company in Zhengcheng. I actually applied for the fashion design program. The company isn't too far from my house either. It's only a 20-minute ride by car. Blushing. Su Yang smiled as he read Su Xian's message, thinking about how to further deepen their conversation. That's not too bad, not too far. Do you want to come over and take a look? Su Yang thought for a moment and took the initiative to extend the invitation. Tomorrow when I go to work, I could accompany my younger sister around. Sure, senior happy and shy, but if I come over, will it interfere with your work? Su Xian didn't expect the senior to invite her so directly, and her heart couldn't help but race with excitement. She had been thinking about how to further communicate with him, hoping to arrange a meeting. Only then, the two of them would gradually get to know each other better. Her impression of the senior was extremely good. She could say that, when it came to him, she had no defenses at all. It's okay, Su Xian. I'm good friends with the person in charge of this company. Don't worry. Smiling. Just kidding. Come to your brother and sister-in-law's place. There's nothing to worry about. I'll be with you all day, and no one will say a word. Alright, senior, then, what time should I come over tomorrow morning? Blushing. Anytime after 8 a.m. is fine. Just send me a message when you arrive downstairs, and I'll come down to pick you up. Smile. Alright, senior, thank you. Blushing. The two chatted for a while and agreed to meet tomorrow. Peck. Su Yang turned his head to look at Yang Shui, who was sound asleep. Her snow-white figure was truly irresistibly tempting. Let's order dinner first. Su Yang thought for a moment, then opened his phone and quickly made a reservation for dinner. Put. Su Yang shifted his body downward and couldn't help but embrace her flawless, jade-like form once more. Husband. Yang Shuemeng murmured softly, then wriggled a few times before burrowing into Su Yang's embrace. Good girl, aren't you tired? He had thought she would snuggle up and go back to sleep, but instead she was being so playful. I'm not sleepy anymore. I slept so comfortably just now. Yang Shui spoke while wrapping her arms around Su Yang's neck. Her soft, delicate lips pressed firmly against his. Honey, I just ordered dinner. Let us eat first, then I want to review that way from earlier this afternoon. After kissing for a while, Su Yang smiled and whispered. Sure, honey, as long as you're not too tired. How could I possibly be tired? Su Yang clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Sacrificing oneself for a gentleman who's afraid of who? The next morning. After breakfast, the two of them drove to the company together. Honey, my younger sister is coming to the company for a visit today. Last night, when Su Yang and Yang Shui were together, they were too busy to mention it to her. Really? That's great. But I have 3 meetings scheduled for this morning, all of which were arranged earlier. It's okay, honey. I'll just take her around for a bit. You don't need to be there yet. Alright, honey. Just handle it at your own pace. If you need me to step in, just let me know anytime. Alright, no problem. The two chatted all the way down to the company building. Good husband, I'll go up first. The meeting is about to start. Alright, I got it, honey. Go ahead and get to work. Saying that, Yang Shui hurriedly got out of the car and walked toward the building. Soon after, Su Yang parked the car in the parking lot in front of the building. Ding dong. Just as he parked the car, his phone received a WeChat message. Su Yang walked toward the building's entrance while opening his phone. It was a message from his younger sister, Su Xian. Good morning, senior. I'm already on the bus and should arrive at your company in about 15 minutes. Blushing. Okay, Su Xian, I've just arrived at the office. See you soon smile. Su Yang looked at his sister's message and couldn't help but smile. His heart couldn't help but race with excitement. My family from my previous life, Su Yang, am back. He checked the time, it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. This little sister sure is early. With some time to spare, Su Yang headed straight to the IT department and placed his shoulder bag on his desk. He then picked up a water cup and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking a few sips and waiting for a few minutes, Su Yang went downstairs again. At this time, the young lady should be arriving soon. Sure enough, as Su Yang stepped out of the building, he immediately spotted a beautiful girl getting off a bus parked by the roadside. Wow! Isn't that Su Xin? The girl had changed into a red dress, and her long braids were now loose. With this new look, she seemed a bit more mature than before. Senior. Soon, Su Xin also noticed Su Yang walking toward her with a smile on his face. Her cute little face turned bright pink in an instant. Chapter 100, Senior Brother. Su Xin, hello. Su Yang looked at his blushing younger sister and couldn't help but smile. Senior, am I disturbing your work? It's okay, it's not a problem. Come on, I'll show you around. Hey. Su Yang smiled and shook his head slightly, then waved to his sister and led her toward the entrance of the building. Senior, your workplace looks so fancy. As soon as they entered the main gate, Su Xin exclaimed in surprise. The first floor lobby was spacious and elegantly decorated. Su Xin had never been inside such a high-end office building before. The environment here isn't bad. You majored in fashion design, right? If you ever want to work here in the future, I can recommend you. Really, senior? That's wonderful. Su Xin kept glancing at Su Yang beside her, her pretty pink face brimming with joy. Of course I can. We're good friends, aren't we? Su Yang turned to look at Su Xin, who was blushing shyly, and smiled. The two walked together and soon entered the elevator. I'll take you to the IT department where I work first, and then we can go somewhere else later, okay? Sure, senior. I'll follow your lead. Su Xin smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling playfully as she looked at Su Yang. Soon, the two of them arrived on the third floor. Su Yang led his sister to his workstation. Good morning, Su Yang. Oh, who's this little girl? Is she your sister? As they passed by Li, the director, he smiled and greeted Su Yang first. Yes, Director Li, this is my sister. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but be taken aback. This Director Li has sharp eyes. He could tell their relationship at a glance. I could tell right away, you two look a lot like siblings. Well. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then waved at Li Director. I'm just here to take my sister for a walk. Director Li, you go ahead and get back to work. Bye. Alright, buddy. Su Xin, standing nearby, listened to their conversation, her eyes lighting up uncontrollably. Su Xin, come. Soon, Su Yang brought his sister over to his workstation. Sit here first, I'll get you a glass of water. He pointed to Yang Xia's spot next to him and placed his shoulder bag on his own desk. Thank you, senior. Su Xin nodded, sitting down shyly yet playfully. Su Yang turned and walked toward the water cooler to get his sister something to drink. A moment later, he walked over holding a tray. Su Xin, what would you like to drink? Su Xin heard the sound and turned her head, completely taken aback. It turned out to be Su Yang bringing over several drinks. There was coffee, juice, plain water, and tea. Senior. Why did you bring so much? It's for my little sister Su Xin to drink. Su Yang smiled and placed the tray in front of his younger sister. Ha ha. Su Xin, upon hearing this, burst into laughter at her senior's words. To be honest, she really wanted to call this senior brother. In fact, deep down, she had already begun to see him as her own older brother, which was why she had dared to go out on a date with him. Thank you, senior brother. Su Xin mustered up her courage and responded. Her cute little face turned bright red in an instant. Ha ha ha. So, Su Xin, why don't you just call me older brother from now on? How about that? Su Yang, seeing his sister's expression, seized the moment and tried to persuade her. It seemed like his sister really had a good impression of him. Following his lead, she called him brother. Great. Wonderful. I'm your older brother anyway. Alright. Su Xin heard this and couldn't help but have her eyes light up. Without any hesitation, she nodded enthusiastically. This senior gave her the feeling of a kind and passionate older brother. Not only was he good looking, but he also had an exceptionally kind temperament. Come on, little sister, what would you like to drink? Anything is fine. I'll take you to other places to explore later. Su Yang sat at his desk, casually pulling out a book on fashion from his backpack, intending to flip through it again. Sure, big brother. Su Xin blushed and smiled, quickly accepting the nickname. She had never had any reservations about Su Yang, so changing the way she addressed him felt natural and caused no psychological barriers. Moreover, she was secretly overjoyed inside. She was thinking that one day she might have the chance to introduce the senior brother to her parents. After all, he was older than her, so calling him brother was perfectly normal, wasn't it? Su-yang, why didn't Yang Xia come today? She didn't even ask for leave. Su-yang and her younger sister were chatting quietly when Director Lee walked over without them noticing. Oh, I forgot. It's all my fault, Director. Yang Xia messaged me yesterday and asked me to tell you she'd take the day off. Look at this. I completely forgot. I'm so sorry, Director. Su-yang couldn't help but smile to himself and quickly made up a lie for Yang Xia on the spot. A lie is a lie, but it doesn't matter. Maybe it'll save Yang Xia some trouble. Oh, it's fine. I was just asking. Alright, you two siblings can chat. Director Lee gave a sheepish smile and waved his hand before leaving. Senior brother, why is the director so polite to you? And he didn't dare say anything while we were talking. Just call him brother. You don't need to add senior. Su-yang couldn't help but smile slightly and winked at Su Xin. Hey, brother. Su Xin heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. She had actually wanted to call him brother too. But she felt a bit shy, so she added senior at the beginning. I told you before, I have a good friend who's the manager of this company, so, you get it now? Oh, so that's how it is. You're really impressive, older brother. What's so impressive about that? Seeing the admiring look in his sister's eyes, Su-yang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It's not your brother who's impressive, it's your sister-in-law. Chapter 101, is my brother going to give me a gift? Or, maybe not? Little sister, have you finished drinking? Let me take you somewhere else to walk around. Seeing that his younger sister had finished her coffee and juice, Su-yang turned around and smiled at her, asking. Sure. Su Xin felt a bit flustered when Su-yang suddenly turned his head. Because while she was drinking the coffee and juice, she had been secretly staring at the senior brother, sizing him up. Just now, she hadn't noticed, and he had caught her. Alright, let's go, little sister. Su-yang smiled and nodded, then stood up. He was about to take his younger sister for a casual stroll. Alright. Su Xin blushed and nodded shyly, then stood up as well. Following Su-yang out the door. This is the finance department. This floor seems to be for clothing design. I've never been here before either. Su-yang led his sister, looking around each floor. They whispered to each other as they looked around. Actually, he hadn't seen it like this before either, and he wasn't sure what most of the departments did. Brother, your company is so big. There are so many people. Do you want to work at a place like this when you grow up? Of course I would. But will you leave here then? Of course not. As they chatted, they reached the top floor. Su-yang was most familiar with the top floor. There was Yang Shui's office, her secretary's office, and several large and small meeting rooms. Brother, why is this floor so empty? Su Xin stood at the entrance, peering inside. Apart from a receptionist, it seemed like there was no one else inside, and there were no open offices either. This is where the CEO's office is, and it's also where everyone holds meetings. Come on. I'll take you inside to have a look. The CEO's office? Brother, maybe we shouldn't go in. Su Xin was startled by his words. She reached out to grab Su-yang's sleeve. The company's CEO is a high-ranking executive. If anyone finds out that the two of them are trespassing, it would be problematic. It's okay. Su-yang smiled, turned to look at his sister, and waved her over. Good morning. Good morning. Su-yang smiled and greeted the front desk girl, then led his sister confidently toward Yang Shui's office. Anyway, his wife was out for a meeting and wasn't in the office. Taking his sister on a tour was no big deal. Brother, this is the company boss's office. Anyway, no one is here. I'll take you on a quick tour. Su-yang smiled and nodded, then pushed the door open and walked inside. Brother, we just barged in like this. What if someone finds out and scolds us? Don't worry, little sister, it's fine. Su-yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Wow. Brother, this office is so impressive. Su Xin looked around curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the boss's office. The entire company belongs to her. Of course her office is impressive. Brother, let us hurry up and leave. I'm afraid someone might come back suddenly. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's go. Su-yang looked at his sister's worried expression and nodded with a smile. By the time the two returned to the computer lab, it was already 10 a.m. The two were becoming increasingly familiar with each other. Su-yang's kindness and generosity had made his sister trust him more and more. Little sister, why don't I give you a gift? From the moment he first saw his younger sister, Su-yang knew that her family situation wasn't very good. Although the young girl was quite pretty and dressed appropriately, her clothes were clearly cheap. Girls love to look good, and this was Su Xion's first date with a guy. She was dressed so simply. My brother wants to give me a gift? Maybe. I shouldn't accept it. Upon hearing this, Su Xion's eyes lit up with excitement. However, she quickly composed herself. His family probably isn't that well off, right? Otherwise, why would he have to work part-time during the holidays? If that's the case, if she let him spend money on her again, how could she bear it? It's okay, little sister. Come on, let's go with your older brother. Su-young shrugged indifferently and smiled, preparing to take his younger sister downstairs to the mall to have a look. Anyway, it's all stuff from his wife's company, so he can just take whatever he wants. Just have his wife give a quick heads up later. Brother, let us not. You mustn't spend money on me. Su Xian hurried to catch up with Su Yang, her face showing both gratitude and reluctance. Don't worry, little sister. The gift I'm giving you doesn't cost a thing. I promise you'll love it. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. How could taking a few sets of clothes from your sister-in-law possibly cost your brother's money? Just trust me, little sister. Really? Alright, hee hee. As soon as she heard it wouldn't cost anything, Su Xian immediately felt relieved. Of course. The two of them chatted as they quickly took the elevator down to the first floor. They walked through the lobby, exited the office building, and headed toward the Yangshui clothing mall next to it. Brother! What are we doing at the mall? Of course, to pick out a gift for your sister. But big brother, you said you wouldn't spend money on gifts for me. How can anything in the mall be free? That's right, little sister. I already told you, I have a good friend who's the manager of this company. I just need to give a nod and I can take whatever I want without paying. Su-young smiled and continued walking forward, quickly leading Su Xian into the mall. Then, they headed straight for the women's clothing section. Oh, brother, you're so amazing. Su Xian said, her eyes filled with admiration. Her fair, delicate face grew even rosier. This was her first date with a boy. She never expected her senior to buy her a gift. She felt even more shy and sweet inside. Little sister, take a look. If you like anything, just take it. Brother, this shirt is so expensive. Sir, are you buying clothes for your girlfriend? As they were chatting, a female sales clerk walked over and greeted them enthusiastically. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 102, this senior who looks like an older brother is so nice to her. Help my sister pick out some clothes. You introduce her to me, Su Xian. Don't look at the prices, okay? I'm not going to pay anyway. Okay, I got it, big brother. Alright, sir. The sales clerk politely responded and walked over to Su Xian to start introducing her. Honey, I'm taking my sister to the mall to pick out a few clothes. How should I greet her? While Su Xian was looking at the clothes, Su Yang sent a WeChat message to Yang Shui. A moment later, her message came back. Alright, honey. Make sure our little sister picks out a few more items. Don't worry about the price. I'll have my secretary come over to meet you right away. After replying to Su Yang, Yang Shui immediately made arrangements with her secretary. Since she was her husband's younger sister from his previous life, she had to take it seriously. Sister, don't worry about the price. Whatever clothes you like are fine. Don't worry, your brother won't spend any money. When Su Xian was picking out clothes, her first glance always went to the price tag. As soon as she saw the high price, she quickly waved her hands. It's too expensive, maybe we shouldn't get it? Su Xian blushed slightly and said shyly. Although the senior brother said that, she still dared not ask for an expensive dress. Even if the senior isn't paying, someone else will have to foot the bill. Yes, we must. Come on, wrap up these 2 items my sister looked at. Su Yang waved to the sales clerk and directly asked for them to be wrapped up. As long as she likes them, who cares about the price? Alright, sir. The sales clerk seemed to have heard Su Yang say he wouldn't pay, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. But she didn't hesitate and started packing them up. Anyway, if you don't pay, you can't take the clothes. No. Brother, let me try it on first. Seeing the sales clerk start packing, Su Xian couldn't help but jump in surprise. This senior brother is so generous. Such an expensive outfit, just packed up like that. Could he be the legendary hidden rich second-generation heir? No way. Wow, my luck is really amazing, isn't it? Try it on. Su Yang turned to look at his younger sister and nodded with a smile. That's more like it. Why be so polite with your older brother? Really? A moment later, his younger sister came out wearing a long dress. Wow. Su Yang couldn't help but be dazzled, immediately giving his sister a thumbs up. Great. This dress is nice. You look very pretty in it. I'll take it. Brother, are you sure? Su Xian blushed and fidgeted nervously. Yes, we must. Alright, then. Go try this one on too. Alright, big brother. Su Xian blushed as she took another set of clothes and went to try them on. Soon, this outfit was also decided on. Then, at Su Yang's request, they looked at other clothes, outerwear, innerwear, shoes, and so on. Before long, they had packed a small pile. Enough, big brother. This is really more than enough for me to wear for a long time. Looking at all the clothes, Su Xian felt even more embarrassed. She had thought her senior brother was only going to help her pick out one outfit, but who knew, he ended up picking out a whole bunch in such a short time. Alright, then. You can wear these for now. I'll buy you more later. Thank you, big brother. Su Xian lowered her head slightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ms. Su. As the two were chatting, Yang Shue's secretary happened to walk over. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Su Yang noticed Zhang coming over and smiled, nodding at her. Alright, Mr. Su, you and your sister can take the clothes. I'll handle it with the mall manager. Alright, thank you, Zhang. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then picked up all the bags of clothes lying on the ground without hesitation. Brother, let me take some. Sure, you take these. The two of them chatted as they walked out of the mall with the clothes, looking happy. Brother. That Zhang secretary just called you Mr. Su. Su Xian turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes darting around. She never expected that her older brother, who had just finished his first year of college, was actually a company president? Oh, no, I'm just good friends with the company's CEO. The secretary was just being polite, so she called me that. Su Yang smiled and shook his head, quickly making up an excuse. But what he said was mostly true. The only catch was that this good friend was actually his girlfriend. Oh, I see. Brother, you bought me so many clothes. I roughly calculated it, and it's tens of thousands of dollars. Su Xian walked alongside him, glancing at Su Yang from time to time. Her face was flushed, and her heart was racing. She never would have imagined that this senior who looked like her older brother would be so kind to her. The two of them were like love at first sight. She had an excellent impression of the senior, and he was incredibly thoughtful and generous toward her. Little sister, don't mention money to your older brother. Anyway, I didn't spend any money, ha. Su Yang smiled, then gathered his clothes and bag into one hand and checked the time on his phone. Wow. It was almost noon already. Little sister, let us put all the clothes in the car. After we finish eating, I'll drive you back? Put them in the car? Sure. Su Xian had been thinking about taking a taxi directly home, but she didn't expect her senior to offer to drive her back. The two chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived at Yang Shue's BMW X7. Is this your brother's car? No, it's my friend S, but I can drive it anytime. We're really good friends. Oh. Su Yang pulled out the car keys and opened the trunk. The two of them loaded their clothes into the trunk. Sis, get in the car. I'll take you out to eat. Alright, big brother. Su Xian hesitated slightly but didn't refuse. Her face was even redder than before. Honey, have you finished your meeting? I was planning to take my little sister out for dinner, and then I'll drop her off at home afterward. After getting into the car, Su Yang sent a WeChat message to Yang Shui. Chapter 103, Of course I like her. She's my little sister, after all. Before the car even hit the main road, Yang Shue's message came back. Su Yang quickly glanced at his phone. Okay, honey. I just finished 2 meetings. I'll have a quick lunch and then continue with the meetings. Take your sister out for a nice meal, take your time, no rush. I'll contact you after I finish the meetings. Oh, and if you have time, ask our daughter. The little girl hasn't sent me a message either. Su Yang pulled the car over to the side of the road and sent Yang Shui a message. You're so hardworking, honey. Alright, I'll take my little sister out to eat. I'll send Xia a message later to check on her. She's probably too tired and might not have woken up yet. Don't worry, honey, she'll be fine. After sending the message, Su Yang put his phone away. He started the car again and drove onto the main road. Little sister, what do you want to eat? I'll take you. Su Yang drove the car while glancing at his younger sister sitting in the passenger seat. This little girl. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet. I'm your own brother, you know. Little girl, don't get any ideas. I'll eat anything. I'm not picky. Ha ha ha. Listening to his sister's shy voice, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. You must have something you really like to eat, right? It's okay, just tell me what you want, big brother has money. Well, can I have hot pot? Hot pot? Of course. Alright. I'll do whatever my little sister wants. Whatever his sister wanted to eat, he would take her to eat it. As long as she likes it, that's all that matters. Soon, Su Yang followed the navigation and arrived at a decent hot pot restaurant. The two got out of the car and walked straight inside. As for ordering, that was naturally left to my sister. Order whatever you want, don't worry about the cost. Hey, what are you up to? When are you coming back? Just as Su Xian was placing the order, Su Yang sent a message to Yang Xia. Not long after, Yang Xia's message came back. Bro, I'm at the hospital with Ping Ping right now. Her mom's surgery went smoothly, and now it's just about taking medication and resting properly. I plan to stay for another day or two, then I'll head back with Ping Ping. You've been through a lot, my friend. Uncle really admires you. I wonder if Xiao Pingping will understand your good intentions. Don't worry, old buddy. What goes around comes around. I'll tell you when I get back, bragging. Holy crap? Su Yang looked at Yang Xiao's message and couldn't help but be taken aback. Could there be a significant development in her relationship with Xiao Pingping? Could she really have moved Xiao Pingping with her daughter's feelings? If that's the case, things could get a bit out of control. Alright. Wait until you get back. Don't forget to send your mom a message so she doesn't worry, okay? Alright, got it, buddy. I'll send her a message right away. The two chatted for a few more sentences before Su Xian finished selecting the hot pot ingredients. Brother, do you like me? As they ate the hot pot, Su Xian gathered her courage and shyly asked the question. In truth, she was fully aware. A boy who could be so generous and thoughtful toward a girl, there was no need to ask. This boy must definitely like this girl. But Su Xian just wanted to ask, to confirm. Of course I like you. You're my little sister, after all. Su Yang turned to look at his younger sister and couldn't help but laugh. This little girl. She has definitely fallen for me. I need to have a proper talk with her and help her redirect her feelings. Ha ha. But you're my senior brother, and I'm your junior sister, we're not real siblings. Su Xian was teased into a shy smile by Su Yang's words. She was actually very confident that this senior brother definitely liked her. Then, if your older brother whom you've never met before suddenly appeared in front of you, would you be very happy? Su Yang picked up his cup, took a sip of his drink, and asked with a smile. Of course I would. Actually, senior brother, the moment I first saw you, I secretly started thinking of you as my own brother. Even though I know you're not my real older brother, you two look so much alike you're practically identical. By the way, senior, can I take a photo of you? I want to show my parents. Su Xian said, blushing as she shyly tugged at the hem of her shirt. In truth, her feelings for Su Yang were quite complicated. On one hand, there was the brotherly affection, and on the other, there was the romantic feelings between a man and a woman. Even she couldn't figure out which aspect of her feelings was stronger. Sure, little sister. Su Yang smiled, then sat up straight and faced his younger sister. If he could show his photo to his parents from his previous life first, that would be a pretty good buffer. Click. Click. Her younger sister picked up her phone and quickly took several photos. Brother. Can I take a photo with you? After taking the solo shots, Su Xian wanted to take a couple's photo as well. Don't ask why. Anyway, she really wanted to. Sure, little sister. Come on, let us sit closer together. Su Yang said, moving closer to his younger sister. He had considered putting his arm around her shoulders, but decided against it after a moment's thought. He was mainly worried that his younger sister might misinterpret it, so he abandoned the idea. Alright, big brother. Thanks. Don't be so formal with your older brother. Brother, should I send the photo to my parents? But don't worry, I just want them to know that I met an upperclassman who looks just like my brother. Ha ha. It's okay, little sister. Go ahead and send it. Big brother isn't worried at all. Even if you ask me to meet them, I wouldn't refuse. Su Yang smiled and shook his head, his expression gentle. If his parents from his previous life saw his photo and asked to meet him, that would be even better. He had been thinking about it all along. Really, big brother? That's wonderful. Maybe my parents really want to meet you. Hey! Su Xian heard this and her eyes lit up instantly. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 104, Let Us Go, Little Sister. I'll take you home. Soon, Su Xian sent Su Yang's photo to her mother. Sister, how are your parents, are they alright now? Since the topic had come up, Su Yang naturally wanted to learn more about his parents from his sister. It was easy to imagine how devastating the car accident had been for this family. My dad works as a security guard at a property management company, and my mom works as a cleaner there. Mentioning her parents, Su Xian's expression grew slightly somber. A hint of sympathy flashed in her eyes. So, your parents are almost 60 years old, right? At such an age, they're still working so hard. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness upon hearing his sister's words. Judging by the time, her parents must be around 60 years old. At this age, they should be enjoying a more leisurely life. Because of his departure, his younger sister was still so young. They simply couldn't stop working. Yes. Su Xian replied softly, lowering her head slightly. Unconsciously. Her eyes began to well up with tears. If only her brother hadn't gotten into that accident back then. If my brother were still here, our parents probably wouldn't be working so hard now. But it's okay, big brother. I'm grown up now. Once I graduate from university, I'll work hard and earn money, so they won't have to work anymore. You're such a good sister. Looking at his sister's determined expression, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth. This little sister is truly a filial and good girl. It seems. He must meet his parents from his previous life as soon as possible. He really didn't want them to endure such a difficult life anymore. His current parents' life was still decent, and not that hard. But his parents from his previous life, their lives were much harder. Both sets of parents will be his responsibility in the future. He must take good care of them all. While the two were talking, the waiter brought over the items Su Xin had ordered. Sis, come, eat. Su Yang smiled at his younger sister and began to add the hot pot ingredients to the pot. Okay, big brother. While eating, Su Yang would casually ask his younger sister about her current family situation, her parents' well-being, and so on. Since his younger sister had no guard up around Su Yang, she answered all his questions honestly. By the end of the meal, he had a pretty good understanding of the situation. By the time the two of them left the hot pot restaurant, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let us go, little sister. I'll walk you home. Alright, big brother. Su Xian blushed and walked toward the car with him. She was extremely happy today. She never expected that this senior brother would be so kind to her. And from the moment they met until now, he had always been extremely gentle and polite to her. Even his gaze toward her was as warm as that of an older brother. At times, she even felt as though the senior brother was her own real older brother. But her rational mind told her, he's just an older classmate, and he only looks like her real older brother. Boom. After getting into the car, Su Yang quickly started driving. Brother, you brought me so many clothes. I don't know how to explain this to my parents. Although Su Xian was happy, the pile of clothes in the trunk made her feel a bit conflicted. After all, her parents were fairly traditional people. If they saw a boy suddenly buy their daughter so many expensive clothes, they would definitely think too much of it. Are your parents home right now? Didn't you say they were both working at the community property management office? They're not home right now. Then, hide the clothes in your closet first and wait until your parents come back. They'll definitely ask you about the photos, right? Yeah, my mom is probably busy working and hasn't had time to check her phone. Otherwise, she would have called to ask about the photos. Su Xian nodded in response. Let us hide the clothes first and figure out how to tell your parents later. After all, these clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars. If a boy suddenly gives a girl so many things, he must have some ulterior motive, right? But the senior brother seems so trustworthy. I don't sense any ill intentions from him at all. Every look he gives me is so pure and warm. Under Su Xian's guidance, it only took about 10 minutes for Su Yang to drive the car into her residential complex. Times Garden. Soon, the car came to a stop in front of Su Xian's building. Brother, can you wait here for a moment? I'll go up and check first. To avoid any potential awkwardness, Su Xian decided to go inside first to check if her parents were indeed not home. Alright, go ahead. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Watching his sister's lively figure, he couldn't help but feel a warm sense of comfort. A moment later, Su Xian blushed and ran out of the elevator, quickly catching up to Su Yang. Brother, no one is home. Could you help me take my clothes upstairs? Sure, little sister. Let's go. Su Yang smiled and turned to the back of the car, opening the trunk. Little sister, aren't you afraid your brother is a bad guy? Su Yang said with a smile while reaching for the bag of clothes. My brother isn't a bad guy. Who would give me clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars for free? Ha ha. Do you think of me as your real brother? Heh, maybe a little. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare accept your clothes. Su Xian blushed and laughed, then walked toward the elevator with Su Yang, carrying the clothes. 9th floor, middle door, 902 hashtag. Su Xian pulled out her keys and opened the door. Brother, come in. Alright. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Following his sister, he entered the home of his former family. Looking around, the furnishings were very simple, with not even a single piece of decent furniture. However, the house was tidy and well organized. Brother, come over here. Su Xian had already put the clothes she was holding into her own room and came out to greet Su Yang. Okay, little sister. Saying that, he picked up the clothes and hurried over. At this moment, he only glanced around briefly and did not find any clues that might trigger his memory. Chapter 105, Sister's Embrace. Brother, you forgot to put these clothes on the bed. I'll hide them in the closet later. Su Xian pointed to her small bed, her face still flushed. She had never brought a boy home before in her entire life. And this boy had given her so many gifts. She didn't even know why she had accepted them so carelessly. These things were worth tens of thousands of dollars. For a relatively poor family, it was equivalent to 2 or 3 years' worth of living expenses. Alright, got it. Su Yang replied, placing the 2 items he was holding on his younger sister's small bed. They immediately took up most of the bed. Brother, sit down for a moment. I'll go get you a glass of water. Su Xian blushed slightly, seeming a bit flustered, and quickly left her room to go to the kitchen to get some water. For a moment, she seemed unsure of how to face this senior brother. A lone man and woman, alone in a room. And she had never brought a boy home before. She had never dated any boy before. She didn't know what would happen next. Will the senior embrace her? Will he kiss her? Or even, do something unspeakable? Watching his younger sister blush and look a bit nervous, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This little girl. She must be daydreaming again. He then left his sister's room and went to the living room, sitting down on the sofa. The ordinary fabric sofa looked like it had been there for many years. The television on the TV stand was an older model with a cathode ray tube. They really were living in poverty. For a moment, Su Yang felt a lump in his throat and his eyes began to well up with tears. Two elderly people in their 60s and a daughter who had just been admitted to university. They'll need money for years to come. Brother, here, have some honey water. Su Xian brought a glass of water from the kitchen and shyly placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Alright, thank you, little sister. Don't mention it. It's so sweet. Su Yang smiled as he picked up the teacup and took a big sip. The taste of jujube flower honey was very sweet. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone buzzed, so he reached into his pocket and pulled it out. It was Yang Shui sending him a WeChat message. Honey, have you and your sister finished dinner yet? I just finished a meeting and just got back to the office. I'm so tired. Yeah, we're done. I just dropped your sister off at home and was about to head back. Seeing his younger sister looking a bit flustered and shy, Su Yang didn't plan to stay long. He just wanted to finish his cup of honey water and then leave. You're already home? So, did you meet your parents from your past life? No, they weren't home. Maybe now isn't the best time to meet them yet. Don't worry, my sister will introduce me to them, and I've already sent my photo to her mom, but she probably hasn't seen it yet. If they see it, maybe they'll want to meet your husband. It's possible. We'll see then. Alright, honey, I'm heading back now. See you later. Alright, honey, see you later. Su Yang chatted with Yang Shui for a few more minutes, then turned off his phone and put it back in his pocket. Little sister, if you ever have any difficulties in the future, you can always talk to your older brother. From now on, we're good friends, right? Su Yang picked up the honey water and took a small sip. From now on, we're good friends. Su Xian blushed and replied softly. She even misheard her senior brother's words as a confession. She naturally interpreted best friends as boyfriend and girlfriend. Cough cough cough. Su Yang quickly finished his honey water and placed the cup on the coffee table. He then stood up. Little sister, I have to go back to the office. There's still some work to do. Okay, brother. Su Xian, upon hearing this, quickly snapped out of her daydream. Alright, then I'll be going. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then walked toward the door. Don't come out with me, I'll go downstairs on my own. At the door, Su Yang turned around with a smile and waved goodbye to his sister. Brother. Su Xian blushed and called out softly, then gathered her courage and walked over to Su Yang, hugging him tightly. She didn't even know why herself. Why did she have the courage to do that? To actively embrace a boy she had only met twice. If she had to pinpoint the source of her courage, perhaps deep down, she had always seen him as her own brother. Little sister, no matter what happens, whether it's about you or your family, you can always come to your older brother for help. Okay, I understand, big brother. Su Yang hugged his younger sister's slender shoulders and gently patted them. His voice was very gentle. This was the home of his beloved family from his previous life. In the future, he would definitely come here often. Alright, little sister, big brother is leaving. Su Yang smiled and whispered softly once more. The younger sister finally blushed and let go of her arms wrapped around Su Yang's waist. Then she waved goodbye to Su Yang, her eyes filled with reluctance. Let's stay in touch on WeChat when you're free. Bye, little sister. Su Yang picked up his phone, waved it, and gave his younger sister Su Xian a wink before stepping out the door. She watched her senior brother get into the elevator. Su Xian finally returned home and closed the front door. Su Yang went downstairs, quickly got into his car, and drove away from the Times Garden residential complex. He had already noted down the exact address, so he would know exactly where to go next time. This place was very close to the Yangshui clothing building, just a 10-minute drive away. A short while later, Su Yang drove back to the building where his office was located. After parking the car, he walked directly into the building. Soon, he arrived at Yang Shui's executive office. Honey. Upon entering, he found her lying on the sofa, fast asleep. He turned around and quietly closed the office door. Then he tiptoed over to Yang Shui's side and sat down gently. He knew very well. If his wife were in his arms, she would definitely sleep more soundly and comfortably. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 106, It feels so good to have a little sister. As if sensing that Su Yang had sat down beside her, Yang Shui turned over and wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his chest. Like a docile little kitten. Husband, does your little sister like the clothes you gave her? With a voice like a dream, Yang Shui reached out her hand and stroked Su Yang's chest. You're awake, honey? Yes, of course she does. I just haven't told her my true identity yet. I think she probably sees me as an older brother who looks like her own brother, and she also feels a bit like I'm her older brother. Su Yang gently patted Yang Shui's small hand and spoke slowly. Ha ha. Good husband, I think she's definitely fallen for you as her older brother, right? After all, you're not her biological older brother in her eyes. Technically speaking, you're not her real older brother either, since there's no blood relation. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Cough cough cough. Good wife, stop teasing me. Otherwise, I'll have to discipline you in the office. Su Yang laughed as he leaned in and kissed her. No, no. Be good, we're at work. I'm afraid someone might come over. Humph. That's more like it. Little darling, you're getting bolder and bolder. This is the wife's office, it's not very convenient. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and leaned in for a kiss. By 5 p.m., Su Yang still hadn't returned to the IT department. He was spending time with Yang Shui, the two of them chatting and cuddling. During that time, he checked in with Yang Xia, who planned to return early tomorrow morning with Xiu Pinger. Anyway, there was someone at home to take care of things, so they weren't needed for now. Honey, let us go home. The office wasn't too convenient, so they definitely had to go home. Plus, Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping, those two little girls, aren't there either. Alright. Let's go right away. Su Yang smiled, said nothing more, and immediately picked up his shoulder bag and stood up. He reached out and pulled Yang Shui up from the sofa. Soon, the two of them left the office together, preparing to go home. Before they knew it, the two had fallen into a deep sleep. Ding dong. With the crisp sound of the alarm clock, Su Yang was the first to wake up. He reached out and turned off the alarm. Let his wife rest a little longer. After all, she didn't have any urgent meetings scheduled for today. After getting out of bed quietly, Su Yang went to wash up and get ready. He planned to make a simple breakfast and wake his wife up later to eat. Ding dong. While Su Yang was brushing his teeth, his phone buzzed. Curious, he pulled out his phone to take a look. It was a WeChat message from his younger sister. Good morning, big brother blushing. Humph. Su Yang looked at his sister's message and felt a warm glow in his heart. Although he had never had any siblings in his life, since meeting Su Xian, he had felt a sense of sibling affection toward her. Regardless of how Su Xian felt about him, Su Yang's feelings were undeniably those of a brother toward a sister. Though it wasn't as deep as the bond between siblings who had grown up together, in his heart, this feeling was growing stronger and stronger. Good morning, little sister. Did your parents see my photo yet? Smile. After that, Su Yang, still holding his toothbrush, sent his sister a brief message. Then he continued brushing his teeth. After finishing his morning routine, his sister had already sent several messages in a row. My mom's phone is an old one, it can't even last a day before running out of battery. I only charged it when I got home from work yesterday. Brother, I'm still in bed, heh? I'll get up right away. I'll tell mom and dad first, then have them look at your photos blushing. Brother, I'm so excited. I wonder what expression they'll have when they see your photos. Alright, big brother, I'm getting up shy. Oh, by the way, brother, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that my real brother came back and I was so happy shy, but when I woke up, I realized that the brother in the dream was actually my senior shy. Su Yang looked at his sister's message, his face filled with a smile. Having a little sister is so nice. Then just think of your senior as your real older brother laughing. Su Yang smiled and sent his younger sister a short message in return. Then he hurried into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Anyway, everything was already prepared. Steam what needed steaming, put what needed microwaving in the microwave, pretty simple. Hey! If my senior were really my older brother, that would be so nice blushing. Sure, little sister. Then I'll be your older brother from now on. Ha ha ha. If I had such a cute little sister like you, I'd wake up smiling every day. Su Yang was heating things up in the kitchen while replying to his sister's messages. Okay, big brother blushing. I've always wanted an older brother. Big brother, if my parents see your photo and want you to come over. It's okay, little sister. I've already told you, I'll definitely come over. Even if you make me call them dad and mom, I'll do it laughing. Su Yang continued to chat with his sister in a playful tone, gradually getting more into the conversation. Chapter 107, Shishin, are you dating this guy? Alright, then big brother will just have to call them dad and mom blushing blushing blushing. After sending this message, Su Xian's heart was racing with embarrassment. She had clearly misunderstood Su Yang's meaning. Stepfather and stepmother are parents, but father-in-law and mother-in-law are also parents. Okay, let us settle it then. Su Yang happily agreed to his sister's suggestion. When Su Yang brought breakfast to the table, Yang Shui opened the bedroom door and came out. She had already finished her morning routine. "Little darling, I didn't expect you to get up so early and even make breakfast for your wife." Yang Shui smiled tenderly, walked up to Su Yang, and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Peck. You're so great, honey." "What did you say was great?" Su Yang held her tightly in his arms, leaning close to her ear and gently exhaling a warm breath. You're amazing at everything, honey. You're even good at cooking." Yang Shui tucked her head into his chest and clung tightly to Su Yang's waist. She was very ticklish. Because her ears were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest touch made her unable to withstand it. "Ha ha. Come on, my good wife, let's eat." Seeing Yang Shui's face turn pink from his teasing, he let her go. "We still have to go to work after eating." Ding dong. Just as the two were eating, their younger sister Su Xin sent another message. "Brother, my parents are crying." "Ha?" Seeing the message from his younger sister, Su Yang couldn't help but startle. "They must have seen the photos I sent, right? What's wrong, honey?" Noticing Su Yang's unusual behavior, Yang Shui raised her eyes and looked at him with a concerned expression. "My younger sister said her parents were crying." I asked her. "I guess they saw my photo, right?" Su Yang said, picking up his phone to reply to his younger sister. "Little sister, did they see my photo?" Soon, his younger sister, Su Xin, replied. "Yes, big brother. They're crying while looking at the photo on the phone. I told them it's a senior from Jiangcheng University who I met during a school visit the other day. They said you look exactly like my older brother, not a single difference." "Really? Maybe I am your real older brother," smiling. "Hey, senior brother, if you really are my real brother, that would be so great." Blushing. "By the way, senior brother, my mom said my brother has a half-circular mole on his right arm, about the size of half a fingernail." "Wow." Su Yang looked at his sister's message, and his expression suddenly changed. A joyful smile immediately appeared on his face. "Right. How could I have forgotten about that? Honey, take a look." Saying this, he showed Yang Shui his younger sister's message. "Even my family from my previous life remembered this small mole on my right arm. It seems like this is a breakthrough. Just like how you were amazed when you saw this mole, I'm sure they'll be surprised too." "Yes, honey, when I saw your mole, I was speechless." Yang Shui ate while reaching out to pinch Su Yang's cheek. Her eyes sparkled with a look of immense relief. After waiting 18 long years, she had finally reunited with her soulmate. She was so happy, so happy. "I'll tell my sister." After saying that, Su Yang paused for a moment before sending a message to his younger sister. "Little sister, if I also have a mole like this on my right arm, does that mean I'm your real older brother?" Smiling. "Yes, as long as senior brother has an identical mole on his arm, you'll be my real brother from now on." Blushing. "You said it, little sister. We have to keep our word." Of course. Blushing. At Su Xin's house. "Xin, do you know this boy well?" Su Xin's mother put down her phone and rubbed her reddened eyes. We're pretty close now. I added him on WeChat, and this boy has such a great temperament." "Oh, your brother has a great temper too. Mom, should I invite him over?" Xin looked at her mom and asked softly. She was testing the waters because she didn't know how her mom and dad would react to this. "He does look just like your brother, but he's not your brother after all." "I know he is not my brother, but if he comes over to our house, you'd be really happy, right?" "Xin, are you dating this guy?" Her father had been silent, but when he looked up, he asked Su Xin. No, I just noticed he looks a lot like my brother, so we got to know each other. We're not dating." Su Xin glanced at her father's expression and quickly lowered her head, her eyes flickering slightly. Her face turned red instantly. This boy does look a lot like your brother. If he could come to our house, your mom would be very happy." Su Xin heard this and suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her father really knew how to say things. "I thought you didn't support me dating my senior brother." "Really, Dad? Then I'll ask him. He'll definitely come over, he. Saying this, Su Xin happily stood up and headed toward her room. "Alright, we're off to work." "Okay, bye, Mom and Dad." "Brother, did you go to work yet, Shy?" "My dad said that if you could come to our house, they'd be very happy." After her parents left the house, Su Xin picked up her phone and sent 2 WeChat messages to Su Yang. She wanted to share this happy news with Su Yang. Her father's words clearly meant he supported their relationship. Otherwise, why would he agree to let her bring a boy home? "My brother is getting ready for work. I'll talk to you later at the office." Moments later, Su Yang's message came back. At that moment, he and Yang Shui had just gotten into the car and were about to leave. Roar! After replying to his younger sister, Su Yang quickly started the car and sped toward the company. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 108, Senior, are you really my brother? Upon arriving at the company, Yang Shui went straight to her top floor office, while Su Yang headed to the IT department. Bro, are you heading back yet? After arriving at his workstation, Su Yang first sent a message to Yang Xia. The girl had been out for 2 days. After all, she was his best friend and his daughter, so he had to show some concern. A moment later, Yang Xia actually replied with a voice message. Uncle, Ping Ping and I are on our way back. We'll be there around 3-4 p.m. Let's chat when we get back. Alright, we'll talk when you get back. Su Yang replied briefly and put down his phone. He then picked up his water cup, went to the water dispenser, filled it up, and placed it on the table. After taking a sip of water, he picked up his phone again. He opened the chat history with his younger sister, Su Xin. He read it carefully again. The more he read, the happier he became, and the more excited he grew. My family from my previous life. I, Su Yang, have come back to find you all. Sister, I've arrived at the office smiling. Brother, hey. I'm trying on the clothes you gave me blushing. Great. You'll look even more beautiful in these new clothes laughing. Wait a moment, I'll take a photo of you blushing. Alright, little sister. Our family was indeed not well off in our previous life, and my sister never had the chance to wear any nice clothes. She really had it tough. Our parents were the same, they always wore very simple clothes. Some of them had even been worn for many years. Once we're reunited, I must make it up to them properly. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, his younger sister sent him 2 photos. She had changed into a light-colored dress that fit her perfectly. Her shy, slightly blushing face was filled with joyful smiles. Wow! You look so beautiful. His younger sister was indeed quite pretty, especially in her new outfit, which made her even more stunning. She was as beautiful as a blooming rose. Hey! Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Xin gently turned her body, growing even happier. Little sister, can I ask you a question? Su Yang paused for a moment, feeling that it was time to explain some things to his sister. After all, young people are more open to such things. Sure, go ahead blushing. Su Xin didn't know what her senior brother was going to ask, and her heart couldn't help but race. Sis, if I were your biological brother reincarnated, what would you do? Soon, Su Yang sent the question he had been thinking about for a long time to his sister. Soon, Su Xin received the message. For a moment, she was speechless. What does senior brother mean by that? He's my brother's reincarnation? Is there really such a miraculous thing in this world? Su Xin had heard of such things before, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. However, if it really is my older brother's reincarnation, then mom and dad would be overjoyed. If that's the case, then she, Su Xin, would finally have an older brother to love and cherish. In an instant, Su Xin suddenly burst into tears. Thinking of her parents' years of loss and sorrow, her hair had already turned white. The word brother had long since become a deep-seated knot in Su Xin's heart. Though she had never seen her brother from childhood to adulthood, the sorrow her parents had endured over the years had left an indelible mark on her heart. Otherwise, when she first met Su Yang, she wouldn't have been completely guardless. Even on their second meeting, she accepted several $1,000s in gifts from him. Senior, are you really my older brother? If the senior said that, there must be a reason. Perhaps he really is my brother reincarnated. Sis, wait a moment. Then, Su Yang sent a photo of his right arm that he had just taken to his sister. There is a half-circle-shaped mole on it, very clear. The moment she saw the photo, Su Xin suddenly felt as though a thunderclap had echoed in her mind. She was completely speechless. This mole. The position, size, shape, and color. Everything was exactly as her parents had described. She remembered it clearly. She had never given her senior brother such a detailed description of the mole. So even if he had deliberately drawn one to make himself happy, he couldn't possibly have drawn it exactly like that. Brother, you didn't draw this, did you? To verify this suspicion, she immediately sent a message to Su Yang. Silly sister, you never told me any specific details about the mole. How could I draw it? Wait a moment, I'll come pick you up at home. Su Yang thought for a moment and decided to ask Yang Shui for help as well. Because Yang Shui also had a photo of the same mole, and her parents from her previous life had seen her. Alright. Come over here, big brother. I'll go downstairs to wait for you right away. Upon seeing her brother's mole, Su Xin's heart raced wildly. As for those previous romantic thoughts, they were long forgotten. What was most important? Of course, it's her older brother, whom her parents had been searching for nearly 20 years. And her older brother was also her biggest emotional burden. If the senior brother were her biological older brother, that would be so happy and wonderful. Su Yang put away his phone and quickly left the computer lab, heading to the parking lot. Roar! With the roar of an engine, he drove quickly toward the Times Garden community. A few minutes later, the car came to a stop in front of his parents' old apartment building. Brother! His younger sister, with teary eyes, opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Brother, let me see your arm. Sure. Su Yang rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm. Su Xian grabbed Su Yang's arm tightly, her eyes widening instantly. It's real. Then, she wiped her hand across the blue birthmark on Su Yang's arm, trying to confirm if it was just ink. But there was no reaction at all. How could a mole on the skin be wiped off? Ha ha ha. Silly girl, try wiping it with some saliva? Surprisingly, Su Yang's words reminded Su Xian. She actually spit some saliva on it. She didn't even think about whether it was embarrassing or not. Brother, it won't come off. After wiping for a while, even Su Yang felt his skin sting a bit. The mole was still as clear as ever. Chapter 109, Is this clothing company my sister-in-law's? Of course it won't come off. Su Yang looked at his sister's flushed face from excitement and couldn't help but smile. How about it, little sister? Do you believe I'm your real older brother now? Looking at the senior who looked exactly like her own brother, Su Xian felt a momentary confusion. The boy in front of her seemed to be her own brother. But could a single mole really prove that he was her biological older brother reincarnated? Su Xian's eyes were filled with confusion, and her mind was a blank. Come on, little sister. Let me take you to meet someone. Saying this, Su Yang lowered his rolled-up sleeves and quickly started the car. Brother. Are you really my brother? Su Xian leaned against the passenger seat, staring intently at Su Yang. Her dazed expression slowly began to brighten. Of course I am, my silly little sister, haha. Su Yang looked at his sister's dazed expression and smiled gently. Did Mom and Dad ever tell you that your brother has a girlfriend? Yeah, they did. Her last name is Yang, but I can't remember her first name. Su Xian nodded quickly upon hearing this. Because the day her brother passed away was the day he was with his girlfriend. It was his girlfriend who informed their parents and called the ambulance. So her parents remembered everything clearly. Thus, Su Xian naturally learned about her brother's girlfriend from their accounts. Her name is Yang Shui, right? Yes, her name is Yang Shui. Brother, you? Su Xian was once again stunned upon hearing the name Yang Shui from her senior brother's mouth. She grew even more convinced that the senior in front of her might actually be her own older brother. How else would he know about her brother's girlfriend, Yang Shui? I met your sister-in-law. I'll take you to meet her. Su Yang smiled and nodded gently. He knew his sister's mind was probably in a complete mess right now, filled with confusion. But it didn't matter. He would be patient, taking it slow, to help his sister believe everything. My sister-in-law? Yes. The clothes and shoes your brother gave you yesterday were actually from your sister-in-law. My sister-in-law gave them to me? But don't worry, little sister. I'll explain everything to you later. Su Yang smiled gently and turned to look at his younger sister, who was full of questions. However, from her eyes, it was clear. Although his younger sister was eager to learn more, she had already begun to believe the truth before her eyes. As they spoke, they soon arrived at the lobby of Yangshui Clothing Building. Sister, what's the name of this building? After parking the car, Su Yang pointed to the building and asked. It's called Yangshui Clothing. Oh, I remember now. Brother, aren't you trying to say that this name is made up of my brother's name and my sister-in-law's name? Smart. Su Yang smiled and gave his sister a thumbs up. The name Yangshui Clothing Group was chosen by your sister-in-law to commemorate our past relationship. Su Yang said this as he opened the car door and got out. His younger sister, Su Xian, followed suit. So, this clothing group is my sister-in-law's? Yeah. Let's go, little sister. Su Yang casually locked the car door and gently patted his sister's shoulder. Su Xian turned her head to look at her brother, her eyes darting back and forth. She grew even more convinced. The senior brother in front of her must be her own biological brother. Since he had met his sister-in-law, she must know more about it, right? Honey, are you busy? I'll bring your sister to your office in a moment. Su Yang walked while sending a message to Yang Shui. Sure, honey, I'm in the office. Do you need me to come out? A moment later, Yang Shui's message came back. Alright, see you later. After sending the message to Yang Shui, Su Yang turned to look at his younger sister. Little sister, I've already told your sister-in-law. She's waiting for us in the office. Let's go meet your sister-in-law. Alright. The excitement and anticipation in Su Xian's eyes grew more evident. Although she hadn't met her sister-in-law before, her parents had. If necessary, she could take a photo and send it to them for identification. 2 minutes later, Su Yang brought his sister to the top floor and arrived at Yang Shui's office door. Is my sister-in-law the boss of this company? Yes, that's right, little sister. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then reached out to push open the door to Yang Shui's office. Come in, little sister. Oh. Su Xian softly responded and followed Su Yang into the office. This must be your younger sister, Su Xian, right? Yang Shui saw the two of them enter and smiled as she stood up from her chair. She then walked over gently. Little sister, this is your brother's girlfriend, Yang Shui. You can call her sister or auntie, whichever you prefer. Su Yang gently patted his sister on the shoulder and introduced her in a gentle tone. Sis, hello. Su Xian looked at the older sister in front of her and couldn't help but admire her. This older sister is so beautiful. Is she really my brother's girlfriend? Does my younger sister have many questions? Yang Shui smiled, took Su Xian's hand, and warmly pulled her to sit on the sofa. Sit down, little sister. Would you like coffee or tea? Thank you, sister-in-law. Either is fine. Suddenly being treated so warmly by an older sister, Su Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Su Yang, our little sister is so beautiful, and you two really look alike. As she spoke, Yang Shui took out her phone and arranged for Zhang, her secretary, to send over a cup of coffee via WeChat. Haha, that ass. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then sat down on the sofa as well. Little sister, wait a moment. Your older sister wants to show you something. Yang Shui was well aware of Su Xian's current confusion. She simply wanted to see more evidence to confirm that this senior brother was indeed her biological brother, and the woman in front of her was her biological sister-in-law. As she spoke, Yang Shui gently patted Su Xian's small hand and stood up. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 110. Come here, little sister, take a look at the love letters your brother once wrote to me. Yang Shui walked to her desk, picked up her handbag, and took out a photo frame and an envelope. Little sister, take a look at this photo. She handed the photo frame to Su Xian and sat down. This is my brother. My sister-in-law. We have an identical photo at home too. The younger sister was stunned upon seeing the photo. She recognized her brother's photo immediately. It had been tucked away in an old photo album at home for years. Are you sure I'm your sister-in-law? Yang Shui smiled gently and opened the envelope in her hand again. Hey! Su Xian blushed and smiled shyly. Now she was at least 90% certain. The older sister in front of her must be her brother's girlfriend. Come here, little sister. Take a look at the love letters your brother wrote to me. Yang Shui pulled out 2 sheets of paper from the envelope and handed them to her younger sister. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze in place. This? How does my wife still have this? Su Yang, these are from when we went to my parents' place last time. I found them in an old pile of books. Yang Shui blushed and winked at Su Yang. This letter was written by Su Yang to her when they had just been admitted to university. It expressed his aspirations for the future, his deep love for Yang Shui, and his hope that they would love each other forever. Anyway, it was a bit sappy. Sis, this handwriting. I still have my brother's old books at home, and the handwriting is almost identical. Yes, sister, this is your brother's handwriting, of course it's the same. How about it, little sister? Do you have any more questions? Yang Shui gently held Su Xian's hand, her voice extremely tender. Sister-in-law, no, nothing else. Her brother's girlfriend's name was Yang Shui, and she even had a photo of her brother and a love letter he had written to her. This was more than enough to prove that the older sister in front of her was indeed her brother's girlfriend. Brother! Su Xian suddenly turned her head, her eyes darting toward Su Yang. Brother! In an instant, she was completely certain. The senior in front of her was the reincarnation of her own biological brother. Little sister. Su Yang smiled and nodded at his younger sister, then spread his arms wide. From her eyes, he could see that she was completely certain. Brother. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Su Xian could no longer contain her emotions, stood up abruptly, and threw herself into Su Yang's embrace. Tears streamed down her face like broken beads. Her beloved older brother had actually returned. He looked exactly like he did in his previous life, even down to the identical blue mole. Su Yang held his sister's shoulders tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. His love for Yang Shui was deep and passionate, but his feelings for Su Xian were pure and profound. This familial bond, though spanning a lifetime, remained unchanged in his heart. Sister, don't cry. Su Xian clung tightly to her brother, her tears soaking through her clothes, her eyes red from crying. Su Yang gently patted his sister's back and whispered words of comfort. Yang Shui, standing nearby, occasionally wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes brimming with unspeakable joy. Her husband had finally reunited with his family from his past life. This truly was a joyous occasion. Big brother. I actually met my big brother, and even saw my sister-in-law. Ha! Su Xian blushed slightly as she released her brother's embrace, rubbing her reddened eyes before bursting into laughter once more. Her heart was truly overflowing with excitement. From now on, she, Su Xian, would finally have an older brother and sister-in-law. That's right, little sister. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, your older brother will beat them up for you, ha ha ha. Su Yang reached out and wrapped his arm around his sister's shoulders, laughing happily. Clap clap clap. That's great. Sister-in-law will treat you to a big meal at lunch. Hey. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're really beautiful. Dong dong dong. The three were chatting happily when the office door was knocked. Come in. It was Zhang, the secretary, bringing the freshly made coffee. Mr. Yang, you have a meeting at 10 a.m., and it's almost time. Zhang placed the coffee on the coffee table and gently reminded Yang Shui. Oh, okay, I'll get ready and head over there right away. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then stood up and went to her desk to pick up her notebook. Alright, you two continue your conversation. I'll go attend a meeting. See you later, Mrs. Yang. Su Xian smiled sweetly and waved goodbye to Yang Shui, her little mouth looking very cute. Little Xian, have some coffee. Try the flavor. Hey. Su Xian turned to look at her brother and couldn't help but giggle. She was getting happier and happier inside. It felt as though she were floating on a cloud. So happy she felt a bit dizzy. Silly girl, haha. Su Yang watched his sister's joyful expression and felt incredibly happy himself. Brother, 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 brother. Su Xian leaned her head against Su Yang's shoulder and excitedly called out to her brother. Come here, little sister, have some coffee. Su Yang said, reaching out to hand the coffee to his sister. This little girl was absolutely overjoyed. Hey, thank you, big brother. I, Su Xian, finally have a big brother too. Su Xian took the coffee and took a big sip happily. Ugh. Brother, this coffee is bitter yet sweet, with a milky flavor. It's delicious. If you like it, drink more. Su Yang smiled and gently stroked his younger sister's hair. Having a younger sister is truly wonderful. Brother, when do you plan to tell mom and dad? Su Xian sat beside her brother, sipping her coffee and occasionally turning her head to look at him with a happy expression. Her big, lively eyes blinked repeatedly. Sis, here's what I was thinking. You take this photo, this letter, and your sister-in-law's photo home first, and let our parents take a look. Give them some time to adjust. I'm worried that they're getting older and might get too excited, which isn't good for their health. Chapter 111, My sister-in-law already has a daughter? Okay, brother. Su Xian nodded decisively upon hearing this. An older brother is an older brother, he must have thought everything through. Actually, Su Xian was well aware that if she told her parents everything that had happened today, they would definitely believe her. They would be eager to see her brother as soon as possible. Are mom and dad not coming back for lunch? Yes, dad. They work in a neighborhood that's a bit far away, and if they come back and forth, it wouldn't be in time. Oh. Su Yang nodded slightly. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. His parents were so old now, yet they were still working so hard. It must be really tough for them. It's okay, big brother. I'll tell them again after work this afternoon. I'm sure they'll be really, really happy. Su Xian smiled happily, packing the photo frame and the love letters Su Yang had written her into her small bag. Little sister, why aren't you wearing the new clothes your brother gave you today? Ha! I didn't dare to wear it. Can I wear it after I tell mom and dad about your brother? Alright. If you ever want anything, just let your brother and sister-in-law know anytime. Okay, I know, big brother. Su Xian happily stood up, like a lively little bird, darting around the office. She looked here for a moment, then there for another. By the way, big brother, how did you and your sister-in-law meet? Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Your sister-in-law has an adopted daughter, she was in the same class as me. Your wife already has a daughter? Su Xian heard this and couldn't help but stare in surprise. Her brother had only just met his sister-in-law, and now he was going to be a father? And the daughter is even his classmate? Su Xian reacted quickly and immediately thought of many things. Yes, she has an adopted daughter, a girl they took in. Your sister-in-law has never been married and hasn't dated anyone. Oh. Brother, doesn't that mean you're now 18 years younger than my sister-in-law? Cough cough cough. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and nodded. This little girl. You really can't hide anything from you. Brother, your wife really had it tough. She waited for you for 18 years. But now you've reunited with her, that's wonderful. But the younger sister didn't seem to care much about the age difference. Instead, she was moved by the love between her older brother and his wife that transcended reincarnation. That's right, brother was reborn, and finally found you all again. But when I left in my previous life, you weren't even born yet. Su Yang stood up and gently stroked his sister's head. Yes, brother, but all these years, perhaps because of mom and dad, you've always been very important to me. Ha! I never thought my brother would actually come back to find me. Su Xian had long since shed her earlier sadness, her eyes brimming with lively joy. As she spoke, she happily wrapped her arms around her brother's arm. The brother and sister chatted happily, and before they knew it, it was already 11:30 p.m. Yang Shui returned after finishing her meeting. Sister-in-law, you're so amazing. My brother said you also graduated from Jiangcheng University? Yes, little sister. Yang Shui smiled and reached out to hold her sister's hand. You also applied for the fashion design program, right? After you graduate, you can come help me out here. Hey. Sure, sis-in-law. But I'm pretty bored during the vacation. Can I learn from you? Anyway, I'm just sitting at home alone and bored. I thought I'd found a boyfriend who was like my brother, but it turns out I actually met my own brother and even my sister-in-law. Su Xian and Yang Shui didn't feel at all, instead, they felt very close. So they didn't hold back much in their conversation. Sis. Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. A guy like your brother is actually very popular with girls. It's perfectly normal that you liked him when you first met him. Hey. Yeah, sis, my brother is indeed pretty handsome, and he has a really good temperament. Su Xian and Yang Shui chatted happily, taking turns speaking. The younger sister was also very straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at her brother and giggle shyly. Little sister, why don't you stay with your sister-in-law during the vacation? She can teach you about the fashion industry in advance, and your brother is currently learning it too. Sure, sister-in-law. Come on, little sister, Su Yang. Let's go eat. Since this is the first time I've met you, as your older sister-in-law, I must treat you to a nice meal. Yang Shui didn't dare to call Su Yang her husband in front of her sister. Calling him brother didn't seem quite right either. So she could only call him by his name. Yeah, we have to have a big meal. Look how skinny our little sister is. If she could gain a little more weight, she'd be even more beautiful. Su Yang smiled and patted his sister on the shoulder. This little girl was indeed a bit on the thin side. If she could eat better, she'd definitely be no less than Yang Shui in the future. In a few years, she'd definitely be a beauty herself. Alright, big brother, I'll eat more today. That's right, that's my good little sister, so obedient. Let's go. Let's go. The secretary has already booked the restaurant for us. Alright, let's go. The three of them chatted as they quickly left the office. Not long after, they arrived at the lobby of Yangshui Clothing Building. The three got into the car and drove off toward the reserved restaurant. With her younger sister joining them, the three ordered a large spread of dishes. Although it was a bit wasteful, Yang Shui insisted on ordering so much. Out of deep love for Su Yang, she also felt an indescribable affection for this younger sister. The three of them sat down to a large table of food. Ended up making Su Xian eat until she was full. By the time they finished eating, it was already 2:30 p.m. After finishing their meal, the three of them returned to the office together. Su Yang, I need to handle some matters. See if your sister wants anything else, and take her to our family's mall for a stroll. Alright, I got it, honey. Now that the younger sister knows about this relationship, if we give her something, she probably won't think too much of it. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 112, Old Buddy, transfer me 10,000 or 80,000 as pocket money. Sis, come on, let us go to the mall and take a look around. If you see anything you like, just take it. After all, the entire group is your sister-in-law's. After Yang Shui went upstairs, Su Yang planned to take his sister out for another stroll. Brother, it's okay. My little wardrobe is almost full. The clothes you got for me yesterday are enough for me to wear for a long time. I'll just skip it for now. Su Xian wrapped her arm around her brother's and shook her head quickly. As a girl who had been taught to be thrifty from a young age, she wouldn't ask for more, even if the items were good or free. She couldn't let her brother and sister-in-law's kindness make her greedy. Silly girl, we can take some for dad and mom. Su Yang smiled and gently stroked his sister's hair, continuing to walk toward the mall. Brother, I think we should wait until you've reunited with them before giving them anything. Then we can bring them along to try things on together. Wouldn't that be better? Su Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. His sister was right. There was no rush to do it right away. Alright then, where do you want to go play? I'll take you. Hey. Brother, I want to go home and get ready. When mom and dad come back, I want to talk to them properly about your situation. It's already 3 o'clock. Su Xian pulled out her phone to check the time, then looked at her brother with a happy and playful expression. Oh? What do you plan to do to get ready? Su Yang turned to look at his sister, his smile tinged with curiosity. I want to go home and cook them a delicious dinner, then talk to them. Wow! You can cook now? Of course. I've learned a lot from mom. I can even stew meat and stuff. That's great. I'll have to try your cooking when I get back. Sure, big brother, heh. Su Xian spoke while gently shaking her brother's arm, her pink cheeks glowing with a happy smile. You're so great, little sister. Here, let me give you some pocket money. Su Yang said, reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone, preparing to transfer some money to his sister via WeChat. No, it's okay, big brother. Your parents now, aren't their circumstances also just average? During lunch, Su-young naturally introduced his current parents and family situation to his sister. So his younger sister had some understanding of his current family situation. Silly sister. Your sister-in-law is rich, cough cough. Su-yang gave a sheepish smile and led his sister toward where the car was parked. Ha ha. His sister couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't say anything. But upon reflection, there was nothing to it. Her brother and sister-in-law were so close, and besides, her brother was still young. His sister-in-law dotes on him, takes care of him, and gives him money to spend. Isn't that normal? Though she was my brother's girlfriend in a past life, but now. Isn't this just an old cow munching on tender grass? Brother, you don't need to give me any money. I still have some pocket money over 200 yuan. The two of them spoke and then got into the car. Su-young took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to his sister without hesitation. Here, sister, take it. Brother. Be a good girl. Oh, okay. Seeing her brother's determined expression, Su-xian couldn't bring herself to refuse anymore. In her eyes, her brother had transferred a substantial amount of money to her. Roar. With the sound of the engine, the car left the parking lot and headed toward Times Garden community. Ding ding ding. While on the road, Su-yang's phone rang. It was Yang Xia calling. Hello? Yang Xia, where are you? Uncle, Ping Ping, and I just entered the city. Can you transfer some pocket money to me? I want to buy some cosmetics with Ping Ping. I think it's too much trouble to ask my mom. Alright, just wait a moment. Su-yang said, then parked the car by the roadside. He then tapped Yang Xiao's WeChat profile and transferred 10,000 yuan to her as well. Did you receive it? Uncle. Holy crap. You're really willing to give that much? You should at least transfer 10 or 80,000 to me. Just spend it first. Do you think your uncle is your mom? I can't give you tens of thousands of yuan as pocket money. I'll talk to your mom later and have her give it to you. Su-yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This old buddy is really something. Even though I'm your dad now, my pocket money is still from your mom, you know? You come asking for 10 or 80,000 right off the bat. It's not that your dad doesn't want to give it to you, it's just that I can't afford it right now. Alright. You're so stingy. Alright, uncle, bye. Saying that, Yang Xia hung up the phone with a smile. Oh well. That little girl. Su-yang put the phone aside, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. Rich kids and poor kids are really different. In comparison, his younger sister Su-xian was clearly much more sensible and well-behaved than Yang Xia. Brother, who was that girl who called you just now? Oh, that's my classmate Yang Xia, my wife's adopted daughter. Anyway, Su-yang had already told his sister about it earlier, so he didn't think much of introducing her now. Oh. This girl has a more outgoing personality and loves to play. Su-yang said, then started the car and continued driving toward the Times Garden community. Hey. Brother, you haven't even gotten married yet and you already have a daughter the same age as you. What do you think about that? Ha ha. What's there to feel? It's really nothing. Su-yang smiled and ruffled his younger sister's hair. Actually, I didn't know your sister-in-law at first, but I got along well with Yang Xia. Later, when I went to her house for her birthday, that's when I met your sister-in-law. What? You get along well with Yang Xia too? But Yang Xia is your sister-in-law's daughter. How could your sister-in-law accept you? But Su-yang burst out laughing upon hearing this. You silly girl, what are you thinking? Yang Xia and I are just friends. Actually, this girl is just a tomboy. Oh. Chapter 113, why don't we go to the hotel for a while? So that's how it is. Su-xian said, covering her mouth and giggling shyly. That's right, kid. You'll see when you meet her later. Su-yang smiled and nodded, then pinched his younger sister's ear. This little sister. She sure has a lot on her little mind. Before long, Su-yang drove his sister downstairs. Brother, go to work. I've already kept you waiting for so long. Don't mention it. We're siblings, after all. Su-yang smiled and patted his sister on the shoulder, then watched her enter the building. Watching his sister disappear into the elevator, Su-yang drove back home. What happened next? It all depends on how his sister interacts with her parents. I believe we'll all be reunited soon. Not long after. Su-yang hurried back to the company and went straight to Yang Shue's office on the top floor. Honey, why are you back so early? Where's our little sister? Yang Shue saw her husband return and her face lit up with an indescribable tenderness. She quickly stood up and walked over from behind her desk. Little darling, peck. Little sister said it was getting late, so she went back. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around his neck, and Su Yang embraced her slender waist. In an instant, the two were tightly embraced. Oh. Anyway, we've already recognized each other as sister and brother. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Why don't I arrange something for your sister at work so she can learn during her vacation? Sure, honey. Su Yang murmured in response, then suddenly picked Yang Shui up in his arms. Honey, can I work for just a little while longer? We can go home early later, okay? After the two of them embraced and kissed for a moment, Yang Shui noticed that the atmosphere was heating up too quickly. Alright, honey, but going home is definitely out of the question. What's wrong, honey? Yang Shui sat up and tidied her slightly disheveled clothes. Our daughter Xiaoxia is back. She just asked me for some pocket money to buy cosmetics. Su Yang said, also sitting up from the sofa. He reached out to fasten the buttons Yang Shui had undone. What? How dare she ask you for pocket money? That little brat, she is so inconsiderate. It's okay. I'm her father, after all. This is perfectly normal. Seeing Yang Shui furrow her brows slightly, Su Yang quickly explained to Yang Xia. After all, they were all family, it didn't really matter. Honey, I'll transfer some money to you later. Don't refuse, okay? Saying this, Yang Shui turned around, wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, and kissed him again. Wife, you're always so good to me. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's affectionate expression and smiled helplessly. Alright, if you want to give it, just give it. Anyway, I don't need much. At worst, it's just helping my sister and my parents. You're my husband, I'll definitely take good care of you for the rest of my life. Good baby, then, let's leave soon and go to the hotel for a while, okay? Sure. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but brighten up. Now that Xia Xia was back, his and his wife's alone time was going to be disrupted. Alright, then my wife should finish reading these two documents first. I'll wait here for a moment. Yang Shui finished speaking, blushing as she stood up and quickly walked toward the back of the desk. Watching Yang Shui's alluring and captivating figure, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. She's so captivating. The allure of this mature woman was something a naive young girl could never compare to. Su Yang shook his head slightly, then turned around, picked up his shoulder bag, and began reading his book. Study and love must go hand in hand. Ding dong. Just as she was reading, Su Yang's phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Yang Xia. Bro, did you tell my mom? The pocket money you gave me isn't enough. Oh my god. Su Yang looked over and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. How could he have already spent all his pocket money in such a short time? Or is she planning to buy some expensive cosmetics? You really don't know how to save money. I told you, I'm in the office with your mom right now. Just call her and tell her how much you need. Old buddy, you need to learn to be thrifty and save money, okay? Your mom works really hard. This girl must have grown up without ever lacking money, so she's used to spending freely. $10,000 and she thinks it's too little. Really? Got it, buddy. How did you end up sounding more like my mom? I understand, buddy. I'll call my mom right now and wait for the payment. See, I knew it. Just as Su Yang received the message, Yang Shui's phone rang. Hello? What did you say, girl? Yang Shui answered the call, looked up at Su Yang, her eyes filled with affection. She playfully batted her eyelashes at him. Mom, can you transfer some more money to me? I'm at the mall buying cosmetics. I don't have enough money. Oh, how much do you need? Just send me more, okay? We can use it slowly later. Silly girl, even though our family has some money, you still need to learn to be thrifty and save, okay? Alright, mom will transfer it to you right away. Yang Shui said what she said, but her love for her daughter was deeply rooted. As she spoke, she began operating her phone. Before long, she had transferred the money to her daughter. Hey! Thank you, Mom. Mom, I'm going out to buy some things. I'll be home soon with my classmates. Okay, I got it. Before Yang Shui could respond, Yang Xia hung up the call first. Chapter 114, This little treasure is really mischievous. Yang Shui was busy for a while but soon finished her tasks. Since it was still early, the two could go to the hotel for some fun first, then head home afterward. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Shui hurriedly left the office. Upon entering the hotel, they checked into a room. After freshening up, the two embraced each other passionately. Time passed slowly. They didn't know how long it had been. Yang Shui reached for her phone, checked the time, and glanced outside. The sky outside had grown quite dark. It was time to go back. After all, her daughter had been out for so long she needed to go home and check on her. Let's go, honey. It's getting late. Why don't we just stay here tonight? Let's go, honey. Let's go back and check on our daughter. Alright, fine. Seeing Yang Shui's alluring and shy expression, her voice tinged with a hint of coquetry, Su Yang quickly nodded in agreement. Alright. I'll just listen to my wife. Before long, the two had packed their things and drove away from the hotel. They came and went in a hurry. Honey, I've transferred some more money to you. There will be plenty of expenses coming up. On the way back, Yang Shui picked up her phone, made a few taps, and transferred another sum of money to Su Yang. Got it, honey. Su Yang nodded and didn't say much else. Their relationship had long since reached a point of deep intimacy and mutual understanding. If it weren't for the fact that he was still under 22, they would have gotten married long ago. Honey, do you have time to check out the new place lately? Ha? Honey, do you mean we're moving out? Upon hearing Yang Shui mention the new house, Su Yang couldn't help but pause. Is that really necessary? If it's just for the two of us to be together, moving out seems a bit embarrassing. Plus, I wonder what Yang Xia, that little girl, will think. Maybe she'd be really happy. Now, how are things between her and Xiao Pingping? Have they broken through that special relationship? No, it's not that. Honey, are you thinking about us two moving out and living separately from Xia? Should I consider it? No, I thought you wanted to live separately from Xia Xia. I was just asking out of curiosity. Su Yang actually hadn't thought that way at all. Living together might affect their performance, but it was manageable. Actually, I've been thinking about it too. I'll give it some thought. When you mentioned looking at houses earlier, it was mainly because I wanted to help your parents from your previous life buy a place. Xiaoxin mentioned that you're currently living in the Times Garden community, right? That's an old neighborhood. My wife wants them to live in a better place. Yang Shui said, reaching out to touch Su Yang's cheek. Oh. Let's wait a bit. Let's wait until I've reunited with them. Thank you, wife. Sweetheart, you're thanking your wife again? Your parents are your wife's parents. Don't say thank you anymore, okay? Yang Shui smiled gently upon hearing this. My wife is so good to me, of course I have to say thank you. But besides saying it, I should also show my gratitude through actions. Oh? Husband, tell me, what practical actions do you plan to take to thank your wife? Yang Shui smiled gently and reached out to grab his muscular chest. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh before he could finish speaking. But, seeing Su Yang smile, Yang Shui immediately understood his meaning. In an instant, her delicate, fair face flushed with embarrassment. This little darling is truly mischievous. Reaching out, she twisted her hand towards Su Yang's waist. The two of them laughed and chatted happily all the way, and soon arrived at the building. The sky had grown dark. Honey, I've ordered dinner. It'll be delivered to the house shortly. You're so thoughtful, honey. As they spoke, Su Yang and Yang Shui got out of the car, holding hands as they entered the building. Click. Su Yang took out his keys and opened the door. The lights were off inside, leaving the room pitch black. Click. Yang Xia, the little girl, isn't she back yet? Why? Oh, she's home. After turning on the light, Su Yang glanced around and noticed Yang Xia's shoes on the shoe rack, realizing that the girl must be home. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Shui slipped into her slippers and walked straight toward her daughter's room. She knew at a glance that her daughter was probably resting in her room. Squeak! She gently pushed open the door and peered inside, using the light from the hallway. Yang Shui couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Those two girls. If they're sleeping, let them sleep. Why are they hugging so tightly? Yang Shui couldn't help but shake her head silently, but she didn't think much of it. She simply closed the door gently. Xia and her classmate are asleep together. We'll wake them up when dinner is ready. Yang Shui returned to Su Yang's side, gently took his hand, and whispered softly. Let them sleep. They must be exhausted from the past few days. Su Yang nodded, took Yang Shui's hand, and led her toward the bedroom. Those two girls are really something. Xia Xia's bed is only 1.5 meters wide. How uncomfortable must it be for them to sleep together? And they're even hugging each other while they sleep. Upon entering the bedroom, the two sat on the edge of the bed and embraced each other gently. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, they must be tired. They probably just used each other as pillows without realizing it. Let them stay like that, it shouldn't be a big deal. Su Yang couldn't help but pause for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 115, Old friend, you're so beautiful. Ah, Ping Ping is such a tough girl. Her mother is seriously ill and had surgery. She really has a hard life. Yeah. Under Su Yang's explanation, Yang Shui didn't think much more about the two of them sleeping in each other's arms. After all, they were both exhausted. Using each other as pillows was perfectly normal. Knock, knock, knock. The two of them lay there, whispering softly to each other for a while, when the front door suddenly knocked. It must be the takeout we ordered. I'll go get it. Yeah, I'll go wake up those two girls. We'll eat first and then go back to sleep. The two of them spoke, then both stood up. Su Yang opened the door and saw that it was indeed the meal Yang Shui's wife had ordered. After taking the food, he carried it to the dining table. At that moment, Yang Shui was knocking on her daughter's door. Xia, Ping Ping, get up and have dinner. Eat first, then go back to sleep. Come on, kids. While knocking on the door, she called out gently. A moment later. We're coming, Mom. A lazy voice came from inside the room. Not long after, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping emerged from the room wearing their pajamas. Their faces showed obvious signs of fatigue. Go wash your face, dear. Mom has ordered your favorite dishes. Okay, Mom. Old friend. Uncle. As they passed the dining room, Yang Xia rubbed her eyes and greeted Su Yang. Good girl. Su Yang smiled at Yang Xia, winked at her, and gave her a thumbs up. Yang Xia couldn't help but freeze, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What does this guy mean? Could he have discovered something? Not long after, the four of them gathered around. Xiao Pingping's face was slightly red, and she seemed a bit embarrassed. Pingping, don't just stand there, eat. Yang Xia reached out and patted Xiao Pingping's shoulder, speaking gently. She replied softly, then nodded and picked up her chopsticks. Child, is your mother okay now? Auntie, the doctor said the surgery went smoothly, but she'll need to recover slowly now. I borrowed 500,000 from Yang Xia. I'll pay you back later. Xiao Pingping glanced at Yang Shui, her shy expression tinged with a hint of determination. Oh, Pingping. We're good sisters, aren't we? No need to mention it. This is no big deal, don't bring it up again. Before Yang Shui could speak, Yang Xia spoke first. Anyway, she didn't care about the money. Yes, that's right. Xia is right. As long as your mother is okay, money doesn't matter. It's just a small thing. Seeing her daughter speak so earnestly, Yang Shui couldn't bring herself to say anything else. She had originally wanted to say that repaying the money wasn't urgent and that they could pay it back later once she started working and earning money. But she never expected her daughter to dismiss it with just one sentence. Xiao Pingping felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Yang Shui, then turned to look at Yang Xia beside her and didn't say anything else. We'll talk about the money later. Let us eat. Su Yang smiled at the scene, picked up his chopsticks, and gestured for everyone to eat. After finishing dinner, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping quickly went into the room together. Probably because they were too tired, the two soon fell asleep together. This time, Yang Xia locked the door from the inside. Honey, let's go to bed early too. Ha ha. Alright, my dear wife. After brushing their teeth and washing up, the two of them soon settled down together. The next morning, the alarm clock rang on time, waking Su Yang from his sleep. He reached out to touch, nothing. It turned out his wife wasn't in bed. No need to guess, she had already gotten up early to make breakfast. Su Yang quickly got up, tidied himself up, and walked out of the master bedroom. Hey! Good morning, Yang Xia. As soon as he stepped out, Su Yang saw Yang Xia standing in the living room with Xiao Pingping, discussing the new outfit she was wearing. Good morning, uncle. How do you like this outfit? It looks great, Yang Xia. You're getting more and more beautiful. Yang Xia had changed into a business suit, and she did look quite professional. However, compared to her mother, she still had a long way to go. Cut it out, who told you to say I'm pretty? I was just looking at the clothes. Right, I was just saying the clothes are getting prettier, huh? Su Yang walked over and gave her a once-over. This professional attire really fits her well. Did Pingping pick this out for you? Uncle, I picked it out for her. Xiao Pingping blushed and nodded slightly. You have good taste. Come on, everyone, let us eat. At that moment, Yang Shui came out of the kitchen and called everyone over. After breakfast, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping were the first to leave the house. They drove off in the tank 300 toward the company. After tidying up the dishes, Su Yang and Yang Shui also left the house and drove to the company. Honey, didn't your younger sister Su Xian say she was going to talk to your parents about you last night? Has she not messaged you yet? No, honey, I don't know how their conversation went either. Let's wait until we get to the office, and I'll send her a message to check on the situation. To be honest, Su Yang's heart was also quite unsettled. He didn't know what state his parents from his previous life were in now. But he figured there probably wasn't anything wrong, otherwise his sister would have called by now. But the fact that his sister hadn't sent any messages was making Su Yang even more uneasy. It's okay, honey, don't worry. Yang Shui nodded gently and reached out to stroke Su Yang's cheek. Don't worry, everything should be fine. As long as our parents are healthy, there's no rush to reunite. A day earlier or later doesn't matter. After arriving at the company, Yang Shui got out of the car and hurried inside to get to work. Not long after, Su Yang parked the car and headed straight to the IT department. Hey, you look great. Upon reaching his workstation, Su Yang reached out and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. He sincerely uttered a compliment. He then sat down in his chair. Stop messing around, old buddy. I'm a man. Yang Xia turned to look at Su Yang, and a hint of helplessness couldn't help but show in his eyes. This old buddy. He's starting to see me as a woman more and more. Really? Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 116, Stop messing around, old buddy. This girl is your aunt. Old buddy, did you get anything from your trip? Su Yang turned his head and winked at Yang Xia. He gave him a look that said, you know what I'm asking. Of course. Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder, looked around cautiously, and his face was filled with an indescribable smile. Let's go, buddy. Let's find a quiet spot to chat. She looked around, then whispered softly, tugging on Su Yang's arm. Let's go. Su Yang nodded, and the two of them walked toward a small meeting room nearby. Go ahead, buddy. Once they were seated, Su Yang smiled and asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Ha ha ha. Bro, Ping Ping might have accepted me. Ha? Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes widened instantly. No way. No way. How can you say might? Haven't you two talked things through yet? It's only been a few days. Damn it, these past few days have been exhausting spending money and putting in all this effort. I guess my performance must have moved Ping Ping. That makes sense. But he was pretty curious about how far the two of them had gotten. Anyway, if I hug her or kiss her now, she won't refuse. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. How could this be? Xiao Pingping had clearly told him that she liked boys. How could things change so much in just a few days? If you just kissed her on the cheek, that's no big deal, right? Girls doing that seems pretty normal, doesn't it? No. How could it just be a kiss on the cheek? Of course it was more than that. Otherwise, how could I say she must have accepted me? Saying this, Yang Xia happily patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Bro, congratulate me. Maybe soon, I'll be able to make her call you dad. Sure, I'll wait and see. Su Yang nodded awkwardly with a smile. This is bad. The way this is going is beyond your wildest imagination. How am I supposed to explain this to her mom later? Sigh. Ding dong. As the two were talking, Su Yang's phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from his younger sister, Su Xian. Brother, mom and dad are both home now. They want me to take them to find you. Brother, are you busy this morning? The moment he saw the message, Su Yang's heart began to race. What's wrong, buddy? Seeing Su Yang's expression change, Yang Xia snatched his phone away. Holy crap. Bro, what does this message mean? Is this a girl? Yang Xia said, his expression quickly turning grim. Could this guy be cheating on his mom with another girl behind her back? Stop joking around, bro. This is your auntie. Hand over the phone. My aunt? Yeah, this is my younger sister. Isn't she your aunt? Oh, okay. Yang Xia nodded thoughtfully and handed the phone to Su Yang. Wait a minute, buddy. Didn't you tell me before that you don't have any siblings? Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, thinking to himself, this is bad. He hadn't told her about his past life with Yang Shui. Now he was suddenly faced with this situation. Never mind, there's no time to explain everything now. I'll tell her later. Anyway, his relationship with her mother was already established, and she had already accepted it. Telling her the truth anytime was no big deal. Bro, there's a big secret between me and your mom. To be precise, it's a big secret about me. I'll tell you all about it when you have time, but don't worry about it now, okay? I have to take care of some important business today. Oh, and you do have an aunt. I'm going to meet them later. There's no way around it. I need to keep Yang Xia calm for now and explain everything to her later. Oh, this is so complicated. Alright. I won't ask anymore. You can explain it to me later. But, bro, you have to let me come with you. I want to meet this auntie. Yang Xia nodded and quickly agreed to Su Yang's request. But she had to go with him. What if this aunt was the new girlfriend he'd found? That would be screwing over her mom. Alright. Remember, our relationship is just classmates now. I'm worried our parents might overthink it. I don't really understand what you mean, but I'll follow your lead for now. As long as you don't betray my mom, everything else is trivial. Yang Xia watched Su Yang's excited yet anxious expression and agreed readily. No way. Don't worry, your mom is my true love. I'd never betray her. What are you thinking, bro? Su Yang said, opening the message his younger sister had sent and replying quickly. Sis, you don't need to come over. I'll drive there right away and be there soon. Your sister-in-law is in a meeting, so I'll come over first. Alright, big brother, we'll wait for you at home. Alright. See you soon. After finishing his conversation with his sister, Su Yang stood up with his phone and was about to leave. Wait for me. Yang Xia also quickly stood up and followed Su Yang. The two of them, one in front and one behind, didn't even bother to say goodbye to Director Li before quickly leaving the IT department. Chapter 117, Reuniting with his parents from a past life. The two exited the Yangshui clothing building and got into the Tank 300. With a sudden burst of acceleration, the car shot forward. Holy crap, buddy, slow down. Yang Xia quickly grabbed the handlebar, his face turning pale with fear. It's okay, relax. Uncle drives carefully. By the way, buddy, you mentioned you have a younger sister. What's the story with that? Is it because your dad has a mistress or something? Cough. Your mind works fast, but you're off the mark. This is a bit complicated and hard to explain in a few words. Just watch carefully for now. If you can understand it, that's best. If not, I'll explain it to you in detail when we get back, okay? Alright, I understand, buddy. Yang Xia nodded and didn't ask any more questions. With the car moving so fast, it's best to let him focus on driving. It only took about 10 minutes for Su Yang's car to pull into Times Garden community. Moments later, the car came to a stop in front of the building where his parents had lived in his previous life. Sis, I'm going up. Su Yang turned off the engine, gently patted his chest, and exhaled deeply. Then he sent his sister a message. A moment later, his sister's message came back. Brother, hurry up and come up. Mom and Dad are crying again while looking at your photo. Okay, I'm coming. Su Yang saw his sister's message and couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of pain in his heart. He immediately pushed open the car door and stepped out. Yang Xia also quickly followed suit, opening the door and jumping out. Clatter, clatter, clatter. She was wearing short-heeled sandals and closely followed Su Yang. Dude, why are you walking so fast? Calm down. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but pause. He was right. Calm down, calm down. He then slowed his pace slightly, turned to look at Yang Xia, and entered the elevator together. Bro, is your sister pretty? Yeah, she's pretty. Look at my looks, it's obvious my sister must be a little beauty too. You do have a point. With your looks, your sister must be pretty too. By the way, is she well behaved? Get lost. As they spoke, the elevator arrived at the 9th floor. The door was open. Brother. A crisp voice rang out as the younger sister, Su Xian, ran out of the room. Little sister. The younger sister came up to Su Yang and excitedly wrapped her arms around her arm. Without bothering to introduce Yang Xia, Su Yang followed her younger sister into the house. In the living room stood two elderly people with gray hair. Their eyes were red. They were staring in shock at Su Yang as she walked through the door. Dad, Mom, my brother is here. Su Xian wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm and walked all the way to her parents' side. Then she whispered a brief introduction. There was no need to say anything, they recognized him at once. 18 years of raising him, the boy standing before them looked just like their son. They recognized him instantly. Even after 19 years had passed. Now, during the summer vacation, Su Yang was also about to turn 19. Child, you. His mother looked at Su Yang, her eyes red and tears falling once more. She reached out and grabbed his right arm. Mom, it's me. Su Yang felt a sudden pang in his nose, and tears instantly fell from his eyes. From his mother's eyes, he suddenly sensed a familiar feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. A flood of indescribable information suddenly erupted in his mind. That massive information suddenly appeared in his mind, growing larger and larger, trembling constantly. It seemed as though it was about to explode at any moment. As he spoke, Su Yang rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a small, half-circular, blue mole. People say that moles are marks of the soul. In the vast sea of people, it is extremely rare to find two people with identical moles. Whoa. This is my Yang, whoa. The mother could no longer contain the flood of longing in her heart. She embraced Su Yang's waist and burst into tears. Boom! At the same time, Su Yang felt the foggy memories in his mind suddenly explode. They transformed into a sky filled with stars, scattering throughout his mind. In an instant, one after another, scenes began to emerge in his mind. There were scenes of him playing on the small square in the neighborhood when he was a few years old. There were scenes of him studying in the classroom. There were scenes of him holding hands with a girl. That girl, wasn't that Yang Shui? There were also scenes of him eating heartily at home, with a graceful young woman sitting beside him. That must be his mother from his previous life, right? The scenes kept flashing by. They keep emerging, so many of them. Su Yang was completely dumbfounded. Mom! After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang suddenly snapped back to reality. His gray-haired mother was still hugging his waist and crying. Mom, don't cry. I'm back. Su Yang gently patted his mother's shoulder, his voice soft and gentle. As he spoke, his mother released her tight embrace of Su Yang. But the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. His eyes darted up and down, studying Su Yang intently. She felt more and more certain that this was her own son. Mom, the house in our safe neighborhood, hasn't it been demolished already? From the look in her eyes, it was clear she still didn't fully believe this was her son. Perhaps she was already 99% convinced. But there was still a lingering doubt in her heart. Yes, Yang, it's been nearly 10 years since the demolition. Mom, there was a small wooden box locked in the room where I used to live. Did you keep it for me? Su Yang had just recalled this small box in his restored memories. Inside were the love letters Yang Shui had written to him. And a butterfly-shaped hairpin Yang Shui had given him. Let me think. His mother quickly wiped away her tears, her brows furrowing in thought. Yang's things from back then were all stored in the basement during the last move. It's been so many years. At that moment, Dad, who had been standing quietly with red eyes, suddenly spoke up. He had been staring at Su Yang the whole time. His eyes kept shifting back and forth. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 118. This is the love letter my sister-in-law wrote for my brother. Brother, what's in that little box of yours? Su Xin, upon hearing this, hurried forward to ask. Oh, it's the love letter your sister-in-law Yang Shui wrote back to me, and there's also a butterfly-shaped hairpin. Old man, go get the key from the cabinet. Upon hearing this, Mom immediately looked up and waved her hand at her husband. Alright, I'll go get the key and take a look downstairs. I'll go too. Su Xin said, then quickly grabbed her father's arm and followed him to get the keys. Soon, the father and daughter left the house with the keys. Yang. Mom, sit down. Su Yang rubbed his red eyes, wiped away his tears, and helped his mother sit down on the sofa. Who is this girl? Is she your current girlfriend? The mother finally realized that there was a beautiful girl following Su Yang. She turned her head to look and asked. Oh, no, she is my classmate. Hello, auntie. Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch her head. She seemed to understand a little, but wasn't entirely sure. The elderly woman in front of her was actually Su Yang's mother? Though she was completely baffled, she began to form some vague suspicions. But the old woman in front of her, since Su Yang called her mom, she should technically call her grandma. But since Su Yang introduced her as a classmate, then she did just call her a classmate. So she could only call her aunt. Good girl, you're so beautiful. Yang, are you thirsty? Mom, I'll get you some water. No need, Mom. I drank some water when I came. I'm not thirsty yet. Mom, your hair is all white. Su Yang's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke, staring at her mother's head full of white hair. Ah! Hearing this, her mother couldn't help but sigh deeply, trembling as she wiped away the tears welling up in her eyes. Such a fine son, suddenly gone. How could she not be heartbroken and saddened? It's not just sadness and grief. It was sheer agony. Mom, I still remember everything that happened when I was hit by the truck. It was at the intersection of Ping'an Road and Sports Avenue, but the road there has been rebuilt now. Yang still remembers what happened before? Upon hearing this, his mother couldn't help but brighten up. There were still quite a few memorable things that had happened to her son as he grew up. If this young boy could recall some of them, then he must undoubtedly be her son. By the way, Yang, do you still remember your ex-girlfriend? Seeing his mother's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but force a smile. It seemed like his mother wanted to confirm again. You mean Yang Shui? Of course I remember her. We've been close since we were kids. We both got into Zhengzheng University, and I've actually found her again. You found Shui already? Yes, Mom. Su Yang rubbed his eyes again, his eyes sparkling with more laughter. As he spoke, he turned his head to glance at Yang Xia, who was sitting beside him. He winked at her. Yang Xia seemed to understand. Her eyes widened in shock. The Yang Shui and Xiao Shui they were talking about, weren't they referring to their own mother? How did Su Yang know her mother from when they were little? And they grew up together from a young age? She was such a good girl, so beautiful and well-behaved. So, she must be around 36 or 37 now, right? Yes, Mom. I can have her come meet you later. Oh, so this child has already gotten married, right? Then you. Soon, a look of concern and confusion flashed across Mom's face. If Xiao Shui is married, and her son goes to find her, wouldn't that cause some trouble? No, Xiao Shui has never been married. Oh. Mom nodded thoughtfully, then rubbed her reddened eyes. Click. The two were chatting when the door opened. Dad and my younger sister returned. My younger sister, Su Xin, was holding a small wooden box. The lock on top was already rusty, probably easy to open with just a knock. Brother, there really is a small wooden box. Hey. Su Xin smiled happily and brought the box to her brother. Su Yang reached out to take the box. A familiar feeling welled up inside him. The memories he had just recovered contained this information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned the little wooden box. Yang, here you go. His father had somehow found a pair of pliers and handed them to Su Yang. His lips trembled, his eyes flickered slightly, and tears couldn't help but slip down the corners of his eyes. All right, Dad. Su Yang nodded slightly and reached out to take the pliers from his father's hand. Click. Moments later, with a crisp sound, the small lock was crushed by the pliers. The small wooden box opened. Inside the wooden box lay a stack of papers, on which rested a butterfly shrimp hairpin. Wow. Brother, let me see. Su Xin said, smiling happily as she snatched the box from her brother's hands and placed it on the coffee table. She reached out and took the hairpin out. Mom and Dad, look. This is the hairpin my brother mentioned. It's my sister-in-law's. This is the love letter my sister-in-law wrote to my brother. Let me see. Yang Xia, who was sitting beside them, couldn't help but stand up. Reaching out. The letter in Su Xian's hand ended up in Yang Xia's hands. Don't take it. This is the love letter my sister-in-law wrote to my brother. Who are you? Although Su Xin had already noticed the beautiful girl, she didn't know who she was. Though she had her doubts, she didn't think much of it. Whoever she was, she definitely wasn't her brother's girlfriend. Don't worry, don't worry. Let me take a look and see if it's your sister-in-law's handwriting. Yang Xia smiled awkwardly and reached out to open the letter. She was very familiar with her mother's handwriting. Although the handwriting in the letter was slightly different from her mother's current style, she recognized it immediately. It was definitely her mother's. Those elegant, distinctive characters. That's why she was certain at first glance. Su Yang, I like you. Reading the sappy words in the letter, Yang Xia's face couldn't help but flush. She quickly handed the letter to Su Xin. Chapter 119, Xiao Shui has been so hardworking all these years. Mom, Dad. The contents inside are exactly the same as what brother said. Su Yang held up the butterfly-shaped hairpin and the letter, waving them in front of his parents. At that moment, the tears of the parents flowed freely once again. Especially the father, who was finally completely convinced. Yang, Dad. Su Yang stood up and embraced his father tightly. Woo woo. His father couldn't help but burst into tears as well. They say men don't cry easily, but in such a moment, few could hold back their tears. At 60 years old, his father was crying like a child. The grief he had suppressed for so many years erupted like a volcano. Yang, sniff sniff. My mother also stood up and embraced Su Yang, weeping uncontrollably. The three of them clung tightly to each other, all crying uncontrollably. Su Xin, who had already reunited with her brother, was somewhat better emotionally. But she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Hey, stop crying, okay? Can you tell me what happened? Yang Xia looked at everyone crying and couldn't help but feel restless. She had already figured out what was going on. But this was just her guess, so she wanted to ask for clarification. Who are you, sister? Cough cough cough. Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch her head and point to the room next door. She meant she wanted to talk to Su Xin alone. The little girl in front of her must be her younger cousin. Me? I'm Yang Xia, your older brother's classmate. Oh, I see. Come with me. Su Xin understood immediately upon hearing this. Her brother had told her that his wife's adopted daughter was named Yang Xia and was his classmate. So the beautiful girl in front of her must be her sister-in-law's adopted daughter. Today, she finally met her. By all accounts, this Yang Xia should address her as aunt. As she spoke, Su Xin turned her head to glance at the three people hugging each other and crying in the living room, and couldn't help but scratch her head. She tugged at Yang Xia's sleeve and led her into her own room. Mom and Dad, don't cry. I'm back, aren't I? I've remembered a lot of what happened before. Before this, Su Yang really hadn't dared to say that. But just now, when he saw his mother, he suddenly remembered so many things. He even remembered many details of his life. Alright, don't cry anymore. The two elders, upon hearing Su Yang's words, unconsciously released their tight embrace around him. Their son was back. Although this return was rather unusual, he was indeed back. If only their son hadn't gotten into trouble back then, he'd be 37 years old now. But when they saw him again, he was probably about the same age as he would have been back then. Now that his first year of college is over and his second year is about to begin, he's probably around 19. Dad, Mom, sit down and let us talk slowly. Xiao Shui was busy at work today. When I came over, she was in a meeting and couldn't come over, so I didn't ask her to come. Su Yang pulled his parents by the arms and had them sit on the sofa. His mother was on the left and his father was on the right. The three of them sat together. His parents, one on each side, held his hands. It seemed as though they were afraid this was just a dream, and that their eldest son might suddenly disappear at any moment. Oh, it's okay. Is Xiao Shui doing well now? Mom is holding Su Yang's hand, leaning very close to him. Her grip was tight, very tight. Mom, Xiao Shui is doing fine now. I only found her recently. She has a daughter. Oh, right, an adopted daughter. Xiao Shui hasn't been married yet. As for his parents from his previous life, their memories of their son and his girlfriend were mostly frozen at the age of 18. Now that Su Yang suddenly appeared before them, the parents naturally couldn't help but ask about people and events related to the past. Oh, who was that young girl earlier? As the conversation continued, the parents' emotions gradually calmed down. They also recalled the beautiful girl from earlier. Mom and Dad, that girl, she's actually Xiao Shui's adopted daughter. Yang Xia, come out. Su Yang had seen clearly that the girl had followed her aunt into the room. So he headed toward her aunt's room and called out twice. Coming. A moment later, Yang Xia and Su Xin both came out of the room. Come to Yang Xia, call Grandpa and Grandma. Since both parents are aware of the situation, there is no other way to introduce them at the moment. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Yang Xia was still very quick-witted. Without any hesitation, he immediately greeted the two elders politely. Good boy. Good child. The two elders looked at Yang Xia, then at Su Yang. A look of confusion flashed across their eyes. This son. As soon as he found Xiao Shui, he suddenly had such a grown-up daughter. They also gained a granddaughter older than Xiao Xin. Xia Xia, come on. Auntie will take you to see the new clothes. They're all gifts from my brother. Su Xian saw this, smiled, and grabbed Yang Xia's hand, making a funny face at her parents and Su Yan before pulling her back to her own room. Auntie, my old buddy. Did my dad send you clothes? Oh, right, your dad gave me so many clothes. Oh my. I've been out these past few days and didn't know about this. Otherwise, I would be taking you to get the clothes. My dad is such a tightwad. No way, my brother is pretty generous. Oh, you don't know. I'll tell you later. As they laughed and joked, they held hands and walked into Su Xian's room. Mom and Dad, this girl is Yang Xia. Xiao Shui has been taking care of her for many years. Actually, we're classmates. If it weren't for her, Xiao Shui and I wouldn't have met either. Xiao Shui has been working so hard all these years. I only found her recently, and she's been very kind to me. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 120, Mom and Dad, your hair has turned white. Yang, Xiao Shui is now 18 years older than you. Mom pulled Su Yang's hand and couldn't help but say. Her son had been reborn. But he is only 19 now, while Xiao Shui is 36 or 37. Their ages don't really match. Yes, Mom, Xiao Shui is older than me now. I've basically lived 2 lifetimes. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and nodded slightly. This mother knows everything, there's no way to hide her age. Plus, there's a daughter the same age as him right there. Old woman, stop talking nonsense. As long as our son comes back, who cares how much older Xiao Shui is? They were together before, so they can be together now. As long as they're happy, don't worry so much. Seeing that his mother seemed to want to say more, his father waved his hand dismissively, not wanting her to say anything else. Enough. As long as Yang comes back. Hearing this, my mom didn't say anything else. She knew her husband was right. Yang had been given a second chance at life and finally found Shui in this family. If it weren't for such a deep karmic connection, how could he have found his way back? Since their fate is so deeply intertwined, let us just go with the flow. Let everything take its natural course, that's the best way. Gradually, the atmosphere between the three of them grew increasingly relaxed. After the two elders had a good cry, the depression that had been building up for years seemed to vanish in an instant. It was as if the dark clouds in the sky had been swept away by a storm, leaving behind a clear, sunny day. Yang, your sister said you met in the schoolyard? Yes, Mom. Thank goodness my sister found me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find you guys. Su Yang smiled and nodded, sipping the honey water his mom had made for him. Mom and Dad, your hair has turned white. Looking at his parents' silver hair, he didn't need to guess the hardships they had endured over the past 18 or 19 years. Otherwise, at 60, would their hair really be completely white? They looked more weathered than their peers. It's okay. Mom and Dad are getting older, it's normal for their hair to turn white. Mom and Dad, look. The three were chatting when Su Xian walked out of the room wearing new clothes. From head to toe, she was wearing the clothes Su Yang had given her. Ha! Xian, where did you get this dress? Mom looked at Su Xian, unable to help but smile, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. My brother gave them to me. He gave me so many clothes. But, actually, this dress was also given to me by my sister-in-law, hee. Su Xian spun around in front of her parents, showing them her clothes while happily explaining. Auntie, I'll take you to get some clothes later. Your brother doesn't have good taste. Yang Xia, standing beside her, looked at Su Xian's clothes and shook her head slightly. This dress isn't bad, but it's clearly not the best quality. This guy is really something. Can't he even spare some for his own sister? It's okay, Yang Xia. I think this outfit is fine. Those expensive ones were the ones I told my brother not to get. For Su Xian, the clothes her brother gave her were already worth tens of thousands of dollars, that was already incredibly generous. Besides, when her brother gave her the clothes, she didn't even know that the senior she had a crush on was actually her own brother. No. Auntie, I'll take you to meet a good friend later and help you pick out some more. And, help Grandpa and Grandma pick out some clothes too. Yang Xia waved her hand without giving her a chance to speak, making the decision for her aunt. Ha. Alright, little sister, let Yang Xia help you choose. Pick a few for Mom and Dad too. This girl has a pretty good eye for fashion. Su Yang smiled and nodded, giving Yang Xia a thumbs up. Not bad. This girl is acting pretty mature. No. We have clothes to wear. You silly girl, don't let your older brother and sister-in-law spend money on clothes for you. Mom, upon hearing this, quickly waved her hands at Su Xin, her eyes betraying a hint of playful scolding. Your brother just came back. How could you let him buy clothes for you? You're so inconsiderate. Grandma, don't worry. Our family runs a clothing store. These clothes are from our own shop, so we didn't have to spend any money. Yang Xia smiled at her grandmother, her tone gentle and understanding. At the same time, she exuded an indescribable generosity. Oh, Xiao Shui runs a clothing store? Yes, Grandma. My mama's clothing store is quite big. All the clothes my aunt is wearing are made by our own store, they're free. Mom, my sister-in-law runs a clothing company, it's a big company. Su Xian also nodded with a smile, her face brimming with joy. Oh. Mom nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything else. Ding dong. Just after 11 a.m., Yang Shui sent a WeChat message. Honey, how's it going? Have you reunited with your parents yet? Regarding the progress of the matter, Su Yang hadn't had the chance to message her yet, so she was still unclear about the details. Everything is going smoothly. I've already reunited with my parents, and I've suddenly regained a lot of my past memories. They've now confirmed my identity. We're chatting right now, and everyone is very happy. By the way, honey, my parents really want to meet you. Have you finished your meeting yet? After sending the message to Yang Shui, Su Yang continued chatting with everyone else. Honey, I've finished my meeting. Should I book a restaurant so we can have a family reunion dinner together? Sure, no problem. You always think of everything, honey, kiss, hug. After replying, Su Yan looked at his parents. Mom and Dad, Shui is booking a restaurant. Let's all go out for a family dinner later. This. Mom hesitated, glancing at her husband. She still didn't want her son and daughter-in-law to spend too much money. Alright, let's have a meal together. His father, however, was more straightforward and nodded without hesitation. A few moments later, Yang Shui's message came through. Honey, I've already booked the restaurant. It's at the Spring Hotel, not far from the company, room 301. I'll head over there now. You guys should leave too. Alright, honey, we're on our way. Chapter 121, Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma's life is really tough. Mom and Dad, let's pack up and go. Xiao Shui has already booked the restaurant. Sister, just wear what you're wearing. Don't bring the old clothes. Su Yang said, putting his phone in his pocket, waving to his parents, then stood up. Let's go, Grandpa and Grandma. You haven't met my mom yet, have you? Yang Xia saw this and followed Su Yang in bidding farewell to the elderly couple as they prepared to go out for dinner. That's right. It's been 19 years since we last saw each other. The two elders stood up and headed toward the room. They were getting ready to change clothes, as it seemed a bit too shabby to meet their daughter-in-law. Su Yang's father was wearing a security guard uniform that was already torn in places. His mother's clothes were also worn out, and no one knew how many years she had been wearing them. A security guard and a cleaner, their combined monthly income wasn't much. But to send their child to school, even though they were nearly 60 years old, they were still working hard to make ends meet. Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma's life is really tough. After seeing the elderly couple enter the room, Yang Xia ran over to Su Yang and whispered softly. Her eyes betrayed a hint of sympathy. Yes. Su Yang nodded slightly in response. That won't do. We have to get Mom involved to handle this. This neighborhood is old and run down, and there's not a single decent piece of furniture in the house. We'll talk about it later. No rush. Su Yang nodded and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. This girl is really quite filial. Not bad, she's truly my good daughter. Soon, the two elders had changed into their best clothes and came out. Although they had put on their best clothes, it was obvious they had been worn for many years. It's just that these clothes are rarely worn, so they don't look as old. Let's go, Mom and Dad, little sister. Su Yang smiled and waved, then walked out. When they reached the lobby, Su Yang had already driven the car up to where everyone was waiting. Brother, where is the car you were driving earlier? Why did you switch cars? Su Xian got into the car and asked curiously. Oh, the previous car belonged to your sister-in-law. I usually drive this one. It's a domestically produced SUV. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Seeing that everyone had gotten into the car, he gently pressed the accelerator, and the car started moving smoothly. Yang Xia, send your mom a message saying we've already left. Yang Xia was sitting in the passenger seat, holding her phone and messaging someone. Since Su Yang was driving and couldn't do it himself, he asked her to let her mother know. Okay, got it, uncle. Yang Xia replied and quickly sent a WeChat message to her mother. Mom, we're on our way. We'll be at the hotel soon. Soon, Yang Shui's message came back. Alright, I'm already here. I'll wait for you. After seeing his mother's message, Yang Xia turned to look at Su Yang. Uncle, my mom has already arrived at the hotel. Alright, got it. Su Yang nodded, pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly picked up speed. Not long after, Spring Hotel arrived. After parking the car, Su Yang led everyone inside the hotel. Soon, The five of them arrived on the third floor of the hotel. While searching for a private room, Yang Shui, who was waiting at the door, spotted the group immediately. Su Yang, over here. As Yang Shui spoke softly, everyone turned to look. Is that Xiao Shui? Mom and Dad both stared blankly at the woman walking quickly toward them, their expressions filled with thought. Yes, Mom, this is Xiao Shui. She still looks a lot like she used to. Su Yang wrapped his arm around his mother's arm and smiled softly. Oh, I do recognize her, it's just been so long. This is Xiao Shui, she looks exactly like she did when she was a child. Dad hadn't said much the whole way there, but the moment he saw Yang Shui, he was certain. This is the girlfriend my son used to date. There was no doubt about it. Dad, Mom. Just as the few of them exchanged a few quiet words, Yang Shui hurried over. Looking at the two elderly people with gray hair, she recognized them instantly. Though nearly 19 years had passed, she still recognized the two of them easily. Because of her past and present relationship with Su Yang, she directly addressed them as Dad and Mom. Xiao Shui. It really is you. Upon getting closer, her mother finally recognized her. She excitedly grabbed Yang Shui's hand. Dad, Mom. It's been so many years. I knew you used to live in Pinyin community, but when I went to look for you, you had already moved away. Yang Shui's eyes were red, and the corners of her eyes were clearly moist. Her parents, overcome with emotion, rubbed their eyes again. Yes, after Yang Yang left, the neighborhood was demolished, so we moved. Now it's all good. We're all together again. Xiao Shui. You're still as beautiful as ever. Mom said, walking side by side with Yang Shui toward the private room. Mom. Yang Shui just smiled and didn't explain anything. She was well aware of that. Her family from her previous life knew her age very well. There was no need for her to explain anything. However, she also believed that they wouldn't object to anything. Once they entered the private room, everyone took their seats. The waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. Various main courses and hearty dishes. Xiao Shui, why order so many dishes? We won't be able to finish them all. Her mother, who was used to being frugal, pulled Yang Shui's hand, her eyes filled with a hint of concern. This meal. How much will this cost? Grandma, don't worry. My mom has plenty of money, ha ha ha. Auntie, isn't that right? Yang Xia patted Su Xin beside her, her face beaming with joy. That's right, Mom. My sister-in-law runs a big company. Su Xin glanced at her sister-in-law Yang Shui with a touch of embarrassment and replied softly. It's okay, Mom. We haven't seen each other in so many years. Eat more. Yang Shui gently patted her mother's hand and handed her the chopsticks. All right. Upon hearing this, her mother nodded and a faint smile appeared on her face. Since her daughter-in-law had spoken so kindly, she naturally had nothing more to say. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 122, 2 Lives, 1 Encounter. Everyone enjoyed their lunch deeply, feeling both moved and happy, and the meal lasted a long time. Before they knew it, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course. Everyone mainly chatted. After so many years apart, there was simply too much to say. As the conversation deepened, everyone was pleasantly surprised to discover that Su Yang had actually regained a lot of his memories. Even some things from his childhood came back to him. Though not much, he did recall some things. This left everyone with not a single doubt remaining. Mom and Dad, shall we go check out Xiao Shui's company this afternoon? Su Yang checked his phone. It was getting late, and dinner should be wrapping up. If his parents were willing to go, he'd take them for a walk. It would also be a good opportunity to help them pick out some clothes. Su Yang, I think Mom and Dad are tired. Why don't we let them rest first? I'll take them out tomorrow or the day after to look around properly and pick out a few clothes. Yang Shui gently squeezed Su Yang's hand and whispered. No doubt Mom and Dad didn't get much rest last night. They got up early this morning and have been out all day until now. Plus, their moods have been all over the place. After all, they're in their 60s. After all that, they must be exhausted. Well, that's for the best. Su Yang had actually noticed that his parents were feeling tired for a while now, and it was indeed time for them to go back and rest. He nodded and turned to look at his parents. Mom and Dad, I can tell you're both pretty tired. I'll take you back to rest first. I'll find some time later to drop by the office and have Shui help you pick out a few clothes. All right. Ha ha. His mother said, yawning widely. Her eyes betrayed obvious fatigue. Let us go. Su Yang smiled, took his mother's arm, and walked out with everyone else. Uncle, Mom. I'm going out to play with my aunt. Yang Xia and Su Xinkai didn't feel the least bit tired. Saying that, the two of them ran out happily. The Tank 300 was driven away by Yang Xia, so Su Yang had no choice but to drive Yang Shui's car and take her back to the neighborhood with her parents. After dropping them off, the two didn't linger and drove back. Honey, congratulations. Seeing the joy on Su Yang's face, Yang Shui felt deeply moved. Her lover from her previous life. After enduring the ordeal of separation and death, he had finally found her again, and found his parents from his previous life. And he had also regained many memories from his past life. For Soo-young, this was like living 2 lifetimes. Everything seems as though it was destined from the start. When I first started university, I actually became good friends with Xia, that girl. Because of her, I found my lover from a past life. Though my lover isn't as young as before, she has become even more captivating. Soo-young looked at Yang Shui and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, reaching out to take her small hand. This woman has truly become someone he can't bear to leave. Their feelings for each other were even deeper than in their previous life. Then, while we were searching for memories on campus, we encountered my younger sister. Through my younger sister, I found my parents from my previous life. All of this. It's as if it was all predestined by heaven. Brother. Hearing you talk about the past today, Xiao Shui finally felt like the you from the past had truly returned. Past and present. In Xiao Shui's heart, the 2 shadows of you have finally merged completely. Brother, husband. Yang Shui let Soo-young gently massage her small hands, her voice growing increasingly tender. Boom! Soo-young pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor, and the car's speed quickly increased. They raced toward the company at full speed. At that moment, he was thinking of finding a secluded spot to embrace Yang Shui properly. The little Shui of the past, now his wife. Both were in his mind, the love of the past, the tenderness of the present, making him suddenly feel that their relationship had deepened significantly. Trust. Deep affection. All of it had been elevated to a whole new level in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 2 of them rushed back to the company and returned to Yang Shui's office. Click. The office door locked. As he turned around, Soo-young picked up Yang Shui and sat down on the sofa with her. They then passionately embraced and kissed each other. 2 lifetimes, 1 chance encounter. This deep longing erupted once again. As they kissed, Yang Shui couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. The weight of her love made her, at that very moment, want to give him everything she had. Darling, don't cry. Why don't we go to a hotel? It's not very convenient here. This is where we work, and there are secretaries and receptionists on this floor. This could spread throughout the entire company in no time. All right. Yang Shui nodded obediently and quickly stood up to compose herself. After leaving the company, Soo-young and Yang Shui got into the car and drove away. Brother, let us go to the He Hotel. Xiao Shui just wants to go there with you. Sure, Xiao Shui. Soo-young gently took Yang Shui's small hand. He nodded deeply. Their feelings for each other reached a new height once again. Roar! As the engine roared, the car sped toward the He Hotel. Yang Shui picked up her phone and quickly booked a room. Coincidentally, she also managed to book room 1314 at the hotel. Before long, the car arrived at the He Hotel. The 2 hurriedly got out of the car and quickly walked inside. Chapter 123, You're an elder now, you're not allowed to pry into the private affairs of your juniors. When the 2 awoke from their slumber, it was already 1 a.m. Husband, we. Yang Shui snuggled into Soo-young's arms, her voice soft and gentle. Wow! It's already 1 a.m.? Time sure flies. Soo-young reached out and picked up his phone from the bedside table. He couldn't help but stare in surprise. He had accidentally let the clock run past midnight. There were even messages from Yang Xia and his younger sister. He decided to check his sister's message first. Brother, today Yang Xia introduced me to one of her good friends. Her name is Xiu Pingping. This afternoon, the 3 of us went to the mall downstairs from my sister-in-law's company, and the 2 of them helped me pick out a lot of clothes. I originally said I didn't want any, but Yang Xia was so enthusiastic. I couldn't refuse at all. Brother! Now I have so many new clothes. Seeing the message from his younger sister, Soo-young couldn't help but smile. So many new clothes that LL definitely keep her sister busy for a long time. Yang Xia is such a considerate girl, she knows how to spoil her little aunt. However, it was now the middle of the night, so he didn't reply to his younger sister. Then, he opened the message Yang Xia had sent him again. Bro, where did you and my mom go? Ping Ping and I are hungry. Uncle, you 2 didn't go out to get a hotel room, did you? I'll go. You should VE told me earlier. You've left me hungry for so long. Never mind. Ping Ping and I will just cook some noodles. You 2 have fun. Don't come back tonight. Oh, by the way, I brought my aunt some new clothes this afternoon. No need to thank me. That's all. Ping Ping and I are going to sleep now, hee. But Soo-young looked at the message Yang Xia sent and couldn't help but chuckle. Honey, what are you laughing at? Hearing Soo-young's laughter, Yang Shui poked her head out from his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Xia said she is hungry and waiting for us to come back. Oh, okay. Forgot. Let's hurry back, honey. Don't let Xia find out we're staying out late. Yang Shui, upon hearing this, couldn't help but jump in surprise, rolling over to sit up and look for her clothes. She had been so busy earlier. She had completely forgotten about everything else. It's okay, honey. It's already 1 a.m. What's the point of going back now? Su Yang smiled and reached out, pulling Yang Shui back into his arms. What? It's already 1 a.m.? Yeah, honey, look. Su Yang smiled and handed his phone to Yang Shui. Yang Shui gave a sheepish smile, shrunk back, and burrowed into Su Yang's embrace. Since it was this late, there was no point in going back. The next morning, after having breakfast at the hotel, the two drove back to the company. Honey, I have a meeting this morning. I'll go ahead and attend it. The car drove straight to the company's main gate, and Yang Shui got out first. Since she had a meeting, she hurried upstairs after getting out of the car. Watching Yang Shui's alluring figure, he couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. Memories from 2 lifetimes had elevated Su Yang's feelings for her to an entirely new level. After parking the car, he walked into the building at a leisurely pace and headed to the IT department. Holy crap! Bro! You're setting a bad example for the younger generation. Going out to book a room without a word. Bro, we can't be this desperate, can we? As Su Yang arrived at his desk, Yang Xia turned her head and frowned. His voice still carried a hint of annoyance. Cough cough. Old buddy, stop messing around. Last night, your mom and I reminisced about a lot of things. We went out to find a place to chat. What's with the horny talk? Kids shouldn't speculate. Besides, you also told me you didn't want us to come back, right? What? Did you and Ping Ping have a good time last night too? Su Yang reached out and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, giving a sheepish smile. No, it's not like that. I mean, my mom is almost 40, and you're not even 20 yet. I'm worried about her health. As for me and Ping Ping. Mentioning Xiao Ping Ping, Yang Xiao's eyes lit up with joy. The two of us, of course, were happy. Never mind, you won't understand. Come on, how am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Besides, I'm just curious, how do the two of you express your feelings for each other? Could it be? Do you just hug and kiss? That's way too boring. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and turned his head to ask quietly. Cut. Alright. You're the elder now, you're not supposed to pry into the affairs of the younger generation. Yang Xia couldn't help but blush slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak. After all, it was her private matter with Xiao Ping Ping, and she really felt awkward discussing it with others. Besides, Su Yang was, after all, a real man, and there were still some differences between them. Now that you know you're the junior, haha, we're old friends. Su Yang chuckled softly, unable to resist shaking his head. Alright. I'll tell you later. I'm at work now, and it's not appropriate to talk about such things. After work. By the way, old buddy, my aunt. I think she is pretty cute too, though she is not as good as my little Ping Ping, but she is still pretty nice. Cough. You little brat, that is your aunt. What are you saying? Don't even think about it. Su Yang tapped Yang Xia on the forehead and whispered. This girl just loves to talk nonsense. Chapter 124, having a handsome guy hit on you isn't so bad, is it? No, I already have Ping Ping, so I wouldn't think about it. I was just saying that my aunt is pretty cute and well behaved. Besides, she's my aunt. How could I possibly do something like that? I'm a very loyal person, you know? Yang Xia rubbed his forehead and quickly waved his hands. You know better. Su Yang nodded and then opened his computer to get back to work. Before he knew it, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yang Shui. Honey, I asked Zhang, the secretary, to get some clothes according to your parents' sizes and put them in the trunk of my car. Do you have time now? If you can, could you please take these clothes to your parents' house? Looking at his wife's message, Su Yang couldn't help but nod to himself. This wife really thinks of everything and is so filial. Sure, honey, I'm free. Thanks, honey, kiss. After sending the message to Yang Shui, Su Yang immediately sent another WeChat message to his younger sister. Little sister, are mom and dad at home? Your sister-in-law picked out a few clothes for our parents, and I plan to bring them over. Once your sister-in-law has some free time, she'll take dad and mom out to pick out something better. A moment later, his younger sister's message came back. Brother, mom and dad are both at work. I'm at home doing laundry. Are you coming over? Alright, little sister, I'll be right over. After replying to his younger sister, Su Yang tidied up his things and stood up. Bro, I'm going out to deliver something to your grandparents. I'll be back soon. Bye. Saying that, he patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder and left the computer lab. When he reached the ground floor, Su Yang opened the trunk and took a look, only to be completely stunned. The trunk was filled with a huge pile of clothes. From head to toe, everything was complete, and there were multiple sets for each person. This wife. How generous. He smiled and shook his head, then quickly drove off toward the Times Garden residential complex. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the building where his parents lived. Sis, come down for a moment. There's too many clothes, your brother can't carry them all alone. After parking the car, Su Yang sat inside and sent a message to his sister. There were so many clothes he couldn't carry them all up in one trip anyway. Alright, brother, I'll be right down. After receiving his sister's message, Su Xian happily ran out of the building after just a moment. Brother, hey. Little sister. Su Yang had already gotten out of the car and opened his arms to hug her. Her sister was wearing a light-colored new dress, looking absolutely adorable. Come on, little sister, take your clothes. Su Yang smiled and patted her on the shoulder, releasing his arms from around her. He then walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. Wow. Brother, why did your wife bring so many clothes for our parents? This is enough to last us for ages. Ha, your sister-in-law is very generous. Besides, it's nothing to her. Look, our parents can't even afford to buy themselves a new outfit. We really should get them some new clothes. Come on, little sister, take this bag, it's a bit heavy. Su Yang said, then picked up a small package from the car and handed it to his sister. He then carried a large bag himself, with one more left in the car. After closing the trunk, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the building. Sis, how did your chat with Yang Xia and the others go yesterday? It went well. Yang Xia's niece is quite interesting and very efficient. By the way, she seems to have a bit of a boyish side to her, generous and straightforward. Ha ha ha. That girl has never lacked money since she was a child, so of course she's generous. But she does have some masculine traits. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. However, his sister's observational skills were quite sharp. She had noticed Yang Xiao's boyish traits so quickly. By the way, brother, yesterday when the three of us girls were shopping at the mall, a pretty handsome guy hit on Yang Xia. Guess what happened? Ha ha ha. But Su Yang nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. What else could he have done? He probably just ignored him. The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived at the front door. Su Xian took out the key and opened the door, then the two of them carried their clothes inside. It's not just ignoring them. She outright scolded them until they left in shame. I felt pretty embarrassed at the time. Actually, I asked Yang Xia, and she doesn't have a boyfriend right now. If a handsome guy hits on her, isn't that a good thing? Even if you don't like him, there's no need to scold him away. Su Xian said, and the two of them placed their clothes on the sofa in the living room. Then they stepped out the front door, preparing to make another trip. By the way, brother, were you and Yang Xia close before? Yeah, little sister. We were like brothers back then. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have met your sister-in-law. We really owe her a lot. Oh. Brother, between a man and a woman, there is no such thing as pure friendship, right? Yang Xia, she didn't secretly fall for you, did she? Cough cough cough. Sis, don't speculate. We're really just friends. There is no romantic feelings between us. Who knows? You're so handsome, hey. Yang Xia didn't know you were her senior before, so liking you is pretty normal, right? But now that you're with your wife, maybe she's just keeping her feelings hidden. Su Yang couldn't help but feel awkward. This little sister has such a vivid imagination. But the imagination is a bit off the mark. Silly sister, stop guessing. It's not true. Su Yang sighed and shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't plan to tell her about Yang Xiao's feelings for girls. After all, it was his daughter's privacy, so it was best not to pry. Oh. His younger sister smiled doubtfully and didn't say much more on the topic. Even if her brother liked both his wife and Yang Xia, she wouldn't have any objections. After all, she was his younger sister, and she had to support her older brother. Chapter 125, I just got here and you're leaving? Don't want to hang out with your old buddy? Alright, little sister, I have to go back now. Want to come with me to play? Or let Yang Xia take you somewhere? After moving all the clothes, Su Yang was about to leave. Brother, I haven't finished washing my clothes yet. I want to go today. Once my sister-in-law helps me arrange something, I can come visit you every day. Su Xian hugged her brother tightly, then waved goodbye. Alright, little sister. Don't worry, your sister-in-law will definitely find something for you to do. You're studying fashion design, right? You could go to the design department and learn from them. That'd be great. Yeah, that's right, big brother. Hey, whatever my sister-in-law arranges, I'll do it. Su Xian blushed and nodded obediently. Alright, little sister. I'm heading back now. Su Yang smiled and nodded, gently stroking his sister's hair before waving goodbye and leaving. By the time Su Yang arrived at the IT department, it was already 11:30 a.m. Bro, I'm leaving. Su Yang had only sat down for 2 minutes when Yang Xia stood up and whispered softly. What the heck? I just got here and you're leaving? Don't you want to hang out with your old buddy? Whatever, I'm going to find my little Ping Ping. You can go find my mom. Alright, buddy, bye. Yang Xia smiled and patted Su Yang on the shoulder before turning around and walking away quickly. That girl? Su Yang checked the time. It was only 11 o'clock and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems like Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping's relationship had taken a huge leap forward and was completely different from before. I should ask her about it when I have the chance, find out how far their relationship has progressed. At least I'll have some idea of what to expect and how to talk to my wife about it. Ding dong. Su Yang had been working for a while when he received a message from Yang Shui. Honey, did you take the clothes to your parents yet? Su Yang smiled and immediately replied to his wife. Yes, I've already delivered them and just got back for a bit. Honey, come to the office for a moment. I miss you, red lips. Ugh. Looking at the message Yang Shui sent, he couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. Women of this age are just different. Alright, honey, I'll be right over. Seductive. Su Yang tapped his chest lightly and licked his lips. He stood up and left his desk. Not long after, he arrived at Yang Shui's office on the top floor. Honey. She was sitting at the tea table drinking tea. Upon seeing Su Yang enter, she beckoned him with her finger. Wife, you missed me, didn't you? Yes. Yang Shui blushed and nodded, her eyes sparkling with a hint of passion. Su Yang put down his shoulder bag, tossed it onto the sofa, then walked over and sat across from her. But Yang Shui looked at the passion in Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Baby, look at this. Saying this, she handed him a few colorful pages. What's this? Su Yang casually took them and glanced at them. Honey, you're planning to look at a new house? If the two of us move out, Yang Xia will definitely be upset, right? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It turned out these were promotional brochures for a new housing development. Most of them were for large apartments ranging from 200 to 500 square meters. Su Yang immediately thought of the issue. After all, with just the two of them and the child living together, it was hard to fully enjoy themselves. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. No, honey, I was thinking of picking out a place for my parents. They're currently living in Times Garden, but it's not much better than the older Pinyin community. They're both old neighborhoods, and the units are quite small. I was thinking of helping them find a new place so they can live more comfortably. What do you think, honey? Yang Shui said, reaching out to pinch Su Yang's cheek. Thank you so much, honey. You're always so kind to me. Su Yang nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with unspeakable emotion. Honey, we're husband and wife, do we really need to say such cheesy things? Yang Shui said, her eyes suddenly bursting with passion. She stood up and wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck. Whether it was her parents from her past life or her family in this one, she would fulfill her duty as a wife to the best of her ability. Peck. Of course, honey, that's for sure. I try my best every time, okay? Yes, I know, dear. I just hope you can keep this feeling for me forever. Don't worry, of course. My love for you will only grow deeper and deeper. Su Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. He then stood up, took Yang Shui's small hand, and led her toward the sofa in the office. A moment later, the two embraced and kissed passionately. Of course, this was broad daylight in the office. They were merely engaged in a passionate kiss. Naturally, they exercised some restraint. Knock, knock, knock. As they continued to embrace tenderly, the office door was gently knocked. Honey. Yang Shui blushed and quickly sat up from Su Yang's embrace. Upon hearing the knock, she knew it was her secretary arriving. Come in. Yang Shui sat on the sofa, combing her long hair with one hand while smiling and responding. The door opened shortly after. Sure enough, it was indeed Zhang, the secretary, holding several meal boxes in her hands. She glanced at the two people on the sofa and couldn't help but blush. Chapter 126, We're Her Parents. Why think so much? As Yang Zong's secretary, she naturally knew about their relationship. After her face flushed slightly, she smiled and nodded at Yang Shui. Mr. Yang, I've placed your lunch with Mr. Su on the coffee table. Alright, thank you, Xiao Zhang. She merely gave a faint smile, continued to tidy her hair, then stood up and straightened her clothes. Secretary Zhang nodded and quietly stepped out. Come on, honey, let's eat together. Yang Shui waved at Su Yang and couldn't help but giggle shyly. It's okay, honey. Zhang has been with me for years, she wouldn't gossip. Okay. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Su Yang nodded, then sat up and began buttoning his shirt one button at a time. After tidying up a bit, the two sat down together to prepare for dinner. Honey, when do you plan to go back to your hometown? Your parents have been wanting us to visit them for a while now. Yang Shui asked while eating, gently nudging Su Yang with her leg. She was, of course, referring to his biological parents. They hoped that Su Yang and Yang Shui could visit whenever they had time, as his mother had yet to meet her in person. I'm flexible. It depends on your schedule. There is no rush, we can go back during the summer vacation. Alright, honey. I'll wrap up some work at the office today and tomorrow, and then we'll go back. My older sister messaged me again today asking when we can come back. Alright, thanks for your hard work, dear. Su-young nodded slightly and gently stroked Yang Shui's cheek. You're the one who's been working hard, honey. Are you feeling any back pain? No. With a body like yours, even if you double your efforts, you wouldn't get a sore back. Su-young wrapped his left arm around her shoulder and turned to kiss her. His wife asking this was naturally out of concern for him getting tired. But to him, it wasn't a big deal at all. After all, he was still young. After a short rest, he was already brimming with energy again. But that's good, you're so amazing. Yang Shui blushed shyly, not sure what she was thinking of, her cheeks quickly turning pink again. That little girl Xia, ever since she started working here, she hasn't come over to eat lunch with me. Does she eat with Ping Ping every day at noon? Yang Shui gently touched her slightly flushed cheeks and quickly changed the subject. Otherwise, she suspected that she would soon want to drag Su-young to the hotel again. Right. Su-young nodded and glanced at Yang Shui. I guess Xiao Pingping was too shy to come eat with us, so Yang Xia stayed with her. That girl is pretty loyal. Plus, she knows we're together, so she's a bit embarrassed to eat with us. That little brat. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly. We're her parents, why are you thinking so much? Ha ha ha. Honey, Xiaoxia and I used to be friends, it's normal for her to think that way. It's okay, honey. Su-young reached out his left hand and gently patted her back. After finishing their lunch, the two of them snuggled up together on the sofa and rested in silence. It was midday, after all one had to take a nap. Since they had to handle some matters in the afternoon, they were quite restrained. They simply fell asleep in each other's arms. Before they knew it, it was already 1:30 p.m. Honey, I'm heading to the IT department. You go ahead and finish up. After Su-young finished packing up, Yang Shui was already sitting at her desk getting to work. To avoid disturbing her, he quickly returned to the network department. Once these 2 days are over, the two of them will have to go back to their hometown together. When Su-young returned to the IT department, he found that Yang Xia had also come back. Hey, let's go to your mom's office for lunch later, okay? No, let's not. Yang Xia turned to look at Su-young, his eyes betraying a hint of awkwardness. Bro, you and my mom, you two are in the honeymoon phase. If I go, it'll be awkward. Forget it, bro, I'll just skip it. Just go once in a while. Don't you know your mom would miss you? Oh. I know. Alright, I'll go later then. Yang Xia nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of resignation. Bro, let me tell you something. Uncle is just looking out for you. Don't get too close to Xiao Pingping under your mom's nose. If it goes on too long, your mom might start to suspect something. Ah. Yang Xia couldn't help but sigh softly upon hearing this. Alright, I got it, buddy. Alright, be a good boy. Su-yang smiled and gently patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. Cough, cough, cough. As the two were chatting, a deliberate coughing sound suddenly came from behind them. Su-yang turned around and saw that it was Director Li approaching. Director, any instructions? Since it was the director, he had to give him some face. So Su-yang stood up and greeted him politely. No instructions, ha ha ha. It's like this, one of the colleagues in the finance department can't turn on their computer. Why don't you take a look? Sure, director. I'll go right away. Since Su-young joined the IT department, he had mostly been self-taught, and the director hadn't assigned him any tasks yet. As he spoke, Su-yang stood up and prepared to head to the finance department. I'll go too. Yang Xia hadn't turned her head the entire time and hadn't even acknowledged the director. But when she saw Su-yang getting up to go to the finance department, she couldn't sit still anymore. Yang Xia, come with me to the conference room. Yang Zong is about to hold a meeting, and we need to test and prepare the projector in advance. Mr. Li, noticing Yang Xia getting up, smiled and said to her. His eyes betrayed an indescribable expression. Oh. Yang Xia heard this, though her expression was a bit displeased, she didn't dare to show it. After all, her mother had arranged for her to come to the IT department to work and learn. Earlier, Yang Shui had agreed to transfer her to the finance department, but since Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping had returned to their hometown, she had forgotten about it. Yang Xia didn't know what Yang Shui was thinking, but she didn't bring it up again after returning. Chapter 127, What is it to you if I have a boyfriend or not? Mr. Li, have Su-yang go with you to the office to troubleshoot the projector. I'll handle fixing the computer in the finance department. Yang Xia glanced at Su-yang and gave him a wink. She didn't want to work with other men. Plus, Mr. Li had feelings for her, and she was well aware of it, so she definitely didn't want to work with such a man. In her words, it was absolutely disgusting. Oh, sorry, Yang Xia. I've already submitted the work order on the OA system. It's too late to change now. Let's just do it this way. Next time the finance department needs to fix the computer, I'll have you go then, okay? Su-yang, go to the finance department. Director Li turned to look at Yang Xia and said with a smile. His attitude was very sincere and very gentle. You don't hit someone who's smiling at you, so Yang Xia, though frustrated, didn't dare to lose his temper. If he insisted on staying, it might reach his mother's ears, and he'd be in for a scolding. Alright, I'll go then. Su Yang smiled at Yang Xia, winked, and waved goodbye before leaving. This girl may be a bit of a troublemaker, but she doesn't have the temperament of a spoiled princess. So she went with Li, the director, to the conference room to test the equipment. Upon arriving at the company's finance department, Su Yang asked around casually and quickly found the employee who needed their computer repaired. The entire department was mostly girls. There were young girls and married women. Tall, short, slim, and curvy, all vying for attention. When they saw Su Yang, the handsome young man, approach, many fiery glances swept over him. Su Yang, hello? After arriving at the workstation where the computer needed repair, he noticed that the workstation next to him was where Ping Ping was working. Ping Ping, hello. Are you sitting here? Yes, Su Yang. Where's Yang Xia? Why didn't she come to fix it? Su Yang turned on the computer while glancing at Ping Ping. Our director assigned her to the conference room to test the equipment and sent me here instead. From Xiao Ping Ping's expression, he could clearly tell that she still cared about Yang Xia. Oh. How's it going, Ping Ping? How's the work here? It's pretty good. Xiao Ping Ping blushed slightly and nodded her head. It seemed like she was pretty satisfied with the place. Beep. After turning on the computer, the boot process was normal, and there seemed to be no issues with the sound. The monitor had power but wasn't displaying any images. Su Yang followed the data cable from the monitor downwards. Oh no! It turns out the data cable on the main unit was loose. No wonder it wasn't working. So Su Yang knelt down and plugged the monitor's data cable back in properly. A moment later, the monitor displayed the image normally. It's working. Su Yang nodded to the girl waiting beside him, then handed her the work order to sign. Soon, the signature was completed. Let's go, Ping Ping. We'll chat later. Bye. Su Yang smiled and waved goodbye to Xiao Ping Ping before quickly leaving the finance department. Such a minor issue was indeed quite simple for Su Yang. The entire process was wrapped up in just a few minutes. After leaving the finance department, Su Yang thought for a moment and didn't return immediately. Instead, he went straight to the large conference room on the top floor. Although he was certain that Yang Xia wouldn't be at a disadvantage, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, she was his daughter. He had to check on her. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at the large conference room on the top floor. Before he even entered the conference room, he heard Director Li speaking in a gentle tone. Xia, your hometown is Jiangcheng, right? Yes. Yang Xia's response was brief, and his voice was faint. It seemed as though he wasn't paying much attention to the director in front of him. Of course. She didn't really care about this director either. If it weren't for her mother's criticism, she wouldn't have wanted to come here with this director who had such inappropriate intentions. Do you have a boyfriend yet, Xia? Yes. Oh, you already have a boyfriend so soon? Is your boyfriend also from Jiangcheng University? Yang Xia turned her head to look at Director Li and ignored him. You bastard. Are you never going to stop? What's it to you if I have a boyfriend or not? Cough cough cough. Su Yang listened for a moment before walking into the meeting room. Director, Yang Xia, have you finished yet? I've already fixed the computer in the finance department. The director turned around and saw Su Yang enter, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Su Yang, you're really impressive. You solved the problem so quickly. It's no big deal. The data cable for the monitor was loose, just plug it back in, and it's done. Very simple. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then walked over to the two of them. Director. Yang Xia saw Su Yang and couldn't help but glance at him. Director Li, Su Yang is my boyfriend. We've been dating for a year now. Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, instantly understanding Yang Xia's meaning. This girl is using him as a shield again. But this lie will eventually be exposed. After all, the truth about me and your mother will come out eventually. What's wrong, director? Su Yang wouldn't dare expose Yang Xia. Just a shield, child's play. He's done it before. Oh, never mind. I was just asking Xia if she had a boyfriend. A girl as pretty as her must have someone, right? I never expected the two of you to be in a relationship. Li, the director, gave a nervous laugh and quickly started explaining. He knew that Su Yang and Yang Zong were cousin siblings, so he naturally dared not offend Su Yang. Now that he saw Yang Xia and Su Yang were actually in a romantic relationship, he quickly abandoned his plans to take advantage of Yang Xia. If his thoughts reached Yang Zong's ears, he'd probably have no place left in this company. Yeah. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then reached out to wrap his arm around Yang Xia's shoulder. This girl was his best friend and also his daughter. He had to support her. Su Yang, let's help with the testing. Mr. Yang will be coming over to use the meeting room shortly. Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder and gave him a wink. Sure, no problem. Alright, come on, Su Yang, let's do this together. Director Lee watched the two of them acting so affectionate and his heart suddenly turned cold. Such a beautiful girl. She actually has a boyfriend. And her boyfriend is someone he can't afford to offend. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll become, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll get. Chapter 128, If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know? Besides, I'm not a woman. Adjusting a projector is actually a very simple task, just turn it on and give it a try. It was already in use, so there shouldn't be any issues. Lee director called Yang Xia over simply because he wanted to find a quiet place to chat with her. Now that he saw Su Yang and her were in a romantic relationship, he temporarily abandoned any thoughts of making a move. He could only suppress his lecherous thoughts. Sure enough, the three of them turned on their computers, connected, and tested it out. Everything was working normally. Done. Something that could be done by one person in a few minutes, the director insisted on bringing Yang Xia along and dragged it out for so long. Let us go, let us go. Yang Xia saw that the issue was resolved and didn't linger. He grabbed Su Yang's arm and started walking out. What the hell is this director nonsense? It's really disgusting. Su Yang smiled and followed her out. They left Lee, the director, behind in the office. Let him clean up his own mess. After returning, Su Yang picked up the promotional brochures for the new real estate development he had taken back from Yang Shui and began examining them carefully. Choosing a house was definitely something he had to handle. After all, this was for his parents from his previous life, so as long as he liked it, that was good enough. Once it's bought, he could just have his family move in. Bro, are you planning to move out with my mom? No way. Seeing Su Yang looking at the house, Yang Xia couldn't help but lean in, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise. What? You don't want us to move out? What about me? What will I do if you move out? Yang Xia, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel anxious and grabbed Su Yang's arm. She had never left her mother's side since she was a child. Hearing Su Yang suddenly mention that the two of them were moving out, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. If we move out, wouldn't that give you and Ping Ping the freedom to be together? Old buddy, come here, let me tell you about our situation. Yang Xia looked around, then took Su Yang's arm and led him to a small meeting room nearby. Old buddy, sit down. Once inside the small meeting room, Yang Xia closed the door and pointed to the chair across from him. Alright, go ahead. Su Yang nodded, sat down with a thud, and looked at Yang Xia with curiosity. Could it be that this girl's relationship with Xiao Pingping isn't as close as I originally thought? Old buddy, do you think we're already dating? Of course. That's exactly what you said. Your actions seem to imply that. Su Yang nodded without thinking. Anyway, that's exactly what he believed at the moment. Actually, strictly speaking, it's not exactly like that. Yang Xia scratched his head, his eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. What? Strictly speaking? What does that even mean? Actually, we're only hugging and kissing right now. She won't let me do anything else. Su Yang suppressed a laugh and nodded slightly. You little girl. You're such a typical girl. Besides hugging and kissing, what else can you do? Bro, you. I can't imagine what else you two could possibly do besides those two things. But you wouldn't understand. Yeah, how would I know if you don't tell me? Besides, I'm not a woman. Su Yang said, unable to help but laugh. Alright, I won't ask anymore. But I really have no idea how you two should proceed next. Su Yang suppressed his laughter and quickly shook his head. Really? Uncle, I really haven't seen much of the world. Then why didn't she agree to take things further? She said, our relationship has already gone beyond friendship, and she doesn't want to take it any further. What she means is, she can accept the current situation. But she also said she might still want to find a boyfriend in the future. Yang Xia said, her eyes betraying a hint of unspeakable disappointment. Sweetie. Don't worry, let me help you figure it out. Su Yang gently patted Yang Xia on the shoulder, putting away his smile and becoming serious. Did she accept your hug and kiss because you helped her with 500,000 yuan for her mother's medical expenses? No way. I don't think she's that materialistic. How could such a small amount of money affect our relationship? I don't think so. Yang Xia shook his head without hesitation upon hearing this. Truly, those involved are often blind to the truth. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh to himself. This girl was so smart before, how could she get so confused about this? Before, she wouldn't let you hug or kiss her, but after you helped her family with 500,000 yuan, she agreed. Isn't that obvious? You fool, let me ask you. You spent 500,000 yuan on her and went out of your way for her. Is she touched? Yang Xia heard this, paused for a moment, then nodded. That's definitely true. Xiao Pingping was indeed quite touched. And on that day at the hotel, when the two woke up, Pingping found herself embraced in Yang Xia's arms. But she didn't push him away. Instead, she silently consented to Yang Xia's actions. It was from that moment on that Yang Xia took the initiative to kiss her again. Xiao Pingping didn't resist but accepted it meekly. This made Yang Xia realize that Xiao Pingping might have truly accepted her. Could it be? Could this really be related to the 500,000 yuan? For a moment, Yang Xia felt lost. Bro, I know she's definitely moved, but she's going to say she wants to find a boyfriend. So, what's our situation now? Silly girl. Su Yang sighed softly. You two are more than friends but less than lovers. You want to be her true lover, but while her traditional mindset has made some progress, it hasn't completely broken through yet. Old buddy, if you're feeling tired, why don't we find a handsome guy? I can help you find the hottest one. Su Yang naturally still hoped she could be more normal. That way, it would be easier to explain things to Yang Shui. Chapter 129, Preparing to buy a new home for mom and dad. Stop joking around, buddy. Yang Xia heard this and reached out to pat Su Yang on the shoulder. Stop it, I don't like men. You know, even someone as handsome as you doesn't make me feel anything, let alone anyone else. Stop worrying about it, okay? Alright. Su Yang could only nod helplessly. It seems like this girl is really going to stick to her guns, no matter what. Bro, you know, you're kind of acting like a love-struck puppy right now. But I'm not. You know, it's really hard to find someone you truly love. Yang Xia shook her head, her face once again showing a determined expression. Since my help can move her, I'll keep helping her until she's completely moved and accepts me. That's exactly what a suck-up does. Su Yang murmured softly, shaking his head with a slight smile. Bro, if our family is poor and you can't help her with 500,000, do you think she'd still accept you? Well, but our family doesn't care about that much money. Besides, what you're talking about doesn't apply to us. You silly girl. When you fall in love with someone, you really do become a fool. Such a simple truth, yet she refuses to think about it deeply. I understand, my friend. I still need to keep making her feel special. She'll eventually accept me for real. At least she still cares about me now. At least she has accepted me a lot already, and she no longer refuses to say she likes me. But she said she might want to find a boyfriend in the future, which is really upsetting us. Well, we'll just have to take it slow. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, so you still have time. Seeing the frustration in Yang Xia's eyes, Su Yang could only comfort her like this. By the way, buddy, you're not seriously thinking about moving out with my mom, are you? Actually, if you two find us a nuisance when you're sleeping, we can temporarily move out for a while. Cough, cough, cough. This girl, she really can't keep anything from her. She really knows everything. I was looking for a place to move my grandparents into. You saw where they're living now, right? Oh. Holy crap. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me worried for nothing. Alright, old buddy, you should think about it. We are old friends, but you're also our daughter. How could we possibly move out? Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, giving her a reassuring pat. Alright, let us go. Alright, let's go. The two of them spoke and left the small meeting room. Although they didn't come to any conclusions, Su Yang had already figured out their current situation. It seemed like this young lady still had a long way to go. After returning to his workstation, Su Yang resumed his work and study routine. Before he knew it, it was almost time to clock out. Let's go, buddy. Before Su Yang could stand up, Yang Xia had already packed up and was ready to leave. Bro, even if you're just a sycophant, you've got to know when to back off and keep the rhythm. Be smarter, okay? No need to guess, this girl is definitely heading to find Xiao Pingping again. I know, I'm leaving. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, she waved her hand and left. Watching her departing figure, Su Yang shook his head slightly. This girl. If she keeps this up, who knows what the outcome will be. I hope it doesn't end up too sad. He checked the time. It's time to clock out. Time to go find Yang Shui's wife. After tidying up, Su Yang quickly left his workstation. Honey, you're back? Seeing Su Yang return, Yang Shui happily stood up from her seat. Yeah, you've been working hard, honey. He tossed his shoulder bag onto the sofa and embraced Yang Shui as she walked over. Peck. After a sweet kiss, he picked her up in his arms. Honey, let's not go to the hotel today. I'm afraid our little Xiao will overthink it. Feeling Su Yang's passion, Yang Shui immediately felt like she was melting. Her mind began to drift away. Ha ha ha. Okay, honey, we can stay home, just try to control yourself a bit. Su Yang hugged Yang Shui, spun her around twice in place, then reluctantly let her go. Let's go, honey. It's time to go home. Let's head back early. Okay, dear. The two shared a brief kiss in the office before leaving together. When they arrived at the parking lot downstairs, they happened to see Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping driving away. That girl, she didn't even say goodbye to me when she left work. She's getting more and more inconsiderate. Watching her daughter's car drive away, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel a little upset. Oh, she did say goodbye to me when she left work. She asked me to tell you it's okay, dear. Don't worry, the little girl still loves you very much. Su Yang, seeing the situation, could only offer a half-hearted comfort. These days, Yang Xia's heart was set on Xiu Pingping, so she naturally didn't think much of it. Besides, the girl is a bit of a troublemaker and careless, it's inevitable. Ah. Yang Shui nodded and sighed softly. My dear husband is still the best. The two got into the car, and Yang Shui playfully pinched Su Yang's chin. Then she grabbed his sturdy chest. Roar! With the roar of the engine, the car quickly left the parking lot. Honey, have you looked at the floor plans for the house yet? I found 2 floor plans I like. I'll go take a look when I have time. If there's a suitable floor, we can go ahead and book it. Su Yang nodded and reached out to hold Yang Shui's small hand. The floor plans he had his eye on were relatively small, but even so, they were still over 200 square meters. Alright, honey. Let us finalize it as soon as you can. Our parents have worked so hard all their lives, let us give them a better life in their golden years. Also, let's think of a way to get them out of their property management job. After all, they're at that age now. After hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang nodded slightly. The pressure on her small hand increased slightly. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 130, Big Brother will take you to see the closet where we store clothes. The next morning. After dropping Yang Shui off at the company, Su Yang went up to greet Director Li and then left directly. He planned to go look at some houses and buy one if he found a suitable one. Sis, are you home? After getting into the car, Su Yang sent a WeChat message to his younger sister, Su Xin. This is for buying a house for my parents, but I don't want them to know about it yet. So Su Yang planned to buy it in his sister's name, which would also serve as a gift to his former family. Of course, this idea was also discussed with Yang Shui. A moment later, his sister's message came back. Brother, I'm home happy. Alright, I'll be downstairs in 15 minutes. Come out when you're ready, and bring your ID. I'll take you out to play. After sending the message, Su Yang put his phone aside. He stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. It didn't take long for Su Yang to drive to the Times Garden community and arrive at the building where his parents had lived in his previous life. His younger sister, Su Xin, was standing at the entrance of the building waiting for him. Dressed in a light-colored long dress, she looked extremely youthful and adorable. Brother! As soon as the car came to a stop, Su Xin ran over happily. Get in the car. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere fun. Su Yang smiled and nodded, waving at his little sister. Hey! Su Xin smiled and opened the car door, sitting in the passenger seat. Did you bring your ID? I did. Where are you taking me, big brother? Just follow me. Let us go. The room. As he spoke, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the car quickly left the neighborhood. First stop, Mingtai Jiayuan Community. This is a newly developed neighborhood, not too far from where Yang Shui lives. All the houses here are fully renovated and move-in ready. Brother, let's make a deal, no more buying me clothes. I already have way too many, and my closet is bursting at the seams. Don't buy me any cosmetics either. The other day, when Yang Xia and I were together, she already bought me some cosmetics. Besides, your little sister is naturally beautiful, I don't really need cosmetics. Su Xin said this to her brother in advance to prevent him from buying her anything else. Ha ha. You're right, sister. We won't buy any cosmetics. But since my sister is so beautiful, she can never have too many nice clothes. No. Brother, you absolutely can't buy me any new clothes. My wardrobe is already overflowing, and there are still some new clothes I have to keep outside. Plus, the clothes you brought for mom and dad are too many. The cabinets at home are already full. Mom and dad can't bear to throw away the old clothes either, and now there's no place to put them. Hearing her brother's words, it seemed like he still wanted to buy her clothes, so Su Xin quickly waved her hands, refusing to let her brother buy her any more clothes. Buying more clothes would be a complete waste. Okay, we won't buy any clothes. Let me take you to see the closets where we can store the clothes. Su Yang smiled and winked at his younger sister. We'll just wait to buy clothes later, after we get a bigger house. But no way, big brother. Our house is only 75 square meters. There is no extra space for a closet. The younger sister couldn't help but giggle shyly upon hearing this. Her brother was such a joker. Alright then, since there is no space for a new wardrobe, I'll take you to buy a place to put it. Ha? What do you mean? For a moment, Su Xin didn't quite understand what her brother meant. If you buy a wardrobe, where else would you put it besides the house? You'll see when we get there. Don't worry. Su Yang deliberately teased her and didn't say it outright. Soon, Su Yang drove his sister to the entrance of the newly launched residential complex. Mingtai Jiayuan. The sales office was located to the right of the main entrance. Get out of the car, sister. Let's go check out where we can store our belongings. This. Once they arrived, Su Xin naturally understood. Her brother wanted to buy a house. Brother, you're going to buy a house for me? Su Xin grabbed her brother's arm tightly, her eyes filled with shock. Of course, little sister. Look how much you've grown. You'll need to get married someday, so your brother is preparing a house for you in advance. Ha ha ha. Su Yang wrapped his arm around his sister's shoulders, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother. Su Xin blushed instantly upon hearing this. I'm not getting married. You're just joking, big brother. Ha ha ha. Alright. Actually, I was thinking of buying our parents a new house. Look at our current place, it's just a 2-bedroom apartment, small and run down, with no room even for me to stay. Now I can't even stay with you guys for a day. Oh, my brother is so pitiful. Now he can't even go home. Su Yang patted his sister's shoulder, looking all sad and wronged. Brother, then. Although she knew her brother was putting on an act, Su Xin still felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Actually, she and her parents also hoped to see her brother every day. Even if they couldn't see him every day, seeing him occasionally would be nice. If there were enough rooms in the house, her brother and his wife could come back to stay occasionally. What do you think, little sister? Should we buy a bigger house? Su Xin hesitated for just a second before nodding immediately. Her brother was indeed right. If we had a new, bigger house, the whole family could be together more often. Alright. Since that's the case, let's buy a bigger one. Then I can come over and stay more often, okay? Su Yang saw this and knew his sister was definitely tempted. At least this reason was easy to convince her. Brother, but a big house is so expensive. Don't worry, even though your brother doesn't have much money, your sister-in-law has plenty. We're all family, so don't worry. Alright, I'll listen to you. The reason the older brother gave for buying a house was simply irrefutable. A family should naturally see each other often. If we have a big house, we can live together all the time, which is the best. Su Yang smiled, patted his sister on the head, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and quickly walked into the real estate sales office in the neighborhood. Good afternoon, sir. What kind of house are you looking for? As soon as they entered, a salesperson greeted them enthusiastically. Chapter 131, Taking My Sister to Buy a House. The sales agent was a woman in her 30s, very polite. I'd like to see this floor plan. Su Yang said, pulling out the promotional brochure and pointing to the floor plan on it. Alright, sir, please follow me. Following the saleswoman, the two arrived at the model display and began selecting a location and floor. Su Yang and his sister discussed and compared the options, quickly narrowing it down to 2 apartments. Then, under the agent's guidance, the two went directly to the community to take a look at both apartments. Brother, I think the one on the first floor is better. There's a small courtyard outside the building, which is more suitable for the elderly. But the first floor might be noisier, and there are a lot of mosquitoes in the summer, so they might get into the house. Plus, it's less private. However, for the elderly, they generally prefer lower floors because it's more convenient for going out. Even if the elevator stops working, there's no need to worry about getting around. Actually, my parents prefer the first floor. I told them before, once I start working and making money, I'll definitely buy you a new house. Then my mom said, then buy a first floor one with a yard. Oh, okay. Let's go with the first floor one then. Since that was the case, Su Yang had no further hesitation. Soon, Su Yang dialed Yang Shue's phone. Hello? Honey, what's up? Shue, my sister and I just found a nice apartment together. It's in the Mingtai Jiayuan community, on the first floor. My sister said our parents prefer to live on the first floor. Su Yang quickly explained the situation to Yang Shui. Since mom and dad liked it, it was naturally acceptable. As for the other neighborhood, since it was quite far from Yang Shue's place, they decided not to go check it out. Alright, no problem, honey. Since you found one you like, let us sign the contract. As long as mom and dad like it, that is fine. Send me the account number later, and I'll transfer the money. A house is just a house, this amount of money isn't much for Yang Shui right now. Alright, Shui. In front of his sister, he didn't feel comfortable calling Yang Shui wife. So he just called her Shui. Soon, Su Yang hung up the phone with Yang Shui. Come on, sign the contract. Since that was the case, Su Yang no longer hesitated. He directly instructed the sales agent to fetch the contract. Sir, are you paying in full or in installments? Full payment. Joking aside, this amount of money was nothing to Yang Shui. Payment was a matter of minutes. Not long after, the salesperson excitedly brought over the contract. After reviewing it carefully, Su Yang felt there were no issues. Come on, sign it. What? You can sign it, I'll just sign later. Su Xin, seeing this, couldn't help but jump in surprise. A house worth several $1,000,000, she really didn't dare to sign it. This is the house your sister and I are giving to mom and dad. If you don't sign, should we call them over to sign? Then I'd have to explain everything to them for hours. Actually, your brother just wants to live together occasionally. Doesn't T your little sister want to help her brother with this small favor? Come on, be a good girl. Alright, brother, I'll sign. Hearing her brother say that, Su Xin immediately felt too embarrassed to refuse. Alright. Since that's the case, let's sign it. Soon, Su Xin signed her name. After that, Su Yang and his sister followed the salesperson to the finance office to make the payment. Later, Su Yang contacted Yang Shui and transferred the money directly to settle the matter. Since it was a ready-to-move-in property, and a fully renovated one at that. Although it was more expensive than a raw property, it saved a lot of time and effort. Move-in ready, extremely convenient. After going through the inspection and other procedures, the keys to the house were finally handed over to Su Yang. Brother, now we have a big house too? Hey, it's like a dream. Ha ha ha. Sister, take a look and choose which room you want to stay in first. Su Yang and his sister happily explored the house. The house was quite spacious, over 200 square meters. Normally, it was just their parents and Su Xin living there, so the space was more than enough. Su Yang only came over occasionally. He definitely wouldn't stay there permanently. Brother, I've set my sights on the room in the southeast corner. The natural light is amazing. It's so much better than the place I'm living in now. Before long, Su Xin had chosen her room. Alright, little sister, this room is all yours. Brother, you can stay in the room next to mine. It also has great natural light. Then dad and mom can stay in this big master bedroom. Wow, this house is so big. There's even a bathroom inside. Su Xin pulled her brother's arm, excitedly running around the room. Her eyes sparkled with little stars. Brother, I checked, and the furniture is mostly complete. We just need to buy a few small items, and we can move in. Right, little sister. Otherwise, how would it be called move-in ready? The two continued to look around and chat, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. Su Yang pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 11:30 a.m. He sent Yang Shui a WeChat message. Honey, I'm done here. I'll take your sister back soon. Order some extra food, okay? Hug. A moment later, Yang Shui's message came back. Don't worry, honey. I've already had the secretary order it. Finish up and come back soon, red lips. Alright, honey, I'm on my way. After sending the message, Su Yang patted his younger sister on the shoulder. Let's go, little sister. We're going to find your sister-in-law. She's already ordered lunch for us. Okay, brother. Su Xin said, looking back longingly at the new house, taking her time to leave the room with her brother. After closing the door, the two drove out of the neighborhood. Brother, how are you going to explain this house to mom and dad? That's easy. Just tell them what I told you. Just tell them that I bought a house and want the whole family to live together. The current house is too small for us all. Think about it. How could dad and mom not move in? Ha ha ha. Su Yang said with a smile while driving. Now that the house is already bought, having the parents move in will definitely make things even simpler. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 132, Little Girl, Why Are You Crying? The distance from the new house to Yang Shui Clothing Group wasn't that far, so it didn't take long for Su Yang and his sister to return to Yang Shui's office. Come on, little sister, Su Yang, let us wash your hands and have dinner. Seeing Su Yang and his sister return, Yang Shui happily stood up from behind her desk. Her hands moved slightly, instinctively wanting to hug Su Yang. But because Su Xin had arrived, she had to stop herself. Soon, the three of them gathered around the coffee table and began eating. Sister-in-law, why didn't Yang Xia come to eat? Oh, Xia likes to eat with her friends and doesn't want to come over. It's okay, let her be. Sister-in-law, thank you for everything you've done for my brother. In fact, Su Xin was well aware that this older brother and sister-in-law were not entirely blood-related siblings. Although they were reincarnated souls and retained some memories from their previous lives, her brother still had his parents and family in this lifetime. So, after much internal struggle, she finally managed to say those two words, thank you. Of course. She felt the difference between being related by blood and being related by marriage wasn't that great. What's wrong, little sister? Are you being so formal with your own brother and sister-in-law? Little sister. In my heart, you are Su Yang's biological sister. For your sister-in-law, I have witnessed your brother's 2 lifetimes. In my heart, these 2 lifetimes are completely the same person. So, in my heart, you are our own sister. Yang Shui looked at Su Xin and naturally understood her thoughts. She then sincerely expressed her true feelings. I understand, sister-in-law. Ha! Su Xin was moved and nodded, her eyes turning red. Yes, little Sun, be a good girl. Let's have your parents move over there to live, and Su Yang and I will also come over often. Really, sister-in-law? You'll really come over often? Su Xin's eyes lit up at the words. Yes, of course we will. Yang Shui smiled and gently stroked Su Xian's hair. Your brother finally found you all, so we definitely have to visit often. So, Xiao Xian, tell your parents to move as soon as possible, okay? For Yang Shui, there had always been a big knot in her heart. If it hadn't been Su Yang who pushed her away at that moment, but instead she had tried to escape on her own, then it would have been her, Yang Shui, who had died. Her life was literally saved by Su Yang's sacrifice. Therefore, she felt an immense sense of gratitude towards Su Yang and his parents. Okay, sister-in-law. Su Xian, upon hearing this, was naturally overjoyed. She believed that if her brother and sister-in-law often came to stay, her parents would be extremely happy. She had always felt that her parents weren't very happy. She also knew it was because of her brother's tragic death, which had been such a huge blow to them. Now that her brother and sister-in-law were going to stay over frequently, this family would finally be truly complete. Ha ha! Little girl, why are you crying? Yang Shui smiled, reached out to help her younger sister Su Xian take a tissue, handed it to her, and gently stroked her head. Ha! I'm just happy. Su Xian blushed and wiped away her tears, unable to suppress a shy smile. Xian, didn't you apply for fashion design? Your aunt and the design department have already arranged it. You can come anytime, and someone will guide you. Even after school starts. Whenever there's a holiday or weekend, you can come anytime. That's wonderful, sister-in-law. I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning. Su Xian, upon hearing this, was so excited she almost jumped up. Sure, Xiao Xian. You don't need to come too early tomorrow. Between 9 and 10 a.m. is fine. Just come straight over and look for me. Alright, sis-in-law, that's great, hee hee. Alright, Xiao Xian, make sure you study hard. I'll need your help in the future too. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll definitely study hard. Su Xian smiled happily and nodded vigorously. After lunch, the younger sister, Su Xian, decided to go home. She had originally planned to take the bus back, but Su Yang insisted on driving her. Anyway, it only takes about 10 minutes by car, so she'd be back quickly. Before long, the two of them drove down to the building where their parents lived. Little sister, take this bag back to mom and dad. It contains the contract and keys for the new house. Well, okay, big brother. Do you have the keys to the new house? Su Xian hesitated slightly before reaching out to take the brown paper bag her brother handed her. Yes, I left a set of keys. My wife and I can come back anytime. By the way, little sister, give me a call whenever you're moving and I'll drive over to help you move things. Alright, big brother. I'll go tell mom and dad about this first. If they don't want to move, then you'll have to convince them yourself. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little sister. Dad and mom will definitely move. Su Yang stroked his sister's hair and couldn't help but laugh. He could clearly sense that his parents had a strong sense of acceptance toward him. They had already accepted him as their own son from the bottom of their hearts. They looked exactly alike, and many memories had resurfaced. It was hard not to see him as their own son. Alright then, goodbye, big brother. Saying this, Su Xian looked at her brother with a touch of reluctance, then opened the car door and got out. Alright, little sister, goodbye. Su Yang waved his hand and drove away. Only when the car was out of sight did Su Xian turn around and walk toward the building entrance. When Su Yang returned to the office, he found Yang Shui dozing on the sofa. Honey, close the door, come here quickly. Yang Shui saw Su Yang return and instantly snapped out of her daze, blushing as she beckoned him with her fingers. She had long since grown accustomed to sleeping in his arms, otherwise, she simply couldn't sleep soundly. Click. Su Yang gently closed the office door and locked it. He then walked over to Yang Shui and pulled her into his arms. Chapter 133, Old Buddy, do I really look like a thug? The two kissed passionately for a while before drifting off to sleep in each other's arms. Until 2 o'clock. Su Yang and Yang Shui finally woke up. By the way, honey, I have a meeting this afternoon, and after that, my work here is mostly wrapped up. The next 2 days will be free. Should we plan a trip back to our hometown? Yang Shui had been thinking about going back to her hometown, so she had been busy handling work recently. Now that she had finally arranged all her recent plans and handled the important matters, the work for the coming period could be handled remotely via the internet. In other words, things won't be as busy for now. Sure, honey. Why don't we go back tomorrow? The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. My mom has been dying to meet you, her daughter-in-law. Peck. Su Yang said, turning around to hug Yang Shui tightly and then giving her a kiss. Sure, no problem. Then after I finish my meeting this afternoon, let us go out for a walk and buy some gifts for your parents. Yang Shui blushed and nodded shyly, then sat up and began to comb her long hair. There's no need to buy any gifts. Mom has already said several times that we shouldn't buy anything when we go home. Then, it's okay, honey. Let's go out for a walk after I finish my meeting and see what we can find, okay? Alright. Su Yang nodded, not dwelling on the matter. Going home alone, he didn't need to think about bringing any gifts. But bringing his wife home, he had to consider her feelings. Bringing something small would suffice, just to show some thought. Honey, you go ahead and finish up. I'm heading to the IT department. Saying that, Su-young pinched Yang Shue's cheek and left her office. Not long after, Su-young returned to the IT department and sat down at his desk. Sniff sniff. Yang Xia, sitting beside him, seemed to catch a familiar scent and turned her head to sniff closer to Su-young. A moment later, her face couldn't help but flush slightly. Hoof. After snorting, she turned her head away and went back to her work. What's wrong, buddy? Su-yang couldn't help but look over at Yang Xia. What was that girl snorting about? Nothing. If it's nothing, then why did you hum? What's the matter? Now that you have Xiao Pingping, you don't want to talk to your old buddy anymore? Su-yang couldn't help but smile as he turned around and moved closer to Yang Xia. It seemed like she was in a bad mood. Could there be a problem with Xiao Pingping? You smell like my mom. Bro, that's not fair. Come here. Su-yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. I'm your dad, of course I smell like your mom. That's perfectly normal, isn't it? What's there to sniff about? Something's not right. Something's very wrong. Su-yang spoke, then stood up and tugged at Yang Xia's sleeve. He was about to pull her into the small meeting room to talk things over. She didn't refuse, and followed Su-yang as they entered the small meeting room in the IT department. What's wrong, buddy? Did you have a falling out with Ping Ping? Yang Xia sat in his chair and sighed softly. Bro, ever since you set your sights on Xiao Pingping, your mood has been all over the place. You don't even act like a man anymore. You're more like a real little woman. Hey, in my opinion, we should just find a handsome guy and call it a day. Don't waste your time on her. Su-yang saw this and reached out to pat her on the shoulder. As expected, her emotional changes must be related to Xiao Pingping. Stop it. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean it earlier. I was just feeling a bit irritable. Yang Xia turned to look at Su-yang and saw the sincerity and concern in his eyes, which made her heart flutter. So she couldn't help but say I'm sorry to him. He was her uncle. To put it bluntly, he was her father, and he smelled just like her mother. That was only natural. She really shouldn't have said that. It's okay, uncle knows everything. You must have issues with Ping Ping. Come on, tell uncle about it, maybe I can give you some advice. You're right. I noticed Ping Ping still can't accept me. Yang Xia scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. What? Did you confess to her again? I told you not to rush it. You need to win her over little by little. Don't be so impatient. Su-yang heard this and couldn't help but look at him with a hint of confusion. It's all my fault. Last night, I took advantage of her while she was asleep, cough cough. Who knew she was just pretending to be asleep? She got a bit upset and scolded me. It was so embarrassing. Yang Xia said, her face turning pink. Oh my. Su-yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. Impressive, impressive. You little brat, you've really messed this up now, haven't you? So, did she reject you? Su-yang didn't dare to ask for details and could only make small talk. Yes. She said she's always felt a bit off, and every time she wakes up, something just doesn't feel right. So she pretended to be asleep on purpose, and I got caught red-handed. Seriously. This is so embarrassing. Yang Xia smiled awkwardly, his face growing increasingly embarrassed. Oh no. I thought it was no big deal. When I was with your mom, we used to do it all the time, it's no big deal. But that's not the same. You two have been together for ages. All you need now is a marriage certificate. Between me and Ping Ping, I'm still doing it secretly. Sigh. Yang Xia gave an awkward smile and slapped Su-yang on the shoulder. What's there to be afraid of? Did she break up with you? She didn't mention that, but she said I'm too rough, like a thug. Old buddy, do I really look like a thug? Cough cough cough. Su-yang almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. If that's the case, then Yang Xia staying up late at night sneaking around and messing around, that's just being a hooligan, isn't it? Chapter 134, Yang Xia's Troubles. This isn't like a hooligan at all. This is clearly being a hooligan, isn't it? Since she hasn't mentioned breaking up or cutting ties, it means she still has feelings for you. It's just she is probably feeling a bit lost herself. Take your time, rushing things won't work. Just don't mess around when you're together in the future. Since Xiao Pingping doesn't like Yang Xia acting like a thug, then just don't do it. When it comes to feelings, just nurture it slowly. Once Xiao Pingping's attachment and feelings for her grow deeper, she eventually accept her? This kind of same-sex thing is just beyond Su-yang's understanding. And he doesn't want to understand it, and he definitely doesn't want to test it. Bro, I'm a real man. With a beauty in my arms, I can't just stay indifferent. When you were with my mom, could you really stay indifferent? That's a tough question. Need I say more? We're both into each other, how could we possibly stay indifferent? Of course not. Su Yang answered Yang Xiao's question without any hesitation. Well, if you can't do it, then I, naturally can't either. Well, then you'll just have to keep doing it secretly. Just don't let her find out. But? Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch his head, a look of difficulty flashing in his eyes. But she said that if she catches me again, she won't be with me anymore. Oh, I see. Well, that's easy. Just say more sweet nothings? Girls love hearing that kind of thing, even your mom loves it. Su Yang paused for a moment, then quickly offered his suggestion. That makes sense. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but brighten up. Expressing affection isn't just about actions that can't be described, it can also be done with sweet words. If spoken sweetly enough, maybe Shou Pingping would fall for it in no time. Holy crap! Great idea. We have to try it. That's great, buddy. Thanks. Yang Xia thought about this, and the sparkle in her eyes grew even brighter. She jumped up from her chair excitedly, ready to put it into practice right away. Don't rush. Think it through first, take your time. Su Yang said, also standing up. Yeah, I know. You're really my best friend. Thank you so much. Saying this, Yang Xia happily gave him a hug and then turned and walked out of the small meeting room. That girl? Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head to himself, then followed her out of the small meeting room. He didn't know how his idea would turn out, and naturally had no idea how Shou Pingping would react. It might deepen their relationship, or it might break them apart. Who knows? Let us just let things take their course. Su Yang returned to his desk and sat down, glancing over at Yang Xia, who was busy working on her computer. What are you up to, buddy? Go, don't stare. You're an elder. Alright, I won't look. Seriously. When you need me, I'm your buddy, but otherwise, I become the senior? Forget it. Let her be. Who made her my little princess? Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By the way, buddy, I might have to go back to my hometown with your mom tomorrow. This time, I won't be taking you along. Oh, you mean your little county town, right? Yang Xia slightly turned his head, not paying much attention. Yeah, that's right. I have to take your mom back to visit. It's something we have to do sooner or later. Su Yang nodded and gently patted her shoulder. Sigh. Her eldest daughter still dared not tell her biological parents about this. Otherwise, the age difference might give it away. We'll talk about it later. Or maybe give them a grandson first. Act first and report later, maybe that'll work better. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Just take care of my mother. Yang Xia was quite supportive, nodding directly and giving a brief reminder. Don't worry, you know me better than anyone. Alright, old friend. I'll be on my way. As he spoke, Su Yang had already packed his things and stood up. He patted her on the shoulder and left his workstation. When Su Yang arrived at Yang Shue's office, she hadn't returned yet. It seemed like her meeting was taking longer than expected and wasn't as quick as he had anticipated. Let's wait a bit longer. Su Yang picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to his mother. Sis, Shui and I plan to return to our hometown tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, we should arrive home between 2 and 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. A moment later, his mother called him directly via video call. Big sister, you sound so happy. Ha ha ha. Of course I am. My dear son and daughter-in-law are coming back, so how could I not be happy? Come here, son, let me see Xiao Shui. Mom had just exchanged a few words with her son before immediately wanting to see Xiao Shui. Sis, Xiao Shui went to a meeting and hasn't come back yet. I just arrived at her office. Oh, well then. My daughter-in-law is really busy. Yang, you must learn more from Xiao Shui in the future and help her out as soon as you can, understand? Don't worry, older sister. I've been learning from Xiao Shui all along, studying every day. Xiao Shui said that in the future, I'll spend some time in each department to learn. Don't worry, I know what to do. That's more like it. Su Yang chatted with his mother for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll talk to her properly once I get home. Su Yang waited a few more minutes before Yang Shui pushed open the door and walked in, her face beaming with a happy smile. Honey, how long have you been waiting? As she spoke, she quickly walked over to Su Yang and wrapped her arms around him. Just a little while. I just called mom and told her we're coming back. My little darling is so obedient. Moa. Chapter 135, Your driving skills are indeed impressive. Let's go, honey. We should head to the mall to buy some things for tomorrow's trip. Yang Shui spoke while quickly packing her things. Alright, just buy a couple of things as a token of our visit. Mom specifically told me not to buy anything when we go home. Su Yang nodded, not really stopping Yang Shui. After all, this was her first time meeting her in-laws, and going empty-handed would definitely be a bit embarrassing. Alright, honey, let's go. A moment later, she had packed everything and waved to Su Yang before leaving the office together. They had already sent their parents a lot of clothes by mail, so there was no need to bring those items. So the two drove straight to the mall, buying some cosmetics and tea, as well as some health supplements suitable for the elderly. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that the two of them headed home. Xia, you and Ping Ping haven't eaten yet, have you? Mom just ordered dinner. Your uncle and I will be home soon. On the way back, Yang Shui called her daughter. Okay, Mom, Ping Ping and I haven't eaten yet either. Since Yang Shui was on speakerphone, Yang Xia's voice was also clearly audible. Her voice was clearly filled with joy. Su Yang drove the car, his lips twitching slightly. He sensed that the plan he had come up with earlier with Yang Xia might be working. She had been searching on her computer for half the afternoon, studying those sweet nothings and other pickup lines. Not long after, Su Yang and Yang Shui returned home together. The dinner ordered from the restaurant was delivered shortly afterward. The family soon gathered around the table and began eating dinner. Xia, tomorrow your uncle and I need to go back to our hometown for a couple of days. You and Ping Ping take care of the house and go to work properly, okay? If anything happens, contact your mother or your uncle immediately. Yang Shui spoke to her daughter sitting across from her while eating. Okay, Mom, don't worry. Ping Ping and I will take good care of the house and work hard. Don't worry, Auntie. We're all grown up now. You and Uncle don't need to worry about us. Xiao Ping Ping glanced at Yang Xia and quickly nodded in agreement. Good, you're all good children. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of relief. The children have finally grown up. The next day, Su Yang and Yang Shui got up early. After preparing a light breakfast, the two set off in their car. Since the journey was quite long, they had to leave early if they were driving. Honey, if you're tired, you can recline the seat and rest for a while. We'll be driving for a long time. After getting onto the main road, Su Yang gently squeezed Yang Shui's hand, wanting her to rest a little longer. Although they hadn't stayed up late the night before, they had gotten up early today, so his wife must be feeling a bit tired. Alright, I'll rest for a bit. I'll take over when we reach the service area. Yang Shui yawned and gave a shy smile. To be honest, she was indeed a bit sleepy. Take a nap, my dear wife. Su Yang smiled and nodded, letting go of Yang Shui's small hand and letting her sleep soundly. Time passed slowly. Before long, Yang Shui had dozed off, leaning against the seat. Su Yang drove the car with full concentration, moving at a fast pace. Soon, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. A service area was visible ahead, and Su Yang planned to stop there to fill up the gas tank and then get out to stretch his legs and relax. As the car jolted slightly, Yang Shui woke up. Honey, how long did I sleep? She spoke while adjusting her seat to sit up straight. Not long, maybe 2 or 3 hours. We're almost at the service area. Let's stop and get some gas. Su Yang drove while responding softly. I slept for so long? Must have been tiring for you to drive, honey? It's okay, honey. Driving isn't tiring. I love driving, whether it's driving to get gas or driving to eat, it's never tiring. As he spoke, Su Yang turned the steering wheel and pulled the car into the service area. But Yang Shui heard this and instantly understood what Su Yang meant. She couldn't help but giggle shyly. She reached out and pinched his cheek. Just as she was about to continue, she noticed the car had pulled up to the gas station, so she stopped her mischievous little hands. Not long after, the car was fully fueled. Su Yang then drove the car to a place where he could park and stopped the car. Honey, I'm going to the restroom, are you coming? Sure, I'll come with you. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then got out of the car with Su Yang. Not long after, the two of them held hands and walked over to the car. Honey, let me drive. You rest for a while. It's okay, honey. I'm not tired at all. Let me handle the driving on the road. Su Yang smiled and whispered something in Yang Shui's ear. Then he got into the driver's seat. Yang Shui blushed and sat down in the passenger seat. Honey, you're so naughty. Ha ha ha. Su Yang laughed heartily, squeezing Yang Shui's small hand, then started the car. Roar. Su Yang smiled, pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly left the service area. Ding ding ding. Just as they hit the road, Su Yang's phone rang. Honey, can you answer it? It's my older sister calling. She probably wants to know where we are. Okay, honey. Yang Shui nodded gently and reached out to take Su Yang's phone. A moment later, the call connected, and she pressed the speaker button. Hello? Sister. It's Shui. Su Yang is driving right now. Oh, it's Xiao Shui. Ha ha ha. Good girl, where are you two now? How much longer will it take? Big sister, Xiao Shui and I are on the highway. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be home by 2 p.m. Su Yang drove while laughing and shouted. Oh, okay. Drive safely and stay safe. Don't worry, sis. Su Yang is a pretty good driver. Yang Shui smiled and glanced at Su Yang, her eyes sparkling with a touch of happiness. Cough cough cough. However, Su Yang completely misinterpreted Yang Shui's meaning. That's right, that's right. My driving skills are indeed pretty good. Chapter 136. So it seems Yang Shui also has potential in this area? The two chatted happily all the way, and before they knew it, it was already 1 p.m. They arrived at the county seat of Linjiang. As soon as they entered the county town, Yang Shui was captivated by the picturesque little county town. Though there weren't many skyscrapers, the environment was picturesque. Honey, after what happened to you back then, how did you end up reincarnated here? This place is so far from Zhangcheng. Yang Shui gazed out the car window, speaking softly. It seemed like she was asking a question, yet also like she was talking to herself. Ha ha ha. I don't even remember what happened after the accident. Maybe it was all meant to be. Su Yang shook his head with a smile. Once a person dies, it's like a lamp being extinguished. Who can say what will happen afterward? Husband, your parents from your previous life have had another daughter. If you were reincarnated, would we become good sisters when we meet again? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wife, if we become good sisters, what if I regain my memories and fall in love with you again? Ah? Yang Shui blushed slightly upon hearing this. That's not possible. You've turned into a girl. How can the two of us be together? Cough cough cough. There are same-sex relationships nowadays. Maybe when two people's feelings reach a certain depth, they can transcend gender, right? Su Yang thought of this and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He immediately thought of Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping. From what he could see, Yang Xia, that girl, is unlikely to like boys. Even ordinary friends are extremely rare. According to what Yang Xia said, she has only ever dated Su Yang in her entire life, and they've become close friends. If her mother, Yang Shui, can accept this idea, then the matter between her and Xiu Pingping might not face such significant opposition. From what we can see so far, Xiu Pingping seems to have accepted her to some extent. Otherwise, how could a normal girl act the way she and Yang Xia do? Well, if it really is as you say, I might actually consider spending the rest of my life with you. I think the feelings between the two of us is very, very deep and spans 2 lifetimes. If you were reincarnated as a girl, I think I might really end up with you. Yang Shui gazed out the window, lost in thought. Who can say for sure about reincarnation? But given her feelings for Su Yang, she felt that no matter whether he was reincarnated as a boy or a girl, she might never be able to let him go. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. So, it seemed that Yang Shui also had the potential for such feelings? I wonder if she's just speaking from the heart or if she's expressing her true feelings. If that's the case, then the two of us. As he spoke, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, he couldn't imagine what it would be like for two women to be together. But on the other hand, if he were with a man. Holy crap! No way, I can't handle it. So disgusting, I can't handle it. But Yang Shui heard this and her earlier thoughts were instantly interrupted. She turned her head and couldn't help but giggle shyly. Husband, you're the one with the dirty mind. Let's see how your wife deals with you. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Su Yang's waist. Ha ha ha. As they entered the county town, the car slowed down. They had to stop at traffic lights from time to time. As he spoke, he reached out and took Yang Shui's small hand, gently rubbing it. Little darling, shall we stay at a hotel tonight? Yes, we must stay at a hotel. Su Yang nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. There's a hotel right next to the east side of my residential complex, and the conditions are pretty good. We've decided, sweetheart, we'll stay at the hotel. Okay, honey. Ring ring. The two were chatting happily when Su Yang's phone rang again. It was his mother calling again. Let me answer it. Yang Shui said, reaching out to pick up his phone, answering it, and pressing the speaker button. Sis, Su Yang and I have already entered the county town. Wait a little longer, we should be home soon. Another 10 minutes. Su Yang added. It'll be here soon. Just a few more intersections, and we'll be at the residential area. Ha ha ha. That's great. I've finally waited for my daughter-in-law to arrive. Alright, sister, we're waiting for you to eat. Thank you, older sister. Yang Shui listened to Su Yang's mother's hearty laughter, and a blush of shyness involuntarily flashed across her eyes. Su Yang's parents from his previous life were her in-laws, and his parents in this life were also her in-laws. She felt an indescribable affection for both sets of parents. Chapter 137, Not bad, not bad. This one will definitely have a son. Soon. Su Yang drove straight to the entrance of the residential complex. Sunshine Garden. Although the community was a bit old, it was still considered fairly new. After entering the community, the car headed straight for Building 13. Husband, I'm a little nervous. Yang Shui knew that she was about to meet her future in-laws, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although she had already met Su Yang's father before and had video chatted with his mother a few times. But upon arriving at his home, she suddenly felt nervous again. What's wrong, honey? You've already met my parents. They all like you. What's there to be nervous about? Yang Shui blushed and nodded shyly, but she still felt a hint of unease deep down. A moment later, Su Yang drove to the parking spot in front of building 13. Honey, look at the entrance to the building, our parents are waiting there. As soon as he parked the car, Su Yang smiled and pointed to the entrance of the building not far away. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Shui quickly spotted Su Yang's parents, who were looking toward the car. Get out of the car. Su Yang smiled, turned off the engine, then opened the door and jumped out of the car. Yang Shui followed suit and opened the door. Hurry up. My son and daughter-in-law are here. I told you it was that car. They came pretty quickly. As soon as Su Yang got out of the car, his mother spotted her son at once. She quickly grabbed her father's hand, nearly causing him to stumble, and the two hurried over. Yang, Xiaoxue, ha ha ha. Before they arrived, their cheerful laughter could already be heard. Dad, Mom. Seeing her parents approaching, Yang Shui hurriedly greeted them politely. Earlier, she had called Su Yang's mother sister, but now she felt a bit embarrassed to say it out loud. While greeting them, she couldn't help but take a good look at her future mother-in-law. To be honest, despite being nearly 50 years old, she still exuded a timeless charm. Not only was her figure impeccable, but her face showed hardly any wrinkles. She really knows how to take care of herself. Ha ha. Xiao Shui, come here, let your older sister take a look. Su Yang's mother smiled warmly as she approached Yang Shui, examining her from head to toe. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable sense of delight. This girl, she really has a great figure. She's got some curves that could give me a run for my money. That butt? Not bad, not bad. She'll definitely have a son. That skin. It's so smooth and delicate, almost as good as mine. This figure. Curvy in all the right places, it's really impressive. Such a beautiful girl truly deserves my son. Mom, what are you looking at? Seeing her mother constantly admiring her, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush. Ha ha. Xiaoxue, call your sister. You've been calling her mom for so long, it's time to call her sister. Come on, let's go home. Let the two of them take the things. Mom smiled as she took Yang Shui's hand and walked directly toward the entrance of the building. She actually left Su Yang and his father behind. This. Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang, blushing and waving her hand, then followed her mother upstairs. Su Yang watched their backs and couldn't help but laugh. This mother was really something, only concerned with greeting her daughter-in-law and leaving her son behind. Come on, Dad. Xiao Shui brought you some gifts. Why bring more things? Your mom told you not to bring anything, didn't she? We have everything at home. Xiao Shui is such a considerate child. His father said, unable to help but laugh. This. Since it's something the daughter-in-law brought, and she has already brought it, we should definitely accept it. Xiao Shui is visiting our home for the first time. She wouldn't want to come empty-handed. Let her bring them. It's fine. Su Yang said, opening the trunk of the car. Let's just take it. Xiao Shui is such a good girl. Looking at the gifts in the trunk, Dad smiled and nodded. A few moments later, Su Yang and his father, carrying the gifts, quickly made their way upstairs. At that moment, Yang Shui and Mom were sitting on the sofa, holding hands, and chatting happily. The two were discussing how to take care of themselves. This. Xiao Shui, you little girl, didn't your sister tell you not to buy anything? Why did you bring so much? Seeing Su Yang and his son carrying a lot of things upstairs, her mother couldn't help but laugh. She understood that no matter what she said, her daughter-in-law wouldn't come empty-handed. At most, she'd just bring a little less. Sister, look at this set of cosmetics. I think it's perfect for your skin. Su Yang, hand me that red bag. Yang Shui smiled and pointed to Su Yang's hand. Really? That's wonderful. Shui, you're such a good girl, haha. As soon as she heard her daughter-in-law had bought her cosmetics again, her mother's interest was immediately piqued. Sister, take a look at this. Alright, let's look after we finish eating. Ha ha ha. You're all so excited, you must be hungry. Come on. Xiao Shui and Yang, let's wash our hands and eat. Alright, sister. Yang Shui blushed and stood up. Su Yang and her father quickly put the gifts aside. Then they prepared to eat. Not long after, the family of four gathered around the table, ready to begin their meal. The meal was prepared late, but it was just the right temperature, warm and not too hot. Come on, Xiao Shui, try the sweet soup your sister made for you. It's good for detoxifying and beautifying the skin. I've been drinking it for decades. I'll teach you how to make it later, so you can make it yourself and drink it often. Sure, sister. Yang Shui nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise. After meeting Su Yang's mother, she realized how well she had taken care of herself. Standing next to her, they could easily pass for sisters. That's right. As a woman, you have to learn how to take care of yourself, that way, your man will always be devoted to you. Look at Su Yang's father. Her mother's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard her clearly. Let us eat. Xiao Shui and Yang are already on the same bus. Su Yang's father gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. Eat up, you two. We sisters are chatting. Ha ha ha. Su Yang's father smiled silently and continued eating. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 138, Eventually, we'll handle this stranger's business. The family enjoyed a late lunch together in a cheerful mood. After about an hour, they had mostly finished eating. Yang, take Shui to the nearby hotel to rest. You must be tired from driving all the way here. After eating, Mom looked at her son, reached out, and wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Son, did you two use any protection? Mom pulled Su Yang aside and leaned in to ask him quietly. No. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. For a moment, he felt a bit awkward. This was the first time his mother had ever talked to him about such a thing. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. Alright, that's good. You silly boy, Xiao Shui is definitely older than 28, don't ask your mom how she figured that out. But your mom doesn't really care about that. As long as the two of you can be happy together, that's all that matters. Let me tell you, Xiao Shui isn't exactly young anymore. There is no need for any precautions. It'd be best if you could get her pregnant sooner rather than later and give your mom a grandchild. A granddaughter would be fine too, I like them all. It would be even better if it were twins. Mom said, gently patting her son's shoulder. Cough cough cough. Big sister. Are you really planning to have a child so soon? I still have 3 more years before I graduate from university. Su Yang wasn't really ready to have a child. He wasn't even old enough to marry yet, and he had only been in college for a year. Though he understood that young Shui was indeed quite old, and having a child so late wasn't ideal. You silly boy, what do you know? A girl like Shui is so outstanding among other girls, let alone her age. Do you think your older sister doesn't know anything? The clothes you brought over all have labels, and I specifically checked them. Xiao Shui is the owner of that clothing company, isn't she? You good-for-nothing brat, I don't know where you got such good luck. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. Yeah, big sister, you really can't hide anything from you. Try hiding things from me? No way. You silly boy, I thought you were being kept by someone. But from my conversations with Xiao Shui, she truly cares about you, and she also mentioned wanting to have a child soon. Mom said with a smile, speaking softly. Her eyes betrayed an unspoken satisfaction. I understand, older sister. Since my wife wants to have a child sooner, we should have a proper discussion. Anyway, we talk about life all the time. We'll figure out the baby thing sooner or later. Alright, I understand. Get some rest this afternoon. Alright, go on, sweetheart. Mom smiled and tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, then the two returned to the living room. Alright, Shui, you and Yang go rest at the nearby hotel. Get some good sleep this afternoon. Wait until big sister finishes cooking dinner and calls you. Alright, sister, we'll go ahead then. Go ahead. My daughter-in-law is so pretty and such a good girl. The group chatted as they left the house together. Once they had stepped out of the building, Su Yang's parents finally stopped in their tracks. Then the two waved goodbye to their parents and walked toward the car together. Honey, what did Mom say to you just now? Su Yang turned to look at Yang Shui and couldn't help but laugh. Her? Ha ha ha. She was just praising you non-stop, saying I have to treat you well. She also said she wants us to have a child soon. She's eager to hold grandchildren. Of course, you don't have to repeat everything your mom said, but the important parts definitely need to be emphasized. Ha ha. Sure, honey. Actually, I also want to have a child sooner. After all, my age is catching up with me. I'm actually a bit worried. What if we can't have a child in a few years? Yang Shui said, wrapping her arm around Su Yang's arm. Her emotions grew increasingly excited. They left the familiar city of Jiangcheng and arrived in a small, unfamiliar county town. Then they rented a room. For now, there was no need to worry about Yang Xiao or work. All they needed to do was freely express their deep love for each other. It's okay, honey. Let's just go with the flow. There's no need to force anything. After all, we've only just met. Let us just enjoy being happy together for a while, okay? Anyway, we don't need any safety measures. If we get pregnant, we'll keep it, okay? Okay, honey. Yang Shui blushed and nodded shyly, her voice extremely gentle. Soon, the two of them arrived at the car. Roar! With the roar of the engine, the two drove away from the neighborhood. The hotel was located east of the residential area, just a short distance away. After exiting the community gate, they turned left and drove about 300 meters before reaching the hotel entrance. They parked the car and walked into the hotel together. Not long after, the two of them entered the pre-booked room together. Little darling, did you get tired from driving all the way here? After all, they had gotten up early that morning, and Su Yang had been driving the whole way, so it was inevitable that he would be a bit tired. I'm okay. My body isn't really affected. Su Yang smiled and stretched his arms. His joints cracked loudly. My little darling is so amazing. Good job, honey. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. This wife. She's so amusing. Chapter 139, Dinner is ready. Let's bring Shui back to eat. Honey, come rest. Alright, honey. I don't know how long it had been. When the two of them woke up, it was already 9 p.m. Su Yang instinctively picked up his phone and checked the time. Wow, it's so late. Awesome. Ha! There were 2 messages from his mother on WeChat. Yang, are you awake yet? Dinner is ready. Bring Shui back to eat. Yang, your dad and I have already finished dinner. Come over to eat once you're awake, there's no rush. The 2 messages were sent at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. But it's already 9 p.m. now. Never mind, I'll just keep sleeping. We ate lunch so late, so I'm not really that hungry anyway. Yang Shui's wife is still sleeping soundly. It seems that age really does make a difference in how quickly one recovers. Now Su Yang has already woken up and feels full of energy again. But Yang Shui hasn't woken up yet. Sis, Xiao Shui and I want to be going back. She is still asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Mainly because we had lunch pretty late, so we're not that hungry yet. Let's eat together tomorrow. Su Yang thought for a moment and then sent a message to his mom. Even if we went back now, it would be too late. Might as well skip dinner. A moment later, his mother's message came through. Alright, Yang, you guys keep sleeping. It's too late now, let's eat tomorrow. Alright, sis, you guys should also get some rest. After replying to his mom's message, Su Yang placed his phone on the bedside table. Then he fell back asleep. The next morning, the two slept until they woke up naturally. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from his mother. Are you awake yet, Yang? Come back and have breakfast with Shui. You silly boy, don't sleep all the time, it's bad for your back. Laughing. There seems to be another meaning behind my mom's words. Does sleeping too long cause back pain? Su Yang couldn't help but smile, then replied to his mom. Got it, sis. We're all awake and getting ready. We'll be back soon. Come over quickly. I miss my daughter-in-law. Coming right away. After sending the message, Su Yang reluctantly sat up. Yang Shui also blushed and hummed softly before sitting up. Not long after, the two of them had finished getting ready. They then held hands and stepped out the door. Since the distance wasn't far, Su Yang didn't bother to drive, and the two walked home together. Upon arriving home, their father had already left. Since the family ran a tobacco and liquor store, he needed to go and keep an eye on it. Xiao Shui, Yang, hurry up and wash your hands and come eat dinner. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law return, the old woman's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. Okay, sister. Yang Shui looked at her future mother-in-law and couldn't help but smile shyly to herself. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Shui rinsed their hands again and gathered around the dining table. Big sister, aren't you eating? Your father and I have already eaten, you two go ahead. Mom sat on the sofa, smiling warmly at the two of them. She couldn't help but smile more and more. Big sister, after dinner, let us go out for a walk together. Let Shui experience the environment of our hometown. Sure, Yang. You can be our driver, and I'll take my daughter-in-law around. Ha ha ha. Alright, older sister. Chapter 140, these two girls seem to be serious about this. After breakfast, the three of them got into the car and drove off together. Yang Shui and her mother-in-law sat in the back seat, holding hands and chatting happily, just like sisters. Su Yang was the designated driver today, tasked with accompanying the two beautiful ladies. Under his mother's direction, the three headed straight for a large supermarket nearby. The two beautiful women walked and chatted while browsing the aisles, while Su Yang followed behind, pushing the shopping cart. Ding dong! While browsing in the supermarket, Su Yang's phone buzzed. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was a message from his younger sister, Su Xin. Brother, Mom and Dad took the day off today. We're currently heading to the Mingtai Jiayuan residential complex to view a new apartment. Mom and Dad are so excited, heh. Great! Su Yang couldn't help but feel secretly delighted upon seeing the message. If that's the case, they must be planning to move there. This way, his wish to give them a new home would finally come true. As for the future, he and Yang Shui would probably visit occasionally, but not too often. You're so thoughtful, sister. Why don't you stay with Mom and Dad to take a good look around? If you decide when to move, just let your brother know in advance. My wife and I have been visiting my old hometown these past few days and should be back by tomorrow or the day after. If there's anything, just let your older brother know anytime. Okay, brother, I got it. Happy. Looking at his sister's message, Su Yang's mind was filled with images of his family from his previous life. To be honest, the two families from his past and present lives really do look quite alike. If they were all standing together, people would definitely mistake them for a family. Since Su Yang had awakened part of his past life's memories, his feelings for his past life's family had grown even deeper. In his current perspective, whether it was his family from his past life or his family in this life, he would cherish them all and love them dearly. Of course, he is still closest to his current family. After all, they have raised him for 19 years. Moreover, the memories from his past life have only been partially restored. However, sooner or later, these two families will definitely meet. But for now, the timing doesn't seem right yet. Let's wait and see. After chatting with his sister, Su Yang thought for a moment and sent a message to Yang Xia. As for his old friend and daughter, Su Yang felt he should at least send a greeting. So he also sent her a WeChat message. Old friend, your mom and I aren't home. How have you been spending the past few days with Xiao Pingping? Having fun? A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Last night we slept on your big bed. It's so comfortable. What the heck? Are you kidding me? That big bed is his and Yang Xue's. How could the two of you take it? Bro, that's the bed I share with your mom. You two should sleep in our bed. That's not really appropriate, is it? Plus, there are a lot of my clothes in there. If it were just Yang Xia sleeping there, Su Yang wouldn't have minded. After all, she's his own daughter. But now Xiao Pingping is sleeping there too. It's really a bit odd. Old buddy, you're not being so stingy, are you? It's because I think my bed is too small, so I suggested we sleep on the big bed. As for your clothes, you can rest assured, no one will touch your clothes. Cough cough cough. This girl, I didn't mean the clothes like that, really. Never mind, let her think whatever she wants. Old buddy, have you and Ping Ping taken things further? You actually think your bed is too small? From Old Iron's perspective, the two of them could indeed talk more openly. Anyway, over the past year of university, their friendship has been pretty solid. There are many topics that they can discuss. Yeah, buddy, our relationship has progressed a bit more. She doesn't seem to mind the sweet nothings I say to her. Last night, we stayed up until midnight. Ha ha ha. She was so happy. Congratulations to me, bro. I feel like it won't be too long before I can really win her over. Impressive. Su Yang looked at the message Yang Xia sent him and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. These two girls are serious about this, aren't they? Their relationship is deepening step by step. If Xiao Pingping didn't feel anything for Yang Xia, she wouldn't be acting like this, would she? It's clear. This girl is starting to accept Yang Xia. OMG. But Yang Xue's wife is still in the dark about this. What should we do? How can we make her accept this idea too? Sigh. Damn it. This is just making things difficult for me. Congratulations. But, my friend, have you considered that your mother, she doesn't know about your relationship with Xiao Pingping yet? What if she can't accept it? Su Yang thought for a moment and finally voiced his biggest concern. Bro, you're here for me. I'm both your best friend and your daughter now. You have to help me sort this out. My entire happiness depends on you. Oh my god. Su Yang looked at the message Yang Xia sent and couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Are you kidding me? You little brat. How could you give me such a difficult task? You're just making things hard for me. Bro, given our relationship, I'll definitely help you out, but you need to know, your mom might not listen to me. Her mindset is more traditional than ours, and I'm not sure I can convince her. There's nothing I can do about it. Su Yang was just being honest. He just couldn't make such a guarantee. Yang, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Su Yang lagged behind his mom and Yang Xue, unconsciously falling far behind. Here they come, ha ha ha. Su Yang hurriedly pushed the cart and took a few quick steps. It's okay, buddy. Just do your best. Actually, I think it should be fine. I feel like mom really cares about you. After all, your relationship is so deep. Alright, buddy, I'll do my best. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh to himself. What could he do? She was his own daughter and his best friend after all. Chapter 141, just wait and see how I'll deal with you later. Honey, who are you chatting with? Su Yang had just sent the last WeChat message to Yang Xia when Yang Xue walked over with a box of vegetables and put it in the shopping cart. Oh, I was chatting with Xia. Just asking how she has been these past few days. Su Yang smiled and gently pulled her hand. You're such a good husband. You two keep chatting. I'll go talk to mom. Yang Xue smiled gently at Su Yang and winked at him, then hurried to catch up with her mother. The two women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were chatting animatedly. Many of their ideas and perspectives were surprisingly in sync. As they walked and chatted in the supermarket, they attracted quite a few glances. Whether it was their attire, figure, or facial features, they were truly outstanding. Despite her age, the mother didn't look a day over 40. Before they knew it, it was almost 11 a.m. The three of them had bought quite a lot of things, carrying large and small bags, which they all loaded into the trunk of the car. Let us go, Yang. Let us head home and cook a big meal. Saying this, Mom and Yang Shui got into the back seat together. The two seemed to have endless topics to discuss, chatting happily all the way from leaving home to arriving back. Su Yang was quite content with this. A good relationship between his wife and mother was crucial for their future happiness. Soon, Su Yang drove the two of them back home. Yang, take a rest. My daughter-in-law and I will cook. This daughter-in-law is so kind. I like her more and more, ha. Alright, big sister. Seeing his mother's happy expression, Su Yang was naturally overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. Yang Shui also smiled and put on an apron, preparing to cook with her mother. Watching his mother and Yang Shui enter the kitchen together, Su Yang pulled out his phone from his pocket, thinking about asking his younger sister about the new house. Sis, have you seen the new house yet? Did Mom and Dad like it? A moment later, his younger sister's message came through. Brother, we've already seen the new house. Mom and Dad are so satisfied and happy. We're currently shopping at the supermarket. By the way, we bought pots, pans, and dishes, as well as bedding. We even bought you and your sister-in-law some big red bedding, heh. Mom said the master bedroom is for you and your wife, and they can stay in the guest room. Why not let Mom and Dad stay in the master bedroom? Anyway, he and Yang Shui don't go there often. Otherwise, such a nice room would just go to waste. Sister, tell Mom and Dad to let them stay in the master bedroom. We can stay in any of the guest bedrooms. Brother, I already told Mom and Dad, but they insist that you and your sister-in-law stay in the master bedroom. It's okay, brother. I think you and your wife should stay in the master bedroom. Alright. Su Yang thought about it and reluctantly agreed for now. At least his parents could move in now, which was already good enough. At least the effort he and Yang Shui had put into it wasn't completely wasted. Sis, tell Dad and Mom that we'll come visit you guys once we get back. Alright, big brother. Su Yang had originally planned to transfer some money to his sister, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He'll wait until he returns to Jiangcheng. Then he defined an excuse to give them some money, at least to ease their hardships a little. It was noon, and lunch was ready. Dad had also returned from the tobacco and liquor store. The family gathered around the table and ate happily. Yang, would you like some? With such delicious dishes, Su Yang's father thought it would be nice to have a little drink. And the elderly couple often had a little drink together. As he spoke, Dad brought out a bottle of red wine and a few wine glasses. Yang and Shoshue can't drink, I still have to wait to hold my grandchild. Come, let me drink with you. Before Su Yang and Yang Shui could say anything, Mom stretched out her arm and stopped them. Shui is no longer young, it's time for her to have a child. While you're still young, have a child sooner rather than later, how wonderful that would be. Why drink wine? No. Oh, right. Dad, upon hearing this, immediately understood. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Now that his daughter-in-law is a bit older, it does make sense to start a family sooner. Better not drink. Su Yang and Yang Shui couldn't help but exchange a smile. Under the table, the two gently held hands. Su Yang felt her tight grip and turned his head, winking at her. In an instant, Yang Shui's pretty face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Come on, Shui, drink more of this beauty soup. It's good for you, even when you're pregnant. Look at my little Yang, he's so handsome. It's all thanks to this soup. Mom said with a smile as she poured the soup into Yang Shui's bowl. Cough. Big sister, I'm handsome because my parents have good genes. What does this soup have to do with it? Ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Big sister, I'm pretty because of this beauty soup. Now when I go out, people say I look like I'm only in my 30s. Yeah. Today, I followed you two at the supermarket and you had such a high turn head rate. Ha. Of course. Xiao Shui, once you get back, you should also make this soup more often. It's really good for women. Yes, okay, sister. Yang Shui blushed and nodded quickly. This mother-in-law is so kind. The two of them really get along so well. The family ate and chatted, filling the house with laughter and joy. After finishing their meal, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Because they were so happy, Dad and Mom had both had quite a bit of red wine. Mom was happily reminiscing about their romance. Most importantly, she talked about how she had won over Su Yang's father. She also shared her insights on how to pamper a man. Of course, this is mainly for Yang Shui. Once the family had eaten their fill, Yang, you and Shoshue should go back to the hotel to rest for a while. Just come over early for dinner tonight. Alright, I understand, older sister. Su Yang felt it was about time, so he took Yang Shui's small hand and stood up together. From the way she kept squeezing his hand, Yang Shui was already getting impatient. Go ahead. Your dad and I also plan to rest for a while. Or maybe I should go check on the store. No, go after you've rested. As the boss was about to get up and leave, Mom grabbed his sleeve. This old man. Just wait and see what I'll do to you later. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 142. Alright, I'll listen to my husband. After leaving the house, Su Yang and Yang Shui quickly arrived at the hotel. After freshening up and getting ready, the two snuggled up together again. Husband, have your parents in Jiangqing seen the new house yet? Yang Shui said softly, her small hands soon becoming mischievous. Huff. Feeling Yang Shui's playful antics, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. My younger sister sent me a message today. Mom and Dad went to look at the house, and they both really liked it. They went to the supermarket to buy some things today. They also bought us 2 sets of red bedding. And they insisted on giving us the master bedroom. Yang Shui replied softly. This was indeed something she had expected. We can visit them often, and they'll definitely be happier that way. After all, since you left, they've suffered so much. It was clear that Yang Shui had once again recalled the past, and her words carried a hint of emotion. Even her usually mischievous little hands had become more well-behaved. Then we'll visit them often. When we have children in the future, they'll have 2 grandfathers and 2 grandmothers, ha ha ha. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui's mood quickly grew enthusiastic again. Right. She actually wanted a child very much too. Now that her parents were getting older, they must also be hoping to hold their grandchild soon. But your parents here don't know about you meeting your parents from your previous life. When does your husband plan to tell them? There's no rush. We'll wait and see. Currently, the 2 families live far apart and have little interaction in their daily lives. For now, it doesn't really matter. Moreover, her parents in this life lead a relatively easy life, and their daily life is quite comfortable. It's not possible to move to Jiangqing anytime soon. So, let us just leave it at that for now. We'll tell them when the time is right. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Yang Shui heard this and didn't say anything else. After all, there was no rush for such matters at the moment. Honey, let's rest for now. Alright. When the 2 of them woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. It wasn't too late yet. Honey, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go back for dinner? Alright, let's get ready then. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's shy expression and couldn't help but smile. This wife of mine. She's so lively when she's busy. Before long, the 2 of them held hands and went home together. Ding dong. As they neared home, Yang Shui received a message from her mother. Xiao Shui, have you 2 gotten up yet? Come over for some beauty soup. Okay, sister. We're already downstairs and we'll be there soon. Alright, Xiao Shui. Yang Shui put away her phone and linked her arm through Su Yang's. They happily walked into the building. Dad, you're back so early? Upon returning home, her father was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Usually, he would come back from the store much later. It's because you guys came back. I didn't go to the store this afternoon. My dad gave a sheepish smile, quickly turned off the TV, and stood up from the sofa. My mom, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but giggle shyly. Yang Yang and Xiao Shui, hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Dad, come eat. Soon. The family gathered around the table. Ha ha. As soon as he sat down, Dad yawned. I'm getting old, I can't drink anymore. After drinking, it takes me a long time to recover. Alright, you shouldn't drink anymore either. Mom looked at Dad's expression, and a hint of pity couldn't help but show in her eyes. It seems. Not only do I need to get him to drink less, but I also need to make sure he exercises more. In the afternoon, the 2 of them had only been busy for less than an hour, and he was already exhausted. How could this be acceptable? We absolutely have to take him out for some proper exercise from now on. Dad, your drinking tolerance isn't that bad, is it? Dad, it's just because you're getting older, your tolerance isn't what it used to be. Oh. Then we should exercise more in moderation from now on. Health comes first. Alright, son. Dad smiled awkwardly and nodded, then quickly lowered his head to eat. This little bit of alcohol isn't enough. Dinner was simple, so they ate quickly. It didn't take long. Su Yang and Yang Shui finished eating. Seeing their father's slightly tired appearance, the 2 didn't linger any longer. We should head back to the hotel early. Let Mom and Dad get some rest too. Soon, the 2 of them held hands and left the house together. But as soon as they stepped out of the building, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny, honey? What are you laughing at? Su Yang saw this and laughed along, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. They walked out of the residential complex together. I think Mom and Dad are still pretty happy together, though Dad's health isn't the best. Dad works at the store every day and doesn't exercise much, so his health must be declining. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile, instantly understanding what Yang Shui meant. Honey. What's wrong, honey? You really need to start exercising more, I'm worried about you. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly. You're so clever? I don't think so. Just kidding. In matters like this, how could a man ever admit defeat? Ha ha. Alright, honey, hurry up. Let us see how I'll deal with you today, my little darling. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, their footsteps grew faster without them even noticing. Chapter 143, You Are the Only One for Me in This Lifetime. The next morning, Su Yang and Yang Shui accompanied their mother out for another half-day of fun. The bond between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law grew even stronger. Anyway, the mother was very fond of Yang Shui, her daughter-in-law. Before they knew it, the two had already been at home for over 2 days. It was time to go back. The third day dawned early. The sun hadn't fully risen in the east yet. Su Yang and Yang Shui drove away under the reluctant glances of their parents. Honey, your parents are so kind. This trip back home made me so happy. Yang Shui leaned against the passenger seat, gazing deeply at her young, handsome husband. Her eyes sparkled with unspeakable joy and affection. Ha ha ha. Are you feeling less nervous now? As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly. After spending over 2 days together, all the worries Yang Shui had previously felt had completely vanished. Her biggest concern had been the age difference. But during the past few days with her mother, they hadn't mentioned age once. The only thing she had mentioned was her hope that the young couple would have a child soon. She also mentioned that while her parents were still young, they could help take care of the child. Honey, I really envy Mom and Dad. They've been together for so many years, and their relationship is still so good. What? Don't you have confidence in our love? Su Yang smiled and turned to look at Yang Shui. Anyway, he was filled with unwavering confidence. 2 lifetimes. It took so much to find the love of my life, so I must cherish her with all my heart for the rest of my life. If there is another life, then he hoped to meet her sooner. Continue to meet and love her. Of course I do. Yang Shui blushed and giggled, reaching out to pinch Su Yang's cheek. I believe the two of us will truly love each other for a lifetime. Anyway, my wife will definitely treat you well for a lifetime. Su Yang heard this and felt a warm wave of emotion welling up inside him. Don't worry, my wife. I swear I'll love you with all my heart for the rest of my life. You're the only one for me. He knew that such words sounded a bit cliché. But these were the words he most wanted to say at that very moment. This was his true feelings. The car was speeding down the highway. Before he knew it, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Ring ring. The two were chatting when Yang Shui's phone rang. It's Xia Xia calling. She answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. Hello? What's wrong, dear? Mom, when are you and Uncle coming back? We're already on our way back. We should be home by 1 or 2 in the afternoon. How have you been at home these past few days? Have you been studying hard? From Yang Xia's voice on the phone, she could tell that the girl hadn't been studying properly. I did. I was reading with Ping Ping. Should I ask her when I get back? This little girl. Yang Shui, upon hearing this, naturally understood everything. Actually, even if she hadn't asked, she would have known. This girl has always been a bit of a troublemaker. If you don't keep an eye on her, she's not very interested in studying. Fortunately, she is smart, so she managed to get into Jiangcheng University. Learn more from your uncle, put in more effort, that would be so much better. Alright, I'll be home by afternoon. We'll talk more then. Got it, Mom. Soon. The mother and daughter hung up the phone. Yang Shui turned off the phone and sighed softly. What's wrong, honey? Xiaxia is still so young. It's okay. Su Yang gently reached out and held her small hand, squeezing it. She is already a college student, how can she still be little? My dear husband, aren't you also very young? Yang Shui turned her head to look at Su Yang and couldn't help but blush and laugh. If we're talking about being small, her husband is the same age as Xiaxia. But that is not the same. My husband has awakened a lot of memories from his past life. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile. In truth, the memories from his past life only went back to when he was 18 at most. In this life and the last, the oldest he could have been is 19. And adding those two ages together doesn't really mean anything. Actually, in my eyes, you're different from Xiaxia. I see you as an equal. After all, we're married now. Plus, you often make me call you brother. Yang Shui said, unable to help but blush and laugh. The two chatted for a while longer, and Yang Shui began to feel a bit sleepy. She reclined her seat and fell asleep. It wasn't until 11 a.m. that she woke up. After refueling once along the way, Su Yang continued driving. Since Yang Shui had a meeting tomorrow and was quite busy with work, Su Yang felt very sorry for her. As long as she wasn't truly exhausted, he naturally wouldn't let Yang Shui drive herself. Time passed slowly. By 1:30 p.m., the car finally entered the downtown area of Jiangcheng City. Another half hour later, the two of them rushed back home. Upon entering the house, there was no one inside. Today was Sunday, so Yang Xia must have gone out. I wonder where she and Xiu Pingping went. Never mind, let's not worry about them for now. Honey, are you hungry? I just ordered some food. Let us eat and then rest for a while. I can't sleep properly in the car. I'm a bit hungry. Su Yang smiled. They had just had some bread on the way, but it wasn't very filling. After driving around for a while, everything they had eaten had already been digested. They were definitely a bit hungry. Not long after, Yang Shui's order arrived. The two of them ate quickly and finished everything in no time. Honey, I'll go wash up first. After finishing her meal, Yang Shui blushed and waved her hand shyly before heading straight to the master bedroom. Cough, cough, cough. Watching her seductive figure, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. This wife. Chapter 144, Have my mom and uncle not come back yet? After finishing their morning routine and exchanging a few words, the two drifted off into a deep sleep. Click. After an unknown amount of time, the front door opened from the outside. It turned out to be Yang Xia, holding Xiao Pingping's hand, returning home. Both of them were carrying some items. Didn't my mom and uncle come back? Why is the house so dark? Click. With the sound of the switch, the living room lights came on. Oh, they're back, probably resting. The main light was on, and on the shoe rack were my mom and Su Yang's shoes. No need to guess, it was obviously the two of them who had returned. They must have been tired from the journey and gone to rest. Come on, Ping Ping, let us go wash up. Keep it quiet, don't wake them up. Xiao Pingping heard this and quietly responded. Soon, the two of them held hands and entered Yang Xiao's room. After a bit of hustle and bustle, the two emerged from the room wearing their pajamas. Yang Xia quietly turned off the living room lights and then entered the bathroom with Xiao Pingping. At that moment, in the master bedroom, Yang Shui and Su Yang were sleeping in each other's arms. They hadn't heard a thing outside. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang suddenly awoke from his sweet dreams. The room was pitch black, and the direction of the window was also pitch black. It must be late at night. He reached out and felt around for his phone on the bedside table, then turned it on to check. Oh my god. It was already midnight. What a comfortable sleep. My whole body felt rejuvenated. Yang Shui in his arms was like a little kitten, snuggling tightly against him. Keep sleeping. Honey, what time is it now? Sweetheart, it's already past 12. Keep sleeping. As he spoke, Su Yang kissed her cheek. Honey, have Xia and the others come back yet? They should be back by now. Wait a moment, I'll go check. To avoid worrying Yang Shui, Su Yang reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. Then he found his pajamas at the foot of the bed, put them on, and quietly walked out. The living room was dimly lit. He glanced at Yang Xiao's room, which was tightly closed. So he tiptoed toward the door, turning on the flashlight function on his phone. Using the light from his phone, he saw the shoes on the shoe rack. He confirmed that the two had returned. Then, Su Yang quietly made his way toward the master bedroom. Honey, don't worry. They've already been back for a while. Saying this, Su Yang took off his pajamas and lay back down, hugging Yang Shui. Oh, that's good. Yang Shui sighed in relief and snuggled closer to him. Husband. What's wrong, Shui? I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm not sleepy either. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, the four of them split into two cars and headed to the company. Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping left early, followed by Su Yang and Yang Shui. On the way to the office. Honey, did Xia and Pingping come back really late last night? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment. His wife really was observant. During breakfast that morning, he had also noticed. Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping looked like they hadn't slept well. Yang Xia even yawned twice in a row. Such things might be hard for Yang Shui to accept. So it's best not to mention it. Oh, it seems like they must have come back early too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so tired so early in the morning. Sigh. When we're not home, Xiaoxia is such a naughty girl. She doesn't listen to anyone and can't control herself. Yang Shui said, sighing softly. After all, she had raised her daughter from childhood, so she naturally worried more. Don't worry, honey. These two girls aren't children anymore. I'll talk to Xiaoxia when we get to the office. Good wife. Don't worry too much. Didn't you have a meeting scheduled for this morning? Yes, that's right. Yang Shui nodded slightly upon hearing this. She didn't dwell on her daughter's matter any further. Su Yang's persuasion was highly effective, producing immediate results. Before long, the two of them drove to the company building. After Yang Shui got out of the car and left, Su Yang parked the car. After parking, he quickly entered the Yang Shui clothing building. He headed straight for the third floor's IT department. Old buddy, it's been a few days. Did you miss your uncle? Su Yang sat down at his desk and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. This girl was dressed quite stylishly today. A light blue business suit, low-heeled leather shoes, she looked quite the part of a capable career woman. She even had a hint of her mother's aura. Except for being a bit plain. Everything else was still very good. Old buddy. Can we not look at me like that? I know I'm pretty, but you're an elder, you're not supposed to stare at me like that. Chapter 145, Old Buddy, you're really beautiful. Yang Xia naturally noticed the stunned expression in Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. This old friend. How could you look at me like that? I'm a real man, okay? Ha ha. Old buddy, you seem to be having a good time lately. Come on, let's go talk to Uncle. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. It's been 2 days, and this girl's outfit is getting more and more feminine. As expected, it must be Xiao Pingping's doing. Not only had she applied light makeup, but she had also sprayed on some perfume. Let's go. Yang Xia heard this and didn't refuse. She gave a slight blush and stood up. The two of them entered the small meeting room of the IT department, one in front and one behind. Sniff sniff. Bro, the scent of perfume on you feels familiar. Did you secretly use your mom's perfume? You caught me. Really? Is your nose a dog's? I only sprayed a little bit, but Ping Ping insisted on spraying it on me, saying she likes the scent. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile awkwardly. What about your outfit? Su Yang smiled and gave her a once-over, then gave her a thumbs up. Seriously, old buddy, I'm starting to not want to call you old buddy anymore. You've completely turned into a girl now, ha. Stop messing around, old buddy. This is all Ping Ping's idea. She said, she likes seeing me dressed up nicely. Oh. Su Yang heard Yang Xia's words and couldn't help but look at her with a hint of confusion. Something about this just felt off. If two girls are together, one should lean more toward the feminine and the other toward the masculine, right? Yang Xia, that girl, she's obviously the one leaning toward the masculine side. As for Xiao Pingping, she's gentle and obedient, clearly leaning toward the feminine side. But what's strange is, why is Xiao Pingping making Yang Xia even more beautiful and feminine? This is really confusing. Bro, actually, your mom and I also like seeing you dressed up and looking so pretty. Look at you now, you're so beautiful. Even Uncle looks at you and feels like he's seeing a new person. To be honest, Yang Xia is indeed quite pretty. If she weren't so flat, she'd definitely score even higher. At least she'd be closer to her mom's looks. Cough cough cough. Holy crap. Dude, you're not being fair. We're the best of friends. If even you see me as a woman, then it's really not funny anymore. Slap. Saying this, Yang Xia gave Su Yang a slap on the shoulder in frustration. No. I've always seen you as my best buddy, and I always will past, present, and future. Su Yang sensed that Yang Xia was genuinely upset, so he quickly waved his hands and tried to comfort him. He even reached out and gently patted her shoulder. Sigh. This girl, though she has the appearance of a beautiful girl, her inner self hasn't changed at all. That's more like it. Seeing Su Yang say that, Yang Xia's gloomy mood finally lifted. Hey, old buddy. How's everything going back home with my mom? Did Grandpa and Grandma have any issues with my mom? After finishing their previous conversation, Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, her eyes seeming to hold a hint of worry. After all, his mother's age was a factor. She and Su Yang were exactly 18 years apart in age. She wondered if his parents had any thoughts on the matter, or if they might not be too thrilled about it. She was well aware. Her mother's feelings for Su Yang were very deep. He had lived 2 lifetimes, and in both, they had loved each other deeply. Given Mom's situation, Su Yang is probably the only one for her in this lifetime. If Su Yang's parents oppose it, then my mom will be heartbroken. So as a daughter, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, buddy. This trip back home went smoothly. My parents are very pleased with your mom, and they get along exceptionally well. Come on, let me show you the photo of my mom and your mom together. Su Yang said, reaching into his pocket for his phone. After opening the photo album, he found a casual snapshot of his mom and Yang Shui. One showed them sitting on the sofa at home, and another showed them holding hands while shopping at the supermarket. Take a look, buddy. Wow. My grandmother looks so young. She must have been a real beauty in her day. Yang Xia flipped through the photos of the two, and the worry in her eyes quickly disappeared. Like this. She naturally felt at ease. Of course. Su Yang smiled and reached out to snatch the phone from Yang Xia's hands. He couldn't look any longer. There were still some photos of him and Yang Shui inside. The kind of intimate, suggestive photos. They were definitely not suitable for minors. If this girl sees this photo, it would indeed be a bit embarrassing. Alright, don't mention your mom and me. Tell me about you and Xiao Pingping. The way you look, your relationship must have progressed further, right? Su Yang put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Yang Xia again. From the strange sounds he heard last night, he could already guess that the two of them must be pretty close by now. I guess you could say it's taken another step forward. Yang Xia nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her face was a bit flushed. What do you mean sort of? Aren't you just sleeping together? Su Yang didn't dare to ask further. After all, these were matters between girls, and he hadn't experienced such things before, so he didn't understand. It's just... Yang Xia scratched her head awkwardly. It's okay, old buddy. If you're embarrassed, just don't say it. Your situation is different from mine with your mom, so I might not understand. Seeing Yang Xia a bit uncomfortable, Su Yan naturally didn't want to press her further. They were indeed close friends. But there was also the father-daughter relationship. Though not biologically related, it still felt a bit odd to Su Yang. Talking about such topics with his daughter was simply too embarrassing. Of course. At this moment, he naturally sees Yang Xia as a close friend. But there was still a bit of awkwardness. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 146, it seems like Xiao Pingping might actually agree to her proposal? Pfft, what's there to be shy about? I'm a real man. It's just that last step. Although it hasn't been completed yet, but she's basically already agreed to me. Yang Xia said, his eyes gleaming with pride. Agreed? What does that mean? When we're together, she called me husband. What? What? I'm serious. Since she called me that, doesn't that mean she's agreed to be with us? Yang Xia reached out and patted Su Yang on the shoulder, wearing a smug expression. Su Yang was taken aback by her words. It seemed like Xiao Pingping might have really agreed to her. Otherwise, how could she call her husband? Could it be that the two of them are really getting together? It seems like that's what she meant, but I'm not sure. I've never experienced anything like this before. Oh, right. What did you mean by the last step? I don't quite understand. Sai, you're so clueless. Yang Xia couldn't help but glance at Su Yan with a hint of pity in her eyes. This guy has been with his mom for so long he should know everything by now. When a man and a woman are together, what do you think the final step is? Well, of course it's. Su Yang said, clapping his hands. It's just deep communication, right? When it comes to matters between men and women, he knows exactly what he's talking about. So you're not clueless either. What about me and Pingping? The final step is the same, but she hasn't agreed yet. I know you don't understand these things between two girls. Here's what we'll do, I'll send you a movie later, and you'll understand once you watch it. It was clear that Yang Xia didn't want to explain such matters personally. Anyway, there are plenty of educational videos like that nowadays. Just look around and watch a few, and you'll figure it out on your own. Alright. Su Yang gave a nervous laugh and didn't ask any more questions. This topic was simply too sensitive to discuss further. The key was that their relationship was too complicated to delve into such odd topics. Maybe soon. Given how things are going, you two will probably end up together before long. Yeah, of course. Yang Xia smiled and stood up happily. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. Alright, let us go back. Su Yang nodded and stood up as well. Soon. The two of them walked out of the small meeting room of the IT department, one in front of the other. Upon returning, Su Yang sat down at his desk, took out his phone, and sent a message to his younger sister, Su Xin. Sis, when do mom and dad plan to move? Now that they had returned from their hometown, they needed to finalize the arrangements for their parents from their previous lives as soon as possible. A moment later, his younger sister's message came back. Brother, they haven't moved yet. They said they're waiting for you to come back, but they've already bought all the bedding, pots, pans, and other essentials for the new place. We can move in any time. Brother and your sister-in-law have already returned. Where are you, little sister? I've already started working at the design department, big brother. He. Oh, right. Ha ha ha. I remember now. Su Yan couldn't help but smile, and his mind instantly filled with images of his younger sister's adorable face. Sister, let us have lunch together with your brother and sister-in-law? Brother, I'll have lunch with Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping. The three of us have already made plans, he. Oh, okay then. His sister was quite close with those two, which was good. Anyway, she is Yang Xia's younger sister, so there is no need to worry about her being bullied or anything. Over the next few days, talk to your parents and see if they can make some time. Let's move in together and cook a meal. Alright, big brother. I'll send mom a message right now. Once they've set a time, I'll let you know happy. Alright, little sister. Su Yang sent the message and put his phone away. Before he knew it, it was already 11:30 p.m. Bro, I'm going to find Pingping and my aunt. Oh, go ahead. Although it wasn't time to leave work yet, Yang Xia gently tapped Su Yang on the shoulder and slipped away quietly. Su Yang didn't leave that early either. Although he really wanted to see Yang Shui, he decided to study a little longer. Time ticked by. Just before 12 o'clock, Su Yang was about to leave his desk when he received a message from Yang Shui. Sweetheart, come eat dinner. Got it, honey, I'll be right over. Looking at the message she sent, Su Yang couldn't help but smile, and her soft, fragrant figure instantly flashed through his mind. He quickly stood up and left his desk. Not long after, he arrived at Yang Shui's office. Honey, why aren't Xia and Xiaomei coming over? It's okay, honey. The three girls are having a good time. Let them be. This way, we won't have to disturb the two of us. So these girls are pretty sensible after all, huh? Once they arrived at the office, they put eating aside and first embraced each other for a passionate kiss. As they spoke, Yang Shui suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and kissed him passionately. The other hand tightly wrapped around his waist. Little darling. These past few days back home, my wife was so happy, but as soon as we got back, we felt a bit restrained again. Honey, should we get off work early tonight and go to a hotel? What should we do? Should we think of a way to stay somewhere else? Let us wait and see. My wife is planning a business trip in a few days. We can go together then, and we'll be able to relax. Really? That's great. Su Yang heard this and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Chapter 147, After graduation, you'll definitely marry me, right? After having lunch in Yang Shui's office, the two of them cuddled up on the sofa and took a nap. Until the alarm clock woke them up. Honey, I noticed there are so many rooms on the top floor. I think we could set one aside as a dedicated restroom. Sleeping on the sofa just doesn't feel as comfortable as sleeping in a big bed. Su Yang rubbed his arms, which were slightly numb from being pressed, and casually mentioned his idea. If we had such a restroom, then during the afternoon, the two of us could take a little break. That's a great idea, honey. Actually, I've been thinking the same thing lately. I was thinking, if I ever get pregnant, I'll definitely need to rest more. If we set up a restroom, it would be quite convenient. Yang Shui had already made up her mind after returning from Su Yang's hometown. Never mind. We can't afford to wait any longer at our age. If we wait until Su Yang graduates from university, get married, and then have a child, by then, we'll be too old. Might as well have a child now while the two of us are getting along well. Besides, there are plenty of elderly relatives who can help take care of the child. That's wonderful, Xiao Shui. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although he had previously thought that if she got pregnant, they would keep the baby, it still felt like a distant possibility. But hearing his wife's plan, he immediately felt that it was right within reach. He was still a student after all. This is really interesting. Have you decided yet, honey? Yeah, I've decided. Su Yang nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. But we're not married yet. I wonder what people at the company will say. It's okay, honey. Over the years, I've gone through so much hardship. What's this little thing compared to that? Besides, we're truly in love. Once you graduate from university, you'll definitely marry me, right? Yang Shui said, turning around to embrace Su Yang's waist. She buried her head deeply in his chest. Do I even need to say that, my love? You've waited for me all these years, and I've dreamed of you since I was a child. We were meant to be together. Not only will I marry you in this lifetime. If there is another life, I hope we can be husband and wife again. I swear. Su Yang said, clenching his fist toward the sky. Put. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, Yang Shui stopped him with her lips. I believe in your husband. Your wife is so happy. As she spoke, her eyes couldn't help but well up slightly. The matter in the restroom will be handled by someone I'll arrange. It should be done quickly, there's already a ready room available. Okay, dear. I'll head to the IT department first. We have a department meeting this afternoon. Su Yang looked at his wife, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Alright, my dear, go ahead. Yang Shui said, then stood up and began to tidy her hair. Soon, Su Yang left Yang Shui's office and headed to the IT department. Yang Xia had already returned and was sitting at the computer, seemingly engrossed in something. Old buddy, you're back? She turned her head to look at Su Yang and greeted him with a smile. What's up, silly girl? Why so happy? Seeing Yang Xiao's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Old buddy, my aunt told me that you and mom bought a house for grandpa and grandma here, and you're moving in soon, right? That's right, old buddy. We're all going to gather there for a family meal. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly. Of course I know that. We went to check out the new house today. It sounds pretty big and close to the company. Uncle, can I move there too? Yang Xia said, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's arm. Her eyes betrayed a hint of pleading. After all, Su Yang was an elder, though he was called uncle, he was actually her father. Asking her dad for a favor is perfectly normal. Silly girl, staying there occasionally is fine, but if you keep bringing Xiao Pingping over to stay, won't that make grandpa and grandma have to take care of you both? Besides, they both have jobs now, working long hours, coming home late. It's already tough enough for them. Su Yang turned to look at Yang Xia and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. If you were going to stay on your own, that would be fine. But you want to bring your girlfriend along too? That's a bit unreasonable. Those are my parents, your grandparents. I was just saying. Uncle, that's not right of you. My grandparents are so old, and you still make them work? In my opinion, they should just quit their jobs and enjoy a leisurely life at home. Anyway, our family isn't short on money. Just give them enough to get by. Yang Xia heard this and looked at Su Yang in confusion. We've already discussed this with your mother. But we have to take things one step at a time. Su Yang smiled and gently patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. To be honest, this girl really sees things clearly. Though she's a bit of a troublemaker, she's pretty sensible when it comes to important matters. Oh, I knew it. My mom thinks things through so thoroughly, she must have already planned this out long ago. Of course. Uncle, if grandpa and grandma don't work anymore, can I stay over there often? Cough cough cough. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but scratch his head. It's possible, but if you bring Ping Ping with you, won't that inconvenience them? I'm telling you, buddy. You two were sleeping together in the middle of the night, and I heard it. What? Yang Xia was startled by Su Yang's words. Her face flushed instantly. You really heard that? This. She blushed and scratched her head awkwardly. I already told Ping Ping to keep it quiet. I thought the sound was already very quiet. It shouldn't be audible outside, right? I got up in the middle of the night yesterday to check if you guys had come home. As soon as I stepped out of the bedroom door, I heard the sound. But when I was sleeping in the room, I didn't hear anything. This. Yang Xia isn't a boy, after all. Her face grew even redder. Why are you blushing? We're friends. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Oh, that's right. Thanks, buddy. Chapter 148, Parents from a Previous Life Prepare to Move. The two chatted for a while before falling silent. After all, whispering all the time wasn't exactly appropriate at work. Before they knew it, it was time to go home. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone buzzed with a message. He opened it to find it was from his younger sister, Su Xin. Brother, are you off work yet? I want to come over and play for a while. Seeing his sister's message, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. It had been a few days since he last saw his sister. To be honest, he really did miss her. Sure, little sister. Come over quickly, smiling. After that, Su Yang sent his sister a WeChat message. Hey. Alright, big brother. See you later. After receiving his sister's reply, Su Yang turned to look at Yang Xia. Buddy, it's already after work. Why aren't you leaving yet? Oh, Ping Ping said they need to work overtime, so I'm waiting for her. If you have something to do, go ahead. Don't make my mom wait too long. Yang Xia merely shook his head slightly, showing no intention of getting up. Your mom is still talking to her subordinates. It's not over yet. By the way, your aunt is coming over later. Oh, okay. As the two were chatting, Su Xin had already arrived at the IT department, looking around in their direction, and walked over. Xin, over here. Su Yang spotted his younger sister and stood up, waving at her. Brother, hey. Yang Xia is here too? Come sit down, little auntie. Seeing Su Xin approach, Yang Xia hurriedly stood up, pulled a chair from the side, and placed it between the two of them. Thank you, Yang Xia. I'll just stay for a little while. I haven't seen my brother in days. Su Xin smiled and nodded, then sat down happily. Did you take the bus to work, little sister? Yes, brother. It's south pretty close anyway, only about 20 minutes, so it's quite convenient. Su Xin nodded happily and spoke softly and obediently. Come on, little sister. Let me walk you home. There are a lot of people getting off work now, and the bus will be crowded. Saying this, Su Yang stood up and prepared to walk his sister home. No need, big brother. I just wanted to see you. I'll take the bus back on my own. Be a good girl. Your sister-in-law is in a meeting right now, and I'm not in a hurry anyway. Su Yang smiled, gently patted his sister's shoulder, and started walking out without waiting for a response. Alright, big brother. Hey. Yang Xia, I'm leaving now. Alright, little auntie. Su Xin saw this and didn't linger either. She quickly waved goodbye to Yang Xia and followed her brother out. After leaving Yangshue Tower, Su Yang got into the car with his sister and quickly set off. Brother, it would be great if we could all live in the new house someday. Then I could ride in your car every day. Ha ha ha. Sister, on the way back, your brother and sister-in-law will pass by the new house. After we move, you can definitely ride in your brother's car. You can also ride in Yang Xia's car, then it's all very convenient. Su Yang turned to look at Su Xin and couldn't help but laugh. The location of the new house is actually quite good. He could easily give his sister a ride to and from work in the future. Wow. That's great, big brother. Hee. Once I get home, I'll tell mom and dad to move in quickly. I even dreamed last night that we were already living in the new house. We'll all live together in the new house and eat meals together. It'll be so much fun. Su Xin spoke while smiling happily. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. From now on, with her brother and sister-in-law looking out for her, she was naturally overjoyed. Alright, little sister, let's hurry up and move. Let me know in advance, and I'll come pick you up when the time comes. Okay, I got it, brother. The two chatted as they quickly escorted the younger sister back to the Times Garden community. Without lingering, he took his leave. As soon as he arrived at the company building, he saw Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping holding hands as they came out of the building. "Uncle, we're leaving first. We'll go out for dinner tonight." Yang Xia saw Su Yang, nodded in greeting, and her eyes betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After all, this uncle already knew everything about her and Xiu Pingping. He had even heard the strange sounds coming from their room in the middle of the night. "Goodbye, uncle." Xiu Pingping also hurriedly greeted Su Yang politely. He smiled and waved at the two of them before heading upstairs. Not long after, he arrived at Yang Shue's office. She was still discussing work-related matters with her subordinates. Su Yang exchanged a glance with her and then sat down on the sofa by himself. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Finally, the subordinate stood up and left Yang Shue's office. "Honey, I've kept you waiting. Come, let your wife make it up to you." Yang Shui blushed and smiled shyly, then stood up and sat down beside Su Yang. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, then pressed her soft, pink lips against his in a passionate kiss. "Peck. Little darling, shall we go home?" As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Su Yang's chest a few times. Ding dong! Just as Su Yang and Yang Shui stood up, his phone received a message. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was a message from his younger sister. "Brother, Mom and Dad said they plan to move tomorrow morning. We'll all have dinner together at home. They've already taken the day off." "Alright, little sister, no problem. I'm ready to pick you up anytime." Su Yang and Yang Shui left the office, and as they walked, he replied to his sister's message. "Honey, my younger sister just said that Mom and Dad are planning to move into their new house tomorrow morning, and we'll all have lunch together." "Sure, honey. It seems like they're waiting for you to come back before moving." As it was getting late, there were hardly any people left at the company. After getting out of the elevator, Yang Shui immediately wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Since they had met, they had never gotten this close to each other in front of others at the company. Holding his arm like this was definitely the first time. Even if they happened to encounter any employees, Yang Shui didn't seem to care at all. It seemed as though she had already made up her mind to gradually reveal Su Yang's identity to everyone. "How about this, tomorrow morning, you can go help them move first. I have some things to take care of in the morning, and I'll head over around noon. Is that okay?" "Of course, that is fine. They're just taking some clothes and a few things. I'll drive them there when the time comes." Su Yang smiled and nodded, quickly figuring out Yang Shui's intentions. This is absolutely perfect. Chapter 149, From now on, Mom can help you cook. The next morning, after driving Yang Shui to the company, Su Yang headed straight to the Times Garden community. Of course, he didn't forget to take a day off from Li, the director of the IT department. The company was very close to the Times Garden community. It only took him about 10 minutes to drive down to the building. Wow! This girl. As soon as Su Yang parked his car, he turned his head and saw Yang Xia's Tank 300 parked not far away. This girl. She's a filial and good child. She knew to help her grandparents move. After getting out of the car, Su Yang headed straight for the building entrance. He had already told his sister earlier that once he arrived, he should just go straight up. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at the 9th floor, and the main door was wide open. It seemed lively inside. "Brother! Mom and Dad, my brother is here." Before Su Yang could enter the room, his younger sister Su Xian spotted him and called out joyfully. "Little sister! Mom and Dad, how's the cleaning going?" Su Yang saw his parents coming out of the bedroom and quickly smiled and greeted them. "It's all done. We just packed some clothes and a few things. Not much," his mother said, walking straight up to Su Yang, her eyes filled with unspeakable longing. Ever since they were reunited with their son, she and her husband had been constantly worried about him. They even hoped to see him every day. "Mom!" Su Yang looked at his mother's eyes, which were slightly reddened, and reached out his arms to embrace her. Whether in this life or the last, they were the people he loved most in the world. Yang. His mother quickly rubbed her reddened eyes, seemingly trying to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. But she couldn't hold them back. "Mom, what about the things we packed? Should we move them to the car?" Su Yang gently patted his mother's back, quickly diverting her attention. For the family, today was a good day to move into their new home, so there was no need to cry. After all, it was a joyous occasion of moving into a new home. "It's all on the sofa. The rest not much," her mother said, quickly rubbing her eyes and flashing a slightly embarrassed smile. She didn't want to cry either, but seeing her son had made her unable to hold back. Su Yang turned around and saw Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping standing quietly behind him. "Grandma, let us not cry anymore, okay? Today is the day we're moving into our new home, we should be happy," Yang Xia said, then walked forward and took her grandmother's hand. "All right. Be happy. Come on, let us start moving things." Su Yang smiled at his parents and began lifting the packages from the sofa. Soon, everyone else joined in and started moving things as well. Since there weren't many items, everything was moved down in one trip. Soon, the remaining items were loaded into the trunk of the car. Anyway, with 2 cars, there was more than enough space for everything. After that, everyone split into 2 cars and headed toward Ningtai Jiayuan community. Dad and Mom were in Su Yang's car. My younger sister, Su Xian, sat in Yang Xiao's car with Xiu Pingping and the others. Yang, I heard from Xixin that you went back to your hometown a couple of days ago? Mom was sitting in the front passenger seat, turning her head to look at Su Yang, as if she couldn't get enough of him. The sun before her eyes looked exactly the same as the sun she had known 19 years ago. Moreover, he still had many memories from the past. Therefore, in her eyes, no matter how she looked at him, the boy before her was undoubtedly her own son. But she also knew that her son had been reborn, crossing through reincarnation to find them again. Therefore, he naturally still has his biological parents from this lifetime. Yes, Mom. My parents in this life haven't met Xiao Shui yet, so we went back for a visit. Su Yang nodded and glanced at his mother. No doubt his parents from his previous life would understand all of this. Without the parents of this life, there would naturally be no him in this life. Then he wouldn't have been able to appear before his parents from his previous life. Oh, did they have any objections? After all, Xiao Shui is much older than you. No. Su Yang shook his head with a smile. My parents in this life are very open-minded. They didn't mind the age difference between us and said as long as the 2 of us are happy, that's all that matters. Plus, Xiao Shui looks pretty young, maybe around 27 or 28. Don't worry, Mom. It's fine. This time when I go back, they all really like Xiao Shui. Oh. That's good. Mom was clearly worried and repeated herself 2 or 3 times. What about your parents, have they ever been to Jiangcheng? They used to go to university in Jiangcheng, but they haven't been back much in recent years. However, my father came back recently to attend a class reunion. Su Yang didn't hide anything and simply explained the situation. Oh. Mom nodded slightly, seeming to ponder something. But she didn't voice her thoughts. Not long after, 2 cars drove into the Ningtai Jiayuan residential complex, one after the other. They soon arrived at the building where their new home was located. I'll go open the door. Yang Xia was driving the car in front. After parking, Su Xian got out first and skipped over to open the door. Yang, will you and Xiao Shui also come over to stay often? Yes, we will, Mom. Don't worry. Xiao Shui is very busy with work these days. We mostly order takeout from restaurants now, and only cook a proper meal on weekends. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then got out of the car as well. Then Mom can help you cook in the future. Upon hearing this, Mom's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. Mom, why don't you and Dad just quit your jobs? Otherwise, when would you have time to cook? Su Yang knew his plan had already succeeded halfway when he heard his mother's words. Which parents don't want to spoil their children? Especially after so many years apart. They must be thinking about living happily together with their son. Well, his mother hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Mom, don't worry. All the household expenses and my younger sister's education costs will be covered by me and Shui. This matter, Xiao Shui and I have already discussed it. Su Yang said, then wrapped his arm around his mother's arm. His father stood beside them, saying nothing. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 150. I was thinking of giving you and Mom some private space. Come on, Mom and Dad, let's move the stuff first. Su Yang said, then let go of his mother's hand and opened the trunk of the car. There wasn't much to move, so everyone worked together and quickly moved everything into the new house. Mom, you and Dad should stay in the master bedroom. I'll be fine in the guest room with Xiao Shui. Su Yang accompanied his mother as they toured each room, chatting happily. That's not possible. The big room is for the 2 of you. Besides, Xiao Shui isn't that young anymore, it's time for her to have a child. Once the baby comes, we'll definitely need the big room. Mom, Xiao Shui and I have already discussed it. We plan to have a child. Su Yang smiled and nodded, briefly outlining their plans for having a child. From an age perspective, this matter was indeed quite important. It must be prioritized as soon as possible. Great. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, her mother's eyes lit up even more. Mom, you see, Xiao Shui and I are planning to have a child, and Xiao Shui is quite busy. We don't even have time to cook. Then Mom will cook for you and take care of my daughter-in-law. Really? Su Yang knew that things were almost settled. Since Mom had said that, she must be planning to quit her job. Regardless, let us start by getting Mom to quit her job. Step by step, I'll make my parents more relaxed and happier. Mom has decided to quit. But let your father keep working for now? Right, I'll keep working for now. After all, watching the gate is pretty easy. After a long silence, Dad chimed in, following Mom's lead. Though his voice was soft, his tone seemed fairly firm. Well, okay. Su Yang turned to look at his father, pondered for a moment. Then he nodded. Let's take it one step at a time. Nothing can be achieved overnight. Yang, Mom will go tidy up the clothes we brought and put them away in the cabinets. Our new home is so spacious. I never thought I'd get to live in such a nice house in my lifetime. His mother smiled, rubbing her slightly reddened eyes, then let go of Su's hand and went to tidy up. Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping were both busy helping Su Xian tidy up. And her little room was the liveliest place in the house. Chatter and laughter filled the air. Uncle, I want to stay in this room. No one will fight me for it, right? Just as Su Yang and his dad were sitting on the sofa chatting, Yang Xia came out of Su Xian's room. She pointed to the small room in the northeast corner and said. This room was farther away from the others and had a large window facing east, so the lighting was decent. Sure, you can have this room. It's probably the worst one among the bedrooms. Su Yang glanced at all the rooms and immediately understood Yang Xia's meaning. This room was farther away from the others, and even the slightest sound would probably not be heard. This girl. She really knows how to choose. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms, so it'll be easy to accommodate everyone. It's okay, uncle. I just like this room. Saying this, Yang Xia smiled and winked at Su Yang. Alright, you can stay here if you want, but there are no bedding supplies inside. You can either buy a set yourself or bring your current ones over. Why move? I want to stay on both sides. We'll go out and buy some later. Yang Xia said, then smiled, and returned to Su Xian's room. A short while later, the girl came out with Xiao Pingping and Su Xian. Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma, we want to go to the supermarket to buy some toiletries, and we'll also buy some vegetables to cook lunch. Do you know what vegetables to buy? Should Grandma go with you? Su Yang's mother put down what she was tidying up and walked over. No need, Grandma. We know what to buy. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Yang Xia smiled and waved goodbye to Grandma, then the three girls left happily together. This child, so well behaved. The mother watched the granddaughter's departing figure, her eyes brimming with unspeakable joy. Saying that, she continued with her cleaning. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was already morning. As the sound of voices came from outside the door, Yang Xia and the other two girls returned, chatting and laughing. Knock, knock, knock. Before Su Yang could walk over to open the door, it was knocked on. Coming. When she opened the door, she saw the three girls carrying large bags and packages, having apparently bought quite a lot of things. Uncle, here's the car keys. I still have my blankets in the car. Could you go get them for me? Alright, I'll go get them. Did you buy so much? Su Yang said, taking the keys from Yang Xia's hands, and turned to go downstairs. Wow. This girl sure knows how to buy bedding. They're all bright red. It's quite festive. But Su Yang could understand. Actually, Yang Xia doesn't really like red. She probably bought the bright red bedding to express her love for Xiao Pingping, right? Whatever. As long as they like it, that's fine. At least Su Yang can be open-minded about their relationship. After that, he closed the trunk, picked up the bedding, and went upstairs. Uncle, I plan to stay here tonight with Pingping. Will you and my mom stay here too? Taking the opportunity to hand over the blankets, Yang Xia quietly asked. We'll come over too. Su Yang nodded slightly and patted her shoulder. Staying here is fine, but keep it low-key, okay? Don't worry. I understand. Actually, I was just thinking about giving you and my mom some private space. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang couldn't help but pause, then smiled. You're getting more sensible by the day, aren't you? Of course. The two exchanged a few simple, quiet words, and Yang Xia then picked up the bedding and went to her own room to tidy up. At that moment, Mom was already busy in the kitchen. Xiao Pingping was also helping out. To be honest, this girl is quite hardworking and also very observant. Chapter 151, Husband, are we staying here today? As it was already past 11 a.m., Su Yang sent Yang Shui a WeChat message. Honey, are you done with the meeting? I'll come pick you up right away. A moment later, her message came back. Sure, honey. I'll be done in just a few more minutes. Come pick me up. Alright. Time to go. Su Yang stood up, said goodbye to his parents, and quickly left the house. Today was a special day for moving into a new home, so the whole family really needed to gather together. They had already had a meal together at a hotel earlier, which counted as a gathering. But today was different. Today's gathering signified Su Yang's true return to this home. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at Yang Shui's office. Moments later, she hurried back from the meeting room. Honey, have you packed everything? Yes, it's all done. They only took some clothes and important items. There wasn't much. The moment they saw each other, they couldn't wait to embrace each other. After a passionate kiss. Let us go, honey. I can help with dinner. Sure, let's go. But Mom and Xiao Pingping are busy right now, and they both seem to be good cooks. Really? But, as your wife, I should help out more. After all, your mother in the previous life was also my mother-in-law. Let's go, honey. The The two of them chatted as they quickly left the office. Originally, the two walked one in front of the other, keeping a slight distance apart. After all, it was during office hours, and there were still quite a few people coming and going in the company. However, Yang Shui took a quick step forward and reached out to link her arm through Su Yang's. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly. All right. It seems like his wife is determined to make their relationship public. Back when there were fewer people around, holding hands wasn't a big deal after all, no one really noticed. But now, there were a lot more employees around. However, Yang Shui doesn't seem to care at all. The two of them stepped out of the elevator, walked through the first floor lobby, and exited the building. There were many colleagues around, and each one had an expression on their face that was quite something. There were expressions of shock, envy, jealousy, heartbreak, and gossip. But no one could have imagined that the company president, this stunningly beautiful ice queen, actually had a boyfriend. And her boyfriend was exceptionally handsome and young. Anyway, the boss is a wealthy woman. So it's only natural for her to date someone young and handsome. Soon, the two of them got into the car and left the office, rushing toward the Mingtai Garden residential complex. Are we staying here tonight? Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes brimming with unspeakable tenderness. Yeah, let's stay here, but we'll need to tidy up our pajamas and stuff first. That's no problem. We can go over earlier this afternoon to tidy up. Or maybe we should just stay here for a couple of days first. Anyway, it's not too far from where we usually stay. Yang Shui nodded in understanding upon hearing this. Both of them were actually hoping to spend some time alone together. With so many people staying together, it would definitely affect their ability to relax. Their quality of life would definitely suffer as a result. Alright, let's stay for a couple of days and see how it goes. Su Yang nodded and squeezed Yang Shui's small hand. Oh, by the way, Xiao Xiao wants to stay here. I've already agreed. Oh, that's fine, but it'll be a bit more work for mom and dad. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Actually, she's pretty considerate. She said she wants to create a little world just for the two of us, so we can be more comfortable together. Su Yang said, unable to help but smile. This girl is quite filial to her mother, knowing she needs some private time together now. Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. This little stinker. She knows quite a lot, doesn't she? You've never even dated anyone, how do you know all this? Not long after, the two of them arrived at their new home. As soon as they entered the house, Yang Shui washed her hands and went into the kitchen. Despite being a high-ranking executive at work, she wanted to present herself as a good daughter-in-law in front of her parents. Xiao Shui, you've been busy all morning. Go rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Seeing Yang Shui dressed in her professional attire, her mother didn't want her to get the smell of cooking oil on her clothes. So she quickly suggested that she wait outside instead. It's okay, Mom, I'm not tired. Yang Shui said, smiling and shaking her head. Even if it's almost done, she could at least stay and chat with her mom. Time passed slowly. The kitchen was spacious enough for 3 people to work in without feeling cramped. At 11:30, the dishes began to be served one after another. Soon, the family gathered around the table. Everyone's glasses were filled with red wine or soft drinks. Since Su Yang and Yang Shui were considering starting a family, they both drank beverages. Yang, Xiao Shui. Mom picked up her wine glass, her expression clearly excited. Mom. Su Yang saw his mother's expression and couldn't help but feel moved as well. He turned to look at his parents beside him, unsure of what to say. Yang, you've been away from this home for nearly 20 years. Now, our family is finally complete again. Before she could finish, her eyes welled up with tears, and her voice broke. His father silently wiped his eyes. Even his younger sister, Xiao Xian, had tears welling up in her beautiful big eyes. Now, this family is not only complete but has also moved into a new home. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. Cheers to our family reunion. Seeing that Mom was choking up and couldn't speak, Su Yang quickly continued. Let us toast. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. Down in one gulp. The alcohol went down. Mom, Dad, and little sister Xixin couldn't help but shed tears. Yang Shui's eyes were also brimming with tears. Su Yang felt a lump in his throat and a stinging sensation in his nose. Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping remained solemn, unaware of the agonizing pain of separation. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give this a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 152, What's wrong, husband? Are you scared? Come on, eat your food. Su Yang noticed the tense atmosphere and took the initiative to pick up his chopsticks, urging everyone to start eating. Grandpa and Grandma, let me pour you some red wine. As he spoke, Yang Xia also stood up with great tact. Good child. After this brief interruption, the earlier tense atmosphere quickly eased. Gradually. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed and cheerful. Laughter grew more frequent. After talking about the past, they talked about the present, and after talking about the present, they talked about the future. As they chatted, it was already past 2 p.m. Since Su Xan and Xiu Pingping considered it inappropriate to skip work since they had just started their jobs, Yang Xia and the other two decided to leave home and go to work. Xiao Shui, Yang, if you're busy, you should go to work. Mom held Yang Shui's hand, growing fonder of this daughter-in-law with each passing day. It's okay, Mom. We don't have any work scheduled for the afternoon, so we'll just stay home with you. Oh, that's fine. Mom smiled happily, then turned to look at Su Yang beside her. These two kids really have it tough. After going through a whole cycle, they've managed to come together again. This kind of love is something Yang should cherish deeply. Xiao Shui, I heard from Xixin that you're living pretty close by, right? Yes, Mom, it's pretty close, just a 10-minute drive. Oh, that's good. Ha ha. As she spoke, Mom yawned deeply. She must be feeling a bit tired. Mom, why don't you and Dad rest for a while? We'll have plenty of time to chat later. Yang Shui gently wrapped her arm around her mom's arm, her voice very gentle. Alright, you two should rest for a while too. Take a look at the blankets I bought for you. Do you like them? Of course we like them. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, her mother couldn't help but laugh happily. Oh, Mom, here's the bank card. I discussed it with Su Yang. This is for your living expenses. The password is very simple. Yang Shui said, handing over a bank card. This. Mom turned to look at Su Yang, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Mom, just take it. I'm your own son. Su Yang smiled as he took the bank card from Yang Shui's hand and directly placed it into his mother's hand. All right. Hearing this, her mother no longer hesitated. But her eyes welled up again. She had never even dreamed that her son, who had left, would return and be able to take care of them in their old age. Mom, you go rest. We'll rest for a while too. Seeing the fatigue in her mother's eyes, he smiled and urged her gently. Then he took Yang Shui's small hand and stood up. He also wanted to see the new home, the new bed, and the bright red new bedding to see if they could bring a different new experience. Alright, you two go rest. Mom also stood up with a smile, her eyes brimming with unspeakable joy. This home was truly complete. The son has returned, and the daughter-in-law is here too. Even the eldest granddaughter is here. I believe that in the near future, we will also have a grandson or granddaughter. Honey, why didn't you consult me about the bank card? I was planning to transfer some money to them every now and then. After tidying up and washing up, the two of them sat together on the large bed in the master bedroom. Be a good husband. Don't touch the money in your account. Keep it for everyday expenses. I just opened this account this morning. I didn't have time to discuss it with you yet. Yang Shui said, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's neck. Good husband, you won't be angry, will you? Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Of course I won't get angry. After all, we're husband and wife. That's right. Little darling, are you running a fever? Su Yang smiled and gently touched Yang Shui's forehead. When Su Yang woke up, he heard happy voices coming from the living room. Dad, I think we're going to have a little grandson soon. Shu, keep your voice down, the children might hear. Alright. Su Yang heard the conversation outside and couldn't help but smile slightly. They were right. Your little grandson or granddaughter probably won't be too long in coming. Dong dong dong. Soon after, the front door was also knocked on. With the sound of the door opening. Grandpa and Grandma, hello? Where are my mom and uncle? Oh, they're inside. Kids, rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Alright, Grandma. After a burst of conversation, the living room finally fell silent. Honey, kiss. Su Yan looked at Yang Shui, who was sleeping soundly, and couldn't resist giving her a kiss. Ugh. Honey, are you awake? What time is it? Yang Shui was awakened by the kiss. She reached out her arm and wrapped it around Su Yang's waist. It's almost time for dinner. Su Yan looked at her body, as white as jade, and couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. However, fortunately, Yang Xia, that reckless girl, hadn't barged in. And the door to the room wasn't locked. If someone had pushed the door open, they would have definitely seen an embarrassing scene. Have we been asleep for so long? Yeah, honey. Chapter 153, let us stay here for a couple of days first. Honey, let us stay here. I'm worried we'll disturb others. Then we'll go back there at night? Anyway, Xiaoxia is staying here today. If we go there, it'll just be the two of us. What about later? Let us not do that. Today is the first day we moved into the new house. I'm worried Mom and Dad won't be happy. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words and couldn't help but brighten up. But moments later, her expression grew slightly dim again. Then, let's just stay for a day or two and see how it goes. Su Yang nodded slightly, then reached out to help Yang Shui to her feet. Hurry up and get dressed, honey. Yang Xia and the others have already finished work and come back. Dinner will be ready soon. Oh, right, hurry up. A moment later, the two of them emerged from the bedroom. By then, dinner was already ready. Mom came out of the kitchen holding a pair of chopsticks, her face radiating an indescribable smile. Her mental state was indeed much better than before. Dad was sitting on the sofa in the living room, also wearing a smile. Xiaoxue, Yan Yang, hurry up and eat. Got it, Mom. The two replied in unison and headed toward the dining room. Not long after, the entire family gathered around the table. Dinner was relatively light, but the flavors were quite delicious. The sadness from the midday gathering was nowhere to be found. Everyone was in high spirits. Especially Dad and Mom, whose smiles never faded from their faces. Before long, dinner was finished. Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping went to their room, and my younger sister Su Xian also returned to her room. Yang Shui helped her mom clean up the dishes, but it was done quickly. Yang, come here for a moment. Taking advantage of Yang Shui going to the bathroom, her mother pulled Su Yang into her room. What's wrong, Mom? Yang, you and Shui have already decided to have a child, haven't you? Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. Yes, Mom. Our family has a lot of people living here. You know, there's your younger sister Xixin, and then there's Xiaxia and her friends. The two of you, do you feel a bit inconvenienced? It is a bit inconvenient. In front of his mother, Su Yang actually felt a bit embarrassed to bring it up. Yang, why don't you two eat here and go back to your place to sleep, otherwise, won't that affect me holding my grandchild? Mom said this, unable to help but laugh. Mom, did you hear something this afternoon? No, Mom wasn't eavesdropping on you. I'm just curious when you'll give me a grandson. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. It seemed that the noise he and Yang Shui had made in the bedroom had definitely been heard by his mother. If I'm not mistaken, she must have heard everything pretty clearly. Alright, Mom, we'll come over for dinner and stay there. Once Shui is pregnant, you can come back to live here, so Mom can take care of my daughter-in-law. Mom looked at Su Yang with satisfaction, her eyes brimming with unspoken anticipation. Now that the old couple were both 60 years old, they naturally hoped to hold a grandchild in their arms as soon as possible. Alright, Mom. Alright, go rest now. Mom is waiting to hold her grandchild. Mom finished speaking and smiled as she patted Su Yang on the arm. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile. Mom was urging him to get back to work. Su Yang and his mom returned to the living room, chatted with his parents for a while alongside Yang Shui, then went back to their bedroom. Honey, what did Mom call you for? After closing the door and locking it, Yang Shui immediately wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist. Mom told me she's been waiting to hold a grandchild and wants us to try harder. Feeling Yang Shui's passion, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. Like this. That's great. But, here, I don't feel comfortable. Mom said we should eat here in the future and go back there to rest at night. That way, our efforts will be more effective. Su Yang smiled and pinched Yang Shui's cheek. He leaned down and kissed her. Really? That's wonderful. Yang Shui, upon hearing this, saw the light in her eyes grow much brighter. If Yang Xia stays here often, the two of them can go back there to stay, and no one will disturb them. Honey, let's go, let's take a shower. Sure. Let me scrub your back for you. Yang Shui blushed and shyly grabbed Su Yang's hand, leading him straight to the master bedroom's bathroom. Chapter 154. Being in the midst of it without realizing it, perhaps that's just how it is. Since there were too many people living in the house, the two of them only made a brief gesture before giving up. Early the next morning, before Su Yang and Yang Shui could get out of bed, their mother had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. Then she went from room to room calling everyone to wake up. Dong dong dong. To let her son and daughter-in-law rest a little longer, she called them last. Yang and Xiaoxue, it's time to get up and eat breakfast. Okay, Mom, we're coming. Su Yang hugged the fragrant and soft Yang Shui in his arms, and he really didn't want to get up. After breakfast, everyone split into 2 cars and went to work. 3 girls rode in one car and left first. Su Yang and Yang Shui took the other car, leaving a little later. Honey, how about going on a business trip with your wife the day after tomorrow? Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, turned her head to look at Su Yang, her eyes filled with unspeakable affection. Sure, I need to protect my little snow wife. As long as you're going out, I'll definitely come along. Su Yang smiled and nodded, feeling a hint of anticipation he couldn't quite put into words. Come to think of it, we've never gone out together before. Just thinking about it. Going out with her, leaving this monotonous work environment, would definitely be more fun. My little treasure is so good. Yang Shui smiled gently and nodded, reaching out to touch his chest. Then let us not stay at Mom and Dad's tonight. After dinner, we'll go home? Sure, honey. Yang Shui's eyes lit up at his words. The two chatted for a short while before rushing down to the company building. Yang Shui got out of the car at the company entrance and hurried off to handle her tasks. Su Yang parked the car and took his time heading straight to the IT department. Bro, why didn't you and my mom go back to rest last night? There were so many people at Grandpa and Grandma's house. As soon as he sat down, Yang Xia smiled and leaned over, patting Su Yang on the shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable sense of pride. Silly girl, it was your first time staying at your grandparents' house. How could I leave? But Grandpa and Grandma both said you should have a child sooner. With so many people at home, how could we? Yang Xia said, her cheeks turning slightly red. Cough, cough, cough. Let's go back home tonight. You can stay at your grandparents' place. Sure, no problem. But, if you're staying at Grandpa and Grandma's, then I'll go back to stay with Xiao Pingping. You know how it is. Yang Xia said, winking at him. What? Looking at you like that, did you handle it? Almost done. What do you mean almost? Did you handle the final step? Almost. I think it'll be done in a few days. So confident? Of course. Shoo, I can clearly feel her resistance weakening. Last night. I was so close to getting her. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but be startled. Wow. Under this girl's relentless efforts, she's actually almost got it done. Bro, do you really think she loves you? Or is it because you've helped her so much financially, and she's just grateful? You should know. Based on what you said, her family background is actually pretty tough. Without your support, her mother might not even be alive. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then looked at Yang Xia seriously. You little girl. Love and gratitude are still different, aren't they? If she truly loves you, then you would have her heart. If she's grateful to you, then you might only have her body. But, hey, buddy, saying that is like desecrating the beautiful love between us. Don't worry, Pingping's feelings for me aren't something that can be measured by a little money. It's like you and my mom, this is a connection from 2 lifetimes. Maybe Pingping and I were husband and wife in a past life. Otherwise, how could I have fallen for her at first sight? Yang Xia completely dismissed Su Yang's reminder with a sneer. Being in the thick of it, perhaps that's just how it is. At least she hadn't taken the time to think about it. Besides, isn't that how love works nowadays? You get the other person's body first, and then the emotions deepen later? Isn't there a saying that goes? That thing about the way to a woman's heart? Yang Xia laughed softly, her face flushing even redder than before. Cough, cough, cough. You old fox, you sure know your stuff. Alright. Uncle can't argue with you. Su Yang laughed and shook his head silently. Alright. As long as my dear daughter is happy. Su Yang, come with me to the conference room? Yang Zong is in a meeting, and the projector suddenly stopped working. Su Yang and Yang Xia were still chatting when they heard Li, the director, call out from behind them. Sure, director. Su Yang and Yang Xia, upon hearing this, quietly parted ways. As he spoke, he stood up and prepared to follow the director to check it out. Let's go. Director Li said, glancing sideways at Yang Xia before turning around and heading toward the top floor with Su Yang. Brother, you're pretty close with Yang Xia, aren't you? Yes, very close. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. In his mind, he instantly recalled the scene of Yang Shui's wife leaving with him, her arm linked through his. Chapter 155, My wife is so gentle and cute. Oh. Li, the director, turned to look at Su Yang, a fleeting expression of indecipherable emotion flashing in his eyes. However, he didn't continue asking. Currently, a major piece of news was slowly spreading throughout the company. Coincidentally, he had already learned about it early that morning through other colleagues at the company. However, this news involved the group's boss and Su Yang, so he dared not ask about it carelessly. If the boss were to get upset, he'd be in big trouble. What's wrong, director? Is something the matter? Noticing the director's hesitant expression, Su Yang couldn't help but ask casually. Could the director know about his relationship with Yang Shui? After all, yesterday the two of them were seen leaving arm in arm, and many people saw it. If he knows, he knows. Who cares? If his wife doesn't care, what does he, a man, have to worry about? It's nothing. I was just asking. The director, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands. He dared not ask further. One wrong question could cost him his job. Safety comes first, after all. But, after all, you can't hide the truth forever. Give it some time, and the truth about their relationship will eventually come to light. And the relationship between Su Yang and Yang Xia is also pretty strange. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the large conference room on the top floor. At that moment, Yang Shui was holding a meeting with several people. The content displayed on the projector was extremely blurry and barely legible. Upon seeing Director Li and Su Yang enter, Yang Shui nodded slightly. At the same time, she exchanged a quick glance with Su Yang, blinking her eyes rapidly. Then she continued to listen to her subordinate's report without showing any emotion. Mr. Li hurried over and began troubleshooting with him. However, no matter what they tried, the projector just wouldn't work. Finally, it simply stopped working altogether. This made Director Li quite anxious, and sweat began to form on his forehead. In front of the big boss, he couldn't resolve the issue quickly. This was a major embarrassment. Soo-young noticed the situation and immediately realized that further troubleshooting was likely futile. The quickest solution was to grab a spare unit. Director. He quickly pulled lead director aside and said with a smile, "Do we have any spare projectors? Bring one over to use temporarily." Yes. I'll go get it." Lead director whispered, then hurried out of the meeting room. He dared not ask Soo-young to fetch the spare projector. From what he heard, he was likely the boss's boyfriend. But the exact nature of their relationship remains unclear at this point. But regardless of their relationship, the two of them dared to walk arm in arm in public, so it's definitely not a simple relationship. Seeing Director Lee actively run back to fetch the projector, Soo-young didn't hesitate to take it, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Anyway, waiting is just waiting. Soo-young casually packed up the projector on the meeting table. Once Director Lee brought over the spare projector and connected it, that would be fine. Then, he found a chair in the corner of the meeting room and quietly sat down. He wanted to see what his wife was like in a meeting. Everyone used to say she was an ice queen, but now he didn't feel a single hint of coldness. Even when he first walked in, he didn't see any signs of coldness on his wife's face. Yang Shui listened to the report while discreetly glancing at Soo-young. Seeing him staring intently at her, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. This husband. Silently staring at her like that, it really felt so warm and heartfelt. Tonight, I must spoil him rotten. Before long, Mr. Lee, the director, came running over, panting heavily. He was holding a new projector in his hands. Soo-young stood up and helped him set it up for a moment before getting it working properly. Since that was the case, Soo-young felt awkward staying any longer. So he left with Director Lee, carrying the broken projector. It's broken, man. This time the IT department is going to get in trouble. Lee Zongjian wiped the sweat off his forehead as he walked. The boss's important meeting, and they didn't prepare in advance. The projector just stopped working halfway through. No matter what, this is the IT department's responsibility. What's the big deal? The projector just broke down. Just replace it with a new one. Isn't that a normal thing to do? Soo-young looked at Director Lee with curiosity and couldn't help but shake his head. It's such a small matter, no need to make such a fuss. Brother, you don't know. The IT department had this happen before, and I was criticized by Yang Zong. Oh. How did Mr. Yang scold you? Was he very strict? Soo-young, upon hearing this, felt his curiosity growing even stronger. He really wanted to know. Before they had met, what kind of icy beauty had his wife been? Well, Mr. Yang doesn't actually speak very harshly, but her icy demeanor, it's enough to send a chill down your spine. Just a few casual words, and I felt a bit shivery. Lee, the director, looked at Soo-young and shared some of his past experiences of being criticized. Ha ha ha. Director, during the meeting with Ms. Young earlier, I felt her attitude was quite neutral. I didn't sense any coldness at all. Soo-young couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Perhaps it was because, before they met, his wife had always had that cold expression. But after they met, she quickly became different from before. That's true, but I'm still worried. Don't worry, Director. I'll speak up for you. Rest assured, Mr. Yang won't criticize you. Soo-young smiled and patted Lee Director on the shoulder, looking reassuring. It's such a small thing. Really? My wife is so gentle and adorable. How could she possibly criticize someone so casually? You must have misunderstood. Alright, that's great. Thanks, brother. I didn't expect you two siblings to be so close. Mr. Lee dared not mention the rumors and could only continue pretending not to know about the relationship between the two as mentioned in the rumors. Cough cough cough. Of course, we get along very well. Soo-young didn't want to explain anything either. Anyway, the truth about their relationship would soon come out. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give us a 5-star review. They say the more stars you give, the more handsome you'll be, the better your grades will be, and the richer you'll become. Chapter 156, My Wife Misses You, Come to My Office. After returning to the IT department, Soo-young went back to his desk and continued studying fashion-related knowledge. Before he knew it, it was already 11 a.m. Ding dong. Looking up, Soo-young saw a WeChat message on his phone. It was from Yang Shui. Honey, I miss you. Come to my office flirtatiously. This wife. Alright, honey, I'll be right there. After replying to the message, Soo-young stood up. He gently patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. I'll go ahead, buddy. With that, he walked straight out of his workstation. Not long after, he arrived at Yang Shui's office. Husband. Seeing Soo-young come in, she stood up and walked over to him, saying nothing. She simply wrapped her arms around his waist. What's wrong, honey? Soo-young smiled and patted her on the back. He picked her up in his arms and walked toward the sofa. Husband, put me down, put me down. Our study is all tidied up. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Oh, that's great. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. That's great. If they had a dedicated restroom, the two of them would be able to rest conveniently during lunch, wouldn't they? Then, Yang Shui linked her arm through Su Yang's and walked straight out of the office. They turned a corner and continued walking forward. They stopped at the door of a relatively secluded room. Beep. Click. She pressed the fingerprint lock and opened the door. Honey, come in. Whoa. As Su Yang entered the room, his heart skipped a beat. Although the room wasn't very large, it was decorated very warmly. A large double bed faced the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing plenty of natural light to flood in. There was a desk and a large wardrobe. And a small bathroom. Honey, do you like it? As she spoke, Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist and pressed her head against his chest. I love it so much. I wonder how good the soundproofing is in this room. It should be okay, right? After all, this is a restroom, and it's also quite secluded. No matter what, it's still much safer than an office, right? The soundproofing in the top floor rooms is decent, and this room even has the best soundproofing wallpaper. After all, it's a restroom, proper soundproofing is a must. Yang Shui said, tightening her arms around Su Yang's waist. When the two of them woke up, it was already 2:30 p.m. Ha ha. Honey, are you hungry? We missed lunch. Yang Shui said, picking up the phone on the bedside table and checking it. But the secretary has already ordered lunch for us and left it in the office. We can heat it up and eat. Sure, honey. Looking at his wife's snow-white figure, Su Yang couldn't resist hugging her and kissing her. After all, this was within the company premises. The two of them hadn't completely let go of each other. But it was definitely better than last night. Yang Shui was still fairly satisfied. Honey, let us go home tonight. I'll definitely spoil you more. After all, the time at noon was too short and felt a bit rushed. So the more wonderful pleasure, we'll have to wait until we get home tonight. There's only the two of us at home. Let's get up. The two of them whispered to each other and quickly got ready. Not long after, the two returned to the office. Since the top floor was the president's office, there were very few people there to begin with, so they didn't encounter anyone on their way back and forth. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Shui took her lunch to heat it up. After all, the office had a microwave and other appliances, making it very convenient. Phew. Su Yang sat down on the sofa, feeling completely relaxed and refreshed. Honey, can you bring over some of our pajamas and toiletries to keep here? Oh, by the way, honey, I'm taking you on a business trip tomorrow afternoon. Are you excited? Yang Shui said, bringing over the hot meal and placing it on the coffee table. She thoughtfully handed the chopsticks to Su Yang. Of course I'm excited. Just the two of us? If the two of them went on a business trip together, they would definitely have to stay at a hotel. The secretary is coming with us too, hee. But don't worry, Zheng's secretary knows all about us. I know that. Su Yang nodded, not thinking much of it. Anyway, since his wife wasn't thinking much of it, he naturally didn't either. The business trip was for company business, not a vacation. Without the secretary's arrangements, Yang Shui's wife would be at a disadvantage in many aspects of her work. So it was definitely necessary to bring a secretary along. Honey, did you know? Now quite a few people in our group already know about our relationship. What? It spread that quickly? Yes, that's right. There were so many men who used to pursue my wife, but she never gave them a chance. Now we're always together. Plus, we hold hands when we go out, so everyone naturally found out. Yang Shui said, her face turning slightly red. Chapter 157, Who could truly understand the love between the two of them that transcended reincarnation? As long as my wife doesn't mind, I certainly won't either. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then began eating. We're the closest lovers, so even if the whole world knows, what's the big deal? It's just a little age difference. Let them talk, it doesn't matter. I know some people say I'm keeping a young lover. My husband is just naturally fair-skinned. Yang Shui ate while gazing deeply at Su Yang. Who could truly understand the love between these two, spanning lifetimes? This kind of love is probably the deepest love in the world, isn't it? My wife. Su Yang listened to Yang Shui's words and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. This wife. She's truly extraordinary. In the days to come, I, Su Yang, will never betray you. The two chatted and talked, quickly finishing their lunch. After embracing each other tightly for a moment, Su Yang returned to the network department. Sniff sniff. As soon as Su Yang sat down, Yang Xia came over like a puppy looking for food. What's going on? Bro, this is the office. You guys are way too bold. After sniffing for a moment, Yang Xia quickly seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes betraying a hint of unease. Come here, buddy. Before Su Yang could respond, Yang Xia tugged on his arm and led him toward the small conference room. He couldn't help but pause, then stood up and followed her inside. Old buddy, aren't you being a bit too much? As your junior, I shouldn't be saying this, but you need to know this is at work. You two are doing that kind of thing in the office. If someone sees us, it'll ruin my mom's reputation. As soon as he entered the small meeting room, Yang Xia frowned and began speaking. He had some serious issues with Su Yang's behavior in broad daylight. At home, they could do whatever they wanted. This is the company. If this gets out, it'll ruin my mom's reputation. Cough, cough, cough. You little girl, what are you thinking about? The two of you. Don't try to deny it. The smell on you is too obvious. Don't try to fool me. I could smell it right away. Before Su Yang could finish, Yang Xia interrupted him. We're a married couple. Hugging and kissing is perfectly normal, isn't it? I have your mother's perfume on me. That's not unusual at all. But besides the perfume, there's a weird smell. Don't deny it. You two must have been doing that in the office. Bro, can we just try to be more discreet in the future? At home, it's fine, but at the office, safety comes first, okay? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a frown, then patted his shoulder several times. Ha ha ha. Hey, old buddy, you're really giving me a hard time here. Your mom and I weren't doing anything in the office. You're just making stuff up. Ha? Really? Why would I lie to you? We specially renovated a restroom on the top floor, it's soundproof. Do you really think your mom and I are that stupid? Su Yang didn't rush her, he just gently patted her shoulder. The girl's intentions were pure, but she just didn't know the full story. Is that true? I didn't know there was a restroom? It was just renovated. It's not for you to use. Why would I tell you? Oh. Yang Xia stared at Su Yang's expression, which clearly didn't seem like he was lying, and her expression immediately softened. If it were in the break room. And the soundproofing was decent, so it wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, the office isn't safe. Subordinates might come looking for their boss at any moment. If they stumbled upon this, it would be so embarrassing. Alright, buddy, I'll take you to see it later. When have I ever lied to you? Seriously. Alright. Then, give me a key too. That way, when you're not around, Ping Ping and I can go in and rest for a bit. Yang Xia heard this and finally felt at ease. But then he changed the subject and reached out his hand to Su Yang. I don't have a key. It's a fingerprint lock. If you want a key, you'll have to ask your mom for it. Oh. This is your place, so I'll just forget about it. Alright, I'm sorry, old friend. I was rude earlier, and I apologize. Yang Xia was someone who could admit his mistakes and apologize. After realizing he had wronged Su Yang, he immediately started apologizing. What is there to apologize for? A father wouldn't really get angry with his daughter, would he? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but smile to himself. He wasn't angry at all. What did it matter whether he apologized or not? But once you two get married and get a marriage certificate, I'll call you dad. As for now, forget about it. Let us go, let us go. Yang Xia said, standing up and tugging at Su Yang's sleeve. Then the two of them left the small meeting room together. Time passed slowly. It was almost time to leave work. Before Su Yang could stand up, Yang Xia quietly said goodbye and quickly slipped away. This girl. Her mind was still completely focused on Xiu Pingping. Even more than Su Yang's thoughts about his own mother. At least Su Yang was still trying his best to read books and review materials. After tidying up a bit and shutting down the computer, he also left his workstation and headed toward the top floor. Yang Shui hasn't sent any messages today, so she must still be busy with work. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at her office. Sure enough, Yang Shui was listening to a subordinate's report. He entered the room, quietly winked at Yang Shui, and then sat quietly on the sofa in the office. Then he listened silently to their conversation. He even pulled out his phone to jot down some parts he didn't understand. For him, any opportunity to learn was one he wouldn't pass up. Chapter 158, The Wi-Fi Reserved in My Previous Life. Fortunately, the meeting didn't last long, and the subordinate's report came to an end. Once his subordinates had left, Yang Shui tidied up a bit and stood up. Honey, let us go home for dinner. Alright, let us go. Looking at Yang Shui's delicate, fair face, Su Yang smiled and stood up as well, preparing to head home together. After closing the office door, the two left. Yang Shui naturally linked her arm through Su Yang's and walked out as if no one else was around. As they stepped out of the elevator, colleagues in the first-floor lobby occasionally glanced their way. However, the two paid no attention to others' glances, walking closely together, chatting and laughing. Soon, the two of them left the building, got into the car, and headed toward the Mingtai Jiayuan residential complex. Honey, I'm the center of attention now. I felt some envious and jealous glances today, some were pretty sharp. Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She was well aware of the situation. There had been a few men who had actively pursued her in the past, both within the company and outside of it. But she had rejected them all without mercy. Facing such a cold and beautiful woman, everyone tried their best to get close to her and win her favor, but in the end, they received no response at all. Not even a single smile was granted to them. Now, she has actually been won over by a young man. And they're so close to each other. The smile she gave this young man was so sweet, so tender. Just thinking about it is heartbreaking. They're just frogs trying to eat swans. Xiao Shui is my wife, no one better even think about her. She was the wife I was meant to have in my past life. They don't stand a chance. Su Yang reached out and squeezed Yang Shui's small hand, his voice confident and resolute. The love between the two of them was unbreakable. Of course. My wife has been waiting for my little treasure all along. No matter who comes, I won't pay them any mind. There is no man in this world who can compare to my husband. Yang Shui blushed and laughed, reaching out to grab Su Yang's chest again. Anyway. In her eyes, Su Yang was the man she could never let go of. The person she would love with all her heart for the rest of her life. The two chatted happily all the way back to their parents' place. Yang Yang and Xiao Shui, dinner is ready. Wash your hands and come eat. Okay, Mom. The two replied in unison, unable to help but smile at each other. This feeling of coming home. It's truly so happy. Xin, call everyone out to eat. Mom looked at her son and daughter-in-law, her face beaming with happiness, then turned and called out to Su Xin's room. Okay, Mom, I got it. A crisp voice echoed, and 3 girls emerged from the room. It turned out the 3 girls had been playing in Su Xin's room. Soon, the entire family gathered together. Mom, have you resigned yet? Su Yang ate his meal while glancing at his mother beside him. Though her face was filled with smiles and her complexion was slightly rosy, there were hardly any black hairs left on her head. Sigh. Actually, Dad was the same. Both of them looked much older than their peers. Compared to Yang Shui's parents, there was a noticeable difference. I went to the office this morning and talked to the manager. I won't be going there anymore. Mom smiled and nodded, her smile growing even wider. She never would have dreamed that the family would ever have the chance to reunite. Son, daughter-in-law, all gathered around her. It was simply too happy and joyful. But she hoped it wasn't just a dream. In fact, she had twisted herself so hard that it really hurt. Okay. Mom, you and Dad are getting older. You should take it easy and enjoy your retirement. Yang Shui looked at her mother, her eyes filled with emotion and excitement. All right. If we could have a little grandson in the future, that would be even better. Ha ha ha. Her mother couldn't help but laugh. She had been hoping that Su Xin would grow up and get married, so she could hold a grandchild. Now, here we are. Her son had returned. Of course, she was hoping to hold her grandchildren. Cough cough cough. Mom, don't worry, it will happen eventually. Su Yang glanced at the 3 girls eating and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Discussing this topic in front of his younger sister and the younger generation seemed a bit awkward. Especially in front of Yang Xia. After all, he had gone from being her close friend to her father, and now he was going to give her a younger brother or sister. Though it made sense logically. But it still felt a bit awkward. Ha ha ha. All right. Mom burst into laughter, her laughter sounding quite hearty. Her complexion also grew increasingly rosy. Before long, everyone had finished dinner. Su Yang and Yang Shui stayed to chat with their parents for a while longer before being urged to go home. Yang Yang, Xiao Shui, you two should go back and rest. Okay, Mom. We'll head back now. Alright, go back quickly. Although Mom was a little reluctant to let them go, she naturally hoped they would try harder so they could have grandchildren sooner. Let's go. Su Yang and Yang Shui stood up, waved goodbye to their parents, and left the house together. As for Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping, they had already returned to their rooms. I wonder if they were studying or chatting about something. As for Su Xin, the young girl, she was showing more effort. Even though school hadn't started yet, she had already taught herself a lot of things. Su Yang and Yang Shui held hands and quickly left the house. It was still early, and it wasn't dark yet. However, the two didn't linger or hesitate. After getting into the car, they drove straight out of the residential complex. They headed toward Yang Shui's old neighborhood. Chapter 159, Old Friend, You've become more loyal to women than to friends. Not long after, the two of them returned to Yang Shui's original home. The next morning, the two were woken up by the alarm clock on time. Honey, let's buy some breakfast on the way. We got up a bit late today. Sure, okay. Honey, let's get up. I have a meeting this morning, and then we need to start preparing for the business trip this afternoon. The two cuddled for a moment longer. Yang Shui then patted Su Yang's chest and sat up. All right, honey. Looking at Yang Shui's alluring figure, Su Yang's mind couldn't help but drift away. This wife. She's absolutely breathtaking. He had to prepare for his business trip in the afternoon. He'd see how things were arranged once he arrived at his destination. Anyway, all the details are handled by Zhang, the secretary, so she must be very capable. Otherwise, Yang Shui wouldn't trust this secretary so much. Before long, the two of them finished packing and left the house. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Shui went straight to her office to prepare for the meeting. Su Yang went straight to the IT department. "Hey, buddy, good morning." Su Yang sat down at his desk and quietly greeted Yang Xia. "It's not early at all. Look at the time." Yang Xia turned her head and took a closer look at Su Yang. It seemed there were no dark circles under his eyes. She didn't seem particularly tired either. To be honest, she was actually a bit worried about her mother. After all, there is such a big age gap between them, so their energy levels must be quite different. It's not late, not late. Ha ha ha. Su Yang gave a slightly awkward smile and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. "This little brat. Why are you so concerned? Really? By the way, buddy, my mom and I have to go on a business trip this afternoon. We'll be back in 2-3 days. Really?" Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but light up. "Yeah, why would I lie to you? As soon as your mom finishes her meeting this morning, we'll have to go pack our bags." "Oh. Alright, then I'll stay with Ping Ping for the next couple of days. Let me know when you're coming back and don't forget to message me in advance." Yang Xia leaned in and whispered, her eyes brimming with unspoken joy. "Alright, don't worry, buddy. We're close, aren't we? Alright, that's more like it." Yang Xia smiled and nodded, then turned away to focus on her own things. Yang Shui didn't have many meetings in the morning, and by 10:30, they were all finished. Ding dong. Su Yang was reviewing documents when he received a message from her. "Honey, I'm done with the meeting. Should we just go home then?" "Sure, let's go straight home. Let Xiaoxia know that we'll be traveling for work over the next few days, and give our parents a call too." "Don't worry, honey. I've already talked to Xiaoxia. I've also told my younger sister Xixin and call our mom. I'll head downstairs now and wait for you in the car." After sending the message, Su Yang began packing his things. "Bro, we're heading home. We'll go straight to the airport this afternoon. If you miss Uncle, just send me a message anytime." Su Yang spoke softly while packing. "But don't worry, buddy. I'll forget all about you. With my Ping Ping by my side, who would even think about you, a big man?" Sigh. Su Yang pretended to be sad and sighed softly. "Bro, you've changed, now you're prioritizing women over friends." Sigh. "Cut it out, you're no different." "Who said that? How could I be the same? I've been taking care of your mother for you. How could we be the same?" "Forget it." Yang Xia couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. It seemed like what the old buddy was saying actually made sense. Ever since he'd been with his mom, she'd been like a completely different person. Not only was she happy every day, but she had also become so much kinder to Yang Xia. She even stopped restricting her allowance. Alright, even if you're right. Since I started liking Ping Ping, we haven't played games together much. By the way, have you mentioned my relationship with Ping Ping to my mom? Oh my god." Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yang Xia. "How could I just bring that up so easily? Even the fact that you and Ping Ping are sleeping together, your mom told me she was worried about it. But I just gave her a casual explanation, and she didn't think about it anymore." "Oh. Bro, thanks. But this really will need your help in the future. When you come back from your business trip, I'll spend more time drinking and playing games with you." Yang Xia heard this and his expression couldn't help but grow slightly somber. She knew that sooner or later, her mother would find out the truth. She only hoped her mother could understand the true love between her and Ping Ping, and that she wouldn't get too upset. Chapter 160, Husband, look at the young lady. Drinking is out of the question, but playing games occasionally is okay. Oh, right. I understand. Mentioning not drinking, Yang Xia immediately understood. They were currently trying to conceive, planning to give themselves a little brother or sister, so naturally they had to give up drinking. Alright, take care of yourself these next few days. If anything comes up, give me a call. I'll be heading out now," Su Yang said, patting her on the shoulder, then picked up his bag and left his workstation. After leaving the building, Su Yang got into his car and sat in the driver's seat, waiting. Not long after, Yang Shui's figure appeared at the entrance of the building. Su Yang quickly started the car and stepped on the gas, driving off. "Honey. Let's go, honey." After picking up Yang Shui, the two drove home. "Honey, have you ever flown on a plane?" Su Yang smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. "No, I've never been on a plane before." Yang Shui gave a soft laugh and gently stroked his cheek. Her man was still so young. Now he had finally stepped out of the house and into the gates of university. In the future, she would take him step by step to understand the company's operations and step by step into society. "We'll have plenty of opportunities to travel for work in the future, so you'll have plenty of chances to fly. Whether we fly or not doesn't matter," Su Yang said, glancing at his older sister-in-law. "As long as I'm with my wife, I feel like the happiest person in the world." Yang Shui nodded gently, her eyes brimming with an indescribable tenderness. She knew very well. Her young husband was deeply infatuated with her. In truth, she felt the same way, longing to be with him every single day. After returning home, Yang Shui busied herself in the bedroom for a while before packing a large suitcase. Inside, she packed their toiletries and a change of clothes. She even brought along some things that could double the fun. After finishing packing, the two of them ordered lunch. Before noon, Su Yang and Yang Shui had already finished eating. After a short rest, they drove straight to Jiangcheng Airport. Upon arriving at the airport, the two met up with Zhang, the secretary. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yang." "Good afternoon, Mr. Su." Zhang, the secretary, looked at the two who were close to each other, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Especially when he looked at the young and handsome Su Yang. Her envy grew even stronger. She even wished she could find a young man in his late teens. Mr. Yang is already 36 or 37 now, right? If he were to find such a young man, the two of them would definitely be incredibly harmonious together. Mr. Yang really knows how to pick men. No wonder she's never been interested in men in their 30s to 50s. Xiao Zhang. Once I return from my business trip, please prepare an office for Su Yang on the upper floor. Just arrange it to match my office. After hearing Mr. Yang's instructions, Zhang, the secretary, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Is the boss serious? Find a young man. It's just for fun, why take it so seriously? They've already been seen holding hands in public, and now he's being given a high-end office. It's just a fling with a younger man. Is it really necessary to invest so much? However, as his secretary, she naturally wouldn't dare to disobey the boss's orders. Alright, Mr. Yang, I'll handle it right away and help Mr. Su get everything ready as soon as possible. Zhang, the secretary, replied quickly. What she had just thought was only a fleeting moment. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Su Yang. To be honest, this young guy is actually quite impressive. He's got the body, he's got the looks. And he's so polite and composed. She was starting to feel a little smitten. Let us go sit over there. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, reaching out to link her arm through Su Yang's, then sat down on a nearby bench. The two of them were sitting very close together. This made Zhang, the secretary, envious. Not long after, the three boarded the plane. Yang Shui and Su Yang were seated next to each other, with Zhang, the secretary, sitting a bit further away. As soon as they boarded the plane, Su Yang began looking around curiously. Even the beautiful flight attendants were the first he had ever observed up close. However, while the flight attendants were indeed attractive, they couldn't hold a candle to Yang Shui's wife. Just their aura and presence, they were in a completely different league. Honey, are you looking at the pretty ladies? Seeing Su Yang looking around, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh and asked softly. Cough cough cough. No. I was just looking around and comparing them to my wife. He gave a sheepish smile and hurried to explain. He had only looked out of curiosity before. In the movies he had seen before, there were flight attendant uniforms, so he just took a closer look. Oh? So, how do these girls compare to your wife? Yang Shui said, leaning her head against Su Yang's shoulder. Her hands also wrapped around his arms. Whether it's their faces, their figures, whether it's their outward appearance or their inner qualities, they can't compare to my wife at all. Really? And the gap is particularly huge. Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle softly upon hearing this. This little husband. He always speaks so sweetly. You haven't even tried their inner qualities. How do you know if they're good or not? These flight attendants are all very young, you know. Yang Shui adjusted her posture again, nearly snuggling into Su Yang's embrace. Her voice was soft and gentle. Honey. Su Yang almost couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This wife of his speaks so seductively. He was referring to her inner qualities, her demeanor, aura, and character. But his wife was talking about the experience of doing certain things. These two kinds of inner self were worlds apart. Wife, I just want to understand your inner self. As for others, it has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Su Yang reached out and gently stroked Yang Shui's soft cheek. Chapter 161, Look at that look in your eyes, wait and see how I deal with you. Yang Shui blushed slightly upon hearing this. This husband. Such a good boy. Once they arrived at their destination, she'd have to take good care of him these next few days. Soon, the plane began to taxi and soon took off into the blue sky. Ugh. The feeling of flying for the first time was a bit nerve-wracking. Seeing the plane take off smoothly, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in relief. Honey, are you nervous? A little nervous, but it's okay. Su Yang rubbed Yang Shui's small hand and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Honey, let's rest for a bit. It'll be 2 hours before we reach Montreal. Alright, no problem. I'll take a look outside. The plane was flying smoothly above the clouds. Su Yang looked out the window with interest, glancing down at the ground below. It felt pretty new to him. The 2 hours passed quickly. The plane landed in Montreal. Upon exiting the airport, the driver arranged by the client in Montreal was already waiting at the exit. The three of them got into the car arranged by the other party and headed straight for the hotel. Montreal is a lovely place, with blue skies and white clouds, and a beautiful environment. Before long, the three checked into the hotel. Su Yang and Yang Shui shared a room, while Zhang, the secretary, stayed in another room. The two rooms were not on the same floor. Honey, I'll go take a shower first. Zhang will bring dinner later. Could you open the door for her? Yang Shui said, opening her suitcase. She began searching for her pajamas inside. The pajamas inside were all ones she had picked out, the kind Su Yan liked her to wear the most. Anyway, once she put them on, she looked even more alluring and seductive. Great, honey. Su Yang smiled and nodded, his eyes constantly lingering on Yang Shui. Ha ha. Husband, look at that look in your eyes. You just wait, I'll show you. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but blush and laugh. This little husband. Ha ha ha. Alright, wife, I'll be waiting for you. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's seductive figure and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Such a good boy. Alright, honey, I'm going to take a shower. Bye. Yang Shui smiled, took her nightgown and toiletries, and went into the bathroom. As she was about to enter the door, she turned back and gave him a flying kiss. Not long after. Dong dong dong. The door to the room was knocked on. Su Yang quickly sat up on the bed, hurried to the door, and opened it. Sure enough, Zhang, the secretary, was standing at the door, holding several meal boxes. Mr. Su. This is dinner prepared for you and Mr. Yang. Alright, thank you. Would you like to come in and sit down, Jen? Su Yang said, reaching out to take the meal boxes. Mr. Su, I'll just stay here. Zhang, the secretary, glanced inside the room intentionally or unintentionally, her face turning slightly red. However, she quickly waved her hand. At that moment, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Mr. Su, I'll go ahead. If there's anything, just give me a call. For some reason, Zhang's face flushed even more. She quickly waved her hand and turned to leave. Alright, Zhang secretary, thank you for your hard work. Su Yang nodded politely and watched her leave in a hurry. This young lady. Has she never had a boyfriend before? Why did she blush while talking? Su Yang smiled and shook his head, not thinking much of it, then turned and closed the door. After placing the meal box on the table, Su Yang changed into his pajamas. Once Yang Shui came out, he planned to go in and take a shower. Or, going in together now might be pretty nice. Chapter 162, What on earth is going on? Why do I like Zhang, the secretary? Alright. Since my wife wants to eat first, let's eat first. Ha! Why is there so much food? After Yang Shui sat down, she realized that Zhang, the secretary, had ordered too much food for the two of them. It looked like enough for 3 people. The two of them probably couldn't finish it all. Could it be that this girl thought Su Yang was a young guy who eats a lot, so she intentionally ordered extra? Not bad. This girl hasn't dated anyone, but she sure knows a lot. I don't know, honey. Could it be that Zhang's meal is also included? No way. She's always been so meticulous, she wouldn't make such a mistake. Oh. Su Yan nodded slightly and sat down beside Yang Shui. Ding dong. While Su Yan was having dinner with Yang Shui, his phone rang. Since Su Yang was sitting in a chair with his phone nearby, he reached out and glanced at it. It was a message from Zhang, the secretary. Mr. Su, hello. I apologize for disturbing you. I've arranged for some fruits to be delivered for both of you. They've already been washed. Would it be convenient for me to send them over now? Wow. This little secretary. She really knows how to take care of things. After dinner, having some fruit is indeed a nice idea. Xiao Shui, Zhang's secretary, ordered some fruit for us. It's already washed. Should I have her bring it up? Su Yang looked down at Yang Shui, who was eating, and asked with a smile. Ha? Now. Yang Shui blushed and playfully slapped Su Yang's leg. This husband. Yes, eat some fruit to freshen your mouth. It feels so good. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to pinch Yang Shui's cheek. Husband, tell me the truth. Do you like Secretary Zhang a little? What? Su Yang was startled by her words. What on earth is she talking about? Why would I like Zhang, the secretary? What would I like her for? Besides, why did my wife say that? Honey, when she comes over later, I'll just open the door a crack and take the fruit from her. How did I end up liking her? Su Yang said, scratching his head in confusion. This older sister-in-law must have been thinking about something else. Ha ha. Oh, so that's it. You're so mean, husband. You scared your wife. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words, was startled for a moment, then couldn't help but blush and giggle. What was I thinking just now? Her husband was so kind. He'll only ever love me for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Xiao Shui, my wife, you weren't thinking about how we're like this now and letting Zhang's secretary come in and see us, were you? Seeing Yang Shue's expression change, Su Yang immediately understood. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Husband, you're so bad. Don't say any more. Alright. I won't say another word. Then, tell Zhang the secretary to bring it over, and I'll hide under the covers. Yang Shui blushed and stood up. Don't worry, honey, I'll definitely put on a bathrobe. Even if she wants to see me. I won't give her the chance. Ha ha ha. Su Yang said, unable to stop laughing. Speaking of which, from his wife's gaze just now, there was a faint hint of an indescribable worry in her expression. Worried about what? Worried that the person she loved most had been seen by someone else? Ha ha. That's more like it, little darling. You belong to me alone for the rest of your life, you know? Yes, I know. I'm your only one, and you're my only one. Even if it's Xia Yushue, even if heaven and earth merge, nothing can change our love. Su Yang spoke deeply, then picked up his phone and replied to Zhang's secretary's message. Alright, Zhang's secretary, bring it over then. Since my wife agreed, I guess I'll have some fruit. The meal earlier was a bit salty, and I really do feel like some fruit now. Chapter 163, Nighttime Fruit Basket Delivery. Husband. I love you so much. Yang Shui kissed Su Yang tenderly while speaking passionately. Ding dong. A moment later, Zhang's secretary's message came back. Alright, Mr. Su, I'll send it up immediately. After reading the message, Su Yang placed his phone back on the table. Then he gently embraced Yang Shui, feeling her fluctuating passion. Honey, did you talk to Zhang? She squinted her eyes and kept kissing him. I told her she'd be right up. Alright, honey, I understand. She replied softly, but her hands didn't stay still. A moment later. Knock knock knock. The door to the room was knocked on. There was no need to guess, it must be Zhang, the secretary. Husband, I need to hide. Yang Shui heard the sound outside and immediately sat up from Su Yang's embrace. After getting down, she quickly jumped onto the bed and burrowed under the covers. The entire movement was smooth and swift. This wife moves as swiftly as a little rabbit. Wait a moment. Seeing that his wife had hidden herself, Su Yang turned his head toward the door and called out. Then he stood up, walked over to the coat rack, and put on a bathrobe. Yang Shui on the bed turned her head and stared intently at him. The bathrobe was on. But Su Yang felt something was off. A moment later. He bent slightly at the waist and walked toward the door. Click. With the sound of the door opening, Su Yang opened a 20-centimeter gap. Mr. Su, hello? Zhang, the secretary, stood outside the door wearing a nightgown, holding a fruit basket filled with washed grapes, cherry tomatoes, and other items. To be honest, Zhang's secretary looked quite different in her pajamas compared to when she was dressed in her professional attire. Secretary Zhang, thank you so much. You went out so late to help us order things. As he spoke, Su Yang opened the door. However, he didn't let Zhang's secretary come in. The reason he dared to open it was mainly because he no longer had to bend over. Even standing straight, he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of her. Mr. Su is too polite. I'm just your secretary, it's my duty. Zhang, the secretary, smiled lightly while sizing up Su Yang from head to toe. Her eyes betrayed an indescribable envy. In truth, she only knew that Yang Zong and Su Zong were currently in a romantic relationship. As for their past lives and the nature of their relationship, she naturally had no idea. She even believed that Su Yang was the young, good-looking man Yang Zong had fallen for. But Mr. Yang was serious about this pretty boy. And he wants to marry him. Although she doesn't quite understand, she can only accept it. She couldn't possibly try to talk him out of it. Isn't this entirely Mr. Yang's choice? Secretary Zhang, would you like to come in and sit down? Su Yang said this, but he didn't move aside. He was just being polite. He didn't want her to come in. If she saw something she shouldn't, it would be troublesome. No, I'll go first, Mr. Su. You all get some rest. Goodbye. Upon hearing this, Zhang, the secretary, couldn't help but wave her hands hurriedly, feeling a bit embarrassed as she left in a hurry. Just as she had been sizing up Su Yang, she seemed to sense something was off, and her face flushed instantly. After all, she was an unmarried girl, and after seeing that, her imagination ran wild. So, after exchanging greetings, she hurriedly left. Su Yang waved his hand, watched her leave, then turned around and closed the door. Honey, come out. Zhang the secretary has left. Husband. Before Su Yang could finish speaking, Yang Shui had already crawled out of the blankets. She smiled and came over to him, reaching out to take the fruit basket. She reached out to pinch it and put it in her mouth. Silly wife, go wash your hands. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but recall the scene of Yang Shui eating earlier. For a moment, he felt slightly uneasy. So he spoke up to remind her. It's okay, honey, no need. Yang Shui blushed and smiled, then popped a cherry tomato into her mouth. You should eat too. Zhang's secretary bought some good fruit. As she spoke, she picked up another piece of fruit and stuffed it into Su Yang's mouth. Alright, Su Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. Since it was from his wife, he had to eat it properly. How's it taste, honey? Is it good? It tastes good. But if my wife had washed her hands, it would have tasted even better. But his taste buds are still a bit delicate, so he can't help but feel a little off. Come here, honey, Yang Shui said, reaching out to take Su Yang's hand and pulling him back to the chair they had been sitting on earlier. She reached out and took his bathrobe, placing it aside. In a moment, the two were once again face to face. Honey, Zhang, the secretary, shouldn't he be coming back, right? But, my little darling, do you really want her to come? As she spoke, Yang Shui picked up a small stool and sat down beside Su Yang. While eating fruit, she shyly looked up at Su Yang's face. Her eyes betrayed a hint of an indescribable aggressive expression. Cough, cough, cough. Little Shui, do you want your husband to punish you? As he spoke, Su Yang reached out and pinched Yang Shui's cheek. This wife is so mischievous. It seems like she needs a good scolding. Otherwise, she'll climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles. Okay. You. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui's cunning expression and couldn't help but stumble over his words. So this wife actually enjoys punishment? Can a woman in her 30s have such a strong tolerance for this? Impressive. However, Su Yang wasn't about to back down. I'm a real man. If I say punishment, I'll deliver it. And it has to be a proper punishment. Who told this naughty older sister wife to be so mischievous? Come here. Su Yang blared at her and reached out to touch Yang Shui's cheek. Okay, honey. Continue. What? Continue what we were doing earlier. Oh, okay, honey, I love it. Yang Shui blushed and laughed, then threw herself into Su Yang's arms. Chapter 164, Husband, I'll show you a movie later. Happy times always fly by. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. Though both were still reluctant to part, they had to end their time together for the morning meeting with clients the next day. After a quick cleanup, they embraced each other tightly. Honey, I saw 2 girls on the plane today. They were so interesting. Oh? What kind of girls? Su Yang held Yang Shui close, gently stroking her long hair. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, she looked incredibly alluring. If he didn't have to meet a client tomorrow, he was sure he could fall in love with her until dawn. 2 girls around 20 years old, one of them dressed like a boy with short hair. At first I thought she was a boy, but when I saw her chest, I realized she was a girl. Yang Shui closed her eyes slightly, feeling Su Yang's post-coital passion. Her voice was extremely gentle, filled with happiness. Oh, these days, girls who like to dress like boys aren't that uncommon. Our daughter used to dress like a boy too, didn't she? Yeah, that is true. But I noticed that the 2 girls were sitting together, hugging each other. And the girl dressed as a boy keeps kissing the other one from time to time. Yang Shui spoke softly, unable to suppress a slight smile. She seemed a bit curious. Oh, kissing on the cheek? That seems pretty common too. These days, girls often hold hands and hug each other. Su Yang nodded slightly, instantly recalling Yang Xia's instructions. Sigh. This girl, always making things difficult for her old man. Although we're close friends, and father and daughter. But your mom and I are a couple, a married couple. I can stay out of your relationship with Xiu Pingping, and I can even bless you both. But my beloved wife Yang Shui, if she doesn't accept you, I can't force her to change her mind. But I saw that girl in men's clothing with another one, they were kissing deeply, just like a man and a woman. At the time, I was thinking, if 2 girls are together, will they really be happy for the rest of their lives? If it's just for companionship, maybe it's not impossible. But they can't have children. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He couldn't help but think that his wife didn't seem to be as opposed to this phenomenon as he was. I think they must not be as happy and fulfilled as we are. I just can't wrap my head around it. What else can 2 girls do besides kiss? I don't find it disgusting, just a bit confusing. As Su Yang spoke, his hands began to tremble slightly. Ha ha. Honey, you've just never seen it before. 2 girls together can also be very happy. How is that possible? Women are different from men. I just can't understand how they could be happy. Is that what they use? Su Yang said, squeezing Yang Shui's small hand. This works too, but there's something else. I once saw a movie. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look at Yang Shui in surprise. Has his wife been single for so many years that she relies on watching special movies to pass the time when she is lonely? Really, husband? Every time I dream about you, I miss you so much. It makes me feel so sad. Yang Shui said, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Yang's waist. But there are so many boys who pursue you. Why not just choose one and stop feeling so miserable? No way. Since I've been with you, I could never love anyone else. You're so lucky. I never thought I'd actually meet someone like you. Yang Shui blushed and playfully pinched Su Yang. This husband, just making things up. If my wife really chose another man, and if we ever met again one day, would you still want me then? So if my wife is feeling down, she'll watch a movie? But The more she watches movies, the more upset she'll get, right? Su Yang smiled and couldn't help but pinch Yang Shue's cheek. This wife. She's really quite interesting. Do women also know how to create happiness with their hands? Su Yang truly didn't understand this. He had always believed this was something only men were supposed to do. Yang Shui blushed and replied softly after hearing Su Yang's question. Oh, would you handle it the same way as a guy? Yes, I would. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little amazed upon hearing this. This so-called Ice Queen wife seemed to be all talk and no action. Whereas the Ice Mountain. This is clearly a prude. But, thinking about it, it's actually pretty interesting. This wife is just too adorable. Devoted, loyal. She's been waiting for him all along. Even though she knows he's already left. Her heart is forever filled with only him, Su Yang. What about the two girls? I'm really confused. Ha ha. Alright, honey. After the meeting tomorrow, I'll find a movie for you to watch, and you'll understand. Okay. Su Yang smiled and nodded, feeling a bit excited. Actually, he had seen some movies before, but none like the kind Yang Shue's wife mentioned. Thinking about it, he was indeed a bit curious. But earlier, Yang Xia had also mentioned sending him a related movie. But for some reason, she hadn't sent it to him yet. Maybe she is too shy. Xiao Shui, sweetie, you watch this kind of movie, aren't you also looking for a girl to be with? Like Zhang's secretary? Ha ha. Oh, you're so naughty, honey. Why are you always thinking about Zhang's secretary? No, I'm just worried someone might steal my wife away from me. Whether it's a man or a woman, no one can take my wife away from me. No way. My wife has said it before, there's only you in my heart, past, present, and future. The likelihood of me looking elsewhere is zero. Chapter 165, This wife is really something. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. That's good. Now the husband can rest assured. But why did the wife watch a movie with two girls together? Su Yang was actually a bit curious about this. If it were a movie with male and female leads, that would be understandable, as it's fairly normal. But watching a movie with two female leads? That's a bit odd, isn't it? If Su Yang were to watch a movie with two male leads, he probably wouldn't be able to watch it at all. He might even throw up. Oh, this. It was sent to me by Zhang, the secretary. Ha ha. I was just curious, so I watched for a bit. Honey, you're so close with Zhang's secretary? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, feeling a slight pang of fear in his heart. OMG. If my wife gets involved with Zhang, that's going to be trouble. Thank goodness. Su Yang thought back to the first time he was with Yang Shui. There was tangible evidence of their encounter, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Our relationship is pretty good. She has been with me for years, and sometimes we even talk about men's stuff. Oh. Honey, what's wrong? You don't suspect I have a special relationship with Zhang's secretary, do you? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, honey, we really don't. Of course I know, honey. We're together, how could I not know? As he spoke, Su Yang hugged Yang Shui tightly, as if afraid she might suddenly disappear. So, honey, what do you think about two girls being together? Do you find it disgusting, or do you think it's pretty normal? Thinking of Yang Xia's instructions, Su Yang asked his wife this question. If she doesn't mind, maybe Yang Xia's matter won't be such a big obstacle. He was caught in the middle, feeling torn between two sides. Moreover, she naturally cared more about Yang Shui's feelings as his wife. Disgusting? No, just a bit strange. Anyway, I definitely wouldn't accept such a relationship myself, but I can understand why others might. Wait until tomorrow afternoon when I get back. I'll have my wife find that video for you to watch, and you'll understand. Honey, now that you mention it, I'm actually pretty curious to watch that movie. Ha ha ha. Su Yang heard Yang Shui's words and couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seems Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping's matter might not face too much resistance in the future. Alright, honey. Kiss. Let's go to bed early. Please put your hand down, I beg you. Alright. Su Yang reluctantly stopped his disobedient hands and gently embraced his wife in his arms. Snap. The bedside lamp went out. The next morning, the two got up together, tidied up, and went downstairs to meet Zhang, the secretary, for breakfast. Good morning, Secretary Zhang. Seeing Zhang, the secretary, dressed in a professional suit, Su Yang smiled and greeted her. Having heard Yang Shui mention her many times, he knew she was very loyal to the company and to Yang Shui, reliable, and highly capable in her work. So his impression of the girl improved significantly. As long as she wasn't thinking about becoming a lesbian with his wife, everything would be fine. Good morning, Mr. Su. Zhang, the secretary, glanced at Su Yang and couldn't help but feel a little shy, but she quickly composed herself. She greeted him confidently. After all, she had seen something she shouldn't have last night, which had kept her awake all night. Seeing him again so early in the morning, she naturally felt a bit embarrassed. Zhang, your outfit today is really nice. Come on, let us eat quickly. The car should be here to pick us up soon, right? Yes, Mr. Yang. Soon, the three of them entered the restaurant, took their meals, and began eating. Not long after, the three of them finished their breakfast. They returned to their room on the upper floor and prepared the materials for the meeting. Soon, the client's car arrived at the hotel lobby. The three of them went downstairs, got into the car, and drove off toward the client's company. Now, Su Yang's role had also become Yang Shue's secretary, and he was introduced to others as Secretary Su. Anyway, he was carrying a laptop and notebook, so it looked pretty legitimate. As for what exactly they were doing, no one would bother to ask. Upon arriving at the client's office, after some polite small talk, they were ushered into the meeting room. The discussion naturally revolved around cooperation related to the fashion industry. Yang Shui, as the president of our side, was naturally the one to negotiate and communicate. Zhang, the secretary, and Su Yang sat on either side of her. In such a setting, for Su Yang, this was something he had never experienced before. He naturally didn't say a word, just patiently listening and taking notes. He even recorded the entire conversation on his phone. It was as if he were a professional recorder. Time ticked by second by second. Before he knew it, nearly 3 hours had passed. It was now 11:30 a.m. The meeting was now nearing its conclusion. Soon, the meeting has concluded. Today's meeting can be considered a complete success. Yang Shue's original negotiation objectives can be said to have been perfectly achieved. Under the guidance of the other party's core personnel, everyone headed to the best restaurant in Mengchang. The clients in Mengchang were very hospitable and kept toasting Yang Shui. However, Yang Shui declined, citing illness, and opted for a non-alcoholic beverage instead. After all, she was planning to have a child, so she definitely couldn't drink alcohol. Zhang, the secretary, and Su Yang also drank beverages, though the absence of alcohol made the atmosphere seem less lively. However, thanks to Yang Shue's quick thinking, by the end of the meal, the relationship between the two parties had become much more harmonious than before. After the meal was finished, the client arranged a car to take the three of them back to the hotel. Honey, did you get anything out of today? Upon returning to the hotel, Yang Shui finally let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was communicating with the client or having dinner together, her mind hadn't been very relaxed. The company had grown so large precisely because of her meticulous and perfectionist personality. Every single detail had to meet the client's expectations. Therefore, any client who collaborates with Yang Shui Clothing has an extremely high level of loyalty. Once both parties have established this trust, subsequent business cooperation will become very straightforward. Su Yang looked at Yang Shui seriously, then gently embraced her in his arms. He reached out and touched her delicate face, looking at her carefully. Chapter 166, Husband, you've really grown up. What's wrong, little treasure? Is there a flower on your wife's face? Seeing Su Yang's extremely serious and adoring expression, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. Her hands also tightened around his waist. Your face is more beautiful than flowers. He stared at his wife's face, his heart racing with emotion. Today was the first time he had witnessed Yang Shui negotiating with a new client, and she was truly impressive. It truly left him deeply impressed. He didn't know what kind of hardships his wife had endured over the years, but he was sure it must have been a lot. But Yang Shui only mentioned how much she missed him, never once mentioning the hardships of entrepreneurship. Wife, I want to learn more in the future. I want to fight alongside you. I know we're still far behind now, but I'll work hard. The more outstanding his wife became, the more he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Because most excellence is forged through hardship. According to the memories he had recovered, Yang Shui used to be a very obedient and well-behaved girl. Who would have thought she'd become the CEO of a conglomerate? And she even became the legendary Ice Queen. For someone to change so much, she must have endured immense pressure. Alright, honey. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but freeze. Looking at Su Yang's earnest expression, a warm wave surged through her heart. It seems, little husband is really growing up. He's becoming more and more motivated. So happy. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. Honey, from now on, I'll arrange for you to get more involved in the company's operations. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll have people from each department give you a lesson. How about that? Okay. I'll definitely study hard. As for the schoolwork, it's just a matter of putting in a little effort to get through it. He would focus on learning the company's operations, accompanying his wife, and continuously deepen his knowledge. My little treasure, you've really grown up. Seeing Su Yang's determined and serious expression, Yang Shui felt extremely happy. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in for a passionate kiss. Soon, her hands began to wander. Ha ha ha. Where have you grown up? Feeling Yang Shui's passionate, almost aggressive, embrace, Su Yang followed her lead and sat down on the bed with her. Everywhere has grown. My husband is the best. I'll definitely nurture you well so you become my most obedient, most well-behaved, and best husband. Yang Shui blushed and giggled, growing even more mischievous. Wife, have you already made a plan to raise me? Yes, my little darling, I've thought it all out, but you must listen to your wife, okay? Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it, okay? Alright, honey. My wife is so wonderful, so I must listen to you. No problem. From now on, you're the boss of our family, and you decide everything, okay? In truth, Su Yang was well aware of the depth of Yang Shui's love for him. It was truly profound. She always wanted to give him the best of everything in the world. Everything that was most tender, most affectionate, and most passionate, she wanted to give it all to him. When she says she wants him to listen to her, she was just afraid that Su Yang would refuse her. That's more like it. My little darling is the best. Honey, let us take a shower, and I'll show you a movie. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words, and the aggressive intent in her eyes grew even stronger. And the light in her eyes became even more obvious. It seemed as though an uncontrollable flame of passion was about to erupt. A movie? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze upon hearing this. Was his wife planning to watch a movie to spice things up? Sure, why not? Absolutely. Yeah, honey, I wasn't talking about that movie with the two girls, was I? Let us watch it together later. Oh, okay, honey. Su Yang was quite curious about this. It seems like this might give him some insight into the relationship between Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping. Interesting. As they spoke, the two got up to tidy up, then held hands and headed toward the bathroom. Time passed slowly, second by second. Who knows how long it had been? Su Yang emerged, holding Yang Shui in his arms. Soon, the two of them got into bed and snuggled up together. Honey, can you get my phone? I want to find that movie we watched earlier. I think I saved it. Yang Shui blushed and smiled, patting Su Yang before getting up and leaning against the headboard. He smiled, rolled over, and handed her the phone. Let me look for it. Why would you save something like that? Just remember the website address, right? Does my husband know the URL for this kind of movie? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. He hadn't seen a movie with two girls together before, but he had seen some movies with men and women together. Every time he watched them before, he would think of Yang Shui in his dreams. Anyway, it always made him happy afterward. There's a website, but I don't think I've seen the kind of movie you're talking about. Is there really a website? Honey, how did you even start watching this kind of movie? You didn't even have a girlfriend back then. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. Such a handsome and cute young guy used to watch that kind of movie? Honey, I've had a girlfriend for a long time, didn't he, you know? Su Yang smiled and reached out to gently rub Yang Shui's cheek. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? I didn't know. I've never seen her either. She heard this, flipping through movies on her phone while shaking her head disbelievingly. You've seen her before. My little Shui, I used to dream about my girlfriend all the time. You know, honey, ever since I was a little kid, I deeply loved the girl in my dreams. I never thought that I'd ever have the chance to meet the girl I love most in the world. Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle at Su Yang's excuses. Oh, so that's how it is, honey. It's all your fault for making me grow up so fast. I found it. Come up here, honey, let's watch together. Alright, honey. Chapter 167, The Story of Two Girls. Su Yang shifted his body upward and wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's shoulders. The movie began to play. It was indeed the story of two girls. There seemed to be some plot, not the kind of low-budget production. At least there were quite a few scene changes. The general idea was that the two girls were classmates and got along well. Then their relationship grows stronger. Su Yang stared intently, finding the situation rather amusing. He couldn't help but feel that this was similar to watching Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping. The key point was that the two girls in the video were both quite attractive. And their figures were also excellent. In this regard, Yang Xia's ordinary appearance made her seem a bit less striking. What do you think, honey? Are they pretty? Yang Shui turned her head slightly to look at Su Yang and pinched his ear. This little husband. He's staring so intently. But at least he wasn't drooling. I guess it's passable. If those two girls were as beautiful as my wife, that would be great. Su Yang said, reaching out to tickle her side. Just once. The little hand that had been twisting his ear quickly pulled back. Little darling, is my wife really that beautiful? Look how smitten you are with me. Of course. Su Yang nodded without hesitation, then leaned down and kissed her. My wife is the cutest and most beautiful girl in the world, no one else comes close. Don't you dare say you're too old. In your husband's eyes, you're the most alluring woman too. Ha ha. My little darling speaks so sweetly. If we have children, I hope they'll be as cute as you. Yang Shui listened to Su Yang's words and felt as though her heart was melting. She felt incredibly happy and sweet. I still hope our child will be as beautiful as my wife. Then, let us have two, one like you and one like me. But that would be too hard on my wife. One is enough. Let's just go with the flow and see what happens. Alright, honey. Husband, in this lifetime, you won't betray me, will you? Wife, why would you say that? Don't worry, I'll never betray you. Our love that spans 2 lifetimes isn't something ordinary lovers can compare to. But you're so much older than me. If we wait a few more years, won't you find me too old? How could that be? Even if you're 28 years older than me, I'll still love you for the rest of my life. But I hope we can meet sooner in our next life. Husband. Yes, in the next life, you'll still be my good husband. Of course. We'll be together forever and ever. Ha ha. Listening to Su Yang's sweet words, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. This little husband. But he's really so obedient and considerate. I hope he truly loves himself and takes care of himself for the rest of his life. My husband is so obedient. From now on, I'll definitely pamper you and nurture you so you can join our company's work sooner. Yes, I'll try my best. Don't worry, my dear. The two watched the movie while exchanging tender words. Chapter 168. What kind of movies do you like to watch? Honey, what kind of movies do you like to watch? Yang Shui held Su Yang's phone and scrolled down the page with her fingers. Her face grew redder and redder. Today was the first time she had watched this kind of movie with Su Yang. The movie the two girls had watched earlier was relatively subtle. Plus, she had seen it before, so she wasn't as excited as she might have been. But when she glanced at the webpage Su Yang had opened, her heart quickly began to race like waves in a hurricane, violently trembling. I can do that too. But I don't know if the two girls in this one are in it. I haven't watched many of these before. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly with a smile. Anyway, I'll just take a look when I have some free time. It's not that much, right? Really, honey? But you seem so understanding. Yang Shui blushed and pinched Su Yang's ear, her eyes sparkling with a teasing smile. Cough cough cough. Honey, that's not really understanding. Before I knew you, I had no practical experience at all. Really? I feel like you're so experienced. It's okay, little darling, even if you've done this with others, your wife won't mind. Anyway, you're mine now. Your wife wouldn't care. Yang Shui said, reaching out to grab his chest. Not bad, not bad. Teasing this little husband is so much fun. Stop fooling around, Shui. You're my first girlfriend, the first in my previous life, and you'll always be the first in this one too. As for my little Shui wife, you've at least dated too. Su Yang smiled, pinched Yang Shui's cheek, and leaned down to kiss her. This wife's heart is on fire, it's getting harder and harder to control. You're so bad, husband. Wife, I've never dated two people. Are you talking about Zhang's secretary? We're just good friends. We've only taken a shower together. We haven't done anything like that, really, honey. Besides, I don't even like women, how could I do something like that? We're together, you saw it yourself. Yang Shui heard this and didn't react for a moment. She thought Su Yang was suspecting Zhang, the secretary, of having some secret affair with her. In reality, there's really nothing like that. Ha ha ha. My little Shui, how did you suddenly get so silly? Your husband has lived 2 lifetimes, you know. So that means you've been in 2 relationships, right? My 2 lifetimes, you could say it's 1 person, or you could say it's 2 people. After all, these are 2 different bodies, you know. Wife, tell me, have you ever been with 2 men at the same time? Su Yang said, unable to help but laugh. Actually, when I think about it, it does make a little bit of sense. However, in their previous life, although their feelings were deep, they never took the final step. Apart from that final step, everything else was incredibly familiar. In this life, things are progressing much faster than before. Just the final step alone is already beyond count. But Yang Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Does that mean I'll have 2 husbands? But I didn't live with my first husband like that. That's such a pity. If I had given my first husband another son back then would have a biological son, you know. Cough cough cough. This. Are you kidding me? If there really is a biological son your age right now, if that son saw me and your mother like this, would you beat me up? Honey, we could have a child now. And we already have a well-behaved daughter, don't we? Xia is such a good girl, and her father loves her very much. Seeing that Yang Shui was about to mention regretting not having given him a child, Su Yang quickly covered her mouth with his lips. After a long time, they finally mentioned Xia and changed the subject. Having a daughter is enough. As for a biological son, maybe we should just forget about it. I wonder if he'll even recognize him as his father. Ha ha. Alright, honey, then I'll give you a child as soon as possible. What do you think of this movie? Shall we watch this one? Sure, honey. As long as you like it, I'll watch anything. Su Yang smiled and nodded, wrapping his arm around Yang Shui's shoulders. You know, honey, actually, when I first saw you, I was pretty worried. Oh? What were you worried about, honey? Worried that your husband wouldn't love you? No, it's not that. Yang Shui reached out to stroke Su Yang's cheek, gazing at him deeply. Actually, I was worried whether you and Xiao Xiao are boyfriend and girlfriend. If you two are dating, I really don't know what to do. I'm really worried, honey. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but nod slightly. Actually, his wife's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. But the likelihood of that happening is practically zero. If Yang Xiao were like she is now, she might just end up liking her. After all, she is indeed quite beautiful. Though she's a bit less attractive than my wife Yang Shui, she's still been voted the campus beauty queen of Jiangcheng University. Honey, what if I really end up dating that girl Xia? If that were the case. Yang Shui, upon hearing this, sighed softly with a mix of resentment and fear, gently biting her lip. Then I'll have to bury my love for you deep inside. What? Su Yang heard his wife's words and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in his heart. Luckily, Xia, that little tomboy. If we were together, whether it was kissing or, well, things would get extremely serious. My wife is telling the truth. I couldn't possibly compete with my daughter, really, husband. My wife can't do that. But it's a good thing. It turns out the two of you are just good friends. Husband, after I confirmed this information, my wife was so happy. As she spoke, Yang Shui burrowed into his arms. Then she reached out and opened the video she had just selected. Don't worry, Xiao Shui, my dear. You'll always be mine, and I'll always be yours. The scenario you mentioned would never happen. Good girl, Shui. Come on, let's watch the video together. We'll study hard together, okay? Chapter 169, This wife seems like a completely different person. Movie. It's really good. Yang Shui had secretly watched similar movies before, but at that time she didn't have a boyfriend. And she had always watched them alone. But now, since meeting Su Yang, everything has changed. The next day, the two slept in until they woke up naturally. When Su Yang picked up his phone, it was already 10 a.m. Su Yang casually opened WeChat and saw that Zhang, the secretary, had sent him a message. Mr. Su, have you and Mr. Yang woken up yet? Should I send breakfast over? The message had been sent at 8 a.m. 2 hours had already passed. However, in the following 2 hours, she didn't send any more messages. This secretary is quite considerate. She must have realized we were busy and tired, so she probably woke up late and didn't want to disturb us. It's already past 10 a.m. now. Let us skip breakfast. Let my little Shui wife sleep a little longer, and we can have lunch instead. Secretary Zhang, the two of us just woke up. We want tea, have breakfast. We'll eat lunch instead. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Zhang. A moment later, Zhang's message came back. Alright, Mr. Su, I'll send you a message when it's time. Alright, no problem. This secretary's response was indeed quick, as if he was always waiting for their messages. Whenever the two had any requests, she would respond immediately. This secretary is indeed doing a great job. Plus, she's been working with Yang Shui for several years, and his wife is very satisfied with her. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have gone to the movies together. First and foremost, she's a good colleague, and she's also a good friend. After sending a message to Zhang, the secretary, Su Yang placed his phone on the bedside table. Then he looked at his wife sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but feel his mind drifting away again. Time passed slowly, second by second. As the clock neared 11 a.m., Yang Shui suddenly woke up. Out of habit, she turned her head and saw Su Yang staring intently at her. Honey, are you awake? Yes, honey. I've been awake for an hour already. Then, you've been staring at your wife this whole time? Yes, Shui. My wife is so beautiful, the more I look, the more I want to look, and the more I look, the more I can't get enough. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then pulled her into his arms. So you must be thinking about. Yes, honey, you're so beautiful, of course I want to, but I didn't want to disturb you while you were sleeping, so I just kept watching you. As Su Yang spoke, he leaned in and kissed Yang Shui on the lips. Peck. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words and couldn't help but feel a warm wave surge through her heart. Her husband really cares about her. Honey, what time is it? I slept so soundly. It's 11 a.m. If you're tired, you should rest a little longer. Never mind, let's get up quickly and tell Zhang, the secretary, that we'll go out for lunch together. Alright, honey. I'll let Zhang's secretary know. We'll meet downstairs in half an hour and head to the nearby hotel for lunch. As he spoke, Su Yang picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang's secretary. After that, the two of them sat up and quickly got ready. Chapter 170, Afternoon continues. After lunch, Yang Shui and the three of them left the hotel and headed back to the guest house. Zhang, book a flight back for tomorrow afternoon. We're not in a hurry to leave. Alright, Mr. Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhang the secretary immediately understood. From the fact that the two had slept until noon, it was clear they still had a lot to discuss. They must have a lot more to discuss this afternoon. They would probably continue talking. They might even talk until late at night. As she spoke, she quietly glanced up and down at Su Yang. This handsome guy. Both his build and his face are truly top-notch. If only I had such a handsome guy, I'd probably stay up all night talking to him too. Secretary Zhang, if you want to go out for a walk this afternoon, feel free to do so. You don't need to worry about us too. After all, we haven't been to Mengcheng much before. No problem, Mr. Yang. I don't usually like to wander around when I'm out. I'll just stay at the hotel. If you two need anything, just send me a message, and I'll handle it. Yang Shui had originally planned to give Zhang's secretary the day off to relax. Otherwise, the two of them were having a good time at the hotel, while Zhang's secretary was left alone in the room, which felt a bit awkward. But unexpectedly, Zhang's work attitude was so proactive. She didn't even want to go out for a walk. Oh. Alright, that's fine. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile slightly and didn't say anything else. I hope this girl just switch from her left hand to her right when she gets tired. Yang Shui had actually noticed the occasional glances the girl was casting at Su Yang. It seems this girl has quite a crush on Su Yang. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sneaking glances at him all the time, would she? Or maybe, seeing that I found a handsome guy, she has gotten a little jealous herself? But Yang Shui only thought about it for a moment. She reached out her hand. She boldly wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm in front of Zhang, the secretary. This is my man. You little girl, don't look so much. Anyway, I wouldn't let him help you with that embarrassing problem anyway. Not long after, the three of them returned to the hotel and went back to their room. Honey, I noticed Zhang, the secretary, was staring at you earlier. While the two were taking a shower, Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist and said shyly. Cough cough cough. Stop teasing me, honey. Why would she be staring at me? She knows we're married. Su Yang laughed and hugged Yang Shui tightly in his arms. This wife. She's always joking around with her husband. She's just an employee, constantly checking out her boss's man. That's not appropriate, is it? Perhaps. She must be really hungry, right? Yeah, she knows we're married, but she doesn't know about our love that spans 2 lifetimes. Maybe she just thinks I found a young, handsome guy? Ha ha ha. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. While laughing, she started to get a little mischievous. Ha? I thought you'd told her about us. She doesn't think I'm your kept young hunk, does she? Su Yang heard this and immediately understood. He naturally thought of that possibility. That's quite possible. So she's envious and wants to find a husband like that too, right? Good looking and useful. You know what, honey? Actually, this Zhang secretary is pretty sassy, hee hee. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Cough cough cough. I've never been with her, so how would I know if she's sassy or not? Besides, no matter how she is, she could never compare to my wife. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Shui, wait and see how your husband punishes you. Ha ha. Alright. Husband, you better keep your word. The two chatted and laughed as they quickly finished their shower. Not long after, the two returned to the large bed and snuggled up together. Chapter 171, Husband, have you been working too hard these past few days? Eat, sleep, eat. Since returning to the hotel, the two hadn't even stepped out of the room. Besides eating and sleeping, they naturally spent their time communicating with each other. Anyway, all the food was bought by Zhang, the secretary. To the point where every time she came over, she blushed whenever she saw Su Yang. Her eyes betrayed obvious confusion. As if she were thinking, is this young hunk really that special? No wonder Yang Zong cares so much about him and values him so highly. It's like she's already planning to marry him. For Yang Shui, this is indeed quite good. Time passed slowly. It wasn't until the next day, just before noon, that the two finally stepped out of the room and left the hotel together with Zhang, the secretary. Yang Shui's face seemed bathed in light, radiating an indescribable joy. But Su Yang seemed to be feeling a bit uncomfortable in the waist area. But overall, he seemed in good spirits and didn't appear to have been jaw edition. Yang Shui linked her arm through his and went to the restaurant with Zhang, the secretary, for lunch. Then, they took a taxi and rushed to the airport in Mengcheng. After some hassle, the plane took off smoothly. It flew directly to Jiangcheng. Honey, are you having a good time out with your wife? Yang Shui leaned against Su Yang's shoulder and whispered softly. Her face was adorned with a faint blush of shyness. Her eyes, sparkling with light, were filled with genuine satisfaction. Happy? I'm so happy I could burst. Su Yang closed his eyes slightly, leaning back in the chair, continuing to relax his tired body. This older sister. She's full of energy. If I stay another day. He really felt like he might lose to her. This wife. Not only does she have an amazing figure and stunning looks, but she's also incredibly creative. Every time, she gives Su Yang a completely different life experience. Even the educational films from the land of cherry blossoms he had watched before seemed to pale in comparison. My wife clearly had no prior experience in this area, but for some reason, ever since the two of us started dating, it's like she suddenly opened Pandora's box. Anyway, those wild ideas, they just keep coming one after another. Ha ha. Husband, I absolutely adore you. You're so good. Why don't we go on another business trip to a different city in a couple of days? Where do you want to go, honey? I can arrange it in advance. This trip was a bit rushed. I didn't bring any of my nice clothes. If we go out again next time, I'll definitely bring some, so you can admire them properly, okay? Yang Shui leaned her little mouth close to Su Yang's ear and whispered softly. The warm breath tickled Su Yang's ear. Even. In an instant, he felt his heart flutter. But this was on a plane, so even if he felt that way, he had to hold it in. Not far away. Zhang, the secretary, kept glancing over. Her eyes were filled with envy, and her cheeks were flushed pink. Even the corners of her lips were slightly pursed. Actually, her heart was far from calm. After this business trip, the flood of emotions within her seemed to have been awakened. But she had no man. So she could only endure it in silence. There was nothing she could do about it, she had no choice but to accept it. Cough cough cough. Alright, honey, our clothes at home are a bit conservative. Why don't we order some bolder styles? As an 18 or 19-year-old young man, how could he give up so easily? He immediately turned his head and whispered softly. Alright, honey, once we get home, we'll go shopping properly. Whatever you want me to wear, I'll wear it, as long as you like it, I'll do anything. You're such a good wife. Alright, let's settle on that. Yeah, it's settled. As they chatted on the plane, Su Yang drifted off to sleep. In this world, they say there are only oxen that die from overwork, but no fields that are worked to death. Anyway, Yang Shui was in high spirits, but Su Yang was asleep. Don't even mention old cows, even young, strong ones can't handle it. A woman in her 30s is at the age when she needs it most. After waiting for him for 18 years, once these deep feelings erupt, it would be earth-shattering and unstoppable. Honey, wake up, it's time to get off the plane. Ugh. Time flew by quickly. Su Yang hadn't even woken up from his nap when the plane had already landed at Jiangcheng Airport. After some hustle and bustle, Su Yang and the two others arrived at the parking lot and found their car. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. Zhang, the secretary, waved goodbye to the two and drove off in his own car. Shortly after, Yang Shui sat in the driver's seat, Su Yang got into the passenger seat, and they left the parking lot together. Honey, have you been working too hard these past few days? Looking at Su Yang, who was leaning against the passenger seat with his eyes half closed, Yang Shui asked with concern, feeling a bit heartbroken. She even felt a pang of guilt. She had been so caught up in enjoying herself that she hadn't given much thought to her husband's condition. This continuous. She was fine, but men were different from women after all. No, honey, it's just that I stayed up too late last night. Didn't you know? You were asleep last night. Ha ha ha. Su Yang squinted his eyes, unable to suppress a laugh as he spoke. But, husband, you're so naughty. So that's what happened. But from now on, you should really get more sleep. Otherwise, when your wife wakes up, you won't have any energy left. Yang Shui said, reaching out to pat Su Yang's shoulder, her eyes filled with an indescribable longing and shyness. Okay, honey. Su Yang spoke while pulling out his phone. He quickly sent a WeChat message to Yang Xia. Bro, your mom and I are back from our business trip. We'll be home soon. Chapter 172, What's Wrong with My Wife? A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. Got it, buddy. After work today, Ping Ping and I will go stay at Grandpa and Grandma's place. Alright, let your grandparents know. Your mom and I won't be coming over for dinner tonight. We'll go over after work tomorrow. I've been pretty tired from the business trip these past few days. Su Yang thought about it and decided not to go out for dinner tonight either. He'd just order takeout from a restaurant. To be honest, I'm really feeling pretty drained. He hadn't slept at all last night. After Yang Shui's wife woke up, he didn't get a chance to sleep. They were busy all the way until checkout at noon. Actually, even today, he managed to catch a few winks on the plane. Got it, I roll. Yang Xia's reply was simple, and it even had a white eye emoji. No need to guess. This girl naturally understood the meaning behind his words. The two of you are on a business trip. This must have been a blast, right? Honey, let us go home later, have a light meal, and get some rest early. Actually, I'm feeling a bit tired too. Mainly my legs are pretty sore. Looks like I need to start doing more squats. Why don't you tell your parents that we won't be going out for dinner tonight? Yang Shui turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes seeming to be brewing something. I already told our daughter to tell Grandpa and Grandma, and I'll send them a message too. As he spoke, Su Yang opened his mother's WeChat profile and sent her a message. The two drove forward while chatting happily and flirtatiously. Before long, Su Yang and Yang Shui returned home. Honey, why don't you go take a shower and rest first? I still need to organize some materials for tomorrow's meeting. I'll be done soon. I'll order dinner later. Be a good boy, go take a shower and go to bed. Bye. As soon as they arrived home, Yang Shui planned to work for a while, so she asked Su Yang to rest first. Although she felt a bit tired, she was still in good shape overall. Even if she had to talk to Su Yang again later that night, it wouldn't be a problem. Alright, honey. Ha ha. Saying that, Su Yang yawned deeply and then gave his wife a tight hug. Husband. I love you so much, go to bed, sweetheart. Yang Shui responded gently, urging her once more to go to sleep. Su Yang nodded, shook his slightly heavy head, and went straight to the master bedroom. After tidying up, he changed into his pajamas and lay down on the large bed. Sniff. Su Yang instinctively sniffed the air, hoping to drift off to sleep amidst his wife's delicate fragrance. However, he seemed to detect two different fragrances. One of the scents must have been Yang Xia's. Since they were often together, he was quite familiar with her scent. But the other scent was unfamiliar to Su Yang. However, if he wasn't mistaken, it should belong to Xiu Pingping. These past few days, it seems like these two girls must have been sleeping in this big bed. Really? They've even overpowered the scent of my wife Yang Shui. However, since Su Yang was too tired, he didn't think much of it and soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it was. Su Yang was awakened by a gentle, warm kiss. However, he didn't move. He pretended not to have woken up. He wanted to see what else his wife Yang Shui wanted to do besides kissing him. Honey, wake up. After kissing for a while, Yang Shui stopped. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. However, Su Yang continued to pretend to be asleep. But Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle softly. She knew her husband was definitely pretending on purpose. So, she reached out her hand. Ugh. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sound. This wife. She's so mischievous. With just that one grab, Su Yang couldn't help himself anymore. His heart and mind were instantly stirred. Ha ha ha. Little darling, I knew you were pretending to be asleep. Come on, get up and eat. If you want. Your wife has a new idea. Really? Su Yang heard this and opened his eyes wide. He wrapped his arms tightly around Yang Shui in his arms. Of course. Your wife is a designer by trade. Coming up with new designs is a piece of cake for me. Good baby, get up and eat dinner. I have something important to discuss with you later. Alright, honey. Su Yang nodded and let go of her. He then sat up. After sleeping for a while, he felt much better overall. At least he wasn't as tired anymore. Not long after, the two of them sat down at the dining table together and began to eat. Honey, our daughter and Ping Ping should have come back to sleep here these past 2 days, right? How did you know? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Could it be that the two girls left some obvious evidence behind, which was discovered by his wife? There are signs of cooking in the kitchen. Look at the girl's underwear hanging on the clothes rack. And when my wife called you earlier, she smelled the scent of our daughter and Ping Ping in our room. It's obvious. These past 2 days, they must have been sleeping in our big bed. Oh. As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong, honey? It's just the kids. Let them sleep. Our bed is big enough anyway. It doesn't matter. Su Yang gently reached out and pinched Yang Shui's cute face, speaking softly. Just 2 days on the big bed, it doesn't matter. Honey, eat first. I'll talk to you later. Yang Shui said, her eyes clearly showing some worry. Alright, dear. Su Yang nodded slightly, then looked at his wife with a puzzled expression. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong with my wife? Could she be pregnant? In an instant, Su Yang suddenly felt a surge of excitement. No way? Am I going to be a dad? But something doesn't feel right. My wife's eyes seemed to betray a hint of worry. It didn't look like she was pregnant. What could it possibly be? Chapter 173, Yang Shui discovers her daughter's secret. Not long after, the two had dinner and tidied up. Honey, why don't you go to bed first and wait for me? After taking a shower, Yang Shui put on what she considered her sexiest nightgown. She waved at her husband and then opened the door and went out. Su Yang watched Yang Shui's sexy and alluring figure and jumped onto the bed excitedly. Then, excitedly rubbing his hands together, his heart couldn't help but flutter. But there was a hint of worry in his wife's expression. I wonder if she's worried about my health or something else. If it's about his health, there's no need to worry. It's just that he stayed up too late last night, so feeling a bit tired is perfectly normal. But he'd already taken a nap earlier, so the rest definitely no problem. Staying up until midnight is definitely doable. Squeak! A moment later, Yang Shui pushed open the bedroom door and came in. However, she was holding a long box in her hands. She deliberately placed the box behind her, as if she didn't want Su Yang to see it right away. Click! She slightly pursed her lips, walked to the bedside, and turned off the main light. Then she turned on the small bedside lamp. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Honey, what did you bring? Honey, I wanted to ask you something. Yang Shui said, placing the long box on the bedside table, then turned over and sat on the bed. She wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist and snuggled into his embrace. All right, honey, go ahead. Su Yang nodded in surprise, clearly sensing something was off. It seemed like his wife's concerns had grown even stronger. Husband, do you think our daughter and that girl Ping Ping are just good friends? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, looking at his wife in surprise. Had she discovered something? It's probably more than just ordinary friends, right? They're always sleeping together. I'm not really sure about girls' things. Maybe it's normal for girls to sleep together? Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't know whether he should tell his wife or not. Should he reveal Yang Xia's little secret? But what if his wife finds out too much and gets really hurt? This is so agonizing. That's definitely not normal. When I went on a business trip with Zhang, the secretary, we didn't sleep together either. At least we booked a standard room with separate beds. But it seems like we did book a double bedroom once, but that was because there were no other available rooms. But when we slept, we always tried to stay as far apart as possible. We're good friends, but we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Anyway, I can't accept sleeping in the same bed with a same-sex friend. It just feels weird. Yang Shui heard this and thought about it seriously. As she spoke, her face couldn't help but flush slightly. Actually, she was lying. In her memory, there had indeed been such an incident. She had woken up in the middle of the night to find herself in an embrace with Zhang, the secretary. Judging by the position, it seemed like Zhang's secretary had initiated it. This made her feel really awkward. Later, Zhang the secretary also woke up and felt a bit embarrassed. According to Zhang's explanation, she had dreamed of a handsome man and couldn't help herself. She was enjoying the dream when she was suddenly woken up by Yang Shui. When she woke up, she realized she was tightly hugging her. Oh, my wife hasn't been hugging Secretary Zhao, has she? You saying that makes me feel better. I was actually a bit worried that my wife might be seduced by Zhang's secretary. Ha ha. Silly darling, I'll only love you for the rest of my life. How could I possibly like anyone else? Especially since she is a woman. Anyway, I'm not interested in women at all. Yang Shui was amused by Su Yang's words and reached out to pinch his chest. Honey, I just feel like there is something off between our daughter and Ping Ping. Their relationship, it's weird. Oh, how is it strange? Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a wave of worry. What should I do? It seems like my wife really noticed something. Take a look at this. Saying this, Yang Shui reached out and picked up the long box on the bedside table. Then she placed it in Su Yang's hands. Su Yang couldn't help but feel confused. What on earth was this? Honey, is this something you bought? If I were going to buy something, I wouldn't buy something like this. Besides, I have a husband now, I don't need something like this. I found it in our daughter's room. This afternoon, I went into her room to help her tidy up. Something just felt off about it. You know how it is. So I couldn't help but get curious and ended up finding this thing in her bedside drawer. It's really quite bizarre. I never would have guessed that Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping's relationship had developed to this point. Impressive. Su Yang couldn't help but furrow his brows and quickly tossed it aside. Chapter 174, Yang Shui's Sorrow. Cough cough cough. Honey, did you find this in our daughter's room? Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and couldn't help scratching his head. Then, knowing full well the answer, he asked again. Yang Shui nodded slightly, unable to help but sigh softly. I really don't understand what girls are thinking these days. Maybe girls today have a different perspective than we do? Who knows? Su Yang's perspective was still quite traditional. Anyway, while she claimed to understand Yang Xia's change, she didn't truly understand it. Such a beautiful girl. If she wants to find a boyfriend, there would definitely be a lot of guys lining up. Just look at her roommates, which one isn't drooling over her? But liking another girl? What's that all about? You can't marry her, you can't have kids, and you might break up at any moment. What's the point of that? Su Yang respects others' choices, but deep down, he doesn't understand. Wife. What if these two girls end up staying together forever? Su Yang hesitated for a moment but decided to remind his wife anyway. After all, his wife was the most important and crucial person in his life. He had a responsibility to take care of her feelings. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but sigh. Do you know, honey? Actually, this little girl, when she used to dress like a boy, I was really worried about this. Later, she made up her mind to dress like a girl. I thought she had finally changed. Sigh. It seems like both of us have been fooled by this little girl. She's always been with this Xiu Pingping. If they're really good friends, I guess it doesn't matter. But I never would have thought that the two of them would. So my wife thinks that these two girls' preferences might really be a bit off. Yang Shui said, her voice growing increasingly melancholy. As parents, who wouldn't want their children to have normal preferences? Besides, Yang Xia, that girl, is so beautiful. If she could find a good boy in the future, that would be so wonderful. But this girl just won't like boys and is actually finding ways to like girls. Sigh. As a mother, this is really worrying. Honey, what should we do? As her parents, we can't just ignore it, can we? Sigh. But she's grown up now, and she doesn't listen to me anymore. It's really worrying. Yang Shui said, unable to help but sigh deeply. This matter. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling quite conflicted inside. From what his wife had said, he already understood that she was certain of her judgment. But this wasn't something that could be forced. If he were to forcefully tell Yang Xia not to associate with Ping Ping, it didn't seem like the best solution either. It might backfire and drive her away from home. It was definitely a possibility. Chapter 175, Old Buddy, have you missed me these past few days? Honey, getting worked up about this one tea help. As far as I know, modern medicine says this ISNTA disease, and it's also very hard to change. If these two girls really do have orientation issues, we really can't rush things. What do you think, honey? Su Yang had actually looked up some information and even consulted a doctor online. The doctor's advice was generally focused on psychological counseling. But this really isn't easy. Yang Xia, that girl, is already a very intelligent person and fully understands her own situation. But no matter what, she just doesn't like boys, and it's impossible to force her. Sigh. Actually, all the wives know this. We consulted a doctor about it before. Sigh, it's really a headache. If this girl doesn't even bother to find a boyfriend, what will she do when she grows up? She won't even have her own children. We can't just adopt one, can we? It seems Yang Shui has always understood these truths. She has just never truly faced it head-on or figured out a solution. Actually, the issue of having children isn't that big of a problem, right? Nowadays, there's in vitro fertilization and such, so she should still be able to have a biological child. It's just. Su Yang spoke, then immediately realized something was off. Yang Xia, that girl, has always seen herself as a man in her mind. So she must have been thinking of Xiao Pingping as her wife. Then the matter of having children is likely to be Xiao Pingping's responsibility. Then what about her, Yang Xia, would she still be able to have children? But this matter could be discussed with her, using it as a bargaining chip. Just what? Husband. If the two of them are really together, then from a role perspective, Xia Xia would definitely be the husband, and Ping Ping would be the wife. If they were to have a child, it would likely be Ping Ping who gives birth. Su Yang hesitated for a moment before voicing his guess. Then, that's not right, honey. Yang Xia is our daughter, and she is so beautiful. If she has a child, it'll definitely be incredibly cute. Sigh. If only she had found a good boy instead of some girl. Yang Shui felt deeply resentful inside. Such a beautiful daughter, yet she insists on liking girls. Which parent could be happy about that? This matter. I think we should talk to her. You know, dear, our daughter is actually very filial. If you don't oppose her being with Ping Ping, she might even agree to give you a little grandson someday. Su Yang wasn't entirely sure about this idea either. But he felt it was still possible. After all, Yang Xia is a woman. Having a biological child, that kind of bond is different. But this isn't something to rush into, there's still plenty of time. Even if she agrees, who knows how many years it will take before they actually have a child. In reality, this is just a delaying tactic. Ah. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but sigh softly. Even if she agrees, she can't have a child right now. She'll have to wait until after she graduates from college. And if she changes her mind by then, what can we do? What my wife says is true, but the two of us don't have any good solutions either. Su Yang sighed softly and gently embraced Yang Shui. Actually, my wife isn't completely unaware of this phenomenon, it's just, she never expected her own daughter to face such an issue, so she can't accept it right away. Husband, what do you think, should we support our daughter? I don't want our relationship with our daughter to be tense either, but I still feel a bit resentful. Right now, we don't have any other options, so we can only go with the flow for now. As for whether or not to have children, we can gradually instill those ideas in her over time. We can also gradually instill the benefits of having a son. If she can gradually change her mindset, that would be the best outcome. If she can't accept it, then we'll just have to go with the flow. Sigh. Alright, honey. I'll listen to you. Anyway, a daughter's matters aren't something that can be resolved just because you want to, and from what we can see now, this kind of thing is probably very difficult to resolve. Since that's the case, then we might as well just let things take their course for now. Deep down, Yang Shui could accept it to some extent. For now, she can only try not to think too much about it. Let things take their course. Husband. If Xiaoxia were to find a boyfriend like you, that would be so great. It's all fate, Xiao Shui, my dear. Don't think too much about it, okay? The next morning, after brushing their teeth, getting dressed, and finishing breakfast, the two of them went to work together. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Shui went straight to the top floor office. Su Yang parked his car and headed straight to the IT department. His days in the IT department were likely numbered. Yang Shui had already arranged for a secretary to help him set up a large office on the top floor, and it wouldn't be long before everything was settled. Zhang, the secretary, was a young woman who worked very efficiently. Old buddy, have you missed me these past few days? As soon as Su Yang sat down, he reached out and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. To be honest, after not seeing her for a few days, this girl seems to have become even more radiant than before. The glow on her face seems to have increased significantly. Chapter 176. From now on, Ping Ping is my woman. Make her call you dad. Of course I want to. I'm not like some people who prioritize women over friends. Oof. What? When did I ever prioritize beauty over friendship? Su Yang couldn't help but feel curious and turned to look at Yang Xia. This girl. If you don't prioritize women over friends, why haven't you sent me any messages for the past few days? Even my mom only sent me one. You mean that? I just thought you had Ping Ping with you. What? With such a well-behaved little girl by your side, would you even care about your old buddy's greetings? Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Actually, whether you send me messages or not is fine, but it's mainly because my mom. This business trip is the time she has sent me the fewest messages. It's all because of you. You two were having so much fun, you forgot about your own daughter. Humph. Yang Xia turned her head and glanced at him, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. No. Come here. Seeing Yang Xia's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the small meeting room beside them. Old buddy, what you just said wasn't entirely accurate. Once the two had sat down, Su Yang said with a smile. What wasn't right? Did you two have a bad day? Don't tell me you came back right after meeting with the client. I don't believe you. Silly girl, while your mom and I were away, didn't the two of you make any real progress? Su Yang said, winking at Yang Xia. You little. Don't think uncle doesn't know what you're up to. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. His handsome face turned bright red. Shu, old buddy, I've got some good news for you. Our relationship has finally taken a real step forward. He. As she spoke, Yang Xia couldn't help but giggle shyly. What? So fast? Xiao Ping Ping agreed to be your girlfriend? Su Yang feigned surprise upon hearing this. His eyes betrayed a look of shock. Yes, that's right. She is now my real girlfriend. Yang Xia said, and the trace of resentment from earlier vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place was an indescribable sense of pride. Oh. I noticed this morning that you looked much better than before. Look at your little face, it's glowing. Su Yang said, smiling as he pointed to Yang Xia's face. Yang Shui was like this, and Yang Xia was too. Could this be the magic of love? Well, from now on, Ping Ping is my woman. I've already told her to call you dad. Actually, you can call me dad too. Su Yang smiled and gently pinched Yang Xia's nose, unable to help but sigh softly in his heart. Such a beautiful girl, why can't she find a good boy to be with? Sigh. There's just no way. I want to wait until I get married to your mom before changing how I address you. It's not possible now. I've already had my wife call you dad. Aren't you satisfied? Cough. Be content. You decide. After all, you're my good daughter. Su Yang wouldn't argue with his daughter. You can call me uncle, or even old buddy, it doesn't matter. Later on. Anyway, she'll eventually call me dad. As long as you and mom get married, I'll change my name right away, okay, buddy? Actually, since mom has been with you, I know she's really happy. I'm still pretty grateful to you. Plus, you've never opposed my relationship with Ping Ping. In the future, calling you dad will naturally be no problem. You're such a good boy. Su Yang smiled and nodded, still agreeing with Yang Xia's words. Alright, uncle won't hold it against you. Bro, if you and Ping Ping end up together, would you two consider having kids in the future? Su Yang thought for a moment before bringing up the question. It was also a way to get Yang Xia to think about it in advance. Probably. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it yet. If Ping Ping wants one, we'll have one. If she doesn't want one, then we won't have any. Yang Xia pondered for a moment before sharing his basic thoughts. You two girls, how are you going to have a child? Ha. That's easy. There's in vitro fertilization now. We'll just have my Ping Ping give birth to a child for me. That's as simple as can be. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile smugly, seeming quite knowledgeable about such matters. Cough. Old buddy, have you ever thought about it? If the two of you were to compare looks, you're way more attractive than Ping Ping. If you were the one to have the child, it would inherit your excellent genes and be exceptionally beautiful. Plus, your IQ is very high. The child would be very intelligent too. Su Yang reached out and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with an incredibly serious expression. Now that you put it that way, it does make some sense. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She had never really thought about it before. Hearing Su Yang put it that way, it did seem to make sense. But in their relationship, she is in the role of the husband. But shouldn't the husband be the one to have children? But what Su Yang just said makes sense too. Chapter 177, Old buddy, you're not going to go rummage through my stuff, are you? Well, I'll think about it. You know, what you said does make sense. Of course. No need to say more. For the sake of our family's future generations, I have to care, you know. Look at you, you've got the body, the face, and you're tall. Now look at Xiao Ping Ping. She's not bad looking, but she's much shorter than you. Overall, she has a whole different league compared to you. Su Yang nodded seriously, speaking with a solemn expression. Got it, buddy. If it comes down to it, I'll just have one with her too. It's actually pretty simple. Cough cough cough. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. Oh my god. This old buddy sure reacts fast. By the way, old buddy, did you mention our relationship to my mom when you were on the business trip with her? What was her reaction? Yang Xia still cared a lot about his mother's attitude. As he asked, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. She really hoped her mom wouldn't oppose the two of them. Yeah, I mentioned it. Su Yang nodded with a smile. This girl has always been a bit on edge. You mentioned it? What was my mom's reaction? Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. She is actually a bit disappointed. Su Yang spoke honestly. Yang Shui was indeed a bit disappointed in her daughter's current orientation. However, despite her disappointment, she hadn't taken any opposing or rejecting actions. Deep down, she still hoped her daughter could be happy. Upon hearing this, Yang Xia's eyes immediately dimmed. But she didn't oppose you two being together, but she just felt a bit regretful. She said, such a beautiful daughter like hers, it would be so wonderful if she could find a good young man. Su Yang spoke while carefully observing Yang Xia's reaction. To be honest, Yang Xia had also considered finding a boy to be her boyfriend. But after thinking about it for a long time, the more she thought about it, the more it made her feel miserable, the more it made her feel sick. She just couldn't take it anymore. Even if she tried to imagine Su Yang as her boyfriend, it still felt so unnatural. It was just slightly better than other men. I can't help it either. If my mom had told me this earlier, maybe I could have accepted you, but I still feel awkward. But that's not possible now. Yang Xia said, unable to help but spread her hands. Cough cough cough. Silly girl, even if your mom had said it earlier, it wouldn't have worked. Could you bear to make your mom sad? Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed upon hearing this. This silly girl just loves to talk nonsense. The love between your mother and me transcends reincarnation. If we really ended up together, your mother would be so heartbroken and depressed. You're right. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't think it through earlier. I was just talking nonsense. I'm sorry. What I meant was, I can't accept a guy right now. Sigh. Actually, I don't want to disappoint my mom either. Yang Xia scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. Those words, if said again now, would indeed be quite inappropriate. After all, the Su Yang in front of her was no longer the same old friend she once knew. So, can you give us a little grandson or grandson-in-law in the future? Maybe that way, your mom would be more accepting. Really? Did my mom say that? Yes, otherwise why would I tell you this? Seriously, your mother loves you very much and doesn't want you to be unhappy. That's why she only confided her disappointment to me. So what do you say? For your mother's sake, shouldn't you consider having a little grandson for her in the future? Su Yang nodded and gently patted her shoulder. He looked a bit helpless. All right. No problem. I'll definitely have a grandson or granddaughter for my mom in the future. Really? Su Yang couldn't help but brighten up at her words. This girl, she's actually quite filial. Of course, I, Yang Xia, keep my word and will never go back on my promise. All right. Su Yang nodded slightly, unable to help but feel a touch of emotion. If that's really the case, your mother will feel a little better. Don't worry, I keep my word. I'll definitely have my own children in the future. Old friend, could you please tell my mom? Don't let her be upset, okay? I really don't want her to be upset. Alright, I'll talk to her. Cough cough cough. Hey, old buddy, being with Xiao Ping Ping like that, are you really happy? In an instant, Su Yang's mind flashed back to the thing Yang Shui had found in Yang Xia's room yesterday. That thing. Is it really that interesting? No matter how much Su Yang thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Of course it's fun. It's definitely more fun than being with a man. Yang Xia blushed slightly upon hearing this. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. Pfft, I don't believe you. You've never been with a man like that before. How do you know it's happier than being with a man? Besides, those things can't be compared to real people. Su Yang said, scratching his head awkwardly. To try one last time to persuade Yang Xia, he could only say that. And he truly couldn't figure it out either. I'm going. Bro, you're not going to go rummage through my stuff, are you? You're not being honorable. As he spoke, Yang Xia's face turned bright red. Although she had mentioned that kind of thing to Su Yang before. But she had never actually used it before, and now that she had, she felt a bit embarrassed to bring it up. Why did I go into your room to look for things? What are you talking about? Didn't you say before that you wanted to buy something like that? Oh, I get it, buddy. You didn't already buy it and put it in your room, did you? Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to go check your room when I get off work. Su Yang, of course, wouldn't he betray Yang Shui's wife, so he just made up a story. Chapter 178, Who told you to be my good girl? No. Old buddy, that's not very nice of you. You're a grown man, going into two girls' rooms to look for things. How can you do that? Yang Xia heard Su Yang's words and immediately grew anxious. Her face turned even redder. You're a girl? Su Yang was taken aback by her words. This girl had been insisting she was a real man, so why was she now saying she was a girl? Cough cough cough. Although I'm a pure guy on the inside, but on the outside, I'm still a girl, you know? I'm telling you, buddy, don't go rummaging through my room. Otherwise, I'll tell my mom that you're bullying me. Yang Xia said, blushing slightly as she laughed. She had just spoken impulsively and couldn't help herself. But, you say I'm bullying you? Bro, if I wanted to bully you, why would I wait until now? Ha ha ha. Alright, buddy, did you buy that thing? Come on, we're good friends. Even if you told me, what's the big deal? Su Yang smiled and didn't take it too seriously. After all, he had already seen it before. It was really nothing special. It wasn't really that interesting. Compared to real boys, there's no comparison at all. Cough cough cough. Buddy, I did buy that thing, and I used it with Ping Ping. It was pretty good. Yang Xia smiled awkwardly and nodded shyly. Is it really better than boys? Well, Yang Xia scratched her head unconsciously upon hearing this. Su Yang's question had truly stumped her. She hadn't spent time with boys like that before, so she really didn't know what the difference was. What? You don't know? Oh my god. Bro, I've never been around other boys. How would I know if boys are better? It's just, I really don't like being around boys. Yang Xia paused for a moment, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Being with boys like that. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. How could she possibly go out with boys and experience such things? If you don't like being with boys, then why did you buy those things? Isn't that just replacing boys? It's the same thing, isn't it? Well, Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but stumble over her words for a moment. Su Yang was right. When she used them with Xiao Pingping, she was so happy. For a moment, Yang Xia couldn't help but stare blankly. Could being with a boy really be happier? But, the moment she thought about being with a boy like that, she felt a bit queasy. Why does this feel so contradictory? As she thought about it, she couldn't help but look up and down at Su Yang. The Su Yang in front of her was actually quite handsome, and the idea of being friends with him didn't seem so bad. But, if she imagined being with him, it felt so unfamiliar. Could it be? Should I really find an opportunity to try something with him? Try it out with a guy behind Xiao Pingping's back? Oh, no. I'm thinking too much. Yang Xia suddenly realized that Su Yang wasn't just a regular friend. Their relationship now. That's something they couldn't possibly do. Sigh. Really? Never mind. I won't think about it too much for now. Anyway, I'll just help my mom have a little grandson someday. Cough cough cough. Hey, what are you staring at? Don't even think about hitting on me. We're not meant for each other. I can't help you with that. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, who was staring at him intently, and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. This girl, could she really be harboring those kinds of feelings for me? Testing me? No way. Our relationship now has changed completely. No. I wasn't looking at anything. I was just thinking. Anyway, I don't like boys right now. I'll just give you a grandson someday. Yang Xia quickly waved her hands, cutting off her earlier jumbled thoughts. Alright, let's go back. Su Yang nodded and prepared to leave the conference room. Talking about it again would just lead to the same situation. This girl wasn't going to change her mind anytime soon. Or rather, it's completely impossible for her to change. No. Old buddy, wait a little longer. Look at my face, isn't it red? It's okay. You're a pretty girl. What's wrong with having a little red face? It looks pretty. Soo-young shook his head dismissively. What's wrong with having a red face? Anyway, I didn't do anything to you. Are you worried people will think I did something to you in the meeting room? Don't worry. It shouldn't happen. Wait a moment. As she spoke, Yang Xia grabbed Soo-yang's arm and insisted he stay with her a little longer. All right. What can I do? You're my little daughter. Soo-yang sighed and nodded, reluctantly sitting back down. Ding dong. As soon as Soo-yang sat down, he received a WeChat message. He opened his phone to see that it was a message from Yang Shue's wife. Honey, Zhang, the secretary, and I have picked out an office for you. Would you like to come take a look? Do you have any special requirements for the layout? Wow. Zhang's secretary is so efficient? At this rate, we'll probably have to move to the new office in the next couple of days. That girl Yang Xia. We'll just have to leave her alone in the IT department. Soon. He sent his wife a message. I don't have any special requests. Whatever you arrange is fine with me. Just don't make it too complicated. Keep it simple. I'm currently discussing matters with Yang Xia, so there's no need to check. You and Zhang, the secretary, can decide. Looking at Yang Xia's flushed face, he didn't plan to go check. Actually, it didn't matter whether he looked or not, his wife would definitely arrange everything perfectly. Alright, honey, I'll handle it. You'll have it all set up in a couple of days, kiss. Alright, honey, you're so kind to me. Chapter 179, Actually, husband, you really don't need to do this. Soo-yang stayed with Yang Xia in the small meeting room for a while longer. Once her face had mostly returned to normal, the two of them finally came out. After returning to their desks, they each went back to their own work. It was just past 11 a.m. Yang Xia tapped Soo-yang on the shoulder, gave a quick greeting, and left. Anyway, she often left early, so it didn't matter. Soo-yang, of course, didn't mind. A while later, as it neared noon, Soo-yang received a WeChat message from Yang Shui. Honey, come eat. I specially ordered some pork kidney to help you recover. This. Alright, eating more pork kidney should be good for you. My wife is so considerate, actually going out of her way to order this? Actually, I really don't need to eat this kind of thing. Alright, honey, I'll be right there. Soo-yang smiled and sent a message, then stood up quickly. A few moments later, he arrived at the top floor and entered his wife's office. The meal was already set out, waiting for him to arrive. Honey, here I am. Yang Shui saw Soo-yang enter and happily rushed forward to hug his waist, pressing her lips against his for a quick kiss. Let's eat, honey. After that, I'll show you your office, and then we'll go to the restroom. I want you to hold me while I sleep for a while. Okay, honey. Seeing Yang Shui's eager expression, Soo-yang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He nodded immediately. Soon, the two sat side by side and began eating. Honey, is the food tasty today? It's pretty good. Actually, I'd be satisfied just to be full, but my wife always spoils me so much, always going out of her way to order something special for me. Soo-yang said, reaching out to touch Yang Shui's face. This wife. When it comes to showing affection, she is truly the best of the best. You're my husband, so I have to take good care of you. Besides, you've been working so hard these past few days, you need to rest and recover properly. We haven't conceived yet, so we don't know how much longer you'll have to work so hard. I don't want to exhaust my little treasure. Yang Shui blushed and giggled, gently pinching Soo-yang's arm and batting her eyelashes at him. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable charm. In an instant, she had plucked the strings of his heart. In the blink of an eye, he was completely captivated. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, honey, I'm not tired at all. Look at my body. As she spoke, Soo-yang stretched her arms, and her joints cracked softly. I know. Of course you're amazing now, but we need to keep this up for a long time, so from now on, we have to learn to take care of our bodies. I understand. Soo-yang couldn't help but smile and nod in agreement. It seems. This wife of mine is really hard to satisfy. Women of this age are truly no joke. Before getting pregnant and having kids, one must definitely go through a wild phase for a while. Before long, the two finished their lunch. After tidying up a bit, Yang Shui took Soo-yang to an office nearby. The office door was open. It was empty inside. The room was brand new, spacious, and well lit. Honey, how about this room as your office? Yang Shui wrapped her arm around Soo-yang's arm and asked gently. It's indeed quite nice. It seems even bigger than your office. This office is just a little bigger than mine, but basically the same. I've had them buy things according to the layout of my office. The items should be mostly ordered within the next couple of days. The two of them walked around the room, chatting softly. Honey, actually, I don't really need an office. After all, once I start school, I won't be coming here as often. That's not possible. Yang Shui heard this and shook her head gently. You're my husband and the head of our group company. How can you not have an office? Now everyone in the company is talking about how I'm keeping a young man. Well, I'll just admit it openly, I have a young man who loves me. Not only do we have a good relationship, but I'm also going to have a child with him and marry him. Alright, I'll follow my wife's arrangements. Su Yang heard Yang Shue's words and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. His wife had endured so much over the years. She's been enduring all kinds of pressure. Now she has to endure the pressure of rumors and gossip. At this moment, he must stand firmly by his wife's side and face these external misunderstandings head on. Love her and cherish her. As he spoke, Su Yang embraced his wife tightly in his arms and gently kissed her lips. Husband, do you like doing that with me in the office? Yang Shui glanced at the slightly ajar door and patted her rapidly beating chest. Cough, cough, cough. We haven't tried it before. Should we find a time when no one's around and give it a try? Sure, honey, as long as you like it. It's just that the office walls aren't very soundproof, so I won't be able to make much noise. Yang Shui blushed and giggled, gently pinching Su Yang's cheek. This little husband. He sure does like to play around. Just wait and see how your wife will slowly deal with you. Well, shall we go to the restroom now? It's getting late. I'm worried my wife won't get enough rest. As he spoke, Su Yang pulled out his phone to check the time. It's getting late. We should go over there and have a proper talk. Ha ha. Sure, honey, let's go. I was thinking about it too. Yang Shui saw this and her eyes lit up involuntarily. Her face turned slightly red. Then she wrapped her arm around Su Yang's arm and left the empty office, heading straight for the nearby break room. Slow down, this is the room. As soon as the two left Su Yang's office, Zhang, the secretary, walked over, followed by several movers. They were carrying furniture and other items. This young lady was highly efficient, not even taking a break for lunch. Chapter 180, this girl said she'll have kids in the future? They arrived at the restroom. The two of them lay together, cuddling. Honey, you have so many ideas. Every time I'm with you, I feel a new kind of excitement. Ha ha. Good husband, as long as you listen to your wife. I'll make sure you're happy every day. Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle, licking her lips with a hint of lingering desire. This restroom, though secluded, wasn't actually very soundproof. Yang Shui really couldn't fully express herself. Really? My little Shui wife is that amazing? Of course. My wife is a professional designer, she is never short on new ideas. Yang Shui blushed and playfully tugged at Su Yang. My little husband. You just wait for your wife, I'll definitely take good care of you. Alright. By the way, honey, I chatted with our daughter for a while this morning. Oh? What did you talk about? Tell your wife. Yang Shui, upon hearing this, immediately became interested. After all, it involved their daughter, so she was naturally very concerned. That little girl. She might really be seeing Xiao Pingping. That thing must be something she and Pingping used together. Oh. I knew it. The relationship between these two girls is definitely not normal. Two girls using that thing together, how could that be normal? Yang Shui didn't find it surprising. After hearing Su Yang's words, she only sighed softly. It seems she had already confirmed this matter. But the child said that if she and Pingping really end up together, she'll have children. Ha? The girl said she'll have children in the future? Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but brighten up. If her daughter had such thoughts, does that mean she's still salvageable? Right, honey, look at our daughter, she has got the looks, the figure, and she is so smart. A girl as smart and beautiful as her, if she has her own children, they'll definitely be outstanding. You're right, honey, but does our daughter think the same way? Yes, dear. This girl does indeed think that way. Actually, she is very aware that when compared to Xiao Pingping, she is definitely much more beautiful than Pingping. They're not even in the same league. Su Yang nodded slightly, then turned his head to examine his wife's jade-like figure closely. If you were to compare Yang Xia with his wife was still far more charming. Yang Xia's figure was decent, but it was a bit too plain and unremarkable. And she's not curvy enough. Of course, in a few years, this girl will definitely become more voluptuous. But right now, her innocent charm simply can't compare to my wife. But compared to Xiao Pingping, she is indeed much more beautiful. Sigh. I never would have thought that this girl would fall for Xiao Pingping. Never mind. For now, we can only let things take their natural course. Oh. If that's the case, maybe this girl could actually change back. They say, once a girl becomes a mother, her mindset changes a lot. Maybe she'll truly start to like boys. As she spoke, Yang Shui's eyes grew brighter and brighter. But the child is still so young, we can't let her get pregnant and have a baby now, can we? This is indeed not a good idea. Sigh. Honey, do you have any other particularly handsome classmates you could introduce to our daughter? This There are plenty of male classmates, and some of them are pretty handsome, but besides me, Yang Xia refuses to talk to any other boys. After she transformed into a girl, many classmates tried to pursue her, but she rejected them all. Now, this girl really doesn't like hanging out with ordinary boys. Over the past year of college, she has only been on decent terms with me. Su Yang listened to his wife's words and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. As for introducing her to someone, that's really too difficult. Maybe it's better to share a few movies with her to watch. Maybe she could pick up on some of the unique qualities of boys through the movies. After all, she doesn't like interacting with boys right now, so introducing her to a boyfriend at this point isn't very reliable. Ah. Yang Shui heard this and sighed softly before nodding. Let us see. There's no rush with this, we'll take it slow. When it came to her daughter's matters, Yang Shui's previous enthusiasm faded significantly. After hugging each other for a while, she decided to go back to work. Otherwise, they could have ended up messing around until 3 in the afternoon. Since his wife was going back to work, Su Yang naturally wouldn't continue resting either. So he also left the break room and headed straight to the IT department. By the time he sat down at his desk, it was only just past 2 o'clock. A moment later, Yang Xia also hurried back and sat down at her desk. Hey, what were you doing? You look so rushed. Cough, cough, cough. I went home to grab some clothes. I'm going to stay at my grandparents' place tonight. Yang Xia turned her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had run home to take the long box, and she was definitely too embarrassed to tell Su Yang about it. Such a thing was still a bit embarrassing to talk about. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately thought of that thing. However, he didn't call her out on it. He'd wait until he got home that night and have his wife look for it again. If it really wasn't there, that would further confirm the relationship between Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping. Old buddy, you and my mom. If this keeps up, am I about to get a little sister or brother? Did you two take any precautions? Cough, cough, cough. Kids shouldn't pry into such things. Of course we didn't use any precautions. This year, getting pregnant shouldn't be a problem. Su Yang smiled and nodded, gently patting Yang Xia on the shoulder. Having such a grown-up daughter is indeed quite nice. She can help take care of the kids in the future. Chapter 181, Mom Wants a Daughter-in-Law. Before he knew it, the afternoon had passed. With just a few minutes left before work ended, Yang Xia patted Su Yang on the shoulder and slipped away with a smile. This little girl. Up until now, Xiao Pingping had always held an irreplaceable place in her heart. And their feelings for each other had grown even deeper. Previously, Xiao Pingping hadn't been able to accept this kind of relationship between two girls. However, after her mother fell seriously ill, their feelings began to change gradually. It wasn't until a few days ago. The two finally crossed the final boundary and used that strange thing. Ding dong. As the end of the workday approached, Su Yang casually packed up his belongings. His phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Yang Shui. Honey, I'm done with work. Let us head straight downstairs to our parents' place? Sure, honey, I'll be downstairs soon. After sending a smile emoticon message back, Su Yang stood up and left his desk. Soon, the two met in the parking lot and drove together to their parents' house. Having not been home for several days, Mom had prepared a sumptuous dinner. The family gathered together, filled with laughter and joy. My parents' mental state has also improved significantly. Now that my mom had quit her job at the property management company, she was finally able to enjoy some real leisure time. However, my dad doesn't want to be idle, so he continues to work as a security guard. The job isn't very busy, it's mostly just killing time. But he's gotten used to it, so he'll just keep doing it for now and see how things go in the future. After dinner, the two of them chatted with their family for a while before driving off again. To create a better environment for having a child, they decided to move back to their original place. After all, there were no disturbances there, and they could focus fully on their efforts. Not long after, the two hurried back home. Ring ring. Just moments after arriving home, Su Yang received a video call request from his biological mother. Big sister, you missed me, didn't you? Su Yang smiled and answered the video call, then sat down on the sofa. Of course I miss my son. Ha ha ha. Where's my daughter-in-law? Have you had dinner yet? As soon as his mother mentioned missing Su Yang, she quickly changed the subject to talk about her daughter-in-law. We've already eaten, older sister. Xiao Shui went to take a shower. Oh. Why didn't you go? Cough cough cough. Sister, if you hadn't called, I would gone already. Look, I've already changed into my pajamas. Su Yang smiled and pointed the phone camera at his clothes. Indeed. He had originally planned to take a shower with his wife, but his mother's call came in unexpectedly. Ha ha ha. Alright, hang up. Hurry up and go wash up. You're both still young, you have to wash together. His mother was indeed no ordinary woman, she was very open-minded about such matters. As soon as Su Yang heard this, he immediately laughed and urged him to go take a shower. Alright, Mom, we'll chat after we're done. No more chatting, no more chatting. Hurry up and go. I'm waiting to hold my grandchild. We'll talk tomorrow. I just miss my daughter-in-law. Nothing else. I'll hang up now. With that, Mom hung up the phone. Alright. Su Yang smiled and put the phone aside, then ran quickly toward the bedroom. Xiao Shui, honey, I'm here. A moment later. Happy sounds could be heard coming from the bathroom. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang emerged from the bathroom holding Yang Shui in his arms. That white, pinkish-hued body was utterly captivating. Yang Shui's arms were tightly wrapped around his neck, and the two of them occasionally kissed each other. Husband. What's wrong, honey? Did you come up with another new idea today? Yes, there is. I'll definitely make you fall even more deeply in love with me. Yang Shui blushed, her voice already sounding unnatural. Xiao Shui, I'm already completely obsessed with you. You're the goddess of my heart. Su Yang embraced Yang Shui, and they soon made their way to the large bed, cuddling together. My husband is so obedient. I love you so much, little treasure. Come. As she spoke, she extended her finger and gently tugged at his chin. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable allure. Continued omitted. Don't ask the author why. By the time the two of them finished, it was already late at night. Not long after, the two embraced each other and drifted off to sleep. When Su Yang was awakened by the alarm clock, he turned his head and found that Yang Shui was no longer in bed. This wife. She sure has a lot of energy. Yesterday, she was the one who initiated everything, yet she got up so early. Squeak! With the sound of the door opening, Yang Shui walked into the room. Honey, get up and get ready. Your wife has already made breakfast. Peck. Saying that, she hugged Su Yang's head and kissed him. Honey, weren't you tired yesterday? Do your legs hurt? I'm fine. My wife has already gotten used to it. She's basically trained herself. As long as it's not too long, she doesn't feel sore anymore. Yang Shui blushed and smiled, unable to resist throwing herself into his arms again. How about a little longer? No. Good girl, your wife has a meeting to attend this morning. Yang Shui blushed and sat up. Then she stood up and began pulling Su Yang's arm, urging him to get up quickly. Alright, honey. Since his wife had a meeting, Su Yang naturally wouldn't delay. Busy as he was, work still had to be taken seriously. After all, he couldn't help his wife with her work yet, so he absolutely couldn't hold her back. Soon, Su Yang had finished getting ready. Before long, the two of them sat down together at the dining table. They began to enjoy the breakfast Yang Shui had prepared. Honey, I wonder how long we'll be able to keep this up? I love this kind of life, just the two of us. I can love you freely, and you can love me without any reservations. Yang Shui ate while gazing deeply at her husband. Her voice was filled with unspeakable love. We can keep this up forever. After all, our daughter will eventually move out, right? No one stays with their parents forever. Su Yang smiled and gently stroked her cheek. Chapter 182, Is my husband afraid? Yes, I know, honey. I mean, once we have a child, maybe we won't be as free anymore. Then, maybe we should wait 2 more years before having a child? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but nod slightly. But his wife's age didn't allow them to wait too long. But waiting a year or two should be fine, right? But with his wife's charm. A year or two. Probably not enough to truly resolve the mutual longing between the two of them, but it should be better, right? No, honey, my wife is getting a bit older. We have to have a child sooner rather than later. Let's not wait any longer. Once I'm pregnant, I'm sure our intimate life will have to be greatly reduced. You're still young, can you really hold back? Yang Shui said these words based on her own feelings. She felt that. At the moment, based on her own feelings, she really wishes she could be with Su Yang all the time. If it weren't for her busy work schedule, she might actually want to work all day and then keep going at night. Perhaps it's just this stage of life. Or maybe it's because she's been waiting for Su Yang for 19 years. Even she doesn't quite understand it herself, but she feels like a volcano ready to erupt. It's completely out of control. It's okay, honey. These desires of mine, they all stem from my obsession and love for you. If you're not comfortable, then your husband can certainly hold back. I would never do anything to hurt you. Don't worry, Xiao Shui, it's okay. Su Yang heard Yang Shui's words and couldn't help but feel moved. His wife always thinks so much about him. Even after getting pregnant, she's still worried about whether her husband will hold back. What's there to worry about? Before meeting Yang Shui, wasn't life the same anyway? This matter can also be resolved by creating our own happiness with our own hands. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words and couldn't help but feel a little moved. She couldn't help but reach out and touch his chest. My little darling is so good. If we have a child, they'll definitely be well-behaved and obedient. I'm so excited right now. Honey, let's just go with the flow. Let's enjoy this moment now, okay? I know, honey. In the future. I'll make sure to cook even better for you and give you more nourishing food. Yang Shui said, her face blushing slightly. To be honest, if it weren't for work, after the two of them finished breakfast, she would definitely drag Su Yang back to the bedroom. Anyway, such a fiery volcano trying to extinguish it is basically impossible. Alright, honey, you're really amazing. Does that mean you're scared, honey? Cough cough cough. How could I be scared? I haven't even really lost my temper yet. Shui, you just wait and see how I'll deal with you tonight. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but give a sheepish smile. But which man would admit he's no good? This matter must be done. After breakfast, the two of them drove to the company together. Honey, this morning, I went to our daughter's room again. On the way, Yang Shui looked at Su Yang and mentioned their daughter again. What's wrong, honey? Did you discover something else? Last night when I came back, I noticed that our daughter's slippers were in a different spot. I knew that little girl must have come back during the day. So I thought she must have come back to get something. Sure enough, she actually took that thing with her. Sigh. Yang Shui sighed softly, her mood dropping again. It's okay, honey. After all, the kids are growing up. It's normal for them to have such needs. Actually, I understand. It's just that I don't think their approach is the best. If this girl could find a decent young man, I would definitely support her wholeheartedly. Never mind. For now, we don't have any better solutions, so we'll just have to let things take their course. Yang Shui nodded and didn't bring up the topic again. Anyway, no matter how we discuss it, there is no good solution at the moment. Su Yang couldn't possibly ask himself to let Yang Xia try it out. That would be even more unreliable. Let's not think about it too much for now. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the company. After going upstairs, Su Yang went straight to the IT department. Yang Xia was already there. She was humming a tune, happily looking at things. Hey, buddy, what's up? Yeah, good morning, buddy. Wow, you're in such a good mood. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, who was in a great mood, and couldn't help but smile and pat her on the shoulder. This girl, did she take that thing last night and use it again with Xiao Pingping already? So, that's why she's so happy now? Yeah, I'm happy. Aren't you happy? Of course I'm happy. I'm with your mom. Every day is so much fun. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. The girl's response left him speechless. If you're so happy, isn't it only natural for me to be happy too? Ha ha ha. Yang Xia said, unable to help but laugh softly. Alright, I won't ask anymore. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and didn't ask anymore. Soon, they were back to studying. Time passed minute by minute. Before they knew it, it was already 11 a.m. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone buzzed. It was a message from his mother. Yang, what are you up to? What's my daughter-in-law doing right now? I miss her. I just sent her a message, but she hasn't replied yet. Reading the message, he couldn't help but smile. His mother was always in a hurry. Yang Shui was probably in a meeting and hadn't had a chance to check her phone yet. She'll definitely reply later. Don't worry, big sister. Shui is probably in a meeting right now. She'll definitely reply once she's done. Alright, got it, son. How is everything going lately? When can I hold my grandchild? Don't rush, it's coming soon. Su Yang looked at his mother's message and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Xiao Shua and I haven't had enough fun yet. Actually, there's no need to rush having a child. Let nature take its course. If having a child is treated like an important task, wouldn't that mean missing out on so much fun? Chapter 183, the plan to reunite family members from past and present lives. Ha ha ha. Good son, you must work hard for your mother, okay? I'm waiting to hold my grandchild. Once Xiao Shui gets pregnant, I'll come over to help you guys clean the house and cook. I need to take good care of my daughter-in-law. Seeing my mama's message, I knew she was already eagerly waiting. Now that both parents are still young, helping to take care of the children is definitely no problem. But the parents from my past life and this life have never met yet. It seems I'll have to consider arranging a meeting between the two sets of parents in the near future. Alright, Mom, don't worry. It won't take too long. Su Yang and his mom chatted for a while longer before ending the conversation. Time passed slowly. Before long, it was noon. Ding dong. Su Yang was just about to head to Yang Shui's office when he stood up and received a message from her. Honey, come over. It's time to eat. Alright, honey, I'll be right there. After receiving his wife's message, he stood up and hurried upstairs. Of course, Yang Xia had already left to go find Xiao Pingping for dinner. Now, the two of them were as close as one person. Just like Su Yang and Yang Shui, they couldn't help but think about being together all the time. Before long, Su Yang rushed upstairs and entered Yang Shui's office. As soon as he entered the office, Su Yang noticed his wife was on the phone. After listening for a moment, he realized she was video calling her mother. My daughter-in-law, you should eat quickly. I'll come visit you all soon. Alright, older sister. You should eat quickly too. Soon, Yang Shui finished her call with Su Yang's mother. She then stood up from her desk and walked over to Su Yang's side. Honey, haven't you told your older sister about your past life yet? No, I haven't. Su Yang nodded slightly, realizing that this matter had suddenly become urgent. Given Mom's personality, she might just show up in Jiangcheng at any moment. It seemed he needed to think carefully about how to arrange a meeting between the two families. For his family from his previous life, this wasn't an issue, as they were all well aware of the situation. If Su Yang didn't have his current parents, there wouldn't be the Su Yang of today. But for his current parents, they are unaware of Su Yang's past life. So, the most important thing right now is to talk to my older sister about reincarnation. As for whether she believes it, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But I just don't know how his current parents will react. Honey, I think we should tell our parents about this. After all, it's an important matter. Once my older sister comes over, both sides will inevitably have to meet. Even if they don't meet for a while, once I'm pregnant, meeting them will be unavoidable. You're right, honey. Let's take some time to think of a plan together. The main thing is to talk to our eldest sister. As long as she believes us, my dad won't have any issues. Su Yang nodded slightly after hearing Yang Shui's words. You're right, honey. Come on, let's eat first, we can talk while we eat. Alright, honey. The meal was already prepared and placed on the coffee table. Soon, the two sat down together and began eating. Honey, you said. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment, then turned her head to look at Su Yang. What's wrong, honey? Go ahead. I was thinking, maybe I should just invite my older sister over? Actually, there are a lot of things we haven't discussed with her in detail yet. For example, we have another daughter, and my actual age. Although my older sister likes me, I can't help but feel like I've been deceiving her. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, her eyes betraying a hint of awkwardness. The man she loved was really much younger than her. But for the sake of their future happiness, they had discussed it together and decided to keep some things hidden from their families. But in the future, they would eventually have to explain the truth to their families. It's okay, honey. Actually, my older sister already knows. She had already guessed your age, but she didn't mind. Really, honey? Yes, that's right. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Actually, his mother had already talked to him privately about it, but she chose to support her son's decision. Actually, my older sister mentioned it before. She asked me earlier. She said, Shui isn't just 30, is she? My older sister could tell right away. But she didn't oppose us because of that. Instead, she chose to support us, and she really likes you too. Oh. Yang Shui heard this and her face couldn't help but flush slightly. So the future mother-in-law had already noticed. But there was one thing she hadn't told her yet. However, this shouldn't be a problem. After all, the child was adopted, not her biological child. Don't worry, honey. There's no need to overthink it. We can have your older sister come over, and we'll talk things through with her when the time comes. As for your real age and the matter involving our child, these are all minor issues. As long as the older sister trusts you as the wife, the rest isn't a problem. Su Yang smiled, wrapped his arm around Yang Shui's shoulder, and turned to give her a gentle kiss. Okay, honey. As for the matter of my parents from my previous life, it shouldn't be a big deal either. Once she comes over, we'll talk it over with her together. I believe it should be fine. With all that evidence, my older sister will definitely believe us. Alright, honey. I'll check the time and invite Mom and Dad over. Dad might not come, he still needs to check on the tobacco shop, but my older sister will definitely come. She's really liked you since she met you. As long as you ask her to come, she'll definitely come. And she'll be here in a few days. I understand, honey. Honey, there's no need to rush. We can wait until you're pregnant and then have my older sister come over to visit. By then, everything will be fine, haha. Su Yang said, unable to help but laugh. Chapter 184, The Independent Office is Ready. Actually, Su Yang's meaning was simple. As long as she was pregnant, everything would be easier to discuss because of the pregnancy. It's okay, honey. Let's just go with the flow and not rush it. I haven't had enough time with you yet. Ha ha ha. That's right. You're absolutely right, honey. I feel the same way. Alright, whenever your sister comes over, it's fine. Let things take their natural course, there's no need to rush. Looking at Yang Shui's slightly sparkling eyes, Su Yang really wanted to go up and hug her. Then, just carry her to the restroom. Then have a deep, heartfelt conversation. Alright, honey. The two ate and chatted, and before long, they had finished their lunch. Then, the two of them held hands and went to the restroom. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. That morning, 10 o'clock. Su Yang was at his desk in the IT department reviewing documents when Zhang, the secretary, walked over. Good morning, Mr. Su. Hello, Yang Xia. Mr. Su, please pack up your desk. Your new office has been fully prepared, and you can move in right away. Alright, Zhang secretary, I'll tidy up and head over shortly. Su Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. This Zhang secretary is quite efficient. In just a couple of days, she managed to get a large office all set up. Alright, Mr. Su. Let me know when you arrive at the office. There are further arrangements to make. See you shortly? Alright, Zhang secretary, you go ahead. I'll see you shortly. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then waved goodbye to Zhang. Old buddy. What's this? Yang Xia naturally recognized Zhang's secretary. After all, she was his mother's secretary. My mom specially arranged an office for me. What do you think, old buddy? Want to go with me? We can share an office? Su Yang packed his things while glancing back at Yang Xia. Cough cough cough. No, buddy, I wouldn't dare share an office with you. I think I've figured out what my mom meant. Yang Xia was indeed very smart. Based on this situation, he immediately identified the crux of the matter. She knew her mom was effectively announcing it within the company, making it official. This young, handsome guy is Yang Shui's man. Su Yang nodded slightly. It was a tacit acknowledgement of Yang Xia's thoughts. That's fine. If I ever want to chat with you in the future, I'll just come straight to your office instead of going to the conference room. Sure, buddy. Make sure to come by often, or I'll get lonely. Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. But you won't be lonely at all. Your office is probably on the top floor, right? You'll be able to see my mom anytime you want. You're not lonely at all. Cough cough cough. That's not the same. We're buddies. There are some things you can't say to women, but you can say to your buddies, right? We can even play games together later. How fun would that be? After all, their brotherly bond is pretty strong. It's nice to chat when we have time. You're right, bro. It's just that we've been too preoccupied with women lately. We don't even have time to play games together anymore. Alright. Don't worry, buddy, I'll come visit you often. Let's put other relationships aside for now, but our friendship, we still need to maintain it, don't you think? Right, bro. Come on, let us make a promise. Su Yang said, smiling as he extended his little finger and linked it with Yang Xia's. The two spoke softly, slowly packing their things. Before long, Su Yang had packed all his personal belongings, including everything on his computer, which had all been copied. Let's go, buddy. I'll give you a ride and check out your office while I'm at it. To be honest, Yang Xia still felt a bit envious of Su Yang. He now had his own private office. As for her, Yang Xia, she knew it was impossible for her to have one in the near future. But she understood. Su Yang will eventually marry her mother, who is, in fact, her legal father. Given his status, having an independent office is perfectly normal. Alright, let us go. Su Yang slung his bag over his shoulder, grabbed his water cup, and stood up from his seat. He exchanged greetings with a few familiar employees without offering an explanation and headed toward the exit. As I passed by the director's office, I greeted him. Director, I'm heading upstairs. Su Yang didn't know if Shang, the secretary, had greeted Director Li, so he just gave a vague nod. Alright, buddy, go ahead. I'll come up later to hang out. In fact, Director Li already knew quite a bit about Su Yang's background. However, the information he had was all hearsay, so he couldn't be completely certain. Anyway, he knew this young man wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Alright, Director Li, see you later. After saying that, Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, then left with Yang Xia at a leisurely pace. Wow! Bro, your office seems bigger than my mama's office. You've really decorated it nicely. This sofa is so comfortable. Upon entering Su Yang's office, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel even more envious. As she spoke, she plopped down onto the comfortable sofa. Bro, can we talk about something? What's on your mind? Su Yang looked at Yang Xia and couldn't help but laugh. This old buddy must have set his sights on this office, right? Thinking of moving in to work here? Old buddy, why don't you go rest at my mama's place for lunch? We'll leave this place for me and Ping Ping. When you come back, we'll leave, okay? Want to take a nap here? Yeah, that's right, buddy. Look at this sofa here, it's so big and soft. We could cuddle up with my little Ping Ping here, that'd be so much fun. Cough cough cough. Old buddy, you and Ping Ping can rest here, but you two can't do that kind of thing here. After all, people come and go here. If someone hears you, that wouldn't be good. As a close friend, Su Yang could still say such things. And he had to say it. What if those two girls aren't careful? That would be bad. Chapter 185, Su Yang gets a secretary. No, it's not appropriate to do that in the office. What if someone knocks on the door? We wouldn't even have time to clean up. Don't worry, buddy, I won't do anything reckless. Yang Xia gave a sheepish smile and made a promise to Su Yang. Alright, no problem. Since he said that, Su Yang naturally wouldn't say anything else. As long as the two of them weren't causing trouble in the office, it didn't matter. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yang Xiao left Su Yang's office and returned to the IT department. Not having her own office didn't bother her much. After all, Su Yang was her mother's man. Even if she had any objections, she had to keep them to herself. This was her mother's decision, not hers. Not having an office wasn't a big deal. After all, she and Xiao Pingping had a place to rest during lunch anyway. This was actually pretty good. Ding dong ding dong. Su Yang sat behind the large desk, squinting his eyes and savoring the tranquility of the office. Suddenly, the office door was knocked. Come in. Squeak. With a creak, Zhang, the secretary, entered. Behind her was a young, attractive girl. Mr. Su, how's the office? Do you like it? Zhang and Su Yang were fairly familiar with each other, so they spoke naturally and casually. She was well aware. Mr. Yang was truly smitten with this young hunk. It seemed like she was ready to marry him. Now, it seems they're planning to publicly announce their relationship. Hello, Ms. Zhang. I like it here. The office is beautifully decorated. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhang. Mr. Su, you're too kind. As he spoke, Zhang's secretary couldn't help but smile. Then she turned around and pulled the girl beside her. Mr. Su, this colleague is Li Feifei. She is an employee from the Human Resources Department and has been assigned to work as your secretary. From now on, if you have any tasks, please feel free to assign them to Feifei. What, a secretary? Su Yang was taken aback by Zhang's words. Are you kidding me? My main task is to learn I shouldn't need a secretary, right? Yes, Mr. Su, this was arranged by Mr. Yang. Currently, Feifei is still handling HR department tasks. Initially, you shouldn't be too busy, so she will temporarily assist you as your secretary. Once you get busier, she'll switch back to being your full-time secretary. Zhang, the secretary, said with a smile and nodded. Mr. Su, hello. My name is Li Feifei. If you need anything, just let me know. Li Feifei, seeing this, immediately approached and politely greeted Su Yang. Her voice was soft, but her demeanor was dignified and graceful. Alright, thank you, Li Feifei. Su Yang nodded slightly and did not say much else for the time being. In truth, he felt he didn't need a secretary. He hadn't expected his wife to arrange a secretary for him directly, and she hadn't mentioned it beforehand either. Mr. Su, please continue your conversation with Feifei. I'll go ahead. By the way, Mr. Yang is currently in the conference room holding a meeting. It should be a while before he finishes. Goodbye, Mr. Su. After saying that, Zhang, the secretary, smiled and waved at Su Yang before turning and leaving his office. Mr. Su, hello. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Seeing the president's secretary leave, Li Feifei smiled, took out her phone, and walked confidently to Su Yang's desk. Earlier, she had already learned some information about the man in front of her from Zhang, the secretary. In short, this handsome young man was Yang Zhong's lover, and she would be his secretary from now on. Her primary responsibility was to handle everything Mr. Su assigned her. Before meeting Su Yang, she had assumed that Mr. Su was likely a man in his 30s or 40s. Upon meeting him, she was surprised to discover that Yang Zhong's partner was actually a young man who looked to be under 20 years old. Both her face and figure are quite impressive. What a handsome young man. Working as a secretary for such a handsome young boss is indeed quite a privilege. Great, Li Feifei, thank you. To be honest, Su Yang was just a freshman in college and had never imagined he'd get his own personal secretary so quickly. For a moment, it's a bit unsettling. Having a secretary is perfectly normal for someone like his wife, who is the group president. But for him, his main tasks are reviewing documents and studying, and occasionally handling tasks assigned by the director of the online department. He doesn't need a secretary at all. I wonder why my wife arranged a secretary for him. Right, this Li Feifei is a part-time secretary. Thank goodness she's part-time. If she were full-time, he wouldn't even know what to assign her to do. Mr. Su, you can just call me Feifei from now on. As she spoke, Li Feifei handed over her WeChat QR code. Mr. Su, just scan it. Beep. Soon, Su Yang added her on WeChat. He specifically noted her name in the contact list. Mr. Su, do you like coffee? It's okay. Su Yang nodded and replied politely. Would you like some now? I can go out and grind some for you. Sure, thank you. To be honest, Su Yang was actually in the mood for coffee. At the IT department, he only drank plain water. Of course, there was instant coffee available there as well, but he didn't care for it much. On the top floor at the water bar, there is a dedicated coffee machine that grinds the beans fresh. Alright, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Would you like sugar and milk? Sure, that is fine. Got it, Mr. Su. I'll be right back. Saying that, she left Su Yang's office. Li Feifei was quite sharp, both in speech and action. Su Yang had a pretty good first impression of her. Su Yang stood up and sat down at the tea table. This was the exact same tea table as the one in Yang Shue's room. Tea, water, cups, everything was provided. There were also various types of tea leaves, allowing one to choose according to their preference. To be honest, Su Yang really knew nothing about tea ceremony. Previously, Yang Shui had always brewed it for him. Dong dong dong. Just as Su Yang was sitting at the tea table, lost in thought, the office door rang again. Come in. As the door opened, Li Feifei returned. She was holding a cup of coffee. Mr. Su, your coffee. Saying this, Li Feifei walked over and placed the coffee on the tea table in front of Su Yang. Chapter 186, For the one you love, any sacrifice is worth it. Thank you, Feifei. Mr. Su, you're too kind. Would you like some tea, Mr. Su? I can make it for you. I've had enough water today, so I'll skip the tea for now. Maybe later. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. As for having the secretary make tea, he'd deal with that later. He'd ask his wife after she returned from the meeting. In truth, he really didn't need a secretary. Alright, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, is there anything else you need me to do? Nothing for now. Why don't you go back first? I'll contact you if anything comes up. Su Yang shook his head slightly and replied politely. To be honest, he really didn't have anything too important for the secretary to do. Alright, Mr. Su. I'll go ahead then. Bye. With that, Li Feifei didn't linger any longer, gave Su Yang a polite wave, and left. Su Yang held his coffee, pacing around his office, sipping and admiring the surroundings. This office environment. It's so much better than the IT department. This wife. She really treats me so well. Time ticked by second by second. Before I knew it, it was already 11:30. Tap tap tap. With the sound of footsteps approaching, the door to Su Yang's office was knocked on again. Is my wife here? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He quickly stood up from his chair and hurried over to open the door. Sure enough. Upon opening the door, he saw Yang Shui standing outside with a smile on her face. Honey. How about it, honey? Do you like it? As she spoke, Yang Shui walked into Su Yang's office. I love it. Come here, honey, sit down. As he spoke, Su Yang took Yang Shui's hand and led her directly to the sofa. Honey, why did you arrange for the secretary to work with me too? Assigning him a large office would have been acceptable, as it would provide a quieter environment for studying, and Su Yang wouldn't have said much about it. But assigning a secretary was really unnecessary. Honey, I plan to cultivate you properly. From now on, you'll have to attend all important company meetings. Additionally, I'll arrange for the most professional personnel from each department to give you lectures. Your wife is even planning to have children for you. Don't you want to study hard and help your wife take on some responsibilities sooner? Yang Shui gently embraced Su Yang and spoke softly. But behind the gentle words lay arrangements that couldn't be refused. Of course I want to help my wife as soon as possible. Every time I think about how hard she works, I feel so useless. Sigh. After all, he had just graduated from his first year of university, and he was majoring in computer science. At the moment, the help he could offer his wife's company was indeed minimal. So Su Yang felt a bit helpless inside. But the two had decided to have a child. Maybe Yang Shui will get pregnant soon. But he couldn't help his wife at all right now, which was indeed frustrating. Don't worry, honey. Your wife has already made arrangements. In the future, husband might have to work a bit harder. Not only will you have to study the ins and outs of each department, but you'll also have to attend some necessary meetings. Little darling, are you afraid of the hard work? As she spoke, Yang Shui reached out and gently pinched Su Yang's chest. If my wife isn't afraid of hard work, why should I, a man, be afraid of it? For my beloved Shui, any hardship is worth it. Su Yang said, taking Yang Shui's hand in his. His expression was very serious. For the one he loved, any sacrifice was worth it. He wanted to prove to his wife, and to the entire company, that Yang Shui's husband was not just a pretty boy. Alright. Kiss. My husband is so awesome. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words, and a burst of light flashed in her eyes. She reached out her hand. Her small hand gently caressed Su Yang's cheek. Then she leaned in and kissed his lips. Although her husband was younger, with his efforts, she believed that in the near future he would be able to help her greatly. Even if he surpasses her, it won't take many years. Don't worry, my dear, I'll work hard. I won't let you down. Ding dong. As Su Yang was speaking, Yang Shui's phone rang. She picked up her phone, glanced at it, then looked back at Su Yang. Honey, Zhang, the secretary, has brought lunch. Why don't we have her bring it to this office? I feel like your office seems a bit quieter. Sure, let's eat here then. Alright, honey. As she spoke, Yang Shui picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Zhang, the secretary. Xiao Zhang, please deliver the meal to Mr. Su's office. We'll eat here. A moment later. Zhang, the secretary, arrived carrying a meal box. Ms. Yang, Mr. Su. Seeing the two of them sitting closely together on the sofa, Zhang's face turned slightly red. She placed the meal on the coffee table. Seeing how close the two were, she merely nodded in greeting before quickly leaving the office. Honey, let's eat. This okra is for you can eat a little more of it. Are you trying to say like cures like? Ha ha ha. Looking at the okra, Su Yang immediately thought of this term from traditional Chinese medicine. He couldn't remember who had told him that. Probably, maybe it was my dad. But Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. Okra is said to tonify the kidneys and replenish essence, which should be quite beneficial for men. So she thought she'd help Su Yang out. Although her husband wasn't very old, since they had started having sex, their frequency of lovemaking was indeed quite high. Even if he's young, he still needs some replenishment. Eat up, little darling. It tastes pretty good. Thank you, dear. I'll eat. Of course, Su Yang wouldn't refuse his wife's kindness. So he picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily. As for whether it had any nourishing effect, that was secondary. The two of them didn't eat quickly, and before they knew it, it was past midnight. Knock knock knock. At that moment, the office door was suddenly knocked on. From the sound of the knocking, it was clear it wasn't Zhang, the secretary. Come in. Su Yang turned his head to look at the door and responded. Chapter 187, Yang Xia, you and Xiu Pingping should be careful not to cause a scene during your lunch break. Squeak. As the door opened, it was Yang Xia who walked in. Following behind her was the docile and obedient Xiu Pingping. Uncle, Mom, haven't you finished eating yet? Seeing Su Yang and her mom sitting together eating, Yang Xia couldn't help but scratch her head. She had originally come over with Xiu Pingping for a nap, but she hadn't expected them to still be eating. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Xiu Pingping also hurried forward to greet them, her cheeks slightly flushed. We'll be done soon. Have you two eaten yet? Looking at her daughter and Xiu Pingping, Yang Shui smiled gently. Though she didn't entirely approve of her daughter being with Xiu Pingping, she didn't show it. She didn't want her daughter to be unhappy, so she chose to remain silent. Mom, we've already eaten. Pingping and I came over to take a look at Uncle's new office. Alright, sit down. Why don't you stay here for a nap during lunch? Your uncle and I will finish eating and leave right away. The sofa is quite spacious. Yang Shui naturally felt very sorry for her daughter. Seeing her come over, she immediately thought of this matter. Great, thanks, Mom. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now. Come on. Pingping, sit here and rest. Yang Xia pulled Xiu Pingping's little hand and sat down on the sofa. Anyway, the sofa was large enough for 4 people to sit comfortably. A short while later, Su Yang and Yang Shui finished their meal. After tidying up a bit, the two of them decided to leave. Before leaving, Su Yang gave Yang Xia a wink. His meaning was simple. Bro, you've got to watch your image. Yang Xia simply nodded slightly without showing any emotion. She would definitely be careful about such things. After all, they were 2 girls. If this relationship were to get out, it wouldn't be good for either of their reputations or their mother's reputation. Just the fact that her mother had found a younger man was already enough to make headlines. If news of her relationship with Xiu Pingping were to spread now, it wouldn't be good. She is well aware of the stakes involved. At least for now. The two of them need to keep things confidential. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Shui left the office and headed straight for the break room. Honey, these 2 girls are really close, aren't they? The two arrived at the break room and quickly lay down on the bed, snuggling up together. Cough cough cough. Yeah, honey, their relationship must be pretty good. I just can't figure it out. How could she fall for Xiu Pingping? I just can't figure it out. Yang Shui stroked Su Yang's face while speaking with a sense of resentment. For her daughter's happiness, she chose to accept it. But deep down, she still felt a lingering sense of resentment. Such a beautiful daughter, how could this happen? Honey, the real reason I became friends with Yang Xia is mainly because of her tomboyish personality. Do you know how we met? Oh, tell me about it. When it came to how her daughter and husband had become such good friends, she really didn't know the specifics. It must be quite interesting. Actually, it's pretty funny. It was just after school started. I always thought Yang Xia was a boy and never even considered that she might be a girl. One day, I went to the restroom and happened to run into Yang Xia going there too. I was completely stunned. Su Yang paused dramatically, building up the suspense. What? What's wrong, honey? Did Yang Xia go into the boys' restroom? No, that's not it. I saw her go into the women's restroom. As he spoke, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, I thought, how could that kid go into the women's restroom? Doesn't he have some kind of perverted fetish or something? That little brat. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. I've told her countless times before, a girl dressing like a boy? What kind of example is that? But this girl just wouldn't listen. She completely ignored my advice. Ha ha ha. Yeah, honey, I always thought she was a boy, so when I saw her running toward the girls' restroom, I called her back. I stopped her and Woon T let her go, and no matter what she said. Yang Xiao was so angry at the time, haha. Su Yang said, unable to help but laugh. The scene from back then instantly flashed through his mind. You're a grown man, what were you doing running into the women's restroom? It's broad daylight, aren't you afraid someone will catch you? Yang Xia didn't even acknowledge me and just kept walking inside. I grabbed her by the arm. She wasn't as strong as me, so I dragged her out. Ha ha ha. At first, she wouldn't admit she was a girl, saying I was minding my own business, telling me not to interfere in her affairs. But how could I possibly let a boy run into the girls' restroom? So I just kept holding onto her and Woon T let her go. Later, the little girl finally couldn't help but admit she was a girl. But her outfit looked nothing like a girl's. I still didn't feel right about it, so I didn't let her go in. Ha ha ha. Finally, she showed me her ID, and that's when I confirmed she was actually a girl. Ha ha ha. I was so embarrassed at that moment, I felt like I had nowhere to hide. Then I apologized to her. From then on, we became acquainted. Maybe that's what they mean by no fight, no friendship. From then on, we became acquainted and gradually grew closer. And we became good friends. Of course, there were many more details afterward, but none left as deep an impression as this one. Honey, if our daughter had been dressed like this from the start, so beautiful, would you have fallen for her? As she spoke, Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. Her eyes betrayed a hint of relief. Chapter 188, a single daddy left Su Yang speechless. Cough cough cough. Such things don't have ifs. This girl doesn't like boys at all. Even if she were dressed like this, we'd probably just be good friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Yang smiled as he pinched Yang Shui's cheek, fully aware of what she was thinking. Thank goodness he hadn't become her boyfriend. If they had, Yang Shui wouldn't know how to face her. She must be feeling incredibly heartbroken, right? But our daughter is so beautiful, I don't believe you Woon T have liked her before. Ha ha ha. Xiao Shui, our fate was arranged by heaven. It made me and Yang Xia become friends, and then we met you. This must all be heaven's deliberate plan. So there's no need for you to worry about it. No matter what happens, we'll be together for the rest of our lives. Peck. What do you think, my dear wife? Come here, let me tease you for a bit. As he spoke, Su Yang's hands quickly became uncontrollable. Yang Shui also soon found herself caught up in it. After a little while, the two embraced each other and rested together. Time passed slowly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they were awakened by the alarm clock. Honey, starting tomorrow, people from various departments will come to give you specialized lectures. Don't be afraid of the hard work, okay? Yang Shui got out of bed, tidied up, and spoke gently. All right, dear. I won't be afraid of the hard work. Don't worry. I'm also really looking forward to helping you out sooner. My little darling is so obedient. As for the specifics, let Li Feifei handle contacting the various departments for you. You can manage the schedule and pace on your own. If there's any department you'd like to learn more about, just have Li Feifei arrange it for you. I hope that during the remaining holiday, you can get a general understanding of the situation in all departments of our headquarters. I already discussed this with all the departments during this morning's meeting. Rest assured, they all cooperate fully. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask them anytime. Alright, got it, honey. Su Yang listened carefully and nodded slightly. He was actually someone who could endure hardships, so he had no objections to his wife's arrangements. To be able to help her sooner, he was determined to study hard. Honey, in the future, you'll be the vice president of our group. For now, your task as vice president is to study. But, of course, there's an even more important task. Su Yang said, unable to help but giggle shyly. Honey, whatever task you give me, I'll definitely do my best to complete it. Su Yang couldn't help but pause. What other task could there be? But no matter what the task was, he would definitely give it his all. The task is: take good care of your wife, don't be afraid of getting tired, and help your wife conceive a healthy baby. Su Yang heard this and felt a surge of emotion. Before their afternoon nap, the two had only briefly gestured to each other, there had been no real conversation. After all, the lunch break at work was short, and this was still at the office. Don't worry, my dear. Even if it means exhausting myself to the point of death, I'll do whatever it takes. Ha ha. I wouldn't want my husband to work so hard. You've been doing great already, and I'm very satisfied. Just keep it up. Although this is extremely enjoyable, you must take care of your health. As she spoke, Yang Shui had already changed into her clothes and neatly combed her long hair. Peck. She gently wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist and kissed his lips. Honey, I'm heading to the office first. If you're tired, you can rest a little longer. No need, dear. I'll go back and make a study plan. We'll start classes officially tomorrow. Su Yang smiled and shook his head, his mind already made up. For the sake of his beloved, he must give it his all. Alright, I'm looking forward to your progress, honey. I'll go now. Yang Shui nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then she turned and hurriedly left the restroom. A moment later, Su Yang also left the break room and headed toward his office. Bro, have you guys left yet? I'm heading back to the office. As soon as he stepped out the door, Su Yang sent a WeChat message to Yang Xia. Then he walked leisurely toward his office. Coming right up. Damn it. I just woke up. No problem, old buddy, just come in. A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. At that moment, Su Yang also arrived at the office door. After unlocking the door with his fingerprint, he reached out and pushed it open. He turned his head. He saw Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping standing beside the sofa, looking as though they had just woken up. Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Pingping, from now on, you should call him Dad. Uncle has always supported us. Earlier, Yang Xia had already told Su Yang that if her mother didn't oppose the two of them being together, she would let Xiao Pingping call him Dad. Now Su Yang had indeed done it. Yang Xia, of course, wasn't the type to go back on her word. Xiao Pingping heard this and couldn't help but freeze. How could she change her mind so quickly? Didn't she just say earlier that she would change her tone after Uncle and Yang Xia's mother got married? Be good, listen to me. Yang Xia didn't explain anything, she just gently reached out to hug Xiao Pingping and said softly, Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingping obediently nodded her head and didn't hesitate any further. She then lifted her head and looked at Su Yang. Her face was slightly flushed, and her eyes flickered slightly. Daddy. The sweet word daddy sent a shiver down Su Yang's spine. OMG. This was the first time in his life someone had called him dad. Hearing it out of the blue, it did feel a bit odd. But then again, it felt kind of nice. Cough cough cough. Pingping is such a good girl, such a good child. You and Yang Xia must study hard from now on, okay? Su Yang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Chapter 189, Su Yang's new job. Yes, okay, Dad. Pingping understands. Xiao Pingping listened to Su Yang's words, blushing and nodding shyly. Then, without thinking, she linked her arm through Yang Xia's. Uncle, Pingping and I are going to work now. Alright, go ahead. Su Yang nodded slightly and walked toward his desk. To be honest, he was still quite satisfied with Xiao Pingping's obedience and docility. At least she called him Dad first, and her attitude was indeed sincere and earnest. So, does that mean Xiao Pingping is his future daughter-in-law? This feeling is really quite peculiar. Click. A moment later, Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping left Su Yang's office and closed the door behind them. He shook his head slightly, finally coming to his senses from the daze. The feeling of being called Dad for the first time. It actually left him a bit speechless. When Yang Xia calls him Dad in the future, I wonder what that will feel like. Anyway, it should be pretty cool, right? Su Yang sat quietly for a moment before finally opening his computer. He began to think about his study plan. The holiday was already halfway over, and there wasn't much time left. He needed to quickly get a grasp of the situation in all departments of the group. He not only needed to attend lectures by relevant department personnel but also had to conduct on-site investigations. In the remaining time, he planned to first gain a general understanding of the specific situations of each department within the group. The network department, design department, business department, sales department. There are quite a few departments, so he needs to create a schedule for himself. Additionally, he must be able to adjust the schedule based on the information he gathers. Yang Shui is now urging him to quickly familiarize himself with the operations of each department, as he will need to attend important meetings related to these departments in the future. After listing all the departments, Su Yang made a simple ranking. He then proceeded to understand the specific details of each department in the order listed. With a basic plan in place, Su Yang sent a message to Li Feifei. Feifei, come over here. Now that he had his own personal secretary, he could simply assign tasks to her directly. As for the saying, when there's work, the secretary does it, when there's nothing, the secretary, he definitely wouldn't do that. Anyway, the love between him and Yang Shui. That was extremely deep and profound. A moment later, Li Feifei's message came back. Got it, Mr. Su. I'll be right there. A short while later, Li Feifei arrived at Su Yang's office. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as she entered the office, she noticed that the water in Su Yang's cup was almost empty. While speaking, she picked up his water cup and headed toward the water dispenser to refill it for him. Thank you, Feifei. Looking at his enthusiastic and considerate secretary, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. He was just a student about to enter his second year of university, yet he had a secretary who was several years older than him. Mr. Su, you're too kind. I heard you're from Jiangcheng University? Yes, that's right. I'm from Jiangcheng University. I'll be starting my second year when the semester begins. Su Yang smiled and nodded, not hiding his identity or age. Since Zhang's secretary had managed to find her to be his secretary, this older sister must also be a smart person. Even if she knew some of his personal matters, she wouldn't gossip about them carelessly. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be from Jiangcheng University either. I graduated from the same school. We're actually alumni. Are you studying fashion design, Mr. Su? Since this was Yangshua Apparel Group, Li Feifei naturally assumed he was studying something related to fashion design. I majored in computer science. When it comes to fashion design, I'm completely clueless. Feifei, sit down. Saying this, Su Yang pointed to the chair across from his desk. Thank you, Mr. Su. In response to Li Feifei's gratitude, Su Yang merely smiled faintly. I used to work in human resources. I've only been out of college for a year. Zhang's secretary recommended me to work as your secretary, but I actually have no experience in this role. If I make any mistakes, Mr. Su, please don't be so polite. If there's anything you need, just let me know, and I'll do my best to handle it. Feifei, you're being too polite. I haven't even graduated from university yet. There are many things I might need to ask you for advice on. It's no problem. If there's anything, we can discuss it together. Su Yang smiled and nodded. To be honest, Li Feifei had never worked as a secretary before, but Su Yang had never hired a secretary either. Neither of us has any experience, so let's just discuss it when something comes up. Ha ha. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so humorous. Don't worry, Mr. Su. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask Ms. Zhang. She is my mentor now, and she has plenty of experience. Li Feifei couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Su Yang's words. However, she also felt instantly relaxed. She hadn't expected this Mr. Su to be so easygoing. Not only was he young and good-looking, but he also had such a great temperament. No wonder even the group's CEO, Yang Zong, had taken a liking to him. Yang Zong was said to be a legendary ice queen. Who would have thought? This ice queen has fallen for a handsome young hunk. It seems this Su Zong must be no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could someone like Yang Zong, such a big boss, be so superficial as to fall for a young hunk so easily? And judging by the current situation, the two of them are clearly heading toward marriage. That's right, Zhang's secretary has a lot of experience. She's been working for Yang Shui for several years. Su Yang nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Li Feifei's words. Mr. Su, is there anything I can do for you? Su Yang glanced at the schedule on his laptop and replied softly. Feifei, as for the departments in our company, I'm already fairly familiar with the IT department, so we'll skip that for now. Let's start with the design department next. I have a list here, I'll send it to you. We'll follow this order from now on. As he spoke, Su Yang took a screenshot on his computer and sent it to Li Feifei via the desktop version of WeChat. Feifei, please notify the heads of each department according to this order and have them send me the latest work reports as soon as possible. Have the design department send theirs to me first, preferably today, as I'd like to start learning from that department first. Chapter 190, Su Zong's Learning Group. Got it, Su Zong. I'll handle it right away. Alright, please arrange it as soon as possible. After chatting for a while longer, Li Feifei hurriedly left. As a member of the HR department, she was fairly familiar with the heads of various departments. After Ms. Li left, he resumed his own tasks. Not long after, Su Yang was added to a group by Li Feifei. The group was named Su Yang's Learning Group. There were already a few people in it, and each person had their department, position, and name listed in their profile. No need to guess, these people were definitely the department heads or specialists responsible for giving him lectures. They could be department heads or highly specialized core members within their departments. After all, Yang Shui has already specifically instructed everyone in all departments to take this seriously. So naturally, no one would dare to take this lightly. Unless this person really doesn't want to stay in the company. Design Department Director Wang Fu. Finance Department Director Zhang Min. Network Department Director Liang Jie. Su Yan looked at the list of names, and almost all departments were covered. As he was looking, he suddenly noticed that Yang Shui had also been dragged in by Li Feifei. Was this to intimidate him? Su Yang couldn't help but pause, then couldn't help but smile to himself. Come to think of it, this young lady is pretty smart. Yang Shui didn't need to say a single word in the group. As long as she was there, everyone would definitely behave themselves. However, Su Yang didn't think much of it, it was just a fleeting thought. Mr. Su, here is the work report from the design department. Please take a look and let me know if you need any additional materials. I can send them over immediately. Shortly after, Wang Fu from the design department tagged Su Yang and sent him a message. She then shared the file in the group chat. Alright, thank you, Director Wang. Su Yang politely replied to the design department director. Judging by the name of the design department director, she must be a woman. Let's have Li Feifei schedule a time with her. If she's available tomorrow, she can come over and give me a lesson. After sending the message, Su Yang downloaded the materials sent by Director Wang. Then he opened the file. To be honest, Su Yang could understand some of it. The document covered everything from design, pattern making. Every task had detailed personnel assignments and schedules. Having reviewed numerous materials on clothing design before, he could still make sense of some of it. However, the more detailed aspects, including the specific processes, he had never actually seen before. If someone could walk him through the entire process step by step and take him through it in detail, he would definitely understand everything clearly. Mr. Su, here are the materials from our IT department. Please take a look, and we can discuss any issues at any time. Originally, Su Yang hadn't planned to request the materials from the network department, but Director Lee proactively sent them to him. Moreover, the name in Su Yang's notes had already confirmed his suspicions. Mr. Su, a young newcomer directly becoming the general manager if he doesn't have a special relationship with Yang Zone, no one would believe it. Plus, the rumors circulating within the company have confirmed that Mr. Su and Mr. Yang have that kind of special relationship. Alright, Director Lee, thank you very much. Su Yang was already fairly familiar with Lee Director. He doesn't particularly like him, but at least he hasn't made any mistakes. His professional skills seem adequate. So he didn't plan to do anything against him. He had some thoughts about Yang Xia before, but it was just that thoughts. He hadn't taken any concrete actions. Otherwise, even Yang Xia wouldn't have spared him. After replying to the message, he also downloaded the documents sent by Director Lee. With these two departments at the beginning. Soon, materials started coming in from all departments. Everyone was very polite. Su Yang downloaded all the materials sent by everyone and created separate folders for each department. In the future, he would gradually request more materials and delve deeper into the subject step by step. Before long, materials from all departments were sent to Su Yang. Fei, go to the design department and talk to Director Wang to see if she's available tomorrow. I'd like her to come over and explain the entire design process to me. If she's unavailable, arrange for someone else familiar with the process to come instead. As long as they are very familiar with the business process, that's fine. Of course, other times are also acceptable, depending on her schedule. Su Yang could have simply mentioned this in the group chat, but he felt it might put everyone in a difficult position, so he decided to have his secretary handle the communication. While learning is important, it's best not to disrupt everyone's normal work too much. Su Yang thought about it and assigned this task to Li Fei. A moment later, Li's secretary's message came back. Alright, Mr. Su, I'll go find Director Wang right away to discuss it. Upon receiving Su Yang's message, Li, the secretary, immediately went to communicate with him. Knock knock knock. Su Yang was chatting with Li, the secretary, when the office door was knocked. Come in. Su Yang didn't think much of it and just shouted toward the door. After all, he didn't know who it was. It could be Yang Shui or Yang Xia. Squeak. With a creak, Yang Shui entered with a gentle smile. After entering, she closed the door behind her. Honey, things are moving along quickly, aren't they? That's good. Yang Shui said as she walked over to Su Yang. She placed her hand on his shoulder. Then she began to gently massage it. Wife. Su Yang reached out and grabbed her small hand. By the way, honey, why don't you take over managing the IT department? I'm not really good with computers, so what do you think? Can I handle it? I'm a bit worried I might not be able to manage it well. To be honest, Su Yang was still a bit worried about this matter. It's okay, honey. The IT department is just a support department. The requirements aren't that strict. Management skills are developed through practice. You have to gradually get involved in the management process. Besides, you studied computer science, so you should be more skilled at it. Yang Shui gently wrapped her arms around Su Yang's head, her voice extremely tender. Alright, honey, I'll listen to you. If anything comes up, I'll reach out to you right away. Great. You're such a little angel, so obedient. Tonight, your wife will reward you properly, okay? Chapter 191, Teaching Me is My Job. Alright, honey. As for his wife's reward, Su Yang was naturally more than happy to accept it. Now that Yang Shui had handed over the management of the online department to him, it was actually her way of quickly cultivating his managerial skills. Since it was summer vacation, he had plenty of time, so he could participate in handling department matters at any time. But what about after the vacation? He would have to spend most of his time attending classes at school, so he would have to work online. Don't worry, honey. Go ahead and manage it boldly. You can handle the learning pace of other departments. Anyway, your wife has your back, so don't worry about anything. Alright, I understand, honey. I'll do my best. Yang Shui's encouragement and trust made Su Yang feel an indescribable happiness. But he also knew. He couldn't let his wife's love make him act recklessly. He must work hard and be cautious. He must ensure that the subordinate departments are managed effectively and strive to do so. Alright, I'll have the HR department issue an announcement shortly. From now on, the network department will be under your responsibility. Once you return to school, if you're too busy, your wife will assist you. Got it, honey. I understand. Since his wife had thought of everything so thoroughly, Su Yang had no further concerns. Go ahead and get back to work, honey. I'm counting on you. Peck. Saying that, Yang Shui leaned down and kissed Su Yan on the lips. Then, she smiled, let go of his head, waved her hand, and left his office with light footsteps. Watching his wife's alluring figure fade away, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. Perhaps his wife would soon be able to conceive a child. But as her husband, he could help her conceive a child, but he couldn't help her with much else. He couldn't help much with company management. Even taking care of her doesn't seem to help much. After all, he hasn't graduated from university yet, and once school starts again, he'll have to spend most of his time there. Once his wife gets pregnant, he'll probably have to ask his mother to come from the countryside to take care of her. Of course, his mother from his previous life could help take care of her, but she is too old, and Su Yang doesn't want her to work too hard. His mother in this life is younger and still has a certain charm. If she comes to take care of Yang Shui, she'll definitely handle it with ease. Keep up the good work. Su Yang pondered for a moment and couldn't help but make up his mind. At the moment, he had no better solution. The only thing he could do was to work hard. Study hard in class, listen attentively, and use the rest of his time to learn quickly and participate in various company activities. He believed that in the near future he would be able to help his wife even more. But once his wife becomes pregnant, she will face an even more challenging situation. Pregnancy is already tough enough, and she'll also have to manage the entire group company, so she'll definitely be very tired. Ding dong ding dong. Su Yang was deep in thought when the office door rang again. Come in. Squeak. With the sound of the door opening, Li Feifei walked in with a smile on her face. Mr. Su, I've already coordinated with Director Wang from the design department. She can come over tomorrow morning to report on the progress of the project. Additionally, she has an assistant director under her who is also very experienced. Whenever you need them to report, they can come over anytime, even just one person. No. They're here to teach me, not to report on their work. They're here to teach me, they're my teachers. Su Yang, upon hearing Li Feifei's words, couldn't help but wave his hands hurriedly. What he needed now was to learn, and since it was learning, he was the student. When it came to the company elites who were going to teach him, he should address them respectfully as teachers. They were here to teach, not to report on their work. After hearing Su Yang's words, Li Feifei couldn't help but pause in surprise. This leader is being so humble? Though he's not very old, his attitude and understanding are truly remarkable. It seems that the kind of person Yang Zone can appreciate isn't just an ordinary young man. As Mr. Su said, when would you like Mr. Wang to come over tomorrow? Anytime after 8 a.m. tomorrow is fine. Earlier or later is also okay. I'll be waiting in the office for her. Got it, Mr. Su. Understood. Li Feifei said, glancing toward the tea table. Mr. Su, would you like some tea? I can brew a pot for you. Sure, thank you so much, Feifei. Su Yang smiled and nodded in response. This secretary is really observant. Once the tea is ready, I'll have her bring it over to Mrs. Yang. Got it, Mr. Su. Li Feifei happily agreed and walked toward the tea table with light steps. Su Yang spent the next few hours carefully reviewing the materials sent to him by Director Wang Fu. If he didn't understand something, he looked it up in reference materials, figuring he'd figure it out on his own first. When his wife had time, he would ask her. If she didn't have time, he would look it up online. By the time Director Wang came to give the lecture tomorrow, he would have already reviewed the material and have a solid foundation. Mr. Su, would you like some tea? Thank you, Feifei. By the way, could you bring some tea to Mr. Yan? Su Yang smiled and nodded, taking the tea. Got it, Mr. Su. You and Mr. Yang really get along well. Hearing the secretary's words, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Of course. He and Yang Shui had a love that transcended reincarnation. Ordinary boyfriends and girlfriends couldn't possibly compare to the depth of their feelings for each other. Mr. Su, I'll go ahead and send it over. Saying this, Li Feifei carried the teapot and walked out of the office lightly. A moment later, Li Feifei knocked on Yang Shui's office door and brought in the tea. Upon learning that it was Su Yang who had sent the tea, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel an indescribable happiness welling up in her heart. I never expected. This little husband is becoming more and more considerate and caring. She believed. Under her guidance and nurturing, he would certainly grow up to be the best husband in the world. Soon, Li Feifei returned. Mr. Su, Ms. Yang heard that you sent the tea, and she was so happy. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but nod awkwardly. Was he showing off his affection with his wife in front of his secretary? Chapter 192, talking about life at home. After that, Li Feifei brewed another pot of tea and left Su Yang's office. Since he still had to study, the secretary wouldn't stay there all the time either. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, it was time to leave work. However, Su Yang was deeply engrossed in his studies and had even forgotten the time. Squeak! Suddenly, the office door opened. Yang Shui walked in with a smile. Honey, working so hard? Wife. Su Yan looked up at the sound and realized it was his wife who had come in. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already time to leave work. My little darling is so great. Let's go, honey. You did really well today. Tonight, your wife will definitely reward you properly. Alright. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then shut down his laptop and packed his shoulder bag. I'm leaving, honey. Soon, the two of them left the office together. Yang Shui was still holding onto Su Yang's arm. Along the way, quite a few people noticed them. In fact, by now, everyone had already figured out their relationship. Although people talked behind their backs, when they saw the two of them, everyone remained extremely polite. With the roar of a car, Su Yang and Yang Shui drove home. Oh, by the way, honey, my older sister might come over in a couple of days. She said she's booked the train tickets and will send me a message. Oh. Alright, then she can come over. We'll talk to her about our love that transcends reincarnation. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. This matter was indeed hard to believe for others. But it was real. Even the most brilliant scientists might not be able to explain it clearly. Their love that transcended reincarnation was like a peculiar glitch in the system. Don't worry, honey. I'll talk to my older sister about this. Once I've explained it to her, you can speak up. Don't worry. I'm sure there won't be any issues. Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, gently reaching out to pinch Su Yang's cheek. She then playfully scratched his chest. Alright, honey, I'll follow your lead. Let's first communicate with our older sister, and then have her meet with your parents here. Don't worry, honey, everything will be fine. Alright. Su Yan wasn't sure what would happen, but seeing his wife's confident expression, he felt much more at ease. Once we've sorted things out with my older sister, we'll talk to your parents here later. The rest no need to rush. Alright, honey, no problem. The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived at the Mingtai Jiayuan residential complex. Their parents from their previous lives had already prepared dinner, and everyone was waiting for the two of them to come home and eat together. Not long after, the two returned home together. Mom and Dad, you can eat first, the rest no need to wait for us. Seeing the meal already set on the table, Mom and Dad were sitting on the sofa watching TV and waiting. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, Yang. Mom just finished cooking. Come on, let's wash our hands and eat together. Xixin, Xiaoxia, Pingping, come over and eat. Coming. A moment later, the entire family gathered around the dining table. Everyone was chatting and eating happily together. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Dad and Mom seemed much better than before. Su Yang's return brought significant changes to the family. Not only had their son returned, but he had also moved into a big house. The elderly couple were overjoyed, with smiles that never left their faces. After dinner, the two of them spent a little more time chatting with their parents before leaving the house together. After all, with so many people living in the house, it wasn't the best place for making babies. So the two naturally had to go back to their own place. Holding hands, they went downstairs and drove back home. Honey, how do you think your secretary, Li Feifei, is doing? This girl doesn't seem to have much experience as a secretary. She's okay. She's pretty sharp and quick on her feet. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. Oh, that's good. Anyway, just have her handle any tasks you need done. After all, a secretary's job is to assist you. Even though my husband hasn't graduated from university yet. However, it is essential to gradually practice recognizing and utilizing people and to communicate and interact with more people. Gradually become more mature. Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, gazing deeply at the man she loved, speaking softly. Thank you for your guidance, dear. Thank you, Ms. Yang. To be honest, Su Yan was truly grateful for Yang Shui's guidance all along. The feeling of having someone who was both a lover and a teacher is really quite nice. The main reason was that Yang Shui was always so busy, otherwise, she would definitely have set aside special time to personally guide him. So Yang Shui's guidance for Su Yang was mostly done during scattered moments. But once they get home in the evening, the two no longer discuss work. After all, they have an extremely important task to discuss, life. Ha. Honey, I've noticed you have so many great qualities. Alright, little darling, come on, call me Ms. Yang again. Yang Shui laughed as she reached out and pinched Su Yang's cheek. This husband. He's so adorable. I must reward him properly tonight. Teacher Yang. Su Yang smiled and called out teacher without hesitation. To be honest, what my wife knows might actually be more than what a university teacher knows. And most of what she knows has been honed through practical experience. Her understanding and insights are much deeper. Ha. My little treasure is so good. If our future children are as good as their father, that would be wonderful. In the future. My husband is my big treasure, and the children are my little treasures. Yang Xia, that little girl, is also my big treasure. With the three of you, my life is truly complete. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang with deep affection and tenderness, her eyes brimming with indescribable happiness. Happiness mingled with a hint of obvious anticipation. Chapter 193, This older sister is indeed a real beauty. Don't worry, my wife. The children we have will definitely be very well behaved. Mentioning children, Su Yang felt an inexplicable sense of pride. He hadn't even graduated from university yet, and he was already discussing the next generation with his wife. By the time he graduates, the child might already be 2 years old. And there's also a well-behaved daughter of the same age. Some people are even calling him dad already. Perhaps in a few more years, someone might even start calling him grandpa. This feeling of moving forward so quickly, it's truly exhilarating. That's for sure. Looking at how well-behaved my husband is, our children will definitely be extra well-behaved too. I've decided. I'll reward you extra today, okay? Sure, honey, of course. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This wife. She's so enchanting. The car was moving quickly. Before long, the two of them had returned home. Once they arrived home, the most important thing was to talk about life. Talk thoroughly, talk deeply. The specific content and manner of their conversation will not be detailed here. It is said that focusing on such details is bad for one's health and may affect the healthy development of teenagers, so 100,000 words have been omitted here. The next morning, when Su Yang walked into the office, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Li, the secretary, was in the office wiping down the desk for him. Good morning, Mr. Su. The secretary's smile was as bright as a flower, extremely warm and courteous. Good morning, Fei Fei. Actually, this young lady was 4 or 5 years older than him, but she preferred to be called Fei Fei, so Su Yang went along with it. Of course, calling her sister was also acceptable. However, Li Fei Fei naturally wouldn't dare let him call her that. After all, he was the president's man, and although he was young, he was her direct superior. Mr. Su, should we ask Director Wang to come over now? Li, the secretary, asked while wiping the table. Alright, have her come over then. Got it, Mr. Su. I'll inform Director Wang immediately she is already at the office. As she spoke, Li Fei Fei pulled out her phone and sent a message to Director Wang. A moment later. Mr. Su, Director Wang has replied. She'll be over shortly. Alright, thanks, Fei Fei. Mr. Su, there's no need to be so formal with me. You're the boss, and I'm just a secretary. Li Fei Fei felt quite pleased with Su Yang's politeness. She had never imagined her boss would be so polite. Working with such a polite boss would make the job much more enjoyable. 2 minutes later. The office door was knocked on. Coming, I'll get it. Li Fei Fei said, then walked briskly to open the door. Hello, Director Wang. Please come in. Thank you. Su Yang looked up and saw a woman in her 30s entering from outside. She was dressed in a professional outfit, had a good figure, and fair skin. She exuded an air of elegance. Hello, Ms. Wang. Please come in and sit down. Upon seeing the visitor and hearing Li's secretary address her, Su Yang immediately recognized her as Wang Fu, the director of the design department. He had heard his wife mention before that this older sister had a certain reputation for her design skills in the industry. She had even won a gold award at some major design competitions. Hello, Mr. Su. Although Wang had heard rumors about Su Yang, she never expected the Su Yang standing before her to be so young. This young man. Both his appearance and physique were truly outstanding. And upon meeting him, he directly addressed him as teacher. This attitude is quite impressive. Su Yang stood up to greet her and led her to his desk. Ms. Wang, please, sit here. Su Yang said, pointing to his swivel chair, and spoke politely to Wang, the director. No. Mr. Su, you're too kind. I'll just sit here. Upon seeing this, Director Wang couldn't help but be taken aback. This young guy really doesn't put on any airs. It seems that Mr. Yang's judgment is indeed quite good. No, Mr. Wang. You're teaching me, so you're my teacher. One must always respect their teachers. Come on. Mr. Wang, please don't be so formal. Please sit down. Su Yang said, pulling the swivel chair back slightly, his attitude extremely humble and polite. All right. Wang, the director, couldn't help but smile gently and didn't insist further. This young gentleman was indeed correct. If he wanted him to sit here, then he would sit here. After all, he was the one who offered the seat. Even if Mr. Yang came over and saw, it wouldn't matter. Right, Mr. Wang, please don't be so formal with me in the future. Just call me Su Yang. Ha ha. Alright, Su Yang. Wang Fu didn't bother with formalities and stopped addressing him as Mr. Su. She had figured it out. This young man's attitude toward learning was truly commendable, and his personality and character seemed quite good as well. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then pulled the chair next to him over. He sat down next to Director Wang. Mr. Su, Ms. Wang, go ahead and talk. If there's anything, just call me. Seeing the two of them being so polite and communicating so harmoniously, Li Feifei couldn't help but sigh in relief. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Mr. Su's learning plan will definitely proceed smoothly. Saying this, Li Feifei gently waved her hand and left Su Yang's office. Su Yang, where do you plan to start? Why don't I give you an overview of our design department's workflow first? Wang Fu looked at the open notebook, which was the work plan she had sent to Su Yang. She decided to go through it step by step to give him a general overview, so he could have a basic understanding. Sure, Ms. Wang. Ha ha. Su Yang, why don't you call me Sister Wang? Calling me teacher feels a bit awkward for me too. Hearing Su Yang call her teacher repeatedly, Wang Fu couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, this older sister is indeed a real beauty. Alright, Sister Wang, I'll listen to you. Alright, whatever you call me is fine with me, as long as you feel comfortable with it. So Su Yang immediately started calling her Wang Jia. Great. I never expected Yang Zong to have such good taste. Wang director turned to look at Su Yang, and a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. Chapter 194, he was actually no stranger to this kind of clothing. Hearing Wang Jia's praise, Su Yang just gave a sheepish smile. In truth, he was well aware. He was, after all, only 19 years old. In everyone's eyes, he was likely just Yang Zong's kept young lover. But Yang Zong had genuinely fallen for him. Not only had he publicly acknowledged their relationship, but he had also arranged an office for him and assigned elite staff from various departments to mentor him. This is clearly a plan to cultivate him properly. Come on, Sister Wang, let's start with the design department's workflow, just as you said. Alright, Su Yang, take a look. Any clothing is designed by designers, either by hand or using a computer. As she spoke, Wang Fu pulled out a USB drive from her pocket and plugged it into the computer. I have a few new designs for women's underwear here. Su Yang, don't mind, our company's women's clothing actually accounts for 80% of our market share. It's okay, Wang Jia, it's okay. Su Yang smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. He was actually no stranger to such clothing. Although he hadn't had a girlfriend before Yang Shui, that didn't mean he hadn't seen such things before. Besides, since he and Yang Shui had truly started dating, he had conducted extensive research on the matter. Whether it was the design, color, or materials, even the scent, he has studied them all in great detail multiple times. Okay. Wang Fu said, her eyes betraying a faint smile she couldn't quite hide. As a 30-year-old woman, she naturally didn't pay much attention to such special garments. However, the materials used for these few outfits were extremely minimal. I wonder if the young man in front of her had ever seen anything like this before. Su Yang, take a look. This is our design sketch. Wang Fu said, then opened the design sketches inside. Su Yang only glanced at it once, and his heartbeat immediately sped up. OMG. Big sister. This dress you designed is way too tempting. But he's never seen his wife wear something like this before. In an instant, Su Yang's mind was filled with images of Yang Shui wearing this outfit. Wow. The temptation level shot straight to the top. No. I have to make my wife wear this kind of clothing in the future. Su Yang, how do you like the design of this lingerie? Isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful. Su Yang blushed slightly after hearing Wang Fu's words. This older sister sure knows how to pick a design. This clothing actually looks quite appealing. Ha ha. Su Yang, our company has fashion models. It would look even better on them. Do you want to see? No. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly and quickly waved his hands to refuse. Better not. If I really have to see it, I'd rather see my wife wear it first. I'm sure my wife would look the most beautiful and alluring in this. Alright. Seeing Su Yang's awkward and shy expression, Wang Fu couldn't help but laugh again. Su Yang, let us continue. Then she started talking again. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. During this time, Secretary Li came over once to bring them coffee. Su Yang, shall we stop here for today? You should have a general idea of the process now, right? Yes, thank you, Ms. Wang. You explained it so well. After hearing you explain it like that, I feel like I understand so much more. Su Yang nodded earnestly and gratefully, speaking very politely. Wang Fu explained everything systematically, step by step, from start to finish. This makes it much easier to understand. Alright, Su Yang, take some time to review today's material. Once you feel you've got a good grasp of it, I'll take you through the entire process step by step. We have several more clothing factories to visit later, and you can go down there to take a look as well. Wang Fu was very satisfied with Su Yang's attitude toward learning. Therefore, she was very patient when teaching. Alright, Sister Wang, I'll follow your plan and familiarize myself with today's material as soon as possible. Once I feel I've got a good grasp of it, I'll schedule another time with you. Saying this, Su Yang opened his WeChat and directly scanned the personal QR code. Now that they were familiar with each other, they could naturally communicate via WeChat at any time. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask. Beep. With the sound of a QR code being scanned, the two quickly added each other's WeChat contacts. Su Yang, if you have any questions, feel free to contact your older sister anytime. As long as I see your message, I'll definitely reply. Alright. Thank you so much, Sister Wang. Su Yang, I have to go now. I still have some work to take care of. See you later. With that, Wang Fu stood up with a smile. Her eyes couldn't help but scan Su Yang up and down several times. This little heartthrob. He really does seem quite nice. The masculine aura emanating from him was indeed quite captivating. Alright, Ms. Wang, I'll walk you out. Saying that, Su Yang stood up and followed Wang Fu out. Then, he escorted her out of the office door. Alright, Su Yang, go back now and study hard. Your older sister is counting on you. Bye bye. As she spoke, Director Wang smiled at Su Yang, waved her hand, and turned to leave lightly. Bye. Su Yang watched Director Wang's departing figure and felt deeply grateful. Squeak. Before Su Yang could turn back, the door to Yang Shue's office opened. Honey, did Director Wang just come by to give you a lesson? Saying this, Yang Shui walked over with a smile. She grabbed Su Yang's hand and pulled him toward his office. Yes, honey. That sister explained everything so thoroughly and patiently. 2 hours later, I feel like I understood so much more. Ha ha. Really? Wang Fu, that little girl, she's full of tricks and loves to joke around. How about it, honey? What kind of joke did she tell you? Yang Shui said, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's waist. Then she raised her hand to wrap it around his neck, and her lips moved closer. Chapter 195, Wang Fu's Joke. Peck. After a passionate kiss, Yang Shui smiled sweetly and released Su Yang's neck. Honey, Wang Jia wasn't joking at all. She's been teaching me very seriously and carefully, and she has a pretty good temper. What Su Yang said was exactly what he had felt today. Perhaps they weren't very familiar with each other yet. So Wang Fu's playful side hadn't come out yet. However, the women's underwear with people on them that she showed him today, was that a joke? She could have just used a regular piece of clothing for the demonstration, but this older woman chose the most alluring type of clothing that would appeal to men. For Su Yang, it did touch on a sensitive area for him. Although he had been in love with Yang Shui many times, he had never seen such alluring clothing. He never imagined that women's clothing could be designed like this. If Yang Shui were to wear it, it could double the happiness of the couple. Really? Ha ha. I guess this girl isn't very familiar with you yet. Once you get to know each other better, she'll start joking around. She's just joking. She's not shy about anything, she'll say anything. Yang Shui took Su Yang's hand and sat down on the sofa together. Then she wrapped her arms around Su Yang, letting him snuggle into her embrace. Honey, I noticed that most of the department heads here are women. That's right, little darling. Not only are most of them women, but they're all beautiful women. What do you think, husband? Isn't it interesting to listen to beautiful women give lectures? Yang Shui said this while gently placing her hand on Su Yang's chest. She was just teasing him on purpose. Given the depth of their relationship, even if a woman more beautiful than Yang Shui were to come along, Su Yang would never be tempted. Yang Shui was absolutely certain of this. Cough cough cough. If my wife had time to give me lessons, I'd rather listen to Ms. Yang's lessons 24/7. You can give me lessons while and do that at the same time. This kind of class is the happiest, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Just thinking about it made him incredibly happy. But once the two of them got off work, they basically stopped talking about work altogether. There were so many romantic things to talk about talking about work, how boring. Moreover, starting a family was now an extremely important matter for the two of them. So, they had already agreed that during work hours, they would focus on work, and after work, they would talk about life. Of course, if Su Yang has any work-related questions, he can ask any time. Ha ha. Husband, you're thinking pretty nicely, but actually, the wife also wants to. However, at work, the wife has a lot on her plate and can't spare much time. After work, even though I'm not busy, my mind is already thinking about how to love my husband properly. Peck. Yang Shui said, kissing Su Yang on the lips. By the way, honey. Earlier, when Wang Jia was giving me a lesson, she showed me some clothing design sketches. The designs were really, absolutely stunning. Yeah, honey, Wang Fu has exceptional design skills, especially in women's wear, and she's won numerous awards. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile as she spoke. She was highly satisfied with this subordinate. Come here, honey. I want to show you these sketches she showed me. This kind of dress, you've never worn anything like it before. I think, if you wore it, you'd look absolutely stunning. Which one? Let me see. Yang Shui couldn't help but become interested upon hearing Su Yang's words. What kind of design sketches did Wang Fu show her husband? That she made him care so much. Here, she copied them onto my computer. As he spoke, Su Yang took Yang Shui by the hand and led her to his desk. Sit down, honey. With a swift motion, Su Yang pushed her into the swivel chair. Come here, honey, let me help you open it. As he spoke, he moved the mouse, and the computer screen opened. He clicked on the design department folder and found the folder that Wang Fu had copied for him. Then he clicked on it. At a glance, Yang Shui immediately understood. Ha ha. Honey, you said Wang Fu wasn't joking with you. Ha ha ha. She clearly knows my little treasure is so young, yet she dared to show you such a playful design sketch. Yang Shui laughed as she spoke, showing no signs of being upset. Honey, do you want your wife to wear it for you? Cough cough cough. Yes, honey, I think this dress would look absolutely stunning on you. Seriously. I really do want to see you wear it. Su Yan looked at his wife, who was slightly moved, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Has my wife never worn such a sexy outfit before? Thinking about it, maybe she really hasn't worn anything like this before. Back then, she was known as the ice queen everyone admired, untouchable by men. Most of her focus was on her work, and she never bothered with relationships. She definitely wouldn't have had the mindset to wear something like this back then. Besides, since Su Yang appeared in her life, he ignited the volcano within her heart. However, since they haven't spent much time together, their thoughts haven't reached a certain level of connection yet. So this kind of unique clothing hadn't even crossed her mind yet. Alright, honey, since you want to see it, I'll order a few online. If I take them from the office, it feels a bit awkward. As she spoke, Yang Shui's face turned slightly red. To be honest, she had never worn such clothes before. When Wang Fu showed her the design sketches earlier, she had agreed to the design, but she still felt a bit uneasy about it. At that time, she hadn't met Su Yang yet. Now that she thought about it, Wang Fu really did understand men's hearts. This kind of outfit is meant for women to wear. But ultimately, it's designed for men. Chapter 196, Yang Shui prepares to order clothes. Actually, Yang Shui now truly understands that when you truly love someone, you want to give them everything that is most beautiful about yourself. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her, that's certainly true. Even if it means wearing the most sexy lingerie for him. Sure, honey, let's order a few online first. Are there any as beautiful as these online? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but see little stars in his eyes. Having his wife wear such beautiful clothes, this was truly a first for him. This is indeed quite thrilling. Well, not really. Actually, many clothing companies are making similar products, and they're quite well made. There are plenty of options available online. Does your husband really want his wife to wear it? Cough cough cough. Yes, honey. To be honest, Su Yang really wanted his wife to wear this beautiful outfit. Ha ha. Alright, little darling, I'll place the order right away. These designs should have similar alternatives. Looking at the design sketches on the computer, Yang Shui's face grew even redder. In her mind, she could already see herself wearing the sexy outfit, with Su Yang standing in front of her, looking dumbfounded, drooling all over himself. That's great, honey. Su Yang hadn't expected his wife to agree so readily. Wearing something like that required a lot of courage. Ha ha. My little darling, I'll go ahead. You just focus on reviewing the lesson Wang Fu taught you. As for the clothes, I'll figure something out. Yang Shui said, blushing as she sat up. After giving Su Yang a quick kiss, she left his office. Watching his wife's alluring figure, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but flutter. He suddenly felt, with that outfit, their happiness together would surely double. Just thinking about it made him incredibly happy. It seemed he was still too young to know about such an interesting thing. If only he had known. I would have made my wife wear it every day. Who could resist something that doubles the joy? After Yang Shui left, Su Yang quietly looked at the clothing design sketches that Wang director had copied for him, unable to resist studying them carefully once more. This older sister is truly talented. With just a few threads and a little fabric, she could design such a beautiful outfit. Just looking at it makes one's heart race. This older sister is truly extraordinary. I wonder, is the outfit she's wearing actually this kind of clothing? After observing and studying it for a long time, Su Yang finally closed the file. Then he started reviewing the content that Director Wang had explained to him. To be honest, the older woman's lecture was indeed excellent, and Su Yang found it very easy to understand. As he reviewed, he felt his understanding growing deeper and deeper. Knock knock knock. Just as he was still reviewing, the office door was knocked on. Come in. Squeak. With a creak, it turned out to be Li Feifei entering. Mr. Su, has Director Wang already left? Yes, that's right, Feifei. Here, Mr. Su, let me refill your tea for you. Li Feifei smiled and nodded, then enthusiastically picked up Su Yang's water cup and went to refill it for him. Mr. Su, is there anyone as handsome as you among your classmates? While pouring water, Li Feifei asked with a smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly. To be honest, Seeing how outstanding Su Yang was, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward Yang Zong. She considered herself still young and pretty. If she could find a boyfriend like him, that would be so wonderful. Young and handsome. Healthy and strong. Just thinking about it was incredibly intriguing. Sure, there are still some cute guys in our class. Is Secretary Li interested? I can introduce you. Su Yang looked at Li Feifei and couldn't help but give her a quick once-over. This young lady is quite attractive. Though she couldn't compare to Yang Xia, she was still a pretty girl. Li Feifei blushed upon hearing this. Alright, once you start school. Alright, Feifei, I'll definitely support you. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to take the water cup Li Feifei handed him. Mr. Su, you go ahead with your work. If there is anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Bye. Alright, Feifei, go ahead and get back to work. Su Yang smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to Li Feifei. After Li Feifei left, Su Yang continued with his studies. Before he knew it, it was nearly noon. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from his wife, Yang Shui. Little darling, come have lunch. I have some good news to tell you, come quickly flirtatiously. Su Yang looked at the message Yang Shui had sent and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. What good news could his wife have? Does that mean she's not going to work this afternoon? Then we can go home together and talk about life? Alright, honey, I'll be right there teasingly. Su Yang didn't have time to think further, he simply closed his laptop. He grabbed his phone and headed straight to his wife's office. Honey, come wash your hands and eat dinner, pack. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Shui came up with a passionate hug and kiss. Her cheeks were flushed with a hint of blush. It seemed like she had something shy on her mind. Even her bright, big eyes would occasionally sparkle. Honey, do you have any good news to share with me? I won't tell you now. Let's eat first, then go home with me. Go home? Su Yang heard this and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Could it be because of the clothes he saw this morning that her volcano suddenly erupted so violently again? That she couldn't resist anymore. So she wanted to drag him home and have a proper, in-depth conversation? Yes, honey, let us eat quickly. I'll tell you when we get home. It'll be so much fun. Okay, honey. In an instant, a thought popped into Su Yang's mind. Could it be that my wife is pregnant? Oh my. Is this really happening? So fast? Chapter 197, Really, husband, it's all my fault. Ding dong. While the two were eating, Su Yang received a WeChat message from Yang Xia. Bro, have you finished eating with my mom? Can we come over for a nap? He had completely forgotten to tell her beforehand. So Su Yang quickly replied to Yang Xia. Come over, buddy. I'm having lunch with your mom in her office. My office is empty, so just come over. Got it, buddy. I'll be there. After sending the message to Yang Xia, Su Yang put down his phone and continued eating. Not long after, the two finished their lunch. Honey, let's go home and rest. As soon as she finished eating, Yang Shui eagerly grabbed Su Yang's wrist, her voice soft and alluring. Sure, honey. Feeling the passion in Yang Shui's eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his mind go blank for a moment. Soon, the two hurried home in their car. Honey, among the boys you know, is there any handsome one whose personality is similar to yours? Yang Shui leaned against the passenger seat, turning her head to study Su Yang with a pensive expression. What's wrong, honey? Isn't one enough for you? Do you want to find another one? Su Yang glanced at Yang Shui and couldn't help but laugh. He had no idea why his wife had asked that. Ha ha. Husband, what are you thinking about? You're the man I've waited nearly 20 years for. How could anyone else replace you? Even if you gave me 20 of you, I wouldn't trade you for any of them. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui reached out and patted his shoulder. This little husband of mine is so mischievous. Then why were you asking other handsome guys? Yang Shui couldn't help but sigh softly. What else could I do? I was naturally thinking about helping Xia Xia find a boyfriend. If I could find someone as outstanding as you, maybe Xia Xia could forget about Ping Ping. Cough cough cough. Honey, you're thinking too much. How could that be possible? If Yang Xia likes boys, she might have liked me at first, and we wouldn't have become such good friends. But this girl doesn't reject me, she's different from other boys. Su Yang thought about it and nodded slightly. Having her like you is definitely out of the question. I think if you could find someone similar to you, maybe she'd be willing to give it a try. Even if it's just as good friends. Who knows, maybe feelings could develop between them. Su Yang was her own husband, he couldn't help with such matters. But if we find someone equally outstanding, maybe this girl might accept them. Cough cough cough. Honey, don't overthink it. The chances are too slim. There are a few guys in my dorm who are pretty good looking, she's met them all, but there's just no spark. She's just still needs time to gradually change. Maybe one day, if she experiences some kind of setback, who knows, she might just change her mind. Su Yang thought about it for a moment and then shook his head slightly. His wife's idea was basically unrealistic. Chapter 198, this is quite a hassle. Oh. Hit hard? What could possibly hit her hard? Unless Xiao Pingping broke up with her? But that is not something you can just decide to do. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words and couldn't help but nod slightly. However, their feelings for each other were currently at their peak, and such a blow wouldn't come out of nowhere. Speaking of which, honey, didn't you say Pingping's family background isn't that great? What do you think, if I spend some money to make Pingping and Yang Xia break up, would that work? Yang Shui didn't want these two to talk any further. Now that they were already living together. If they stay together for too long, who knows what trouble they might cause? Marriage isn't an option, and having children is also a problem. Besides, even if they somehow manage to have a child, it would bring new problems. What will people say? Honey, I think we should take it slow. I just feel like there must be a reason why Xiao Pingping and Xia Xia are together. Actually, at first, Xiao Pingping only saw their relationship as friends and didn't think of becoming lovers. So, I think we should wait and see. I don't think their relationship will last very long. Su Yang pondered for a moment and couldn't help but share his analysis. As for Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping's future, to be honest, he really didn't hold much hope for it. After all, Xiao Pingping's feelings for Yang Xia don't seem entirely pure. Such feelings probably won't last long. Who knows when it will come to an end? When that happens, that will be the moment Yang Xia's blow strikes. If it were to happen now, if Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping's feelings have just started to develop, using special means might not be the best idea. If Yang Xia finds out, who knows what trouble she'd cause. Then she'd start arguing with her mom and Su Yang, and end up causing chaos in the entire family. That wouldn't be good at all. Oh, so you're saying their relationship isn't very solid or pure? Or is there something else going on? Yang Shui was no fool, she quickly understood what Su Yang meant. Of course. She had only brought up her earlier proposal for discussion. In fact, she didn't think it was very good either. At least, the current plan wasn't ideal. To be honest, she didn't want any conflicts with her daughter. After all, she has raised her for so many years and has always loved her dearly. Yeah, honey. Based on my understanding and observations, it seems to be like that. Later, I can talk to Xiao Xia more and get a better understanding of the situation. So, I think we should take our time with this for now. Alright, honey. Yang Shui nodded slightly after hearing Su Yang's words. The two chatted all the way home and soon arrived. Honey, since we're already home, let's not think about anything else for now, okay? As soon as the front door closed, Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck. Her eyes sparkled. She reached out and hooked his chin. Chapter 199, those who should call uncle, those who should call dad. The next morning, the two of them drove to the company with renewed energy. Little darling, even though we had a lot of fun at home, but once we get to work, you must study and work hard. Don't always think about how good your wife is, okay? Husband, you must study hard as soon as possible. I need you to help me manage the company soon, do you understand? Yes, I know, dear. Su Yang nodded seriously upon hearing this. Even though happy things are extremely joyful, his wife is actually very hardworking at the company. Since his wife plans to nurture him properly, he must work hard. He would strive to be able to help his wife sooner. Today, I plan to review what Director Wang taught me in detail, then schedule a time to visit the site for hands-on learning. This will help me understand things more deeply. Actually, Su Yang had already planned everything out. If Yang Shui hadn't dragged him home yesterday afternoon, he would have definitely continued studying all afternoon. My little darling is so obedient. Study hard, and your wife will definitely reward you well. Alright, honey. Looking at his wife's captivating face, Su Yang naturally couldn't resist. Before long, the two arrived at the office. They went up to the top floor together and then each entered their own office. As soon as Su Yang entered his office, he saw Secretary Li helping her tidy up, wiping the desk, washing the cups. Good morning, Ms. Su. Upon seeing Su Yang enter, Li, the secretary, greeted him politely. Her face bore an indescribable smile, even slightly flushed. Good morning, Fei Fei. Su Yang smiled and nodded, returning the polite greeting to Li, the secretary. Mr. Su, do you have any meetings today? I can arrange them for you right away. No need for that, Fei Fei. I'll review what Sister Wang taught today first. Once I've got a good grasp of it, I'll go check it out in person, and we can go together then. Alright, Mr. Su. When it came to learning, Su Yang already had his own plan. Take it one step at a time, there's no need to rush. Currently, the design department is a crucial department in the company, and also the most core and professional one. Therefore, Su Yang planned to spend more time on learning. Yang Shui also gave him the same advice. After busy for a while, Li Feifei left Su Yang's office. He sipped the coffee his secretary had brewed for him and returned to his studies. Of course, He first opened the clothing design sketches Wang Fu had sent him and admired them for a while. Now, looking at the design sketches again, they felt even more familiar. He could even sense the scent emanating from the drawings. This thing. The design is simply amazing. It's as if it were custom made just for Yang Shui. It fits perfectly. After admiring the design drawings, he quickly began studying them seriously. For him, the most important thing at work was learning. As for those joyful things, it's best to wait until he gets home. Time passes second by second. Before I knew it, it was noon. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone suddenly rang, startling him out of his study. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from his wife. Honey, I'm in a meeting right now and will probably be another half hour. Zhang, the secretary, has already prepared lunch for us. If you're hungry, you can go to my office and eat first. Su Yang looked at the message his wife had sent and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. His wife was working so hard naturally, he should wait for her to eat together. Even if he was starving, he had to wait properly. It's okay, honey. I'm not that hungry yet. I'll wait for you. Have a good meeting, honey. I'll be waiting for you. Without any hesitation, Su Yang replied to Yang Shui's message. Alright, honey, hug. Since that was the case, Su Yang decided to continue reading for a while longer. Knock knock knock. Just a few minutes later, the door to Su Yang's office was knocked on. Oh. In an instant, he suddenly remembered that it must be Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping coming over. That made sense, it was already past 12 o'clock. These two girls must be coming in to rest. Alright, come in. Saying that, Su Yang stood up and prepared to take his laptop to Yang Shui's office to study. Squeak! With a creak of the door, it was his younger sister, Su Xin, standing there. Hey! Brother! Xin, come in quickly. Why are you here, little sister? Su Yang saw it was his younger sister Su Xin and immediately broke into a smile. I didn't see you when I got off work yesterday, so I came to look for you. I also wanted to see your big office. Ha ha ha. Come on, little sister, take a look. Su Yang smiled as he walked over to his sister and gently patted her on the shoulder. Brother, your office is so big. It's almost as big as my sister-in-law's office. Su Xian looked around curiously, murmuring her praise as she looked. Yeah, this office is almost identical to your sister-in-law's in terms of decoration. By the way, little sister, why don't you take a short nap during lunch break? Come on. I'll take you to your sister-in-law's office. This is where Yang Xia and Pingping take their breaks. You shouldn't stay here. At this time, Yang Xia and Pingping should be coming soon. Might as well just take my sister to my wife's office and let her rest there. No need, big brother. I don't take naps anymore. I just came by to check on you. I need to go back and study soon. Su Xian heard her brother's words and quickly waved her hands. Oh, let's go. I'm going to your sister-in-law's office. She's still in a meeting, and we haven't eaten yet. Saying this, Su Yang picked up his laptop and led Su Xian out the door. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping walking over. Uncle. Dad. Upon seeing Su Yang, the two girls were still very well behaved. Those who should call him uncle called him uncle, and those who should call him dad called him dad. Chapter 200, What? My sister is dating someone? After exchanging greetings, Su Yan led his sister into Yang Shui's office. Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping also entered Su Yang's office to take a nap. Ha ha. Brother, why did Xiu Pingping call you dad? She's good friends with Yang Xia, she could just call you uncle along with Yang Xia. I didn't expect her to call you dad. Ha ha ha. As soon as she entered the office, Su Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even her fair little face turned red from laughing. Cough cough cough. Su Yang, upon hearing this, naturally understood that his younger sister was unaware of their relationship. But he didn't want to reveal their situation to his sister. Yang Xia is just being mischievous. She's too shy to call me dad, so she's encouraging Xiu Pingping to call me dad instead. Didn't you notice? Pingping is such a gentle and obedient girl. Since we're all good friends, let us just go along with Yang Xia's idea. In an instant, Su Yang came up with a reason that seemed somewhat plausible. Oh. What my brother said is actually pretty spot on. Xiu Pingping, this girl does seem to listen to Yang Xia a lot. She does seem pretty docile. Su Xian heard this, paused for a moment, then nodded. But, brother, I feel like their relationship is a bit too close. They even sleep together. They're good friends, so sleeping together is normal, right? Su Yang couldn't help but stare at his sister. This little girl. Has she discovered their secret? No way. It seems normal, but I don't really like sharing a bed with my best friend. Because it feels weird, and I'm still not used to it. Su Xian thought for a moment and spoke honestly to her older brother, without holding anything back. What? Did my little sister start dating someone? Su Yang, upon hearing this, immediately turned his head to look at his sister sitting on the sofa. No, not at all. What are you thinking about, big brother? I don't want to date anyone yet. I'll wait until after I graduate from university. As she spoke, Su Xin's face couldn't help but turn slightly red again. Ha ha ha. It's okay, little sister. If you ever meet a good guy, your brother will support you. Su Yang was pretty open-minded about such matters. Love is all about fate. Perhaps. Who knows when you might meet your true love? I'm not in a hurry. Let's just wait and see. Su Xin blushed and shook her head, her cheeks growing even redder. Brother, why aren't you eating? I'm waiting for your sister-in-law to come back. Brother, your relationship with your wife is so good. 2 lifetimes of love. It's hard to believe. Yes, little sister. Brother, do your parents in this life know about your past life? Su Xin lay on the sofa, chatting casually with her brother. I haven't had a chance to tell them yet. Let us wait a bit, I'll tell them when I have the time. Oh. It's okay, little sister. Don't worry about anything. Both sets of parents are my biological parents, and I'll take good care of them. Of course. I'll take good care of my little sister too. Ha ha ha. Seeing his younger sister's slightly worried expression, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Though they were relatives from a past life, he had awakened some memories from the past. Therefore, his feelings toward them were nearly the same as those for his relatives in this life. Hey! Hearing her brother's words, Su Xin couldn't help but blush and giggle. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Xin, your sister-in-law is back. Su Yang recognized the voice immediately. He didn't need to think to know that it was his wife returning. Squeak! Just as he was speaking, the door was pushed open. Sure enough, Yang Shui walked in with a joyful smile on her face. Little Xin is here, has she eaten yet? Why don't we eat together? Turning her head, she saw Su Xin sitting up from the sofa. Hello, sister-in-law. I've already eaten. I had lunch at the cafeteria. Sister-in-law, you and brother should eat quickly. I just came by to check on you. There's nothing else. Seeing her sister-in-law return, Su Xin quickly stood up. Given how close her brother and sister-in-law were, she felt a bit awkward staying there any longer. If she stayed here, she'd just be a third wheel. Oh, then Xiao Xin can rest here for a while. Your brother and I will finish eating soon. No need, sister-in-law. Su Yang said, already starting to walk out. Sis, I still have a lot to study. I'm not used to taking a nap. I'm not tired. You guys finish eating quickly. I'm going to study. Goodbye, brother and sister-in-law. Saying this, Su Xin waved goodbye and left with light footsteps. Xiao Xin really is a diligent and studious child. She's so much more obedient than that girl Yang Xia. Watching her sister's departing figure, Yang Shui couldn't help but think of her own daughter. That girl? She's such a worry. Yes, dear, Xiao Xin is still very obedient, and she is also very hardworking and self-disciplined. This girl might just turn out to be a real talent one day. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to pull Yang Shui into his arms. Yes, I'll focus on nurturing her in the future. I hope she can truly grow up well. Yang Shui responded gently, joining Su Yang on the sofa and sitting beside him. Come on, honey, let's eat. The food is getting cold. All right, honey. The two continued chatting as they began to eat. Not long after, the two finished their lunch. After tidying up a bit, Su Yang and Yang Shui held hands and went to their private room. Honey. What's wrong, dear? I asked Zhang, the secretary, to get me some nice things from the mall downstairs. Hee. Oh? What things? Seeing his wife's face flush with embarrassment, Su Yang's heart immediately began to race. Chapter 201. Now, she was more confident in her husband than ever. After we eat dinner and go home tonight, let me show you, okay? You'll definitely love it. Is it more interesting than the lingerie designed by director Wang? Su Yang heard this and his eyes lit up. The clothes Wang director had designed yesterday had left him utterly satisfied for half the night. And he believed that just those few little outfits could make him happy for months. Now, his wife had actually brought home some high-end stuff. This happiness came way too suddenly. After all, at 19 years old, he knows very little about things that can double his happiness. Now, just a little bit of it can make him happy for a long time. Anyway, they're all fun. Don't worry, honey. I'll show them to you tonight. All right, honey. Good boy, go rest for a while. The two chatted while changing clothes, and soon they were in bed, snuggled up together. Honey, hold me tight. I can sleep better this way. I know, honey. As they spoke, the two of them fell asleep together. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two got up, tidied themselves up, and returned to their respective offices. Su Yang naturally continued studying what director Wang had taught him. The more he reviewed, the clearer it became to him. He felt that he would be able to join Director Wang for an on-site visit and learning session tomorrow. Ding dong. While studying, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his wife. Honey, my older sister said she plans to come over the day after tomorrow. I've already booked her high-speed rail ticket for the early morning of the day after tomorrow, and she'll arrive in Jiangcheng around 2:30 p.m. Mom is finally coming over. Anyway, she doesn't have much to do at home, so staying here for a while would be nice. Alright, honey, I got it. I'll go pick her up in the afternoon after the day after tomorrow. Alright, we'll see. If you're not busy, we can go pick her up together. Alright, honey. Su Yang naturally wouldn't object to his wife's plans. Anyway, we'll just see what her schedule is like then. But now that his mother was coming over, the most critical and difficult issue was whether to meet both sides of the family and how to arrange it. Although his wife said she would talk to his mother about it, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know how his mother would react once she heard the news. As a son, that's the apple of their eyes. She probably never imagined that she would have to share this son with another set of parents. Maybe his mother is very generous and think too much of it. But who knows? After all, a situation like Su Yang's is extremely rare. After chatting for a few minutes, Su Yang continued his studies. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, it was almost time to go home. Ding dong. Su Yang received another WeChat message. I thought it was a message from my wife, but when I picked it up, it turned out to be from Director Wang. Su Yang, how are you doing with what your sister taught you? Do you want your sister to go over it again with you? This older sister actually referred to him as little brother. She is actually pretty easy to communicate with. Thank you, Sister Wang. I feel like I've got the basics down. When would you be available to arrange a visit for me to learn on site? A moment later, Wang Fu's message came through. No problem, Su Yang. Tomorrow morning works great. If I'm not available, I can arrange someone else. Don't worry. As long as you want to learn, I'll make sure everything is taken care of for you. That's great, thank you, Sister Wang. Su Yang was truly grateful for Wang Fu's enthusiasm. Although these people were all his wife's subordinates, Su Yang felt that each of them was highly professional. If he studied diligently with them, he was sure to learn a lot of professional knowledge. This would definitely lay a solid foundation for him to help his wife manage the company in the future. Ha ha ha. Don't mention it, little brother. Just treat me to a big meal next time. Alright, Sister Wang, this feast is a must. They're teaching him so seriously just for a meal, it's really no big deal. Alright, little brother. Sister will be waiting then. I'll definitely teach you everything I know in the future. Thank you, thank you. Su Yang didn't expect this older sister to be so enthusiastic. They chatted for over 10 minutes. Knock knock knock. Just as they finished talking, the office door was knocked on. It was then opened from the outside. It turned out to be his wife coming in. Honey, are you still studying? Shall we go home? Seeing Su Yang still sitting in front of the computer, Yang Shui couldn't help but glance at him with a look of approval. This little treasure, such a good boy. It seems I must reward him properly tonight. Let's go, honey. I've pretty much mastered the lesson Wang Jie taught me. Tomorrow, I plan to ask her to take me on a field trip for some hands-on learning. Alright. Little darling, you're so talented. You picked it up so quickly. That's great. Yang Shui couldn't help but praise him endlessly. Now, she was even more confident in her husband. Anything, as long as you put in the effort, isn't too difficult to master. Once her husband had a basic understanding of the company's operations, she planned to start involving him in more meetings. Step by step, nurturing him. Cultivating someone may be slow, but it brings an unparalleled joy that comes from nurturing someone. He works hard and is understanding. And he works extremely hard when he does something. In the evenings, she felt it deeply. Hearing his wife's praise, Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He was still very pleased with Yang Shui's approval. After all, in his eyes, she was not only his wife and his closest lover, but also his mentor who often guided him. Though they shared a love that spanned 2 lifetimes, Yang Shui was still more mature, wiser, and had more life experience than him. Therefore, Su Yang's feelings for her were naturally much more complex and profound. But let us go, little darling. Your wife will reward you well tonight, peck. Saying this, Yang Shui puckered her lips and blew Su Yang a kiss. Chapter 202, Wife, keep it up. Not long after, the two left the company together, got into the car, and headed toward the Mingtai Jiayuan community where their parents from their previous lives lived. Today, Su Yang planned to tell his parents that his mother from this life would be arriving in 2 days. He wanted them not to worry. In his eyes, both sets of parents were the same. He would treat them both with the same filial piety. Soon, the car pulled up downstairs. After the two of them held hands and entered the house, Mom had already prepared dinner. She was sitting on the sofa with his father, watching TV, waiting for everyone to come home for dinner. Mom and Dad, we're back. Yang Yang, Xiao Shui. Seeing their son and daughter-in-law return, the parents were naturally very happy. A few minutes later, Yang Xia, Xiao Pingping, and Su Xian also returned. Before long, the entire family gathered around the table for dinner. After finishing dinner, Su Yang pulled his mother's arm and went into the bedroom together. "What's wrong, Yang Yang?" Seeing her thoughtful and filial son, the mother's face was filled with smiles. "Mom, my mother is coming to Jiangqing to visit me in Shui in 2 days. Oh." Upon hearing this, his mother couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, her expression quickly returned to normal. "Then you and Xiao Shui should spend some quality time with your mom. If you need me to meet with your dad, just let me know, and I'll follow your lead." When it came to such matters, Mom had already thought it through long ago. She was well aware. This son wasn't just hers and her husband's. After all, he still had his biological parents in this lifetime. So, they will eventually have to face this reality. But they understand this son, and he seems no different from his previous life. He is very sensible and filial. So they don't have much to worry about. Okay, Mom. Mom, please don't worry so much. In my eyes, whether they are relatives from a past life or relatives in this life, they are all equally dear to me. I will take good care of you, love you, and be filial to you. Mom, please don't worry. Su Yang held his mother's hand tightly, speaking with great sincerity and earnestness. These were truly his heartfelt words. Yang Yang. You're our son, we understand you, of course. Actually, your father and I have already thought this through. Don't worry, Yang Yang. Your parents aren't worried at all. I believe that no matter what happens, you will always be our good son. His mother spoke, a faint smile still on her face. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable confidence. Mom! Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that his parents had already prepared themselves mentally. From what he could see now, there were no issues with his parents on this side. The rest? That's just a matter of having a good talk with my older sister. This matter, let's have my wife handle it first. Given their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, there shouldn't be any issues. Since Mom said that, Su Yang didn't need to say anything else to comfort her. After all, his mother had already prepared herself mentally. The two chatted for a while longer, and it was time to head back. After all, Su Yang and Yang Shui had a mission to start a family, so they needed to head back early. Yang Yang, you and Xiao Shui should hurry back. You still have a long drive ahead of you. Okay, Mom. Su Yang nodded in response and decided to leave with Yang Shui. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Shui bid farewell to everyone and left the house hand in hand. Roar! With the roar of an engine, the car drove out of the residential area. Little darling, did you tell Mom and Dad that your older sister is coming to Jiangcheng? Yang Shui leaned against the passenger seat, gazing tenderly at her little man. Yes, honey. Actually, Mom and Dad have already prepared themselves mentally. They fully understand the situation. They told us to take good care of Big Sister and not to worry about things here. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Yang Shui. Oh. Since that's the case, then I can rest assured, honey. I was a bit worried before, worried they might overthink things. After all, both families consider you their own son. But I'm sure they'll understand better here. I just wonder how things are going with my older sister, but I think it should be fine. Yang Shui listened to Su Yang's words and couldn't help but smile and nod. It seems that the parents on this side are easier to reason with. They hadn't even said anything, but they had already prepared themselves mentally. It'll all depend on my little Snow Wife then. I'm sure you can handle it. Chapter 203, Husband, you've been corrupted by your wife. The next morning. After breakfast, Su Yang and Yang Shui held hands and left home. After getting into the car, they hurried to the company. The two chatted happily along the way, and before they knew it, the car had arrived at the company. After parking the car, they got out of the car together, with Yang Shui linking her arm through Su Yang's, and walked into the company building. At this time, many employees were arriving at the company, and many witnessed the president and her young man together in such a close manner. However, the two paid no attention to the stairs and walked into the elevator with ease. Soon, the elevator reached the top floor. Honey, work hard, okay? By the way, are you going to meet with Wang Fu today to review their department's actual work? Yes, that's right. But it should only take a short while. The main purpose is to observe firsthand and gain a deeper understanding. Alright, I understand. Go ahead. As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of Yang Shui's office. They waved goodbye, and she entered her own office. Shortly after, Su Yang also entered his own office. Mr. Su, are you heading to the design department this morning? As soon as he entered the room and before he could sit down, Li Feifei smiled and greeted Su Yang. This secretary would always arrive early each day to meticulously clean Su Yang's office. Yes, that's right, Feifei. However, I'll contact Director Wang first. If she has time, I'll go over there. Mr. Su, I ran into Director Wang on my way up. She said you can go see her anytime after you arrive, and she'll personally give you a tour and show you around. Alright, I'll have some water and then head over. Mr. Su, I've just ground the coffee for you. It's on your desk. Alright, Fei, thank you so much. Mr. Su, you're too kind. This is all part of a secretary's job. As he spoke, Su Yang placed his bag on the desk and picked up the coffee that the secretary had prepared for him. The temperature was just right. This young lady really knows how to take care of things, not bad at all. A moment later, Su Yang finished her coffee. He grabbed some paper and a pen and headed to the design department to find Director Wang. Mr. Su, are you leaving now? Yes, that's right. Let's go, Mr. Su. I'll accompany you. Since the boss is on a business trip, the secretary has to go alone. As she spoke, a sly gleam flashed in Li Feifei's eyes. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's go to the design department together. Let's head out. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Li Feifei's words. This is interesting. I didn't expect this little secretary to be so humorous. Let us go. The two chatted and laughed as they left the office together. On the way, Su Yang pulled out his phone and sent a message to Director Wang. Is Wang Jiat available right now? I'm on my way over. A moment later, Wang Director's message came back. Come over, little brother. I've been waiting for you. I'll personally take you on a tour and show you around. Thank you so much, Sister Wang. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal later. Ha ha ha. Alright, little brother. I'll remember that laughing. Don't worry, I definitely will. Su Yang walked toward the design department with Li Feifei while chatting with Director Wang on WeChat. Chapter 204, Sister, let me test you on what I told you earlier. Not long after, the two arrived at the design department and entered Director Wang's office. Hello, Su Yang. Welcome. Please sit down. Wang Fu, upon seeing Su Yang arrive, was naturally very polite. Thank you, Sister Wang. When should we start the on-site tour and learning session? Ha ha ha. Director Wang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Are you in such a hurry, Su Yang? The tour will only take a few minutes. Come sit down, brother. Let me test you on what I told you earlier. Sure. Since Director Wang had said that, Su Yang sat down directly in the chair opposite Director Wang. Li Feifei also sat down on the chair next to him. I heard you're studying computer science, right? That's a pretty big career change. What your sister told you before was just some basic stuff, but for someone from another field, it's still pretty challenging. Yes, Sister Wang, I'm a computer science major. Su Yang smiled and scratched his head. Wang Director was right, the fashion industry was indeed unfamiliar territory for him. However, through his recent studies, Yang Shui's occasional explanations, and Wang Fu's previous intensive briefing, Su Yang felt he had gained a fairly clear understanding of the field. Ha ha ha. I can tell you're pretty confident, little brother. Alright, then I'll start asking questions. Alright, Ms. Wang, please ask. If Wang Fu asks about something that was previously covered, he is absolutely confident he can answer. As long as it wasn't too specialized, he was still confident he could answer it. Alright, little brother, listen to the question. The two of them asked and answered questions in quick succession. Wang Fu asked quickly, and Su Yang answered just as quickly. All the questions were about things that had been covered earlier, and none of them were more specialized. Before they knew it, Wang Fu had already asked over 10 questions. Su Yang answered without hesitation, speaking fluently and confidently. This demonstrated that he was highly familiar with the subject matter, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to answer so quickly and accurately. Looking at Su Yang, whose eyes betrayed his confidence, Wang, the director, couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. This guy is impressive. He's just a computer science student, yet he's mastered so much knowledge so quickly. And he understands it so thoroughly. This young man. He's truly no ordinary person. Li Feifei, standing nearby, couldn't help but look at him with a mix of surprise and admiration. Although she didn't know much about fashion design, Su Yang's answers were so fluent and professional that she couldn't help but feel impressed. Su Yang, you're amazing. You've got it down. It's all because Ms. Wang explained it so well, making complex concepts easy to understand. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile, his words filled with praise for Wang Fu. Ha ha ha. Su Yang, you sure know how to talk. That's great. Come on, let me show you around. As she spoke, Director Wang stood up with a smile and gave Su Yang a thumbs up. No wonder Yang Zone likes you so much. Little brother, you're really quite talented. Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Calling him little brother is fine. But could we just drop the little part? Besides, there are so many people more talented than me. My wife said that there were industry elites who pursued her in the past, but she didn't even give them a second glance. So learning a little bit of this makes me so great? Ha ha ha. Let us go, let us go. I thought I'd have to explain everything to you slowly over the next 10 days or so, but you've already mastered so much in just a few hours. Saying this, Wang Fu led Su Yang out of the office. Sister Wang really knows how to compliment people. I've only learned a tiny bit of the basics. There's so much more I need to learn from Sister Wang in the future. Don't even mention 10 days or half a month, even 10 or 20 years might not be enough to learn everything. Ha ha. Before Su Yang could finish speaking, Li Feifei, who was following behind, couldn't help but laugh first. I never expected. This Su Zong sure knows how to tell a joke. Ha ha ha. Alright. For that one line, I'll take you as my little brother. I'll go talk to Yang Zong about it later. Such a cute little brother. As his older sister, I really do like him. Just as Yang Shui said, this Wang director really does love to joke around. We've only just gotten to know each other, and she is already trying to claim a stepbrother. Su Yang gave a nervous laugh and dared not say anything more. This sister really has some nerve. Even now that we're out in the office lobby, she still speaks so freely. Come on, Su Yang, this area is where all the designers from our design department work. This side is children's clothing, and that side is women's clothing. Wang Fu led Su Yang around, explaining as they walked. Then she casually walked over to the designers, pointed at the design sketches, and began her explanation. Su Yang, look at this bra design. The design concept for this one is? Su Yang listened and nodded slightly. Then, Wang Fu then took him to an employee designing men's clothing. Su Yang, take a look at this design. Then, Wang Fu gave another detailed explanation. Chapter 205, Miss, let's not look anymore, okay? Come on, little brother, let me show you the pattern making. Under Wang Fu's guidance, Su Yang continued his in-depth tour and learning. Although director Wang occasionally joked with Su Yang, her explanations were extremely serious and professional. This helped Su Yang understand things even more deeply. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, it was already 11 a.m. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone buzzed. He pulled it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from his wife, Yang Shui. Honey, I've finished my meeting. How's it going over there? Honey, I'm almost done here too. I'm currently following Sister Wang back to her office. I'll head over to your office shortly. Su Yang had spent the entire morning touring the facility, listening to presentations, and taking notes in his notebook. Now, he had a clear understanding of most of the processes involved in the design department. He had also taken many photos. Once he gets back, he'll organize everything properly, review it several times, and he'll definitely have a good grasp of it. Okay, honey, don't rush, take your time and study carefully. Okay, dear. Although Yang Shui had made plans with him to meet in the break room earlier, his studies were not yet finished, so he had to wait a little longer. At the company, of course, studying comes first. Not long after, Su Yang and Li Feifei followed director Wang to her office. How about it, little brother? How does it feel? Ms. Wang explained it so well. After this, I feel much clearer than before. I really appreciate Ms. Wang's guidance. Su Yang was truly grateful for Wang Fu's patience and dedication. This older sister may love to joke around, but she is very serious about her work. Ha ha ha. I mean, aren't those model girls really beautiful? Do they have good figures? As she spoke, Wang Fu couldn't help but laugh. She even reached out and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. If she were a bit taller, she would have placed her hand directly on Su Yang's shoulder. It's okay, it's okay. Su Yang gave a nervous smile and scratched his head awkwardly. The older sister deliberately pulled him over to the model training photography area and made him admire the models for a while. Ha ha ha. As long as you like it, if you want to see more, I can take you anytime. Su Yang just smiled at Wang Fu's words and didn't respond. As for the beautiful models, to be honest, in Su Yang's opinion, they were still too thin. They had the slender figure, but they were clearly lacking in curves. When compared side by side, these models were no match for his wife Yang Shui, not even close. Moreover, these models are all quite young and lack the mature charm of a married woman. It just doesn't feel very interesting. Soon, the three of them returned to Director Wang's office. Here you go, Su Yang, this is something your sister prepared for you. Take it back, make sure to give it to Yang Zong, okay? Ha ha. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but freeze. Looking at the handbag that Director Wang had picked up from his desk, he was momentarily at a loss. This older sister. Her efficiency is way too high. When she said she'd give him that clothing, she actually prepared it in advance? What? Are you too shy to take it? I'll take it. You're joking. You don't have any women, so why should I be embarrassed? Yes. I must. Thank you so much, Sister Wang. Ha ha. Little brother, don't be so polite to your older sister. Whenever we have new designs here, I'll send them to you. If you like any, I'll give you a few pieces. As she spoke, Ms. Wang handed over the bag she was holding. Let me hold it for Su Zong. Before Su Yang could reach out, Li, the secretary, quickly stepped forward and took it first. After all, she was the secretary. Her job is to help the boss with tasks. Sure, Fei Fei, I'll give you 2 pieces later. Ha ha. You're my brother as secretary, so you can wear them for him too. Wang, the director, seeing the situation, casually made a joke. Actually, Li Feifei had no idea what was inside the bag. She thought it was some nice women's clothing. So she didn't catch the meaning behind Wang director's words. Wearing nice clothes for Su Zong to see. Of course that's fine, it's no big deal. Sure, Mr. Wang. Without giving it much thought, Li Feifei agreed immediately. Cough cough cough. Su Yang heard the two of them and was momentarily at a loss for words. This clothing company. There are so many women here. Or rather, beautiful women everywhere. And each one is more striking than the last. It seems like he really needs to watch out for himself. One wrong move, and he might get caught in a trap. Wang Jia, I'll head back with Fei Fei first. If there's anything, I'll ask you anytime. Thank you so much today. I really can't stay any longer. Otherwise, who knows what kind of bold statements Wang director might come up with next. Besides, Yang Shue's wife is waiting for him. Ha ha ha. Alright, little brother, go ahead and head back. Don't forget to treat your sister to a big meal someday. Don't worry, Sister Wang, we definitely will, definitely. It's just a meal. No big deal. Su Yang agreed readily. This sister, though she loves to joke around, is extremely serious about her work and always takes her responsibilities very seriously when explaining things to him. Both her last lecture and this on-site lecture were packed with practical knowledge. Soon, the two of them bid farewell to Director Wang and headed to the top floor office. Mr. Su, what nice clothes did Director Wang give to Mr. Yang? As the two rode the elevator upstairs, Li Feifei curiously peeked into the bag. Actually, I'm not sure either. Why don't I just take it? Su Yang saw this and couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Oh no. Miss, let's not look, okay? What if you see something so embarrassing, you'll definitely think too much of it, right? Saying this, Su Yang reached out to take the bag. Alright, Mr. Su, hee. Seeing Su Yang's slightly nervous expression, Li Feifei couldn't help but smile a little. Actually, she had already guessed. This outfit must be extremely interesting. Anyway, Director Wang said he'd give her a few pieces too, so she could try them on later. Before long, the two arrived at the top floor. Fei, I need to go find Yang Zong for something. Alright, Mr. Su. I'll go grab my bag and head back. See you later. Upon reaching the door to Yang Shue's office, Su Yang waved goodbye to Li Feifei. Then he pushed the door open and walked inside. My husband is back. Seeing Su Yang return, Yang Shue happily stood up from her chair. She walked over to him with light steps and wrapped her arms around his waist. Honey, we didn't have time to go to the restroom this morning. Yang Shue hugged Su Yang's waist, leaning her body against his chest. Her arms were wrapped tightly around him. It's okay, honey. We can leave work early and go home. Come on, honey, take a look at the gift Wang director gave you. Su Yang said, gently patting his wife's back. Wang Fu also gave me a gift? Yang Shue, upon hearing this, finally noticed that Su Yang was still holding a paper bag in his hand. Yes, honey, take a look. Su Yang said, unable to help but smile. Come on, let me see. Saying this, Yang Shue smiled and took the paper bag from him. A moment later. But that stinky little brat, Wang Fu. Ha ha ha. Honey, Wang Fu is such a joker. Look at what she gave me. Honey, look. Saying this, Yang Shue took the items out of her handbag. She waved it in front of Su Yang's face. Sure enough, he recognized it immediately. The item was exactly the same as what his wife was wearing. Yeah. Wang director said he'd give me a few nice things. I didn't expect her to give me something like this. Well, it's actually pretty nice. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and reached out to hug his wife again. Honey, you look so sexy in this outfit. It's my favorite. Knock knock knock. As the two were kissing, the office door was knocked on. Yang Shue quickly let go of her hands that were tightly wrapped around Su Yang's waist and tidied up her messy hair on her forehead. Come in. From the sound of the knocking, she knew it was Zhang, the secretary, coming over. As expected, it was probably the lunch delivery. Squeak! As the door opened, it was indeed Zhang, the secretary, carrying some meal boxes. Mr. Yang, Mr. Su. Seeing the two of them standing close together, Zhang, the secretary, immediately understood a lot. She knew that the two of them had just been expressing their feelings for each other. She simply smiled shyly at the two of them, placed the meal boxes on the coffee table, and quickly left. At this crucial moment, she'd rather not be the third wheel. Chapter 206, Nothing was accomplished. Honey, come wash your hands and eat dinner. I still need to discuss business with the finance director later. Seeing Zhang's secretary leave the office and close the door, Yang Shue took Su Yang's hand and prepared to eat. Alright, honey. It seems like my wife won't be able to eat, so I guess I'll just have to eat properly. We'll see how things go after dinner. She's going to talk to the finance director, and who knows how long that will take. Soon, the two of them sat down on the sofa together and started eating. Not long after, it was just past 12 o'clock. Before they had finished eating, the office door was knocked on. "Come in." Squeak. As the door opened, a tall, slender woman entered. Her most striking feature was her height. She was quite attractive. "Mr. Yang, you haven't finished your meal yet. Should I come back later?" "It's fine, Zhang Min. Just sit down and wait for a moment. I'll finish soon." Yang Shui smiled and waved her hand, pointing to a chair nearby. "All right, Mr. Yang." "Hello, Mr. Su." After greeting Yang Shui, the finance director Zhang Min also politely greeted Su Yang. While greeting him, she also took a good look at him from head to toe. This handsome young man. He really is quite handsome. Not only is he good looking, but he's also in great shape. And he's still so young. If Yang Zone were with him, he'd be having the time of his life. Not bad, not bad. I'm actually a bit jealous. "Hello, Director Zhang." Su Yang smiled and nodded, politely greeting the finance director, Zhang Min. This older woman, though slender, was indeed rather ordinary. Su Yang had no interest in such a figure. He merely glanced at her briefly before continuing with his meal. Since the finance director was waiting, the two ate quickly. Not long after, the two finished their meal. "You should go rest first." Since there were outsiders present, Yang Shui only whispered to Su Yang and nodded slightly. "All right, I will. Don't work too hard." Similarly, Su Yang nodded slightly and replied softly. Then, after wiping his mouth, he left Yang Shui's office. After stepping out, he turned his head. He saw Yang Xia leading Xiu Pingping to the door of his office, using her fingerprint to unlock it. Cough, cough, cough. "Yang Xia, Pingping, you're here." Since he had run into them, Su Yang naturally walked over with a smile. One was his daughter, and the other was his daughter-in-law, so he had to greet them. "Uncle." "Daddy." Their voices weren't loud, but they were clear and distinct. After all, they were outside the office, so when addressing Su Yang, their voices were indeed much softer. "All right, you two go rest. I'll rest for a bit too." Su Yang smiled and nodded at the two of them, then reached out to pat Yang Xia on the shoulder. This little girl. She seemed much more mature than before. Uncle. Where's my mom? Isn't she with you?" "Oh, your mom is having a meeting with her subordinates. She's pretty busy right now. Don't worry. All right, I'll go rest for a bit. See you later." Su Yang didn't explain further and waved goodbye before leaving. He headed toward the inner restroom. Not long after, Su Yang had already changed into his pajamas and lay down on the large bed. Sniff. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the fresh scent Yang Shui had left behind. Huff. Then he exhaled slowly, feeling utterly relaxed. "Never mind, I'll rest for a while. It looks like my wife probably won't have time to come over and rest." Time ticked by second by second. Before he knew it, Su Yang fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time. In a daze, Su Yang felt someone lie down beside him and gently embrace him. A moment later, Su Yang woke up. In a moment. "Honey, wake up, kiss." Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and kissed his lips. Ugh. All right, get up quickly. After a quick kiss with his wife, Su Yang rolled over and sat up. "Honey, let's go to the meeting with me this afternoon. We have a few product designs that need final approval. I thought since you just learned the design department's process from Wang Fu, you could join in too?" "Sure, honey. I'll do whatever you say." Su Yang smiled and nodded, then began dressing while greedily staring up and down at Yang Shui's alluring figure. My little darling is so obedient." Yang Shui smiled and kissed Su Yang on the lips again before starting to dress herself. "Honey, actually, most of the middle and senior managers already know about our relationship. They all know I married a young hunk, and they're all jealous of me." It's okay, honey. No matter what they think, I'll always love you." Chapter 207, Su Yang's first meeting. The two chatted while tidying up, and soon everything was in order. "Let's go, honey. You go back to the office first. I'll call you when it's time for the meeting." "All right, honey. Wait until tonight. I'll definitely pamper you properly, okay? It was too short earlier, I'm sorry, honey." "It's okay, honey. It was actually pretty good just now. Your skills seem to have improved a lot." "Ha ha. Of course, honey. I occasionally take some time to look up materials and practice." "What? There is such material too?" "Of course. After all, every kind of movie has them." Yang Shui said, her face blushing slightly. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel touched. This wife. To be able to pamper him properly, she's put so much effort into it. Even the technique of showing affection, she took the time to learn. What a wonderful, studious wife she is. After taking a break, the two returned to their respective offices. After pouring himself a glass of water, Su Yang began reviewing the content from the morning's visit and study session. Since he had recorded many videos on his phone, the review was quite easy. After some time had passed, ding dong! Su Yang's phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from his wife. Honey, it's time for the meeting. Without any hesitation, Su Yang immediately replied to Yang Shui. Got it, honey. After sending the message, Su Yang quickly grabbed his laptop and left the office. To be honest, this was Su Yang's first time attending a company meeting. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Soon, he arrived at Yang Shui's office door and pushed it open. But Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh when she saw him arrive so quickly. Honey, your reaction time is really too fast. Your wife just sent you a message less than a minute ago, and you're already here. You're such a good boy. Honey, sit down for a moment. We'll wait for Zhang's secretary to call us. Saying this, Yang Shui smiled and pointed to the sofa with her finger. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and nodded, then sat down on the sofa and placed the computer on the coffee table. Since we have to wait a while, I might as well review today's lessons again. Soon, Su Yang was back in study mode. Yang Shui busied herself with her tasks while secretly glancing at Su Yang. The look of approval in her eyes grew even more pronounced. This little husband. He's truly remarkable. Not only is he obedient and sensible, but he is also so hardworking. I'm sure that in the near future he'll be able to help his wife at work. Ding dong ding dong. Honey, let us get ready to go. Zhang, the secretary, is here. Please come in. Su Yang had just started practicing for a moment when he heard the office door being knocked. All right, honey. Squeak. With a click of the door, Zhang, the secretary, walked in. Mr. Yang, everyone is here. Shall we go to the meeting now? All right, let's go. As she spoke, Yang Shui turned her head and smiled at Su Yang, giving him a nod with a hint of encouragement in her eyes. All right. Su Yang nodded slightly, quickly tidied up his computer, and stood up. A moment later, the three of them walked out of Yang Shui's office together. The large conference room was on the top floor, not far from Yang Shui's office. Soon, the three of them entered the conference room together. Yang Shui was at the front, followed by Su Yang and Zhang, the secretary. The large conference room was already quite crowded. Most were from the design department, with representatives from other relevant departments as well. Since the purpose was to finalize the design proposal, everyone was encouraged to speak freely. In short, today's main focus was on Wang Fu, the head of the design department. She was there to chair the meeting. Yang Shui entered the room and took her seat at the designated spot on one side of the conference table. To her left is Zhang, the secretary, and to her right is Su Yang. After everyone took their seats, Wang Fu, let's begin. Yang Shui looked at Director Wang at the front of the meeting room and nodded with a smile. Yes, Ms. Yang, Mr. Su. Wang Fu responded and gave Su Yang a smile. She hadn't expected that this new younger brother she had just taken under her wing had also come along. This meant Yang Zong really values him. It's not just a kept young hunk. In front of so many people, she actually brought him along so openly. It's obvious. This young hunk is truly very much favored by Mr. Yang. Hello everyone, after several rounds of selection and suggestions, our department has made improvements and finalized the designs for these products. This is the first one. Soon, Wang Fu began to introduce the product designs. At that moment, Su Yang had already opened his computer and started taking notes as usual. His primary task at the moment was to learn. As for the specifics of the design, he was completely inexperienced. However, with continued exposure, he gradually began to develop a more professional understanding. Once the selection meeting began, the atmosphere in the conference room quickly became lively. Everyone was speaking freely. Yang Shui occasionally shared her opinions, but she wasn't really the focus of today's discussion. To select the best design, everyone was encouraged to share their opinions. Most of the people in the meeting room were young women or young married women. Various fragrances mingled together, creating a pleasant aroma. With Yang Shui by his side, Su Yang remained calm and composed. He took notes while carefully listening to each speaker's opinions and suggestions. Of course, the young women and young married women occasionally glanced over curiously. Looking at his face, looking at his figure. Some even deliberately bent over to pick up a dropped pen, using it as an excuse to appraise his build. With such a handsome young man, he managed to liven up the meeting room atmosphere quite a bit. Time passed slowly, and everyone's opinions gradually aligned. The final design draft was basically finalized. Before we knew it, nearly 3 hours had passed. Mr. Yang, perhaps you should make the final decision? Finally, Wang Fu looked at Yang Shui and Su Yang, her eyes brimming with an indescribable smile. Alright, let's go with option 3, which received the most votes. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then looked around the room before making the final decision. Chapter 208, Little Darling, how did today's meeting go? Since the final decision has been made, today's meeting can be considered a success. After a round of applause to celebrate, Yang Shui also smiled and said a few encouraging words. Then, Yang Shui waved goodbye to everyone and left the meeting room with Su Yang and Zhang, the secretary. As soon as the boss left, the meeting room erupted into chaos. Whispers and speculation filled the air. Su Yang followed Yang Shui to her office. Zhang, the secretary, came in briefly but didn't stay long before leaving. Little darling, how did today's meeting go? As soon as Su Yang put down his computer, Yang Shui pulled him over and sat down on the sofa with him. She turned her head and kissed his lips. I could understand everyone's remarks, and I basically grasped the meaning. But when it comes to explaining the more technical aspects myself, I still can't articulate them properly. Su Yang pursed his lips, thought for a moment, then shared his thoughts. The design-related knowledge he currently possessed was still at a conceptual level, and when it came to more specialized design work, he was indeed quite clueless. Being able to understand was already quite commendable. However, he had meticulously recorded every idea shared by everyone at the meeting. With further study, he was sure he would become more and more professional. That's great, honey. You can actually understand it now? Not bad, not bad. Kiss. Yeah, I can understand most of it. I've also recorded everyone's comments, and I'll organize them properly later. Wow. You're so smart, little one. Honey, let's go home early today? Sure, honey. Let's go home early today. We still need to tidy up the room for Mom. Okay, honey. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go. I don't want to wait anymore. As she spoke, Yang Shui took Su Yang's hand and started to leave. Not long after, the two of them left the office hand in hand. Honey, let's tell Mom and Dad later. I won't be coming over for dinner tonight. Alright, I'll send a message to Mom once we get home. After getting into the car, Su Yang chatted with Yang Shui while starting the engine. Roar! With the roar of the engine, the car drove off at a leisurely pace. Honey, did you know that during the meeting today, I noticed a lot of girls were checking you out? Yang Shui leaned back in the passenger seat, her long legs pressed tightly against the left side. Her face was already flushed with embarrassment. Why were they staring at me? I didn't even notice? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. During the meeting, there had indeed been several young women and married women who occasionally glanced at him. Some even pretended to pick up something that had fallen and peered at him from under the table. He had no idea what they were looking at. If he hadn't been so focused on listening and taking notes, he would have felt embarrassed. Of course it's because my little cutie is so handsome. They saw the little heartthrob, and they all went wild. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This wife. In her eyes, he, Su Yang, was the handsomest and cutest guy around. Really, honey, I noticed that some of the young married women at our company really like guys like you. They keep staring at you the most. You can tell from their expressions that they're so jealous of me. Ha ha. Yang Shui said, reaching out to stroke Su Yang's cheek. Such a handsome and obedient husband truly made her overjoyed. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Let them envy all they want, he didn't care about their opinions. In Su Yang's eyes, there was only one person, his wife, Yang Shui. The two chatted all the way, and the car soon arrived at the residential complex. Not long after, they returned home. Husband. Why don't I hug you first? As soon as they arrived home, Yang Shui couldn't help but wrap her arms around Su Yang's neck. Wait a moment, dear. I need to send my mother a message first. A moment later, he sent the message to his mom. Ding! Then, Su Yang's phone buzzed once. He reached out, picked up his phone, glanced at it, and then put it down. Alright, son, Mom got it. And so, Su Yang felt reassured. Chapter 209, My wife is progressing so fast. It didn't take long. Su Yang finished his shower, dried himself off with a towel, and found a clean set of pajamas to change into. He opened the bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway. The kitchen was lit, and the sounds of preparing dinner could be heard inside. Honey. Su Yang walked into the kitchen and embraced Yang Shui's slender waist from behind. Honey, are you hungry? We'll eat soon. I cooked some porridge. Okay, honey. Not long after, Su Yang sat down beside Yang Shui, shoulder to shoulder. A simple yet delightful dinner began. Honey, my older sister will be here soon, and I'm feeling a bit nervous. Really, honey? Yang Shui gently held Su Yang's hand, her eyes clearly revealing an indescribable expression. What's there to worry about? Besides, your older sister really likes you very much, and the two of you are both such beauties, you have so much in common. Ha ha. We're both beautiful, but my wife is much older than you, and my older sister still doesn't know the exact age difference between us. What if she finds out we're half her age? What if she doesn't recognize me as her daughter-in-law? Yang Shui said this, but she wasn't really worried. Her intuition told her such a thing was unlikely to happen. Even if the eldest sister found out about the actual age difference between the two, she'd probably just feel a little upset inside. But she'd soon adjust and accept reality. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, honey, it's impossible. I know my older sister very well. Don't let her harsh words toward me and dad fool you, but she loves us two the most. Over the years, she's never really refused anything. Of course. My dad and I always listen to our eldest sister. Besides, actually, my older sister probably already knows your real age, so, honey, you really don't need to worry. Oh? My eldest sister already knows my real age? Yeah, I think so. She actually mentioned it to me, though she didn't say it explicitly, but her meaning was clear. As long as the two of us have a good relationship, she definitely won't stand in our way. Su-young gently pinched Yang Shue's cheek and comforted her tenderly. This kind of thing really isn't something to worry about. I'm sure everything will be fine. If that's the case, then this matter. I do feel a bit more at ease. Then there's the issue of your two past lives, which is also a concern. I'm a bit worried that if my older sister isn't happy about it, it could cause problems. Don't worry, honey. This isn't a big deal either. Big sister has a very broad mind. I don't think this is an issue at all. Really? That's such a relief. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but nod slightly. The two of them ate and chatted, and soon finished dinner. Once everything was tidied up, the two of them held hands and entered the master bedroom. The next morning, Yang Shui and Su-young were awakened by their phone alarms. It's getting late. My wife has a client to meet this morning, Yang Shui said, smiling as she shook Su-young. Okay, I'm getting up. Chapter 210, Husband, are you not listening to the teacher? After breakfast, the two of them drove to the company together. Ha! Su-yang, driving the car, couldn't help but yawn deeply. Little darling, you didn't rest well, did you? Yang Shui looked at Su-yang, who seemed a bit tired, and couldn't help but feel a little concerned. It's okay, honey. I'm just a little tired. I'll take a short nap at noon, and I'll be fine. Su-yang couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Alright, once we get to the office, you can go to the break room to catch up on some sleep. There's no rush with the work. Be a good boy, okay? To be honest, Yang Shui looked at Su-yang's expression and began to feel a little guilty. Alright, honey, I'll do as you say. I'll just organize the materials from yesterday's meeting first, then I'll go rest, okay? Su-yang was well aware that if things continued this way, his wife could get pregnant at any moment. Once she was pregnant, his wife would definitely have to work even harder. So he had to study hard. He had to strive to be able to help his wife sooner rather than later. Not long after, the two of them hurried to the company. Yang Shui, who had a meeting, hurried to her office. Su-young also returned to his office. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Fei Fei. By the way, Fei Fei, could you grind some coffee for me? Sure, Mr. Su. Li Fei Fei smiled and agreed, then quickly went to grind the coffee. Su-young placed his bag on his desk, sat down at his desk, and began organizing the contents of yesterday's meeting. The meeting had covered a lot of ground, and the content was rich and informative. It included many valuable insights from various people. For Su-yang, it was an invaluable learning opportunity. A few moments later. Mr. Su, your coffee. Sure, Fei Fei, thank you. Just put it on the table. Alright, Mr. Su. I'll go ahead now. If you need anything, just call me over. With that, Li Fei Fei smiled and left Su-yang's office. Then, she happily went to find Director Wang. Because earlier, Director Wang had sent her a message saying he would give her the two outfits he had mentioned earlier. The same kind as the ones he had sent to Su-young. After Li Fei Fei left the office, Su-young continued to focus on his studies. Time passed slowly. Before she knew it, it was already 11 a.m. By then, Su-young had completely forgotten about taking a break. He was now fully focused on organizing the key points of the meeting. Squeak! With a soft creak, Yang Shui pushed the door open and walked in. Su-young was startled awake by the sound of the door opening and couldn't help but look up toward the doorway. He realized it was his wife coming in. Wife! Little darling, why didn't you listen to your wife? I told you to go rest. Why are you still working? Yang Shui closed the office door and looked at Su-young with concern. As she spoke, she walked over to Su-yang's side. She reached out and closed the lid of his laptop. Both arms wrapped directly around Su-yang's neck. Put! Little darling! Did you disobey your teacher? Yang Shui snuggled into Su-yang's embrace, her breath fragrant. Listen. Of course I listened to Ms. Yang. I was just thinking about turning off the computer and resting for a while. Su-young held the soft and fragrant Yang Shui in his arms, unable to help but feel a moment of dizziness. That's more like it. It's just past 11 now. Come on, let us go to the restroom. I'll rest with you for a while. No mischief, okay? Yang Shui pinched his cheek and then took his hand, leading him out. Since we didn't rest well last night, we really need to rest properly. How could you neglect your health for work? That won't do. Anyway, Yang Shui felt a little sorry for him. Okay, dear. I'll definitely listen to Ms. Yang. I'll be a good boy. Su Yang was being pulled out by her while laughing softly. That's more like it. My wife loves her good little baby the most. But Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Chapter 211, Husband, do you really think that was a dream? Soon, the two of them arrived at the restroom. After tidying up, Su Yang and Yang Shui lay down together. Little darling, be a good girl, close your eyes and get some rest, okay? Alright, honey, I'll rest well too. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He fell asleep like that. Huff. Soon, he began to snore softly. Little darling, you're just being stubborn. You never snore when you sleep normally. You must be really exhausted to be snoring like this. Yang Shui listened to Su Yang snoring with a pang of tenderness. In the future, when we have children, the two of you will both be my little darlings. Yang Shui looked at the person she loved most and couldn't help but feel a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She was actually a bit tired too. Soon, she too fell asleep. Time passed slowly. Before she knew it, it was nearly midnight. Since Yang Shui had her phone on silent, she didn't hear the message Zhang's secretary sent. At that moment, Zhang, the secretary, had already delivered their lunch to the office. Seeing that neither of them was there, Zhang, the secretary, simply sent a message and did not disturb Yang Shui further. Time quickly passed, and it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Shui woke up. But she didn't move. Because Su Yang was still snuggled in her arms, like a big child in his mother's arms. Very obedient. Yang Shui couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke his hair and cheeks. This husband. He really is like a big child. He's so incredibly obedient and understanding. A moment later. Su Yang thought about how his mom had to take the train over in the afternoon, so he couldn't sleep anymore. Although the alarm clock he had set hadn't gone off yet, he felt that it was almost time. So he woke up. Honey, are you awake? Did you sleep well? I slept so comfortably. I just had a dream, and it was so beautiful. Su Yang replied, stretching his arms and yawning. Oh, what a beautiful dream did my little treasure have? Yang Shui said, hugging Su Yang tightly. I dreamed that I was organizing meeting materials, and suddenly felt someone kissing me, but I couldn't open my eyes. But I could feel that there was a very beautiful older sister. Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle shyly upon hearing this. Honey, get up quickly. It's almost time, right? There is nothing urgent for me this afternoon. Let us go to the train station together. Okay, honey, I'll get up right away. Su Yang heard this and quickly got out of bed. Yang Shui also sat up shortly after. Soon, the two of them got dressed and came out of the restroom together. They then returned to the office. Honey, let's skip dinner and eat with big sister tonight, okay? We definitely don't have time to eat now. Have Zhang, the secretary, clean up. Let's go, honey. We don't have much time left. Su Yang checked the time and turned to look at Yang Shui. There wasn't much time left, they had to leave quickly. Alright, honey, let us go. Saying that, the two quickly walked out of the office. After going downstairs, they got into the car and set off. How about it, honey? Are you missing your older sister? The last time we went home, we didn't stay long enough. That's true. I do miss my older sister. Su Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He still felt a deep affection for his parents. He just didn't know how long his mom would stay once she arrived. But, given the way mom and dad feel about each other, they probably won't stay for too long. Maybe we should ask my older sister to stay longer? There's not much to do at home anyway. Plus, my eldest sister used to study in Zhangcheng and hasn't been back in years. We can take her around and show her the sights. Cough, cough, cough. I think she can stay for a week or two, but any longer than that might not work. After all, Dad is still here. Once my older sister comes, Dad's life won't be very comfortable. Well, the main issue is that there's no one to take care of him. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and turned to wink at Yang Shui. Chapter 212, Shui, has Yang Yang been disobeying you lately? Su Yang drove quickly, speeding toward the train station. It didn't take long. The two arrived at the train station. After parking the car, the two held hands and headed toward the exit. Honey, actually, I'm a little nervous. Ha! Honey, you've seen it all. It's just our older sister. What's there to be nervous about? Besides, you two are already very close. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but squeeze Yang Shui's small hand. This wife. Why is she suddenly getting nervous now? This shouldn't be happening, right? It's not that. It's just that I need our eldest sister to explain your past life to you. I'm worried that if I don't explain it well. Actually, I'm quite confident, but I'm just worried that something might go wrong. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile slightly, showing no signs of tension on her face. It's okay, honey. I'm here for you. Actually, there's no need to be nervous about this. Big sister will definitely believe you. Su Yang didn't seem worried at all. After all, in the face of evidence, it's hard not to believe it. Yang Shui nodded slightly upon hearing this. Anyway, the older sister would be here soon. We'd have to face it eventually. She figured this matter wouldn't be too much of a problem. Su Yang and Yang Shui stood at the exit, looking inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of their mother. Ding dong! Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. He opened it to see that it was a message from his mother. Son, I've gotten off the train. I'm heading out now. After reading the message, Su Yang pulled Yang Shui's hand. Honey, my sister sent me a message. She's already gotten off the train and should be out of the station soon. Oh, that's great. It's been a while since we saw my older sister. You really miss her, don't you? Yang Shui held Su Yang's hand, speaking as she looked toward the exit. She hoped to spot her mother's smiling face among the bustling crowd. Time ticked by second by second. Honey, my older sister is coming over there. While Su Yang was still searching everywhere, Yang Shui suddenly pointed ahead and whispered excitedly. Oh. Following his wife's gesture, Su Yang quickly spotted his mother's figure. Wow. This older sister. She's dressed way too young and trendy. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was only in her 30s. That figure really holds its own against young girls and young women. And her aura. It's truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw his mother, and he took Yang Shui's hand and walked toward her. Big sister. Soon, Su Yang's mother noticed her son and daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. Yang, Xiao Shui. Her voice was always so cheerful. Upon seeing the two of them, her usually composed expression blossomed into a rose. Her elegantly dressed face instantly revealed an indescribable smile. Big sister. Yang Shui also called out and wrapped her arms around her older sister. Ha ha ha. Xiao Shui, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Big sister has been thinking about you every day. Big sister, Xiao Shui misses you too. The two of them, upon meeting, naturally exchanged some polite small talk. Eldest sister, Xiao Shui. Let us go home and chat. Ha ha ha. Let's go home and chat. Mom laughed heartily and handed the suitcase she was holding to Su Yang. Let us go. Su Yang took the suitcase, and the three of them chatted and laughed as they headed toward the parking lot. Xiao Shui, your complexion is looking better and better. Have you been drinking the beauty soup your older sister recommended? I only drink it occasionally. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The beauty soup might actually be good, but she didn't have time to make it. As for why her complexion was so good? Well, of course, it's all thanks to her husband. With his nourishment, her complexion naturally improved day by day. Xiao Shui, make sure to drink it regularly, okay? Look at your older sister, everyone says I look like I'm in my 30s. When I went out this time, your father nagged me for ages. He said not to talk to strangers, and if anyone approaches you, definitely don't give them your WeChat ID. Ha ha ha. Your father is really something. As soon as I step out the door, he acts like he's lost his mind. Saying this, Mom burst into her usual hearty laughter. At the same time, she pulled out her phone and started replying to Su Yang's dad's message. Honey, your wife has arrived in Zhangcheng. Yang and Xiao Shui are with me now, and we're getting ready to head home. Stay home and behave yourself. Don't miss me too much, okay? Seeing her older sister typing and sending the message, Yang Shui naturally felt too shy to lean in to look. Su Yang followed behind the two of them at a leisurely pace. Shui, has Yang been disobeying you lately? If he dares to misbehave, just tell your older sister, and I'll deal with him properly. As she spoke, Mom turned around and smiled at Su Yang. She even winked at him. As if to say, good son, you must cooperate with your mother. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, big sister. Xiao Shui is so nice, how could I possibly disobey her? Su Yang, seeing this, naturally understood his mother's meaning. However, the bond between him and Yang Shui wasn't something that could be described as simply obeying. Their love spanned lifetimes, something no ordinary couple could compare to. Ha, that's more like it. You're a smart one. His mother said with a smile, then turned her head and continued walking forward with Yang Shui. Xiao Shui, when it comes to men, we women must not only pamper them but also make them obey us. Only then will a woman truly be happy, don't you agree? Yes, big sister is right. Yang Shui nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Big sister is so right. It was just like her relationship with Su Yang. She was utterly devoted to her husband, loving him with every fiber of her being. And Su Yang was indeed extremely considerate of her, always listening to her every word. Even at night, if she ever wanted to, he would let her do as she pleased. Whenever she wants, however she wants. He's as obedient as can be. He was really exhausted, but he didn't complain once. This little man, he's truly irresistible. Chapter 213, as his older sister, you need to nurture him more. Soon, the three of them arrived at the parking lot and found their own car. After everyone and the luggage were in the car, Su Yang started the engine and drove away from the train station. Su Yang drove, while his wife and mother sat in the back seat. The two of them held hands and chatted happily. They looked just like a pair of sisters. Ding dong. Just as they were chatting, the mother's phone rang. She opened it to see that it was a message from Su Yang's father. Okay, I got it, honey. I'll be waiting for you at home. But please don't stay too long, okay? I'm already missing you so much. Ha ha. Mom couldn't help but laugh as she read the message. Xiao Shui, look at the message your dad sent. Saying this, she actually handed the phone to Yang Shui. After all, the bond between her and her husband was so strong that there was nothing more to say about it. Their son was well aware of this, but their daughter-in-law wasn't quite as clued in. Anyway, this fine family tradition must be passed down. Yang Shui looked at the phone screen and couldn't help but freeze in place. Because the message her older sister had just sent to her father, and the reply he had sent back, every word was filled with deep affection. Though they were an old married couple, that enduring love was truly thought-provoking. It was truly deeply moving. Yang Shui looked at the messages and couldn't help but glance up at Su Yang in front of her, feeling a wave of warmth surge through her heart. I wonder, could she and her husband also maintain such a deep bond? Could it also endure the test of time? Could they still feel the same passionate love after many years? Sister, your relationship with Dad is truly wonderful. Su Yang and I will definitely learn from you too. Shui is such a good girl. Yang is a smart and obedient boy, just like his father. He's considerate and diligent. Influenced by his family, he also married someone older than himself. Ha ha ha. I could tell just by looking at Shui that the two of you must have a very harmonious relationship, right? When Su Yang's mom was chatting with Yang Shui, she treated her like a sister. Anyway, she could say anything. After hearing her older sister's words, Yang Shui's face couldn't help but flush slightly. Although she called her older sister. But in reality, she was her own mother-in-law. Such words did indeed make Yang Shui feel a bit embarrassed. However, upon further reflection, Yang Shui quickly came to understand. If it weren't for her older sister's open-mindedness, perhaps her relationship with her father wouldn't be so deep and passionate either. That's right, older sister. Yang really loves me and listens to me so well. He's been studying so diligently at the company. Right? Ha ha ha. The older sister looked up at Su Yang, and a look of pride couldn't help but show in her eyes. She knew her own son best. He's always been just like his father. And he's still the same as an adult. Any woman who ends up with her son would be absolutely happy for the rest of her life. Don't worry, Xiao Shui. As long as you treat him well, he'll be completely devoted to you. This kid is just like his father. He still clings to me every day. When I came here, he said I wasn't allowed to stay longer than a week. Otherwise, he'd take the bus to come find me. Ha ha. Xiao Shui, look, having a husband like this is so lucky for a woman, isn't it? The older woman took the phone Yang Shui handed her and put it away. Then she took Xiao Shui's hand and smiled as she chatted with her about her husband. Yes, older sister. Actually, Yang and I are pretty much the same. I think we'll be like this in the future too. As she spoke, Yang Shui looked up at her husband in the driver's seat. Such a handsome, considerate, and obedient young man, it truly made her feel incredibly happy. Don't worry, Shui. As long as you can, Yang will definitely be able to. It's just that Yang is a bit younger, so as his older sister, you need to nurture him more. As she spoke, the older sister began whispering to Yang Shui. Anyway, the words that followed were inaudible to Su Yang, who was driving up front. I understand, older sister. I will. Yang Shui listened, blushing and nodding her head. This older sister's advice was absolutely packed with practical advice. The car drove forward at a leisurely pace, with Yang Shui and the older woman sitting in the back seat, chatting happily. The car was filled with laughter, which drifted out through the cracks in the windows, lingering in the air. Before long, the car pulled into the residential complex. 2 minutes later, it came to a stop in the parking spot downstairs. Wow! Your neighborhood is so clean and beautiful. As soon as she got out of the car, Su Yang's mother looked around everywhere, her eyes brimming with joy. She had graduated from Jiangcheng University and had once been very familiar with this city. But it had been 20 years. The city had developed so rapidly that she could barely recognize it anymore. Yeah, it's not bad, sister. I've lived here for many years, and the neighborhood isn't exactly new either. If you ever decide to move here, our family could buy a bigger house, then you and your father could come live with us. Yang Shui linked her arm through her older sister's and began introducing the surrounding area. Buying a house is a big decision, there's no rush. Once you and Yang have a child, I'll come over to help you take care of the baby, haha. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Maybe I'll become a grandmother soon. Click. Su Yang lifted the suitcase down, closed the trunk, and locked the car. Let us go, older sister, Shui, let us head home. Soon. The three of them returned home together. Wow! Xiao Shui, our house is really spacious. Not bad, not bad. There are so many rooms. As soon as they entered the house, Mom looked at the spacious house and couldn't help but praise it endlessly. Come on, big sister. Since they were already home, Yang Shui naturally wanted to show her mother around. First, she wanted her to get familiar with the surroundings. Chapter 214, Big Sister really knows her stuff. Xiao Shui, this house must be over 200 square meters, right? Yeah, sis, the house is over 290 square meters, which is considered a smaller unit in this neighborhood. Oh, it's that big. Such a large house should be more than enough to live in. Su Yang's mother heard this and couldn't help but be taken aback. What a good daughter-in-law. They already have such a big house, yet they still want to buy a new one. It seems like this daughter-in-law must be making a lot of money. We can live here comfortably. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, holding her older sister's hand as they walked through the living room. Eldest sister, this is our family kitchen, but Yang Yang and I are both quite busy, so we haven't cooked much. As she spoke, Yang Shui opened the kitchen door. The kitchen was indeed spacious. Even if 3 to 5 people were cooking at the same time, there would still be plenty of room. Oh, Xiao Shui. You guys always ordering takeout isn't a good solution. Your older sister is worried it's not healthy enough. Looking at the clean, spacious kitchen, her older sister couldn't help but flash a hint of joy in her eyes. Once her daughter-in-law gets pregnant, she'll have to move in and take good care of her. Such a wonderful kitchen. It will certainly come in handy. We mainly order from a restaurant we've been working with for a long time. It's decent. Yang Shui smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Yang followed her. Most of the time, they ate meals ordered from outside. She rarely cooked, and even then, she only made breakfast a bit more often. But that's just how it is. Plus, the company had a cafeteria that provided 3 meals a day. So she has never hired a nanny or a part-time helper. I know Xiao Shui is very busy at work, and that's all normal. It's okay. These days, the older sister will help you cook. Auntie, we usually eat lunch at the company cafeteria when we're at work. Oh, then come back for dinner? Yes, we'll definitely come back for dinner. Auntie, you've come all this way for just a few days, why don't you rest and relax? Her mother-in-law came to visit her, and Yang Shui really wanted to take her out for a walk, but she was always so busy that she could only wait until she had some free time to accompany her. It's okay, Shui. I just missed you, so I came to visit. I graduated from Jiangcheng University, so I've been everywhere. There's nothing special to see here. You should get back to work. Just come home for dinner tonight. Her mother smiled and patted Yang Shui on the shoulder, then they both walked out of the kitchen together. What else there to walk around? She didn't care about that. She just came to visit her son and daughter-in-law. If she could help them a little, she'd be satisfied. This is the bathroom, and there's another bathroom in the master bedroom. Sister, this is the master bedroom. Yang Yang and I are staying in this room. Yang Shui said, her mind drifting away for a moment. Su Yang was half her age. Although they had been in love for so long, she still felt like an old cow eating tender grass. Now that she was bringing his mother here, she felt a bit uneasy. This room is really big. Xiao Shui, haven't you guys taken any security measures yet? Security measures? Oh, no. Yang Yang and I have already discussed it. We'll just go with the flow and have a baby if it happens. Yang Shui blushed and nodded shyly, making no attempt to hide it. She had already made up her mind about this matter. Right, good Shui. You two must try harder. Anyway, Yang Yang is young, he's not afraid of hard work. But Xiao Shui, at your age, you need to make the most of it, you know? While having children, you also need to make yourself happier, don't you agree? Cough. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but agree wholeheartedly. Big sister really knows what she's talking about. She really understands women's thoughts. This mother-in-law. She's just like an understanding older sister. Exactly, you're absolutely right, but I can't let Yang Yang get too tired either, I do feel so sorry for him. Yang Shui said, scratching her head awkwardly. What am I even saying? How did the conversation end up turning to that topic? But the older sister seemed to support her idea of learning to enjoy it. Xiao Shui is right. A woman should take care of her own man. So women should learn to do some health massages and make some health-promoting foods. But Yang Yang is still young. These things aren't necessary yet. Got it, older sister. By the way, older sister, come take a look at your room. Last night, Yang Yang and I tidied up the room next door for you. Take a look and see if anything is missing. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Saying this, Yang Shui took her older sister's arm and went to the next room together. The next room. The older sister, upon hearing this, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed as though she had some thoughts about the arrangement of the room next door. Yes, older sister. This room next door was originally for Yang Yang to stay in. After we started living together, the room has been empty. But all the furniture and belongings are still there. So we let you stay here. What do you think? Ha. The older sister couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. If I'm staying next door, you two must not be able to relax at night, right? Ha ha ha. As she spoke, the older woman couldn't help but laugh again. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but feel a little shy. She, of course, knew about this. But the other rooms weren't prepared with beds. As for Yang Xia's room, it could be used, but it was small and cluttered with belongings. Staying there definitely wouldn't be as comfortable as this room. Plus, she hadn't even told her older sister about Yang Xia's daughter yet. Don't we have other rooms in our house? I could stay in another one. Now that you two are starting a family, it's a big deal. Your older sister Woon Ti want to disturb you. Eldest sister. Please sit down. I have something I want to talk to you about. Regarding Yang Xia, we'll have to talk about it sooner or later, so it's better to just say it now. My eldest sister is so understanding. She must be able to accept it easily. Chapter 215, I will love him, cherish him, and take care of him with all my heart. Okay, Shui. Saying that, the older sister sat down by the bed. She reached out and pulled Yang Shui to sit beside her. What's wrong, Xiao Shui? Are you pregnant? The eldest sister gently held her hand, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. No, not yet. Yang and I haven't been together for very long, so I shouldn't be pregnant yet. It's okay, Xiao Shui. There's no rush. If we're just in a hurry to have a child, we'll miss out on so much fun, right? Big sister is right. I'm so happy with Yang. That's right. A couple should take care of each other and be full of passion. Look at me and your dad, we've been married for 20 years. And even now, our relationship is still going strong. Didn't you see the messages we just sent each other? Really, Xiao Shui. As a woman, you must never be shy or reserved in front of your man. You must be open and confident, yet still know how to keep him under your spell. That way, he'll stick to you for the rest of his life. Big sister is right. I believe in my relationship with Yang, and it will definitely last a lifetime. Yang Shui was still very confident about this. After all, their love that transcends reincarnation is truly profound. Big sister, Yang Shui thought for a moment and decided to tell her older sister her real age. Only then, she could finally tell her about Yang Xia. After all, this girl and Su Yang were classmates. What do you want to tell me? It's okay, Shui. Just tell me anything. As long as you can live happily with Yang, everything else is trivial. As she spoke, the older sister tenderly wrapped her arm around Yang Shui's shoulder. She could clearly sense that this daughter-in-law was hiding something from her. But it seemed like she was too shy to say it. For a moment, the older sister thought a lot. However, there was one thing she felt very clearly, the deep bond between her and her son. As for other matters, she couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Eldest sister, actually. I'm not 28 years old. After hearing her older sister's words, Yang Shui nodded slightly and quickly made up her mind. Regarding the age issue, with Yang Xia around, she knew she couldn't avoid it. Shu, don't say anything yet. Let your older sister guess. Before Yang Shui could reveal her true age, the older sister interrupted her with a smile. So it was about the age issue after all? It's no big deal. You really think the older sister doesn't know? Don't worry, this 28 years old. Don't say you don't believe it yourself, even the older sister doesn't believe it. Although she looks like she's 28, a girl like her must be older than 28 in real age. The older sister has been around, she knows all the little secrets here. Yang Shui looked at the older woman in surprise and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Could the older sister have already suspected her real age? Xiao Shui, actually, the older sister has known all along that you're definitely not just 28 years old. Look at the older sister, I'm not afraid to brag, but I look like I'm in my 30s, right? The older sister is right. Your older sister does look very young. If someone didn't know you, a handsome young man would definitely ask for your contact information. Ha ha. The older sister couldn't help but laugh after hearing Yang Shui's words. You really understand me, Xiao Shui. Actually, when I took the train here, at least 3 or 4 men came up to ask for my WeChat. The youngest one looked like a student. If I'm not mistaken, he is probably around the same age as my son Yang. As she spoke, a look of pride and satisfaction flashed across her eyes. What do you think, Shui? I'm almost 50 years old, and yet there are still young men who want to chat me up, men who are the same age as my son. Because you're so beautiful and charming, you look just like an older sister. These days, many young boys love to date older women. Yang Shui was quite aware of this phenomenon. Because when she used to go out, she often encountered young boys hitting on her. From the way those young men looked at her, she could tell. They were truly captivated by her. Yeah, Shui. Otherwise, whenever I go out, your dad gets nervous, always worried that some men might try to hit on me. But even if there were any handsome, wealthy men who tried to hit on me, I would never betray your father. Our relationship is really, really good. It's okay, Xiao Shui. It doesn't matter if you're a little older than Yang Yang. As long as you're truly committed to building a life with Yang Yang, your older sister will always support you. But if you're just playing around with my Yang Yang, then your older sister naturally won't say much either. No, no. Older sister, Yang Yang and I truly love each other. This lifetime. I can't live without him. After hearing her older sister's words, Yang Shui hurriedly waved her hands. Just playing around? How could that be possible? Yang Yang and I have a love that transcends reincarnation. I believe there is no other couple in the world like us. Since we've met again in this lifetime, then I, Yang Shui, will never leave him again. I will love him, cherish him, and take care of him with all my heart. Of course I know. Actually, the first time I saw you, I knew you were sincere about Yang Yang, and your relationship is much deeper than that of ordinary couples. Just from the way you two act, I can tell. Yang Yang is deeply infatuated with you. The older sister gently patted Yang Shui's hand and spoke softly. Xiao Shui, you must be around 36 or 37 years old, right? Yang Shui was startled by the question. Wow, you're so sharp, older sister. How did she guess so accurately? Well, actually, I've known all along. Don't worry, Xiao Shui. As I've always said, I'm not an old-fashioned person. As long as you truly care for Yang Yang, I'll always support you both. Seeing Yang Shui nod, the older sister paused for a moment in deep thought, then gently patted her hand with a solemn expression. Xiao Shui is indeed much older than Yang Yang. But seeing how much they care for each other, as their mother, she really couldn't bear to separate them. Since the two of them truly love each other, then let's just give them our blessings. Chapter 216, I'm your mother-in-law, so I'll definitely treat you better in the future. Don't worry, big sister. I'm absolutely sincere about Yang Yang. If it weren't for his age, I would have already married him. Now, I just want to have a child with him as soon as possible so that by the time he graduates from university, we can get married. Yang Shui never expected her older sister to be so generous. The real age issue she had always been worried about, her older sister had already known all along. Good girl. Shui, your older sister, of course, believes you. In fact, her older sister had long known that Yang Shui and her son's feelings were genuine, so she didn't place much importance on the age difference between the two. If he's half her age, so be it. As long as the two of them are together in harmony and happiness, that is all that matters. Thank you, older sister. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, my daughter-in-law. Actually, my older sister has known your age all along and fully approves of your relationship. Don't worry, Shui, you can rest assured. The older sister smiled gently and patted Yang Shui's back lightly. This daughter-in-law may be a bit older, but she truly cares deeply for her son Yang Yang. In such a situation, as a mother, she would certainly support them wholeheartedly. As for the old man at home, that goes without saying. As long as she agrees, the old man will definitely agree. Sister, I once adopted a little girl. What? You're still raising a child now? How old is the child now? Where is the child? Upon hearing her daughter-in-law mention that she had another child, the older sister couldn't help but be startled. No way? Her son was only 19 years old, and now he had to help Shui raise a child? He was going to be a father? Eldest sister, the child is already 19 years old. He is a university classmate of Yang Yang. If it weren't for my daughter, I wouldn't have met Yang Yang. My daughter's name is Yang Xia. She is an orphan I adopted. Older sister, take a look. Saying this, Yang Shui pulled out her phone and found the latest photo of Yang Xia. Oh, this little girl is quite pretty. The moment she saw Yang Xia, the older woman couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. This little girl would be a better match for my son Yang Yang. As Xiao Shui mentioned, this girl is actually Yang Yang's classmate. Why didn't Yang Yang choose her as his classmate? Why did he end up setting his sights on the classmate's mother instead? This child really takes after his father. He only likes older women and doesn't like girls his own age. That little girl is really cute. Why isn't she home? Sis, she is at work. She is doing an internship during the break and hasn't finished yet. Oh. The older sister took Yang Shui's phone, looked at it for a while, and then returned it to her. Yang Yang, that little guy. Instead of flirting with such a pretty classmate, he's looking at his classmate's mother. But the daughter-in-law is indeed more beautiful than this adopted daughter. Mainly because Yang Yang likes the older sister, so he took a liking to his classmate's mother, which is actually understandable. Plus, Xiao Shui has genuinely fallen for Yang Yang, and the two of them are so harmonious together. Alright. Since Xiao Shui has such an older daughter, I guess I can consider myself to have a granddaughter. Though she's not biologically related, she's still a granddaughter. Not bad. I never thought I'd have such a beautiful granddaughter. Xiao Shui, you should have told your older sister sooner. Since you and Yang Yang truly love each other. There is nothing you can't tell your older sister, right, Xiao Shui? Yes, older sister. It's just that Xiao Shui has a lot on her mind. I really love Yang Yang so much, and I'm really worried that you might be good. Could big sister be the kind of person who doesn't understand reason? Don't worry, Xiao Shui. Upon hearing this, the older sister couldn't help but feel a slight pang in her heart. She had experienced similar concerns from her own daughter-in-law in the past. Since that was the case, the older sister naturally understood Yang Shui's feelings very well. As she spoke, she couldn't help but embrace Xiao Shui in her arms. This daughter-in-law. She truly cares for her son Yang Yang with all her heart. As her mother-in-law, I will definitely treat her well. I understand, older sister. You're so kind. Ha ha ha. I'm your mother-in-law, so I'll definitely treat you even better in the future. As she spoke, the older sister couldn't help but burst into another hearty laugh. Now that everything had been laid out, the older sister's cheerful laughter soon filled the room once more. Phew. Yang Shui also sighed in relief. The issues regarding age and her daughter Xiaoxia now seemed to have been smoothly resolved. The eldest sister didn't dwell on these matters. What she cared about most was whether she and Su Yang were truly in love. As long as that was in order, everything else seemed trivial. The two chatted for nearly an hour before finally emerging from the room with smiles on their faces. Yang. At that moment, Su Yang was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching a recorded meeting video on his phone. Hearing his wife's voice, he couldn't help but freeze. This wife. Why was she suddenly calling him Yang? Actually, only his parents from his previous life called him by that name. Now that his wife was using it too, it seemed she had picked it up from his mother. What's wrong, dear? Ha ha ha. Saying this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Honey, call Xia and tell her to come home early after work. Say grandma is here. Alright, honey. Su Yang smiled and replied, then turned off the video on his phone. He opened WeChat and found Xia's profile picture. He then typed out a message and sent it. Buddy, come back here after work today. Your grandmother has come from the countryside. A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. Oh? Are you talking about your mom? Ha ha ha. Of course. Come back early after work. Alright, buddy. Actually, I'm pretty curious too. Is my grandmother especially young and beautiful? Yang Xia, though he had never met this grandmother, still had some basic guesses in his mind. Su Yang is so handsome. Most boys tend to resemble their mothers, so this grandmother must be very beautiful. Plus, she can't be too old, probably around the same age as Yang Xia's mom, right? Chapter 217, just one day away from home, she already misses her husband. Of course. Your grandmother is indeed very beautiful. You'll see when you come back. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, his lips twitching slightly. Alright, buddy, see you after work. Soon, Su Yang finished telling Yang Xia about what to do when he got back from work. Xiao Shui, is there a vegetable market or supermarket nearby? My aunt wants to go buy some groceries. I'll cook dinner. There is one, auntie. Why don't we just go out to a restaurant today? It's not far from the community entrance. After all, the older sister just arrived. There's no need to start working right away, is there? We should have a nice meal first and then rest properly. Otherwise, that would make the son and daughter-in-law seem unfilial, wouldn't it? Why go to a fancy restaurant? It's expensive and not even good. No one can cook as well as I can. It's okay, Shui. Let us go. You can show me around. I'd like to get familiar with the area. Then I can go shopping on my own later. Come on, Shui, be a good girl. Stop that. Listen to your older sister. Let's go out for a walk. Yang, stay home and study hard. Let's go out for a walk with your wife and me. Saying this, the older sister, disregarding the fatigue of the journey, pulled Yang Shui toward the door. Alright. Since the older sister insisted, Yang Shui naturally couldn't say anything. However, she felt a little guilty inside. After all, her older sister had been on the train for so long and hadn't had a chance to rest properly. Honey, we're heading out now. If you're tired, just rest for a bit. Ha ha ha. I'm not tired. You go ahead. If you buy a lot, send me a message, and I'll help you carry it. Su Yan looked at his mother and Shui and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. To be honest, these two really do look like sisters. Both are stunningly beautiful, and there's not much age difference between them. Plus, the older sister takes such good care of herself that she looks like she is only 35 or 36. And their figures are almost flawless. No wonder so many young guys try to hit on her. Sure, no problem. What do you think, Yang? When I stand next to your wife, do we look like sisters? Yes, older sister, you look exactly like sisters. Ha ha ha. We're leaving now. Son, study hard, okay? Be a good boy. Alright, big sister. Goodbye, husband. Saying that, the older sister and Yang Shui held hands and left the house. Once his mother and wife had left the house, Su Yang stood up and went straight to the master bedroom. He quickly took off his clothes, grabbed a towel, and went to take a shower. After taking a quick shower and changing into his pajamas, he studied for a while. He would wait until tonight and see what happened then. With his mother sleeping in the next room, the two of them dared not do anything. Even if they made a little noise, the sound would carry through the wall. Especially at night when it's quiet, it's as clear as if they were right next to you. It's really a bit embarrassing. If mom could stay in Yang Xia's room, that would be better. After all, the two rooms are quite far apart. But Yang Xia has Xiu Pingping with her, and the two of them share a room. It wouldn't be appropriate for mom to disturb them. In that case, at night, he and Yang Shui could only grit their teeth and stay silent. Not long after, Su Yang finished his shower and put on his pajamas. He took his laptop straight to the study. Now he was determined to make the most of every moment to study as much as possible. Given the depth of their love, it was likely that she could conceive at any moment. Once his wife became pregnant, she would inevitably become even more exhausted. Therefore, he must work hard as soon as possible and fulfill his responsibilities as a husband to the best of his ability. He must do everything he can to help his wife. Time ticked away second by second. He didn't know how long it had been. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang at home. Su Yang heard it and quickly got up, rushing over from the study. Coming. Click. With a loud bang, the door opened. It turned out to be his mother and wife returning from shopping. Everyone was carrying quite a few things in their hands. Come on, give me. Su Yang saw this and quickly started taking things from their hands. Chicken, fish, meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits. They had bought quite a lot of everything. Soon, the three of them carried the items to the kitchen. Yang, go back to what you were doing. Shui, you go too. Cooking is enough for me to handle alone. I'm not busy, older sister. I can't let you cook alone. Yang Shui quickly smiled and waved her hands. Let the eldest sister cook alone? That's impossible. She's been so tired all day she really should rest. But she wouldn't listen to any advice and insisted on making dinner herself. Ha. It's okay, Shui. Don't let her appearance fool you. Even though she looks like she has never set foot in the kitchen, her cooking skills are top-notch. Your father loves the food I cook the most. Even when his friends invite him out for drinks, he rarely goes. Last time there was a class reunion, if it weren't for his class monitor calling him repeatedly, he wouldn't have wanted to go at all. The older sister was busy in the kitchen while chatting happily with Yang Shui. The kitchen was spacious enough for the two of them to move around comfortably. Ha. Auntie, I think Dad just doesn't want to leave you. Last time, we were planning to have him stay a few more days, but he didn't want to at all. He didn't even want to stay an extra day. Ha. Yeah, your dad is just like that. Ever since the two of us started dating, he has been completely smitten with me. Whatever I tell him to do, he does it. He is so obedient and well-behaved. To be honest, the two of us have really had a happy life together. Whenever she mentioned her husband, the older sister's face lit up with even more smiles. Her eyes betrayed a hint of longing. Actually, just one day away from home, she already misses her husband. Sister, your relationship is truly something to envy. Ha. Jealous, Shui? Ha. Actually, there's a trick to getting along with your spouse. Oh? Techniques? Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but let a hint of anticipation show in her eyes. Big sister has been married for so many years and has such a good relationship with Su Yang's dad. There must be a secret to it. Chapter 218. Wow, Grandma is so beautiful. Yes, Xiao Shui. Ha. The older sister said, unable to help but laugh. Of course there are techniques. But talking about such topics with her own daughter-in-law felt a bit awkward. Then tell me about it, older sister. I want to learn too. Cough. Let's cook first. We'll wait for your older sister to sort things out, and then we can talk about it later, okay? Sure, okay. Seeing her older sister's slightly flushed face, Yang Shui suddenly realized something and decided not to ask any further questions. Right. Some things between a couple are private, even embarrassing to talk about, and even someone as bold as my older sister has moments when she feels too shy to speak up. The two chatted while sorting and putting away the various items they had bought. After everything was tidied up, they began preparing dinner. Time passed slowly. Su Yang was studying diligently in the study. Click. At that moment, the door opened. It was Yang Xia returning from work. Old buddy. The study was not far from the door. Upon entering, Yang Xia immediately spotted Su Yang, who was intently focused on his computer in the study. Come on, old buddy, sit down. Why are you here alone? Where's Ping? Su Yang heard Yang Xia's voice and couldn't help but look up. He waved her over and gestured for her to sit in the chair across from him. I was just going to see Grandma. I told her to go back with my aunt directly and not come over here. Oh. Su Yang nodded in response. This girl is pretty smart, not bad. With her older sister's observational skills, she might have spotted the issue between Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping at a glance. Good thing she didn't come. It saves us from any complications. Old buddy, where is my grandmother? Oh, she is in the kitchen with your mom cooking. Come on. Uncle will take you there. Su Yang smiled at Yang Xia and stood up. All right. She replied and stood up as well. Then the two of them walked out of the study and headed toward the kitchen. Old buddy, is grandma's temper good? She's not too strict, is she? Don't worry, your grandmother has the best temper. She'll definitely love you the moment she sees you. Really? Of course, don't worry, old buddy. As he spoke, Su Yang gently patted Yang Xia on the shoulder. Soon, the two of them walked to the kitchen door, where two beautiful women were leaning against each other, chatting quietly. Looking at their expressions, watching their gestures, it was as if they were sisters sharing some deeply private secrets. Mom! Yang Xia looked at the beautiful woman standing next to his mother and thought to himself. This must be grandma, right? Oh my. This grandmother is so young. She looks like she's only a few years older than my mom. And she's so beautiful. No wonder Su Yang is so handsome, he must take after his mom. Xia is back. Come here, girl. This is your grandmother. Call her grandma. Grandma. Given Yang Xia's personality, she didn't hesitate at all. She walked up confidently, smiled, and called out grandma in a sweet voice. Wow. This must be my eldest granddaughter, right? Oh my, she's so beautiful. The eldest sister looked at Yang Xia before her and couldn't help but praise her silently. This little girl. She's so beautiful. Though she is slightly less beautiful than her mother, she still has great potential in the future. The eldest sister said, stepping forward to take Yang Xia's hand, smiling broadly as she examined her up and down. Grandma. You're so beautiful and elegant. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. This child is so articulate. Good, grandma likes you. The eldest sister held Yang Xia's hand, examining her while speaking. After chatting for a while, she finally let go of her hand. Good girl, you and Yang Yang go wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready soon, and we'll get ready to eat. Okay, grandma. Stepping out of the kitchen, Yang Xia smiled and winked at Su Yang. Then the two of them left the kitchen together, laughing. Wow. Old buddy, grandma must have been an absolute beauty in her youth. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Your grandmother also graduated from Jiangcheng University. According to your grandfather, she was the most beautiful girl in the school back then. That is for sure. Looking at grandma's age, she is probably only a few years older than my mom, right? This. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Sigh. I'm telling you, my friend. You married a woman who's almost the same age as your mom. I really don't know how grandma accepted my mom. Cough cough cough. Your grandmother is still quite a bit older than your mom. She's almost 50 years old. What? Almost 50? I thought she looked like she was only 35 or 36. My grandmother must be really good at taking care of herself. Yang Xia was startled by Su Yang's words. This grandmother is no ordinary woman. She knows how to dress and take care of herself, and she's got such high emotional intelligence. Of course, your grandmother is the best at taking care of herself. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Ha ha ha. No, I think this old lady is pretty easy to get along with. If that's the case, then I feel reassured. Yang Xia listened to Su Yang's words and nodded thoughtfully. Cough cough cough. Silly girl, what are you worried about? Your grandmother will definitely treat you well. Old buddy. You know how it is. After all, my mom is going to marry you, so your mom will be my mother-in-law. You know, if their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship isn't handled well, I'll definitely worry about my mom. Cough cough cough. Wow, old buddy, you really think of everything. I'm here, why worry so much? Don't worry, you saw it yourself. Your grandmother is such a kind person. Su Yang said this while patting Yang Xia on the shoulder. This girl. She really thinks things through. After seeing grandma, I feel a bit more at ease. She really is a kind person. Come on, let us go wash up. Chapter 219, Preparing to discuss reincarnation with my older sister. It won't be long. The family gathered around the table, ready to start eating. The meal was indeed delicious, with a perfect balance of flavor, aroma, and appearance. The family enjoyed their meal very much. Grandma, the food you made is absolutely delicious. Yang Xia praised the food enthusiastically while eating. She had always been busy, so her mother rarely cooked at home, and most meals were ordered from restaurants. It was only on weekends that Yang Shui would actually take the time to cook a proper meal for the children. Mainly because she was just too busy. Now that the company had grown, she had an increasing number of capable subordinates under her. Many of the details no longer required her personal attention. So she now has a little more free time than before. Ha ha ha. If it's delicious, eat more. As long as grandma is here, I'll cook delicious meals for my dear granddaughter every day. Hearing Yang Xia's words, the eldest sister couldn't help but smile happily. She reached out with her chopsticks to serve Yang Xia some food. She actually quite liked this beautiful granddaughter. But this granddaughter and her son Yang Yang are the same age and even classmates. Hey! Thank you, Grandma. You have such a kind temperament. Ha ha ha. This child has such a sweet mouth. Come, child, have another piece of meat. Thank you, Grandma. About an hour later, the joyful dinner was almost finished. Then, the eldest sister and Yang Shui began cleaning up again. Eldest sister, why don't you go freshen up? You haven't rested since you got off the train. Yang Shui knew that her eldest sister had been sitting on the train for most of the day and must be exhausted. It's okay, Shui. I'm not tired. No, older sister. You should rest a bit. Seeing you so tired makes me feel guilty. Ha ha ha. Alright, Shui. I'll go freshen up first and we'll chat later, okay? Sure, okay, older sister. Soon, the older sister took out her pajamas and went to wash up. Honey, I'm going to wash up too. Seeing that the older sister had gone to the bathroom outside, Yang Shui tidied up and prepared to go to the master bedroom to wash up. At that moment, Yang Xia had already entered his own room. Alright, go ahead, honey. Watching his wife's alluring figure, Su Yang's eyes gleamed with an indescribable light. But, little darling, wait for me. Did you already take a shower? Yes, honey, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face in a moment, then take another shower. Su Yang said, winking at Yang Shui. Today, his mother and daughter were both home, so it seemed he wouldn't be able to do much. Actually, it was mainly Yang Shui's wife. She would definitely suppress herself. Honey, later I want to talk to my older sister about your past life, but we definitely won't finish today. I want to start from when we first met as a way to tell her why we fell in love. Let's wait until tomorrow and talk to her step by step, okay? Yang Shui had originally planned to go to the bathroom, but after hesitating for a moment, she turned around and hugged Su Yang's waist. Of course, there's no rush. It's almost the weekend anyway, and we'll have plenty of time to talk in detail then. Alright, honey, just give her a heads up first. I'll explain the rest later. Let's stick to our original plan and take it step by step. Anyway, my older sister is staying here for a week, so we have plenty of time. Su Yang gently embraced Yang Shui and leaned down to kiss her. Good girl, let me go wash up first. Tonight. I'll reward you properly, okay? No. Wait a moment, sweetie. Alright, honey. There were still some things to take care of, so Su Yang naturally let go of Yang Shui. She blushed and smiled as she headed toward the bathroom. Watching his wife's alluring figure, Su Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. This wife. She's truly irresistible. Not long after, Yang Shui emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a light and comfortable nightgown. Extremely appropriate. It made Su Yang's heart race uncontrollably. Honey, why don't you go freshen up a bit? I'll go check on my older sister in her room, and we can chat some more later. As she spoke, Yang Shui walked up to Su Yang, gave him a hug, and gently patted his back. Alright, honey. Su Yang replied, then parted ways with his wife, each going about their own business. Su Yang finished freshening up even faster. It didn't take long to finish. After all, he had already taken a shower earlier. After finishing, he simply climbed into bed. Anyway, his wife and mother were chatting now, so he wouldn't join in today. He figured his wife wouldn't be chatting for long and would probably be back soon. After all, his older sister had been busy all day and hadn't rested yet. What's up, buddy? Su Yang was lying on the bed, not thinking about studying for the moment, so he sent Yang Xia a greeting message. After all, she's his daughter and his buddy, so he should check in on her from time to time. A moment later, Yang Xia's message came back. What else can I do? I was just about to go wash up. My Ping Ping hasn't come yet. Sigh, I guess I'll have to stay alone in the empty room. Ha ha ha. Silly girl, why didn't you bring her back? I didn't want Grandma to worry, but since Grandma is so kind, I think she probably won't mind. By the way, old friend, how long will Grandma be staying? Do I need to come back every day? Well, go wash up first. I'll discuss it with your mom later, okay? Su Yang thought about it and decided it was best to discuss it with his wife first. Yang Xia could come back too, but she definitely wouldn't want to be separated from Ping Ping. If he brought Ping Ping over, he wasn't sure if his older sister would notice anything. The matter between her and Xiu Ping Ping was best kept under wraps. Alright, buddy. I'll go take a shower then. Go ahead. Time ticked by second. Su Yang scrolled through his phone while waiting for his wife to come back. Before he knew it, it was now 10 o'clock in the evening. Tap tap tap. Squeak. As footsteps approached, the bedroom door opened. My wife walked in with a smile on her face. Chapter 220, seeing my wife so happy, I knew everything had gone smoothly. Honey. Yang Shui smiled sweetly, climbed onto the bed, and snuggled up next to Su Yang. How about it, honey? Guess? As she spoke, Yang Shui tightly embraced Su Yang's waist. Well, seeing how happy my wife is, I know everything went smoothly. Of course. I mainly told my older sister about how we met, then I emphasized how much you remind me of my ex-boyfriend. The moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. Oh. If you put it that way, my older sister must think I'm just a replacement for your ex-boyfriend, right? Upon hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. He immediately thought of many things. Don't worry, honey. I showed your older sister the photo of your ex-boyfriend, and she was completely shocked. She said, "Isn't that a photo of my son? How could there be someone in the world who looks exactly like him?" She looked at it for a long time and couldn't find a single flaw. If it weren't for the date on the photo, she would have said it was definitely yours. So I told her, when I saw you, I truly believed you were my boyfriend. In my heart, you're not a replacement, you're my real boyfriend. After I explained everything to my older sister, she saw how sincere I was, so she naturally believed me. But you only said that much. Didn't you mention that I'm your reincarnation come back to find you? Yeah, I said that. I said I suspected Yang Yang was reincarnated to find me. Oh, did your older sister believe you? How could my older sister believe that? After all, there's no more evidence yet. She just thinks it's a coincidence. She hasn't really considered the possibility that you're the reincarnation of my ex-boyfriend yet. Oh. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but nod to himself. It's okay, honey. Let us take it slow. I believe it won't take more than 2 days for the older sister to believe it. I believe you. By the way, honey, should we let Xiaoxia come back to stay for the next few days? You know, she and Ping, she still wants to go back there to stay. And she's here. Will affect the two of us, you know. Regarding Yang Xia's matter, Su Yang naturally wouldn't forget. So he quickly remembered. That's simple. Let her come back for dinner tonight, then she can go back after eating. I'll just mention it to my older sister, it's no big deal. Alright. Su Yang heard this and thought the arrangement was also quite good. On one hand, Xiaxia could spend more time with her grandmother, and on the other hand, she wouldn't be alone. This way, it was a win-win situation. The next morning, when Su Yang and Yang Shui woke up, they heard the sounds of breakfast being prepared in the kitchen outside. Honey, get up quickly. Your older sister is making breakfast for us. Okay, honey, kiss. Su Yang looked at her seductive, alluring figure and couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her and kissing her. He then got up and started getting dressed. Not long after, the two of them walked out of the room together. Xiao Shui, Yang, come and eat. Just as he was speaking, Yang Xia also emerged from the room. Good morning, Grandma. Good girl, my dear granddaughter is so good. Soon, the whole family gathered around the table for breakfast. Before long, the family finished breakfast. Grandma, I'm going to work now. Alright, good child, so obedient, so beautiful. Hey. Grandma, goodbye. Soon, Yang Xia left home and hurried off to work. Though she said she was going to work, she was mainly eager to meet Shou Ping as soon as possible. After not seeing each other for just one night, she missed her terribly. After that, Yang Shui and Su Yang were also getting ready to leave home for work. Sister, do you want to come with us to the office? I have a meeting this morning, but Yang can accompany you. Oh, that's fine. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister couldn't help but brighten up. She had always heard that her daughter-in-law was a manager at a big company, and she really wanted to see where her daughter-in-law worked. To see what kind of company her daughter-in-law worked for. Let's go, Auntie. Su Yang smiled, wrapped his arm around the older sister's shoulder, and left the house with Yang Shui. Once they reached the lobby, the three of them got into the car and headed toward the company. Yang, you've got to study hard now. Shui, as a CEO, is very busy. Only if you study well will you be able to help your wife in the future. The eldest sister sat in the back seat, watching Su Yang drive, and couldn't help but start nagging. Yes, don't worry, Auntie. I'm studying really hard now. Xiao Shui has arranged for people from various departments to give me lessons, and I've been studying all the time. I'm also attending some important meetings. Anyway, Su Yang had already made up his mind no matter what, he would definitely work hard. On one hand, he was striving to have a child with Yang Shui, his wife. On the other hand, he is studying hard to be able to help his wife sooner. That's more like it. Once Xiao Shui gets pregnant, I'll come over to take care of you both. Such a good daughter-in-law, I really feel for her. Hey, thank you, older sister. Yang Shui couldn't help but blush and giggle. Chapter 221, Do I have a sister who's been living away from home? The car was moving quickly. Before long, the three of them arrived at the company. Honey, you stay and chat with the older sister. I need to go to a meeting first. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, Yang Shui received a message from Zhang, the secretary. So she couldn't wait any longer and had to bid farewell to her older sister and Su Yang, rushing off to the meeting. Yang, has Xiao Shui always been this busy? Yes, older sister. You saw it yourself. This entire building was purchased by Xiao Shui. The entire group company is under her management, and there are also some subsidiaries and factories outside. As he spoke, Su Yang led his mother toward his office. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister couldn't help but be shocked. She had always believed that her daughter-in-law was merely a high-ranking executive at a company, part of the high-salary white-collar crowd. But she never imagined she was actually the boss of a large company. Xiao Shui is actually the company's boss? Yes, older sister. The two of them spoke as they made their way to Su Yang's office. Li, the secretary, was grinding coffee for Su Yang. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Fei Fei. Who is this? Secretary Li looked at the stunningly beautiful woman standing beside Su Yang and felt a sense of familiarity. How does she look so much like Mr. Su? Fei Fei, this is my mother. Oh, hello, auntie. I was wondering why Mr. Su looks so much like you. Hello. The older woman looked at the unfamiliar young girl in front of her and couldn't help but glance at her son again. This kid. Why is there someone in the office just there to serve tea? Could this young girl be Yang Yang's secretary? Are you kidding me? He is supposed to be studying hard right now. What use is a secretary? Fei Fei, you go ahead and get back to work. Alright, Mr. Su. If you need anything, just let me know. Soon. Li Fei Fei left Su Yang's office. Yang, is this your office? Looking at the spacious, bright, and lavishly decorated office, the older sister couldn't help but be stunned. This kid. He hasn't even graduated from university yet, and he already has such a large office. But most importantly, he is only 19 years old, and he is already in a relationship with the female boss of a company. Yes, older sister. This is the place Xiao Shui arranged for me so I could study properly. She said, this way it's quieter and no one will disturb me. You little rascal. The older sister couldn't help but nod in agreement. Given her current understanding of Yang Shui, she was well aware that Xiao Shui was genuinely sincere about her feelings for her son Yang. It's definitely not just a fling with a young guy. Xiao Shui does care about you, but you mustn't let her down, do you understand, you silly boy? Ugh. Big sister, please rest assured. I've been working very hard, okay? Xiao Shui and I are together. We didn't take any precautions at all. She could get pregnant at any moment. If she does get pregnant, she'll have it even harder. Besides, she has been so good to me, how could I possibly treat her badly? Su Yang pulled his mother's arm and sat down on the sofa with her. Then he placed the coffee that Li, the secretary, had ground for him in front of his mother. You drink the coffee, Yang. Your older sister doesn't drink this stuff. Plain water is fine for me. Alright, I'll pour you a glass of water then. Su Yang nodded, then turned around and poured a glass of plain water for his mother. Big sister, I know a girl at the company who looks just like me, and she also surnamed Su. Would you like to meet her? After chatting with her mother for a while, Su Yang decided to continue with his plan. He began to explain to his mother step by step about his reincarnation. What? Is that even possible? The older sister was startled by the words, her mind racing with thoughts. Yes, older sister, after I met her, I also found it quite strange. I even started to wonder. Maybe I have a long-lost sister out there. Cough. You silly boy. Your older sister wouldn't do something like that. Could it be your father? Big sister's imagination is still pretty vivid, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Logically speaking, the old man shouldn't have had the chance to do that. Go, Yang, go bring that girl over here so your older sister can take a look. Big sister, you don't suspect my dad that he did something to wrong you, do you? Cough. No, he won't dare. Go on, bring her over so I can take a look. For a moment, the older sister was indeed a bit confused. But she quickly thought, maybe he just looks similar. It was like the photo Xiao Shui showed her yesterday looked exactly like Yang. She couldn't think of any other explanation besides them looking alike. And now she's talking about another girl who looks just like Yang. If it weren't for her husband's past indiscretions, it must just be a coincidence that they look alike, right? But her strong curiosity made her really want to meet this girl. Alright, big sister, don't scare the girl. She is still young, just got into university, working part-time at our company. Don't worry, you little brat. Your big sister isn't the reckless type, is she? Ha. Alright, sis, I'll go get her. Please wait here for a moment. Saying that, Su Yang smiled and left the office. After leaving the office, Su Yang sent a message to his younger sister, Su Xin. Are you at work yet? A moment later, his younger sister Su Xin's message came through. Brother, I'm at work. Is there something you need? Come up to the top floor. I'm waiting for you at the staircase. Okay, I'll be right there, brother. Soon. Su Xian put down the study materials in her hands and hurried up to the top floor. She really liked this older brother of hers. At his word, she hurried over. Not long after, she stepped out of the elevator on the top floor. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her older brother waiting at the staircase entrance. Brother. Come here, little sister. I have something to tell you. Chapter 222, The Eldest Sister Meets Su Xian. Brother, what did you say? Hey, my mom is in Jiangxing for a visit, and she happened to come to the office with me today. Su Yang reached out and put his arm around Su Xian's shoulders, leading her to the window in the corridor. Oh, so, does that mean you want me to meet Auntie? Yeah, that's right, little sister. Here's the thing. I told her that you're a girl I met at the company who looks a lot like me. I haven't told her about my past life yet. I'm worried that if I bring up past lives right away, she might not believe me, so I thought I'd gradually get to know her better before talking about it. Little sister, just go along with your older brother. Let's take it one step at a time, okay? Soon, Su Yang briefly explained his plan to Su Xian. Alright, brother, I'll follow your lead. His sister naturally supported Su Yang's plan wholeheartedly. If this matter is handled properly, it would be a good thing for the older brother, for both families, and for everyone involved. Listen to your older brother. Then, Su Yang went on to tell his sister some important points to remember. The main thing was not to accidentally slip up. Come on, little sister. My mom is a nice person. Relax and just be yourself. Alright, brother. After making arrangements with his sister, the two headed towards Su Yang's office together. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the door to his office and pushed it open. Su Xian followed behind him, feeling a little nervous. Mom. As soon as he entered the room, Su Yang smiled and called out to his older sister sitting on the sofa. However, this time he didn't call her older sister. Just as his older sister turned her head, she saw Su Xian following behind Su Yang. Her expression froze for a moment. This little girl. Why does she look so familiar? That face. She looks just like Yang Yang's father. And she also bears a resemblance to my older sister. Hello, Auntie. The moment she saw Su Yang's mother, Su Xian also felt a strong sense of déjà vu. She couldn't help but feel. The beautiful auntie in front of her looked so much like her own mother. If her mother didn't have a head full of gray hair and looked so old, then she would look just like this aunt, like they were sisters. This world. How strange. Good girl, hello? The older woman stood up upon seeing Su Xian. She looked Su Xian up and down while walking over to her side. This child. Could she really be Yang Yang's father's child from outside? Child, what's your name? Auntie, my name is Su Xian. Oh, Su Xian, we all have the same surname. Come here, sit down. Saying this, the older woman gestured for Su Xian to sit beside her. Child, what do your father and mother do? Auntie, my dad and mom both work at a property management company as security guards and cleaners. Oh, working at a property management company must be pretty tough, right? Yes, Auntie. My parents are getting older, so this kind of work is easier to find. Su Xian nodded slightly and glanced at Su Yang sitting behind the desk. She didn't mention that her mother had already stopped working, she was just describing the original situation. Oh, Su Xian, how many children do you have in your family? Just me. Just one child? Your parents must have had you pretty late. The older woman couldn't help but nod in agreement. Perhaps her parents had children late, otherwise the child wouldn't be so young. Actually, I used to have an older brother, but he passed away when he was 18. That's why my parents had me later. Oh, what a tragic child. I shouldn't have cried. The older sister was startled by her words and couldn't help but sigh softly to herself. An 18-year-old child passing away, her parents must have been deeply grieved. It's okay, Auntie. My brother has been gone for 19 years now. If he were still alive, he'd be 36 by now. Oh, did you happen to meet my son Yang Yang at work? Auntie, I met your son on campus when we were in university. I now consider him my older brother. Is that okay, Auntie? Su Yang said this, unable to help but smile sweetly. But her eyes betrayed a hint of unexplainable worry. Of course it's okay. The older woman was taken aback by his words. She looked up at Su Yang behind the desk. This kid has taken on a younger sister and hasn't even told me. But you can just be good friends. Why adopt each other as siblings? Because. Su Xian looked up at Su Yang, momentarily unsure of how to respond. During their earlier discussion, they hadn't thought that far ahead due to the limited time. Mom, it's because I look just like his older brother who passed away. Yes, Auntie, because Su Yang looks just like my brother. When I first saw him, I was completely shocked. Really? The eldest sister, upon hearing this, couldn't help but widen her eyes. She felt something was off deep down. Her daughter-in-law's boyfriend and Yang Yang look exactly alike. Could it be that this young girl's brother also looks exactly like Yang Yang? With nearly 50 years of life experience, she had never encountered such a thing before. This is too amazing. Yes, Auntie, Su Yang and my brother look exactly alike. Really? Yes, Auntie. XIN, don't you have a photo of your brother? Find it and show it to my mom. Okay, brother. Su XIN nodded and pulled out her phone. After a moment of fiddling, Auntie, take a look. This is a photo of my brother. It's been in our old family album for years. Saying this, Su XIN handed her phone to Su Yang's mother. In an instant, the older sister froze. Isn't this the photo the daughter-in-law had shown her? But upon closer inspection, the photo was quite old, and the colors on the edges had faded. Chapter 223, Xiao Xin's parents are your parents from your previous life. Child, your brother. As she spoke, the eldest sister looked up at Su Yang in confusion. Mom, Xiao Shui's ex-boyfriend is Su Xin's older brother. Su Yang smiled as he walked out from behind the desk and sat down beside the eldest sister. Oh. The eldest sister nodded to herself upon hearing this. But the feeling of strangeness in her heart grew even stronger. This was just too much of a coincidence. The key point was that he looked so much like Yang Yang. It could be said that they were exactly the same. Is there such a thing as such a coincidence in the world? It's truly unbelievable. Then Xiao Shui met you, and Xiao Xin also met you? Yes, Mom, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence either. Could it be that I'm related to Xiao Xin's brother? Su Yang smiled and wrapped his arm around his older sister's arm, turning to look. For a moment, the eldest sister didn't know how to respond. But a thought had already crossed her mind. Yang Yang, did you notice anything different about Xiao Shui when you saw her? The older sister pondered for a moment before suddenly asking. She had once read a news report about a person who, after being reincarnated, could still remember events from their previous life. And based on his memories from his previous life, he had even found his relatives from his previous life. The eldest sister had seen this news report, which is why she suddenly thought of this possibility. That's why she asked the question. Yes, that's so fascinating. Ha ha. Silly boy, I wasn't talking about the feeling you have for Shui. I was asking if there were any other feelings. After hearing Su Yang's words, the older sister couldn't help but smile. This son of mine. Just like his old man. He just loves mature, beautiful older sisters. Yes, Mom. Do you remember I told you I often have a dream? In the dream, there's always a beautiful older sister. Yes, I remember. You've told me about it more than once. The older sister listened to Su Yang's words and couldn't help but nod slightly. She was well aware of what her son was talking about. In his dream, there was always a beautiful girl, but he didn't know who she was. Yang Yang, the girl you're talking about in your dream, isn't she Xiao Shui? In an instant, the older sister realized what he meant. Yes, Mom, the older sister in my dream is Xiao Shui. That night, Yang Xia had a birthday and insisted on dragging me home with her. That's how it happened. That's when I saw Xiao Shui. The moment I saw her, I was completely speechless. The person I've been dreaming about for all these years looks exactly like Xiao Shui. And when Xiao Shui saw me, she was completely speechless too. That's how it was. We both felt something very different, yet we were together in no time. Some of what Su Yang said was not mentioned in the words Yang Shui told her older sister. Yang Yang. The girl you saw in your dream, are you sure it was Xiao Shui? After hearing Su Yang's words, the eldest sister had basically confirmed her suspicions. Her son had been dreaming about the same person since he was a child, and she was well aware of that. If it really was Xiao Shui, then Yang Yang might very well be the reincarnation of Xiao Shui's former boyfriend. Otherwise, how could he have been dreaming about Xiao Shui non-stop since he was a child? That's right, Mom, I'm sure it's Xiao Shui. She looks exactly the same. Otherwise, how could I have frozen like that on the spot? You have to understand. Yang Xia and I are classmates, and Xiao Shui is Yang Xia's mother. I just stood there staring at Xiao Shui, and Yang Xia was completely stunned. I actually, with my classmate's mom. Su Yan looked at his mom, then at Su Xin, and couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Oh. In that case, it seems your connection with Xiao Shui is truly deep. Maybe you were her boyfriend in a past life. In that case, you were probably Xiao Xin's older brother in your previous life. Oh my. That's really a coincidence. Come here, Xixin, let Auntie take another look at you. Saying this, the eldest sister took Su Xin's hand and kept examining her face. This child. She looks just like my son's sister. If only I had such a cute daughter. Right. This girl and my son have already been recognized as siblings, so doesn't that make me her godmother? Child, have you really recognized Yang Yang as your brother? Yes, Auntie. Then, do you still call me Auntie? The older sister couldn't help but smile gently. She couldn't help but feel even happier inside. How clever. In that case, I'll have a beautiful daughter. Mom! Su Xin had already prepared herself mentally and called out Mom without any hesitation. Su Yang was her biological older brother, and her older brother's mother was her own mother, wasn't she? Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. I finally have a daughter too. Yang, you must take good care of this little sister. This little girl, I really love her. The eldest sister said, her face glowing with an indescribable smile. Although she was initially startled by the idea of her son being reincarnated, she could understand it deep down. After all, she had already seen such cases in the news before. Xiao Xin, Mom didn't expect to be able to recognize a daughter today, so I didn't prepare any gifts. I'll make it up to you later, okay? Mom, it's okay. I'm so happy to have such a beautiful mother. As for gifts, it doesn't matter. Ha ha ha. Good girl, don't worry. I'll definitely make it up to you later. The older sister smiled happily and wrapped her arms around Su Xin's shoulders. Thank you, Mom. Su Xin blushed and nodded shyly. She held Su Yang's mother in the highest regard, and calling her mom came naturally without a hint of hesitation. Ha ha ha. Alright. I'll consider you my daughter now. Xiao Xin, do you live far away? It's pretty close, the bus should only take about 20 minutes. Oh, that's pretty close then. Yang, should we go check out Xiao Xin's house? If you really are Xiao Xin's older brother reincarnated, then we should definitely go take a look. If that's the case, Xiaoxin's parents are your parents from your previous life. Oh my. That old couple lost their child in middle age. How pitiful. They must be so incredibly sad. I wonder how they've managed all these years. For a moment, the eldest sister's mind was filled with thoughts. Chapter 224, even I, the eldest sister, was moved. Mom, actually, Xiao Shui and I have already gone to visit them. Actually, Xiao Xin's parents know Xiao Shui. Su Yang gave a sheepish smile and nodded. Oh. So that's how it is. I understand now. Oh, you two kids. The eldest sister, upon hearing Su Yang's words, suddenly understood everything. From yesterday when Xiao Shui told her about her love for Yang, to today when Yang told her that he and Xiao Xin had acknowledged each other as siblings. The eldest sister connected the dots and quickly figured it out. It seems that her son and daughter-in-law had already known about reincarnation and rebirth all along. And they had already met their parents from their previous lives. Mom, I was afraid you'd overthink it, so I didn't dare tell you directly. Saying this, Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't expected. His mother was so sharp. She figured it out so quickly. You silly boy. Actually, your mother has read similar news reports about reincarnation. They say there's a village where many people have memories of their past lives. And some people even found their relatives from their past lives based on those memories. Speaking of which, son, do you have memories of your past life? I don't think you've ever mentioned it before. I didn't have any memories before, but I've always had dreams since I was a child where Shui appeared. But then, after meeting Xiao Shui, I gradually recalled some things. After meeting Xiao Xin's parents, I remembered even more about the past. Su Yang wrapped his arm around his older sister's arm, nodding slightly as he spoke. So you're saying. So it seems that Yang, you really are Xiao Xin's older brother reincarnated into our family? Upon hearing this, my eldest sister's eyes couldn't help but betray a look of shock. If it was just speculation before. But now, Su Yang's words were definitive proof. Yes, Mom. When I first met Xiao Shui, she told me about her ex-boyfriend and even showed me his photo. She was certain that I was the reincarnation of her boyfriend. At first, I didn't really feel anything either. After all, there were no memories to speak of. But later, Xiao Shui took me to some places, and unexpectedly, I actually remembered some things from the past. I even remembered how I died in my previous life. And what Xiao Shui knew was exactly the same. The time, the place, and the entire process were all identical. Su Yang sat beside his mother, reminiscing about the events while patiently explaining them to her. Oh. I never thought this was real. So that means Xiao Shui is indeed your girlfriend from your previous life, and Xiao Xin is your younger sister from your previous life. The eldest sister listened, unable to help but fall into deep thought. It seems that reincarnation actually exists. And it's happening to her own son. She believed her son would never lie, and there was no point in lying. Yes, Mom. I never expected that I would meet my relatives and girlfriend from my past life. Mom, do you know why Xiao Shui and I fell in love at first sight? Actually, she was already my girlfriend. This is really quite interesting. I've always liked mature girls, and never expected to meet my girlfriend from a past life. Ha ha ha. Su Yang said, unable to help but laugh. Yeah, you silly boy, you're really mature now, almost as old as your mom, hee. The older sister couldn't help but laugh as well. Su Xin, who had been listening patiently all along. She occasionally smiled knowingly. Earlier, She had been a little worried that her brother's mother might overthink things. But now it seemed that she hadn't thought much of it at all, and had even mentioned earlier that she wanted to go home to check on things. She also deeply understood the pain of losing a child in middle age. It seems that Su Yang's mother is truly kind and compassionate. But then again, the two of you have truly transcended 2 lifetimes with your love. Thinking about it, it's quite romantic. Speaking of which, even if Xiao Shui were really as old as her mother. Ha ha ha. Thank goodness, Xiao Shui is only in her 30s. If she were really that old, she probably wouldn't be able to give me grandchildren. The eldest sister is a person with a rich inner world. And she places a great deal of importance on love. Otherwise, her relationship with Su Yang's father wouldn't be so deep. Even though their child is already 19, their love for each other is still as sweet as honey. Su Yang looked at his mother in silence, his face betraying a sheepish smile. Thank goodness I was born earlier. If he had been born a few years later, Xiao Shui might have been as old as his mother by now. He did like mature older sisters, but not too mature. If he ended up meeting a Xiao Shui who was nearly 50, would he not recognize his former lover from a past life? Maybe he would. Xiao Shui is so beautiful even if she is nearly 50, she'd probably still be very beautiful, right? Mom, don't think too much about it. Xiao Shui isn't that much older than me, and she's still young and beautiful. I like her, and you like her too. Isn't everything fine now? Su Yang said, patting his older sister's arm. No matter what. It's not too late yet. Not only did I meet my girlfriend from my past life, but I also met my parents from my past life. Allowing the love and family bonds from my past life to continue. Thinking about it, it really is quite fortunate. That's indeed quite good. The older sister smiled and nodded in agreement. This young man's luck isn't too bad. Most importantly, his love with Xiao Shui is so romantic. Even I, the eldest sister, was moved. By the way, Yang, when we have some free time, let's go visit Xixin's parents together with Xiao Shui. Every time I think about them losing their child in middle age, it really upsets me. Yang, you should really make an effort to visit them more often in the future. Since you've already remembered some things from the past, this means you were indeed their son. And you look so much like your previous self. Okay, don't worry, Mom. Chapter 225. When it comes to her daughter, Su Yang still hopes she can get more opportunities to grow. Ding dong ding dong. The three were chatting when the door to Su Yang's office was knocked on. Come in. Squeak. As Su Yang called out, the door swung open. It was Yang Xia, followed by Xiao Pingping. Hey, Grandma. Hello, Grandma. Yang Xia and Xiao Ping looked at Su Yang's mother sitting on the sofa and greeted her respectfully and politely. Auntie. Uncle. Then, the two politely greeted Su Yang and Su Xin. Come here, Xia. My dear granddaughter is so beautiful. Grandma, this is my good friend, Xiao Pingping. Oh, Pingping, hello. Hello, Grandma. After Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping arrived, the atmosphere in the office naturally became much livelier. As they chatted, they didn't notice that over 10 minutes had passed. Grandma, let me take you out for a walk. My uncle has been busy with his studies lately. Let him study, and we'll go out and have some fun, okay? Ha ha ha. My dear granddaughter, aren't you busy? The eldest sister couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. To be honest, she really liked this eloquent granddaughter. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very enthusiastic and quite articulate. Grandma, I work in the IT department, so I don't have much to do during the day. Come on, Grandma, let us go out and have some fun with Pingping. Auntie, you should go study. I know you're pretty busy too. Let me and Pingping accompany Grandma. Come on, Grandma. As she spoke, Yang Xia dragged her grandmother out of Su Yang's office. At that moment, only Su Yang and Su Xin were left in the office. Brother, that's great. I never thought Mom would be so easy to talk to. Ha ha ha. Yes, Xixin, I was a little worried earlier too, but it turned out so smoothly. Su Yang wrapped his arm around his sister's shoulders and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that all their previous worries were now unnecessary. After that, they could arrange a time for Mom to meet her parents from her previous life. I'm sure, given Mom's personality, she'll get along with them just fine. Yeah, big brother, hee. I'm so happy. Alright, go study, Xiao Xin. I'll arrange a time for both families to meet in the next few days. I'll discuss it with your sister-in-law first. Alright, brother. I'll tell my parents when I get home. I'm sure they'll be very happy. Alright, go tell your parents. Su Yang nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Brother, I'll go study now. Bye, brother. Alright, go ahead, Xiao Xin. Soon, Su Xin left Su Yang's office and hurried to the design department to study. Now only Su Yan was left. He quickly got into his study mode. He had finished organizing the meeting notes from earlier. Now it was time to study them thoroughly. These were all essential materials, crucial for learning. Ding dong ding dong. After studying for just over half an hour, the office door was knocked again. Come in. Su Yang didn't think much of it and casually called out. Squeak. As the door opened, it was none other than Lee, the director of the IT department. Director Lee, hello, please have a seat. Su Yang looked up and realized it was Director Lee who had come over, and couldn't help but smile and greet him. He then realized his wife had already assigned the network department to him to manage. However, he had been busy studying lately and hadn't had time to chat with Director Lee. After all, Director Lee was now technically his superior. Plus, he directly oversees an entire department. Although it was a service department, the work was still quite important. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Lee nodded with a smile and sat down in the chair across from Su Yang's desk. Director Lee, how has work been going these past few days? Su Yang smiled and nodded, then put down the materials he was studying. After all, it was his subordinate coming to see him, so he really needed to have a proper chat. It's been going smoothly. We're proceeding according to the original plan. I've compiled the work records from the past few days into a table. I'll send it to you for your review. As he spoke, Director Lee pulled out his phone and tapped it a few times. Mr. Su, I've sent it to you. Take a look. Alright, I'll take a look. Su Yang responded and immediately opened the desktop version of WeChat. He received the file sent by Director Lee. He casually tapped it open. After glancing through it briefly, he found that it was mostly maintenance records, training records, and so on. Overall, they were mostly routine tasks. Mr. Su, I have 2 purchase request forms that need your signature. The design department has 2 new employees who will be starting in a couple of days, so we need to purchase computers in advance. The few computers in stock are quite outdated, and design department director Wang isn't satisfied with them. He strongly requested that the IT department provide them with new computers. Alright, no problem. The design department has high requirements for computer specifications, so the old ones can't be used. As he spoke, Su Yang reached out to take the 2 purchase request forms handed to him by Lee Director. Glancing through them, there seemed to be no issues. It's just about purchasing 2 computers with better specifications. No problem. Just a minor task. Su Yang didn't hesitate for a moment and signed his name directly on the request form. He then handed the documents back to Lee, the director. Thank you, Mr. Su. Mr. Lee, no need to be so formal. We're all working for the company, and our goals are the same. Mr. Lee, upon hearing this, smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. By the way, Mr. Lee, have you assigned any tasks to Yang Xia recently? Yes, Mr. Su, I. After hearing Su Yang's question, Director Lee was at a loss for words. He now knew that beautiful Yang Xia was the boss's daughter. Or rather, she was the daughter of the very person standing before him, Mr. Su. So he basically dared not assign any tasks to Yang Xia. If he makes her unhappy, that would be bad. It's fine, Mr. Lee. Just assign her whatever tasks you think are appropriate. Let her work alongside the other colleagues. Don't go out of your way to give her special treatment, understand? As for his own daughter, Su Yang still hopes she can get more opportunities to grow. Just loafing around the office all day, that really doesn't do her any good. Chapter 226, Husband, did you talk to your older sister this morning? Alright, got it, Mr. Su. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lee immediately nodded in agreement. However, although he agreed verbally, he started muttering to himself. You're her dad, but I can only give her some simple tasks. If the tasks are dirty or tiring, if she gets upset, my life won't be easy either. After all, she's Yang Zong's daughter. Okay. The 2 chatted for a while longer before Director Lee left. Today counted as the weekly work report. From now on, Director Lee would come by every Monday to report on work. If there are any matters requiring Su Yang's decision during the week, he will come by at any time or contact him via WeChat or phone. After that, Su Yang continued with his studies. He needed to finish quickly and move on to the next step. He now has a clear understanding of the process from design drawings to pattern making. He plans to visit the garment factory next. This way, he would have a clear understanding of the entire process from design to production. Time passed minute by minute. Before long, it was nearly noon. The older sister still hadn't returned yet. Su Yang checked the time and dialed Yang Xia's phone. Hello? Uncle. Yang Xia, why haven't you guys come back yet? It's time for lunch. Ha ha ha. Uncle, Ping Ping, and I took Grandma out shopping. We'll eat out on our own. You and Mom can eat together. I just talked to Mom. She is still in a meeting, but she should be done soon. Oh, okay. Make sure your grandmother eats something good, ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This little girl. She usually hates sitting in the office, but she doesn't have a reason to go out and wander around all the time. But now it's different. Since Grandma is here, she can use Grandma as an excuse to go out and explore with her. Don't worry. You and my mom are both busy with work and studies. I'll take care of Grandma. Grandma loves me so much. Ha ha ha. That's right, my good granddaughter is absolutely correct. I love my good granddaughter the most. Yang Xia hadn't finished speaking when Grandma happily leaned in to join the conversation. Yang, you and Xiaoxue can eat on your own. Grandma and Xiaoxue won't be coming back for lunch. Okay, I understand, Mom. After chatting for a while, Su Yang ended the call. As soon as he hung up, he received a message from Yang Shui. Honey, I just finished my meeting. Come to my office. Alright, honey, I'll be right there. After receiving his wife's message, Su Yang immediately closed his laptop. He then walked out of his office. After waiting outside for a moment, he saw Yang Shui walking over with her laptop. Looking at his wife's alluring figure and confident demeanor, Su Yang was momentarily lost in thought. In his previous life, she was still an 18-year-old freshman in college. In this life, when he met her again, she had become a mature older sister and the CEO of a conglomerate. Yang, he. The older sister had always called her son Yang, so Yang Shui followed suit and called him Yang as well. Looking at Su Yang, who was quietly waiting for him, she couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in her heart. This husband. So young and handsome, so infatuated with her, so obedient. Just thinking about it made her incredibly happy. Hearing his wife's nickname, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This was his childhood nickname, usually used by his parents, and he never expected his wife to call him that either. But it did sound pretty nice. There was even a hint of a special feeling. Soon, the two of them entered Yang Shui's office together. Honey, my older sister and Xia went shopping. Let's just eat at the cafeteria. Zhang, the secretary, will bring the food over shortly. As soon as they entered the room, the two embraced each other. After a passionate kiss, Yang Shui smiled and sat down on the sofa. Honey, did you talk to Big Sister today? Yang Shui's meaning was clear. She wanted to find out if her husband had discussed reincarnation with her older sister. According to their plan, she would lay the groundwork first, and Su Yang would follow up. They believed that within 2 or 3 days, they could explain everything to their mother. I did. I already talked it over with my older sister this morning. Actually, before I could finish explaining, she already understood. I even called our younger sister over. Then, Su Yang briefly recounted the conversation he had with his older sister that morning to Yang Shui. Oh, that's really great. I was actually a bit worried, but I didn't expect my older sister to understand everything so quickly. Yang Shui listened to Su Yang's words and couldn't help but sigh in relief. That's wonderful. Now we can arrange a time to visit Su Yang's parents from his previous life. This way, the two families can get to know each other better, and the relationship will be officially established. She and Su Yang wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Then she could meet her own parents as well. At this point, it's indeed time for the parents from both sides to meet. Both families can meet together. Thinking about it, it seems quite interesting. Yeah, honey, the day after tomorrow is Saturday. Why don't we arrange for my older sister to meet my family from my previous life? We can then find time later to meet my in-laws? Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Now, Su Yang's family from his past and present lives should have no issues meeting and interacting with one another. After that, arrangements can be made for them to meet their own parents. Since she and Su Yang have already made their decision, it is only proper for the parents from both sides to meet and get to know each other. Sure, honey. Let's set the time for Saturday morning. Alright, Saturday then. Soon, the two of them had made up their minds. Knock knock knock. Come in. With a knock on the door, Zhang, the secretary, walked in, carrying several meal boxes. Mr. Yang, Mr. Su, your lunch. Zhang, the secretary, smiled and glanced at Su Yang discreetly. Then she placed all the meal boxes on the coffee table. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Su Yang smiled and nodded, politely greeting Zhang. A moment later, Zhang left the office and closed the door behind her. Chapter 227, she was too shy to let Mr. Su go and appreciate it. Soon, the two sat down together to eat. Taking turns, they ate with great enjoyment. Before long, the two had finished their lunch. After tidying up a bit, Yang Shui took Su Yang by the hand and walked out of the office together. A moment later, the two of them entered the break room together. Honey, while you're focusing on your studies, don't forget to keep an eye on the IT department. The two snuggled together, and Yang Shui spoke gently. Yes, don't worry, Ms. Yang. This morning, I had a chat with Director Li. He gave me an update on the work progress, and he'll be reporting to me weekly from now on. I was thinking that when I have some free time, I'll drop by the IT department to see how everyone is doing. Get a better understanding of the specific work details. After hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang briefly summarized his morning discussion with Director Li. At the same time, he also mentioned his own plans. Now that the department has been assigned under his management, he indeed needs to pay close attention to it. We can't afford any mishaps. Later, he should ask Yang Xia to help him as well. At least she was in the network department and would be aware of many of the specifics. Sure, honey, just keep an eye on things and make sure everything's in order. I'm sure Yang Yang will handle it perfectly. Bye. Yang Shui nodded to herself after hearing Su Yang's words. No matter what, as long as we put in the effort, we'll gradually get the hang of it. Becoming familiar with all business operations, getting to know the staff, continuously participating in departmental decision-making processes, and so on, management skills will naturally improve over time. Come here, Yang Yang. Let your sister give you a reward. Saying this, Yang Shui reached out and hooked her arm around Su Yang's neck. Her entire body leaned in closer. When the two woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, get up quickly. Do we have any plans for the afternoon? Oh, right, honey, I was thinking of taking some time to visit our clothing factory downstairs. I want to check the entire process from design to production. Then I'll see how our clothes are sold. Regarding the entire design process mentioned by Director Wang, Su Yang already had a fairly clear understanding. He planned to take a look at the production process next. He would look into the sales process and other related matters later. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but nod slightly. Honey, the afternoon is getting a bit short. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll arrange for someone to take you to a clothing factory to have a look. Our group has several of our own clothing factories, but most of them are contract manufacturers. Alright, that is fine, dear. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. He still knew very little about the group's operations. He was unaware of various partners, let alone the clothing factories, branches, and specialty stores under the group. Such a huge operation, all built up by his wife bit by bit. It's really no easy feat. Good girl. Don't worry, honey. I'll learn and master it bit by bit. You still have 3 years left until you graduate from university, so there is plenty of time. Don't worry too much about how much harder it will be after your wife gets pregnant. Actually, there are many things your wife doesn't have to do herself. After you're pregnant, I can work online, so don't worry, little one. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang, who seemed a little anxious, and couldn't help but speak gently to comfort him. Seeing her husband so eager to learn and having his own well-thought-out plan, she felt deeply reassured. After all, at 19 years old, in Yang Shui's eyes, he was still just a big kid. But his behavior was truly mature, obedient, and hardworking. Yang Shui admired every single aspect of him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand something as long as he stays grounded, humble, and keeps working hard, that's all that matters. Yes, I understand, Ms. Yang. Su Yang nodded slightly, but deep down, he was constantly reinforcing his resolve to strive harder. Alright, good girl. Let's go. I still have some things to handle this afternoon. Alright, honey. With that, the two of them finished packing and left the restroom together. When Su Yang returned to his office, Li, the secretary, had just finished brewing a cup of coffee for him. Mr. Su. Your coffee. Alright, thank you, Fei Fei. Mr. Su, you're being too polite with me. As she spoke, a blush crept across Li Fei Fei's cheeks. Today, she was wearing a black long dress, which looked very elegant. Moreover, she was wearing the lingerie given to her by Director Wang Fu. Having never worn such clothing before, Li Fei Fei indeed felt quite embarrassed. She had originally thought it was a pretty little dress or something, but when she opened it, she realized it was so embarrassing. After a lot of self-talk, she finally managed to put it on. However, she was too shy to let Mr. Su see her. But she secretly had this thought, that didn't matter. Mr. Su, please go ahead with your work. If you need anything, just call me. Lu Feifei placed the coffee on Su Yang's desk with a blush on her cheeks. Su Yang looked at Li Feifei's expression and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What's wrong with this young lady? Why does she seem so off today? Okay, Feifei. However, Su Yang didn't think much of it and nodded with a smile. Maybe she's just dating someone. It doesn't matter anyway, it's none of his business. My older sister still hasn't come back yet. It seems like she's having a great time shopping with Yang Xia. Su Yang took out his phone and called his mother. Hello? Yang Yang. Mom, are you still out shopping? Ha ha ha. With Xia Xia and Ping Ping. We just finished eating. We'll shop a bit more this afternoon, and Xia Xia will drive me home. Don't worry, Yang Yang, it's okay. The phone rang, and my older sister's cheerful voice came through. There wasn't even a hint of tiredness in her voice. Oh, okay, Mom. It's pretty hot out there. Go back home early in the afternoon and rest for a while. You don't want to get tired and look tired, do you? Ha ha ha. Alright, my good son. I'll go back after I finish shopping. Xia Xia is such a kind girl, she bought me so many things. That granddaughter of mine, she's really something. Alright, son, we're leaving now. See you when you get off work. Alright, Mom. See you tonight. Soon, Su Yang hung up the phone with his mother. Chapter 228. Don't overwork yourself, okay? Your wife will worry about you. Time passed slowly. It was almost time to get off work. Just as Su Yang was still reviewing documents, Yang Shui walked in. Honey, working so hard? Seeing his wife walk in, Su Yang gave a sheepish smile. Then he picked up his phone and checked the time. Wow! It was already time to get off work. Let's go, honey. Big sister must have already arrived home, and Yang Xia is probably still keeping her company. Alright, let's go, honey. Tomorrow I'll take you personally to the factory we have in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Yang Shui walked over to Su Yang, reached out, and closed the lid of his laptop. Then she wrapped her arms around his head. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, then reached out to embrace Yang Shui's slender waist. Little darling, don't tire yourself out, okay? Your wife will feel sorry for you. It's okay, honey. I was just studying a little bit. Compared to your hard work, it's nothing. How much hardship must you have endured to turn a small company into a large corporation? How hard must you have worked? Xiaoxue, if only I hadn't left you in my previous life. If we had worked together, my little Shui wouldn't have to go through so much hardship. Su Yang didn't remember much about his past life, but he still recalled quite a bit. Especially the many things he did with Yang Shui, he remembered clearly. Now, after the trials of time, she had become even more beautiful and mature. Yes, my husband. If you hadn't left me back then, our child would probably be around 10 years old by now, right? But, even though you left me back then, you eventually came back to find me. And he's just as handsome as ever, and still loves me just as much. Wife is really happy, really happy. Let us go, little darling, let us go home. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but feel moved, and her love for him deepened even further. As she spoke, she released her arms from around Su Yang's head and took his hand. Alright, let's go. Su Yang stood up, tidied himself up a bit, and then left the office with Yang Shui. Upon arriving at the parking lot, the two drove home. It didn't take long. They arrived home. At that moment, the eldest sister and Xiu Pingping were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, and it seemed like they were almost finished. Pingping, you're quite the cook, aren't you? Not bad at all. Heh. Grandma, my family used to run a restaurant, so I learned a few things. Oh, you poor thing. You must have gone through a lot as a child. These days, there aren't many kids your age who can cook. Looking at the obedient and sensible Xiu Pingping, the eldest sister quite liked this little girl. It's not too bad. It wasn't really that hard. Learning more skills is always a good thing. That's right, Pingping is right. Having good cooking skills is a great thing. Whoever marries you in the future will be very lucky. Grandma, heh. Xiu Pingping blushed slightly upon hearing her grandmother's words. Mom, let me help you cook. Yang Shui entered the house and quickly made her way to the kitchen. She was about to call her older sister, but noticed Xiu Pingping was already in the kitchen, so she quickly called out Mom instead. After all, the term older sister should be used with caution in front of outsiders. Ha ha ha. It's okay, Shui. From now on, just call me older sister. I've gotten to know Pingping well, and she's Xiaoxia's good friend, she's not an outsider. Seeing her daughter-in-law enter, the eldest sister smiled happily. No need to help. Dinner will be ready soon. Pingping really is a great cook. Go on, Xiao Shui. Everyone go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Alright, big sister. Yang Shui heard her older sister's words, smiled at Xiu Pingping, and felt a slight conflict in her heart. Although she hadn't stopped her daughter from continuing to interact with her. But there was still a lingering unease in her heart. Auntie. Dinner will be ready soon. I'll help Grandma. Xiu Pingping looked at Yang Shui, her eyes flickering slightly. She spoke softly, meekly, and obediently. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Pingping. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then turned and left the kitchen. At that moment, Su Yang was sitting in Yang Xia's room, watching her play a video game. Bro, you've been through a lot. I didn't expect you to spend half the day shopping with your grandmother. Oh, come on, old buddy. We're like family. Why are you being so formal with me? Besides, that's my grandmother, and she's such a kind person. The more time I spend with her, the more I like her. By the way, buddy, should we let Grandma stay in Jiangcheng from now on? Yang Xia was playing a game while glancing over at Su Yang. If you want your grandmother to stay permanently, it's probably not possible for now, because your grandfather is still back home. Well, maybe we can convince him to come over too. They're used to living in a small county town. They probably won't come over anytime soon, unless... Oh? Unless what? Unless your mom can get pregnant with a brother or sister for you. In that case, your grandparents would probably come over. After all, taking care of their daughter-in-law is the most important thing. Su Yang smiled and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. This girl? Don't you even know that? It seems like only your uncle needs to work harder. Right, buddy, this won't do. It's been a month already, and I don't see any movement in Mom's belly yet. Cough, cough, cough. Silly girl, things don't happen that quickly. There are only a few days in a month. Besides, we're not doing it every day. It's not that easy to get pregnant. But you're so young now, it's no problem to do it every day. I believe in you, keep trying. Yang Xia played video games while stretching her fists. It was as if she were cheering Su Yang on. Alright. I'll try my best. Come on, girl, let us go eat. Okay, I got it. I'll shut it down right now. Saying that, Yang Xia paused the game and left her bedroom with Su Yang. Chapter 229, Arranging for Su Yang to learn at the garment factory. After dinner, Yang Xia drove off with Ping Ping. Yang Xia's excuse to her grandmother was that they needed to give her uncle and mother a quiet environment, so the two of them would stay elsewhere temporarily. Upon hearing this, Grandma couldn't help but smile gently. This eldest granddaughter is truly considerate. Big sister, shall we go visit Xiao Xin's parents together the day after tomorrow? Before going to bed that night, Yang Shui accompanied her older sister in the room and told her about her plans with Su Yang. After all, Su Yang's past life had already been explained clearly to her older sister, and she had already believed it. Moreover, she could empathize with Su Xin's parents' feelings. Sure, Shui. No problem. Those two old folks. Sigh, they really have it tough. Losing a child in middle age, and now they're still working at a property management company at their age. It's really hard work. When we go there the day after tomorrow, let's bring them some extra gifts. If possible, I'd like to give them some money to help them out. As she spoke, the older sister's expression grew slightly somber. Don't worry, older sister. Actually, Yang Yang and I have already made arrangements. We give them some money every so often. After all, they were Yang Yang's relatives from his previous life. Xiao Xue definitely won't refuse to help them. Oh, good. My daughter-in-law is truly a kind and considerate person. She is really my good daughter-in-law. Saying this, the eldest sister couldn't help but feel moved. She reached out and embraced Yang Shui in her arms. This daughter-in-law really knows how to behave. Yang Yang following her, he'll never be at a disadvantage in this lifetime. With the love from a past life and the deep affection of this one, two lifetimes intertwined, perhaps their love is even deeper than that of her own elderly parents. Mom. Good child. Yang Shui and her older sister chatted for a while longer before leaving her older sister's room. Husband. Yang Shui returned to the master bedroom and soon embraced Su Yang. Honey, did you tell your older sister about going to Mingtai Jiayuan community the day after tomorrow? Yes, I did. My older sister was very happy, she even said she wanted to give them some money. My older sister, she's really so kind, such a good person. Having such a mother-in-law must be so wonderful, right? Su Yang smiled and gently rubbed his wife's nose. Of course. I feel like both of these mothers-in-law are really great. My older sister's personality is more outgoing. Everyone else only has one mother-in-law, but now I have two all at once, haha. I'm so happy. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and kissed him on the lips. You're right, honey. Having two mothers-in-law is great. When you get pregnant and have a baby, there'll be twice as many people to take care of you, haha. Su Yang, seeing this, naturally kept the small talk to a minimum. Soon, the two of them. The specifics will not be described here, for the sake of the reader's health. Even if you use your imagination, please do so appropriately. The next morning, Su Yang and Yang Shui ate breakfast made by their older sister and left home. Today, Yang Shui planned to take Su Yang to a clothing factory under her jurisdiction. On the way. Honey, today I'm taking you to the oldest clothing factory in the area, and it's also the predecessor of our group. Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat, gently looking at Su Yang who was driving. Oh, is that the Yang Shui clothing factory you mentioned before? Su Yang was familiar with the clothing factory. After all, Yang Shui had mentioned it to him before. This was also her parents' original tailor shop. From here, it gradually grew into the Yang Shui apparel group. At the same time, this tailor shop has transformed into today's Yang Shui garment factory. It is now dedicated to processing various orders for the group. Yes, that's right, honey. It's the Yang Shui garment factory. The name was chosen to commemorate our love. Now, my husband has finally returned to find me. The name of the group and the name of the garment factory are truly fitting. Yes, dear. Every little detail reflects Yang Shui's deep affection. Su Yang couldn't help but feel even more moved. This wife. She truly loves him deeply. During the days he wasn't by her side, he couldn't imagine how she managed to get through it. The car sped toward the Yang Shui clothing factory. The two walked and chatted along the way. Time passed slowly. About an hour later, the car arrived at the main gate of the clothing factory. Yang Shui garment factory. At the entrance, several people were standing there. Upon seeing Yang Shui's BMW pull up, the group quickly waved to greet her. Honey, these are the managers of the garment factory. I contacted them in advance, so they're here waiting for us. Oh. The two chatted as they parked the car in a spot near the entrance. Before they could get out of the car, several managers from the clothing factory hurried over. Mr. Yang, hello. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, everyone, hello. As Yang Shui slowly opened the car door and got out, she smiled and greeted the subordinates who had come over. Come on, this is Mr. Su from the group, and he's also my boyfriend, Yang Shui. I'm bringing him to the clothing factory for a tour and to learn about the clothing production process. Yang Shui saw Su Yan walking over from the car and waved him over. She then introduced him to a few of her subordinates from the clothing factory. Oh. Hello, Mr. Su. Welcome, welcome. Everyone was taken aback after hearing Yang Shui's introduction. It seemed the news from headquarters was true. Yang had indeed found a handsome young man. That looks, that build. He is truly extraordinary. Come on, Mr. Yang, Mr. Su, shall we head to the conference room first? Mr. Su, if there's anything you'd like to know, we can give you a brief introduction first and then we can take a look around later, how about that? The senior management of the clothing factory naturally had to make some preparations for the arrival of Mr. Yang and Mr. Su. Moreover, the president rarely visits the clothing factory, so everyone's tension level is much higher than usual. If it weren't for bringing this Mr. Su here for a learning visit, everyone might have thought something was wrong at the factory. Alright, Mr. Wang, let's go to the conference room first. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then followed Wang and Su Yang into the factory. Chapter 230, Attending a Lecture at the Garment Factory. Not long after, everyone arrived at the large conference room of the garment factory. The spacious conference room featured a large conference table. There were also beautiful young women who had already set out fruits, drinks, and tea, and were waiting nearby to attend to everyone's needs. Mr. Yang, Mr. Su, please come in and sit down. As soon as they entered the room, factory manager Wang led the way, guiding Su Yang and Yang Shui to their pre-arranged seats. Mr. Wang, no need to be so formal. I'm here today mainly to accompany Su Yang for some learning. Please have everyone else go back to their work. Why don't you stay or arrange for someone else who is well versed in the business to go over every aspect of the operations with Su Yang? Let him get a general understanding of the clothing factory's operations first. We can delve deeper into each step in detail later if there is time. Yang Shui came here without intending to make a big fuss or cause a commotion. After all, the garment factory has quite a few orders, and everyone has their own tasks to handle. Alright, Mr. Yang, we'll follow your instructions. Come on, you all go back first. I'll stay here. Since the president had spoken, factory manager Wang quickly nodded and waved goodbye to the others. Soon, everyone politely took their leave, even the young lady who had been attending to him. At that moment, the large conference room was now empty, with only 3 people remaining. Mr. Wang, you explain it to Su Yang. Start with the raw materials and go through each step in detail. Alright, Mr. Yang. Cough, cough, cough. Factory manager Wang nodded, cleared his throat, and began his explanation. Su Yang had already prepared his notebook and phone recorder. As Wang began his explanation, Su Yang listened intently, just as he would in a classroom. He listened attentively while taking notes. Occasionally, when he didn't understand something, he would ask Wang immediately. Time passed slowly. Wang looked at the notebook in his hands, flipping through the pages while explaining carefully. It was clear that he had also done some preparation. Su Yan listened attentively, recording and taking notes with great diligence. Yang Shui opened her laptop and began working on some tasks. She had come today primarily to accompany Su Yang. Of course, she could also work remotely. Before they knew it, it was already 11:30 a.m. Wang, the factory director, was almost finished with his speech. He had been speaking non-stop, and his voice was starting to sound hoarse. Su Yang hadn't stopped either, stubbornly persevering through the entire morning's lecture. At most, everyone had gone to the restroom or something during the break. Soon, Mr. Wang finished explaining all the content he had prepared in advance. From raw material input to finished product shipment, every step was covered. Mr. Su, is there anything you don't understand? Feel free to ask. Thank you, Mr. Wang. You explained everything so clearly. I've taken extensive notes. I'll need some time to digest this properly. If I have any questions, I'll feel free to ask you anytime. Su Yang put down his pen and stretched his numb hands. He rubbed his eyes. Sure, of course. Come on, Mr. Su, let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to contact me. My phone is always on. Mr. Wang, in his 40s, had short hair that was already thinning, revealing patches of scalp. He had a good temperament and seemed very patient. Alright, thank you so much, Mr. Wang. Soon, Su Yang added Wang, the factory manager, on WeChat. Mr. Yang, Mr. Su, the canteen has prepared lunch. Why don't the two of you have a simple meal? Alright, let's go have lunch then. Yang Shui closed the notebook in front of her and put it into Su Yang's bag. Su Yang also tidied up a bit and packed his things into his own backpack. Su Yang, what are your plans for the afternoon? Will you stay here to study or go back to review? Since Wang, the factory manager, was present, Yang Shui naturally addressed Su Yang by his first name. Today, Mr. Wang shared a lot of valuable insights. I think I'll need some time to process it all. Let's head back first. Once I've digested it, I'll come bother Mr. Wang again. Su Yang glanced at Yang Shui sitting beside him and said with a smile. This wife. She had quietly accompanied him all morning without even moving from her seat. She must be so tired. Ha ha ha. Mr. Su, you're too kind. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me or send a message anytime. Let me know whenever you plan to come by next time. After hearing Su Yang's words, Wang, the factory director, quickly responded politely. This young man in front of him, despite his youth, he was indeed the person the boss valued most. He was well aware that he must build a good relationship with this young man. Who knows, he might even become his direct superior at any moment. He had heard that the network department at headquarters is now under the jurisdiction of this young Su manager. Now, Mr. Yang personally brought him to the garment factory for training, so it's quite possible that the garment factory will be under his management in the near future. Alright, Mr. Wang, thank you so much. Ha, Mr. Su is too kind. With that, the three of them left the meeting room. They followed Mr. Wang to the canteen of the garment factory. Although it was a large canteen, there were still a few private rooms. These private rooms were reserved for hosting important guests or senior officials. For the garment factory, Mr. Yang was the group's boss, making him the highest-ranking official at the factory. Upon arriving at the canteen, Mr. Wang, the factory director, directly led the two of them to the largest and most luxurious private room. The meal was already prepared and extremely lavish. Mr. Yang, Mr. Su, please sit down, please sit down. This place isn't as fancy as the big restaurants in the city, so we can only prepare a few simple dishes. Let's just have a light meal. Upon hearing Wang's words, Su Yang couldn't help but grimace inwardly. If this is what they call a few simple dishes, then the food he and Yang Shui's wife usually eat is practically pig feed. This polite talk was really too polite. Why is Mr. Wang being so polite? We're all family here. Come on, let us sit down. Yang Shui didn't seem to mind Wang's words much. She just waved her hand dismissively and sat down beside Su Yang. Chapter 231, This Wife, How Can I Ever Get Enough of Her? During the meal, Yang Shui briefly inquired about some work-related matters with Wang and gave some work-related instructions. From the moment she arrived until the meal ended, Yang Shui exuded an air of confidence and poise. Perhaps due to her previous image as an icy beauty, everyone treated her with obvious reverence. Whenever she asked a question, Wang would answer with great caution, fearing he might say the wrong thing. Although alcohol was prepared, Su Yang and Yang Shui did not drink. First, they would be leaving after dinner and needed to drive. Second, they were in the midst of trying to conceive, so drinking was out of the question. Since they weren't drinking, the meal would be quicker. It didn't take long. Su Yang and Yang Shui finished their lunch. After bidding farewell to Wang, the factory manager, they drove away from the garment factory. By then, it was already 1:30 p.m. Honey, are you tired? Why don't we pull over and let me drive? After leaving the garment factory, Yang Shui's gentle expression returned. She leaned against the passenger seat, gazed at Su Yang with deep affection, and gently stroked his cheek. I'm fine, I'm not tired, Shui Shui. It was just a long lecture. Saying this, Su Yang smiled and shook his head. By the way, honey, I've already asked Zheng's secretary to prepare some gifts for me. Gifts? Yes, honey. We're going to visit your parents from your past life tomorrow, so we should prepare some gifts. Oh, okay. Su Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement. This wife. She really thinks of everything. He had been thinking he'd just buy some gifts at the supermarket tomorrow. He never expected his wife to have already arranged for her secretary to prepare everything in advance. Mr. Yang, you're so kind. Ha ha. Hearing Su Yang call her teacher again, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Honey, I think you're tired. Su Yang heard his wife's words and couldn't help but pause for a moment. My wife said I'm tired. Oh, right. I am indeed a bit tired. Yeah, Ms. Yang, I'm feeling a bit sleepy too. Why don't you book a room online? I want to rest with my wife for a while. We can head back in the late afternoon. Ha ha. Alright, little darling, for your health, I'll book a room. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on Yang Shui's cheeks. She then took out her phone from her handbag and began booking a room online. A few minutes later. Honey, the room is booked. Follow my instructions. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Got it, honey. Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. The two of them hadn't stayed in a hotel for quite some time. Actually, thinking about it, he did miss it a bit. After all, when they were at a hotel, they could be more relaxed and enjoy themselves better. Lately, with his mother coming over and staying right next door, this made the two of them feel a bit oppressed and uncomfortable. Since my wife booked a room, we absolutely have to have a good time. Under Yang Shui's direction, Su Yang drove quickly. Before long, the two arrived at the lobby of the hotel they had booked. Parking, exchanging room keys. Soon, the two entered the room. After a quick tidying up, Su-yang and Yang Shui embraced each other and lay down on the large bed. The details will not be described here. The reason is definitely not to save data, but rather, the author mainly wants to spare the readers the effort. Time ticked by. By the time the two had finished everything, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, are you tired? Pout. Not tired at all. It was mostly you who did the work. Su-yang gently embraced Yang Shui in his arms and softly stroked her long hair. Such a snow-white beauty. Had already undergone a profound transformation in his presence. But in front of subordinates and outsiders, she still retained some of her icy beauty. My husband is so obedient. I love it when you're this obedient. In the future, will you listen to me forever, honey? Pout. Yang Shui blushed and smiled, wrapping her arms around Su-yang's neck. She leaned in and kissed him gently. Yes, I will, Ms. Yang. Husband thinks that, here with you. I'll always have something new to learn, and I'll never graduate. I'll always be your good student, Ms. Yang. Don't worry, Ms. Yang, I'll definitely listen to you carefully. Listening to his wife's enchanting and melodious voice, Su-yang couldn't help but feel his heart stir once more. This wife. No matter what she says, it's always so hard to refuse. Having such a gentle and kind older sister as a wife, one would definitely be willing to follow her every word. Whatever she asks Su-yang to do, he would be more than happy to oblige. My dear husband, I love you so much. Saying this, Yang Shui turned around and picked up the phone by the bed to take a look. Husband, it's already past 4 p.m. Should we head back to the office? Zhang's secretary must have already bought the gifts. Alright, honey, let us go. In truth, the two of them were still reluctant to part. It was just a bit too late. It would take nearly an hour to get back to the office from here. Tonight. Be good, honey. I'll love you tonight. Yang Shui looked at Su-yang's reluctant expression and couldn't help but smile gently. She stood up and sat down, then blushed and reached out to pull her husband up as well. It was getting late. So they didn't continue with their chores and quickly got up instead. Soon, the two of them left the hotel. They continued driving toward the company. However, this time, Yang Shui took the wheel. Honey, why don't you rest for a while in the seat? Be a good boy, or you can lie down in the back if you prefer. Since Yang Shui and Su-yang had been together, she had come to understand certain aspects of men more deeply. After leaving the hotel, Su-yang was actually the one who felt more exhausted. So Yang Shui couldn't bear to let him drive anymore. Ha ha ha. It's okay, honey. It's not that bad. If it weren't for going to my parents' place tomorrow, I wouldn't even want to leave today. Su-yang turned to look at the alluring Yang Shui, admiring her from head to toe. This wife. How could he ever get enough of her? Chapter 232, She always thinks of everything. After returning to the office, Zhang, the secretary, was already waiting in Yang Shui's office. Ms. Yang, Mr. Su, the gifts you need for tomorrow have already been purchased and are in my car. As soon as they entered the room, Zhang the secretary stood up from the sofa. Great, Zhang secretary. Let us go downstairs together to move the gifts and load them into Yang's car. Su-yang smiled and nodded, casually placing his shoulder bag on the sofa. There was no need for his wife to help with the heavy lifting. Alright, honey, you go with Zhang secretary. I still have some work to take care of. Alright, dear. In front of Zhang, the two did not change the way they addressed each other. After all, Zhang, the secretary, was well aware of their relationship. She had already witnessed it firsthand during a previous business trip. As they spoke, Su-yang and Zhang's secretary left Yang Shui's office together. Mr. Su, how did it go at the clothing factory today? Did you check all the departments? Zhang, the secretary, smiled and turned to look at Su-yang, discreetly sizing him up from head to toe. No, Zhang Jia, I was mainly listening to factory manager Wang give a lecture today. He walked me through all the processes and procedures. Oh, Mr. Wang is a nice guy. I've met him a few times before. Upon hearing Su-yang mention Wang, Zhang couldn't help but smile. Originally, Mr. Yang had arranged for me to take you to Yangshui clothing factory, but Mr. Yang cancelled this morning's meeting and decided to accompany you personally. Oh. Su-yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. He really didn't know about this. He hadn't expected his wife to cancel the meeting just to accompany him to the training session. Actually, this matter. He could have gone alone without any issues. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang really cares about you. Yeah. The two continued talking as they walked downstairs. Soon, the two of them arrived downstairs. They opened the trunk of the car and began unloading the gifts. Looking at the trunk filled with gifts, Su-yang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. This wife. She always thinks of everything so thoroughly. After a busy round of work, the two of them loaded all the gifts into Yang Shui's car. After finishing, Su-yang returned directly to Yang Shui's office. Honey, sit on the couch and wait for a moment. I'll be done soon. Once I'm done, we'll head back. Our older sister has been home alone all day. Let's go back early to keep her company. Seeing Su-young come in, Yang Shui gave him a tender look before getting back to work. All right, honey. Su-young nodded and sat down on the sofa. He pulled out his diary from his bag and prepared to review what Wang, the factory manager, had taught him. Time passed slowly. Both of them were engrossed in their own tasks. Ding dong. Su-yang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yang Xia. Bro, it's Friday today. Have you and my mom planned anything romantic? Seeing Yang Xia's message, Su-yang couldn't help but feel a slight stir in his heart. This girl, she does have a point. They've been together for quite some time now, and he's only taken her to the movies once. And then there was that time he accompanied her to a hotel to talk about life. But tonight he had to go home early to spend time with his mom. Su-yang thought to himself while glancing up at Yang Shui. At that moment, Yang Shui also looked up at Su-yang. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. Their eyes sparkled with an indescribable affection. What's wrong, little darling? Have you rested enough? Do you miss your wife again? Yes. Su-yang heard this and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This older sister. She's really something else. Just look at her sparkling eyes, she must still be craving more from this afternoon. Oof. Alright, honey, then, let's see how your wife deals with you later. Yang Shui gave Su-yang a meaningful look, greedily scanning him up and down, unable to suppress a smile. This little darling. She sure has a lot of energy. Yang Shui had a few good female friends who often chatted online together. She often heard her friends complain about how their boyfriends or husbands weren't up to par physically, to the point where they feel emotionally empty, even feeling irritable and their skin getting worse. But Yang Shui feels completely different from them. Although her own volcano had already erupted uncontrollably. But Su-yang is still young. He's full of energy. Sure, honey, why don't we go out tonight and watch a movie or something? Oh. Ha ha. Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but brighten up. But we still have to accompany our older sister. If the two of us go out to watch a movie, wouldn't that mean leaving our older sister at home again? How about? Let's wait until my older sister goes back in a couple of days, then we can go see the movie. But since my older sister is home now, she thought about it and decided against it. After all, she won't be staying for long, so it's best to make time to spend with her. Alright, honey. Although Su-yang really enjoyed the feeling of snuggling up together with Yang Shui at the movie theater, he decided to wait a few days for his older sister's sake. He had no objections to what his wife said. Good, my little darling is so obedient. Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then lowered her head to continue with her work. Su-yang picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Xia. Bro, what's the plan with Ping Ping? A moment later, Yang Xia's message came through. Ha ha ha. We're going to eat something delicious first, then watch a movie together, and then, we're heading to the hotel. Wow. This girl. That's a good plan. Alright, buddy, go ahead. Your grandmother is home alone, so your mom and I want to go out. We'll stay home and chat with her. After all, your grandmother doesn't come over very often either. You're right. Alright, Ping Ping and I are heading out. Have a great weekend. Looks like things are going well between you and Ping Ping. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. Of course. This is no big deal. It's a piece of cake for me. Alright, old buddy, let's go. Chapter 233, Soup made especially for Yang Xia. Honey, let's go. I'm done here. Alright, honey, let us go. Seeing Yang Shui stand up, Su-yang also stuffed his diary into his backpack. Oh, by the way, honey, Xia and Ping Ping went to the movies. They won't be coming home for dinner. Oh. Let them be. Yang Shui nodded slightly upon hearing this. Regarding her daughter and Ping Ping's matters, she had essentially reached a state of tacit approval. The children are still young, let's take it one step at a time. Perhaps one day, she might come to appreciate the boy's good qualities. Let's just go with the flow. Anyway, there's no point in rushing now. The two spoke and then left the office together. As soon as they stepped outside, Yang Shui linked her arm through Su-yang's, walking side by side. Soon, the two of them went downstairs, got into the car, and drove home. Honey, did you tell mom and dad about us going over tomorrow morning? Yes, of course. I told them yesterday, and I also mentioned it to Xiao Xian and Yang Xia. Su-yang nodded with a smile while driving. The family from his past life and the family from his present life were about to meet tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him happy. Having two sets of parents, all of whom are your own flesh and blood. The feeling of being pampered by two families is truly different from before. Don't worry, honey. This meeting will definitely be very joyful. Yes, Xiao Shui, it will be. The two chatted slowly along the way, and the car soon arrived home. Upon entering the house, they found their eldest sister sitting on the living room sofa, video chatting with someone. Alright, honey, our son and daughter-in-law are back. We'll talk later tonight when we're resting. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law return, the eldest sister quickly informed Su Yang's father and prepared to end the video call. Big sister, wait, hold on a moment. Su Yang knew immediately that his mother was talking to his father, so he quickly waved at his mother. He wanted to take this opportunity to chat with his father for a few minutes. Ha! She's already hung up. The eldest sister seemed not to have heard Su Yang's words and hung up the phone. She then realized what had happened and smiled at Su Yang. Oh. Well, if she hung up, I'll call her back later. Su Yang didn't think much of his mother hanging up so quickly and didn't dwell on it. He merely nodded slightly, then took off his backpack and placed it on the sofa. Yang, xiao shui. Dinner is ready. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Saying this, his older sister got up from the sofa and headed toward the bathroom. Where are Xiaxia and Ping, those two little girls? When the three of them gathered around the dining table, the eldest sister looked at her son and daughter-in-law and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Eldest sister, it's the weekend, right? They went to the movies and are eating out. Su Yang picked up 2 pairs of chopsticks, handing one to the eldest sister and the other to Yang Shui. He then picked up another pair for himself. Oh, I even specially made soup for Xiaxia. I didn't expect they wouldn't come back to drink it. A hint of regret lingered in the eldest sister's voice. It's so hot now, and we can't leave it out. Oh? Older sister, what kind of soup did you make for Xiaxia? I can drink some too. Su Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. The eldest sister had actually gone out of her way to make soup for Xiaxia. It seems that this grandmother really dotes on her granddaughter. You're a grown man, what's the use of you drinking it? Shui doesn't need to drink this. The older sister said this while glancing at Yang Shui's chest and then shaking her head. This soup. But it was specially made for Xiaxia. This girl has a face and figure that are top-notch, but she's just so ordinary. If you want to be a charming young lady, how can you be so plain? So, the older sister specially customized and simmered this special soup just for Xiaxia. Su Yang looked at his older sister's expression and quickly figured it out. So that's how it is. The older sister was right, Xiao Shui really didn't need it. Xiaxia, on the other hand, really needed it. It's okay, older sister. Why don't we put it in the fridge for Xiaxia? She can drink it when she comes back. It won't taste good if we put it in the fridge. Sis, why don't I just drink it? I'll help Xiaxia make some later. Yang Shui, seeing this, couldn't help but blush and wink at Su Yang. For the sake of the children's future. Drinking more of this soup is no problem. Besides, my husband will definitely love it too. Ha ha. Alright, daughter-in-law, here's all the soup for you. The older sister watched the two of them secretly exchanging signals and couldn't help but smile. She then brought the specially prepared soup and placed it in front of Yang Shui. Before long, the joyful dinner was finished. After helping the older sister tidy up, Yang Shui followed her into her room. Xiao Shui, I'll stay in Xiaxia's room tonight. That'll give the two of you more space to relax. Eldest sister, Xiaxia's room has a less soft and comfortable mattress. A harder mattress is better. It's fine. I'm used to sleeping on a hard mattress. The older sister looked at her slightly shy daughter-in-law and couldn't help but smile. Last night. After all, they were right next door, so she could hear everything clearly. If she continued to live next door, it might even affect her son and daughter-in-law's health. For the sake of her son and daughter-in-law's health, and to be able to hold a grandchild sooner, it would be better for her to move farther away. Anyway, Xiaxia isn't living here either. Poof. Alright, older sister, we'll try our best. Yang Shui blushed and nodded, expressing her determination. What a good daughter-in-law. Once you're pregnant, I'll bring your father over too, and we'll stay here long-term to take care of you. Sure, big sister. When the time comes, should we move to a bigger place? This house is a bit too small, and there aren't enough bathrooms. After all, once there are more people living here, even the bathrooms won't be enough. If someone gets diarrhea, waiting for the bathroom can be quite a hassle. This house is actually pretty big. I've been married for so many years, and I've never lived in such a big house before. It's okay, big sister. After all, our family is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 234, Late Night Video Chat. After chatting with the older sister for over an hour, Yang Shui was urged by the older sister to leave. Once Yang Shui had left the room, the older sister quickly went to Yang Xia's room. After all, this room was farther from the master bedroom, so even if she heard any sounds, they would be faint at best. Not long after, Su Yang and Yang Shui were cuddling together. Su Yang had intended to turn off the lights, but was stopped by his wife. She said that certain things are more interesting when the lights are on. But Yang Shui was hugging Su Yang when she suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason. Ha ha ha. Honey, what are you laughing at? Did you think of something funny? Yes, that's right, honey. Yang Shui blushed and pinched Su Yang's cheek, but her face betrayed a look of hesitation. What's wrong, honey? You look like you're a bit shy to say something. But. Alright, I'll tell you. Honey, did you notice when we just got home? Was our older sister video chatting with Dad? Yang Shui smiled softly, leaned close to Su Yang's ear, and whispered. Yes, honey, I noticed. I was actually planning to chat with Dad for a bit, but my older sister had already hung up. He knew that, of course. However, he hadn't thought much of it at the time, so he was surprised when his wife brought it up again. Right, honey, did you notice that our older sister, her face was all red? Su Yang heard this and immediately recalled the scene from earlier. It seemed like his wife was right. Her face really was red at the time. However, Su Yang didn't think much of it and didn't even observe closely. Now that his wife mentioned it, it did seem to make sense. It does seem like it. But is there a problem with that? Ha ha. Yang Shui couldn't help but giggle again before finishing her sentence. When my sister-in-law's phone flashed, I saw a scene. What did you see? Isn't she video chatting with Dad right now? Su Yang heard this and was quite puzzled. Chatting with Dad is a perfectly normal thing to do. Anyway, their relationship was particularly good, so sending messages and video chatting were all perfectly normal things to do. Right. But the scene I saw. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Su Yang heard this and seemed to understand what his wife meant. Could it be that Dad and Mom were talking about that kind of thing? No way. What exactly was the scene? Hurry up and tell me. Ha ha ha. Your dad has such a great body, almost as good as yours. Put. This. Yang Shui had said this much, and Su Yang naturally understood everything. He had guessed correctly earlier. Dad and Mom. They were indeed talking about that kind of thing. No wonder my wife said my older sister's face was all red. This matter. Alright, it's actually quite normal. After all, their parents' feelings for each other are so deep. Now that they're separated by distance, missing each other is only natural. If Su Yang and Yang Shui were separated, they'd probably be having the same conversation. Honey, I also want to chat with you like this, is that okay? We're already in the same bed. How can we video chat? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Yang Shui's words. This wife. She always has so many clever ideas. Honey, why don't you go to the guest bedroom first? Then we can video chat. Don't worry, sweetie, I'll make sure you have a good time. Once we're done chatting, you can come back, okay? Be a good boy. Husband, hurry up. I'll reward you when you come back. Cough cough cough. Looking at Yang Shui in his arms, with her strange expression, Su Yang couldn't help but nod. Alright, honey, I'll go right now. Saying that, he sat up. His heart couldn't help but flutter. I wonder what kind of trick this wife has up her sleeve. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel excited. Soon, Su Yang picked up his phone from the bedside table and left the master bedroom with a smile. Moments later, he arrived at the large bed in the adjacent room. Ding ding dong dong. As soon as Su Yang lay down, his phone received a video call request on WeChat. Huff. He exhaled slowly and then answered the video call. For the sake of the reader's health, the specific details of the video chat will not be described here. Sorry about that. Amen. Until midnight. Su Yang finally returned to the master bedroom. The next morning. By the time Su Yang and Yang Shui had gotten up, washed, and tidied themselves, the eldest sister had already prepared breakfast. Come on, let's eat, Yang, my daughter-in-law. Alright, older sister. The three of them sat down together and began eating. Yang, Xiao Shui. Did the two of you have a fight last night? Cough cough cough. No, big sister. Look, aren't we getting along just fine now? Yang Shui blushed instantly upon hearing her older sister's words. Su Yang also felt a bit embarrassed. Oh. Before going to bed, I seemed to hear someone go to the guest bedroom, and didn't he come back until midnight? The older sister looked at her daughter-in-law with a puzzled expression, then glanced at her son. These two. Are they playing some kind of fun game? Judging by how affectionate they looked, they didn't seem to be arguing. Sister, it's okay. I just remembered there's some work I need to finish, so I'll go to another room. I just didn't want to disturb Yang's rest. Once I finish the work, I'll come back. It's okay, sis. We really aren't fighting. Yang loves me so much he just wants to be upset with me, but I wouldn't get upset either. Yang Shui saw this and quickly started explaining. As for her playing games with Su Yang, it's best not to mention that to the older sister. This matter. It's actually pretty embarrassing to talk about. Moreover, the idea for this came from her older sister and father's conversation. Chapter 235, Dad, are you home? Yang Xia is sick. Ding ding ding. Just as the three of them were eating and chatting, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was Xiu Pingping calling. Ha? Why is Pingping calling? Without giving himself time to think, Su Yang immediately answered the call. Hello? Pingping, what's up? Dad, are you at home? Yang Xia is sick. Yang Xia is sick? Su Yang was startled upon hearing this. What is wrong? Where are you guys? Dad, Yang Xia has a fever. I woke up and found her body was burning hot. Now she is too weak to move at all. Xiao Pingping's anxious voice was filled with worry. The two of us were at the hotel. I'll share our location with you right away. Alright, I'll come right over. Saying this, Su Yang immediately stood up and prepared to go to the hotel where Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping were staying. This girl? It's just a hotel, how could she get sick? Yang Shui and her older sister, who were standing nearby, naturally overheard Yang Xia's illness from Su Yang's words. Honey, let's go. I'll go with you. Big sister, stay home and eat first. Don't worry. I'll call you if anything happens. Yang Shui also quickly stood up and followed Su Yang. They had only eaten half of their breakfast and put it aside. It's okay, older sister. Xia just has a fever. Shui and I will go check on her and take her to the hospital. We'll be back soon. Seeing that her older sister was also getting up to follow them, Su Yang waved his hand, telling her to stay home. Alright, this granddaughter. Seeing this, the older sister could only nod in agreement. Soon, Su Yang and Yang Shui hurriedly left the house. As soon as they stepped out of the building, they received the shared location from Xiao Pingping. Oh, that's good, it's not too far. Su Yang glanced at the address, took Yang Shui's hand, and hurried toward the parking lot. Roar! With the roar of an engine, Su Yang drove out of the residential area. Those two girls. Why are they staying at a hotel? After hearing the address from Su Yang, Yang Shui couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. However, she could roughly understand their situation. Cough cough cough. It's okay, honey. I think our daughter just caught a cold. Maybe the air conditioner was too cold last night. Actually, Su Yang could figure it out with just a moment's thought. The two of them must have been up all night. It was too hot, so they turned the air conditioner up high. They must have fallen asleep accidentally and forgot to turn it down. Yang Xia must have caught a cold that way. It's just a nap. Why would you turn the air conditioner so high? Two girls together. Yang Shui could actually imagine why her daughter got sick, but she just couldn't quite understand it. As for her and Su Yang, if they weren't careful before going to sleep, they might have caught a cold. But they were both very careful before going to bed. At least they always took a shower. And only go to bed after their bodies are cool. In such a situation, the air conditioner wouldn't be turned up too high, so they wouldn't catch a cold. It's okay, honey. Kids don't pay attention when they sleep. Maybe she kicked off the blanket. Don't worry. We'll take her to the hospital later, it's probably nothing. Yang Shui's words left Su Yang at a loss for words. Two girls together. He had seen related movies, but the actors in movies weren't sick. As for what exactly happened between the two of them, he couldn't say for sure either. Maybe they were just having too much fun? After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui nodded slightly. It's just a cold. It probably won't be anything serious. The two continued chatting as the car sped toward the hotel where Yang Xia was staying. Half an hour later, Su Yang drove straight to the hotel. He then entered the hotel with Yang Shui and quickly went inside. 2 minutes later, the two of them entered the room where Yang Xia and Xiao Pingping were staying. It was a large bedroom with a double bed. Yang Xia was lying on the bed with her eyes half closed. She was wearing a man's pajamas. Xia, are you okay? Yang Shui entered the room and immediately sat down by the bed, reaching out to place her hand on Yang Xia's forehead. Su Yang also reached out his hand and gently stroked her forehead. Wow! It's so hot. She then squeezed Yang Xia's hand, which was equally warm. Yang Xia, get up. Let's go, we should take you to the hospital. With a firm tug, Su Yang tried to pull Yang Xia to her feet. Uncle. I have no strength left in my body, not even enough to change clothes. I feel so miserable. Yang Xia squinted her eyes slightly, naturally noticing Su Yang and her mother. However, her head was spinning, and her body felt weak and limp, making it nearly impossible for her to move. Ping, quickly pack your clothes. There is no need to change. We have to leave immediately. In this condition, it doesn't matter if we change clothes or not. Wearing pajamas is fine too, there's no one around anyway. Oh, okay, uncle. Since Yang Xia's mother was there, Xiao Pingping didn't call Su Yang dad, but instead switched to uncle. As she spoke, she quickly began packing her and Yang Xia's clothes. Yang Shui also stood up quickly and joined Xiao Pingping in tidying up. After all, it was girls' clothes, so Su Yang didn't get involved. Sniff sniff. The smell in the room was indeed a bit odd. It seemed like they needed to open the window to air it out. Never mind, we're checking out soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. A moment later, Yang Shui and Pingping had finished packing their things. We're ready. Let's hurry to the hospital. Xia, hang in there. Get up, and we'll go downstairs. No, I'll carry her. Su Yang shook his head slightly and reached out to pick up Yang Xia, who was lying on the bed. She's so sick she's barely conscious, how could she possibly have the strength to go downstairs? Let's just carry her down. Come on, wrap your arms around my neck. That's right. No need to put on your shoes. It's okay. We can put them on in the car later. Thank you, uncle. Cut it out, don't be so formal with me. Saying that, Su-young picked Yang Xia up in a princess carry and held her in his arms. Then the three of them left the room and hurried downstairs. Chapter 236, Xia Xia, do you want uncle to carry you downstairs? Given Su-yang's physical strength, Yang Xia was still quite light. Carrying her while walking didn't affect his speed at all. Before long, the four of them walked out of the hotel's main entrance. Carrying Yang Xia all the way, they headed straight for the parking lot. Uncle, thank you. Yang Xia wrapped her arms around Su-yang's neck and snuggled into his embrace. Unintentionally, she felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. The scent emanating from Su-yang's body seemed a little different, causing her to feel slightly dazed. If she weren't sick, she had never experienced anything like this before. How strange. It seems that men and women, these two creatures are truly quite different. Yang Shui walked quickly ahead, put the items in the trunk, then opened the back door of the car and climbed in first. Su-yang then placed Yang Xia, who was in his arms, on the back seat. Once he stepped out, Xiao Pingping quickly got into the back seat as well. A moment later, Su-yang drove the car away from the hotel and rushed to the nearest hospital. Yang Xia's Tank 300 was temporarily left at the hotel. They would come back to retrieve it later. Ring ring. On the way to the hospital, Su-yang's phone rang. He glanced at his phone and answered it without thinking. Hello? Big sister. Yang, how is Xia Xia? Is she seriously ill? Have you gone to the hospital yet? It's okay, older sister, don't worry. We're taking her to the hospital for a checkup. We should be there soon. She probably just caught a cold and has a fever. It shouldn't be too serious. Oh. Alright, hurry up. Keep me updated if anything happens. Got it, sis. Soon, the older sister hung up the phone. Sigh. You're such an adult, yet you can't even take care of yourself. It's just a bit hot, right? Just take a hot shower and you'll be fine. Why turn the air conditioner so high? These two girls are really something. Su-yang glanced up at the rearview mirror and looked at Yang Xia sitting in the back seat. She was lying with her eyes closed in her mother's arms, looking exhausted. And she was wearing a pair of men's pajamas. It was clear that this girl and Ping were up to something strange again. Yang Shui, sitting beside her, looked at her daughter's expression, her brows furrowed with worry. Meanwhile, Xiao Pingping sat awkwardly beside her, equally anxious. The hospital wasn't far away. Not long after, the car came to a stop in the hospital's courtyard. Then, Su-yang picked up Yang Xia from the back and hurried to the emergency room with Yang Shueping. Uncle, why are you holding me so tightly? Yang Xia wrapped her arms around Su-yang's neck and whispered softly into his ear. Cough cough cough. Silly girl, I'm a man, you know. Oh. After hearing Su-yang's words, Yang Xia didn't ask any more questions. She simply held onto his neck weakly, feeling the strength of his arms around her. And her own heartbeat, which was growing faster and faster. Soon, after a thorough examination, the doctor finally hooked Yang Xia up to an 4 drip. He also prescribed some medication. Time ticked by second by second. Before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Finally, the medication in the 4 drip had finally finished flowing. Yang Xia gradually regained her strength. Honey, let's get back as soon as possible. We still need to go to my parents' place today. Xia, are you planning to go to your grandparents' place or come back to our place to rest? As soon as the nurse removed the needle, Yang Xia stood up. After taking the medicine, her high fever subsided. Her spirits seemed to have improved significantly. Mom, I want to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. Resting there is just as good. Alright, let's hurry back. It's already past 10 o'clock. How are you feeling, sweetie? Do you have any energy left? Do you want your uncle to carry you or hold you? Yang Shui looked at her daughter with concern in her eyes. I'm okay, but still a bit weak. Come on, uncle will carry you. Alright, since my daughter is sick, as her father, I naturally have to put in some effort. Su-yang nodded, said nothing, and once again picked up Yang Xia and held her in his arms. This little girl. Hopefully she'll be more careful when sleeping from now on. It's such a small thing, yet it caused me to run a high fever. Uncle, thank you. What are you thanking me for? What? Don't you consider me your old buddy anymore? Hearing Yang Xia thank him again, Su-yang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. We're just the two of us, why be so formal? You just slept outside for one night, and you ended up like this? I'm really impressed with you. Yang Xia glanced at Su-yang's mother and Ping following behind him, and momentarily lost her words. She felt a bit embarrassed to say it. Uncle, I'll tell you about it later when we have time. After whispering those words, Yang Xia wrapped her arms around Su-yang's neck and snuggled into his embrace. Even her eyes closed. A moment later, Su Yang lifted Yang Xia into the car, followed by Yang Shui and Xiu Pingping. Roar! With the roar of the engine, Su Yang drove the car toward home. Today, he still needed to visit his parents from his previous life, and it was already getting late. The hospital was close to home, and they arrived at the neighborhood in no time. After parking the car, Xia, do you still want uncle to carry you down? No. No need, I feel a bit stronger now. Hearing her mother's words, Yang Xia blushed slightly and shook her head. It's just a few more steps. Maybe I shouldn't let uncle carry me after all. Besides, she was in good spirits now and felt strong enough. Actually, her mental state had already improved when she left the hospital. But the feeling of being held by her older brother was special, so she deliberately asked him to hold her again. But she can't be so selfish about this. After all, Xiu Pingping is watching nearby, and she might feel a little uncomfortable. As for her mother, she definitely wouldn't think much of it. Even if she is perfectly healthy, letting uncle hug her once shouldn't be a big deal, right? Chapter 237, Yang Xia wants to study with Su Yang. Since she wasn't allowed to be held, Yang Xia entered the house with her mother's support. As soon as they entered the door, her older sister rushed over in a hurry. Oh my Xia Xia, are you okay? You really worried grandma to death. The eldest sister took Yang Xia's hand and looked at her worriedly. She also reached out to touch her forehead. You still have a slight fever. Did you take your medicine, my dear granddaughter? How did you sleep last night? Why did you suddenly get a fever? Did you kick off the blankets last night? A string of questions made Yang Xia's face flush slightly. I just had an 4 drip. I'll take the medicine in the afternoon. There's no rush now. It's probably because the air conditioner was too cold when I was sleeping, and I accidentally caught a chill. It's okay, Grandma. Aren't we supposed to go out today? I'll go change quickly. Saying this, Yang Xia headed toward her own room. After bidding farewell to her grandmother, Xiu Pingping followed her into the room. This girl. Watching her eldest granddaughter's back, Grandma couldn't help but furrow her brows. Why is she wearing a boy's pajamas? Could it be Yang Yang's pajamas? That doesn't seem right. Yang Yang is tall, this pajama set is clearly too small for her. Sister, are you ready? Let us go over there. Yang Shui checked the time, it was already past 10:30. I've been ready for ages, just waiting for you guys. Alright, older sister. Let's leave once Xia comes out. Yang Shui nodded and turned to go to the master bedroom. Su Yang pulled out his phone and sent a message to his younger sister, Su Xin. Little sister, Xia caught a cold and has a fever today. We'll be a bit late, but we're leaving soon. A moment later, Su Xin's reply came through. Got it, big brother. Did Xia take her medicine? Is she feeling better now? Don't worry, big brother, there's no rush. Yeah, we got her in 4 early this morning. She's feeling much better now. We'll be on our way soon. Okay, brother. Su Yang chatted with Su Xin for a few more minutes before Yang Xia finished getting ready. She put on a light-colored long dress and even applied a light layer of makeup. Uncle, where's my mom? Let's go. Squeak. Just as they were speaking, Yang Shui emerged from the master bedroom. Alright, let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yang Shui smiled and nodded, then prepared to leave. Xia, did you bring the medicine you bought? Yes, it's in my bag. Xia smiled and nodded, then reached out to link her arm through her grandmother's. Soon, the 5 of them left the house together. Since Yang Xia's car was still parked downstairs at the hotel, everyone decided to share a ride and set off together. Su Yang drove, and Yang Shui sat in the passenger seat. Honey, can we drive a bit faster? It's almost 11 o'clock. Yang Shui glanced at the time again, and a hint of urgency showed on her face. It's okay, honey. I just messaged Xiao Xian and told her we'd be a little late. Oh. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui nodded slightly. After all, today was the big day when Su Yang's families from his past and present lives were meeting for the first time. She hadn't expected their daughter Xia to delay things a bit. She couldn't help but feel a little upset inside. Such an important meeting should be held earlier. Roar! Though he said that, Su Yang stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car's speed instantly increased significantly. Mom! It's all my fault. I'll be more careful in the future. Uncle, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have been late today. Listening to the conversation between Su Yang and his mother up front, Yang Xia naturally felt a bit embarrassed. Ha. It's okay, dear. What's the big deal about being a little late? It's all right. Anyway, health comes first. Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, then at the 3 people in the back seat, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, that's right. My granddaughter's health is the most important thing. Grandma, sitting beside Yang Xia, said, reaching out to touch her forehead again. Not as hot anymore. Hey. Grandma is so kind to me. Of course, you're my eldest granddaughter. Grandma would never stop loving you. Grandma smiled, her eyes brimming with tenderness. This little girl is truly beautiful. I never expected that after coming to Jiangcheng, I'd become a grandmother so quickly. Xiao Pingping, sitting on the other side of Yang Xia, had a slight blush on her cheeks. She hadn't said much the whole time. Yesterday's incident. She also bears some responsibility. But she was too shy to say anything. Uncle, did you go to our family's Yangshui clothing factory yesterday? Yes, I did, Xia. Su Yang drove the car and replied softly. Were you there to learn about production management? Yeah, something like that. Su Yang nodded involuntarily upon hearing this. Mom, can I go with Uncle to learn too? Anyway, I don't learn much in the IT department. I want to help Mom sooner. Yang Xia hesitated for a moment after hearing Su Yang's response, then spoke to her mother with a hint of petulance. Oh, poof. Yang Shui heard her daughter's words and couldn't help but turn her head from the passenger seat to look at her daughter. Sweetie, are you really serious about wanting to study? Or are you just restless in the office? Yang Shui knew her daughter inside out. Except when she was playing video games, she could sit still. For anything else, she usually couldn't sit still. After all, she had always been a bit of a free spirit since she was a child. Mom. Of course I want to study more. I've noticed lately that Uncle is studying so hard. I can't fall behind, can I? After all, I'm your daughter, after all. I also want to study more so I can help Mom in the future. Yang Xia heard her mother's question and couldn't help but scratch her head awkwardly. But to be honest, she really felt bored sitting in the office all the time. She really did want to go to the clothing factory with Su Yang. And this thought seemed to have popped into her head just now. Good girl, that's a great idea. Grandma supports you. Before Yang Shui could respond, Grandma happily ruffled Yang Xiao's hair and smiled. Chapter 238. The two mothers from past and present lives are so much like sisters. Alright, dear, as long as you work as hard as your uncle, Mom will definitely support you. Since her daughter wanted to study hard, Yang Shui naturally supported her wholeheartedly. The only thing she was worried about was that she wouldn't study. Since she had taken the initiative to mention studying, as a mother, how could she possibly oppose it? Plus, she is going to study with her uncle, which naturally makes her even more reassured. Of course. I'll definitely keep my word. After all, I'm not a child anymore, am I? Besides, I'm not stupid. If Uncle can learn it, I'm sure I can too. Uncle, isn't that right? Yang Xia couldn't help but smile happily upon hearing her mother agree. Ha ha ha. Right, I definitely believe that. Our little Xia has always been very smart. As long as he's willing to learn, there's nothing he can't master. Su Yang still highly recognized Yang Xia's intelligence. Don't let her usual lack of interest in studying fool you. Her test scores are always quite good. Exactly. I can tell just by looking at my granddaughter that she's a smart child. The two of you studying together will definitely do well. As the grandmother, she naturally supported Yang Xia's idea. Hey. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Mom. So, we'll just leave it at that, then. Ha ha. Alright, you little girl. As long as you're willing to learn, Mom wouldn't stop you, would she? Yang Shui looked at Yang Xia, who nodded slightly, and smiled happily. Su Yang drove quickly. Before long, the car entered the Mingtai Jiayuan residential complex and quickly arrived at the building where her parents had lived in her previous life. As soon as the car came to a stop, Su Xian rushed over. She had been waiting downstairs for quite some time. Brother, sister-in-law, Mom. As everyone got out of the car, Su Xian stepped forward to greet them, her little face flushed with a faint blush. Good girl. The eldest sister looked at Su Xian, who was so well behaved and considerate, and couldn't help but smile tenderly. She couldn't help but feel a little emotional inside. This child, no matter how she looked, resembled her own daughter. Not only does she look so much like Yan Yang that they could be siblings, but even their personality traits are similar. Xia, are you feeling better? Still feverish? Auntie, I'm mostly fine now. I'll take some more medicine this afternoon, and it should be fine. I just caught a cold from the air conditioner, but it's nothing serious. Yang Xia walked over to Su Xian and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Come on, everyone, stretch out your hands, it's time for gifts. At that moment, Su Yang had already opened the trunk of the car and called out to the group who were chatting. Soon, everyone carried their bags and entered the building together. Squeak! As the door opened, Su Yang's parents from his previous life hurried out of the kitchen. Two elderly people with snow-white hair. Their smiling faces betrayed a hint of unease that was hard to put into words. Dad, Mom, this is Su Yang's mother. Su Xian, seeing the situation, hurried forward to introduce them. Elder brother, elder sister, hello. The moment she saw Su Xian's parents, Su Yang's mother couldn't help but feel a moment of disorientation. These old man and woman. How come you look so familiar? You really do look like family. Little sister, you, hello. Su Xian's mother stared at Su Yang's mother and couldn't help but take a good look at her. Is this Yang Yang's current mother? How come she looks so young and beautiful? She looks only a few years older than Xiao Shui. And, looking at her face, she looks just like my long-lost younger sister. The more I look at her, the more she resembles her. Come on, everyone, come inside. Don't just stand there. Su Yang saw this and couldn't help but reach out and pat his mother's shoulder. Then he stepped forward and took his mother's hand from his previous life. Right. Come on, little sister, look at me. Let us sit on the sofa and chat. Old man, go to the kitchen and keep an eye on things. Auntie, I'll go watch instead. Before Su Xian's father could turn around, Xiao Pingping quickly replied and hurried toward the kitchen. The two of you look so much alike, just like sisters. Yang Xia sat beside them, looking left and right, and the more she looked, the more alike they seemed. Right? I think so too. Older sister, this world is truly amazing. After seeing you, I felt like we were like sisters. Su Yang's mother, looking at Su Xian's mother beside her, couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. They looked too much like a family. Cough. Old lady, didn't you say your younger sister got lost when she was a child? Su Xian's father pulled a chair from the dining table and sat down nearby. Yes. When I looked at your older sister, I really felt a sense of familiarity. The way you look now is so much like my little sister when she went missing. Su Xian's mother turned to look at her husband, and her eyes welled up with tears. That was a memory too painful to recall. She had taken her younger sister out to play, and before she knew it, the little girl had vanished. Since then, they had never found her again. So many years have passed. Her younger sister had also vanished without a trace. Big sister, from now on, we're family, just treat me like your little sister. Su Yang's mother, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh deeply. First, the younger sister went missing, and now her son is in trouble. The eldest sister before her had truly led a difficult life. As she spoke, tears welled up in Su Xian's mother's eyes. Those painful memories. Once recalled, they are heart-wrenching and painful. Grandma, I have an idea. You could get a DNA test done. Maybe it'll prove your sisters. Yang Xia's reaction was anything but slow. While everyone else was still sighing in sorrow, she had thought of medical testing. If the two of them really share that blood relation, then the relationship between the two families would undergo a complete transformation. If Su Yang is the son of both families from a past life, then if the two grandmothers are sisters, that would mean the two families have an even deeper blood relation. If that were the case, it would truly be the most bizarre thing ever. Chapter 239, 2 Lifetimes, 1 Family. Su Xian's mother, upon hearing this, looked at Su Yang's mother and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head slightly. If my younger sister were still alive, she'd probably be in her early 50s, not as young as this younger sister. This younger sister looks to be around 35 or 36, and her actual age is probably no more than 40-something. She couldn't possibly be the little sister she had lost. Oh. Su Yang's mother heard this and couldn't help but nod slightly. After all, there are many people in the world who look alike. She and Xiao Xian's mother look similar, which is actually understandable. Otherwise, how could her son's past life look so much like his present life? Oh, I see. But the two grandmothers really do look like sisters. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It seems the two grandmothers just happen to look similar, they're not actually sisters after all. By the way, little sister, have you heard about Yang Yang's situation? Big sister. Su Yang's mother smiled and nodded, glancing at Su Yang beside her. Yang Yang has already told me about his past life. Xiao Shui even showed me some old photos, and Yang Yang said he's regained some memories from his previous life. She then briefly recounted the events. After hearing what Xiao Shui and Yang Yang said, I was really moved. Although I had read news reports before about people remembering their past lives, and even finding their past life relatives through those memories. But I never imagined. My son Yang Yang had also found his past life family. And he not only found his past life's family but also his past life's girlfriend, Xiao Shui. Actually, what truly convinced me was that, from the time he was a child until now, there has always been a girl appearing in my son Yang Yang's dreams. As she spoke, Su Yang's mother turned to look at Yang Shui beside her. He's been telling me about this dream since he was a child, and he's mentioned this girl many times. Ever since Yang Yang met Xiao Shui, he finally realized that the girl he'd been dreaming about all these years was actually her. As she spoke, Su Yang's mother couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Yang Shui's hair. Thank goodness this daughter-in-law has been waiting all this time for her son. Though she is a bit older now, her feelings have grown even stronger. Little sister, Yang Yang's father and I had met Xiao Shui before. But after Yang Yang's accident, and then we moved, we lost contact with Xiao Shui. I never thought that after all these years, Yang Yang and Shui would end up together again. And they even met Xiao Xian. I never imagined that nearly 20 years have passed and we're both in our 60s now, yet we've been able to see Yang Yang again. As she spoke, Su Xian's mother couldn't help but shed tears. Grandma, don't cry, don't cry. The fact that Uncle Yang Yang has returned, found my mother, and reunited with Grandpa, Grandma, and my aunt, how joyful this must be. Yang Xia saw this and quickly spoke up to comfort her. As she spoke, she reached out and gently shook Su Xian's arm. That's right, Mom. Xia is absolutely right. Today is a joyous day for us. We should all be smiling happily. Don't you agree, Mom? Su Xian immediately understood Yang Xia's meaning and also spoke up to comfort her mother. Xia and Xixin. You're both right. I really shouldn't be crying. Alright, no more tears. As she spoke, Su Xian's mother reached up to rub her eyes and wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. A faint smile also appeared on her face. The past was indeed extremely saddening. But the past is the past. Now that her son and daughter-in-law have suddenly returned to her side, she naturally couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Grandma, actually, the biggest reason my uncle could come back is because of me. Uncle and I were best friends back then. I used to copy his homework all the time, huh? As she spoke, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh, then winked at Su Yang. Cough cough cough. That's right, Xia is telling the truth. If it weren't for her, I might never have met Xue in my entire life. It's like heaven had a change of heart. Let me meet my younger sister Xixin again. Then I found my parents from my previous life. Thinking about it now, it really feels like it was all arranged by heaven. No matter what, I'm back. I found Xiao Xue, I found my younger sister, I found my parents from my past life. We should all be happy and smile. Su Yan looked at Yang Xia and couldn't help but smile. The feeling of having two sets of parents. How wonderful. Grandma, the meal is ready. Let's eat. As everyone was chatting, Xiu Pingping came out of the kitchen. She walked while untying the apron around her waist. Let's eat, Grandma. I didn't have breakfast this morning, and I'm starving. Yang Xia heard this and sat up from her chair. While speaking, she rubbed her little stomach. Right, let's eat. We'll chat while we eat. Su Xian's mother, upon hearing this, snapped out of her daze and tapped her forehead. Her face betrayed a slightly embarrassed expression. Yang Yang's mother had been so engrossed in chatting with her that she had completely forgotten to invite everyone to eat. Alright, ha ha ha. Come on, big brother, big sister, Xiao Xian, let's eat. We can chat while we eat. Daughter-in-law, Yang Yang, come on, let's eat. Su Yang's mother said, bursting into a hearty laugh. She reached out and pulled Yang Xue, who was sitting beside her, to stand up. Alright, Mom. Yang Xue also smiled lightly and nodded, ready to join everyone for dinner. Not long after, everyone gathered around together. Since the house was spacious enough and the dining area was large, there was no sense of crowding even with everyone seated together. Little sister, welcome to our home. I don't know what to say. I prepared a few dishes today, hoping you and the children will enjoy them. Su Xian's mother raised her cup, but when she lifted it, she didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha. Big sister, we're family now. Family doesn't speak in formalities. We don't need to be so polite with each other from now on. Yang Yang was your son in his previous life, and now he is my son. We're both his mothers. Sister, aren't we already family now? Su Yang's mother heard this and immediately burst into a hearty laugh, then took up the conversation. Chapter 240, Everyone is happy. Yes, you're right, sister. We are family. Su Xian's mother, upon hearing this, quickly dispelled all her previous concerns. Since she said that the two of them were both Yang Yang's mothers and that they were family, the meaning was already clear. She wouldn't try to keep the son all to herself, she would allow him to visit her and show her respect. Big sister, don't worry. Su Yang's mother said, her face betraying a look of deep understanding. Yang Yang is my son, and he's also your son. And based on my understanding of him, I believe he will definitely be filial to his older brother and older sister. As she spoke, she turned to look at Su Yang. Her eyes held a meaningful smile. Yes, don't worry, Mom. I will definitely be filial to your parents here, and isn't Xiao Xian also calling you her godmother? Su Yang said, reaching out to pat Su Xian on the shoulder. Mom! Su Xian immediately understood and sweetly called out to Su Yang's mother. Ha ha ha. Good girl, from now on, we're all family. Right, from now on, we're all family. That's right, family. Su Xian's parents, upon hearing this, couldn't help but tear up slightly. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses and toast to our family. Su Yan looked at everyone and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. At that moment, the families on both sides finally had an excellent start. With Mom's personality, I'm sure the relationship between the two families will only get better from here on out. Come on, cheers. As Su Yang raised his cup, everyone smiled and followed suit. Today's gathering can truly be called a happy occasion for all. The entire family gathered together, chatting and eating happily. The conversation revolved mostly around Su Yang. They talked about his past life, his current experiences, and his past and present with Shui. They then moved on to future plans, such as when to have children and when to get married. After having children, how both sets of parents would work together to raise them. The conversation just kept going on and on. Time passed minute by minute. This lunch stretched on until past 2 p.m. After eating, everyone gathered to drink tea and continue chatting. All the way until around 4 p.m. Seeing that Su Xian's parents were clearly getting tired, the eldest sister finally decided to leave. Only after they left could Su Xian's parents rest. Eldest sister, eldest brother, I'll head back first today. I'll come visit you again when I have time later. Seeing that it was about time, the eldest sister stood up and prepared to leave. Little sister, why don't you stay for dinner before leaving? Ha ha ha. No need, no need. Big sister, you're too kind. Since we're all family now, there's no need to be so formal. I'll have plenty of opportunities to come to Jiangcheng in the future. Once Shui is pregnant, I'll have to stay there often. By then, we sisters might even see each other every day. Ha ha ha. Don't you think so, older sister? Right, you're right, little sister. All right. Yang, drive carefully on the way back. Okay, don't worry, Mom. Dad and Mom. We're heading back now. Soon, Su Yang, Yang Shui, and the eldest sister left together. Yang Xia and Xiu Pingping also followed them out the door. They were heading to the hotel to pick up the Tank 300. After dropping Yang Xia and the others off at the hotel and watching them drive away, Su Yang got into his car with his wife and mother and hurried home. Yang, your parents from your previous life, they really had it tough. The house they're living in, was that bought for them by Xiao Shui? Yes, that's right, older sister. This is something Yang and I discussed and decided to buy for them together. Mainly because their old place was too run down. The elderly couple had suffered the loss of their child and were living in dire straits. So we decided to buy them a new house. Yang Shui sat in the back seat, close to her older sister. Over the past few days, the bond between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had grown even stronger. My dear daughter-in-law. You're such a kind and understanding child. My older sister is so lucky to have a daughter-in-law like you. As she spoke, the eldest sister reached out her arm and embraced Yang Shui. Yes, thank you for your recognition, older sister. Ha ha ha. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law. If I didn't approve of her, wouldn't that'd make me a big old fool. Yang is truly lucky to have you as his wife. But look at what you're saying, sister. Meeting Yang is my good fortune. And I've met Yang in 2 lifetimes. My good fortune is truly immense. Ha ha ha. Xiaoshui, maybe it's because I've never let you go in 2 lifetimes. My wife is so good, even if it's 3 lifetimes, I'll never let you go. Su Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. The two of them were now so deeply in love that they were inseparable. Even if it were 3 lifetimes, even if it were eternal life, they both wanted to be with each other. Ha ha ha. You two lovebirds, not bad, not bad. You really do remind me of me and Yang's old man. You two should stay together. I have full confidence in you. The older sister watched the two of them speak, their words growing increasingly ambiguous, and couldn't help but laugh. But deep down, she felt even more at ease. She was well aware of the gap between her son and Shui at present. Setting aside the age difference, the most significant difference was their social status and background, which was truly vast. One was a college student, the other the CEO of a major corporation. One was penniless, while the other was a billionaire CEO. Now, seeing the two of them so close and affectionate, the older sister naturally feels even more at ease. She also believes that Xiao Shui wouldn't just be playing around. Yes, don't worry, older sister. I will definitely take good care of Yang. Perhaps we'll have a child soon. Then you can bring Dad over, and we'll all be together as a family. Ha ha ha. Alright, then I'll be waiting for your good news. The older sister was naturally very satisfied with Yang Shui's response. Since Xiao Shui was so determined to have a child for Yang, there was absolutely no issue with her feelings toward Yang. Chapter 241, Will Yang have it easy? The three chatted all the way home. Ha! As soon as they entered the house, the eldest sister couldn't help but yawn deeply. Whether it was because she had spent too much time at Su Yang's parents' house in his previous life or because she hadn't rested well last night, the eldest sister looked a bit tired as well. Eldest sister, why don't you go rest for a while? Alright, Shui. You're such a considerate daughter-in-law. Go rest for a while too. Alright, older sister. We want tea cooked tonight. I'll order a meal from a restaurant and have it delivered. You should try it too. This restaurant does a pretty good job. Alright, daughter-in-law, you and Yang should rest too. The eldest sister smiled and nodded, then went to Yang Xiao's room. To avoid disturbing her son and daughter-in-law, she naturally chose to rest in Yang Xiao's room. Moreover, she could have a video chat with her husband without worrying about being overheard by her son and daughter-in-law. It was a win-win situation, why not? Su Yang and Yang Shui entered the master bedroom, tidied up a bit, and then snuggled up together on the big bed. Though it was already late. But after a busy day, they were indeed a bit tired, so they decided to rest for a while before continuing. Honey, I'll have the restaurant prepare dinner for us. They can deliver it a bit later. Anyway, Xia and Ping Ping aren't coming over either, so we can eat a bit later tonight. As she spoke, Yang Shui turned over, picked up her phone from the bedside table, and snuggled into Su Yang's embrace to place the order. Order something light. We ate too greasy at my parents' place today, with all that rich food. Alright, honey. It's all because mom and dad spoil you so much, always serving you extra portions. Ha ha ha. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, now I have 2 sets of parents. Just 2 sets? 3 pairs, that's right, 3 pairs. I also have my father-in-law and mother-in-law, who are also parents to me. Ha ha ha. By the way, honey, when we go to my in-laws' house tomorrow, they won't feed me so much rich food again, will they? But my parents really like you. When they serve you food, just eat it. I told them to give you extra to help you gain weight. Ha! Yang Shui said, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable expression. Cough cough cough. What's wrong, honey? Do you think your husband isn't good enough? Su Yang, hearing this, couldn't help but hug Yang Shui tightly. This wife. Is she really that amazing? Do I need to give you more supplements? Aren't you afraid I'll overdo it? Hoof. Honey, you should eat more. It's always good, after all, we don't have kids yet. Yang Shui blushed and playfully pinched Su Yang's cheek. Little treasure. My wife is really amazing. You really need to eat more. Alright, honey, I'll do whatever you say. Su Yang saw this and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Women of this age are truly remarkable. Alright. I'll do whatever my wife says. It seems I really need to catch up on some things. My little darling is the best. Husband, dinner is ready. Could you put your phone down? Alright, dear. Not long after, the two of them snuggled up together, chatting away. Time ticked by. Ding ding ding. Yang Shui's phone rang. It was the delivery call. Honey, wait a moment, I'll go get the food. No need, I'll go get it. Seeing Yang Shui's pink, alluring face and her light, tempting nightgown, Su Yang couldn't bear to let her go out. If anyone saw this, that person would definitely be unable to sleep for days. Saying that, Su Yang got out of bed. He tidied up his nightgown slightly and walked out of the bedroom door. Yang. As soon as I stepped out the door, I saw my older sister coming out of Yang Xiao's room. Eldest sister, are you awake? Oh, I heard someone knocking on the door, so I got up to check. It's nothing, older sister. It's the meal Xiao Shui ordered. I'll go get it. Su Yang waved at his older sister and then smiled as he walked toward the door. A moment later, the restaurant delivery person arrived carrying a box. Upon arriving at the dining area, the delivery person placed all the food from the box onto the table. Although the food was relatively light, it was still quite squeak. As soon as the delivery person left, Yang Shui emerged from the bedroom. Sister, how's your rest going? I just took a short nap and feel much better. Let's wash our hands and eat. We ordered so much, the 3 of us probably won't be able to finish it all. It's okay, older sister. We can let Yang Yang eat more. Ha ha ha. The older sister couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Then she turned her head to look at Su Yang. This kid. He does seem a bit thinner than the last time I saw him. Could it be? She then turned her head again to take a closer look at her daughter-in-law. This girl. She's looking better and better. At least compared to when she saw her last time back home, her overall appearance has improved significantly. It seems like it's all thanks to her son Yang Yang. What a hard-working son he is. Xiao Shui has a point. I think Yang Yang has even lost some weight. Yang, come on, let's get ready to eat. Alright, big sister. Hearing his older sister's words, Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. He had eaten so much meat in the morning that he wasn't very hungry yet. A moment later, the 3 of them gathered around together. Xiao Shui, from now on, you can occasionally make some nourishing soup for Yang Yang. After all, men need to take care of themselves. Younger ones should have less, and older ones should have more. I also often make some nourishing soup for Yang Yang's father. Following the previous topic, the eldest sister and Yang Shui sat together, discussing how to nourish their husbands. Oh, okay, older sister. I was thinking the same thing. Actually, Yang Yang is pretty hard-working these days. That's... The eldest sister smiled and looked at Yang Shui's face, unable to help but smile. You don't need to say it, I already know. Just look at your skin, your energy level. How could Yang Yang not be working hard? Chapter 242, Yang Xia prepares to go to the garment factory with Su Yang to learn. The next day was Sunday. Su Yang and Yang Shui took their older sister and Yang Xia with them to visit Yang Shui's parents. Yang Shue's parents were naturally very enthusiastic about their in-laws' visit. They prepared a lavish spread and chatted happily with the eldest sister. The topics of conversation naturally revolved around Su Yang and Yang Shui. They talked about their past, their future, and even about having children and getting married. Of course, Yang Shue's parents also learned about Su Yang's reincarnation. They were deeply moved by the genuine love between the two. They stayed until around 3 in the afternoon before the four of them finally drove home. Monday. Su Yang and Yang Shui got up early and drove all the way to the train station to send their eldest sister off. As their eldest sister put it, she didn't feel at ease leaving Su Yang's father alone at home. Plus, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day. To take care of her husband, she had no choice but to return as soon as possible. After seeing her older sister off at the station, the two of them held hands and prepared to head home. "Honey, are you still tired?" Yang Shui checked the time. It was still a bit early for work. She could even go home and rest for a while. After all, they had gotten up early today to send her older sister to the train. "I'm not tired. What about you, honey?" "I'm fine, not tired either." "Then, let's not rest and go to work? I want to visit Yangshui Garment Factory today. I've already taken the time to master most of what factory manager Wang mentioned over the past few days. Now that the family from both past and present lives have reunited and are getting along so well, I'm sure the bond between the two families will grow even stronger in the future. My older sister and her future in-laws have also met, and both families are highly supportive of their marriage. At the moment, in Su Yang's view, he has two most important matters. One is to discuss life and having children with Yang Shui. The other is to study hard, quickly master all aspects of the company's operations, and strive to be able to assist his wife as soon as possible. With time growing tight, he must make the most of every moment and study diligently. "Sure, honey. But I have 2 meetings this morning. I'm pretty busy and probably won't have time to accompany you. Why don't I ask Zhang, my secretary, to go with you?" No need. I'll go by myself." "Oh, right, our daughter mentioned earlier that she wanted to come with me. I'll take her along. Since the little one is eager to learn, that's truly wonderful." Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, declining his wife's suggestion. He and Wang, the factory director, were already quite familiar with each other, so going to learn from him wouldn't be a problem. Besides, given his current status, Wang would certainly cooperate with him wholeheartedly. "Alright, that's fine, honey. I've always been worried she'd get into trouble. Since she wants to go with you, I'll feel much more at ease. But, honey, you must keep a close eye on her. Make sure she learns as much as possible." The two of them spoke, quickly got into the car, and rushed home. "Don't worry, honey. Xia was my friend before, but things are different now. She's my daughter now, so of course I want her to learn more. This girl is actually very smart. If she is really willing to put in the effort, she'll probably learn faster than I did." "Ha ha. Alright, honey, with you saying that, I can rest assured." The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived home. After grabbing their bags, they immediately drove off to the office. Ring ring. Before they even reached the office, Yang Xia's phone rang. Su Yang reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Xia. Uncle, didn't you say you were going to our family's clothing factory today?" "Yes, dear. Your mother and I just sent your grandmother to the train station, and we're on our way to the office now. You should head to the office early too so we can leave for the factory sooner." "Alright, uncle. I'll leave soon." Yang Xia agreed promptly, her voice brimming with unspoken joy. "Alright, dear. I'll be waiting for you in the office." The two chatted for a few moments before Su Yang hung up the phone. "Good, that's good. I hope our daughter really wants to study hard." "I think so." Hearing Yang Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. This matter. Who knows? But maybe she's just getting bored at the company? "Don't worry, honey, I'll keep a closer eye on her." "Don't worry." Su Yang turned his head to glance at Yang Shui in the passenger seat and whispered comfortingly. How heartbreaking it is to be a parent. Seeing how much his wife cared about Xia, he now understood the meaning of that phrase even more deeply. Not long after, Su Yang drove Yang Shui to the company building. Today, the two of them arrived early, and from the moment they got out of the car to the office, they didn't encounter many people along the way. Yang Shui, who needed to prepare for today's meeting, went straight to her office on the top floor after arriving. Su Yang then returned to his own office. After sitting down, he called Wang, the factory director. They made plans to visit the site for an on-site learning tour in the morning. Just as the call ended, Li, the secretary, walked in without knocking. Mr. Su, you're here so early today?" "Yes, Fei, I need to visit one of our clothing factories today for an on-site visit and learning." "Oh, is it the Yangshui clothing factory you visited before? Should I go with you?" Li Fei couldn't help but brighten up at the mention of it. "No need, Fei. Yang Xia is going with me this time. I'm just going to learn, nothing else." Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly before shaking his head. To be honest, having a secretary was mostly unnecessary. Anyway, he didn't have much for her to do. Alright, Mr. Su. As she spoke, Li Feifei began washing the cups and brewing tea for Su Yang. Time ticked by second by second. Ding dong ding dong. Just as Su Yang was continuing to review Wang, the factory manager's lecture, the office door was knocked on. Come in. Squeak. As the door opened, Yang Xia walked in. She was wearing a red long dress and seemed to have applied light makeup. Uncle, shall we leave now? As Yang Xia quickly walked up to Su Yang, a faint, pleasant fragrance drifted over. Yes, let's go. The journey is quite long, so we should leave early. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This girl. She seems a bit different today. Chapter 243, Girl, are the two of you having a fight? As he spoke, Su Yang stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and was about to leave. Girl, did you bring your notebook and pen? We're going to study. Don't worry, I definitely brought everything. Clap clap. Yang Xia smiled and patted the small bag slung over her shoulder. Since we're going to study, how could I possibly slack off? Ha ha ha, good. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Not bad, this girl must be going for a proper outing. Let's go, Xia. The journey is a bit long, we should leave early. Secretary Li, we're off. Goodbye. Su Yang said, taking his teacup from Li's secretary's hand. Then, he left the office with Yang Xia. You look really pretty today. In the elevator, Su Yang couldn't help but look at Yang Xia, sizing her up from head to toe. Oh my. This girl must have put on something unique. She doesn't look so ordinary anymore. This is really confusing. She's never cared about this before. What's going on today? This is interesting. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I'm already pretty, aren't I? And my figure isn't bad either, is it? As she spoke, she seemed to deliberately push out her chest. As if she were telling Su Yang something. My little girl has a great figure, of course. She's slim with long legs. Most girls couldn't even compare. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat Yang Xia on the shoulder. Apart from being ordinary, everything else was pretty impressive. What? Don't you consider me a brother anymore? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, his eyes flickering slightly. Cough cough cough. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This girl? I used to consider you a buddy, after all, we were indeed buddies back then. But now, my feelings for your mother are so deep that I can't marry anyone else. If I still treat you like a brother, that would be rather inappropriate. Before Su Yang could respond, the elevator had already reached the first floor and opened. Stepping out of the elevator, the two walked side by side toward the exit. To be honest, the two of them walking together, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, certainly caught the attention of many people. The two got into the tank 300 and set off together. Hey, why didn't you bring Ping Ping along? Su Yang drove the car, glancing curiously at Yang Xia sitting in the passenger seat. I really am going to study. What's wrong with that? Do you look down on me? Yang Xia turned her head to look at Su Yang and hummed lightly. I'm not the kind of person who just goes around flirting with girls. I was just going to study, you know. Ha ha ha. No, I just feel like my little girl seems a bit different from before. Back then, whenever I mentioned studying, you'd always try to avoid it. Now she's actually asking to go with me, which is a bit unusual for me. Looking at Yang Xia's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This is interesting. Her expression really does have a bit of that little girl feel to it. It's as if the masculine vibe she used to have has mysteriously faded away. How come, now that it's just the two of us in the car, you don't call me old buddy anymore? Yang Xia leaned back in the passenger seat, looking at Su Yang with a puzzled expression. Though puzzled, she didn't feel particularly upset. Little girl, didn't you already tell Ping Ping to call me dad? Besides, my relationship with your mother has already reached the stage where we're talking about marriage. I really can't bring myself to call you old buddy anymore. In response to Yang Xia's repeated questions, Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. Since you're letting your girlfriend call me dad, then I'll call you old buddy. Now, it just feels more and more awkward. Alright. Yang Xia, upon hearing this, didn't show any sign of disappointment. Instead, he nodded faintly. Then I'll just call you uncle from now on. Anyway, you and my mom are going to get married sooner or later. Of course. As soon as I'm old enough, the first thing I'll do is go get married with your mom. Don't worry, little girl. I won't let your mom down. In response to Yang Xia's words, Su Yang couldn't help but glance at her curiously. This girl doesn't seem to care about their brotherly relationship anymore. In the past, she had been quite concerned about this relationship. Whenever the two of them were alone, she would still treat Su Yang like a brother. About that. I'm not worried at all. You two have been together for 2 lifetimes. What's there to worry about? Yeah, kiddo, what about you and Ping Ping? How are things between you two now? Su Yang heard this and couldn't help but smile and nod. Given the nature of his relationship with Yang Shui, there was naturally no cause for concern. Wait, it's just the same. Yang Xia simply replied to Su Yang's question. It seemed to lack the usual excitement. Looking at Yang Xia's indifferent expression, Su Yang couldn't help but pause. Oh no. Could it be that this girl is having a falling out with Xiao Pingping? Back then, whenever Pingping was mentioned, her eyes would light up. Now, it feels a bit different. Girl, you too, are you having a fight? No, what could we possibly be arguing about? Yang Xia kept her eyes on the road ahead and shook her head slightly. Her eyes seemed to betray a hint of unexplainable confusion. Then, Uncle, do you think I look more like a boy or more like a girl now? Before Su Yang could ask, Yang Xia softly asked the question. She then turned her head to look at Su Yang. She even discreetly looked him up and down. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang was startled by Yang Xia's words. What did she mean by that? What does that mean? Silly girl, if you still look like you used to, I'd definitely say you look like a boy. But ever since you started wearing girls' clothes and grew your hair out, I feel like you're becoming more and more like a girl. Really? Actually, I don't want to call you old buddy anymore, and your transformation has a lot to do with it. Such a beautiful girl. In response to Yang Xiao's question, Su Yang spoke honestly. Since she started cross-dressing, to be honest, she really does look more and more like a girl. Well, Uncle, do you prefer seeing me in my old boyish outfit, or do you like me better in my current girl outfit? Chapter 244, Who said I'm not a man? I am. Cough, cough, cough. Silly girl, you're my daughter. Of course I like you wearing girls' clothes and acting like a girl. Besides, you're the school beauty at school. And your mom has always had this little issue, sigh. As he spoke, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but stumble over her words. That's right. She knew exactly how her mother felt. Although her mother hadn't said it outright, she was certainly feeling a bit helpless inside. Then, am I really as beautiful as you all say? Of course. If you could just develop a little more, you'd definitely be voted the most beautiful girl at Zhengcheng University. You know that. As for Pingping, to be honest, she's nowhere near your level. Yang Xia was indeed quite pretty, and Su Yang was telling the truth. The roommates were all drooling over Yang Xia. Ha ha. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh. Her pretty face was like a blooming rose. Pfft, you men, do you all just like well-developed girls? I'm still young, you know. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze, his heart trembling. What? You men? This girl has always claimed to be a real man. Now she's excluding herself? What's wrong, girl? You're acting so strange today. What's wrong with me? I'm not being strange. Yang Xia said, her face turning slightly red, and she turned her head to look out the right side of the car window. It seemed like she didn't want Su Yang to see her embarrassed expression. In truth, her heart was growing increasingly conflicted. When she was with Pingping, these past 2 days, he hadn't even touched her. It even felt meaningless. She kept thinking about being held in Su Yang's arms. Especially the unique scent on his body, which makes her feel a bit uneasy. Such a strange feeling. Why didn't I ever feel this way before? Could it be because he never held her like that before? Perhaps. But when she was hugging Pingping, she didn't feel this way. Or maybe these two feelings are different. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yang Xia's obvious attempt to hide her feelings, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Cut it out, what's so funny? By the way, Uncle, when you're with my mom, do you feel really, really happy? Cough, cough, cough. Of course. She must be super happy. Besides, your mom is so pretty. This little girl. I really don't know if you're genuinely clueless or just pretending. When a man is with a beautiful woman, how could he not be happy? Well, if we had just met and I look like this now, would you have fallen for me? What? Su Yang heard this and his hand trembled involuntarily. Even the car shook slightly. This stinky little girl. What are you saying? I'm your uncle, and you're saying that. That's just unreasonable. I was just saying that if. Uncle, what are you thinking? Come on. Yang Xia said, turning her head and giving Su Yang a light tap on the shoulder. This uncle. I was just saying if I didn't say I like you. You're so annoying. You're my uncle, I can't just think about such things. I just wanted to know what it feels like for a man and a woman to be together. Is it similar to how I feel when I'm with Pingping? Silly girl. You still don't have confidence in your own beauty? If you had been like this when we first met, maybe I would have had feelings for you. But luckily, you weren't like this before. Otherwise, your mother would definitely. This matter. Su Yang couldn't even imagine it. If he had really fallen for Yang Xia back then, and then met Yang Shui, that would really be a huge mess. This is truly terrifying. Ha ha. Alright, uncle, I was just asking out of curiosity. How could something like that ever happen? I've always been a tomboy since I was a kid. Yang Xia replied awkwardly, then turned her head to look out the window. This matter was indeed a close call. If I had been like this before, I might have ended up with Su Yang. If that had really happened, then my mom would suffer for the rest of her life. Cough cough. What am I thinking? Why am I getting so carried away? No. If I were really like this now, maybe we'd just be ordinary classmates. Hey, you and Ping Ping. You don't like her anymore, do you? From Yang Xia's unusual behavior today, Su Yang sensed that she might be starting to develop an interest in men. I wonder if this feeling is real. Who said that? Of course I like her. She is so cute and well behaved. Girls like that are exactly what men love. But you're not a man. You? Who said I'm not a man? I am. Yang Xia was still arguing, but even she could hear her voice growing softer. Even the doubts in her heart grew heavier. If I were a man. But why did I feel that strange sensation when Su Yang hugged me? Could it be that Can I accept women and also men? This? No way. But I clearly didn't like men before. All these years, from childhood to now, I've never liked them. But why did I suddenly feel something strange when he hugged me? This is so strange. I have to find a way to test this out. Could men have some other kind of magic? Ha ha ha. Yes, my little girl is such a handsome guy, isn't she? Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia, who dared not turn her head, and couldn't help but laugh again. Chapter 245, is having a woman like your mother good for her? But then don't you like Ping Ping, who is petite and adorable? Such girls are so obedient they'll do whatever you ask. How wonderful. She is better off with a woman like your mother? Cough cough cough. My mom is a strong, independent woman. She has always criticized me since I was a kid. If I were a boy, I might not like her like that. I think Ping Ping is the kind of girl I prefer. Yang Xia heard this and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Little girl, admitting you're not a boy? Ha ha ha. Alright. I'm not a boy, okay? I've never been a boy. Girl, you and your mom are actually quite similar, you know? You both have a strong, independent vibe. Maybe that's why you like someone who's gentle and obedient. Oh? Is that so? Isn't that true? Su Yang asked with a smile, unable to help but shake his head slightly. This kind of thing. You probably don't understand either. Uncle, what you're saying makes some sense. The reason I like Ping Ping is because she is so gentle and obedient. You should like a well-behaved, obedient boy. Wouldn't that be better? A boy? Yeah. Su Yang looked at the road ahead and nodded seriously. You're a girl, why would you like a girl? No. I don't like boys. Whenever I think about being with a man, it feels weird, and I can't accept it mentally. Really? I really feel that way. Yang Xia said, unable to help but furrowing her brows slightly. How strange. Why did I suddenly realize that I don't feel such a strong aversion toward boys anymore? Especially, the way he held me felt so special. Ha ha ha. Su Yang laughed and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This girl. Her thoughts have clearly started to soften. This is a good thing. I just wonder what caused her to change. Once I get back, I'll discuss this with my wife and see how we can give her a little push to get her back on track as soon as possible. Such a beautiful daughter, why not just let her be a happy girl? She could find a boyfriend later, how wonderful that would be. The two chatted all the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of Yangshui Garment Factory. They had planned to call factory manager Wang, but to their surprise, he was just walking out of the gate. It seemed like he had timed it perfectly. Let's go, girl. Mr. Wang is here. After parking the car, Su Yang called out to Yang Xia. Then she grabbed her bag and opened the car door. Yang Xia nodded and also got out of the car. And a hint of a cool and aloof expression flashed across the girl's face. Hello, Mr. Su, ha ha ha. Please come in. Who is this? Oh, I remember now, you're Yang Xia, right? Oh my, it's been years since we last saw each other. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Yang Xia. Yang Xia looked at Mr. Wang, the factory director, and greeted him politely. She had come here many times before with her mother, so she naturally recognized Mr. Wang. However, since she started high school, she hadn't been back at all. Mainly because she was busy with her studies and also lived on campus. Ha ha ha. It really is Xia. A few years ago, you were just a little girl. Now you've grown into a young lady. Time flies. Uncle Wang, I'm now in my second year of college. They say a girl changes a lot as she grows up, and you're getting more and more beautiful. I remember you used to be such a tomboy. Mr. Wang, the factory manager, said with a smile while looking at Yang Xia. This girl. She's really beautiful, and she's just as good looking as Yang Zong. Hey. Yang Xia gave a slight smile and then turned to look at Su Yang. Uncle Wang, I came here this time to study with Uncle Su. Oh, that's great. You've grown up so much. Let's go, Mr. Su, Yang Xia. Today, I'll take you on a tour step by step. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Saying this, Wang, the factory manager, led the two of them into the factory. This is our materials warehouse, where we store various types of fabric. This is denim. Wang led the two into a large warehouse, pointing things out and explaining as they went. Su Yang and Yang Xia listened attentively while taking photos with their phones. They even turned on the voice recording function on their phones. When it came to learning, Su Yang took it very seriously. Young lady, have you ever had such a detailed tour before? No. I was too young back then, I just ran around and played. Now that you're older, we should both work hard together. Don't worry, uncle, I'll try my best. Yang Xia smiled and nodded, truly intending to study hard. As for Xiao Pingping, she felt her enthusiasm had grown slightly lukewarm. And over the past 2 days, she hadn't touched her at all. There were still hugs, but when it came to more intimate things, she seemed to have lost most of her feelings. Su Yang nodded slightly, feeling a surge of relief. It seemed like this girl had really grown up compared to before. And lately, she has been listening attentively in class, taking notes, and really putting in the effort. Even during class, she has never been this focused before. After leaving the raw materials warehouse, they entered the production workshop. Factory manager Wang led the two of them around, introducing the business operations, the relevant responsible parties, and the software systems used in each process, among other things. The two listened attentively, asked questions, and took notes diligently. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, it was already 11:30 a.m. Mr. Wang explained everything in great detail, and the two asked questions whenever they had any. This was not a simple tour but an in-depth learning process. As a result, even after the entire morning, they hadn't managed to go through all the procedures. Mr. Su, Yang Xia. The canteen has prepared a simple meal. Why don't we eat first? Factory manager Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. His voice was slightly hoarse. Alright, Mr. Wang, you've really gone out of your way. Su Yang saw this and nodded quickly. Chapter 246, even if we don't break up, we can still be ordinary friends. After having a simple lunch with Wang, the factory director, the two headed to the nearby hotel that had been arranged for them. Since they hadn't finished the morning's discussion, they would continue after the afternoon break. Upon arriving at the hotel, each was assigned a room, conveniently located across from one another. Su Yang took a shower and lay down on the large bed. He checked the time on his phone. It was almost 1 p.m. He then sent a message to his wife, Yang Shui. Honey, are you taking a nap? I miss you. A moment later, Yang Shui's message came back. Honey, I just finished eating and haven't taken my nap yet. Have you and Xia Xia eaten? How was your morning class? Yeah, the morning went well. I've got a general understanding of the entire process. I'll spend the afternoon learning more about the finished goods warehouse. Xia Xia and I just finished eating and are now at the nearby hotel for a short nap. We'll head back after finishing the afternoon session. How is Xia Xia doing? Is she paying attention in class? Yang Shui naturally felt more concerned about her daughter. She was worried that the girl was just there to play around. From a young age, she hasn't really liked studying. Whether it was schoolwork or various tasks within the group. She's never been very interested in any of it. This girl did quite well today. She was studying diligently all morning, listening and taking notes. I was quite surprised. Really? Ha ha ha. Yang Shui looked at Su Yang's reply and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This girl? Has she suddenly grown up? Does she finally understand how hard her mom works? Does she realize she should study hard to help her mom? Yes, honey, it seems like our daughter has turned into a different person. And what, honey? Hurry up and tell your wife. Ring ring. After sending the message, Yang Shui felt typing was a bit troublesome, so she directly dialed Su Yang's phone. Hello? Honey, hurry up and tell your wife what's wrong with our daughter? She's acting like a completely different person. Yang Shui's tone clearly betrayed a sense of urgency. She naturally cared deeply about her daughter. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, honey. Let me explain slowly. I just feel like our daughter seems different from before. Oh, honey, keep going. She did study very hard today, but whether she'll keep up this effort in the future is something we'll have to observe further. At least it's a good start. Yang Shui's voice betrayed obvious relief. This child. Finally, there's some change. That's great. Honey, I feel like our daughter is starting to act more like a girl. That's how I feel, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Really? Yang Shui heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Yeah, honey, this little girl used to call me bro when we chatted together. We even called each other old buddy. Cough cough cough. This little brat, you're her father, how dare she call you that? Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh and scold her. Calling her dad old buddy, this girl must be one of a kind. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. We're just buddies anyway. This is just our private relationship, it doesn't matter. I don't mind it. After all, she's our daughter. What's wrong with calling her that? So, has she changed at all? Does she not call you buddy anymore? Or does she call you dad now? Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing Yang Shue's words. If this little girl starts calling him dad, that would feel so satisfying. But she said before that she'd only call him dad after he and his wife got married. So it'll be 3 more years. She's currently calling me uncle in private, not dad. It's fine, wife. Calling me uncle is good enough. After all, we were friends before, so this is already a big step forward. Being called dad would certainly be satisfying, but Su Yang doesn't really dwell on it. Being called uncle is already pretty good. Anyway, he and Yang Shui will eventually get married, and Yang Xia will eventually call him dad. You're such a good husband. If that's the case, it seems like this little girl is becoming more accepting of you. That's wonderful. Yang Shui heard Su Yang's words and couldn't help but speak gently. Yes, that's for sure. Actually, the main issue I wanted to bring up isn't this. This little girl used to always identify as a boy. She would constantly say she was a boy, not a girl. Yang Shui replied softly. She had actually guessed as much about the situation. Otherwise, her daughter wouldn't have been dressed like a boy all these years. She was so close to Xiao Pingping. Even sleeping together. What about now? Yang Shui naturally understood what Su Yang meant. Since he said that, it must mean that his daughter has undergone some changes. Now, this girl has admitted she's a girl. It seems she's starting to show some curiosity toward boys. Curious about boys? Yang Shui was taken aback by his words. This was quite a surprising and shocking piece of news for her. Her daughter had never liked playing with boys since she was a child. The only exception was in college, when she met Su Yang, this one buddy. And they had met under special circumstances. Yeah. The little girl asked me, when boys and girls are together, are they happy and having fun? I said, of course they are. Look at me and your mom, we're so happy together. This girl has watched us get to know each other and be together. She has noticed your changes and kept them in her heart. Su Yang smiled and spoke softly to Yang Shui. Both of them were very happy about their daughter's change. Especially Yang Shui, who was even more excited. After all these years, her daughter finally showed some signs of change. Well, isn't she still living with Xiao Pingping? If she becomes interested in boys, she could just break up with Xiao Pingping. Even if they don't break up, they could just be ordinary friends. Chapter 247, Why Be Polite to Uncle? Our relationship. This matter, it's hard to say right now. I just feel that Xia has changed a bit, but we'll have to wait and see. But I'll talk to her more. If she can turn things around, that would truly be wonderful. Not only does Yang Shui hope her daughter can return to normal, but Su Yang also hopes she can truly change. Such a beautiful girl liking girls, it's simply unbelievable. Let's take it one step at a time. I hope she really can change. Knock knock knock. As the two were talking, Su Yang's door was knocked on. Honey, hold on a moment. Someone's knocking. It's probably Xia coming over. Oh, okay, honey. You go ahead and chat with Xia. I'll wait for you to come back this afternoon, and we'll talk more then. Alright, honey. As they spoke, the two hurriedly hung up the phone. Wait a moment. Su Yang called out to the door and walked over. After opening the door, it was indeed Yang Xia knocking. What's wrong, girl? It's nap time, why not go take a nap? Uncle, I lay down for a while but couldn't sleep, so I wanted to chat with you. Alright, come in. Since his daughter wanted to chat, Su Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. He stepped aside to let Yang Xia enter the room. Su Yang was staying in a standard room with 2 beds. Yang Xia walked in and immediately flopped onto the other bed, resting her head on the pillow. She stretched out her long legs and kicked off her shoes. She lay down on the bed completely. Watching Yang Xia's actions, Su Yang merely smiled faintly before lying down on the other bed. Little girl, you studied very diligently this morning. You deserve praise. But I've always studied hard, you know? Hearing Su Yang's praise, Yang Xia snorted lightly and couldn't help but laugh. You're right, little girl. You're not only smart but also hardworking. Of course. By the way, uncle, did you take notes when you came to study last time? I did. Do you want to see them? Sure, I'll borrow them when I get back. I really want to study hard now and hope to help mom in the future. Cough cough cough. Really, uncle, I'm not lying to you. Yang Xia turned her head to look at Su Yang, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. You're such a good girl. Tell uncle, why didn't you think about studying hard before? Before? You used to like playing video games, didn't you? And as he spoke, Yang Xia couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed as though she was trying to find the right words, or perhaps reflecting on why she hadn't studied harder. Actually, I can't really explain it. It's probably related to how I always felt like I was a boy. I used to really want to be a boy, but I was frustrated about being a girl. Maybe my thoughts were just a bit off. I don't know, I can't really explain it either. Su-young heard this and couldn't help but feel a bit startled. This girl? She actually recognizes that she wasn't normal before. That's good. It seems this girl has indeed made significant progress. What about now? Are you no longer upset about being a girl? Look at yourself, you're so beautiful. Su-yang said, sitting up straight and turning to look at Yang Xia with a smile. Now. Of course, I'm still a bit upset. Over the years, I've actually always wanted to be a boy. I even researched a lot of information about the feasibility of gender reassignment surgery. What? Su-young was startled by her words. What the? Are you kidding me? Such a beautiful girl wants to transition into a man? Even if she had surgery. That wouldn't make her a real man. After all, modern medicine isn't advanced enough to achieve that level of transformation. I'm not lying to you. I really did think that way before. Especially after meeting Ping Ping, this idea became even more deeply ingrained in me. Actually, I've always wondered what it would be like if I were a boy. Then Ping Ping and I could truly be together. Yang Xia said, turning her body slightly so that she was facing Su-young. Then, but you're already together now, aren't you? And you've even slept together. And you've been together. Su-young listened, nodding slightly. He naturally understood everything Yang Xia was saying. Although she looked like a pretty girl on the outside, deep down, she always felt like a boy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in such a strange situation with Xiao Pingping. Cough cough cough. Uncle, did you and my mom discover our thing? Yes. Looking at Yang Xia's blushing face, Su-yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well, they found it. It's not a big deal. After all, we're all adults now. Besides, we used to be good friends, right? What can't we talk about? And you even shared that kind of movie with me before. Yang Xia heard Su-yang's affirmative response and couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. I feel a bit embarrassed. It's all my fault for not hiding it properly beforehand. How could I let mom and uncle see it? So embarrassing. It's okay, kid. Don't worry about it. We were good friends before, and I'm not going to make fun of you. It's fine. Besides, your mom's been through it too. She understands. Facing Yang Xia's embarrassment, Su-yang acted as if it didn't matter. He did this to ease her mental burden. These are just little things no one cares. Oh, you know these things, so I don't mind. The main thing is, I'm mainly worried that my mom will overthink it. Don't worry, dear. I've already talked to your mother about this, and she doesn't mind either. Don't worry, uncle told you, so that means your mom definitely doesn't mind. Su-yang smiled and nodded, gently comforting Yang Xia. Oh, thank you, uncle. Oh, come on. Why be so formal with uncle? We're like family. Su-yang laughed and waved his hand, saying the same thing he always did. Uncle. What's wrong, girl? Go ahead and say it. Seeing Yang Xia hesitating, Su-yang couldn't help but ask again.